The apocalypse has descended, marked by extreme weather phenomena and rampant zombies, leading to the collapse of societal order on Blue Star. Chen, who perished amidst this chaos, finds himself reborn a month prior to the onset of the cataclysm. Initially, he intended to purchase the luxurious heavy-duty RV, the Normadisen, to establish a sanctuary for the impending doom, only to inadvertently activate the RV's doomsday fortress system. Chapter 1. The Doomsday Fortress. Could it be that I've been reborn? Under the sweltering summer sun, as he gazed upon the bustling car exhibition, Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his face a canvas of disbelief. He vividly remembered that just a month after attending this very car show, the apocalypse would strike without warning. At first, no one paid heed to the looming disaster. It was merely a sequence of heat waves, frigid temperatures, floods, and viral outbreaks. Yet, as calamity swept across the globe, intense heat, bitter cold, catastrophic floods, and the zombie virus claimed countless lives, Blue Star civilization crumbled into chaos. The fortunate few who managed to survive faced a myriad of crises: harsh climates, scarcity of resources, and the relentless threat of the undead, all while desperately clinging to life. Chen was among them. To survive, he had consumed contaminated water and feasted on putrid flesh, enduring a life more miserable than that of swine or dogs. However, due to misplaced trust, he was ultimately betrayed during a resource hunt, meeting his demise amidst a horde of zombies. Little did he anticipate that he would be granted a second chance, returning to a month before the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. Though the reasons for his rebirth remained a mystery, he vowed to seize this opportunity with both hands. Not only would he strive to thrive amidst the apocalypse, but he would also seek to repay those who had once aided him, as well as confront those who had betrayed him. Sir, would you care to take a look at our company's Mazda Axela? It's not only aesthetically pleasing, but also offers excellent handling and is quite fuel efficient. A saleswoman clad in a gray OL uniform and elegant black stockings cheerfully introduced. Chen cast a glance at the display behind the saleswoman, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had attended this car exhibition with the intention of purchasing a modest vehicle. Under the persistent persuasion of the saleswoman, he had ultimately opted for the Mazda. Ironically, it was not long before the apocalypse struck, rendering his newly acquired Mazda nothing more than scrap. I'm afraid the Mazda tends to get stuck in traffic, so I'm not particularly interested. With this retort, Chen strode past the saleswoman, who wore an expression of indignation. This car exhibition was substantial, featuring luxury brands such as Porsche, BBA, and the Bath Emperor. However, their splendor was overshadowed by a singular vehicle. At the heart of the exhibition, encircled by throngs of onlookers, stood a colossal RV emanating an aura of rugged masculinity, akin to a steel beast quietly stationed in place. Observing the spectacle, Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, his aspiration was none other than this Normadisen's ultimate dream for any man, capable of withstanding the most adverse conditions. If possible, prior to the apocalypse, Chen was determined to construct a sanctuary like the affluent of the world. For instance, Mark Zuckerberg has invested over $100 million to construct an apocalyptic bunker, equipped with energy and food supplies, capable of self-sufficiency. When the cataclysm arrives, these affluent individuals will comfortably survive within their fortified sanctuaries. However, with only a month remaining before the onset of the apocalypse, there is scarcely enough time for construction. Moreover, Chen finds himself financially constrained, lacking the means to establish a survival bunker. Fortuitously, at this auto show, there exists a top-tier recreational vehicle, aptly dubbed the Normadisen, which can be likened to a fortress for the end times. Chen has resolved to acquire this magnificent Normadisen as his assurance for survival amidst impending doom. As he navigates through the throng, preparing to ascend the stage, he is halted by a security guard stationed nearby. "I apologize, sir, but without an appointment, you cannot test drive or visit," the guard politely states. The clientele for purchasing recreational vehicles is rather sparse, particularly for luxury models like the Normadisen. It is understandable to deny access to the general public. Some things, if not possessed from birth, are unlikely to be attained in a lifetime. "Young man, we can merely observe," another onlooker remarks. "Indeed, such a vehicle is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals," chimes in another audience member, chuckling. They too wish to glimpse the luxurious vehicle, yet feel unqualified to do so. I intend to purchase this recreational vehicle. Kindly summon your supervisor, Su Chen calmly declares, undeterred by the guard's obstruction. Upon hearing this, a hush falls over the vicinity of the Normadisen display. All eyes fixate on the youthful Su Chen, astonished by his audacity to claim he can't afford a vehicle worth millions. Are you certain? The guard, regaining his composure, stutters. Do you think I'm jesting? Su Chen raises an eyebrow, his demeanor radiating an unyielding resolve forged through years of survival amidst chaos. Noticing the sincerity in his expression, the guard hastens to call a colleague to notify the supervisor. Su Chen, ignoring the guard, strides confidently toward the display. The guard hesitates for a moment, yet finds himself overawed by Su Chen's commanding presence, refraining from further obstruction. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Su Chen approaches the Normadisen. As he stands before the vehicle, he is truly awestruck by its magnificence. Built on an 8x8 military chassis, the vehicle measures over 10 meters in length and nearly 4 meters in height. Standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall, Su Chen is regarded as tall, yet he feels diminutive in comparison to this colossal recreational vehicle. The massive tires alone nearly reach his chest. Ascending the electric step, he enters the interior of the Normadisen. The opulent furnishings within are nothing short of splendid, featuring a refrigerator, a color television, and a fully equipped kitchen, all from internationally renowned brands. The bathroom boasts a fully automated toilet and achieves a commendable separation of wet and dry areas. Furthermore, a staircase leads to the rooftop, which transforms into a breezy terrace when elevated. After thoroughly exploring the interior of the Normadisen, Su Chen is left exceedingly satisfied that if one were to possess such a luxurious heavy-duty RV, even amidst the apocalypse, one could undoubtedly lead a life of considerable comfort. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden flash of white light emanated from the control area above the door, capturing his attention. This radiant beam transformed into a screen displaying several lines of text. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV Level 1. Energy points required for upgrade. 10 current energy points. 0. Vehicle durability. 100. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be rendered inoperative. Repairs can be conducted using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. What is this? A look of astonishment crossed Su Chen's face as he instinctively reached out and tapped the storage space. The screen rippled, revealing an inventory akin to that of an online game. Yet, the inventory was empty, indicating 09999. Chapter 2. The unfortunate fate of the foolish devotee. Could this object truly possess the capability to store items? Yet, how might one place items within it? Su Chen's gaze instinctively fell upon the water cup situated on the table within the RV. With a sudden thought, the cup vanished into thin air. The item inventory now displayed 199.99, with the additional count representing the disappeared cup. But that was not all. Su Chen noticed a solitary numeral 1 in the lower left corner of the cup's icon. Could it be that these resources in the storage space are capable of stacking? Su Chen's heart began to race with exhilaration. He directed his attention towards several more cups, allowing his thoughts to flow once again. As another cup faded from view, his hypothesis was indeed confirmed. The numeral in the bottom right corner of the storage space now reads 6. Goodness gracious! Su Chen was nearly overwhelmed with joy. With this stacking storage capability, he could amass an abundance of supplies. When the apocalypse descends, he would surely soar to new heights. This realization solidified his intention to purchase the Normadisen with unwavering determination. In the midst of Su Chen's excitement, a voice from outside suddenly called out, "Sir, our manager has arrived." He quelled his elation, casting one last glance at the white screen before stepping out of the Normadisen. The security guard was accompanied by a sharply dressed middle-aged man, standing just outside the exhibition area. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, the manager hurriedly approached with a smile. "Sir, this is our manager." Upon noticing Su Chen's unassuming attire, the manager initially furrowed his brow, only to relax shortly thereafter. Well versed in the ways of the affluent, he understood that many wealthy individuals preferred to remain inconspicuous. The man before him could very well be one of those individuals. "Greetings, I am Manager Luku, responsible for this auto show. May I inquire your name, sir?" "You may call me Mr. Su," Su Chen replied casually, gesturing towards the Normadisen behind him. "I intend to purchase this RV. Could you assist me with the paperwork?" At these words, Luca's pupils dilated, and his mouth fell slightly agape. As the Rolls-Royce of RVs, the Normadisen comes with a hefty price tag. Only the affluent, keen on RV travel, would consider acquiring one as a luxury. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Thus, selling 2 or 3 units in a year is considered quite successful. Luku had not anticipated Su Chen's direct approach in requesting the purchase of the Normadisen. Regaining his composure, he suppressed his initial condescension and replied with a beaming smile. Excellent, Mr. Su. I shall have someone prepare the paperwork for you immediately. Wait, I have a request, Su Chen interjected, halting Luku as he signaled to the staff. Please, Mr. Su, feel free to express any request you may have. Luku maintained a respectful demeanor, showing no sign of impatience. After all, selling this Normadisen would significantly boost his commission. I do not possess that much cash at the moment. Instead, let us draft a contract. I will provide a down payment of 1 million, and the remaining balance can be settled in 1 month. If, after a month, the payment cannot be settled, then the 1 million down payment shall be regarded as a penalty for breach of contract. I wonder what Manager Lu thinks about this. Su Chen comes from a modest background. His parents tragically passed away in a car accident a few years ago. They left him with only an apartment in the heart of Magic City and over 1 million in compensation, to say nothing of 10 million. Even 5 million is beyond Su Chen's means. His intention is straightforward, to secure the Normadisen first. As for the remaining payment, well, the apocalypse is imminent in half a month. By that time, cash will be rendered utterly worthless. Whether Lu can survive and find himself remains an uncertainty. No problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu readily agreed. 10 million is no trifling sum, and he did not expect Su Chen to produce such a vast amount of cash immediately. Furthermore, in his view, we live in a society governed by law. Even if Su Chen ultimately fails to provide the final payment, the company's legal department will handle it. The priority is to swiftly sign the sales contract with Su Chen and secure the commission. Just as Lu was about to prepare the contract personally, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Su Chen? Su Chen paused momentarily, looking up to see a familiar yet unfamiliar face. His normally impassive expression rippled with emotion. A slender girl with an enchanting visage stood not far away, gazing at Su Chen. Her name was Lu Linger, Su Chen's ex-girlfriend. Beside her was her friend, Xiao Mei, dressed provocatively in a short black skirt, equally striking in appearance. Lu Lingo had once been considered the belle of the campus during their university days. Su Chen had exerted considerable effort to win her affection. Their relationship had once been incredibly sweet, but as they entered a society rife with material desires, Lu Linger's mindset began to shift. Encouraged by the gold-digging Xiao Mei, she ultimately chose to part ways with Su Chen. After their breakup, Lu Linger and Xiao Mei associated with one another, spending their days with no ambition, merely contemplating how to secure a wealthy husband and marry into affluence. They had come to the auto show today to see if they could meet some affluent individuals. However, they did not anticipate encountering Su Chen here. Lu Linger, it's been a long time, Su Chen replied with a slight nod. He had remained haunted by memories of Lu Lingo since their breakup, suffering for a long time without being able to move on, even when the apocalypse loomed. Upon learning of Lu Linger's plight, he did not hesitate to come to her aid. Yet, after Lu Linger and Xiao Mei extricated themselves from danger, they callously kicked Su Chen aside, nearly causing him to starve. This truly exemplifies the saying, a devoted admirer will not find a home. Having been reborn, he was no longer enamored with Lu Linger. As for Xiao Mei beside her, Su Chen chose to ignore her entirely. Lu Lingo felt a twinge of discomfort at his indifference, while the proud Xiao Mei was particularly displeased. How dare this person she had always regarded as a loser treat her this way? What are you doing here? Are you really considering purchasing this RV? This motorhome is worth millions. Selling you wouldn't even suffice to purchase it. Xiao Mei scoffed. What business is it of yours? Su Chen shot her a frigid glare. He harbored a profound disdain for this venomous gold digger. Were it the apocalypse, he would undoubtedly make Xiao Mei aware of true cruelty. You. Xiao Mei was about to retort, but the chilling intensity of Su Chen's gaze rendered her speechless. What sort of gaze was this? Cold, piercing, imbued with a callous disregard for life. It was as if he would not hesitate to take her life publicly should she utter another word. Xiao Mei pressed her lips together tightly, involuntarily shivering. It had only been a few months since they last met, yet this fellow seemed utterly transformed. Little did she know, Su Chen had stained his hands with much blood in his struggle to survive during the apocalypse. Chapter 3. You are too beautiful. Su Chen's demeanor was so indifferent that it left Lu Linger and Xiao Mei feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, driven by curiosity, they shamelessly stood by, eager to discern Su Chen's intentions. Before long, Luku returned with the meticulously prepared contract. He cast a surprised glance at Lu Linger and Xiao Mei, then handed the contract to Su Chen. Without a second thought, Su Chen signed with a flourish, offering his bank card in return. Congratulations, Mr. Su, on becoming the esteemed owner of a Normadisen. After the signing was complete, Luku shook Su Chen's hand, smiling warmly in congratulations. By the way, Manager Lu, there's one more favor I need to ask. Could you arrange for a driver to take the car away? Safety on the road is paramount, and driving without proper qualifications could lead to dire consequences. The Grand Normadisen required a B2 license to operate, and without one, Chen would find himself in a precarious situation should he encounter law enforcement. Not a problem. Luke readily agreed, promptly arranging for a driver. As the driver started the massive vehicle, Chen gracefully climbed aboard. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the colossal Normadisen slowly departed from the exhibition. Throughout the entire process, Chen did not spare a glance at Lu Linger or Xiaomei. Linger, didn't you say this loser came from a modest background? With both parents deceased? Watching the retreating Normadisen, Xiaomei asked with a hint of bitterness. She had always dreamed of marrying into wealth and living a life of luxury. Never had she imagined that Chen was, in fact, a low-key billionaire who casually spent lavishly to acquire a Normadisen. Reflecting on her earlier contemptuous attitude towards him, Xiaomei was suddenly overwhelmed with regret. It was as if she had been the fool all along. I don't know either. Lu Lingo shook her head. Her expression one of bewilderment. During their time together, Chen had indeed seemed exceedingly ordinary. She was at a loss to comprehend the transformation that had evidently taken place. Recalling that aside from the initial greeting, Chen had not once regarded her with any seriousness filled Lu Linger with a sense of defeat. The thought of her ex-boyfriend struggling was bearable, but the reality of him driving a luxurious vehicle like the Normadisen was far more painful. It felt as if a dagger had been plunged into her heart. Could it be that he had deliberately feigned poverty? The more Xiaomei pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and she urged, No, Linger, we cannot let Chen slip away just like that. You must call him and find a way to meet up. Upon discovering Chen's newfound wealth, Xiaomei's address for him had shifted as well. Is that appropriate? Lu Linger displayed hesitation. While Xiaomei's influence had instilled in her a yearning for vanity, she still grappled with feelings of shame and pride. The thought of lowering herself to pursue Chen felt unbearable. What is inappropriate about it? Xiaomei replied, exasperated. If Chen can afford a Normadisen, then he must have at least a net worth in the hundreds of millions. If you two could be together, you would undoubtedly revel in a life of luxury. And at that time, I could also share in your fortunes. Her final words inadvertently revealed her true intentions. Well then, after a moment's hesitation, Lu Lingo ultimately succumbed to temptation. With Xiaomei's fervent persuasion, she dialed Chen's number. It must be said that the enormous Normadisen RV certainly commanded attention as it traversed the streets. Passers-by cast astonished glances towards it, and other vehicles slowed down, yielding the way for Chen. As he sat inside the RV, admiring the landscape beyond the window, a profound sigh escaped him. He was acutely aware that such bustling scenes of prosperity would not endure for long. Chaos and ruin would soon replace this fleeting tranquility when the apocalypse arrived. How beautiful you are, how utterly beautiful. Suddenly, the phone in Chen's pocket buzzed incessantly. With a grimace, he wondered how such an unpleasant tune could be set as his ringtone. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lu Linger. This revelation did not surprise him. Given his understanding of Lu Linger and Xiaomei, he knew they would not easily overlook the changes in him. Hello. Is there something you need? Chen's tone was laced with indifference. Lu Linger, feigning ignorance to his coldness, replied gently, Chen, there are some things I haven't clarified with you. If you are free tonight, would you come over for a visit? I'm afraid I truly have no time. A smirk danced upon Chen's lips, tinged with sarcasm. If he were to visit, it would not merely be a casual sit-down. It would inevitably lead to something more. He had no desire to entangle himself further with this girl he once loved. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. The line went silent, and Lu Lingo felt a surge of sorrow wash over her. Memories of Chen's past tenderness flooded her mind, contrasting sharply with his current aloofness, leaving her with a sense of regret. It seemed this fellow had indeed struck it rich, otherwise, he would not be so brazen. Having overheard their conversation, Xiaomei rested her delicate chin on her hand, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. Mayor, perhaps we should just let it be, Lu Linger sighed. How could we simply let it go? Linger, you must understand that men who are both wealthy and handsome are exceedingly desirable. Recognizing Lu Lingo's resolute stance, Xiaomei's beautiful eyes darted around, and she ceased her persuasion. She discreetly noted down Chen's phone number and, while Lu Linger was distracted, sent a few messages. Mr. Su, we have arrived. The driver, old Su, assigned by Lu Ku, drove the vehicle to a secluded parking lot on the outskirts of the city. As instructed by Chen, Master Su, for the next month, I would appreciate your service as my chauffeur. As for the salary, I will offer you 20,000 yuan. How does that sound? Old Su, who worked with Lu Ku, only earned a few thousand yuan each month. In an instant, a sum of 20,000 yuan was credited to his account. How could he possibly refuse? Naturally, he accepted with alacrity. After the two reached an agreement, Chen bid farewell to the driver, old Su. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Su Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a message. "Ah Chen, this is Xiao Mei. I must apologize for my earlier behavior and my attitude. I am willing to do anything as an act of contrition, as long as you reconcile with Lu Linger." Accompanying the message were several selfies of Xiao Mei, showcasing her alluring figure clad in a seductive black silk miniskirt. A cold laugh escaped Su Chen's lips. It seemed that Xiao Mei, perhaps emboldened by her newfound success, had come knocking at his door with ulterior motives. Truly, a case of being blinded by greed. Initially, he intended to delete the message and promptly blacklist Xiao Mei. However, upon a moment's reflection, he paused his finger above the screen. Chapter 4. The Utter Necessity of Wealth. When Su Chen was in a romantic relationship with Lu Linger, it was Xiao Mei who intervened. Later, when the apocalypse struck, after Lu Linger and Xiao Mei were rescued, it was also Xiao Mei who compelled Lu Linger to abandon her. If Su Chen did not take the time to exact revenge, how could he justify her past transgressions? After some contemplation, Su Chen replied, "I have matters to attend to for the time being. Let us meet at Fenghuang Mountain Scenic Area in a month." On the other side, upon receiving Su Chen's message, Xiao Mei was overjoyed. She glanced at the unsuspecting Lu Linger beside her, feeling a swell of pride within. "Linger, if you squander this opportunity, do not blame me. Compared to you, I possess both figure and grace. It is only natural that Su Chen would take an interest in me." "Very well, I shall see you then," she replied, her excitement palpable. Su Chen glanced at Xiao Mei's message before tossing his phone aside. At that moment, the most pressing concern was to comprehend the so-called Apocalypse Fortress system. During his earlier conversation with the driver, old Su, there had been no reaction to the white screen. It seemed as though he had not seen it at all. This led Su Chen to conclude that this system was likely effective solely for him. As Su Chen entered the central control area, the ethereal white screen reappeared. He reached out and clicked on the storage space to begin his investigation. After conducting a series of experiments, Su Chen discovered that any object within 30 meters of Normadisen could be directly stored in the space, as long as the items belonged to the same category. They could be stacked. However, there was a limit to this stacking, capped at a maximum of 999. Time within the storage space appeared to be stagnant. Objects retained their state upon entry and exit. Additionally, there were other restrictions. Living entities, such as birds flying overhead, could not be stored. Objects tightly connected to others, like sidewalk tiles and trees, were also ineligible for inclusion. Nonetheless, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. If he could fill the storage space, he would not need to worry about resource scarcity when the apocalypse arrived. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su Chen continued to explore the system. He clicked on the energy store, which promptly revealed 2 items. Current level, LV1. Redeemable items, gasoline and water. Exchange rate. 1 energy point can be exchanged for 1 liter of gasoline or 1 kilogram of water. Upon reading the notes below, Su Chen's enthusiasm intensified. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world while driving an RV, fuel, water, and food were undoubtedly the most crucial resources. If he could truly exchange oil and water at will through this system, he would only need to store a substantial quantity of food in the storage space to thrive amidst the chaos. Regrettably, after searching for some time, Su Chen could not ascertain how to acquire energy points. Nevertheless, there was no hurry. He could take his time to explore further in the future. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Su Chen decided against returning home to rest. He reclined on the opulent Simmons king-sized bed of the Normadisen, his heart brimming with excitement as he gradually slipped into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Chen refreshed himself in the restroom of the vehicle. Old Su, upon his arrival, had thoughtfully brought breakfast. After satisfying his hunger, Su Chen began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. The immediate priority, of course, was to stockpile essential supplies. In addition, he needed to modify the Normadisen. Although the Normadisen was designed specifically for off-road living, capable of withstanding most harsh environments, the impending apocalypse promised not only extreme weather but also legions of bloodthirsty zombies and treacherous humans. Su Chen knew he had to enhance the Normadisen to survive in such dire circumstances. However, procuring supplies and upgrading the vehicle required substantial finances. While money may not be everything, a lack of it could spell disaster. After paying Lu Ku $1 million as a down payment, Su Chen found himself with relatively little left. What was he to do? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. High-interest loans. In today's society, one could borrow many things, but money was a different matter altogether. Friends might lend 100, brothers 1,000, relatives 10,000, and parents 100,000. But for anything more, one had to turn to high-interest lenders. Old Su, take me here, Su Chen instructed, pointing to a location on his phone's map. Yes, Mr. Su, replied old Su, returning to the driver's seat and starting the engine. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of passers-by, the Normadisen roared to life and departed with an air of nonchalance. Before long, old Su drove Su Chen to a building adorned with the name of a prominent financial firm. As the Normadisen came to a halt, the commotion drew the attention of those inside, who emerged to gawk at the impressive vehicle. My goodness, what is this car? It's enormous. You must be out of touch. This is the Normadisen, the Rolls-Royce of RVs. It must be worth at least 5 million, right? 5 million. Huh. At least 10 million. As the door swung open and the electric step descended, Su Chen gracefully alighted. The onlookers regarded him with a modicum of reverence until he approached and inquired, "Where's your boss?" "Our boss is upstairs, sir. Please follow me." A quick-witted employee promptly responded with respect. Nodding, Su Chen followed the employee into the strong financial company. Though the current society is governed by law, the world is not merely black and white. There exist shades of gray. This company, named Strong, appeared to be a legitimate financial institution but secretly operated as a high-interest lender. Su Chen had previously heard whispers about it and thus decided to visit. "Hello, sir. I am Gao Qiqiang, the general manager of Strong Financial Company." Gao had already taken note of the luxurious RV parked outside. Recognizing that Su Chen's ability to afford such a vehicle indicated considerable financial prowess. Regardless of his intentions, fostering a good relationship with such an individual is undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, when Su Chen entered the office, Gao Qiqiang promptly rose to his feet and warmly extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Su Chen," he introduced himself casually. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Chen directly articulated his purpose. "Manager Gao, to be candid, I have encountered some difficulties in my business and seek to apply for a loan from you. I wonder how you feel about this." Of course. I, Gao, am indeed in this line of work," he replied. "However, I must forewarn you, my young friend Su, that the interest rates here are rather substantial." Gao Qiqiang revealed a smile laden with implications. "Since I have taken the initiative to approach you, I am fully aware," Su Chen replied with a slight smile. Chapter 5. Hoarding supplies very well. How much does Brother Su wish to acquire? 10 million. Upon hearing this figure, Gao Qiqiang could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Although he was indeed affluent, 2 million in cash was not a trifling sum for him. Noticing Gao Qiqiang's expression, Su Chen smirked. "What, Brother Chong? Are you unable to produce such a sum?" "Nonsense. I could even muster 100 million. Though Su Chen's provocation was rather straightforward, Gao Qiqiang fell for it nonetheless. He let out a cold snort and inquired, "But Brother Su, how do you intend to prove your ability to repay? That Normadisen outside was purchased for 2 million. Additionally, I possess a property in the city center. Should I fail to repay, Brother Chong is welcome to seize it all." The property left by Su Chen's parents, albeit aged, is situated in a prime location and belongs to a school district, worth at least over 1 million. Gao Qiqiang's countenance fluctuated, and he remained silent. His sharp gaze fixated on Su Chen, as if attempting to decipher every thought within his mind. However, Su Chen's expression remained impassive, devoid of any disturbance. Gao Qiqiang could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. In his youth, he was a renowned figure in the underworld, exuding an aura that ordinary people could scarcely withstand. Yet, before him stood Su Chen, who displayed an air of calm and composure. This lad's background is certainly extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Gao Qiqiang nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Brother Su." He waved his hand, instructing the staff outside to commence preparations for the loan contract. After verifying the vehicle registration, motor vehicle certificate, and property deed, Gao Qiqiang readily signed the loan agreement with Su Chen. It must be said that Gao Qiqiang was exceptionally ruthless. Although Su Chen was approved for a loan of 10 million, he only disbursed 9 million, while the contract stipulated 13 million. This was the infamous practice of lending 9 and reclaiming 13. No wonder so many have been driven to ruin by usury. However, Su Chen was unconcerned by such matters. In a month's time, all of their wealth would vanish into thin air. Surely Gao Qiqiang would not pursue him for repayment thereafter? A delightful collaboration. Gao Qiqiang shook hands with Su Chen, feeling quite pleased. After all, earning 4 million in just a month is a rare opportunity. Observing his beaming expression, Su Chen could not suppress a cold smirk within. "I hope you can still smile so joyfully when the apocalypse arrives. I've heard that Brother Chong has extensive connections in the metropolis and is capable of anything. I have 2 matters I would like to ask for your assistance." "Brother Su, feel free to speak. I shall not decline any assistance I can offer. I require a substantial quantity of gasoline. Might you be able to procure some?" Though the Doomsday Fortress system allows for gasoline exchange, Su Chen was currently unaware of how to obtain energy points. To be prepared, he resolved to stockpile some fuel. Yet, In today's society, where gasoline is strictly regulated, purchasing in large quantities is nearly impossible. Gao Qiqiang appeared somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that Su Chen would wish to purchase gasoline. Well, that should not pose any issues. How much do you intend to acquire? The more, the better. Ideally in standard oil barrels. Su Chen's words left Gao Qiqiang increasingly bewildered. Standard oil barrels typically hold over 150 liters. What on earth does he need so much gasoline for? However, noticing that Su Chen had no intention of elaborating, Gao Qiqiang refrained from pressing further. All right, I will contact you later. Regarding the second matter, I wonder if Brother Chang might have this. Su Chen gestured as if holding a firearm. Ahem, Su. Do not jest with me. I am a serious businessman. Gao Qiqiang was taken aback and quickly waved his hand with a smile. Rest assured, Brother Chang. I only wish to acquire this for self-defense, Su Chen said with a light chuckle to reassure him. In a world fraught with peril, possessing a weapon for protection would significantly enhance one's safety. Please do not put me in a difficult position, brother. Seeing him still reluctant, Su Chen chuckled again. Brother, we have just completed a substantial transaction. Can you not assist with this small favor? You are aware of the considerable risks involved. It is not that I cannot help. Gao Qiqiang chuckled, but it will require additional payment. Very well. For Su Chen, as long as it leads to the procurement of necessary supplies. Spending a little extra is inconsequential. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they parted ways, both satisfied. Su Chen left the Qiangxin company and returned to his RV. Mr. Su, where shall we head next? The driver, Lao Su, inquired through the intercom. To Walmart supermarket. Understood. Lao Su then drove Su Chen to the Walmart in the city. Unlike other supermarkets in the country, Walmart is not merely a grocery store, but resembles a vast storage warehouse. The immense quantity of supplies housed within is sufficient to sustain an entire city for a week. Su Chen's purpose for this visit was to make extensive purchases. He directly approached the staff and requested to meet with the manager of Walmart, aware that a young man with a luxurious RV worth millions was seeking him. Manager Zhao did not dare to delay and promptly invited Su Chen to his office. I require a substantial procurement of supplies. Here is the list. Su Chen handed over the meticulously prepared list to Manager Zhao. Upon examining it, Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. The contents of the list were a veritable cornucopia: drinking water, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, predominantly essential living supplies, filling an entire A4 sheet. Moreover, the quantities demanded were utterly staggering. For instance, for drinking water, Su Chen specified a need for 10,000 large bottles of Waha 12-liter mineral water. Additionally, he requested other goods such as thick-cut beef and lamb, beer, and spirits, all needing to be delivered by the carton. Roughly estimating, these supplies would cost at least 30 million. If a single individual were to use them, they would likely last 300 years. Su. Mr. Su, what do you intend to do with so many supplies? This is my personal privacy. How can Walmart be concerned about this? Su Chen cast a glance at Manager Zhao. No, that's not what I meant. Manager Zhao hastily waved his hand and explained, it's just that certain items, like Waha purified water, are limited in our warehouse. How about we substitute it with Nongfu Spring instead? Absolutely not. Su Chen firmly rejected the suggestion, harboring no fondness for the Nongfu Spring brand. However, this means we will need to source the goods from elsewhere, Mr. Su. You might have to wait a few days. Manager Zhao's expression displayed a hint of difficulty. That is acceptable, but the delivery must be completed within a week. In a month, the apocalypse will arrive. Su Chen's time was exceedingly constrained. He needed to expedite the preparation of supplies and then modify the Normadisen. A week? That is manageable. Manager Zhao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement and inquired. What about the delivery and payment methods? Once you have finished loading the truck, just park it here, and I will send someone to unload it. Su Chen informed Manager Zhao the parking location where he had left the Normadisen the previous day. Chapter 6, A Pig for 3. As for the payment method, I will initially provide a deposit of 5 million. The remaining balance can be settled in a month. What do you think? Su Chen's loan from Qiangxin Company was insufficient to cover such a vast quantity of supplies. He still intended to employ the same trick as before, pulling off a daring act of deception. Very well. Manager Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In truth, whether it was he, Gao Qiqiang from Qiangxin Company, or Lu Ku from the auto show, their willingness to trust Su Chen so readily stemmed from a simple rationale. Firstly, Su Chen arrived driving a luxurious Normadisen worth millions. Secondly, his demeanor and eloquence did not resemble that of a fraudster. Most importantly, Manager Zhao and the others believed that they were living in a society governed by law. And given Su Chen's youth, there was no need for him to embark on a path of crime. Little did they know that a month later, an apocalypse would descend, and societal order would collapse, leaving individuals scrambling for survival. After signing the contract with Manager Zhao, Chen promptly transferred the deposit. Manager Zhao, not daring to be negligent, immediately began arranging personnel to prepare the supplies for Chen. Observing the employees at Walmart loading boxes of goods onto trucks, Chen could not help but smile with satisfaction. Mr. Su, why are you purchasing so many supplies? Old Su, the driver, could not contain his curiosity. You know I have a penchant for wilderness survival adventures. Otherwise, why would I have bought this Normadisen? Chen replied with a smile. Even for wilderness survival, there seems no necessity to prepare such an abundance of supplies. Moreover, although the Normadisen is spacious, I fear it cannot accommodate all of this, Old Su pondered. But seeing Chen's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Just as they were about to leave, Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. Recalling that the system of the Fortress of the Apocalypse could absorb all supplies within a 30-meter radius into its storage space, he could easily park the Normadisen beside the Walmart warehouse and take advantage of it. However, this scheme could not be rushed. If the goods vanished from the warehouse, Walmart would certainly alert the authorities. Should the police discover his RV at the scene of the crime, they would undoubtedly zero in on him. With these thoughts in mind, Chen temporarily shelved the idea of exploiting Walmart. After visiting both Qiaoshan Company and Walmart, it was already noon. Chen, feeling particularly generous, took Old Su directly to a Michelin 3-star restaurant in the city center. Such an upscale establishment offered exquisite cuisine, but the prices were equally exorbitant. Individuals like Chen and Old Su, who belonged to the ordinary working class, would hardly dare to dine here. When a table brimming with delectable dishes and fine red wine was set before them, even Chen found his appetite whetted. The two immediately dug in, devouring the culinary delights. Old Su's manner of eating was especially exaggerated, even performing a comedic display of 3 bites for a pig in public. Restaurants that earn a Michelin 3-star rating are indeed high-end establishments, frequented by patrons who consider themselves to be members of the elite society. They dined with remarkable elegance and grace. Upon witnessing the dining habits of Chen and Old Su, the surrounding patrons couldn't help but chuckle softly, pointing fingers at the two. Mr. Su, are we not setting a poor example? Old Su's face flushed, and his movements slowed considerably. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Let us enjoy our meal. It does not affect their dining experience, Chen retorted, nonchalantly wiping his mouth with a napkin after a hearty burp. When the apocalypse descends, with resources scarce, where will civility and decorum hold any significance? For a morsel of food, people would kneel and bow, and many would not hesitate to resort to violence, even murder and arson. After satiating their hunger, the two leaned back comfortably in their chairs, admiring the scenery outside. Mr. Su, what shall we do this afternoon? Old Su inquired, retrieving a pill bottle from his pocket and swallowing 2 tablets with a sip of water. What medication are you taking, Old Su? Chen asked casually. It's for hypertension. I suffer from high blood pressure and need to take medication daily, Old Su replied with a sheepish grin. Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly remembered something, a jolt of realization striking him. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten to stockpile more medical supplies. It is essential to note that the post-apocalyptic world would lack not only daily necessities but also critical items like medicines, which would be exceedingly scarce. The significance of medicine is on par with that of food. After all, when the end times arrive, with extreme cold and heat, many would easily fall ill. Chen did not wish to possess an abundance of resources only to succumb to illness unexpectedly. Let us go to the pharmaceutical factory, he declared, rising and leading Old Su outside. Inside the office of a pharmaceutical company, the portly manager scrutinized the tall and striking Lin Yingying. Your performance this month is at the bottom yet again. According to company policy, if you remain at the bottom for 3 consecutive months, you will be dismissed. Feeling the manager's piercing gaze, Lin Yingying felt uncomfortable, yet feigned composure. Rest assured, manager, I will strive to improve this month. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Yingying, if it proves too challenging, I can lend you a hand, the manager grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He approached Lin Yingying, attempting to grasp her delicate hand. As long as you accompany me tonight, we can discuss everything. This trivial matter need not trouble you, manager, Lin Yingying replied, her heart brimming with disdain as she swiftly evaded his greasy hands. Noticing her lack of appreciation for his advances, the manager's expression darkened. Fine. Then this month you will receive only your base salary. Lin Yingying bit her lip, but refrained from responding further, turning to leave the manager's office. Though she verbally committed to working harder, uncertainty gnawed at her mind. In today's competitive pharmaceutical landscape, representatives from various companies were employing every means at their disposal to boost sales. The practices of accepting kickbacks, distributing red envelopes, and indulging in extravagant meals and entertainment have become commonplace. despite Lin Yingying's diligent efforts to conform to the unwritten rules like her colleagues. Her striking beauty has incited unwelcome advances from others, who have brazenly requested her company for dining, drinking, and more intimate encounters. Lin Yingying, a woman of integrity, resolutely declines such propositions. However, this steadfastness inevitably leads to her underperformance. The prospect of being dismissed next month looms over her, leaving her in a precarious situation. As she exits the pharmaceutical company, her delicate features are etched with distress. At that moment, a remarkable luxury RV comes roaring from the distance, gradually coming to a halt outside the pharmaceutical firm. Although Lin Yingying lacks expertise in RVs, she can discern from its exterior that this vehicle is quite valuable. Chapter 7. The pharmaceutical representative Lin Yingying. At this moment, the door at the back of the RV swung open, and a striking young man descended. He cast a glance at the building of the pharmaceutical company, then at Lin Yingying by the gate, and greeted her. "Hello. May I inquire if you are an employee of this pharmaceutical firm?" "Indeed, I am Lin Yingying. May I ask how to address you, sir?" Although she was unaware of his identity, Lin Yingying responded with courtesy. "My surname is Su. I have come today to procure a batch of medications." Su Chen explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingying felt a surge of joy. It was as if she had been gifted a pillow when she had been yearning for sleep, just as she was fretting over her performance. Su Chen had appeared at her door. "I am a pharmaceutical representative at this company. Please feel free to tell me what medications Mr. Su wishes to procure." Lin Yingying said with utmost enthusiasm, leading Su Chen into the company's reception room, her smile radiant. "These are the items I require." Su Chen handed Lin Yingying a pre-prepared list of medications. Lin Yingying merely glanced at it, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, her lovely lips parting slightly. The reason for her surprise was simply that Su Chen's list of medications was exceedingly extensive, from the most basic saline solution to painkillers, antibiotics, and even some high-end medical equipment. The total value was at least in the millions. Given Su Chen's youth, Lin Yingying had initially presumed he would only be purchasing medications worth a few $100,000. She never anticipated such a grand sum, which left her utterly astonished. "Is there a problem?" Su Chen inquired softly, noticing Lin Yingying's momentary daze. "And no, there is absolutely no problem." Not only was there no problem, but it was an overwhelming opportunity. If she could secure this deal with Su Chen, her performance for the following month would surely not fall short. Lin Yingying silently vowed to win Su Chen over. After a lengthy discussion, upon reviewing the quotation Lin Yingying presented, Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The prices at the pharmacies outside were, after all, several times higher than those on the quotation, in some cases soaring to dozens of times more. It was no wonder that medical expenses were exorbitant. The middlemen were pocketing the difference. With a sigh, Su Chen nodded at Lin Yingying, saying, "I can accept the price. But I have a condition. I will pay 1 million up front, and the remainder a month later." Indeed, Su Chen was skillfully playing the game of getting something for nothing. "Well, I will need to consult with our manager. If it were a matter of tens of thousands, Lin Yingying could easily make a decision. However, considering the millions involved, she felt it prudent to confer with her manager. "All right then," Su Chen shrugged. Following the establishment of a preliminary cooperative intent, the rapport between the two grew significantly closer. Lin Yingying smiled and complimented, "I did not expect Mr. Su, at such a young age, to be so accomplished in his career." She assumed Su Chen must be the proprietor of a large chain pharmacy. Otherwise, how could he possibly procure such a vast quantity of medications? Regarding the misunderstanding of Lin Yingying, Su Chen had no intention to clarify, merely chuckling lightly. "Miss Lin is quite remarkable, not only possessing unparalleled beauty but also being astute and capable." Flattered by the handsome and affluent Su Chen's praise, Lin Yingying felt a surge of delight and covered her mouth with a smile, saying, "Mr. Su, you flatter me." At that moment, Su Chen's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. All right, I will return right away." After a brief conversation, he hung up and said to Lin Yingying, "I apologize, Miss Lin, but I have matters to attend to. Let us reconnect after you have consulted with the manager." Without waiting for Lin Yingying to respond, he rose swiftly and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yingying was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly stood and made her way to the manager's office. Upon learning of the situation, the manager was immediately agitated. "You seek my approval for such a trivial matter? Close the deal promptly. That is what truly matters." The phenomenon of withholding payment is not only prevalent in the pharmaceutical industry but is also commonplace across various sectors. How could Lin Yingying be so oblivious? For the pharmaceutical company, while several million may not be considered a fortune, it is still a significant amount. With the manager's affirmation, Lin Yingying dared not delay and promptly called Su Chen. "Mr. Su, our manager has already agreed. When shall we proceed to sign the contract?" "About signing the contract, there is no rush. I will contact you when I have the time, Su Chen replied before abruptly hanging up. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Yingying was left in a daze. Just moments ago, Su Chen had expressed eagerness to finalize the collaboration. How had he suddenly changed his mind? Reflecting on his earlier compliments, Lin Yingying's heart sank. Could it be that Su Chen, like other men, was merely enamored by her beauty? If that were the case, what should she do? If she rejected him, the deal would fall through, and she would face the risk of unemployment. Conversely, if she did not refuse him, she would have to actively pursue his affection. Lost in thought, Lin Yingying ultimately clenched her teeth, seemingly resolved to make a decision. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. If he were to learn of Lin Yingying's assumptions, he would surely feel wronged. His hurried departure had a simple explanation. Walmart had completed the loading of goods and was ready for delivery. Su Chen needed to return promptly to accept these shipments. After arriving at the suburban parking lot of Normadisen, Su Chen dismissed the driver, Lao Su. Shortly thereafter, 2 to 3 dozen large trucks rumbled in. Su Chen did not request the truck drivers to unload. He merely instructed them to park properly and open the cargo doors, planning to have them return the following morning to retrieve their vehicles. Upon hearing they could refrain from labor, the drivers were quite pleased. They locked the truck doors and, having opened the cargo doors, departed. This open-air parking lot was situated in the suburbs, and aside from a few security personnel, there were hardly any passers-by. Ensuring no one was watching, Su Chen approached the driver's cabin personally. Although he has yet to acquire a driver's license after consulting with old Su today, he has gained a preliminary understanding of how to operate the Normadisen. Su Chen meticulously maneuvered the Normadisen, circling around 20 to 30 freight trucks. In less than 20 minutes, what was once a bustling scene of fully loaded trucks had transformed into an empty expanse. Meanwhile, the storage compartment of the Normadisen had amassed nearly 100 units of supplies. After a flurry of activity, Su Chen parked the Normadisen back in its designated spot. Glancing at the provisions within the storage space, his spirits lifted considerably. At this pace, he anticipated that within a week, he would have the supplies fully prepared. By that time, he could also proceed with the modifications to the Normadisen. Once the enhancements were completed, he would be ready to embark on the next phase of his plans. As Su Chen contemplated his future endeavors, his phone unexpectedly buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a call from Lin Yingying. Chapter 8. Let us postpone, Miss Lin. Is there something on your mind? Our manager has acquiesced to Mr. Su's request, but I am uncertain whether Mr. Su is available for a face-to-face discussion. Su Chen glanced at the dimming sky and suggested, it's getting rather late. Perhaps we should reschedule. However, to Lin Yingying, his words sounded like a gentle refusal. Especially the phrase, perhaps we should reschedule, left her feeling somewhat flushed. Could he be hinting at something? Biting her crimson lip, Lin Yingying remained undeterred. Mr. Su, given the substantial order of pharmaceuticals, it is only fitting that I treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude. If you refuse again, it would surely wound my feelings. With such earnestness in her voice, Su Chen felt compelled to acquiesce and nodded. Very well, please share the address, and I shall make my way there. Lin Yingying relayed the name of the restaurant to Su Chen. After ending the call, she gazed at her own alluring reflection in the mirror and sighed softly. If she were truly to embark on a path of no return, it might as well begin with Su Chen, given his striking looks and affluence. With that thought, she dismissed any lingering hesitations, reaching for the newly purchased Balenciaga stockings, which she delicately slid onto her long, graceful legs. As night descended, the city lights began to twinkle. Due to his lack of experience, Su Chen opted for a ride-hailing service instead of driving his Normadisen. Following Lin Yingying's directions, he arrived at a 5-star hotel in the city center. Inside the hotel's private room, Su Chen was greeted by Lin Yingying, who donned a form-fitting, cream-colored knit dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her smooth, lustrous legs were enveloped in the black stockings from Balenciaga. After an expert application of makeup, her already exquisite features appeared even more enchanting. In stark contrast to her daytime image as a polished office worker, this evening, she was utterly captivating. Noticing Su Chen's unwavering gaze upon her, Lin Yingying felt a twinge of shyness mixed with delight. Mr. Su, please have a seat, she said, her voice soft and inviting as she cleared her throat. Once Su Chen was seated, the waitstaff began to bustle about, serving a lavish array of dishes. To ensure the success of this business transaction, Lin Yingying had spared no expense, even borrowing a considerable sum from a friend. She ordered an exquisite feast, complete with 2 bottles of premium liquor. Lin Yingying had anticipated some degree of surprise from Su Chen, yet he remained remarkably composed. After all, he had just spent a small fortune dining at a Michelin-starred establishment earlier that day. It seemed that one could not secure Su Chen's attention without making sacrifices. With this thought in mind, she beamed and raised her glass, standing up. It is indeed my fortune to be acquainted with Mr. Su. Allow me to toast to you. As she spoke, she drained her glass of liquor in one swift motion. Without waiting for Chen to respond, she poured another drink and cheerfully declared, "In gratitude for your kindness and our partnership, let me offer another toast." With a graceful tilt of her head, revealing her fair neck, she finished the second glass in one go. "To celebrate our successful collaboration, allow me to raise another glass." In a brief span, Lin Yingying had consumed 3 glasses of white liquor. Her originally smooth and delicate visage was now flushed, appearing more vibrant and alluring than ever. Surprised by her graciousness, Chen remarked, "Miss Lin, please, just call me Yingying," she interjected, suddenly moving to sit beside him. Chen could feel the warmth radiating from her slender form, and he was captivated by the enchanting fragrance of her perfume mingled with a hint of alcohol. At that moment, even if Chen were oblivious, he would realize that Lin Yingying's invitation for dinner carried ulterior motives. Before the apocalypse, Chen had been a man of refined character. However, after the world descended into chaos, morality crumbled, and he had indulged in fleeting romances. Unfortunately, as time progressed, women sought refuge with powerful men possessing resources to survive. Ordinary men struggled merely to exist, leaving little room for thoughts of others. As one of the downtrodden, Chen had not experienced intimacy for a long time before his demise. He was no moral paragon. Thus, he would not refuse Lin Yingying's bold advances. His principle was simple, neither to initiate nor to reject, and never to take responsibility. "Very well, Yingying. You need not call me Mr. Su. You may refer to me as Gij or Chen Go," he said with a mischievous smile, unapologetically placing his hand around her slender waist. Feeling his warm palm, Lin Yingying trembled slightly, yet feigned calmness as she leaned against his shoulder. Noticing her shiver, Chen found it peculiar. She was the one making advances, why the nervousness? However, he did not dwell on it, as Lin Yingying raised her glass in front of him and playfully said, "I've already had 3 cups. You must drink as well." "Brother." "Of course," he replied, lifting his glass, ready to drink. But Lin Yingying stopped his hand, shaking her head with a playful laugh. "No need to rush, brother." She took another glass, maneuvering around his outstretched arm. "This way is much more fun," as she initiated a toast. Chen couldn't help but marvel at the playful nature of city dwellers. They both emptied their glasses in one gulp. After several rounds, the effects of the liquor began to take their toll on Lin Yingying, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Nestled against Chen, she exhaled softly, "Brother, I've booked a room upstairs. Please, don't go back tonight." At this juncture, should Chen refuse, not only would he disappoint Lin Yingying, but the readers would likely be discontent as well. He graciously nodded and smiled. "How could I refuse Yingying's request?" After sharing a few more drinks, sensing the moment was right, Chen embraced Lin Yingying and rose to depart. Observing the untouched food scattered across the table and then witnessing Chen's charismatic figure as he left with the enchanting lady, the nearby waiter couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and resentment. "Why am I so broke? If only I had money, would I be in this predicament?" As the two ascended the elevator to the guest room area on the upper floor, Lin Yingying appeared to be in a state of daze, her steps unsteady. She could only manage to walk with some semblance of balance while leaning against Chen's shoulder. Utilizing the room card that Lin Yingying had handed to him, Chen effortlessly unlocked the door. I will freshen up first." Lin Yingying struggled to rise from the sofa, declining Chen's kindness, and unsteadily made her way towards the bathroom. Chen, unperturbed, casually crossed his legs and began to watch television. However, after a considerable wait, he noticed that Lin Yingying had yet to emerge, which sparked a flicker of concern within him. She had consumed quite a bit of alcohol earlier. He hoped nothing untoward had occurred in the bathroom. Driven by worry rather than impatience, he approached the bathroom door and knocked gently. Chapter 9. "I prefer you dressed." Lin Yingying remained silent, but the low sound of weeping emanated from the bathroom. Chen hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, finding her, already finished with her grooming, sobbing in front of the mirror. Faced with this scene, Chen found himself both amused and bewildered. What game is Lin Yingying playing? "If you are unwilling, I shall not force you," he shrugged. With reddened eyes, Lin Yingying glanced at Chen, then without hesitation, she threw herself into his embrace. Feeling the soft body of the enchanting woman in his arms, Chen was momentarily flustered. "In truth, I truly do not wish to," he thought with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Clearly, it was she who initiated this seductive endeavor. How could she wish to backtrack now that the moment had arrived? "I am merely a victim of circumstance." Lin Yingying clung tightly to Chen, pouring out all the misfortunes she had endured recently. Upon understanding the situation, Chen finally realized it was all a misunderstanding. "Yingying, rest assured, even if nothing transpires tonight, I will certainly sign the contract with you," he declared with sincerity. Lin Yingying lifted her head, her beautiful eyes fixated on Chen as if to ascertain whether he was speaking the truth. Su Chen shrugged and turned to leave. However, Lin Yingying stepped forward, embracing him from behind, whispering, "No, please don't go." Given the circumstances, it would be rather unrefined for Su Chen to actually depart. He turned back, lifted Lin Yingying into his arms, and strode purposefully towards the bed. "Wait, let me take off my black stockings." Lin Yingying's words hung in the air, her hands restrained by Su Chen. He grinned mischievously. "No, I prefer you dressed. The subsequent content is less appealing. So I will skip ahead." The following morning, Su Chen and Lin Yingying exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. "Yingying, please bring over the contract." Su Chen cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Lin Yingying retrieved the contract from her bag and handed it to him. Su Chen, disinterested in the details, signed his name with a flourish. After completing this task, silence reigned once more in the room. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Chen's phone rang, providing a welcome distraction. "Hello. Is this Su?" "It's me," came the voice of Gao Qiqiang from the other end. "Is there something you need, Brother Chang?" "The matter you mentioned yesterday has progressed." Gao Qiqiang replied with a smile. "If it is convenient for you, please come find me." "All right, Brother Chang, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen addressed Lin Yingying. "I have to leave for a bit. If you're tired, you should rest. Take the day off from work. This card contains 1,500,000. The password is 6 sixes. 1 million is my advance payment, and the remaining 500,000 is my compensation to you." Su Chen placed the bank card on the table, stood up, and made his way toward the exit. A woman can only influence her own speed in drawing a sword. At present, Su Chen's preparations remain incomplete, and he is not inclined to indulge in romantic entanglements. After departing from the hotel, Su Chen took a taxi directly to the Qiangshan Company, where he met Gao Qiqiang. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gao Qiqiang mysteriously led Su Chen to a concealed warehouse. Inside, numerous oil drums were arranged, totaling over 200, as per his brother's request. "Fear not. There will be more to come, at least 4,000 to 5,000 barrels." Gao Qiqiang chuckled, revealing that a friend of his was involved in smuggling and could supply directly from there. However, the item his brother desired, the BBU, was rather difficult to procure. He could only offer a shotgun. As he spoke, he produced a firearm. This gun resembled a common shotgun, except its barrel had been significantly shortened, akin to the short-barreled shotgun from a popular video game. While this modification reduced range and accuracy, it greatly enhanced portability. Given the stringent regulations surrounding firearms today, acquiring such a shotgun was no small feat. Su Chen was not disappointed. He took the weapon from Gao Qiqiang, examined it, and with a satisfied smile, expressed his gratitude, inquiring if Gao Qiqiang could provide some ammunition as well. "That can be arranged. I can get you around 200 rounds," Gao Qiqiang responded readily. "As long as one avoids reckless behavior, that should suffice." Su Chen nodded and smiled, saying, "Brother Chang, you have been a tremendous help. I will transfer the total amount to you. As for the cost of the fuel, we can discuss that after the installation is complete. Regarding the shotgun, consider it a gift for my brother." Gao Qiqiang chuckled but then lowered his voice, expressing his curiosity, hoping that his brother would be forthcoming about his intentions. After all, a young man like Su Chen, possessing luxurious residences and vehicles worth millions, seeking a loan from Gao Qiqiang, and requesting substantial fuel and a BBU, raised concerns. Gao Qiqiang was not afraid of Su Chen making headlines. Rather, he feared that any misfortune befalling Su Chen might implicate him. Perceiving his unease, Su Chen smiled reassuringly. "Brother Chang, you need not worry. I am merely preparing for self-defense." Naturally, Su Chen would not divulge the truth to the cunning Gao Qiqiang. Moreover, even if he did, he doubted Gao Qiqiang would believe him. After some more casual conversation, Gao Qiqiang handed the warehouse keys to Su Chen. They agreed that Gao Qiqiang would be responsible for delivering the goods at night, while Su Chen would handle the transport during the day. In the ensuing days, Su Chen was exceedingly busy. Each morning, he instructed his driver, Lao Su, to drive to Gao Qiqiang's warehouse to collect the prepared fuel for storage. In the afternoons and evenings, Su Chen was engaged in receiving pharmaceuticals and supplies delivered by the pharmaceutical company and Walmart in the parking lot. After nearly a week of such relentless activity, all the materials Su Chen needed had been meticulously prepared. The 9 million borrowed from Gao Qiqiang has long been spent in its entirety. Su Chen also leveraged connections to secure a loan of over 1 million against his own property at the bank. Chapter 10. The transformation of Normadisen. However, what was gained was the nearly full storage capacity of Normadisen. In addition to the essential provisions such as drinking water, food, and fuel, Su Chen had also amassed a considerable collection of entertainment items, including a PS5 and various single-player games. After all, in the face of an impending apocalypse, one might fear that without recreation, their sanity could shatter. Pleasure doing business with you. I shall remit the final payment to your company in a month, Su Chen remarked as he signed the document, confirming the receipt of medicines and equipment. Observing Su Chen before her, Lin Yingying felt a tangle of emotions. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, Su Chen had taken her first time, which inevitably altered her feelings towards him. Yet, following their night of passion, Su Chen had left behind 50,000. Aside from the routine deliveries, he had not reached out to Lin Yingying again. As if he had purchased her initial experience with those 50,000. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Chen nodded, preparing to depart. He turned back to Lin Yingying and added, "It won't be long before the apocalypse descends. If possible, you should stockpile some supplies and leave this city promptly." With that, he boarded the Normadisen without a backward glance. The apocalypse? Stockpiling supplies? Before Lin Yingying could fully comprehend his words, the Normadisen roared away. Watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, a faint sense of loss stirred within her, biting her crimson lip. She hesitated for a moment before deciding to heed Su Chen's advice and gather some provisions. While the notion of an apocalypse seemed absurd, she harbored an inexplicable trust in Su Chen. In contrast to Lin Yingying, Su Chen, who had endured the trials of a dystopian world, possessed an extraordinary resilience. After all, he had witnessed a couple who had shared a bed just the night before turn on each other in a brutal struggle for food the very next day. He had left Lin Yingying 50,000 and had warned her about the imminent apocalypse. He had done more than enough. Whether she would survive was no longer his concern. "Mr. Su, where are we headed now?" Old Su inquired via the intercom. Dismissing thoughts of Lin Yingying, Su Chen pondered briefly before responding, "I want to modify the vehicle." "Old Su, do you know anyone skilled in this area?" "I do, indeed. I have a friend named Zhang Qi, a former professional racer. Are you familiar with the Bambuluk rally? He is known as the King of Bambuluk." After retiring, he opened an auto repair shop where he not only repairs vehicles but also takes on modification projects. Old Su chattered. "Very well, let us visit him," Su Chen nodded. The title of King of Bambuluk held little importance to him. He simply required someone who could modify the Normadisen to his specifications. Before long, Old Su drove Su Chen to an auto repair shop on the outskirts of the city. After making a phone call, a middle-aged man clad in a grease-stained work uniform emerged shortly thereafter. "Old Su, long time no see." The proprietor of the auto repair shop, Zhang Qi, greeted Lao Su with a smile. Upon noticing the luxurious Normadisen behind him, he expressed his astonishment. "Have you struck it rich? Are you really willing to purchase a vehicle costing over 10 million? There's been a misunderstanding. I am merely the driver, and this vehicle belongs to Mr. Su." Lao Su hurriedly clarified. Relaying Su Chen's intentions to Zhang Qi, it turned out that Mr. Su wished to modify the RV. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, whatever transformation you desire, I can assist you," Zhang Qi declared with an assuring pat on his chest. Su Chen smiled gently and began to articulate his requirements. However, both Zhang Qi and Lao Su were left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing his astonishing requests. Su Chen insisted that the original body of the vehicle be replaced with bulletproof steel plates, and that the windows be fitted with bulletproof glass as well. The front of the vehicle and the body were initially separate, necessitating one to exit the RV to access the driver's cabin. Thus, Su Chen specifically requested that the front end of the Normadisen be seamlessly integrated with the body, allowing direct entry into the RV from the driver's seat. This modification would serve to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Su Chen had numerous additional stipulations. For instance, he wanted cameras installed all around the vehicle to ensure a complete 360-degree view, as well as absolute sound and thermal insulation within the cabin. "Mr. Su, are you modifying this vehicle in preparation for the apocalypse?" Zhang Qi asked, half amused and half bewildered. Indeed, Su Chen's specifications seemed to be tailored to a doomsday standard. "Indeed. I harbor concerns that one day, the end of the world may arrive, so I wish to prepare in advance," Su Chen confessed candidly. Zhang Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of numerous doomsday preppers abroad who stockpiled supplies in anticipation of an impending apocalypse. It was surprising to him that someone as young as Su Chen would be so preoccupied with such fears. Zhang Qi, while internally critiquing the notion, maintained a congenial demeanor, stating, "Most of your requests, Mr. Su, I can accommodate. However, eliminating the lift for the second floor to create a full second level may be quite challenging." It wasn't that Zhang Qi lacked the skill. Rather, the Normadisen was inherently tall. Adhering to Su Chen's wishes might lead to exceeding height restrictions. "You needn't worry about that. Just proceed with the modifications as I have specified," Su Chen instructed. When the apocalypse descends and societal order collapses, who would care if Su Chen's vehicle exceeded height limits? "Very well, I shall heed Mr. Su's directives. However, your timeline of 3 weeks is rather ambitious," Zhang Qi remarked. displaying a hint of difficulty. Modifying the Normadisen was no small feat, and ordinarily, it would require at least a month and a half to complete. Everything else can be negotiated. But this must be accomplished within 3 weeks, Chen asserted firmly. It was no jest. Should 3 weeks pass, the apocalypse would indeed arrive. If the modifications were not completed in advance, how could he possibly live freely during such tumultuous times? Boss Zhang, if you can finish within 3 weeks, I shall pay double the price. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he replied, Rest assured, Mr. Su, I shall promptly seek additional assistance. Working diligently to ensure the modifications are completed within 3 weeks. Following a thorough discussion, the two parties formalized their agreement by signing a contract. After which Chen entrusted the Normadisen to the auto repair shop, placing it in Zhang Qi's capable hands for the necessary alterations. In the subsequent period, Chen remained industrious. First, he returned home to organize his belongings and the cherished possessions of his parents. Next, he sought out a boxing gym, investing a substantial sum to hire a coach who would instruct him in the art of combat. Although the span of less than a month was insufficient for Chen to become exceptionally skilled, it was enough to enhance his physical prowess, thereby increasing his chances of survival in a precarious world. Chapter 11. The Eve of the Apocalypse in the Boxing Gym. Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes against the heavy bag. After an intense session, he paused, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Yet a look of satisfaction adorned his face. A natural athlete during his university days, it was this very prowess that allowed him to win the affections of the campus beauty, Lu Ling. His exceptional physical capabilities had enabled him to endure for quite some time in this apocalyptic world. However, upon his rebirth, Chen discovered that his physical attributes seemed to have enhanced even further. Under the guidance of a dedicated coach, he had made remarkable progress in less than half a month. Although he was still no match for the coach, who was a national athlete, he had surpassed others who had been training for over 2.5 years. Brother Chen, let me help you wipe off the sweat. A graceful female coach, clad in form-fitting yoga pants, approached him with a towel in hand. While Chen was busy drying himself, she took the liberty of standing behind him, offering a gentle massage. Such treatment made the other gymgoers envious, yet they understood the situation, as Chen had generously invested a substantial amount to hire an entire coaching team. The attractive female coaches in the gym were eager to stay close to him. As the impending apocalypse loomed, Chen welcomed the attention and had these female coaches completely under his charm. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhang Qi calling. Hello, Mr. Su. I have successfully completed the modifications as per your request. Great. I'll head over right away. Chen felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised that Zhang Qi had completed the task ahead of schedule. After ending the call, the female coach behind him leaned in closer, softly whispering, Brother Chen, I have some free time tonight. Would you like to keep me company? Any man would find it hard to resist such an invitation, and Chen was no exception. However, with only 2 or 3 days remaining before the apocalypse, if Zhang Qi's modifications proved to be exceptionally successful, he intended to set off that very night. Thus, he reluctantly declined. I have matters to attend to tonight. Let us plan for another day. Amidst her forlorn gaze, he finished his shower, changed his clothes, and made his way to Zhang Qi's auto repair shop. Zhang Qi and the driver, Old Su, had been waiting for some time and greeted Chen with smiles upon his arrival. Mr. Su, I have modified the vehicle according to your specifications. Please take a look. The modified Normadisen stood quietly, its once earthy yellow exterior transformed into a camouflage pattern for better concealment. In accordance with Chen's request, the vehicle's body was constructed from bulletproof steel. As Zhang Qi explained, the protective capabilities of this steel were exceptional, capable of withstanding the impact of RPG rockets. The front and body of the vehicle were seamlessly integrated, allowing for easy movement between the driver's cabin and the vehicle without stepping outside. After a thorough inspection, Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Excellent work, Director Zhang. Not at all, it was my pleasure. Zhang Qi rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Mr. Su regarding the modification fee. It's all negotiable. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Without hesitation, Chen adhered to their agreement, promptly depositing half of the amount into Zhang Qi's account. The remaining balance would be settled in a month. Not a problem at all. Zhang Qi beamed with delight at the sight of the substantial sum swelling in his account. The realm of automotive modifications is inherently lucrative, and considering that Chen had offered a price double the usual rate, his fortune was indeed fortuitous. Old Su, here is your salary. Chen transferred the 2,000 yuan owed to Old Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Old Su expressed his gratitude, equally pleased with the outcome. After personally starting the modified Normadisen and ensuring that it functioned flawlessly, Chen departed from Zhang Qi's auto repair shop. observing his retreating figure. Both Zhang Qi and old Su felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, clients like Su Chen, who willingly overspend, are a rarity. Due to the modifications, the Normadisen exceeded the height regulations. Entering the city would certainly attract the attention of traffic police. However, with all his belongings already secured, there was no need for Su Chen to return to the urban sprawl. Upon leaving Zhang Qi's workshop, he made his way directly to a Walmart warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Using a meeting with manager Zhao as a pretext, he parked the Normadisen adjacent to the warehouse and began to stow away every item he could fit into the storage compartment. Fortunately, it was a weekday, and the warehouse was sparsely populated. Thus, in a manner unnoticed, Su Chen acquired a significant cache of supplies. After completing his endeavors, Su Chen drove the Normadisen back to a parking lot on the city's outskirts. The modified driver's seat had become exceptionally comfortable. Even after a day and night spent seated, fatigue would not be a concern. As he reclined in his seat, legs crossed, he listened to the music streaming from the car's sound system. Previously, he had deemed such DJ music rather unrefined. But driving on the open road had unveiled its captivating allure. As the night deepened and the clock struck midnight, the surroundings suddenly burst into brilliance. Su Chen looked up, and through the sunroof, he beheld a mesmerizing spectacle, a multitude of shooting stars, their fiery trails illuminating the previously dull sky. Despite the late hour, this awe-inspiring display drew many onlookers, igniting excitement across social media platforms. Wow, how did a meteor shower suddenly commence? Is there a handsome fellow willing to join me in watching this celestial event? A snarky comment from above retorted, with your appearance, you think you can attract a handsome man? A pressure cooker would soften you up in 2 hours. To ease the collective anxiety of netizens, a commentator asserted, fear not. According to my research. Shut it. Su Chen sighed softly as he observed the chaotic chatter online. He was acutely aware that this meteor shower was far from romantic. It heralded a grim and bloody reality. The sudden onset of this celestial event marked the commencement of the apocalypse. Prior to this night, Su Chen's mind was a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he is reluctant to let the apocalypse unfold, which would result in mass casualties, the collapse of societal order, and a world fraught with peril. On the other hand, he secretly yearns for the end times, having staked all his fortunes on this gamble. Should the apocalypse fail to materialize, it is likely that the ruthless Gao Qiqiang would show him no mercy. As he gazed at the sky filled with shooting stars, Su Chen shook his head, his resolve crystallizing. With the end of days upon him, his sole aim is to navigate this cataclysm and survive amidst the chaos. He reignited the power of Normadisen. Roaring westward, his next destination is the picturesque Phoenix Mountain scenic area, located to the west of the magical metropolis. Chapter 12. Finding fault. Phoenix Mountain is not far from the bustling metropolis, and with the highway, one can reach it in a mere 2 to 3 hours. However, due to modifications made to Su Chen's Normadisen, it was unable to access the highway and had to meander along the national roads towards Phoenix Mountain. By the time he arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was already the following midday. Gazing at the lush greenery of Phoenix Mountain in the distance, Su Chen took a deep breath of the fresh air, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Not long after the meteor shower, the temperature on Blue Star escalated dramatically, soaring to nearly 60 degrees Celsius before finally plateauing, thus heralding the official onset of the apocalypse. Following an extended duration of this lethal heat, the glaciers at the poles began to melt, causing the sea levels to rise precipitously. This was soon accompanied by fierce storms and catastrophic floods, submerging nearly all coastal cities of the Summer Kingdom beneath the relentless waves. After the onslaught of water receded, an extreme chill ensued. The temperature on Blue Star plummeted to -40 or 50 degrees, with certain northern regions experiencing terrifying lows of -100 degrees. Humanity, having endured such extremes, faced devastating losses. Yet, the survivors hardly had a moment to catch their breath before a mysterious virus erupted. Those infected transformed into zombies, relentlessly attacking, infecting, and devouring other humans. The fortunate few who managed to survive banded together, constructing various shelters and safe havens. They struggled to fend off the apocalyptic calamities while scavenging for essential supplies. Su Chen chose this location as his initial refuge for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the geographical position of Phoenix Mountain is unique. It enjoys a temperate climate, warm in winter and cool in summer. Secondly, as it was not a holiday period, the influx of visitors to Phoenix Mountain was relatively modest. Even in the event of a zombie crisis, the danger would be comparatively less severe. Nonetheless, the thermometer in the vehicle indicated that the external temperature had already reached 40 degrees. Fortunately, with the air conditioning running, the interior remained quite comfortable. He hastily consumed some instant food and accelerated his pace, finally arriving at the Green Forest Hotel, situated halfway up the mountain, just as dusk approached. After extensive development, the tourism industry at Phoenix Mountain has flourished. Aside from the local villagers residing on the outskirts, the area is filled with various guest houses and hotels. Among them, the renowned 5-star Green Forest Hotel stands out. To accommodate the influx of tour groups, the hotel has constructed a vast underground parking facility, perfectly suited for Chen to park his Normadisen. Despite the thorough protective measures taken with the vehicle, he preferred not to expose it directly to the sun. As the Normadisen slowly rolled into the underground parking lot, onlookers, including tourists and staff, widened their eyes in astonishment. After all, it was their first encounter with such a large and luxurious RV. Upon completing the check-in process, Chen leisurely made his way to the hotel's rooftop restaurant. True to its 5-star reputation, the dishes served were exceptionally delectable. This was, without a doubt, Chen's last opportunity to indulge in fine cuisine outside. Thus, he unceremoniously devoured the exquisite delicacies with a voracity akin to a tempest. Once satiated, he gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the picturesque view of Phoenix Mountain bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, a sigh escaping his lips. Such splendid scenery would soon be a fleeting memory. At that moment, a carefree voice interrupted his reverie. "Hey, is that Normadisen in the parking lot yours?" Raising his head, Chen was greeted by a rather handsome young man who approached him with a jovial smile. The designer attire he wore suggested he was of considerable stature, yet his pallor hinted at a life of excess. "Yes," Chen replied with a slight nod. The young man's haughty demeanor shifted his expression slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, saying, "I'm Zhang Mingyuan. My father is the chairman of Mingyuan Group. Care to be friends?" Founded in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, Mingyuan Group had diversified across various industries over the years, establishing itself as a premier entity even in this economically vibrant region. Chen felt a flicker of surprise upon hearing Zhang Mingyuan's status, though it was fleeting. In his past life, he had encountered individuals of even greater renown, who, in the face of a post-apocalyptic world, were reduced to begging for sustenance. Not interested, Chen declined, rising to leave. However, his actions ignited Zhang Mingyuan's ire. "You merely financed a Normadisen. What is there to flaunt?" Zhang Mingyuan scoffed, blocking Chen's path. Furrowing his brow, Chen sensed that Zhang Mingyuan had come seeking confrontation. Mingyuan is indeed the quintessential second-generation rich kid. Chen, you're merely showing off in front of him. A familiar, sultry voice chimed in nearby. Turning his gaze, Chen saw Xiaomei, clad in a short black skirt and high heels, swaying her slender waist as she approached. Her alluring face was filled with mockery directed at him. Beside her stood his ex-girlfriend, Lu Linger, her expression a mix of emotions. Additionally, a few elegantly dressed young men and women, presumably Zhang Mingyuan's companions, were whispering and pointing at Chen. After receiving news from Chen about the trip to Phoenix Mountain, Xiaomei was elated, initially intending to conceal her plans from Lu Linger. She ultimately decided to bring her along, fearing unforeseen circumstances. In her mind, Lu Lingo lacked the prowess to overshadow her, believing that even with her presence, she would easily maintain control over Chen. Having arrived at Phoenix Mountain the previous day, Xiaomei and Lu Lingo had yet to meet Chen, but unexpectedly encountered the wealthy Zhang Mingyuan and his entourage. Zhang Mingyuan, known for his flirtatious nature, was instantly intrigued by the two young women. While Lu Lingo displayed a hint of reserve, Xiaomei wasted no time forging a connection with Zhang Mingyuan. During the conversation, Zhang Mingyuan became acquainted with matters concerning Chen. As the scion of the Mingyuan Group, he possessed considerable influence and power. With a mere phone call, he unearthed the details of Chen's circumstances. Not only did he discover that Chen had acquired a Normadisen through a loan, but he also learned that the property had been mortgaged to the bank, resulting in a substantial loan. Today, upon hearing that a Normadisen had arrived, Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomei immediately realized it was driven by Chen. Thus, they gathered together with the intent to humiliate him. Fortunately, with Mingyuan around, otherwise, Linger and I might have fallen prey to this impoverished individual, Xiaomei exclaimed, patting her ample bosom in feigned relief. Chapter 13. Such a demand I have never encountered before. Faced with Xiaomei's scornful taunts, Chen maintained a calm demeanor and replied coolly, "Step aside. What if I refuse?" Zhang Mingyuan sneered as he stepped forward, poking Chen's chest with his finger. "If you have the guts, hit me." This was indeed the first time Chen had heard such a demand. He shrugged nonchalantly, and before Zhang Mingyuan could react, he swiftly delivered a kick. Chen's physical condition was already quite commendable, and after diligent training over the past few weeks, combined with the speed of his strike, Zhang Mingyuan had no time to evade. Bang! Zhang Mingyuan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, curling up like a cooked lobster. The onlookers were dumbfounded. It was important to note that Zhang Mingyuan was the heir of the Mingyuan group. Offending him meant one could not survive in the entire Magic City. Young Master Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Mingyuan's friends rushed over in panic, helping him up. Su Chen, you bastard, how dare you hit young Master Zhang? Xiao Mei's face turned pale as she scolded Su Chen, hastily rushing to Zhang Mingyuan's side. You dog. I will kill you. Zhang Mingyuan's face turned ashen from pain, but what infuriated him more was the humiliation of losing face in front of so many people. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill him. I'll take the blame if anything happens. The group of young men exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and charged at Su Chen in unison. Unfazed, Su Chen grabbed a chair nearby and swung it at the foremost attacker. With a clang, the man fell to the ground, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Before the others could react, Su Chen struck another, sending him sprawling as well. Anyone else care to try? Su Chen's expression was icy, his tone laced with a chilling, killing intent. Zhang Mingyuan's companions were instantly subdued. Ultimately, they were merely hedonistic young masters, unaccustomed to encountering someone as ruthless as Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, 2 of their number lay defeated on the ground. The remaining few dared not approach further. Nearby, Lu Linger stared in astonishment, as if she were meeting Su Chen for the first time. She had known Su Chen for quite some time, and he had always been compliant to her wishes. This was one of the reasons she had decided to leave him, feeling he lacked the assertiveness and masculinity she desired. Yet today, Su Chen displayed such commanding authority and masculinity that it truly caught her off guard. If Su Chen were aware of Lu Linger's thoughts, he would likely have but one sentiment. How petty. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated Zhang Mingyuan and his entourage, Su Chen had little desire to engage in further conversation. He cast aside the chair and, amid their anger, shock, and fear, strode away. Had it been earlier, Su Chen's character would not have allowed him to spare Zhang Mingyuan's life. However, in the current state of society, where order had not completely collapsed, killing Zhang Mingyuan would likely bring trouble. Young Master Zhang, should we call the police? One companion ventured cautiously after Su Chen had departed. Call the police? What are you talking about? Zhang Mingyuan, with a contorted visage, cursed vehemently. If he were to report this to the authorities, the police would merely classify it as a mutual brawl, possibly detaining them for a few days. While this bore little consequence for Su Chen, it would be a significant embarrassment for him as the young heir of the Mingyuan group. He retrieved his phone and, with a somber expression, commanded, Abayo, gather a team. Arm yourselves and hasten to Phoenix Mountain. Upon hearing these words, expressions of delight appeared on several faces, including Xiao Mei's. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Linger felt a pang of anxiety. Returning to his mobile home, Su Chen securely locked the door before reclining back onto his bed. He paid little heed to the earlier altercation with Zhang Mingyuan. Alas, the final tranquility before the impending apocalypse was soon shattered. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Lu Linger. Su Chen, are you asleep? Is there something you need? Given Zhang Mingyuan's formidable family background and the substantial loss he had suffered, it was evident he would not relent easily. I just heard that he has summoned a group of thugs, and they are en route to our location. If necessary, you should leave Phoenix Mountain tonight. Surprised by the content of the message, Su Chen hadn't anticipated Lu Linger would extend such a thoughtful warning. It appeared she had not yet descended into complete moral depravity. Nonetheless, even with her concern, Su Chen had no intention of rekindling any connection with her. Understood, he replied before succumbing to sleep. In the adjacent room, upon reading Su Chen's indifferent response, Lu Linger felt a momentary wave of disappointment. Linger, what occupies your thoughts? Xiao Mei, wrapped in a towel and drying her damp hair, emerged from the bathroom. Oh, nothing, Lu Linger replied, snapping back to reality and putting away her phone. Xiao Mei, oblivious to her friend's inner turmoil, cheerfully seated herself beside her. Zhang Mingyuan is a top-tier wealthy heir. Marrying him would secure a life of luxury. Xiao Mei exclaimed. How could a flamboyant playboy like him ever entertain marrying one of us? Lu Linger shook her head, fully aware that even if Zhang Mingyuan were to agree, his parents would surely disapprove. Moreover, Zhang Mingyuan was notorious for his lecherous ways, having dabbled with countless women. That may be true, but his companions are equally affluent. Any one of them would suffice. Xiao Mei replied with a smug smile, deftly shifting the topic. I overheard that Zhang Mingyuan has recruited bodyguards from the Mingyuan group. These guards are either veterans or martial artists, each possessing remarkable skills. Many who have offended Zhang have found their limbs broken by these protectors. Hearing this, Lu Linger paled slightly, her concern for Su Chen intensifying. She fervently hoped he would heed her warning and depart from Phoenix Mountain without delay. The following morning, as Su Chen awoke, he glanced at the thermometer. Although it was still morning and located in an underground parking lot, The temperature outside had already soared to over 30 degrees. Given the current trajectory, it seemed likely that today would witness a rise beyond 50 degrees. Chen pondered to himself. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall, intending to savor his final breakfast. The path to the dining area included an outdoor corridor. As soon as Chen exited the elevator, he was hit by a wave of oppressive heat. He hastened his steps into the dining hall. What an unusual morning it was. So sweltering that it left one feeling lightheaded. Zhang Mingyuan and others were congregated in a corner of the dining hall, lamenting about the weather. Upon noticing Chen's entrance, their expressions darkened, and they instinctively fell silent. Chapter 14. The arrival of high temperatures. Chen merely cast a glance at them, uttering no further words, and proceeded to sit by the window to place his order. Fortunately, after yesterday's confrontation, Zhang Mingyuan and his companions had learned their lesson, refraining from further provocation. By the time Chen finished his breakfast, the sun was high in the sky. The thermometer in the dining area clearly indicated that the external temperature had surpassed 40 degrees, reaching a staggering 45 degrees. Despite the powerful central air conditioning blowing a refreshing breeze, Chen could still feel the searing heat outside through the window. It seemed there was no time to waste. Chen mused internally before rising and hastily exiting the dining area. Once Chen had departed, Zhang Mingyuan finally exhaled, declaring with a fierce tone, "Let him be arrogant for a while longer. When Abayo and the others arrive, you will have a reckoning." Beside him, Lu Linga felt a mix of worry and annoyance. How could this Chen be so oblivious? She had kindly warned him, yet he still refused to leave. However, before Abayo and the others could arrive, Zhang Mingyuan found it difficult to remain seated. As noon approached, the outdoor temperature was nearing 50 degrees. In such terrifying heat, no one dared to linger outside. Hastily retreating indoors to switch on the air conditioning for relief, a red high-temperature warning had been issued, predicting that the daytime temperature would exceed 50 degrees. Citizens were advised to avoid staying outdoors and to seek shelter in cool environments. The television in the dining room suddenly halted mid-broadcast. Almost simultaneously, the central air conditioning, which had been blowing cold air, ceased functioning. Within moments, the once cool dining area began to grow increasingly stifling. What on earth is happening? Zhang Mingyuan could not help but exclaim, slamming his hand down in frustration. "My apologies, young Master Zhang." The hotel manager rushed over, wiping the sweat from his brow, and explained, "The power distribution room has just exploded and caught fire. We have only just extinguished it." "What? Such a thing can happen?" Zhang Mingyuan and his companions were taken aback. During the summer peak electricity usage, transformers in residential areas often explode due to overload, leading to power outages. This was, unfortunately, quite common. However, for a large establishment like the Green Forest Hotel, such incidents in the power distribution room were rare. Yet today, the extreme temperatures coupled with the hotel's air conditioning running at full capacity had caused the power distribution room to ignite. "How long will it take to fix?" Zhang Mingyuan asked impatiently. "Well, at least until the evening," the manager stammered. Although the hotel had dedicated electricians, repairing the power distribution room would require transporting equipment from the base of the mountain. Given the scorching heat outside, no one would be willing to undertake such a task unless they wished to endanger their lives. "If it takes until evening, won't we be cooked alive?" Zhang Mingyuan erupted in anger. What kind of five-star hotel is this, that it falters at the slightest rise in temperature? "Indeed, Zhang Xiao. Let us depart and seek another hotel." The others chimed in eagerly. Zhang Mingyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, preparing to lead his group of companions away. When the restaurant doors swung wide open, and a throng of individuals surged inside, each of them brandished a sunshade, wrapped up snugly against the heat. It was only upon entering the restaurant that they shed their outer garments, revealing themselves to be drenched in perspiration. The manager was momentarily taken aback, hastening to greet them. "Greetings. What brings you here?" "Manager, with such sweltering weather, we thought to cool off here." Their demeanor towards the manager made it evident that they were residents of the local Phoenix Mountain area. "This simply won't do. We need to conduct business," the manager replied, shaking his head in refusal. "Do you not have air conditioning at home?" "Don't mention it. The transformer is broken, and when we called the power company, they said it couldn't be repaired today." Indeed, several other hotels are experiencing power outages as well. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned grim. In such oppressive heat, lacking air conditioning could spell disaster. "How about we all return to our rooms and soak in the bathtubs?" proposed Lu Linger. The already high temperature had escalated further with the gathering of so many people. Zhang Mingyuan and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they ascended the stairs to their respective rooms. Upon checking into the hotel, Lu Linger and Xiao Mei had chosen a scenic room with vast floor-to-ceiling windows, eager to admire the views of Phoenix Mountain. However, at that moment, they were met with an unbearable heat as the sunlight poured mercilessly into the room, rendering it akin to an oven. As soon as they entered, an oppressive wave of heat enveloped them. They hastily drew the curtains and rushed into the bathroom, turning on the tap while stripping off their clothing. Once the bathtub was filled, they eagerly settled into the water. Although the temperature was not particularly low, it provided them with a rare sensation of coolness. Regrettably, it was not long before, due to the high ambient temperature, the water in the bathtub evaporated significantly, raising the temperature considerably. Lu Linger intended to add more water, but no matter how she twisted the faucet, not a drop flowed. What on earth is happening? She wondered aloud. It must be the power outage, Xiaomei replied, somewhat irked. The Green Forest Hotel was situated on a mountainside, with water drawn from below. Thus, once the power was cut, it was impossible to access any water. What shall we do? In a mere moment, Lu Lingo's fair visage was adorned with beads of sweat. Despite having closed the curtains, the room felt no different than a steam room. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Zhang Mingyuan's voice. Linger Xiaomei? The two hurriedly wrapped themselves in towels and opened the door. Observing the enchanting Lu Linger, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, alongside the alluring Xiaomei, Zhang Mingyuan's face flushed with heat, his eyes gleaming with avarice. I have just heard that several individuals in the hotel have succumbed to heatstroke and fainted. Thus I came to check on you both. Thank you for your concern, young Master Zhang. We are quite well. However, given the oppressive heat, it would be unwise to remain here much longer, Xiaomei replied in a delicate tone. The underground parking lot of the hotel is refreshingly cool. The manager is already organizing people to relocate there. Shall we join them? Zhang Mingyuan suggested. Certainly, please hold on a moment, young Master Zhang. A spark of excitement illuminated Xiaomei and Lu Linger's faces as they closed the door and began to change, although they were merely changing clothes. To combat the sweltering heat, they opted for alluring camisoles and sizzling hot shorts, a far more provocative choice than bath towels. Even for Zhang Mingyuan, a man well-versed in the art of seduction, the sight of the two women clad in such enticing attire nearly left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 15. Automobile air conditioning. Fortunately, the weather was sweltering at present. Although Zhang Mingyuan had the intention to provide comfort, the circumstances were not conducive. He escorted Lu Linger and Xiaomei down the secure staircase to the underground parking lot. This subterranean refuge was typically warm in winter and cool in summer. Although it was still quite warm compared to usual, the temperature noticeably dropped a few degrees upon their arrival, providing immediate relief to Lu Linger and Xiaomei. Currently, Phoenix Mountain was not in the peak tourist season. Nonetheless, there were still numerous individuals present, including staff and nearby villagers. The spacious underground parking lot had gathered a crowd of approximately 100 to 200 people. The hotel manager was diligently organizing personnel to maintain order. Upon noticing Zhang Mingyuan's arrival, the manager hurried over, bowing and smiling. Young Master Zhang, we have prepared a spot for you. In an effort to curry favor with Zhang Mingyuan, the manager had reserved a well-ventilated area for him and his companions, even laying down several cool mats on the ground. You've worked hard. Once the weather returns to normal, I shall not neglect you. Zhang Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. You are too kind, young master. The manager's face lit up with joy at the compliment. Indeed, young Master Zhang is quite capable. Xiaomei quickly chimed in with flattery. That is only natural. Zhang Mingyuan feigned modesty, secretly thinking, once I get you two into bed, you will truly understand my capabilities. He joined Xiaomei, Lu Linger, and his companions, settling onto the cool mats and relishing the gentle breeze, allowing them to temporarily exhale in relief. However, as time passed, new dilemmas arose. Despite the underground parking lot being cooler than outside, the temperature began to rise with so many people crammed together. Before long, everyone's faces turned crimson, and beads of sweat cascaded down like rain. Regardless of age or gender, individuals did their utmost to shed layers of clothing. Amidst this, there were instances of indiscretions. Yet at this juncture, everyone was too dazed by the heat to pay any mind. How can the weather be this hot? One exclaimed. Yes, it's past noon. Why is it still so sweltering? Zhang Mingyuan's friends murmured amongst themselves. Surely it cannot remain this hot indefinitely. Zhang Mingyuan turned over, his voice weary. Just then, Xiaomei's eyes brightened as she pointed into the distance. Look over there. Following her gesture, the group turned to see Su Chen's Normadisen parked at the entrance of the parking lot. What is the matter? Zhang Mingyuan furrowed his brow impatiently. Listen, that RV has been running. It must be blasting the air conditioning. We can enjoy some air conditioning too. Xiaomei's words sparked realization among Zhang Mingyuan and the others. Indeed, although the power was out outside, the air conditioning inside the vehicle was powered by gasoline. Zhang Mingyuan and his companions had all driven to Phoenix Mountain for a self-guided tour. Realizing this, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards his vehicle. Upon starting his Porsche and activating the air conditioning, He was enveloped by a refreshing breeze, nearly moved to tears by the relief. As Zhang Mingyuan and his group revved their engines, others present also understood the urgency of the situation. Those who had arrived by car hastily retreated into their vehicles, turning on the air conditioning without delay. Meanwhile, those without cars could only gaze enviously at them. The parking lot was soon filled with the low hum of car engines. Enjoying the cool air, Zhang Mingyuan took a sip of water from a bottle inside the car, feeling utterly content. Zhang Xiao, could we possibly join you to enjoy the breeze as well? Xiaomei gently tapped on the window, feigning vulnerability. Of course, I'm not a stingy person. Zhang Mingyuan chuckled heartily, opening the door to let Xiaomei and Lu Lingo slip inside. Zhang Xiao is so kind. Once the temperature normalizes, I shall treat you to a meal. Xiaomei chimed sweetly. There is no need for a meal, Zhang Mingyuan replied, though internally he added, perhaps another time. Those with vehicles reveled in the comfort of air conditioning, while those without remained outside, enduring the sweltering heat. Yet, they all believed that this unbearable heat would soon pass. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Normadisen hotel, Su Chen lounged in a comfortable executive chair, observing the scene in the parking lot with a cold smile. Utilizing air conditioning to combat the heat was indeed a clever strategy. However, little did Zhang Mingyuan and his friends know that such oppressive heat would persist for a fortnight. How long could their limited fuel last? Moreover, the simultaneous activation of so many engines would only exacerbate the temperature within the parking lot. But what concern was it of his? As anticipated, it wasn't long before the temperature in the parking lot escalated significantly. Those without cars found the heat unbearable, prompting them to approach the vehicles, tapping on windows in hopes of being permitted inside for some respite. Yet, most tourists were families crammed into compact cars, accommodating only one or two additional passengers. Dozens were left to suffer in the heat, and it was long before a few individuals, particularly the frail, succumbed to heat exhaustion and fainted. Witnessing this, the hotel manager inside the car became alarmed. He was unaware that an apocalyptic scenario had begun, in his view. Normal weather would soon resume. However, if a guest were to perish at the Green Forest Hotel, it would severely tarnish the hotel's reputation, and he might even be dismissed. Yet, no matter how anxious he felt, it was futile. His vehicle already housed 6 people, leaving no room for more. Just as the manager was at a loss, Zhang Mingyuan drove his Porsche alongside his car. Manager, I have a solution that could assist these individuals. Zhang Mingyuan rolled down the car window, a smile gracing his face. Do you have any good ideas, young Master Zhang? The manager's eyes brightened with curiosity. Isn't there a Normadisen over there? Zhang Mingyuan pointed towards Su Chen's RV, feigning goodwill as he remarked, that RV is so spacious. If we squeeze a bit, accommodating 30 to 50 people should be quite feasible. Indeed. How did I not think of that? The manager exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, beckoning the individuals outside to follow his vehicle as they made their way toward the Normadisen. Observing the departing figures of the manager and his entourage, a sly grin crept across Zhang Mingyuan's face. His suggestion was not born of altruism. Rather, he envisioned the luxurious comfort of the renowned Normadisen RV. Much more pleasant than the current situation, he mused. Zhang Mingyuan exchanged glances with his companions, who also started their cars, trailing behind the manager's group. Chapter 16. Without morality, one will not be kidnapped within the confines of the RV. Su Chen lay languidly upon the plush mattress, leisurely scrolling through a certain video platform. It was merely the second day since the onset of the apocalypse, and societal order had yet to unravel entirely. The platform still featured numerous alluring young women, diligently showcasing their charms within the comfort of air-conditioned rooms. Su Chen, captivated by the spectacle, generously sent a few grand rockets, prompting the female streamer to express her delight with exuberant exclamations. Thank you, dear brother, for the rockets. Love you, she chirped, sending hearts his way while requesting to add him as a friend. Su Chen merely chuckled and brushed it off. Had it been in the past, he might have entertained the idea of inviting her for a spontaneous visit through their friendship, but given the current circumstances, he felt no inclination whatsoever. As mealtime approached, Su Chen pondered briefly before whimsically selecting a video from a culinary blogger, intending to decide on his dinner through this medium. Soul of the child, pour it on. The devilish whispers emanating from the platform invigorated him. He opened his storage space, rummaging through until he finally unearthed several frozen lamb heads. After placing them in the microwave for a brief heating, he prepared a pot of hot rapeseed oil. Just as he was about to commence the pouring, a sudden, insistent knocking echoed at the door. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen set down the rapeseed oil and approached the entrance. Through the vehicle's camera, he could discern a gathering of dozens outside, with the hotel manager leading the assembly. What is it? Su Chen pressed a button, maintaining a semblance of politeness. In addition to the camera, he had also equipped the RV with a microphone, allowing for communication without stepping outside. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, the manager hesitated momentarily before breaking into a smile. Mr. Su, I have a matter to discuss. Would it be convenient for me to enter and speak with you? Not convenient, Su Chen replied bluntly. Having experienced the collapse of civilization, he was acutely aware of the perils of allowing others to encroach upon his sanctuary. He would not entertain such an idea. The smile on the manager's face faltered, replaced by an awkward tension. You see, Mr. Su, given the sweltering heat today, our hotel's power distribution room has encountered issues, resulting in a complete shutdown of the air conditioning. Several elderly individuals and children have already shown signs of heat stroke. Your RV offers ample space. Would you consider doing a good deed and allowing them to take refuge inside? Do a good deed? I fear I might invite a wolf into the fold. A sardonic smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous well-meaning individuals who, in their attempts to assist others, ended up jeopardizing their own safety. Apologies, but I am not interested. Once again, Su Chen's refusal left the manager visibly flustered. Sir, you are in our hotel's underground parking garage. If you wish to remain here, it would be prudent to cooperate. And if I choose not to cooperate? Are you capable of expelling me? Su Chen's tone dripped with mockery. The manager faltered, momentarily at a loss. Should Su Chen decide against compliance? He truly did not know what course of action to take. Sir, please show a bit of compassion. Indeed, my elderly mother is over 70 and has fallen into a coma. Seeing that speaking to the manager was futile, other passengers gathered around, voicing their concerns in a flurry. Su Chen, weary of their incessant chatter, returned to his seat to savor his lamb head. Outside, the crowd, noticing Su Chen's silence, grew increasingly irate. You truly lack conscience. Just look at the suffering of the elderly and children. Can't you muster a shred of kindness? Once this is over, we will surely expose him. Hearing their accusations, Su Chen merely smiled. Without morals, one cannot be held hostage. It was fortunate he had refrained from letting them in. Otherwise, given their character, they might have escalated the situation further. The group of travelers complained for quite some time, yet the vehicle remained unresponsive. They could only lick their parched lips and return to rest obediently. The manager, driving alongside, shook his head at Zhang Mingyuan, expressing his irritation. Young Master Zhang. This fellow named Su Chen is truly despicable. Zhang Mingyuan was somewhat taken aback. Even he, faced with such a multitude pleading for his help, could not remain indifferent. However, he seized the opportunity to feign indignation. How can this person be so devoid of empathy? Oh, my apologies. Linger, I should not speak of him so harshly. It's quite all right, young Master Zhang, that Su Chen is merely Linga's ex-boyfriend, Xiaomei replied, her beautiful face reflecting disdain. I never imagined he would be such a heartless individual. Thankfully, Linger, you broke up with him early. Beside them, Lu Linger furrowed her brows, filled with confusion. Having known Su Chen for so long, she was certain he possessed a kind heart. Yet, what had transpired to render him so cold and unfeeling? Although they failed to force open the car door and enjoy the comforts inside the Normadisen, they had at least tarnished Su Chen's reputation. Zhang Mingyuan had laid the groundwork for his next move against Lu Linger. As for Xiaomei, he considered her already within his grasp. As time passed gradually, the sun dipped lower, and the once searing heat began to wane slightly. Though still quite warm, it was more bearable than during the midday swelter. However, a new issue arose, a shortage of food. As a five-star hotel, Lush Forest sourced its ingredients from the mountains every early morning. The hotel intended to provide guests with the freshest produce possible. Yet today, the unexpected high temperatures, coupled with a power outage that rendered the refrigerators inoperative, resulted in a significant amount of food spoiling. The manager returned to the hotel, scouring the premises inside and out, and managed to procure a meager supply of instant noodles and compressed biscuits, non-perishable items that could withstand storage. However, these provisions were limited. After distributing them among 100 or 200 guests, little remained. Young Master Zhang, this is what I specifically reserved for you. The manager held a cardboard box, wearing an expression of eager servility. In an effort to conserve fuel, most individuals opted to vacate their vehicles once the temperature reached a bearable level. Zhang Mingyuan was no exception. He accepted the box from the manager's hands, and upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find a collection of canned goods inside. Manager Dang, this is quite generous, Zhang Mingyuan exclaimed, unable to suppress his praise for the manager. One must never neglect young Master Zhang, wouldn't you agree? Manager Dang replied with a beaming smile. The Mingyuan Group was indeed a colossal enterprise, possessing shares in the Green Forest Hotel, which explained the manager's eagerness to please Zhang Mingyuan. Xiaomei, Linger, come, let us enjoy this together, Zhang Mingyuan called out, feigning magnanimity towards Xiaomei and Lu Linger. Thank you, young Master Zhang. You truly possess great strength. The two young women, feeling rather hungry, did not hesitate to accept the canned goods and began to indulge. For affluent young masters like Zhang Mingyuan, their usual meals consisted of exquisite delicacies. Yet, under the current circumstances, even the humble cans appeared exceptionally delectable. Once everyone was satiated, they reclined to rest. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the underground parking lot. Chapter 17. Is he not your loyal follower? Could it be that the rescue team has arrived? Manager Dang instinctively rose to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Earlier, during the power outage at noon, he had reached out to Yao Yao Ling and Yao Yao Jiu for assistance. Although they had acknowledged his plea and assured him that help was on the way, there had been no further developments. Upon hearing Manager Dang's words, the others present also displayed expressions of hope for salvation. However, contrary to their expectations, what appeared before them was not the so-called rescue team, but rather 7 or 8 robust men, illuminated by the emergency escape lights. Zhang Mingyuan quickly recognized that the newcomers were none other than Abayo and his security team from Mingyuan Group. Yet, Abayo's current state was indeed quite pitiful. He and his subordinates were clad in nothing but their shorts, their skin sunburned and peeling from the relentless heat. Abayo, what has happened to you? Zhang Mingyuan approached, feeling somewhat at a loss. Young master, I finally found you. Abayo gasped for breath. Spotting the bottle of mineral water in Zhang Mingyuan's hand, he hastily took it, gulping it down greedily. The other security personnel followed suit, snatching a few bottles to quench their thirst. Once they had calmed down slightly, Abayo recounted the harrowing tale. According to Zhang Mingyuan's instructions, he had set out from Modu with his team, aiming to reach Fenghuang Mountain by this afternoon. However, they had not anticipated the onset of such terrifying heat. When their vehicle was still 4 or 5 kilometers from Ulsing Hotel, the engine overheated and broke down. It was a sweltering 50 degrees outside. With the engine failing, the air conditioning ceased to function, plunging them into a suffocating atmosphere. Fortunately, Abayo reacted swiftly, leading his team to abandon the vehicle and take refuge in the nearby forest. The lush vegetation of Fenghuang Mountain provided some relief, with streams running through the underbrush. This fortunate decision spared them from being roasted alive, allowing them to escape with their lives, albeit in a wretched state. Tragically, one member of their party had succumbed to the ordeal. As night descended, Abayo and 5 or 6 of his men finally reached Ulsing Hotel. Their disheveled appearance caused the onlookers to gasp in disbelief. Goodness, it's that dreadful outside. By the way, what is the situation out there? Has any rescue team arrived? Xiaomei suddenly recalled and hurriedly inquired. Abayo, still panting, shook his head with a wry smile. A rescue team? I'm afraid the authorities are too overwhelmed to assist at this moment. He proceeded to explain the dire circumstances outside. Due to the absurdly high temperatures today, many opted to turn on their air conditioning, resulting in a strain on the power supply and causing the circuits to overload. Almost every city's electrical system experienced varying degrees of failure. No maintenance workers were willing to risk venturing out in such heat, unless they were prepared to gamble with their lives. Without air conditioning to alleviate the sweltering heat, a significant number of citizens have succumbed to heat stroke and heat exhaustion, resulting in an overwhelmed healthcare system. Although the authorities have expressed a desire to provide assistance and maintain order, they are rendered powerless in the face of such extreme weather. The current state of societal order teeters precariously on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this news, the assembly of individuals was visibly struck with astonishment. They had presumed that such terrifying temperatures would only plague the metropolis, yet they were taken aback to discover similar conditions across the nation. Even more shocking was the revelation that the authorities were at a loss for solutions. Has the government indicated when this heatwave will come to an end? Lu Lingo could not contain her curiosity. Biao cast a glance at her and replied coldly, according to the meteorological agency, it is expected to persist for at least a week. Despair etched itself across every face at this revelation. Just one day of torment had left them feeling utterly miserable. If this were to continue for a week, it seemed unlikely that anyone present would survive. No, I must leave this place at once. Biao, you must think of a solution. Zhang Mingyuan, accustomed to a life of luxury, suddenly found himself in a state of panic, shouting at Biao. As the head of security for the Mingyuan Group, Biao's primary role was to act as Zhang Mingyuan's protector and enforcer. Yet, given the current circumstances, even he, a formidable former Special Forces soldier, felt a sense of dread. Despite the nightfall bringing a slight drop in temperature, venturing outside posed the danger of being stranded if their vehicle broke down. If we are to leave, it would be best to secure a tour bus to transport everyone under the cover of darkness, Biao suggested. However, at this critical juncture, where could they possibly find a tour bus? Manager Dang expressed his concerns. It was not the peak tourist season, and most visitors to Phoenix Mountain were either driving themselves or taking shuttle buses. The expansive parking lot boasted not a single tour bus. Isn't there a large RV over by the entrance? Biao suddenly recalled, his voice laced with uncertainty. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Zhang Mingyuan cleared his throat and explained Su Chen's situation to Biao. Biao was well aware of his young master's temperament and was not particularly surprised. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, if we cannot procure that RV, we may find ourselves unable to leave safely. The group was momentarily caught in a dilemma. Just then, Zhang Mingyuan had a sudden realization and turned to Lu Linger. Linger, did you not mention that Su Chen is infatuated with you? Yes. Perhaps you could speak with him and ask to borrow the vehicle, he suggested. If that fails, we could always offer to purchase his RV. Although Zhang Mingyuan's friends were not as affluent as he, they were still well-to-do. Lu Linger, however, appeared conflicted. It was not that she was unwilling, rather. Su Chen's previous demeanor had been far too indifferent. Even if she were to seek out Su Chen, there was no guarantee he would acquiesce. Linger, regardless of the circumstances. We must make an attempt, Xiao Mei urged softly beside her. We cannot simply await our demise here, can we? Very well, I shall give it a try. Lu Linger replied, biting her crimson lip, ultimately conceding. Above all, surviving and departing from this place was of paramount importance. Under the hopeful gazes of those around her, Lu Ling arose and made her way toward Normadisen. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen, having indulged in a hearty meal, switched on his PS5, preparing to immerse himself in a game. Sekiro? No, that's far too challenging for someone of my skill, he mused. Red Dead Redemption 2? Now that's more suitable. I can relish the vistas of the Wild West. As he initiated the game, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, lamenting that the apocalypse had arrived too soon, preventing him from experiencing the release of Black Myth. However, before he could fully engage in the game, a knock echoed on the car door. Chapter 18. The assault on Normadisen. As Su Chen glanced at the surveillance monitor and noticed Lu Lingo standing outside the vehicle, he felt a twinge of surprise. After contemplating for a moment, he pressed a button on the control panel. Accompanied by a low hum, a steel plate on the side of the vehicle slowly descended, revealing a thick pane of glass. Is there something you need? Su Chen inquired calmly, regarding Lu Linger. The sight of Su Chen comfortably seated within the brightly lit vehicle left Lu Linger and the others momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, those in the parking lot were drenched in sweat, yearning to shed their clothes, subsisting on canned goods and instant noodles. In stark contrast, Su Chen inside the RV enjoyed a temperate atmosphere, sipping on chilled beverages while indulging in a game on his PS5. How utterly luxurious! After a prolonged pause, Lu Lingo snapped back to reality, licking her parched lips as she struggled to suppress the urge for a taste of the ice-cold soda. Su Chen, the situation is truly dire. If we remain here, I fear for our lives. It would be prudent to leave Phoenix Mountain while the temperature is still bearable. What do you think? Upon hearing Lu Linger's plea, Su Chen cast a glance toward Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei nearby, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood their intention to persuade him through Lu Linger. However, having endured the apocalypse, Su Chen was not easily swayed. To speak frankly, the apocalypse has indeed arrived. Even if we were to leave this place, it would merely lead to our demise. Su Chen shrugged, his tone indifferent. Moreover, why should I be the one to take you away? Disbelief filled Lu Linger's beautiful eyes. Was this truly the kind-hearted Su Chen she once knew? How had he become so unrecognizable? If there is nothing else, I shall return to my game, Su Chen declared without hesitation, pressing the button to raise the steel plate once more. He had adopted a philosophy of casting aside personal integrity to revel in a life devoid of moral constraints. Lu Lingo stood there for a while before dejectedly returning to Zhang Mingyuan and the others. After overhearing the exchange, Xiao Mei's eyes widened in shock. This Su Chen is of questionable character. It's fortunate that you broke up with him early on, Linger. Lu Linger remained silent, her expression dim. Xiao Mei's assertion rang true. Linger, do not take it to heart. Such a person is unworthy of your kindness. Zhang Mingyuan seized the opportunity to console her. What do you think Su Chen meant by the apocalypse? At that moment, Manager Dang suddenly spoke up, his tone grave. The group paused, recalling Su Chen's ominous proclamation about the end of the world. What nonsense about the apocalypse? He is merely spouting absurdities, Zhang Mingyuan scoffed. You are correct, Zhang. We cannot heed such drivel. Did the Meteorological Bureau not assure us that this too shall pass? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, dismissing Su Chen's words without a second thought. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Linga felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. Although Su Chen now appeared as a transformed individual, her familiarity with him assured her that he was not one to indulge in fanciful tales. Moreover, the presence of various supplies within his RV indicated his considerable preparations for the impending apocalypse. Zhang Xiao, what shall we do now? Biao inquired, casting a glance towards Zhang Mingyuan for guidance. The absence of a tour bus and their failure to deceive Chen into relinquishing his RV rendered their escape nearly impossible. Since a peaceful resolution was unattainable, they would have to resort to coercive measures. A glint of menace flickered in Zhang Mingyuan's eyes as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Manager Dang. Are there any suitable tools available in the hotel? Indeed. There's a fire axe in the stairwell and a hammer and wrenches in the storage room. Allow me to lead you there, Manager Dang promptly responded, rising to guide Biao and his entourage away from the underground parking area. In a short while, they returned, drenched in sweat, brandishing an assortment of tools. Listen up, you lot. Aim to shatter only a single pane of the driver's side glass, Biao instructed his subordinates. You. Keep watch at the car door and see if it can be pried open. And you three, climb atop the vehicle and check for any gaps in the roof. As Biao and his crew prepared to act, Lu Linger bit her crimson lip and interjected, Zhang Xiao, once we enter the vehicle, could we refrain from making things difficult for Chen? After all that Chen has done for you, you still wish to speak on his behalf? Xiaomei furrowed her brows. Voicing her discontent, Zhang Mingyuan pondered for a moment, a sly smile creeping across his face. Fear not. Since Linger has spoken, I must show some consideration. Biao, do not trouble that young man. Understood, Zhang Xiao. Biao nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiao is truly a kind-hearted individual, far superior to that Chen. Xiaomei chimed sweetly. Zhang Mingyuan feigned modesty, a smile dancing on his lips as he contemplated the prospect of commandeering the RV, allowing Biao and his men to occupy the front. Meanwhile, he could comfortably reside in the rear with Xiao Mei and Lu Linger, luxuriating on the spacious bed. Biao and his men stealthily approached the RV, unaware that after Lu Linger's departure, Chen had activated the RV's sentinel mode. This feature, akin to that of a Tesla, engaged the surrounding cameras, which would trigger an alarm upon detecting any intruders. Just as Chen was engrossed in playing Big Cousin 2 and admiring the western scenery, the alarm suddenly blared. He set down the controller and glanced at the surveillance feed. Upon spotting Biao and his crew, tools in hand, furtively advancing towards the RV, a cold smile crept across Chen's face. Just as he had suspected, he knew that individuals like Zhang Mingyuan would never easily let him off the hook. Fortunately, he had previously modified the RV, ensuring that he had no reason to worry about Biao and his gang gaining entry. Nonetheless, to remain vigilant, Chen contemplated for a moment before rising and proceeding to the control panel. He opened the storage compartment and retrieved the firearm that Gao Qiqiang had procured for him, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Outside the vehicle, Biao and his companions remained blissfully unaware that they had already been detected. After confirming that there was no movement within the car, Biao signaled to his subordinates with a glance. Two agile individuals swiftly climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, while the other two meticulously inspected the doors. After a brief moment, they dejectedly shook their heads at Biao. Brother Biao, it's no use. There are no gaps on the roof. It's difficult to act. Biao furrowed his brow and approached, running his hand along the body of the Normadisen. His heart suddenly filled with astonishment. With his extensive experience, he immediately recognized that the car was constructed with top-tier bulletproof steel. Not even a hammer or a fire axe, let alone an RPG missile, would be capable of breaching it. It seemed the only option was to target the glass at the front of the vehicle. Biao nodded to his subordinates, gripping the heavy fire axe as he made his way to the front of the car. Chapter 19. Equality before the shooter. With the assistance of his subordinates, Biao climbed onto the engine hood of the vehicle. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the heavy, sharp fire axe in his hand and brought it crashing down upon the passenger side window. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding noise. Biao felt a jolt that sent pain radiating through his palm, causing even the sturdy body of the Normadisen to tremble slightly. However, before he could assess the situation, the lights in the cockpit suddenly illuminated. The door connecting the cockpit to the living area swung open, and Chen leisurely strolled in, plopping himself down onto the comfortable seat, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded Biao. Biao showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he sneered, "Kid, you best open the car door yourself and let us in. Otherwise, once we break the window, you won't enjoy the consequences." In the face of Bio's threat, Chen exhibited no fear. Rather, he chuckled and nodded. "Sure, I'd love to see you try to break that bulletproof glass. Show me how it's done." Upon hearing this, Biao was taken aback and hastily looked down. To his astonishment, he found the car window to be completely intact, not even a single mark. Having gained experience as a close bodyguard for the elite, he instantly realized that the glass on this Normadisen was crafted from the finest bulletproof material in the world. This glass was not only resistant to shattering but could also withstand bullets. Even the powerful AK-47 rounds could not obliterate it. At most, they would create spiderweb-like cracks. The presidential vehicles of the beautiful nation employed similar bulletproof glass. Abayo couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Is this some kind of madness? Bulletproof steel for the body. Bulletproof glass for the windows. Are you preparing for a terrorist attack? Observing Abayo's stunned expression, Chen burst into an exceptionally radiant smile. Why aren't you smashing it anymore? Come on, Brother Biao, why waste time talking? Keep smashing. The nearby underlings were immediately incensed. They rushed forward, brandishing their tools, and frantically began to pound on the glass. Yet, reality proved to be merciless. No matter how hard they tried, the glass remained unscathed, while they grew increasingly fatigued. Bang! Just as Abayo and his men were tiring, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Experienced, Abayo was the first to react, quickly leaping off the hood of the car. The others followed suit, seeking cover. Ah, Brother Biao, I've been shot. One of the subordinates fell beside the hood, moaning in agony. Chen closed the reserve shooting hole, blowing away the smoke from the shotgun, and coldly stated, "Go back and tell Zhang Mingyuan that if he dares to bother me again, he won't like the consequences." His expression was devoid of warmth, and his gaze was piercing. Even Abayo, who had blood on his hands, felt a chill run down his spine. This kid appeared to be barely in his 20s. Yet the aura of death surrounding him was palpable. What was most alarming was where he had acquired a firearm. Biao dared no longer to dally with Chen and beckoned to a few others to carry the injured comrade back. Zhang Mingyuan and the others presumed that with Biao leading the charge, it would not be long before they could secure Normadisen. However, after a brief wait, a cacophony of sounds erupted from that direction, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot, instilling both surprise and fear in them. It was only when Biao returned that they comprehended the events that had transpired. What? He actually has a gun? Zhang Mingyuan was taken aback. It is well known that such items are heavily regulated in Huaxia. Indeed, it was not an automatic rifle, but rather a homemade shotgun, Biao clarified. Beside him, Lu Linger and Xiao Mei were increasingly astonished. How far has this Chen escalated the situation? Now he even possesses a firearm? Biao, what shall we do now? Zhang Mingyuan looked to Biao for guidance. Biao too felt a headache coming on. When he received Zhang Mingyuan's call, he assumed someone had offended Zhang Mingyuan and that he would merely teach them a light lesson. Never did he anticipate that the adversary would be armed with a shotgun. In the face of such a weapon, all men are equal. Even though Biao was a top-tier special forces soldier, it would be of little consequence. Moreover, Chen was ensconced within a vehicle fortified with bulletproof glass and steel. Even if Biao were armed, he could do little against his opponent. Zhang Xiao. Concerning the vehicle, I suggest we refrain from engaging, Biao advised, shaking his head. Without heavy cutting tools or explosives, breaching Normadisen would be nearly impossible. Then what do you propose we do now? Zhang Mingyuan inquired, visibly frustrated. The immediate course of action is to wait and see if the authorities will send assistance. Apart from this course, Biao could conjure no other alternatives. The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to heed his advice and disperse to rest. Meanwhile, Biao instructed Manager Dang to procure a medical kit to tend to the wounds of their injured comrade. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a robust man stepped forward from the crowd. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke fervently, "If we remain here, none of us will survive. I have a business car. Those who wish to leave can join me. I'll go with you. So will I." The robust man's words quickly garnered a favorable response from several individuals. Just as Zhang Mingyuan prepared to rise, he was firmly restrained by Biao. He wished to protest, but Biao subtly shook his head. "Zhang Xiao, the situation outside is far more dire than you can imagine. Rather than leaving with them, it would be wiser to stay here and await rescue. If they manage to leave safely, surely the outside world will be alerted to our predicament and send help. But if they encounter danger..." Biao left the thought unfinished, yet Zhang Mingyuan grasped his meaning and ceased to insist. Before long, a group of 7 or 8 individuals, led by the robust man, climbed into his business vehicle. After exchanging a glance, the burly man and his companions departed the underground parking lot, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Watching the vehicle disappear, Chen felt no surprise. In moments of life and death, some choose to resign themselves to fate, while others opt to fight valiantly. Both responses are entirely natural. Yet, they remain oblivious to the grim reality that, regardless of whether they stay or leave, the hope for survival is exceedingly slim. Following the departure of the burly group, the underground parking facility fell silent once more. Apart from the faint green glow of the safety indicator lights, there was no other illumination. Those who remained endured the oppressive heat, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Mingyuan, Biao, Lu Linger, and Xiao Mei consumed a modest meal of canned goods. As they contemplated their plans for the day, a bodyguard from Mingyuan group rushed over in a state of panic. "Brother Biao, it's terrible. One of our comrades has fallen into a coma." Chapter 20. The Jester Invited by the Monkey. What? A wave of unease washed over Abayo as he quickly rose to his feet and strode towards the scene. The security guard injured by Su Chen's makeshift firearm was named Zhang Hang. He lay on the ground, eyes closed, his complexion ashen. As Abayo lifted the bandages from Zhang Hang's wounds, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Although Su Chen had resorted to extreme measures to survive in the aftermath of the apocalypse, it did not imply that he was a cold-blooded killer. When he fired the weapon, he deliberately aimed away from Zhang Hang's vital areas, choosing instead to target his legs. Additionally, the homemade firearm was not particularly powerful, utilizing only iron shot. Thus, after a rudimentary bandaging, Zhang Hang was not in immediate mortal peril. However, the sweltering heat posed a significant problem. The iron shot had inflicted numerous wounds, large and small. Despite Abayo and his companions diligently disinfecting Zhang Hang's injuries, infection was unfortunately inevitable. At that moment, Zhang Hang's wounds had begun to fester, his forehead burning with fever, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Abayo, we must come up with a solution quickly, or he may not survive, one of his subordinates said nervously. Abayo understood the gravity of the situation and promptly returned to the group, inquiring, "Is there a doctor here?" After asking 3 times, a bespectacled middle-aged man timidly raised his hand. I am a doctor." Without hesitation, Abayo brought him before Zhang Hang. Upon examination, the doctor, named Wang Yi, shook his head and stated, "He is suffering from severe infection and has developed complications. Immediate fluid replacement, antibiotic treatment, and wound debridement are essential. Otherwise, he will not survive the day." Abayo and the others exchanged glances, realizing the dire predicament. The hotel's first aid kit contained only basic supplies such as alcohol, bandages, and cold medicine. Where could they procure fluids and antibiotics for Zhang Hang? "I do have those supplies at my clinic, but it is too far from the hotel." Wang Yu expressed his dilemma. His clinic was located at the entrance of the resort area, and even by car, it would take nearly 10 minutes to reach. Given the oppressive heat, by the time they arrived, it was likely that neither Zhang Hang nor they would survive the ordeal. "Even if it is far, we must find a way to try," Abayo declared resolutely. Considering Zhang Hang's condition, even with treatment, his survival is uncertain. "Perhaps we should abandon hope," Zhang Mingyuan interjected dismissively. "Silence. He is my brother. I must save him." Abayo shot Zhang Mingyuan a fierce glare, his voice commanding. The security personnel of Mingyuan Group were primarily Abayo's comrades. Bound by deep loyalty, abandoning Zhang Hang's life was simply not an option for him. Startled, Zhang Mingyuan realized that the situation had undergone a profound transformation. In the past, Abayo had followed his lead solely because of the influence of Mingyuan Group. But now, in the face of disaster, they were trapped here. And the power Zhang Mingyuan had relied upon was rendered utterly futile. As long as Abayo is willing, he could eliminate Zhang Mingyuan at any moment. A shiver ran down Zhang Mingyuan's spine, leaving him too fearful to utter another word. He could not help but scoff internally, daring Abayo to step outside and rescue him if he possessed the courage. It seemed Abayo heard the unspoken thoughts of Zhang Mingyuan. He gritted his teeth and addressed several subordinates. "I intend to visit the clinic. Who will accompany me?" "I will go. Take me along." Abayo commanded respect among his men. And with that call to action, 6 subordinates nodded in agreement. Leaving 2 to care for Zhang Hang, Abayo inquired about the address of Dr. Wang's clinic, then led his group towards the exit. However, before they could step out of the underground parking lot, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them. The air felt as if flames were igniting, and a single breath made their lungs feel ablaze. "Forget it, let's head back." Abayo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head. Although he was intent on rescuing Zhang Hang, the terrifying heat outside might very well claim their lives. Witnessing Abayo's retreat, Zhang Mingyuan could not suppress a mocking smile. Just a moment ago, he was so boastful. Why had he returned? "Dr. Wang, do you think my brother can last until evening?" Abayo inquired anxiously. "I fear not." Dr. Wang replied with a look of regret. If they waited until evening, when the temperature might drop slightly to fetch medicine, it was likely that Zhang Hang would not endure. Yet, if they departed now, Abayo and the others would be in peril. Abayo found himself in a quandary. That young man, Su Chen, had mentioned the impending apocalypse. If that were the case, he must have made preparations in advance. Perhaps there were medical supplies in his vehicle. Suddenly, Xiaomei chimed in. "That may be true, but if he won't even open the car door for us, will he really provide us with medicine?" Abayo frowned. "Human lives are at stake. We cannot let this be at his discretion. I shall inquire. I refuse to believe he will deny us." Xiaomei, quick-witted, discerned that Abayo appeared to be the most formidable individual among the group in this dire situation. Eager to align herself with his strength, she suggested, "Then allow me to handle it." Abayo voiced his agreement, though inwardly he remained skeptical. "If Su Chen does not regard me highly, do you truly believe he will acquiesce to you?" Xiaomei stood and approached the vehicle of Normadisen, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside. Su Chen was frying steak when the sudden noise startled him. The piece of steak he was holding fell to the ground, though he could wash it and continue eating. His mood was clearly affected. He pressed a button and, upon seeing Xiaomei outside, his expression darkened. What is it? Su Chen. The man you shot is currently suffering from an infected wound and is in critical condition, Xiaomei accused bluntly. Do you have any antibiotics or similar medications in your vehicle? If so, produce them quickly. Otherwise, should that man perish, you will bear the consequences. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into an exceptionally radiant smile. However, this smile left Xiaomei utterly bewildered. What are you laughing at? Haven't you heard what I said? Su Chen replied leisurely. Xiaomei, are you perhaps a fool summoned by a monkey? You actually insulted me? Xiaomei exclaimed, her brows furrowing in indignation. Not only would I not insult you, but if it weren't for my reluctance to step outside. Do you think I would hesitate to strike you? Su Chen chuckled ominously. You truly exhibit signs of underdevelopment in your intellect, completely lacking in discernment of your own worth. Daring to challenge me. Kneel before me now and call me father. Perhaps in a few days, when food becomes scarce, I might grant you a few scraps of bone. Chapter 21. The odious man, the unrefined man. Xiaomei was utterly taken aback. Although she had sensed a change in Su Chen during their recent encounters, she had not anticipated that Su Chen would become so utterly uncouth. Are you still a man? She exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, her bosom heaving with agitation. Su Chen smirked mischievously. If you're questioning my manhood, perhaps you should come in and experience it for yourself. You. Xiaomei hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest, indignantly chastising him. You repugnant man, you truly make one lose their composure. Even if every man in the world perished, I would never allow you to succeed. Coincidentally, I find little interest in a green tea bitch like you. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips. Unless you kneel before me and beg, there might be a sliver of possibility. Xiaomei was about to retort further when she noticed Su Chen turning away, ascending the steel platform with ease. In a fit of frustration, she stamped her foot and turned to leave. In her previous life, Xiaomei had caused endless trouble, sabotaging Su Chen's relationship with Lu Linger, often looking down on him and deriding him as a pauper. When Su Chen had come to their aid, leading to his own peril, she had pulled Lu Ling away without a second thought. By now, Su Chen harbored a profound disdain for her. After their recent exchange, he felt a sense of relief, yet he remained unperturbed. Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomei had not yet reached a point of utter despair. When that day arrived, he would repay her past transgressions in full measure. Observing Xiaomei, disheveled and covered in dirt, no words were needed for the others to grasp the situation. Linger, fortunately, you distanced yourself from Su Chen early on. He truly is an unrefined man. Xiaomei relayed her earlier confrontation with Su Chen to Lu Linger, seething with anger. Abayo, Zhang Mingyuan, and the others were also infuriated by Su Chen's apparent indifference to their plight, yet they felt powerless. As time ticked by, Zhang Hang's breathing grew increasingly faint. Abayo, if this continues, Hangzi will die. One of his subordinates exclaimed anxiously. Abayo paced restlessly, and just as he resolved to take matters into his own hands, a solitary sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Who could possibly be outside at this critical moment? They quickly rose to their feet, discovering a figure lying at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the figure as the burly man who had departed in a business vehicle the day before. However, this man now appeared in a far more pitiful state than Abayo. His skin was sunburned and peeling, reddened to the point of seeming as though it might bleed, and he looked as though he were on the brink of death. A few kind-hearted individuals attempted to assist him, only to recoil from his scorching body temperature. What is happening here? Manager Dang gasped. Hearing his voice, the burly man struggled to open his eyes, murmuring, Our vehicle broke down yesterday on the road. The others perished from the heat. I fought to survive. Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Doctor. Wang Yu extended his hand to test the man's breath, then shook his head. There was no life left. It seemed that the previous moment had merely been a fleeting glimmer of vitality. Before the group could fully comprehend the gravity of the strong man's death, another voice called out from behind. Biao Gu, something's wrong. Hangzi, he is not going to make it. The younger brother responsible for taking care of Zhang Hang hurriedly rushed over. The crowd quickly turned back, and indeed, Zhang Hang had already lost his pulse. In a short span of time, 2 lives had been extinguished before their eyes, leaving the group profoundly shaken. After a long silence, Biao finally spoke. We should take care of their bodies. The oppressive heat would surely lead to decomposition if left unattended for too long. A few subordinates fetched some bed sheets and hastily wrapped the bodies of Zhang Hang and the strong man, temporarily placing them in a storage room. Once everything was arranged, the group returned to their original positions, seeking solace in their own thoughts. However, a pervasive atmosphere of despair and confusion lingered in the air. As Biao remained enveloped in the sorrow of losing a dear brother, Zhang Mingyuan unexpectedly approached him. Death is irreversible, Biao Ge, do not be too disheartened. Biao felt a stir in his heart. Typically, Zhang Mingyuan, buoyed by his family's status, treated him like a servant. Yet now he feigned sympathy and addressed him as Biao Ge. Narrowing his eyes, Biao nodded. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Biao Ge, we must contemplate our next steps. Zhang Mingyuan shifted the conversation, speaking in a low tone. What do you mean by that, young master? Biao inquired. Given the current situation, it seems the authorities won't be able to assist us anytime soon. Zhang Mingyuan gestured towards the crowd nearby. But we have about 100 people here. How long can the remaining food in the hotel sustain us? We must devise a way to survive. Biao fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Zhang Mingyuan's words, which indeed served as a reminder. According to official reports, this extreme heat wave was expected to last at least a week. Even if they took refuge in the underground parking garage and avoided succumbing to the heat, they would still face the pressing issue of food scarcity. What clever ideas do you have, young master? Biao asked. Perhaps Biao Ge should take the lead, gather all the food, and distribute it as needed. Ensuring everyone can weather this disaster, Zhang Mingyuan suggested, a sinister glint illuminating his eyes. Biao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh internally. It was evident to him that Zhang Mingyuan's self-serving nature was at play. The notion of equitable distribution and collective survival was merely a disguise for his fear of starvation. Biao now understood the reason behind Zhang Mingyuan's sudden deference. He sought to enlist Biao as his enforcer. Nevertheless, Biao had no intention of refusing. Firstly, he and his brothers needed to survive. Secondly, this heatwave disaster would likely pass swiftly, and he would still rely on the Mingyuan group when the time came. Whatever young Master Zhang decides, I shall comply, Biao declared. Very well. Let us first locate Manager Dang. Zhang Mingyuan was overwhelmed with joy. Although Abayo and his companions were robust, their numbers were too few. Even with Zhang Mingyuan and his friends included, they amounted to no more than a mere dozen. Only by uniting the hotel staff, led by Manager Dang, could they hope to subdue the crowd. When Zhang Mingyuan approached Manager Dang to express his intentions, the manager readily acquiesced. His motivations mirrored those of Abayo. Not only did he consider survival, but he also sought to curry favor with Zhang Mingyuan. With the backing of both Abayo and Manager Dang, Zhang Mingyuan felt a surge of confidence. He instructed someone to fetch a chair, stood upon it, and proclaimed loudly, Everyone, gather around. I have something to say. The crowd paused momentarily, yet without further thought, they drew closer. We find ourselves in dire straits. To survive as best as we can, we must unite as one. Henceforth, each of us must contribute our resources for centralized management and distribution. Chapter 22. Words detrimental to unity should not be uttered. As Zhang Mingyuan's words escaped his lips, a ripple of unrest surged among the crowd. Why should we surrender all our provisions? Indeed, even if we were to comply, why should it be entrusted to you? Faced with the multitude's skepticism, Zhang Mingyuan let out a disdainful snort and arrogantly retorted, This is a proposal by Manager Dang. Do you have any objections? Standing beside him, Manager Dang interjected with a sycophantic smile, Young Master Zhang is the heir to the Mingyuan group. Given his reputation and capabilities, it is most fitting for him to lead us through this crisis. Simultaneously, Abayo, accompanied by several subordinates, exuded an air of intimidation, cracking his knuckles ominously. Most individuals, being inherently timid, felt compelled to acquiesce and surrender their provisions to Abayo's men. However, not everyone was willing to comply willingly. When Abayo's subordinate approached a bespectacled youth, the young man clutched his backpack tightly, his face ablaze with defiance. No, I want to hand it over. Who knows if you intend to distribute it fairly or pocket it yourselves? Young man, refrain from uttering words that undermine unity. Zhang Mingyuan replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Observing the youth's refusal to relinquish his backpack, he discreetly signaled to Abayo and his accomplices to teach the youth a lesson, to serve as an example to others. Understanding the cue, Abayo advanced, fixing an icy glare upon the bespectacled youth. Under the scrutinizing gaze of such a burly figure, the youth felt a twinge of fear, yet he remained obstinate, refusing to yield. What, do you wish to strike me? Before he could finish his sentence, Abayo delivered a forceful slap, sending the youth sprawling to the ground, his glasses tumbling away. Before he could rise, Abayo's henchman surged forward, raining blows upon him mercilessly. As the moment reached its peak, Zhang Mingyuan feigned concern, calling out, Abayo, cease at once. Look at you, so impulsive, you've left him in such a state. Now, young man, will you surrender your backpack? Bruised and battered, The bespectacled youth, in fear of further retribution, obediently produced his backpack. That's more like it. Zhang Mingyuan scoffed, casting his gaze toward the others. Startled, the crowd hastily complied, submitting their provisions in full. The farce unfolding before them was keenly observed by Su Chen, who sat within the confines of a camper. A cold smile crept across his face. Just as in his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, certain individuals sensed the impending turmoil. They wielded their power and status to forcibly seize the provisions of others, cloaking their greed under the guise of equitable distribution. In reality, they pocketed the sustenance for themselves. And these very individuals were among the longest survivors in the cataclysm, watching the crowd submit their provisions like lambs to the slaughter. A flicker of pity danced in Su Chen's eyes. Yet, that sentiment was fleeting. Having experienced the treachery of humanity in the apocalypse, he would not extend his compassion again. Su Chen reclined with his legs crossed, sipping on a chilled Coke while launching Elden Ring. Today, he was determined to vanquish the boss of the first level. On the opposite side of the underground parking lot, the sight of the bespectacled youth being mercilessly beaten made the collection efforts of Zhang Mingyuan and his companions significantly smoother. Within half an hour, nearly all the food and water had been confiscated. Abayo directed that these items be stored in a separate utility room, assigning 2 individuals to guard the entrance around the clock. Apart from himself, no one was permitted to approach. After executing these measures, Zhang Mingyuan, Abayo, Manager Deng, and others returned to their original positions, satisfied with their efforts. Young Master Zhang, you are now our leader. You must take good care of me and Lingo, Xiaomei said, approaching with a flattering demeanor and a sweet voice. Almost all resources were under the control of Zhang Mingyuan and his group, making it essential to cling to his favor for a better future. Xiaomei, being astute, understood this reality well. Indeed, I hope young Master Zhang will look after us. Even Lu Linger, who retained a semblance of pride, found herself bowing to Zhang Mingyuan. Let's see how it goes, Zhang Mingyuan replied lazily. Previously, he would have eagerly devoured both Xiaomei and Lu Linger, but in the sweltering heat, he felt lethargic. Moreover, the uncertainty of survival loomed over them, leading to a much cooler demeanor towards the 2 women. After Zhang Mingyuan and Abayo collected the food, the underground parking lot descended into an unusual tranquility. Concerned that the impending heat disaster would pass soon, Zhang Mingyuan and his companions dared not overindulge. In the following days, they indeed distributed the food evenly among the group. However, to conserve supplies, each person received insufficient rations to satiate their hunger, merely sustaining life. Yet, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Compared to the initial 2 days, the temperature outside seemed to rise by several degrees in the following days. It was worth noting that the original temperature had already been exceedingly dreadful. An increase of even 1 or 2 degrees would be devastating for humanity. Aside from Zhang Hang and the burly man, 4 or 5 more individuals succumbed in the past 2 days. These were primarily the elderly or children, whose frail bodies could not withstand the oppressive heat. The remaining individuals, deprived of adequate nourishment and suffering from the heat, lay weakly on the ground. Young Master Zhang, do you have any food left? Xiaomei and Lu Linger approached Zhang Mingyuan, speaking in hushed tones. In just a few days, their faces had lost their luster. Furthermore, without the means to bathe, their once fair skin had become coated in dust. The 2 urban beauties, who were once captivating, now appeared disheveled, resembling beggars. No, Zhang Mingyuan, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and coolly replied after assessing Xiaomei and Lu Linger. Despite his identity as the heir of the Mingyuan group, he had not gone hungry in recent days. However, Abiao's demeanor towards him was exceedingly frosty. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly have anything to eat? Zhang Xiao, we are truly famished. Could you perhaps devise a way to ask Brother Biao for a little sustenance? Xiaomei implored pitifully, adding, once this heat wave passes, I will gladly repay you however you desire. Zhang Mingyuan initially intended to refuse outright, yet Xiaomei's final remark stirred something within him. This marked the 7th day since the onset of the heat wave, and the official forecast predicted it would last approximately a week. Perhaps the temperature would drop within the next couple of days. Why not seize this opportunity to offer a morsel of kindness to Xiaomei and Lu Linger? Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Zhang Mingyuan's lips. Very well, I shall endeavor to plead with Brother Biao on your behalf. Chapter 23. The plastic sisters. Zhang Mingyuan rose unsteadily and approached Abayo, who was preoccupied with 2 underlings, tinkering with an assortment of parts. Since the power outage, the base near Phoenix Mountain had ceased to function. Although they could still charge their phones in the vehicle, the absence of signal rendered the devices little more than toys. Abayo had dismantled a car radio in hopes of modifying it to receive external signals. After all, being trapped here was hardly a sustainable situation. Noticing Zhang Mingyuan's approach, Abayo greeted him with a semblance of politeness. Zhang Xiao, What brings you here? Well, Abayo, Zhang Mingyuan replied warmly. The rations we receive daily are simply insufficient. Xiaomei and Ling Er are hardly getting enough to eat. Could you consider increasing their portion? Upon hearing this, Abayo furrowed his brows and, with a smirk that was almost mocking, responded, In recent days, I trust one haven't done you any injustice, have I? Surely, you haven't gone hungry. Naturally not. Zhang Mingyuan retorted, but they are both women. Before he could finish, Abayo interrupted brusquely. If you truly care for them, why not share some of your food with them? Zhang Mingyuan was left speechless. The thought of relinquishing his own food to Xiaomei and Lu Ling Er was utterly preposterous. If you are unwilling to help, then perhaps it would be best for you to remain silent. There are many who are far hungrier than you, Abayo said coldly, feeling the threat in his words. Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth but dared not speak further, turning away in defeat. Here I thought he was some high and mighty young master, one of Abayo's underlings scoffed. Doesn't he realize the situation? He is still dreaming of picking up girls. That pretty boy will be the first to eat his own words when food runs out. Zhang Mingyuan, filled with both fear and astonishment, quickened his pace to leave. In that moment, he comprehended the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Status and identity were utterly meaningless. Only strength held any value. His current lack of hunger was merely due to Abayo's assumption that the apocalypse would soon pass. If it lingered, he doubted Abayo would continue to offer him any assistance, and he might very well find himself regarded as potential sustenance, just like the others. Zhang Xiao, how did it go? Upon his return, Xiaomei and Lu Ling Er looked at him with eager anticipation. Nothing. Just leave. Zhang Mingyuan, filled with frustration, vented his anger on the two women. The two were taken aback. What do you expect? Given your qualities, my help has reached its limit. Do you think I owe you more? To be frank, I merely sought a bit of amusement with you, not that I have any genuine interest. Especially you, Xiaomei. I've encountered many like you. Only Lu Ling Er holds a bit more appeal. In this dire time of survival, Zhang Mingyuan's inherent malice surfaced, and he unleashed a torrent of insults upon the two women. Upon witnessing the once suave Zhang Mingyuan now succumb to such madness, Xiaomei and Lu Ling Er were taken aback. They dared not utter another word and returned to their respective places. Mayor, I am so hungry. What shall we do? Lu Ling Er lamented pitifully. What does your hunger have to do with me? I am equally famished. Xiaomei retorted sharply. The scolding from Zhang Mingyuan had left her feeling quite stifled. What irked her further was that he had insulted her yet praised Lu Ling. The jealousy within a woman is not easily quelled. Mayor, you. Lu Ling was startled by Xiaomei's abrupt hostility. Slightly taken aback, she returned the barb without hesitation. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be trapped here. Ultimately, isn't it your vanity that led us to this predicament? In truth, many girls, like Lu Ling, often appear gentle and unassuming in the presence of men. However, when in the company of other women, their fighting spirit is equally fierce. I am vain, Xiaomei exclaimed with wide eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. As if you were not. If you were truly free from vanity, why would you have broken up with Su Chen? Don't claim it was my instigation. If you were truly a pure-hearted flower, how could you disdain Su Chen? When I introduced you to young Master Zhang, you did not refuse. In the throes of adversity, the once seemingly affectionate sisters revealed their true natures. Were it not for the oppressive heat, they might have resorted to a physical confrontation. After exchanging a few sharp words, they turned their backs to one another, refusing to acknowledge each other. However, after a while, Xiaomei could no longer bear the pangs of hunger. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she approached Lu Ling once more. Ling, I was impulsive earlier. I truly apologize. Initially, Lu Ling had no desire to engage, but seeing Xiaomei's woeful expression softened her heart. I apologize too. I should not have argued with you. Given our current predicament, we must unite as sisters to survive. Do you have any bright ideas? I have just realized that if what Su Chen said is true, and the apocalypse has indeed arrived, he must have made thorough preparations. Xiaomei analyzed. Recalling the various supplies seen inside the RV, Lu Ling nodded in agreement. After all, he is still your ex-boyfriend. Why not reach out to him and plead for us to be let in? I have considered it, but I fear he might refuse, Lu Ling replied helplessly. How would you know unless you try? Xiaomei urged. Imagining the comfort of the RV's interior and the refreshing cold drinks, Lu Ling bit her lip and declared, all right. By this time, the sky had darkened. After several days, the emergency rescue lights in the underground parking lot had largely depleted their power, leaving only a few still operational. The already dim underground parking lot became increasingly obscured. With the aid of the faint light, the two women cautiously made their way towards the camper van. Although some had noticed their presence, hunger after several days rendered them indifferent to the pair's activities. Due to a lack of skill, Elden Ring proved insurmountable for Su Chen, who ultimately decided to abandon the game after several days of frustration. just as he pondered whether to play Game 5 or Civilization 6. A series of knocks echoed from the car door. "Who is it?" Chen rose, expressing his impatience. "It's me, Chen." Upon seeing Xiao Mei and Lu Linger outside, Chen shrugged. "What brings you two back again? Isn't it bothersome?" Chapter 24. The Tang Nyo inequality. As Chen was about to close the car window, Lu Linger hurriedly called out to him. "Chen, I have something to say." "All right, speak quickly, let it out." Chen replied, pulling over a chair and plopping down into it, while simultaneously scooping a piece from the half-watermelon beside him. Relishing the juicy center. This piece of watermelon appeared crystalline and was devoid of any seeds. Even under ordinary circumstances, it would be a rare and coveted treat. In such sweltering weather, indulging in such a bite was simply delightful. The two women's mouths watered profusely, almost abandoning the spoon to savor it directly with their hands. "Here's the thing, Chen." Lu Linga swallowed hard, a smile breaking through her ashen face. "During the time I've been away from you, I've reflected deeply. You have been exceedingly kind to me, yet I have only taken without giving back, and breaking up with you is indeed my fault." Continue. Chen nodded as he continued to scoop the watermelon. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Lingo pressed on. "After all this time, I've realized that I cannot forget you. I hope you can forgive me." Upon finishing her words, she and Xiaomei gazed at Chen with eager anticipation. Instead of responding immediately, Chen finished the watermelon and let out a satisfied burp before leisurely stating, "Your reflection seems quite profound. In that case, I shall forgive you." Lu Linger and Xiaomei had expected that convincing Chen would require considerable effort, yet they were taken aback by his unexpected ease in granting forgiveness to Lu Linger. It appeared that no matter how circumstances changed, he remained the same devoted individual. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiaomei's eyes, but she maintained a pleasant facade. "In that case, Chen, please open the car door and let us in." However, Chen remained seated, showing no intention of opening the door. "Why should I open the door?" Xiaomei was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, You just forgave Linger, didn't you?" "Indeed, I have forgiven her. But what does that have to do with opening the door to let you in?" Chen replied with a smile. "Just because I forgive her doesn't mean I must let you in." Lu Linger and Xiaomei were left dumbfounded. The infamous Tang Nyo inequality was being applied to them by Chen, a rather ironic twist. "If you have nothing else, I shall go play some games," Chen said with a teasing grin. "Wait, Chen, I know you still harbor resentment against me. I was wrong. I apologize. I will do anything to make it right, as long as you can forgive me." Lu Linger clung to the last thread of hope, desperately explaining to Chen. "No, you do not truly understand your mistake." Chen shook his head and replied indifferently, "You merely wish to avoid dire consequences." With Chen's words piercing through her thoughts, Lu Linger's complexion instantly turned pale. "No, it's not like that. If there is nothing more, I will take my leave," he declared. Chen left those words behind and pressed the button, causing the steel plate to slowly ascend once more. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, his resolve had become remarkably steadfast. After conversing with Lu Linger and Xiaomei, not only was his heart devoid of any turmoil, but he even felt a hint of amusement. Did they truly possess no self-awareness, believing themselves to be objects of affection? However, on reflection, since departing from the capital of magic, Chen had refrained from indulging in carnal pleasures for quite some time, much to the chagrin of his younger brother. It is said that abstaining from lust for a day accumulates virtue. 2 days, even more so. Perhaps he could invite them in to share the joys of companionship? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chen swiftly dismissed it. Despite their current pitiful demeanor, no one could predict how they might behave if granted access. What if, during a moment of deep slumber, they turned against him with knives in hand? For the sake of his own safety, he chose to abandon the notion of admitting them. After all, one's life is singular, while encounters with women are manifold. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Yingying, a girl with whom he had shared a bond. In their interactions, she had appeared to be a genuinely good person. Had he known better, he would have taken her along when leaving the capital, assigning her tasks when necessary and enjoying her company in moments of leisure. While lost in these thoughts, the radio within the vehicle suddenly crackled to life. During the modifications of the Normadisen, Chen had specifically instructed Zhang Qi to install a satellite receiver, designed to capture satellite signals. This explained why, during the power outage, Zhang Mingyuan and others had lost signal on their phones, while Chen was still able to scroll through Douyin. However, in recent days, he had been unable to receive any signals. Abruptly, the radio emitted static, and he had yet to fully comprehend the situation. "Residents, this is entering a period of catastrophe. I am here to announce on behalf of the authorities, effective immediately. I urge all residents to strive for self-rescue." Situated within the underground parking garage, compounded by the oppressive heat, the satellite signal was unstable. The voice on the radio was intermittent, Nevertheless, Su Chun grasped the essence of the message. The authorities, communicating through satellite signals, were urging people to take initiative in their own rescue efforts. This could only signify one thing. In the face of such terrifying heat, the authorities had lost their efficacy. Su Chun felt no particular shock. After all, he had experienced a similar ordeal in his past life. Although the authorities were equipped to handle emergencies stemming from natural disasters, wars, and various calamities, no one had anticipated the emergence of such horrifying temperatures. Moreover, this heat wave arrived with alarming swiftness and ferocity, leaving little time for adequate response. With a national populace exceeding 1 billion, the government was overwhelmed, leaving individuals to fend for themselves. However, this also implied that societal order was collapsing at this very moment. Su Chun cast a complex glance at the radio, feeling both relief and trepidation. Had he not procured this vehicle, the Normadisen, with its nearly limitless storage capacity, he would likely be no better off than the masses outside, even if he had traversed back in time. He took a refreshing sip of ice-cold cola, allowing the cool breeze to soothe him, and gradually, his mind began to settle. Regardless, one must strive to survive amidst the apocalypse. Lingo, why are you unable to seize the opportunity? Xiaomei exclaimed, vexed. Is it truly my fault? Clearly, it is Su Chun. He is far too heartless. Lu Linger defended herself, yet her heart was engulfed in desolation. She could sense that Su Chun had completely severed his feelings for her. Without his support, how long could she endure in this dire situation? Xiaomei had initially intended to voice further complaints, but upon reflection, she shifted her approach. Never mind. Let us return to plead with him later. Perhaps he will reconsider. Although Lu Linger held little hope, she nodded in agreement. Upon their return to their original position, the two women were astonished to find that the previously scattered individuals had gathered together. Chapter 25, Half-Brothers by Different Mothers. Dr. Wang, what has happened? Xiaomei inquired. Grasping Wang Yi amidst the crowd, her curiosity piqued. Ah, Miss Xiao, Wang Yi replied with a cheerful smile, explaining, Biaogu has just assembled a radio, and we have fortunately intercepted an official signal. What? Upon hearing this, both Xiaomei and Lu Linger became animated. Since being trapped here, they had not received any official communication for quite some time. If the announcement indicated that the sweltering heat was about to subside or that a rescue operation was underway, they would be saved. As the two women edged closer, they caught the last words of the broadcast. We urge all residents to strive for self-rescue. At this statement, everyone present was taken aback. There had been no prior warning from the authorities regarding the heat, nor was there any plan for rescue. They were merely advised to fend for themselves. Being adults, they understood the implication of such a message, an acknowledgement of helplessness from the authorities. If even the officials were powerless, what hope remained for ordinary individuals like them? In an instant, profound despair etched itself across the faces of the crowd. Meanwhile, Biao, stationed by the radio, revealed a glint of fierce determination in his eyes. Though deeply disappointed, survival remained paramount, and the people, disheartened, returned to their places. The following morning, as the people routinely gathered at Biao and his companion's location to receive their rations, they were met with the sight of Biao and the others showing no intention of rising. Biaoge, what does this mean? Wang Yi approached, forcing a smile. You all heard yesterday's broadcast, Biao replied languidly. The authorities have instructed us to strive for self-rescue. However, we have around 100 individuals here, and with such scant provisions, we cannot last long. Thus, I declare that henceforth, anyone wishing to receive food must put forth effort. This proclamation stirred a commotion among the crowd, prompting some to ask, what do you mean by effort? Very simple. Venture outside to scavenge for supplies. Biao indicated towards the parking lot with a grin. The crowd erupted in uproar. In this sweltering heat, searching for supplies is akin to courting death. Hey, why don't you go? Exactly. The food you possess was contributed by us. Indeed, this is utterly tyrannical. Faced with the furious crowd, Biao remained unfazed, a cold smirk adorning his face. Most of the food was supplied to you by the hotel. Now, as a representative of Manager Dang, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Manager Dang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. He recognized that in the current predicament, waiting for a miraculous rescue from the heat was nearly impossible. It was far more prudent to rely on Biao to retain control over the food supplies. We are many. Let us not waste words. Let us act decisively. Yes, let us reclaim the food. With that, some among the crowd incited others, and they surged forward, intent on seizing the supplies. However, Biao had long anticipated such a scenario. Not only had he forged an alliance with the hotel staff led by the party manager, but he had also preemptively distributed weapons to himself and his subordinates. Furthermore, in the days leading up to this confrontation, Biao had ensured that his group was well fed while managing the food supplies. Consequently, Despite their numerical disadvantage, they maintained an upper hand in the situation. In stark contrast, the opposing crowd, weakened from days of hunger and lacking organization, stood no chance against the well-trained Biao and his men. Within moments, several individuals lay on the ground, bloodied and wailing in agony. The remaining onlookers dared not advance any further. Observing this, Biao stepped forward with a fierce expression, raising his weapon and bringing it down heavily upon one of the fallen. A resounding thud echoed, and the victim emitted no sound as life swiftly departed from him. Should anyone dare to act recklessly again, this shall be your fate, Biao declared menacingly. The onlookers, mere common folk unaccustomed to violence, were struck with terror at witnessing such brutality firsthand. They recoiled in fear. Now that's more like it. Biao nodded in satisfaction, noting that he had instilled fear in the crowd. Remember my words. From this day forth, if you wish to eat, you must venture out to work and gather supplies. Otherwise, prepare to go hungry. The crowd, intimidated, returned to their quarters with furrowed brows. The body of the recently slain man was unceremoniously disposed of in the storage room, leaving only bloodstains on the ground and the acrid scent of blood in the air as reminders of the recent violence. Once tranquility was restored, Zhang Mingyuan cautiously approached Biao and his group. Brother Biao. Biao glanced at Zhang Mingyuan, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Surely, I need not search for supplies like the others, right? Why not? Zhang Mingyuan's smile faltered instantly. Brother Biao, collecting their food was my idea. Biao coldly chuckled, showing no courtesy. So what? I am the one in charge now. I've let you enjoy free meals for long enough. It is high time you contribute. Zhang Mingyuan was taken aback by Biao's swift change of demeanor. Although anger simmered within him, he dared not express it and could only swallow his pride. Brother Biao, I have always regarded you as a brother, albeit one from different parents. I kindly ask you to look after me. Once this calamity is past, I will ensure my father rewards you generously. 100 or 200,000 will be but a trifle. I could even offer you equity in the Mingyuan group. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyuan's words, Biao's expression turned sardonic. Young Master Zhang, you truly astonish me. While you were out charming the ladies at the bar, did you ever think of me as your brother waiting outside? When you treated me like a lackey, did you ever consider that I might be your brother? When you found yourself in conflict with others, did you ever consider that I am your own brother, stepping in to shield you? As for matters concerning equity shares, Zhang Xiao, let us abandon that notion. Your ambitions are far too grand for me to digest. From this day forth, you shall be no different from them. Why are you still lingering? Biao, having spent considerable time by Zhang Mingyuan's side, is acutely aware of the true nature of Zhang Mingyuan. Once the heat subsides and social order is restored, Zhang Mingyuan will undoubtedly seek retribution. His current restraint in not eliminating Zhang Mingyuan is merely because he still finds him of some use. Zhang Mingyuan's complexion turned an ashen hue. He dared not linger any longer and had no choice but to turn and leave. Once this calamity has passed, I will ensure you face the consequences. Zhang Mingyuan returned to his position, silently vowing to himself. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a caravan in the distance, and an idea sparked within him. Chapter 26. After a few days of absence, how could things have deteriorated so? Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Zhang Mingyuan stealthily approached the RV and knocked on the door. Brother Su, Brother Su. Inside the RV, Su Chen, having satisfied his hunger, was preparing to drift into a peaceful slumber under the cool air conditioning. However, the sudden sound of knocking jolted him awake, leaving him somewhat irked. Who is it? It's me, Zhang Mingyuan. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyuan's voice, Su Chen merely paused for a moment, not particularly astonished. This morning, he had witnessed the entirety of the royal city PK involving Biao and others. He had been engrossed, savoring a bag of potato chips as the events unfolded. When the authorities declared their powerlessness, formidable figures like Biao swiftly took control of the situation. They capitalized on their strength and influence, robbing other survivors of their resources, and, in this apocalyptic world, seemed to thrive remarkably well. This further corroborated the notion that only the ruthless could endure in the face of catastrophe. With the Biao ceasing food distribution and the external temperature soaring uncomfortably high, Zhang Mingyuan, not wishing to starve, had no choice but to seek assistance from Su Chen. Is that you, young Master Zhang? It's been a few days. How have you fallen so low? Su Chen remarked with a hint of mockery, refusing to lower the steel plate on the window, opting instead to communicate through the intercom. Brother Su, you don't understand. Biao is utterly outrageous. Zhang Mingyuan, having shed his earlier disdain for Su Chen, now spoke with a tone of desperation. He poured out his grievances, recounting Biao's outrageous deeds in detail. Enough. I have no time for your incessant rambling. What do you want? Su Chen interrupted impatiently. Well, it's just that I haven't had a proper meal in several days. Do you have any food here? Zhang Mingyuan ventured cautiously. No. Young Master Zhang, have you lost your mind? Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, you summoned a Biao from afar with the intention of having him deal with me, didn't you? And now you shamelessly ask me for food? Zhang Mingyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, for Su Chen's words rang true. Had he not called a Biao specifically to teach Su Chen a lesson, he would not find himself in such a predicament now. Brother Su, I apologize for my previous actions. As for the food in your vehicle, I want you to take it for free. I'll pay you, Zhang Mingyuan said, pulling out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, easily amounting to tens of thousands. I'll trade this for 10 packs of instant noodles. What do you think? You really are overestimating yourself, young Master Zhang. If 10 packs aren't feasible, then 8 or even 5 will suffice. No, you misunderstand my intent, young Master Zhang. The cash you have is too hard to even use for wiping. Why would I exchange it for anything? Su Chen replied with a smile. Zhang Mingyuan was utterly stunned. In ordinary circumstances, the cash he held could purchase a truckload of goods, enough to satiate his hunger. Yet, at this moment, he was unable to procure even a single pack of instant noodles from Su Chen. How ironic. But he remained unwilling to leave. Due to the insistent grumbling of his stomach, hunger burned fiercely within him. Zhang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and implored, Su Good, I possess 15% of the Mingyuan Group as shares. If you agree to provide me with supplies for half a month, I shall promptly sign over those shares to you. The total value of the Mingyuan Group soared into the hundreds of billions, and 15% equated to at least several billion. This was indeed a substantial fortune. Yet, despite this, Su Chen remained resolute. Your proposal is commendable, however. I must decline. Zhang Mingyuan became anxious. Why do you refuse? This is worth billions. Does it not tempt you? Although this sweltering heat has persisted for so long, it will eventually pass. If you agree, once the heat subsides, you shall be financially liberated. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Not only was there doubt regarding the validity of such a contract under these circumstances, but even if it were valid, Su Chen would still refuse. It was quite simple. In the face of an apocalypse, these so-called riches amounted to naught but scrap paper. Indeed, as Su Chen remarked, he would disdain even using them for menial tasks. Had Su Chen not traversed from another realm, aware that this cataclysm would not cease, he might have been swayed by Zhang Mingyuan's words to consider the exchange. Alas, it was unfortunate. Stretching languidly, he felt no desire to engage further with Zhang Mingyuan and pressed a button within the vehicle. As the switch activated, the entire RV entered soundproof mode. Regardless of the external clamor, unless an emergency arose to trigger an automatic alert, the interior would remain profoundly tranquil. Su Ge. Zhang Mingyuan called out several more times, but upon realizing Su Chen's lack of response, he understood that his request had been denied. What a scoundrel. Pathetic loser. Under normal circumstances, someone like you wouldn't even be worthy of conversing with me. Helpless, Zhang Mingyuan turned to leave, silently cursing Su Chen. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed a friend approaching. Zhang Xiao, what is the matter? Zhang Mingyuan inquired weakly. Normally, his family background would allow him to accommodate such fair-weather friends. But in the current apocalypse, he was barely managing to survive, let alone attend to Yang Zhen and others. That bastard Biao is truly heartless. Zhang Xiao has always treated him well, yet now he has turned his back, complained a youth named Yang Zhen. Although his words resonated with Zhang Mingyuan, they were of little consequence. What is the point of saying all this? Do you have any food? I'm on the brink of starvation. Zhang Mingyuan replied impatiently. Food? I do not have any. Yang Zhen shook his head and replied earnestly. Currently, we are all in dire straits, Zhang Xiao. We must find a way to unite. His words sparked a realization in Zhang Mingyuan. Indeed, without the care of a Biao, Zhang Mingyuan feared that surviving in the current environment would be fraught with challenges. He realized that he must unite with Yang Zhen and others to devise a means of self-rescue. Do you have any clever ideas? To survive, it is imperative to venture out in search of supplies. Why not have young Master Zhang join us in forming a team? Certainly, Zhang Mingyuan, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. He rose to his feet and followed Yang Zhen to a corner of the wall. However, to Zhang Mingyuan's surprise, in addition to Yang Zhen's few companions, there were also Xiaomei and Lu Linger present. Having just scolded Xiaomei and Lu Linger, their second encounter was somewhat awkward. In truth, Xiaomei and Lu Linger had no choice but to associate with Yang Zhen. Chapter 27. Indeed, a ruthless character once the ferocity of a Biao was revealed. The remaining survivors were engulfed in a palpable sense of dread. In a bid for self-preservation, they hastily formed alliances, creating various teams of differing sizes. Some groups boasted as many as 20 members, while others comprised a mere 8 or 9. Xiaomei, Lu Linger, and Yang Zhen had intended to join these factions. Yet they were met with unanimous rejection. Despite the two women's striking appearances, which typically garnered the admiration of men, and Yangjin's affluent background, such attributes proved utterly inconsequential in this dire scenario. The harsh reality of their frail conditions rendered them liabilities, incapable of contributing to the survival efforts. Though there were others among the group who were elderly or infirm, they were accompanied by families who could provide care. Ultimately, Xiaomei, Lu Linger, and Yangjin found themselves united in their ostracism. The arrival of Zhang Xiao offered a glimmer of hope for their survival. Unbeknownst to Yangjin, the undercurrents of tension between Zhang Mingyuan, Lu Linger, and Xiaomei had not escaped notice. Yet, buoyed by optimism, he inquired, "So, what plans do you have?" Clearing his throat, Zhang Mingyuan posed the question. "We have gathered intelligence regarding other group strategies. Approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from the Green Forest Hotel lies a convenience store. They intend to leave the parking lot after nightfall to scavenge for supplies." Xiaomei eagerly shared this information. Despite Zhang Mingyuan's previous humiliation of them, the current predicament bound them in shared purpose, rendering grievances irrelevant. "That is indeed a splendid idea." Zhang Mingyuan's eyes brightened. The convenience store differed from the hotel, offering goods that were more durable and less susceptible to spoilage, even under extreme heat. "Yet, we must act swiftly. Many eyes are set on that convenience store," Yangjin warned, anxiety evident in his tone. "Even abundant supplies cannot withstand the onslaught of numerous groups. Let us prepare to depart once the temperature cools this evening." Zhang Mingyuan affirmed with a nod. With that, they ceased their discussions and retreated to rest, gathering their strength for the impending endeavor. Meanwhile, in a Biao's domain, after severing ties with the others, he, accompanied by a few subordinates, had maneuvered the abandoned vehicles, now devoid of gasoline, near the storage area for supplies. He fashioned these vehicles into a rudimentary defensive barrier, positioning himself and his brothers in the center. Biao, as a Biao lounged in the vehicle, enjoying the cool air conditioning and drifting into slumber, a knock interrupted him. During the earlier gathering of supplies, a Biao had not only seized the food and drinking water from the others, but had also collected all the gasoline from their vehicles. Presently, his was the only air-conditioned vehicle within the underground space. Irritated, a Biao opened his eyes to find Manager Dang calling for him. He swung the door open, inviting Manager Dang to enter and relish the cool air. "Manager Dang, what brings you here?" Upon stepping from the sweltering heat outside into the cool confines of the vehicle, Manager Dang shivered momentarily, overwhelmed by the sudden comfort that nearly elicited an exclamation of relief. "Indeed, Brother Biao." Manager Dang gestured towards the crowd outside and explained, "I have just received intelligence that they intend to venture to the convenience store to scavenge for supplies. Isn't that a good thing? What's the matter?" Biao chuckled dismissively. "If they find food out there, they certainly won't hand it over willingly. Should we send someone out to seize the supplies from the convenience store?" Manager Dang said nervously. "Why should we go out?" Biao nonchalantly propped his legs on the steering wheel, unperturbed. "Our food supply won't last much longer." Seeing Biao's relaxed demeanor, Manager Dang became anxious. When the scorching heat first arrived, he had managed to salvage a considerable amount of instant noodles, canned goods, and other provisions from the hotel. However, after such a long duration, those supplies had dwindled significantly. Based on estimates, at most in 3 days, they would be entirely consumed. This was also the reason why Biao had turned against them upon realizing the officials' ineptitude. "If we run out, we can just take from them." A cruel smile spread across Biao's face. Manager Dang paused for a moment, suddenly comprehending his implication. In such a terrifying heat, the only chance of survival lay underground. Even if the survivors found supplies, they would have to return to the underground parking lot of Green Forest Hotel to survive. Unless the survivors united, no group could withstand the plundering of Biao and his crew. In other words, Biao regarded these survivors as mere livestock. Once he found himself without food, he would turn on them. Truly ruthless. Perhaps due to the air conditioning, cold sweat broke out on Manager Dang's back. Time passed steadily. The sky soon grew dim, and the temperature dropped considerably. The spirits of those in the underground parking lot lifted. However, before they could set off, they heard the roar of an engine, followed by 2 glaring beams of light that blinded them. It was the long-dormant Normadisen, suddenly revving to life. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen drove the Normadisen out of the underground parking lot. "What on earth is this fool up to?" Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but mutter. "Never mind that. Young Master Zhang, we need to get going," Yangjin reminded. A rustling sound filled the air as people began to move towards the parking lot exit. Chen had been holed up in the underground parking lot for over a week. He emerged not only to behold the outside world, but also because the black water tank in the vehicle was full and needed to be emptied. The tank contained wastewater that typically required manual removal for disposal. Fortunately, Chen had enlisted Zhang Qi's help to modify it. Now, with the press of a button, it could be emptied on site and rinsed. After all, In the apocalypse, no one would care if one relieved themselves anywhere, let alone disposed of wastewater. Chen pressed the button, awaiting the cleansing of the black water tank, while nonchalantly crossing his legs and admiring the scenery outside the window. The night was splendid, with not a cloud in sight. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight, he could clearly observe the surroundings. After several days of relentless heat, most of the vegetation had withered away, with only a few heat-resistant plants standing resiliently. The world was enveloped in silence, devoid of the chirping of insects and the songs of birds that once filled the air. Just as the black water tank completed its cleansing, Chen was about to return when he suddenly noticed shadowy figures emerging one after another from the exit of the underground parking lot. They showed no signs of pause, their footsteps quickening as they hurried away into the distance. Chapter 28. Body exchange. Chen paused momentarily, soon grasping the intentions of those around him. Abayo had monopolized the supplies, withholding food from the populace. In their desperate quest for survival, these individuals ventured out into the night to scavenge for resources. Yet, it remained uncertain how many among them would succeed in their search and return unscathed. Shaking his head, Chen noticed that the black water tank had emptied, prompting him to restart the Normadisen and return to the underground parking lot. As the crowd in the parking lot set out, Zhang Mingyuan, Yang Zhen, and others followed closely behind. However, unlike the other teams, which comprised robust adults tasked with resource collection, Zhang Mingyuan's group consisted of either debauched young masters or delicate girls lacking physical strength. Consequently, it was not long before they fell far behind. To avoid losing their way and to maximize their scavenging efforts, they hastened their pace. Although the sun had set, and the absence of direct sunlight made the evening more bearable, the ground still radiated an alarming heat from the day's exposure. The air felt as if it were ablaze, leaving them lightheaded. Zhang Mingyuan gasped for breath, his heart racing and legs heavy, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a pool. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known, he would have chosen to remain in the safety of the underground parking lot. Yet, with no other option, he pressed onward. Yangzhen, Xiaomei, Lu Linger, and the others fared little better, their faces pale and dripping with perspiration. Fortunately, the convenience store was not too distant from the parking lot. After a while, they spotted individuals returning with large bundles of goods, hastening back towards them. A glance was exchanged, but they showed no intention of stopping. Energized by the sight, Zhang Mingyuan and his companions quickened their steps. Before long, they reached the corner where Yangzhen had mentioned the convenience store. Most of the earlier arrivals had already looted the place, burdened with their spoils. The group hurried inside, only to be met with dismay. Bathed in the bright moonlight, they beheld the convenience store in utter disarray. The shelves that once held daily necessities stood nearly barren, devoid of even a single item. Reluctantly enduring the stifling heat, they scoured the store for some time, eventually uncovering a few abandoned packets of instant noodles, sausage, and a couple of bottles of drinks. Zhang Mingyuan felt a surge of frustration. How could those who had come before them resemble bandits, devoid of any sense of morality? Surely, they could have left a few more supplies behind. The meager offerings they had found were hardly sufficient. Better something than nothing, Zhang Xiao. Let us return quickly. Yangzhen placed the supplies he had found into his backpack. In the sweltering heat, each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment. The group retraced their steps toward the underground parking garage. However, halfway there, a sudden thud echoed as a young man collapsed to the ground. Li Luan, are you all right? Yangzhen exclaimed in shock, quickly turning to support him. He found Li Luan's eyes tightly shut, his lips pale, and his breath faint. Coming from a privileged background, Li Luan had always been pampered, and after days of inadequate nourishment, he was left exceedingly weak. Enduring such oppressive heat and traversing a considerable distance had taken a toll on his frail body. Water. I need water. Upon hearing Li Luan's feeble murmurs, Yangzhen hastily removed his backpack, intending to fetch some water. At that moment, however, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly grasped his hand and shook his head. Young Master Zhang, what are you? Yangzhen questioned, somewhat perplexed. Given the severity of Li Luan's condition, even providing him with water would be futile without medication. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at the incapacitated Li Luan and coldly remarked, rather than waste the water, we should save it for ourselves. Young Master, he is our friend. Yangzhen exclaimed in alarm, urging him. A friend? Zhang Mingyuan scoffed, releasing his grip. Very well, if you truly consider him a friend, why not carry him back yourself? This left Yangzhen visibly hesitant. Although he had not collapsed, his own physical state was hardly superior to that of Li Luan. If left to carry Li Luan alone, he feared he too would succumb to exhaustion. When Yangzhen turned to look at the others, they averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact with him. Their message was clear. If he wished to save Li Luan, he must act on his own. Under the looming threat of death in this apocalyptic world, human nature often reveals its selfishness. While Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomei, and Lu Lingo might not actively wish harm upon Li Luan, Expecting them to risk their lives to rescue him was utterly unrealistic. As Yangzhen continued to hesitate, Zhang Mingyuan wasted no time. Seizing his backpack and proceeding toward the underground parking garage, the others followed closely behind, not sparing Li Luan a single glance. After a moment of indecision, Yangzhen sighed and ultimately left Li Luan behind. Upon returning to the underground parking garage, Zhang Mingyuan and the group began to divide the spoils. However, each person's share of food and water sufficed for no more than 3 days, and that was already with Li Luan's portion deducted. The group, though reluctant, found themselves powerless to change the situation. Once the distribution was complete, they retreated to their respective corners, cautiously consuming their meager rations. Despite the coarse, unpalatable instant noodles. After a day of hunger, even the privileged Zhang Mingyuan and the pampered Xiao Mei and Lu Linger savored them as if they were the most exquisite delicacies in the world. Yet even so, a packet of instant noodles and a single sausage could not truly alleviate their hunger. They dared not consume the remaining morsels of food, merely striving to survive. Lingo, what do you suppose that scoundrel Su Chen is doing in the caravan at this moment? Xiao Mei leaned against the wall, sipping mineral water in small gulps. Her gaze towards Normadisen filled with avarice and envy. I do not know, but he is certainly faring better than we are. Lu Linger shook her head, feeling a sense of regret that had rendered her somewhat numb. No, if there is no way forward, I must seek out Su Chen. Xiao Mei suddenly resolved, speaking earnestly. Do you think it would be of any use to find him? Lu Linger felt that Xiao Mei was somewhat lacking in judgment. Having shared a past with Su Chen, he had refused to assist her. What reason did he have to help you? What if I were to offer my body in exchange? Chapter 29. How truly Versailles is what? Meyer, you. Upon hearing the words spoken by Xiao Mei, Lu Linger could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Although Xiao Mei had a somewhat materialistic disposition, surely she wouldn't stoop so low as to barter her body for mere sustenance? I would rather exchange my body for food than starve to death. Xiao Mei retorted coolly. Linger, I recall you mentioning that Su Chen is still a virgin, correct? Yes, during our relationship. We did not engage in any intimate contact, Lu Linger explained, her cheeks flushing slightly. That's splendid. With my charm, I have no doubt I can win him over. Xiao Mei chuckled confidently, as if everything was within her grasp. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lu Linger felt an inexplicable discomfort within her. Was it concern for Su Chen being toyed with by Xiao Mei, or perhaps jealousy that Xiao Mei could trade for food? Meanwhile, among a group of survivors, after scouring the convenience store for supplies, the underground parking lot fell into a rare tranquility. Only Zhang Mingyuan and Yangzhen's group appeared restless and anxious. They quickly depleted the supplies they had retrieved from the store. Yangzhen, do you know if there are any other convenience stores nearby? Zhang Mingyuan, suppressing his gnawing hunger, inquired of Yangzhen. Zhang Xiao, I am not sure. If there were, others would have already searched for them, Yangzhen replied with a bitter smile. Phoenix Mountain is a scenic spot, attracting travelers. Within a few kilometers, there is only that one convenience store. There is no second. If that is the case, shall we gather some money and buy from others? Zhang Mingyuan mused aloud. If it were that easy to buy, we would have gone already, Yangzhen sighed in resignation. Not to mention using money to buy supplies. Even if Xiao Mei shamelessly tried to entice other survivors with her beauty, it would be futile. Everyone isn't foolish. Given the terrifying heat with no sign of abating, who would trade precious supplies for worthless paper money? Then how about we resort to robbery? Yangzhen suggested. Robbery? You must be joking. Do you think you can overpower anyone? Zhang Mingyuan retorted sharply. Although they were all young, they were utterly defenseless. Searching for supplies had already cost some their lives. How could they compete against the strong, robust youths from other teams? At that moment, a delicate voice chimed in. Zhang Xiao, while we may not stand a chance against others, we can definitely overpower Su Chen. Zhang Mingyuan furrowed his brow and turned to see Xiao Mei approaching with Lu Linger. What do you mean by that? I plan to seduce Su Chen. Once he falls for it, I will open the car door and let you all in, Xiao Mei said, her otherwise beautiful face revealing a sinister smile. He is but one man, and we are many. Subduing him will be a piece of cake. Are you so sure he will open the door for you? Zhang Mingyuan asked, half convinced. Despite the relentless coercion and temptation directed at him, Su Chen resolutely refused to open the car door. Could he truly be seduced by Xiao Mei? This, my friend, is where your understanding falters. Su Chen remains a virgin, and with but a slight nudge, I can assuredly bring him to submission. Observing Xiao Mei, who, though somewhat disheveled, still radiates a captivating allure, Zhang Mingyuan found himself convinced. A man of extensive experience, he had previously been ensnared by Xiao Mei's charms. There was no doubt that Su Chen, a pure-hearted novice, could not hope to rival her. My earlier demeanor was less than amiable, and for that, I extend my apologies. To secure Xiao Mei's assistance in entering the RV, Zhang Mingyuan, in a rare display of humility, expressed his regrets. Zhang Xiao, your words are weighty. Once the sweltering heat has abated, let us not forget the kindness shown. Ultimately, Xiao Mei harbored the belief that the oppressive heat would one day pass. If she could aid Zhang Mingyuan in this arduous predicament, perhaps there would be a chance for her to marry into the Zhang family upon their escape. A jovial nod accompanied Zhang Mingyuan's laughter, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Should such a day ever arrive with his lineage, how could he possibly wed a woman of Xiao Mei's provocative nature? Nearby, Lu Linger bit her lip, her beautiful eyes betraying an unnameable concern. After much deliberation, Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei, along with their companions, resolved to act under the cover of night. Firstly, most survivors would be resting, ensuring no one would interrupt their plans. Secondly, it was during the night that Min's desires surged most fervently. As the minutes slipped away, the sky gradually darkened. Exchanging knowing glances, Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei commenced their operation. Their strategy was straightforward, to have Xiao Mei approach the RV and entice Su Chen. Should all go according to plan, the moment Su Chen opened the door, they would surge forward, striving to seize control of the vehicle. If fortune did not favor them, they would allow Xiao Mei to employ her charms as a last resort. Once Su Chen was sufficiently exhausted, they would stealthily unlock the door. With preparations complete, Xiao Mei steadied her resolve and knocked on the door of the RV. A gentle hum resonated as the steel plate covering the window slowly descended, revealing the interior. Su Chen appeared to have just emerged from a bath, steam still clinging to his body as he toweled off his short hair. Even Zhang Mingyuan and his companions, who lurked in the shadows, were momentarily taken aback. In the midst of such oppressive heat, with the mountains devoid of water and electricity, the survivors had scarcely dared to wash their faces, let alone indulge in a shower. Su Chen was indeed living extravagantly. No, they silently vowed. They must deceive him into opening the door and drive him out. Ah Chen, how have you been these past few days? Xiao Mei flirtatiously tossed her hair, feigning allure. This evening, to entice Su Chen, she had wasted a precious bottle of drinking water to wash her face. The others were understandably distressed. Yet such measures were deemed essential to win over Su Chen. Not too bad, really. I've been watching movies, enjoying the air conditioning, and occasionally indulging in a steak and a glass of wine. I do not enjoy the same comforts and freedoms as you do on a daily basis. Su Chen remarked with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei and the others could not help but unleash a torrent of curses in their hearts. How utterly pretentious. If given a choice, they would far prefer to remain within the confines of their camper, away from the sweltering heat and hunger, relishing the pleasures of life. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mei suddenly assumed the role of a dramatist, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, Ah Chen, I beg you. I haven't eaten in days. I have wronged you in many ways, and I take full responsibility. I implore you to forgive me and grant me some food. If you provide me with sustenance, I would be willing to share your bed. Chapter 30. Food exchange. To speak candidly, Xiao Mei was indeed a woman of remarkable beauty. How could one resist the plea of such a sultry and alluring figure, her eyes glistening with tears, offering herself in exchange for sustenance? It seemed that Su Chen was unable to withstand her charm. He scrutinized Xiao Mei from head to toe, his tone laced with frivolity as he remarked, "It appears you might not be as stunning as before." Xiao Mei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication of Su Chen's words. She had indeed fallen for his trick. A wave of secret delight washed over her, though she feigned a bashful demeanor, reasoning that her recent lack of proper meals must have dulled her appearance. As long as Brother Chen ensured she was well fed, she would surely regain her former beauty. Very well, how do you propose we exchange? Brother Chen, if you provide me with a month's worth of food, I will obey your every command during that time. Xiao Mei believed her offer was quite generous. After all, with her stunning looks, a month's worth of food was undoubtedly a fair exchange. However, upon hearing her proposal, Su Chen merely scoffed. A few days ago, Zhang Mingyuan approached me, seeking to exchange shares of Mingyuan Group for a month's worth of supplies. And I rejected him outright. Do you really think you are that valuable? Xiao Mei felt a mix of shock and anger. She was astonished that Su Chen had turned down Zhang Mingyuan's offer of company shares for supplies. Anger surged within her at Su Chen's callousness. Yet, she could only swallow her frustration, too intimidated to lash out. With a quick flicker of thought, she suggested, "How about this, Brother Chen? If you allow me to stay in the RV, I will follow your every directive as long as you provide for my food and shelter." Well, that is not a bad idea, Su Chen mused, pausing briefly before adding with a grin, "However, there is one condition you must fulfill before you can enter." What condition? Xiao Mei's heart raced with anticipation, her eyes darting to the side. But due to the dim light, she failed to notice Zhang Mingyuan and his companions lurking nearby. Kneel down. What? Xiao Mei was once again taken aback. She had never anticipated such a demand from Su Chen. I mentioned this before. Unless you kneel and plead with me, I will not provide you with food, Chen declared, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. You wouldn't want me to be seen as someone who goes back on his word, would you? Xiaomei clenched her teeth, seething with resentment. How could this Chen be so utterly despicable, daring to ask her to kneel? Who did he think he was? Even Zhang Mingyuan treated her with more courtesy. As Xiaomei simmered in indignation, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly emerged from the shadows like a specter, nodding vigorously at her, urging her to acquiesce. With a resigned heart, Xiaomei bit her lip and reluctantly knelt on the ground. Please, grant me food. Ah, such a good girl. Chen's eyes narrowed with delight. But soon his expression shifted to one of hesitation. However, I am quite traditional. We are not married, nor are we even dating. Is it truly appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together in such a manner? Xiaomei nearly choked on her fury. She had already knelt before him, and he still had the audacity to hesitate? Are you truly a man? No wonder your relationship with Lu Lingo has lingered for so long without progressing to intimacy. However, considering the bigger picture, Xiaomei could only patiently advise. In this day and age, what is there to be ashamed of? Brother Aiken, you must not cling to outdated views. Besides, your relationship with Linger did not begin as a romantic one. Love develops over time. After hearing Xiaomei's counsel, Chen appeared somewhat swayed, yet still hesitated. But you are Linger's close friend. Wouldn't it be unfair to her if She has already broken up with you. If we were to be together, how could it possibly betray her? Xiaomei's frustration grew, and her disdain for Chen deepened. Previously, she had even contemplated abandoning her alliance with Zhang Mingyuan to agree to be with Chen. Yet, witnessing his indecisive demeanor, that thought dissipated instantly. Very well. Prepare to enter from the side, Chen said as he stood up, raising the steel panel that obscured the window while pressing a button. A click echoed as a door suddenly swung open on the opposite side of the vehicle. Why not enter through the front door? Xiaomei wondered. But she had no time for such thoughts and hurried towards the newly opened door. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyuan felt a surge of joy and made his way in that direction as well. Only Lu Ling furrowed her brow, growing concerned for Chen. Just as Zhang Mingyuan and the others were ready to make a bold entrance, Xiaomei stepped inside, and the door promptly shut behind her. The group was taken aback and quickly retreated. Damn it, this Chen is truly cunning, Zhang Mingyuan exclaimed. Given the current situation, he knew he must proceed with caution. Yangjin reassured him. It's all right, Zhang. Once Xiaomei exhausts him, we can enter without delay. With matters at this point, there was no choice but to wait patiently outside. However, inside, Xiaomei found herself without sight of Chen. Upon entering the camper, she had unwittingly confined herself to a mere few square meters of bathroom space. Brother Aiken, what is the meaning of this? Xiaomei, sensing something amiss, forced a smile as she inquired. You are too dirty. This is a luxury vehicle worth millions. Can you afford to clean the mess you make? Chen's voice came coolly from the other side of the door. Then may I take a shower first? As a young woman, being deemed unclean stung her pride somewhat. Yet, when Xiaomei reached out to turn on the shower, she found not a single drop of water. Why is there no water? Don't be hasty, Xiaomei. What fun is it to watch alone? Why not join me? Then what are you waiting for? Xiaomei urged impatiently. On one hand, she hadn't bathed in over half a month and could no longer bear it. On the other, she was eager to charm Chen and opened the door for Zhang Mingyuan and the others to enter. Do you see the water basin beside you? There is a drawer beneath. Please open it. Following Chen's instruction, Xiaomei opened the drawer, only to discover a pair of handcuffs inside. For safety's sake, bind yourself first. Xiaomei felt somewhat speechless, yet she had no choice but to obey Chen's command and handcuff herself. Brother Aiken, please hurry. Chapter 31. Face-to-face mockery. With a soft click, the door of the bathroom was gently pushed open, allowing a rush of refreshing cool air to flood in. After enduring the sweltering heat for so long, Xiaomei instantly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, almost sighing in delight. Chen stepped inside, gazing at Xiaomei, who had bound herself, and could not suppress a chuckle. Xiaomei, you truly are obedient. Well, of course, as long as Brother Chen provides for my meals and lodging, I will comply with your every whim, she retorted playfully. After all, there is a stark contrast between 0 and countless times. Once she had called out, Xiaomei felt no guilt in repeating it. Really? Then let's hear you call out a couple more times, Chen remarked with a teasing smile. What do you take me for? You're just a toad dreaming of becoming a prince, flaunting your appearance. Xiaomei fumed internally, but remembering her scheme with Zhang Mingyuan, she swallowed her anger and put on a charming facade. Such a good girl. Chen reached out, ruffling her hair. Let us begin. Xiaomei, feeling impatient, urged. I just want to quickly take you down, and then let Zhang Mingyuan and the others in. Begin what exactly? Naturally, we are to engage in activities we enjoy, she replied, momentarily taken aback. Wait, Xiaomei, did you really think I would sleep with you? Su Chen suddenly erupted into laughter, his expression rife with sarcasm. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding crept into Xiao Mei's mind. To be frank, I never intended to sleep with you. Nor did I plan to barter with you for food. Su Chen crossed his arms, a cold smirk adorning his face. What? You, aren't you a man? Xiao Mei struggled to comprehend his words. She had offered herself up, accommodating him in every way, yet he had no intention of pursuing her? I've already stated, I am indeed a man. I simply have no interest in a gold-digging, superficial woman like you. Su Chen looked down at Xiao Mei, his eyes brimming with disdain. In truth, from the very beginning, I anticipated the impending apocalypse, thus I stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. However, I have no intention of sharing them with you. Does that infuriate you? As he spoke, Su Chen stepped aside, revealing the interior of the camper behind him. There, on the table and floor, lay an abundance of supplies he had gathered in advance: beef, lamb, bottled water, 1982 Lafite, and a variety of gourmet delicacies. Truly a feast for the senses. Xiao Mei nearly popped her eyes out in disbelief. Although she had suspected Su Chen was hoarding supplies, she never imagined he would have amassed so much. Surely you don't think I have taken a liking to you? No. Su Chen shook his finger dismissively, sneering. Do you really believe I am blind to the fact that you are nothing but a gold digger with loose morals? Your obsession with wealth and promiscuity has nothing to do with me. Yet, what disgusts me is your audacity to encourage Ling Heir to break up with me so that she might seek out a wealthy heir alongside you. We are both cunning foxes. I see no need to engage in your farcical tales. I shall candidly inform you that my purpose in summoning you to Phoenix Mountain is to ensure that you endure some hardships when the apocalypse descends. As Su Chen mockingly taunted her, Xiao Mei's complexion first turned pale, followed by an intense flush of crimson. Her delicate form trembled with indignation. Although she indulged in materialism and promiscuity, she always considered herself a good girl. How dare this loathsome wretch, Su Chen, speak of her in such a manner before her? You foul insect, I have no interest in you, nor do you have any appeal to me. Just because you possess a modicum of resources, you believe yourself superior. A man of your ilk shall never find a girlfriend. Enraged, Xiao Mei shouted, entirely shedding her previously delicate demeanor. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air, causing Xiao Mei's fair visage to swell instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Su Chen dared to strike her. Although I harbor no desire to harm women, your kind necessitates a thorough lesson, Su Chen remarked, flexing his wrist nonchalantly. The once delirious Xiao Mei regained her senses after receiving that blow. As she gazed at Su Chen's indifferent expression, memories of the man who was brutally beaten to death by a biao sent a shiver down her spine. This lawless world of the apocalypse offered no guarantees. If Su Chen chose to eliminate her, no one would stand up for her. Please, do not kill me. With her hands and feet shackled, Xiao Mei could only desperately inch backward, attempting to distance herself from Su Chen. Yet the confines of the RV's bathroom were limited, and she soon found herself pressed against the door. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. To kill you would merely sully my hands, Su Chen scoffed. In her past life, Xiao Mei had instigated Lu Linger to sever ties with Su Chen, only to deceive him into rescuing her and Lu Linger. What was the outcome? Xiao Mei absconded with all of Su Chen's resources, treating him like a lovesick fool, nearly starving him to death. When the floods, following the sweltering heat, engulfed the city, only 2 seats remained on the rescue vessel. In a desperate bid for survival, Xiao Mei even locked Su Chen in a room, nearly causing him to drown. Could Su Chen's deep-seated resentment towards her be so easily erased? The apocalypse had only just commenced. Horrors such as floods, extreme cold, and zombies loomed ahead. To simply execute Xiao Mei would be too lenient. Contemplating this, Su Chen flung open the door and forcefully kicked Xiao Mei out. Goodness! Has it been 20 minutes already? Why is this fellow still at it? Zhang Mingyuan, waiting outside, expressed his impatience. Given his indulgent lifestyle, he typically concluded matters in 5 minutes, thus perceiving Su Chen's actions as excessively drawn out. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yang Zhen and the others turned peculiar. Lu Linger, standing nearby, wore a complex expression. Could it be that Su Chen truly engaged in intimacy with Xiao Mei? Just as the group was lost in their thoughts, the RV door suddenly swung open. Zhang Mingyuan's heart leapt with joy, ready to rush forward, only to witness a figure tumble out, followed by the door slamming shut with a resounding thud. What is going on? The group stood, momentarily stunned. When they finally regained their composure, they were astonished to discover that it was Xiao Mei who had fallen out. However, her current appearance was quite peculiar, as she was still wearing handcuffs. Xiao Mei, what has happened to you? Yang Zhen asked, bewildered. Zhang Xiao, Yang Zhen, you must stand up for me. Upon seeing Zhang Mingyuan and the others, Xiao Mei immediately burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. After learning about the events that had transpired within the RV, the expressions of the group turned unusually strange. With Xiaomei in such a state, how could Su Chen possibly remain composed? Nonetheless, Lu Linger let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Just then, a sudden commotion arose from beside them, where Normadisen was situated. Chapter 32. Public disgrace. Come on, let's get started. The crowd strained their ears, recognizing the voice of Xiaomei. Little did they know, she had taken her private antics to such an extravagant level, truly worthy of exploration. Feeling the peculiar gazes directed at her, Xiaomei's complexion turned an unsettling shade of green and white. She wished fervently to dismember Su Chen. That scoundrel Su Chen had the audacity to record her secretly and play it publicly. This had effectively led to her public humiliation. Withdraw. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at Normadisen, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, despite the failed scheme, there were no significant losses aside from Xiaomei's embarrassment. As he watched his group depart on the surveillance, Su Chen in the RV wore a cold smirk. Undeniably, even in such harsh circumstances, Xiaomei's stunning appearance remained hard to conceal, despite her prolonged endurance. However, as Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she tends to be, especially someone like Xiaomei, a viper in disguise. If Su Chen were to indulge her desires and keep her close, he feared he might repeat the mistakes of his past life. Yet, perhaps it was time to contemplate addressing his own physical needs. Although residing in Normadisen provided ample sustenance and entertainment, including pre-downloaded video games, films, and television series, he felt he had neglected the desires of his second brother. Just as Su Chen was lost in his thoughts, the car door was gently rapped upon again. This time, however, he was not surprised. It seemed he had anticipated this moment. As he rolled down the window, he was greeted by none other than his ex-girlfriend, Lu Linger. Chen, are you all right? Lu Linger hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Chen scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Xiaomei is, after all, just a weak woman. How could she possibly harm me? Seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. Lu Linger appeared to struggle with her words, but ultimately said nothing more, turning to leave. Wait. Su Chen suddenly called out to her, speaking in a calm tone. You informing me in advance about Xiaomei's schemes has indeed aided me. I am a person who values gratitude and grievances distinctly. He opened a small compartment in the car door and handed her a bag filled with food and water. Here, this should suffice for a few days. Indeed. When Xiaomei and her cohort decided to take action against Su Chen, it was unclear whether Lu Linger's motives stemmed from lingering feelings or a desire to ingratiate herself with him. But she had secretly approached the RV and disclosed Zhang Mingyuan's plan. Despite being aware of Xiaomei's true nature, Su Chen would not fall for her tricks. After careful consideration, he resolved to extend some provisions to Lu Linger. First and foremost, they had shared several years of affection. Lu Linger, having transformed into her current state, was not solely to blame. She had been swayed by Xiaomei's influence. Her decision to expose Xiaomei and Zhang Mingyuan suggested she was salvageable. Secondly, Su Chen was intent on cultivating Lu Linger as an insider. After all, he spent every day confined within the vehicle, remaining oblivious to the circumstances of the other survivors. Should Zhang Mingyuan, a Biao, or any others harbor ulterior motives, having Lu Linger as an ally would allow him to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Su Chen harbored a selfish desire to find a warm home for his younger brother. Of course, this depended on future developments. Gazing at the food and water before her, Lu Linger could scarcely believe her eyes. She hurriedly took the bag, opened it, and began to devour the bread ravenously. When the soft bread slid down her throat and filled her stomach, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. It was worth noting that, in recent times, her most frequent meal had been instant noodles. She had not tasted bread with a short shelf life, which could not withstand high temperatures, for quite some time. Chen, thank you. After consuming several pieces of bread, Lu Linger finally regained her composure and quickly expressed her gratitude to Su Chen. Do not mention it. I actually have tasks for you, Su Chen replied, handing her a compact walkie-talkie and instructing, from now on, if there are any movements from others, report to me promptly. Understood? His tone, though calm, conveyed an undeniable authority. Lu Linger felt no inclination to resist. She obediently accepted it and nodded, saying, All right, I will follow your instructions. Observing the girl before him, now remarkably compliant, Su Chen could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. In their earlier days together, Lu Linger had been almost spoiled by him, developing a rather spoiled princess demeanor. Yet, time had altered their circumstances drastically. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Lu Linger quietly returned to her position. Just as she concealed the supplies and walkie-talkie she had received from Su Chen, Xiaomei suddenly stirred beside her. The handcuffs and leg shackles in Su Chen's vehicle had been conveniently acquired from Walmart. As for why such items were available at Walmart, Su Chen admitted he was unaware. Fortunately, these were intended for artistic expression and were not particularly sturdy. Zhang Mingyuan, Yang Zhen, and others procured tools and successfully helped Xiao Mei break free. However, after this commotion, the already famished group felt even more faint from hunger. "Linger, where have you been?" Xiao Mei inquired, still drowsy. I just went to the restroom." Lu Linger quickly fabricated a lie. Xiao Mei thought little of it and drifted back into a slumber. Unlike the others, Lu Linga felt particularly secure after her meal. Her mind began to wander. Since the onset of the heat wave, both Zhang Mingyuan and Biao, along with Xiao Mei, had resorted to various means of coercion and persuasion to demand supplies from Su Chen. Yet, he had coldly rejected all their requests. Even individuals like Zhang Hang had met a tragic fate after being shot. Today, however, Su Chen had willingly provided her with resources. Whether it was out of affection or a desire to exploit her, this was her opportunity. She must find a way to win him back and secure a place in the RV, to avoid perishing beneath the sweltering sun. Lu Lingo clenched her delicate fists and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following days passed in tranquility, yet Zhang Mingyuan and his companions, driven to the brink of starvation, found themselves pleading pitifully with other survivors for provisions. Fortunately, having recently scavenged from a convenience store, the majority still enjoyed ample food and drink. Witnessing the woeful state of Zhang Mingyuan and his companions, who were in tears and despair, coupled with Zhang Mingyuan's display of his monetary prowess, many felt a sense of compassion, believing that the oppressive heat would eventually relent. Thus, they extend their generosity, providing some supplies to prevent Zhang Mingyuan and his party from succumbing to hunger. However, that very night, a series of loud cries erupted from the underground parking lot. "Who goes there? What do you intend to do?" Chapter 33. The essence of desperation on that fateful night. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the underground parking lot. Some survivors, having scavenged through a convenience store, managed to procure a number of flashlights and other illumination devices, which now proved invaluable. As they directed the beams of light toward the source of the anguished cries, they were met with a shocking sight. A survival team of 7 or 8 had previously claimed this area as their camp, yet now, their bodies lay strewn across the ground in disarray. It was unclear whether they were alive or dead, but the pools of blood surrounding them suggested that, even if they still drew breath, their fates were grim. Within the camp, a dozen individuals were bent over, searching for something. As the survivors focused their gaze, they recognized none other than Abayo and his companions. When the flashlight illuminated him, Abayo scowled, brandishing the bloodied axe in his hand, and growled, "What the hell are you shining that light for? Turn it off." His expression was fierce, radiating an aura of menace. The other survivors felt a chill run down their spines and hastily extinguished their flashlights. After a prolonged power outage, the emergency lights in the parking lot had long since failed. Fortunately, among the items scavenged from the convenience store were several small nightlights that could barely serve as a source of illumination. In the dim light, the figures of Abayo and his group appeared elongated, resembling malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. "Brother Biao, what do you mean by this?" Someone, unable to contain their anxiety, dared to inquire. "It means that my food has run out, and I've come here to find more," Abayo replied coldly, narrowing his eyes. Although his words were delivered with nonchalance, they weighed heavily on the hearts of those who heard them. This Abayo was ruthless indeed, brazenly resorting to murder to seize supplies. "You've gone too far," another retorted. "Don't think that just because you're strong, we'll cower in fear. We'll fight to the bitter end." Uncertain who initiated the defiance, the others echoed in unison, their voices laced with indignation towards Abayo. He had long since lost the trust of the survivors. During the previous collection of supplies, he had promised equitable distribution, but had instead hoarded the resources and resorted to violence. Now, his actions had escalated to outright murder and pillaging. Such brutality was unconscionable. If Abayo dared to kill others today, who could say he wouldn't turn his blade upon them tomorrow? Thus, the remaining survivors felt a profound sense of solidarity amidst the impending doom, a collective resolve blossoming among them. "Do you intend to rebel?" Abayo asked, tightening his grip on his weapon, a furrow forming on his brow. He sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The group of survivors before him numbered over 100, while Abayo and his men were formidable fighters. Confronting such a multitude posed an insurmountable challenge. Their earlier ability to dominate the scene stemmed from their ruthless nature. However, after enduring relentless heat and hardship, the tides of human sentiment had irrevocably changed. During the last expedition to gather supplies, some individuals covertly concealed a considerable number of knives, hammers, and other lethal tools for unforeseen circumstances. Should Abiao and his companions face an ambush today, it is likely they would not resolve the situation as peacefully as before. Abiao is no fool. Upon sensing the rising tension, he hastily concealed the weapons and spoke with a softened tone, urging, "Everyone, please remain calm. I, Abiao, alongside my brothers, am not a band of murderers. We simply came seeking food as we have run out. If they refuse to help, that is their choice. But to verbally insult me was intolerable, leading to our scuffle. It was evident to any discerning observer that Abiao's words were mere fabrications. He and his subordinates exuded a menacing aura, while the fallen survival team comprised ordinary individuals who dared not confront Abiao and his crew. Nonetheless, this explanation eased the previously charged atmosphere. Yet, even so, must you resort to violence, Abiao? A tall, imposing man with an air of righteousness interjected. His name was Wang, a retired soldier who had brought his family to Phoenix Mountain for a vacation. Known for his genial disposition and unwavering sense of justice, many sought his protection, and his group was the largest, boasting nearly 30 members. His remarks garnered nods of agreement from others. In moments of anger, accidents may occur. It is an unfortunate reality, Abiao shrugged innocently. Although the weather had yet to cool, it would inevitably change. Abiao, it would be wise to reconsider your approach. Wang, though disapproving of Abiao's conduct, was a law-abiding and principled man who preferred not to resort to violence. He merely sought to counsel Abiao, hoping he would find his way back to reason. "Fear not, this shall be a one-time occurrence and will not be repeated," Abiao replied with a nod, his smile lacking warmth. "That is reassuring." Wang cast a penetrating gaze at Abiao before gesturing for the other survivors to return to their respective places to rest. They instinctively encircled the camp around Wang. Abiao's gaze remained fixed on Wang, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. "Abiao." At that moment, Manager Dang approached. Having mingled with Abiao for quite some time, he had risen to become the second in command of the group. "How did the supply search fare?" Abiao inquired in a hushed tone. "The outlook is grim. Upon counting, we have barely enough provisions for 2 days," Manager Dang reported the gathered supplies. "Only this much?" Abiao expressed surprise, though he quickly reconciled himself to the reality. The team he had eliminated consisted of 8 individuals, with only half being adults. Naturally, the survival supplies were limited. The effort expended yielded a meager 2 days' worth of provisions, leaving Abiao somewhat disheartened. "It seems we must devise another plan." A cold glint flickered in Abiao's eyes as he turned his gaze toward the other survivors once more. "Brother Biao, it may be unwise for us to take action now," Manager Dang urged, sensing Abiao's intentions. "With that individual surnamed He around, he will undoubtedly rally others against us." "Then let us target Wang instead," Abiao replied in a chilling tone. This, Manager Dang's face betrayed hesitation. He believed Abiao had truly lost his senses, given that Wang was currently held in high regard by the people. Targeting him would surely lead to their own demise. Abiao discerned Manager Dang's thoughts and revealed a sinister smile. "It is precisely his presence that has united the others. Only by eliminating him can we strike them down one by one. Rest assured, I will not approach this recklessly." Chapter 34. Softening. Eventually, if Wang could unite all the survivors, it would render Abiao's murderous intentions futile. Thus, he must devise a means to eliminate Wang. Inside the RV, Chen sampled the dish he had prepared, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that he lacked the culinary talent he had hoped for. Recently, he had subsisted primarily on steak and other Western delicacies, which, while relatively simple to prepare, had become tiresome over time. Consequently, he yearned to experiment with cooking Chinese cuisine to alleviate his palate's fatigue. Unfortunately, it seemed he possessed little aptitude in the culinary arts, as the dishes he conjured were rather mediocre. With a resigned shrug, he disposed of the plate of food into the nearby garbage disposal. Were the outside survivors to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly gnash their teeth in envy. To survive, they endured intermittent hunger daily, whereas Chen casually deemed his dish unworthy of consumption. How extravagant! Perhaps he should consider inviting Lu Linger in? Pondering this, Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Setting aside other considerations, Lu Linger was renowned for her exceptional cooking skills. If she were to reside with him, she could prepare meals, and they could indulge in their intimate moments, a true win-win situation. At that moment, Chen's attention was drawn to the surveillance screen, which displayed some activity. Utilizing the night vision capability of the monitor, he discerned Abiao and his men dispatching a small survival team. He also witnessed the entire standoff between Wang and Abiao. Although the distance was considerable, Chen could surmise the events unfolding. It was merely Abiao's jealousy over others' resources leading to murder and plunder. "Chen, can you hear me?" A voice suddenly emerged from the walkie-talkie. It was Lu Linger. "I can hear you. What's the matter?" Chen replied coolly. "Just now, Abiao. He brought his men and killed Brother Zhou and his group." Lu Linger's voice was laced with panic. Though she had witnessed death before, such as that of Zhang Hang and Li Luan, those events had been justified. In stark contrast, the slaughter of Brother Zhou's team this night was utterly senseless, executed by a Biao's hand. In that moment, Lu Ling fully grasped the grim reality. Under the oppressive heat of the apocalypse, societal order had crumbled, giving rise to a brutal law of the jungle. Today, it was Brother Zhou who perished. Who could predict whether a Biao would target her, Xiao Mei, or others next? Filled with dread, Lu Ling feigned a trip to the restroom, seizing the walkie-talkie to contact Su Chen. I am aware. I witnessed it all. Such acts of murder and plunder for resources are commonplace in my previous life, Su Chen responded, unfazed by the horrors that had unfolded. Taken aback by Su Chen's nonchalant tone, Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of estrangement. Since their reunion at the car exhibition, Su Chen's actions had increasingly bewildered her. First, he had drained his savings to purchase a luxury RV worth millions, then proceeded to customize it extensively. When the scorching heat waves in, no matter how others press or entice, he refuses to open the car door to assist anyone. He even procured a firearm somehow. And as Biao and his accomplices attempted to break into the vehicle, he shot and wounded one, resulting in that individual's demise. Such actions make him seem like an entirely different person. Yet, regardless of how Su Chen has transformed, Lu Ling is resolutely convinced that to survive, she must rely on him. If this continues, Biao might very well kill me. Chen, I do not wish to die, could you? For the sake of our past bond, lend me your assistance. Lu Ling spoke, her eyes brimming with tears. Rest assured, he will not act against you in the near future. Su Chen coldly denied Lu Ling's plea. He might allow her inside eventually, but certainly not at this moment. You can temporarily stay with Wang. He will protect you. There is no need to contact me unless absolutely necessary. If anyone discovers our connection, it could spell trouble for you. After delivering his words, he ignored Lu Ling's continued calls, listening to the static over the intercom. Lu Ling was left in a daze. Su Chen's harshness truly wounded her. However, she understood that to gain entry into the RV and survive, she had to implore Su Chen. Following the annihilation of Brother Zhou's team, the remaining survivors became increasingly vigilant. To avoid being slaughtered by Biao and his crew, they rallied around Wang. Even Zhang Mingyuan and his companions, frightened by Biao, sought refuge with Wang. In a moment, Wang had evidently assumed the role of leader among the survivors. We have searched the north and south and found no supplies. Let us try heading east tonight and see what we can uncover, Wang said, illuminating the map with a flashlight as he addressed those beside him. In the pursuit of survival, he was diligently organizing efforts for self-rescue. Unlike the ruthless Biao, Wang conducted his affairs with fairness and justice. He instructed each team to send able-bodied individuals to scour for supplies, allocating resources based on their contributions. Though this approach may seem inequitable to the smaller team's burden with the elderly, weak, and ill, it was, at present, the most viable solution. After finalizing the plan, Wang contemplated for a moment before suddenly leading a few individuals toward the RV. Within the vehicle, Su Chen was adhering to his daily exercise regimen, performing push-ups, 249, 250. There is a saying that thoughts may be tainted, but the body must remain healthy. Only a robust physique can sustain a corrupt mind. Especially in a post-apocalyptic environment, a strong body significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Aside from indulging in films, television, and video games during his leisure time, Su Chen's greatest passion was physical training. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Su Chen's workout. Glancing at Wang and his companions outside, he frowned slightly, puzzled. He had never engaged in dialogue with Wang. Why was he here? Could he be seeking supplies as well? Are you Su Chen? Outside the vehicle, Wang smiled brightly and introduced himself. I am Wang, and I have been nominated as the captain. In these challenging times, Su Laudi, we must unite and overcome difficulties together. Although Wang's demeanor suggests he is honest and warm-hearted, the adage rings true. One may know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Especially in an apocalyptic environment, many well-meaning individuals can gradually succumb to darkness. Thus, Su Chen harbored no trust in Wang, nor did he feel the need to place his faith in him. Chapter 35. A slight improvement in life. I beg your pardon, but I am not interested. Su Chen's response was refreshingly candid as he outright rejected Wang's proposal. Wang was taken aback by Su Chen's forthrightness, momentarily stunned before he attempted to persuade. Su, even if your RV is stocked with abundant supplies, how long can you truly sustain this? In Wang's view, although the Normadisen was quite spacious and capable of storing a significant amount of provisions, there would inevitably come a day when those resources would be exhausted. When that time arrived, Su Chen would have no choice but to vacate the RV. Having previously caused Zhang Hang's demise, he had also incurred enmity with Biao. Alone and without allies, it was certain that Abayo would seek retribution. If Su Chen possessed any sense, he would understand the necessity of uniting with Yi Wang and his companions. Yet, little did Yi Wang know that within Su Chen's Normadisen resided an extraordinary storage space, a veritable cheat. The supplies contained within were so plentiful that, even if Su Chen were to accommodate another 30 to 50 individuals, they would not be depleted for a century. You need not concern yourself with that. Su Chen replied succinctly before pressing a button to raise the steel plate. Yi Wang and his companions found themselves momentarily bewildered. This Su Chen is exceedingly aloof, they thought. Just as the steel plate ascended halfway, Su Chen seemed to recall something, pausing to say, by the way, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Abayo is ruthless and may very well target you. Noted, and you need not worry about it, Yi Wang replied curtly, clearly unsettled by Su Chen's dismissal. Observing this, Su Chen merely shook his head and closed the steel plate. He had intended to warn Yi Wang out of goodwill, recognizing that Abayo's modus operandi could indeed put Yi Wang at risk. However, since Yi Wang did not appreciate the warning, Su Chen saw no need to waste further words. Brother Wang, this Su Chen is rather pretentious, isn't he? Remarked two survivors following closely behind Yi Wang, expressing their dissatisfaction. They were siblings, named De Hu and Xiao Hu, both of whom were robust veterans, harboring a deep-seated disdain for malevolence. Well, since he is unwilling to accept our assistance, we shall refrain from meddling in his affairs. Yi Wang decided, shaking his head as he led his team back to their original position. He cast Su Chen's predicament from his mind and focused intently on the impending search for supplies that evening. As time passed steadily, nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings once more. Despite his grievances regarding Su Chen, Yi Wang remained vigilant against Abayo, to ensure safety and to avoid being ambushed while scavenging for resources. He refrained from deploying all able-bodied individuals. Instead, he dispatched only a portion, while he and the remaining members safeguarded the elderly, infirm, and weak within the camp. After sending his men off, Yi Wang settled into his position, closing his eyes to rest. However, it was not long before a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the darkness. Who goes there? De Hu and Xiao Hu, tasked with vigilance, quickly called out. It's me. There is trouble, came a panicked voice in response. The large tiger illuminated the surroundings with a small lamp and, upon closer inspection, discovered a young woman. None other than Xiao Mei. What had transpired? Hearing the commotion, Yi Wang rose to his feet and approached Xiao Mei, asking in a grave tone. Zhang Xiao and Yangzhen, who accompanied me in the search for supplies, have both fainted from the heat. Xiao Mei's expression was tense, her face betraying her anxiety. What? Yi Wang furrowed his brow, his demeanor becoming increasingly serious. If it had been a Biao, he would have shown no concern for Zhang Mingyuan and the others' well-being. But Yi Wang was different. His innate sense of justice compelled him to act. Moreover, the loyalty of those around him, who followed his lead, stemmed from his generous nature and sense of righteousness. To turn a blind eye now would shatter his reputation. Who would respect him in the future? Yi Wang glanced at the location of a Biao and the others, who were unusually silent and still. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made up his mind. De Hu, Xiao Hu, accompany me. The rest of you stay here and remain vigilant. Xiao Mei, lead us there. Yi Wang, along with De Hu and Xiao Hu, promptly followed Xiao Mei as they hastened out of the underground parking lot. The persistent heat had rendered the night sky cloudless, and under the silvery moonlight, Xiao Mei guided the three men to a narrow alley. At the alley's end, they could faintly discern a figure lying motionless on the ground. Yet, it was peculiar. Although it should have been Zhang Mingyuan and Yang Zhen, only one person was present. Where is the other person? Did he awaken and leave? Xiao Mei's face was filled with confusion. Never mind, let's go check it out. Yi Wang beckoned De Hu and Xiao Hu to follow him as he strode forward. Upon nearing the figure, Yi Wang recognized the clothing of the person lying on the ground. It was Yang Zhen. However, something felt amiss. Yang Zhen lay on his back, a dark pool forming beneath his head, and the air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. This was not right. Yi Wang's pupils dilated in alarm. Just then, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind him. Reacting swiftly, he ducked down, but immediately felt a sharp pain pierce through his back. Hiss. Yi Wang inhaled sharply, turning around quickly. In the shadows of the night, several unwelcome guests had appeared in the alley. Leading them was none other than a Biao. A sinister smile plastered across his face. He was the one who had just ambushed Yi Wang. Xiao Hu, are you all right? Xiao Hu. Yi Wang reacted quickly, having sustained only minor injuries. However, the situation was dire for De Hu and Xiao Hu. Both had been struck on the back of the head by a Biao's men. De Hu, possessing a stronger endurance, remained upright, but Xiao Hu was in a pitiful state, collapsing silently to the ground, his breath growing faint. Despite De Hu's frantic calls, Xiao Hu showed no response. Yi Wang, disregarding his own searing pain in his back, demanded in a low voice, "A Biao, what is your intention?" "Certainly. My intention is to eliminate you. Xiao Mei approached from the alley, leaning against a Biao, her voice sweet and delicate. Huang was no fool. He quickly grasped the situation. The so-called Zhang Mingyuan and Yang Zhen fainting were traps set by a Biao, with Xiao Mei as his accomplice. Xiao Mei, have I wronged you in any way? Why do you assist him in targeting me? Huang glared at Xiao Mei with immense anger. Because I wish to survive in this apocalyptic world, and to thrive a little better. Xiao Mei shrugged nonchalantly, a smile playing on her lips. Under Huang's management, Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei could scarcely satisfy their hunger. The reason was simple. Huang demanded that in order to obtain resources, one must work. Otherwise, one could only receive a meager amount of food to sustain life. Chapter 36. The sign of sorrow. Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei were both rather indolent, desiring comfort without the diligence of labor. As the days passed, their hearts grew increasingly resentful toward Huang. Coincidentally, at this juncture, a Biao intentionally sought to confront Huang and approach the duo. They quickly reached an accord and devised a plan for that very night. In a bid to prove his loyalty to a Biao, Zhang Mingyuan resolutely eliminated Yang Zhen, setting a trap in the process. Yang Zhen, who had kindly accepted Zhang Mingyuan into his team, was tragically unaware that he had welcomed a wolf into his midst. Huang glared furiously at Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei, his eyes ablaze with rage. These two ingrates, whom he had cared for, had conspired with a Biao, plotting his demise. Yet, despite the anger boiling within him, his immediate concern was to devise an escape plan. A Biao seemed to perceive Huang's intentions, sneering, "Brothers, be cautious and ensure he does not flee." With a sweeping gesture, his subordinates lunged towards Huang, accompanied only by De Hu and Xiao Hu. The latter lying unconscious on the ground, Huang found himself at a severe disadvantage without weapons. Fortunately, after his military service, Huang had diligently maintained his physical fitness. Drawing upon his robust physique, he withstood the onslaught of his attackers. At that moment, one of a Biao's henchmen suddenly raised a lethal weapon and struck down fiercely towards the prone Xiao Hu. A dull thud echoed, and Xiao Hu lay motionless, blood splattering everywhere. Xiao Hu, De Hu's eyes widened with fury. In a fit of rage, he single-handedly withstood the assault of 3 or 4 men, forcefully driving them against the wall. No matter how violently they struck him, he remained steadfast. "Wang Ge, you must flee." Huang was not one to be stubborn. Witnessing De Hu create an opportunity for him, he cast a reluctant glance at De Hu before hastily escaping into the night. The turn of events transpired far too swiftly. By the time a Biao regained his composure, Huang had vanished into the darkness. "Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools." 8 men allowed him to escape. A Biao cursed vehemently. Viewing De Hu, who was subdued by his men, his fury surged, and he delivered a crushing blow to De Hu's head. De Hu emitted a muffled groan and succumbed into unconsciousness. "Dispose of them cleanly. You lot, hurry back to the parking lot. If that scoundrel Huang returns, we must intercept him." A Biao commanded fiercely. "Yes, Biao Ge." Following a Biao's orders, several subordinates sprang into action. "Biao Ge, did I perform well tonight?" Zhang Mingyuan scampered over, wearing a face of eager flattery as he gazed at a Biao. "You did quite well. Rest assured, I will look after you both in the future." Upon hearing a Biao's words, Zhang Mingyuan was elated. Xiao Mei, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming urge to nestle into a Biao's embrace. "Biao Ge, you are truly kind. I shall depend upon you from now on. As long as you heed my counsel, there will be no issues." Uncertain whether it was the allure of the soft figure of Xiao Mei nestled in his embrace or the oppressive heat of the day, a Biao found himself parched and restless. If the timing had been more opportune, he would have relished the thought of executing Xiao Mei on the spot. "Brother Biao, you must assist me in teaching Su Chen a lesson." Upon mentioning Su Chen, the once charming countenance of Xiao Mei contorted with resentment, her voice laced with bitterness. That night, she had displayed an utterly despicable side of herself, attempting to seduce Su Chen. To her dismay, not only did he remain unfooled, but he also subjected her to a humiliating ordeal, deepening her loathing for him. Although Xiao Mei harbored malicious intentions, one could argue that Su Chen was not entirely blameless. Her decision to forsake her dignity and offer her charms to a Biao was not merely an attempt to cling to his power for survival in the sweltering apocalypse. It was equally driven by a desire for vengeance against Su Chen. "Rest assured, I shall ensure he pays dearly when the opportunity arises." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in a Biao's eyes. His subordinate, Zhang Hang, had perished because of Su Chen. Had it not been for their inability to breach the defenses of Normadisen, he would have already dealt with Su Chen. After a brief interlude, several subordinates returned with news that Huang had not escaped back to the underground parking lot. "Not returned?" A Biao mused, stroking his chin with a puzzled expression. On such a sweltering day, the underground parking lot would be the only refuge from the heat. If Huang had returned, where could he possibly be? Brother Biao need not worry. That lad was severely injured. Even if he survives, without food or medicine, how long can he endure? I dare say he will succumb by the time the sun rises tomorrow, Zhang Mingyuan remarked with a grin. Biao found merit in his words and nodded in agreement. Let us return together. The group departed the alleyway, making their way back to the underground parking lot, leaving only a few bloodstains on the ground as evidence of the earlier events. The disappearance of He Wang, along with Big Tiger and Little Tiger, did not immediately incite a commotion. After all, those who had been scavenging for supplies returned utterly exhausted. It was not until the following morning, with still no sign of He Wang, that the remaining survivors began to sense something amiss. Where's Brother Wang? I don't know. I didn't see him when we returned last night. Oh, I heard that girl Xiao Mei mention someone was in danger and called Brother Wang out. Once the crowd pieced together the details, they hastily sought out Xiao Mei. However, to their astonishment, she was nowhere to be found in the camp. Are you looking for He Wang? There is no need. He is likely dead by now. At that moment, a delicate voice echoed through the air. The group turned to see Xiao Mei approaching from a distance, but what shocked them was her intimate posture with a Biao, her face adorned with a mocking expression. So, you conspired with a Biao to bring about Brother Wang's demise? Some quick-witted survivors instantly grasped the situation. What did it mean to collude with Brother Biao? It was simply a reflection of He Wang's own foolishness and disregard for danger. Xiao Mei scoffed, declaring that only with Biao Ji's protection could they hope to survive. To oppose Biao Ge was to court certain death. Upon hearing her words, the group of survivors erupted in furious indignation. You traitorous wretch! Wang Ge has treated you with such kindness, and yet you betray him. May you meet a most unfortunate end. Though their outrage was palpable, directed at Xiao Mei for colluding with a Biao and causing He Wang's demise. The absence of their leader left them intimidated by the fierce and imposing figures of a Biao and his associates. They could only muster a few curses, as none dared to take action. Ingrates! A Biao cast a disdainful glance at them, wrapping an arm around Xiao Mei as he turned to leave. Yao Ge, why should we spare them? Xiao Mei, seething from the insults hurled at her, longed for a Biao to teach them a lesson immediately. Chapter 37. Boiling sheep. There is no need to act just yet, a Biao sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Without He Wang leading them, it would not be long before they turned on each other. When that time comes, he would deal with them one by one. Indeed, Brother Biao was astute. Xiao Mei chuckled and planted a kiss on his cheek. A Biao, while pinching her enticing form, felt a surge of frustration. Alas, the oppressive heat left him powerless. Life is truly as lonely as falling snow. Watching the screen where John had eliminated Maika, Su Chen stretched languidly and sighed. After dedicating several days, he had finally completed Big Cousin 2. Yet, day after day, apart from exercising and gaming, he found himself growing weary. Living alone for too long had left him feeling somewhat desolate and cold. It seemed he was in need of companionship. As he pondered, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. Chen, are you there? The anxious voice of Lu Ling'er came through. What's wrong? Wang Ge. He was killed by Xiao Mei. Su Chen's spirits lifted. This was indeed juicy news. What happened? Lu Ling'er recounted, in detail, how Zhang Mingyuan had colluded with Xiao Mei to betray He Wang. Su Chen listened, shaking his head in disbelief. He had already warned He Wang to be cautious of a Biao, but it appeared his advice had fallen on deaf ears. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was unpredictable. One could assist others, but the precondition for helping others was to ensure one's own safety. Otherwise, it would not be altruism but rather a misguided sense of compassion. He Wang epitomized this folly. Chen, what should I do now? I'm so scared. Lu Ling'er said, her voice laced with vulnerability. She was not feigning her fear. She was genuinely terrified. Since the onset of the scorching apocalypse, many had met untimely ends. Even He Wang, robust and regarded as a leader, had been effortlessly taken down by a Biao. Lu Ling'er was merely a frail woman. At this moment, she longed to collapse into Su Chen's embrace and weep heartily. You need not fear. A Biao will not act against you in the short term. Su Chen replied calmly. Given the current circumstances, a Biao had not yet reached a point of desperation. The survivors still possessed ample resources. Even if a Biao were to take action, he would not target Lu Ling'er. Only when all resources on Phoenix Mountain were depleted would a Biao and his ilk consider preying upon people like Lu Ling'er for survival. Chen, is it truly impossible for us to return? Lu Ling'er asked softly. It is impossible, Su Chen affirmed with unwavering conviction. Having endured the trials of the apocalypse, he had transformed into a true man, no longer willing to be Lu Ling'er's devoted sycophant. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Lu Ling'er's expression turned despondent. Rest assured, as long as you heed my words, I shall consider granting you entry, said Lu Ling'er, momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes brightened as she fervently nodded. Aiken, you need not worry. I shall follow your every command. Having given his instructions, Su Chen set aside the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, concealed within the stairwell, Lu Ling'er could not help but smile. Although she discerned from Su Chen's demeanor that his feelings for her had waned, she remained optimistic. If she could gain access to Normadisen and return to Su Chen's side, she was certain she could rekindle their bond. Carefully stowing away the walkie-talkie, she filled her stomach with the provisions Su Chen had previously provided before departing the stairwell. However, just as she was about to return to her position, a figure hurriedly approached her. "Thank heavens, I finally found you, Linger," exclaimed Dr. Wang. "Is something the matter?" Lu Linger replied, her brow slightly furrowed. "Yang Zhen and He Wang have been harmed, and Xiao Mei has allied herself with a Biao. Zhang Mingyuan is also unreliable." In such dire circumstances, Lu Linger felt utterly isolated. Fortunately, at that moment, Dr. Wang Yi, a physician among the survivors, extended a lifeline to her. Lacking Su Chen's protection, Lu Linger hesitated not a moment before choosing to join Dr. Wang's team. Yet, shortly after her decision, she began to feel regret, not due to any ill treatment from Dr. Wang, but rather because his attentiveness was overwhelming. He not only inquired about her well-being daily but also shared his scarce resources with her. The most excessive act was waiting outside while she went to the restroom. It was simply too much. Lu Lingo had never been fond of such sycophants, especially when her thoughts were solely focused on rekindling her relationship with Su Chen. "I haven't seen you in ages. I was beginning to worry something had happened," Dr. Wang expressed with genuine concern. "My apologies, I was just in the restroom." "Ah, that's good to hear. By the way, we are about to hold a meeting. You should join us." "A meeting?" Lu Lingo contemplated declining but remembered Su Chen had instructed her to gather information about the survivors. Thus, she nodded. "Very well. Please lead me there." Dr. Wang, ever so attentive, guided Lu Lingo to a secluded corner where most of the survivors had congregated. Upon seeing Dr. Wang's arrival, someone impatiently urged, "Dr. Wang, hurry up. We've been waiting for you." I know. Dr. Wang waved his hand dismissively, pulling over a mat and inviting Lu Linger to sit. Following He Wang's demise, the so-called Survivor Alliance had become merely a name. Were it not for their fear of a Biao, they would have long since disbanded. In recent days, they had convened frequently to deliberate on how to confront a Biao. I've said it before, a Biao's group consists of just over 20 individuals. We outnumber them significantly. If we attack together, we can easily overpower them. Someone complained in dissatisfaction. "Very well, you shall lead the charge, and we shall follow." Another person immediately retorted. Upon hearing this, the first individual fell silent. They were all acutely aware of the ruthless and formidable nature of a Biao. Anyone who dared to take the lead would likely meet a grim fate. Just as it seemed that their discussions would yield no fruit today, someone suddenly spoke up. "I happen to know a method that can easily eliminate a Biao." At this proclamation, all eyes turned towards the speaker. It was none other than Zhang Mingyuan. Following He Wang's demise days prior, Zhang Mingyuan had returned to the camp, claiming he too had been a victim of Xiao Mei, narrowly escaping death. There was no doubt cast upon his words. "What is your plan?" Wang Yu urged inquisitively. "No matter how skilled a Biao may be, can he outmatch a firearm?" Zhang Mingyuan replied with deliberate calmness. Chapter 38, Not beautiful in appearance. "Yet beautiful in thought your words hold merit, but who among us possesses a firearm?" A perplexed individual inquired. "Of course, it is Su Chen." Zhang Mingyuan pointed toward the distant Normadisen with a sardonic smile. "Let us not forget, Zhang Heng met his demise at the hands of Su Chen's gunfire." He continued. "If we were to acquire that weapon of his, not just one, but 10 of a Biao would surely perish." His assertion garnered considerable agreement from the crowd. After all, a gun is swift at 10 paces, and even swifter and more precise at a closer range. However, another voice of skepticism arose. Would Su Chen lend us his weapon? Indeed, he refuses to share supplies and does not permit us entry to his RV. Would he truly lend us his gun? In response to the mounting doubts, Zhang Mingyuan smiled and said, "With so many of us beseeching him, would he dare to turn a blind eye to our plight? Besides, let us not forget that Zhang Heng's death rests on his conscience. A Biao has a deep-seated vendetta against him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he possesses any wisdom, he ought to collaborate with us." Beside him, Lu Linger felt unconvinced. "What nonsense are you spouting? With Su Chen's current disposition, how could he possibly ally with you or even lend you a firearm?" Yet, the other survivors were quite stirred. "Zhang Shao speaks the truth. Let us go to Su Chen together and demand that he relinquish the gun. If he refuses, we shall compel him." Thus, the group rose en masse and made their way toward Normadisen. Observing their retreating figures, Zhang Mingyuan's lips curled into a cunning smile. After ensuring no one was watching, he swiftly headed in the opposite direction. Bang, bang, bang. Leading a group of survivors, Wang Yi approached Normadisen and rapped forcefully on the door. Su Chen, who had been indulging in an afternoon nap, was abruptly awakened, his mood soured. Glancing at the screen, he sighed in exasperation. Why do these people persistently intrude upon his solitude like a stubborn adhesive? After yawning, he rose and ambled to the refrigerator, retrieving a chilled cola. Before lazily making his way to the window, raising the steel panel. Speak. What brings you here? As Su Chen cracked open the cola and savored a sip. The onlookers could not help but swallow enviously. What a delight it must be to enjoy a cold cola on such a sweltering day. Su Chen. We have come to discuss something of great importance, Wang Yu stammered, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the cola. What urgent matter? Su Chen inquired casually, while adjusting the air conditioning to a cooler setting. That scoundrel A Biao has killed Wang Gu. He is utterly inhuman. Wang Yi seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. And Su Chen replied, nonchalantly, what does that have to do with me? His heart is as ruthless as his actions. If this continues, he will surely eliminate us all. Wang Yi articulated their devised plan. We intend to strike first and eliminate him. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that these survivors possessed such audacity. However, A Biao and his subordinates were undeniably formidable fighters, and we were no match for them. You have a gun, don't you? Could you lend it to us? Once we deal with A Biao, we shall return it to you. Wang Yi's declaration nearly elicited a laugh from Su Chen. So, you intend to take advantage of my firearm? Are you all out of your minds? One must understand that in a post-apocalyptic world, if one lacks resources, one must possess power, otherwise, survival becomes an insurmountable challenge. And firearms undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of that power. It was sheer naivety for Su Chen to even consider lending them a weapon after listening to Wang Yi and his companions. Dr. Wang. I find you lacking in aesthetic appeal, yet your aspirations are quite lofty, Su Chen scoffed. Hey, how can you speak like that? Wang Yi retorted, his anger palpable. We merely asked to borrow the gun. Ah, merely? What if you fail to return it? Should I then muster the courage to demand it back from you? Su Chen coldly laughed. Wang Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. Observing this exchange, the others chimed in. With so many of us as guarantors, what do you have to fear? It's just a worn-out gun. Su Chen, if you refuse to assist us now, once A Biao eliminates us, you won't escape unscathed. Indeed. Do you think you can live in that RV for eternity? Listening to the commotion outside, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Setting aside the absurdity of living in an RV indefinitely, A Biao would need to breach it first to endanger him. Moreover, despite A Biao's ruthless nature, he had not attacked Su Chen since the initial incident orchestrated by Zhang Mingyuan. Su Chen was a man of principles. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. A Biao had not taken the initiative against him. Why should he idly join forces with Wang Yi and the others to confront A Biao? Well then, do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, I shall return to my slumber, Su Chen yawned. Seeing his indifference, the assembled survivors were indignant. Su Chen, you are incredibly selfish. Indeed. You enjoy the comforts of air conditioning while disregarding our fates, and yet you refuse to lend us a gun. Will you simply watch as A Biao brings about our demise? Upon hearing this, Su Chen erupted into hearty laughter. Fear not. I shan't merely watch. I shall do so with my eyes closed. With that, he dismissed them, raising the steel plate. As the Normadisen transformed back into an iron fortress, the group was seething with rage. Come, brothers, let us unite and overturn his vehicle. Wang Yu shouted angrily. With his command, the crowd rallied together. Surrounding the Normadisen senator witnessing this scene, Lu Linga felt a wave of concern wash over her, yet fortunately, her apprehension proved to be somewhat unwarranted. The Normadisen, a colossal behemoth weighing over 20 tons, was indeed beyond the capability of these individuals to lift, regardless of their flushed faces and exerted efforts. Not an inch could they budge. Such foolishness. Su Chen, observing the scene outside the vehicle on the screen, could not help but display a sardonic smile as he deftly pressed the red button on the control panel. When Zhengqi modified the Normadisen, Su Chen had specifically requested the installation of certain self-defense mechanisms. Upon pressing the red button, a spray of pepper spray would be released around the vehicle. Just as the exhausted crowd outside was catching their breath, they suddenly heard a faint buzzing sound. Momentarily taken aback, they looked up to witness several small nozzles emerging from the perimeter of the vehicle's roof. Before they could comprehend the situation, a cloud of mist was ejected forth. Chapter 39, The Reversal of the Celestial Forces. A cacophony of hissing sounds filled the air as countless jets of water erupted in every direction, drenching the unfortunate survivors gathered near the vehicle. What is this? Ah, it burns. My eyes. The concoction prepared by Su Chen was no ordinary pepper spray. It was a formidable upgraded version of the police-grade formula. Not only was it immensely potent, but its effects were also prolonged. Instantly, the survivors, upon being sprayed, clutched their faces and cried out in agony. Damn it, Su Chen, you scoundrel, using pepper spray. Have you no humanity left? Despite the excruciating pain rendering their eyes nearly unopenable, they hurled curses at Su Chen. Oh, still daring to curse me? A glint of cold malice flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he pressed the button once more. Hiss. The intensity of the spray surged to several times its previous strength. The survivors fell silent, realizing that the discomfort of pepper spray in their mouths was equally unbearable. Clutching their faces, they retreated from the Normadisen. Once they reached a safer distance, Wang Yi and the others unleashed a torrent of curses upon Su Chen, but he remained indifferent, stretching lazily before returning to his bed. After a while of futile cursing, the group begrudgingly returned to their camp. The areas where they had been sprayed were now inflamed and throbbing with pain. To alleviate this torment, they could either rinse with clean water or soapy water, or endure until the effects subsided. However, in the sweltering heat of the apocalypse, they scarcely had enough water to drink, let alone to wash their skin. Thus, they could only grit their teeth and mutter curses against Su Chen. Observing the pitiful condition of Wang Yi and the others, Lu Linger couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Serves you right for opposing Su Chen. Unbeknownst to her, her allegiance had completely shifted in favor of Su Chen. At that moment, a sudden cry pierced through the air. Where is my food? Who stole it? Mine too. Who the hell took it? The survivors, with great effort, lifted their heads and glanced to the side. A few of them had returned to their spots only to find their belongings in disarray, with supplies mysteriously vanished. One middle-aged man named Finalizing, brandishing a watch, shouted angrily, "Whose watch is this?" Wang Yi, struggling to open his bloodshot eyes, scrutinized the watch and exclaimed, "Isn't this my Rolex? How did it end up with you?" "Your Rolex?" Finalizing exploded with rage, pointing at Wang Yi and cursing, "You bastard, hand over my food and water immediately." "What food and water? What are you talking about?" Wang Yi replied, utterly bewildered. "Still playing dumb?" Finalizing raised Wang Yi's Rolex high, seething, "My food and water are missing. Yet your watch has mysteriously appeared in my bag. It must be you, you scoundrel, who has pilfered my supplies, and in your haste, you inadvertently left behind your watch." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast suspicious glances toward Wang Yi. The disappearance of Finalizing's supplies coinciding with the appearance of Wang Yi's watch at the scene was indeed peculiar. "Nonsense. I did not take anything," Wang Yi retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "My supplies have also vanished. Wang Yi, it must be you who took them," another survivor exclaimed, having discovered their own supplies missing. Rising to accuse him, Wang Yi felt on the verge of collapse. He experienced a sensation akin to being accused of consuming 2 bowls of noodles when he had only partaken of one, as Wang Yi refused to admit guilt. The two factions of survivors became incensed and surrounded him. Fortunately, his team remained united, standing firm beside him. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Just as both sides appeared ready to erupt into violence, a sinister voice interrupted, "What is the situation here?" Abayo sauntered over with a group of his subordinates. The crowd paused, then their expressions shifted to one of wariness. Despite their internal conflicts, they had not yet reached a point of life and death, however. Abayo was a man who truly dared to kill. "There is no need for you to be anxious," Abayo chuckled lightly. "I observed your commotion earlier. Rest assured, I am not a bloodthirsty maniac. I have no interest in constant slaughter. With He Wang deceased, everyone requires a leader. If you are willing, I can take on that role." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but scoff. They had previously placed their trust in Abayo, only to have him seize their supplies, nearly costing them their lives. At this moment, how could they trust him again? Sensing their skepticism, Abayo leisurely continued. "As long as you are willing to submit 1/10 of the supplies you find to me, I assure you that I will govern fairly and justly. Pa, in your dreams, we would rather die than allow you to become our leader again." The crowd swiftly rejected Abayo's proposal. Abayo smiled faintly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. After his departure, the previously tense survivors temporarily eased their hostility, glaring at one another before departing. However, this turmoil did not dissipate easily. In the following days, supplies continued to be stolen from survivors. Moreover, several individuals who ventured out to search for supplies never returned. Suspicion, doubt, and hatred permeated the survivors. As the situation appeared increasingly irreparable, Wang Yi reluctantly sought out Finalizing and other team leaders to discuss the matter. Despite his explanations, others remained unconvinced that he had any involvement in the incidents. In desperation, Wang Yi had no choice but to approach Abayo with his team for refuge. Abayo welcomed him with open arms, expressing great satisfaction at his arrival. Following the demise of the Royal Enterprise, several conflicts erupted among the survivors. 2 teams, suspected by others, were compelled to seek refuge with Abayo. Within a mere couple of days, the once loosely knit alliance of survivors announced its catastrophic dissolution. "Zhang Xiao, you have performed admirably," Abayo remarked from within the vehicle, his arm draped around Xiao Mei, a grin illuminating his face. "You flatter me, brother Biao." It is your adept leadership that has brought about these results, Zhang Mingyuan replied, his expression one of obsequiousness. As the apocalypse unfolded, the status of the two men reversed dramatically. Indeed, the incidents of resource theft and the mysterious disappearances within the survivor teams were orchestrated by a Biao through Zhang Mingyuan. His aim was straightforward, to sow discord among the survivors, preventing them from uniting as a formidable force. Brother Biao, why exert such effort? Why not let them descend into mutual destruction? Xiaomei inquired, her head resting delicately on a Biao's shoulder. Chapter 40. Seeking refuge with Biao rather than allowing them to engage in mutual destruction, it is far more advantageous to utilize them for my own purposes. Biao's smile was imbued with a sense of cruelty, thus we not only stand to reap the benefits but, should resources become scarce in the future, we may extend our survival by a few days. Although he did not elaborate, the others grasped his implication. After all, Phoenix Mountain is but a small expanse. It cannot possibly yield an abundance of supplies. When the day arrives that resources run dry, those survivors will become the last of our sustenance. Xiaomei swallowed hard, a chill running down her spine. Despite Biao currently appearing to care for his own, when resources are depleted, she too may find herself as mere fodder. Yet, even in fear, there is little that can be done now. Xiaomei had already boarded Brao's ship of thieves. Escaping was no longer an option. And thus the events transpired. Lu Ling'er, concealed within the stairwell, recounted the occurrences of the past few days to Su Chen. This Biao possesses a certain cunning. Su Chen toyed with the PS5 in his hands, a cold smile gracing his lips. Initially, Biao hoarded supplies, unwilling to share with other survivors. However, upon realizing that the survivors were uniting against him, he astutely chose to divide and conquer in order to maintain his dominion. It is likely that the theft of supplies and the disappearances were orchestrated by Biao himself. Surprisingly, this Biao is not only ruthless but also quite shrewd. A veritable warlord in his own right. Were he situated elsewhere, he might very well dominate his domain, yet he is confined to this modest Phoenix Mountain. It seems I must tread carefully around this individual. Had I known earlier, I would have dispatched him with a single bullet. Stay informed and report any developments promptly. I have retained food and water in their original location. Remember to retrieve them, Su Chen casually instructed. With Wang Yi and his group aligning themselves with Biao. For the sake of safety, Su Chen had refrained from allowing Lu Ling'er to approach him directly. Instead, each time he emptied the black water tank, he placed approximately 3 days' worth of supplies in a designated spot. After securing the walkie-talkie, Lu Ling'er returned to her position. The others were prepared and gradually departed from the underground parking lot. In the absence of Yi Wang's management, the living conditions for the group had grown increasingly precarious. If they wished to avoid starvation, foraging for supplies became imperative. Blending in with the survivors, Lu Ling'er ventured a short distance from the parking lot. And upon finding the area deserted, she turned into a nearby building. She proceeded directly to the innermost room and opened the refrigerator. Although it was not operational, there were still some provisions inside. To Lu Ling'er's astonishment, nestled among a pile of bread was a portion of roasted meat. Starved, Lu Ling'er tore open the packaging and devoured the food ravenously. Once satiated, she returned the remaining supplies to the refrigerator. After lingering in the room for a while, she sensed that enough time had passed and commenced her journey back. Along the way, she encountered several returning survivors, each drenched in sweat and empty-handed. Upon witnessing the current situation, Lu Ling'er felt an undeniable sense of relief. Fortunately, she had Su Chen by her side, alleviating her worries about hunger and the toil of wandering. At the entrance, a few of a Biao's subordinates scrutinized Lu Ling'er's bag repeatedly before reluctantly waving her through. Just as she settled back into her seat, the familiar voice of Wang Yi broke the silence. Ling'er, how are you? Did you manage to find any supplies today? None, Lu Ling'er replied, suppressing her annoyance with a measured tone. What shall we do then? Are you hungry? If so, I still have a pack of instant noodles here, Wang Yi said, kindly offering her a package. Having just enjoyed roasted meat, Lu Ling'er had no appetite for his offering and waved it away. What a pity. It's all my fault for being incapable. Otherwise, I would ensure you were well fed, Wang Yi lamented, striking himself in frustration, his face a mask of self-reproach. Lu Ling'er found his display perplexing and was left speechless. In the past, she had indeed played the role of a sea queen like Xiaomei, tending to a few fish. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, she had no inclination to regard Wang Yi as a backup. Regrettably, Wang Yi persisted like a devoted admirer, relentlessly pursuing her affection. Just as Lu Ling'er contemplated delivering a clear warning to Wang Yi, a sweet, melodious voice interjected. Ling'er, I heard you didn't find any supplies today? Glancing up, Lu Ling'er saw Xiaomei approaching, a smile gracing her features as she regarded the two of them. With Su Chen's assistance, Lu Ling'er was untroubled by the prospect of starvation. However, Xiaomei, in her struggle for survival, resorted to leveraging her looks to curry favor with the Biao. Lu Linger felt a twinge of disdain for such behavior. Once close friends, they had drifted apart, not having spoken for several days. Xiaomei's sudden appearance prompted Lu Lingo to suspect she had ulterior motives. Feigning distress, Lu Lingo sighed dramatically. Indeed. All the nearby supplies have been thoroughly scavenged. This won't do. With your frail frame, going hungry for even a few days is untenable. Xiaomei remarked with feigned concern, then swiftly shifted her tone, adding, I have a solution that will ensure you are well fed. What is this solution? Lu Linger asked, feigning eagerness. Why not join me in seeking refuge with Brother Biao? What do you think? Xiaomei suggested with a beaming smile. Lu Lingo was taken aback for a moment, then felt a wave of contempt wash over her. The audacity of Xiaomei to not only sell her charm, but also attempt to drag her into serving a Biao is beyond shameless. No thanks. I'm not as fortunate as you, Mayor. Lu Linger firmly rejected the idea. Upon hearing this, disdain flickered in Xiaomei's eyes. On the brink of starvation. And you still choose to put on airs? If it weren't for Brother Biao's orders, do you think I would willingly come here to find you? Before the apocalypse, a Biao had possessed a modicum of strength compared to ordinary people, but ultimately, he was merely a pawn nurtured by the Mingyuan group, characters of exquisite beauty. Like Xiaomei and Lu Linger, were beyond the reach of A Biao's affections. However, as the apocalypse descended and societal order crumbled, A Biao, with his ruthless demeanor and formidable prowess, found himself in control of the survivors of Phoenix Mountain. The dynamic between him and Zhang Mingyuan had inverted, with Zhang Mingyuan now reduced to a mere subordinate. After successfully winning over Xiaomei, A Biao's gaze shifted towards Lu Linger, eager to partake in the pleasures akin to those experienced by the affluent Zhang Mingyuan. While coercion was an option, A Biao preferred a more willing approach. Thus, he dispatched Xiaomei to persuade Lu Linger, suggesting, we are on the brink of starvation. It is time to set aside your pride. Yet, Lu Linger remained resolute. Chapter 41. Lockpicking. Seeing Lu Lingo's resolute demeanor, Xiaomei ceased her insistence and turned to leave. Lingo, I blame myself for my inadequacy in failing to procure food, leaving you hungry. There is truly no need for you to endure this. Only by aligning yourself with Brother Biao can you hope to survive, Wang Yi expressed with a heavy heart. His heartfelt words could evoke a bark from any passing dog. How warm they were. Yet, upon hearing them, Lu Lingo felt a wave of nausea rising within her. She concocted a flimsy excuse to dismiss Wang Yi. Meanwhile, after Xiaomei returned to Brother Biao's side, she relayed Lu Linger's attitude to him. Brother Biao, that Lu Lingo is quite ungrateful. Should we not have the brothers seize her and teach her a lesson? Manager Dang interjected venomously. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, the once warm-hearted and amiable Manager Dang had been subtly influenced by Brother Biao, revealing a more ruthless side of his character. Old Dang is right. Zhang Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Before the apocalypse, he had long desired to make Lu Lingo his own, yet had never found the opportunity. If Brother Biao were to take Lu Lingo by force, he might just benefit from the aftermath. What's the rush? Let us wait a couple more days. Once she is famished, she will inevitably seek me out, Brother Biao remarked leisurely. He believed that coercion was only entertaining if it was embraced willingly. Moreover, he did not wish to frighten off the newly allied Wang Yi and the others with excessive brutality. It must be said, Brother Biao's calculations were astutely made. After all, when one is on the brink of starvation, who would concern themselves with notions of morality and honor? However, before they could witness Lu Lingo succumbing to hunger, a new crisis emerged. For several consecutive days, the group of survivors had failed to locate any supplies. Phoenix Mountain, being a scenic area, lacked substantial resources, and the incessant heat had caused much of the available food to spoil beyond consumption. The remaining edibles had been thoroughly scavenged after such extensive searching. Have you not attempted to search farther afield? Brother Biao inquired darkly. We have, but found nothing, Wang Yi replied softly. Useless. Brother Biao berated Wang Yi at this moment, having abandoned any thoughts of pursuing Lu Linger. Without food, they were all destined to perish. As the group pondered their next course of action, Xiaomei suddenly chimed in. Brother Biao, I know where there are supplies. Brother Biao was taken aback and asked, where? Far in the distance, yet close at hand. Xiaomei revealed a sly smile, pointing towards the nearby Normandy. Chen had mentioned before that he was aware of the impending apocalypse from the very beginning. He must have stockpiled a significant amount of supplies. Otherwise, he could not have survived this long. If we can gain entry, there will surely be abundant resources. Most importantly, we can drive away from this cursed place. Xiaomei's words garnered nods of agreement from others. With the prolonged heatwave, Chen had not left the RV, a testament to the ample supplies within. I have considered what you said, he replied. However, that scoundrel Chen refuses to open the door for us. The modified Normadisen is impenetrable by brute force. A Biao frowned. We cannot resort to sheer strength. Xiaomei chuckled softly. Biao Ge, do you remember Fan Xin? Of course. It It was Fan Xian's supplies that Zhang Mingyuan stole, framing Wang Yi in the process. This led to the division of the survivors into two factions. I've heard he's a mechanic, skilled at repairing cars. Why not let him attempt to pry open the door? Biao's eyes brightened, and he nodded with a smile. That's a splendid idea. Without delay, he immediately rose and led his underlings towards Fan Xian and the others. Upon seeing Biao approach, Fan Xian and the other survivors braced themselves, alert and wary. Biao, what brings you here? Fan Xian asked coldly, gripping his tools. There's no need to be tense. I come in peace, hoping to discuss a collaboration, Biao replied with a grin. A weasel bringing New Year wishes to a chicken ill-intentioned. Fan Xian muttered, displaying impatience. What sort of collaboration? Feigning ignorance to Fan Xian's insult, Biao continued cheerfully, if I'm not mistaken. You haven't found supplies in 2 days, have you? Fan Xian hesitated before nodding. In recent days, they had scoured the vicinity for miles, finding not a single trace of resources. I know a place with plenty of supplies. Let us join forces and split it evenly. What do you say? Faced with Biao's proposition, Fan Xian did not immediately acquiesce, instead responding cautiously. First, tell me the specifics of your plan. Pointing to Su Chen's Normadisen, Biao laid out his scheme. After hearing it, Fan Xian felt a flicker of interest. Gaining supplies was one matter, but the paramount concern was escaping Phoenix Mountain and returning to the city. Although the city also suffered from the heat, it offered relatively more abundant resources. All right, I agree. Fan Xian finally nodded, consenting to collaborate with Biao. However, neither Biao nor Fan Xian noticed that while they deliberated, Lu Linger had quietly slipped away. She made her way to the stairwell, relaying Biao's plan to Su Chen via intercom. Upon receiving the news, Su Chen was not particularly surprised. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. The resources on Phoenix Mountain were limited, and once depleted, the survivors would inevitably turn their attention toward him. After a prolonged period of idleness, he was finally poised to engage in some action. A glint of ruthlessness crossed his face as he glanced at the control panel. To ensure the success of their plan, Biao and his group opted to execute their scheme under the cover of night. As time passed, ticking away second by second. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Biao, along with Fan Xian and others, stealthily approached Normadisen. After being splashed with pepper spray, Fan Xian had learned his lesson. He donned sunglasses and a sun protective jacket, flashlight in hand, and began to examine the lock of Normadisen's vehicle. How is it? Can you open it? Biao inquired softly. Let me give it a try. Fan Xian replied, carefully inserting a screwdriver and tweezers into the keyhole. Just as the onlookers awaited with bated breath, Fan Xian suddenly began to tremble violently, as if struck by a sudden illness. What's wrong with you? Manager Dang, standing nearby, could not help but ask. Not receiving a response, he foolishly reached out his hand, intending to pat Fan Xian. However, the moment his hand made contact, he too was seized by a fit of shivers. Chapter 42. You old scoundrel. While the others remained perplexed about the situation, they were poised to intervene and discern the matter at hand. Everyone, cease your movements. Biao was the first to react, stepping back a few paces and inhaling sharply. That scoundrel Su Chen has electrified the car door. The crowd paused momentarily, then hurriedly retreated a few more steps. Witnessing Manager Dang and Fan Xian, both trembling from the electric shock, their faces turned pale with fear. Su Chen, you truly are inhumane. You old devil. Indeed, apart from the pepper spray, Su Chen had anticipated the possibility of someone attempting to pick the lock while modifying the Normadisen. He had instructed Zhang Qi to electrify the lock mechanism. As soon as the switch was engaged, the current would flow through the keyhole. The moment someone touched it, they would be met with an instantaneous shock. Although it was not as terrifying as high voltage, it could easily prove fatal. Listening to the cacophony of curses from outside, Su Chen smirked and increased the current. In an instant, Manager Dang and Fan Xian were engulfed in smoke, their hair standing on end. However, moments later, they fell silent. Once Su Chen deactivated the current, their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground with a thud. Despite their relatively shallow relationships, the sight of Manager Dang and Fan Xian meeting a gruesome end stirred both anger and horror among the onlookers. Su Chen, your ruthlessness knows no bounds. You've taken 2 lives just like that. Su Chen callously mocked through the microphone. Ruthless, you say? If you hadn't attempted to break into my vehicle, would these 2 have perished? The crowd was momentarily speechless. Even so, you cannot take a life. Xiao Mei feigned righteous indignation, shouting, apologies, but I did kill them. What are you going to do about it? Come in and confront me if you dare. Su Chen's audacious taunts echoed through the loudspeaker, further infuriating the crowd. Biao waved his hand decisively, declaring coldly, brothers, let us unite and take action. Let us storm in and eliminate this scoundrel Su Chen. Prior to their arrival, they had devised a plan B. If they were unable to pry open the car door, they would overturn the RV to compel it to emerge. To counter Su Chen's pepper spray, they had also prepared various garments. Upon hearing Abiao's command, they donned their attire and covered their heads with plastic bags. Like a swarm of ants, they encircled the Normadisen, working together to shift the vehicle. To their astonishment, the Normadisen began to sway slightly under their collective effort. This unexpected development startled Su Chen. There was indeed merit to the saying, a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. Fortunately, Su Chen still had a contingency plan. With a cold smirk, he lifted another cover and pressed a button within. A low hum filled the air as several probes extended from the vehicle's roof. The crowd glanced upward, dismissing it as yet another instance of pepper spray. However, when the liquid sprayed upon them, they were instantly met with a searing sensation. Ah, it hurts. This is sulfuric acid. As the crowd grasped the dire situation, they hastily abandoned Normadisen and recoiled in terror. The sound of sizzling filled the air. Those who had sulfuric acid poured upon them found their skin not only corroded and pockmarked, but also accompanied by a thick plume of white smoke. Many writhed in agony on the ground, emitting pitiful wails. The scene was undeniably gruesome. Fortunately, Abayo was merely in charge of directing and did not approach to lift the vehicle. Sensing the peril, he quickly retreated, joining Xiao Mei, Wang Yi, and others, who watched in dread. Once the spray was retracted, the remaining survivors hurriedly pulled the injured back. Some who had been doused with sulfuric acid had already ceased to breathe. The others, too, could only emit weak cries of distress. The immediate priority upon contact with sulfuric acid was to rinse with clean water. Yet, at this critical juncture, where could one find clean water to wash? Witnessing the hellish scene, the crowd was filled with both fear and rage. They never imagined that within Su Chen's RV, there existed such a vile substance. Su Chen was truly a monster, Wang Yi exclaimed angrily. Meanwhile, Lu Linga felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Thankfully, Su Chen had a plan. Otherwise, if they had charged in, he would surely have lost his life. Seeing yet another failure, the crowd's spirits plummeted, and their resolve to confront Su Chen dissipated. Just then, the side steel plate of Normadisen rose slowly, revealing a massive bulletproof glass. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen poured himself a glass of 1982 Lafite, and, with remarkable poise, began to dine. What a luxurious indulgence! The onlookers swallowed hard, their gazes towards Su Chen shifting from hatred to envy. This scoundrel, having caused the death and injury of so many, could still eat with such relish. It was infuriating. One should not consume wine in such a manner. Indeed, a wild boar cannot digest fine grains. As if he had heard their murmurs of discontent, Su Chen raised his wine glass in their direction and drained it in one go. Under the envious eyes of the survivors, having satisfied his appetite, Su Chen waved his hand and closed the window. Yet, he did not immediately rest. Instead, he reclined in the massage chair and began to contemplate his next move. The supplies at Phoenix Mountain were nearly exhausted. Even if Abayo resorted to cannibalism, he would inevitably set his sights on Su Chen in the end. Rather than wait for doom to descend, it was preferable to take the initiative. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Chen rose and approached the central control panel. He opened the storage compartment, gazing at the dazzling array of supplies within, as a plan gradually took shape in his mind. In the following 2 days, the survivors abandoned their siege on Su Chen and resumed their search for resources in the vicinity. However, despite scouring the earth, they uncovered only a few well-preserved bottles of drinking water. Instant noodles and canned food were nowhere to be found. Those who had depleted their supplies were left hungry, their eyes glinting with desperation, their steps unsteady. The rest of the group mostly remained anxious and restless. Only Lu Linga remained, her heart remarkably tranquil, for she had the clandestine assistance of Su Chen, and thus had no cause for concern regarding hunger. As night fell, additional survivors arose and began to venture outside. Although their search over the past few days had yielded little, it was certainly preferable to inaction and the prospect of starvation. Lu Linga followed closely behind them. Stepping into the night, she observed that Su Chen's Nomad was not stationed in the parking lot. Evidently, he had gone to drain the black water tank, perhaps to procure sustenance for himself. Lu Linga contemplated this as she quickened her pace, exiting the underground parking facility. Following Su Chen's earlier guidance, she arrived at a secluded house. However, just as she pushed the door open, a pair of hands seized her by the throat. Chapter 43. Is this a disrespect? Just as Lu Linga was about to cry out for help, the familiar voice of Su Chen resonated. It's me, don't shout. Lu Linga immediately felt reassured and, upon focusing her gaze, indeed found it was Su Chen. However, before she could utter a word, Su Chen roughly pressed her against the wall and bluntly commanded, turn around. Lu Linga dared not resist and complied, pressing herself firmly against the wall. Although the sweltering weather meant she wore little clothing, for her own safety, Su Chen's large hands began to explore her body. What was most outrageous was that he even pulled down her underwear to search meticulously. During their romantic relationship years ago, they had never engaged in such intimate actions. This left Lu Linger, still an innocent maiden, feeling a mix of shame and anger, yet she refrained from speaking out. Once Su Chen confirmed that Lu Linger bore no weapons, he finally felt at ease. He stepped back and tossed her a backpack. When she peered inside and saw it was filled with gourmet items like steak and Boston lobster, her eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Such a lavish feast was something she seldom indulged in even before the apocalypse due to its exorbitant price. Yet, here was Su Chen presenting it at such a time. How could his RV possibly preserve such treasures? Any lingering dissatisfaction Lu Linger harbored towards Su Chen evaporated in an instant. As she devoured the food ravenously, she cautiously glanced at him. During her time at Normadisen, Su Chen had dedicated himself to physical training amidst leisure and entertainment. After such rigorous exercise, although he may not have appeared as exaggeratedly muscular as some, he possessed a fit physique that was lean yet well-defined. Today, after leaving the RV, the scorching temperature forced him to wear nothing but shorts, revealing a trim figure adorned with 8-pack abs, a veritable embodiment of masculinity. Lu Linger's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. How had she never noticed Su Chen's alluring masculinity before? After swallowing the last bite of food, she let out a contented sigh. This could be said to be the finest meal she had enjoyed since the onset of the sweltering apocalypse. Chen, why did you come out of the RV today? Lu Linger inquired, puzzled. Since the day the heat wave struck, she had not seen Su Chen leave Normadisen, so his sudden appearance was nothing short of surprising. Actually, I came out today primarily to see you, Su Chen replied with a slight smile, lifting a thermos to sip a chilled beverage. He couldn't help but admit that amidst the oppressive heat, such a refreshment felt utterly delightful. Really? Lu Linger exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy coursing through her. As she suppressed her excitement and softly said, as long as you wish, I can accompany you always. Su Chen discerned the underlying meaning in her words and chuckled. I intend to give you an opportunity if you can fulfill the task I assign you. I will allow you to enter the RV. Lu Linger could scarcely believe her ears. Su Chen had previously showcased the luxurious lifestyle within the RV to them. Unlike the sweltering outside world, the interior promised a life akin to that of deities. However, apart from Xiaomei, no one had ever ventured inside long enough to experience it. If she could gain entry into the RV, she would no longer need to fear succumbing to the oppressive heat. Su Chen, speak freely. Whatever I can do, I shall certainly assist you. Lu Linger hurriedly declared. Su Chen beckoned with his hand, and Lu Linger obediently leaned closer, allowing him to whisper in her ear. Upon hearing his words, Lu Linger's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What? You're unwilling? Su Chen cast her a sidelong glance, responding nonchalantly. Lu Linger was acutely aware that the task Su Chen entrusted to her bore immense risk. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse, but upon reflection, she realized that her relentless efforts had altered Su Chen's attitude towards her, granting her the opportunity to experience life in Normadisen. If she declined now, she feared that such an opportunity might never present itself again. Even if it were fraught with danger, she resolved to proceed. With a firm jaw, she declared, all right, I accept your terms. That's the spirit, Su Chen remarked, extending his hand to caress Lu Linger's flowing hair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In the following 2 days, the situation in the underground parking lot of the Green Forest Hotel grew increasingly dire. Amidst the severe scarcity of supplies, more individuals succumbed to their fate. Even the callous group led by a Biao found themselves ravenous, their eyes glinting with desperation. One night, as darkness descended once more, numerous survivors rose, numbly making their way outside. Although the likelihood of finding supplies was diminishing, they deemed it better to venture out and scavenge than to await their demise. However, before they could leave, they suddenly caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The survivors, deprived of food for several days, widened their eyes in astonishment. Their throats constricted, involuntarily swallowing saliva as they scanned their surroundings for the source of the delectable scent. After some time, they discerned that the enticing aroma emanated from the direction of a Biao and his group. Instinctively, they gravitated toward that vicinity. Through the gaps between the clustered vehicles, they could vaguely see that a Biao and his companions appeared to be cooking something. Yet, fearing a Biao's notorious reputation, they hesitated to approach. Finally, unable to withstand the hunger any longer, Wang Yu boldly spoke up, Brother Biao, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Upon hearing his inquiry, a Biao, holding a small lantern, ambled over to the crowd. Noticing the eager gazes of the survivors, he grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. I'm cooking meat. Would you like to have a taste? Yes. Brother Biao is truly a good man. The survivors, dazed from hunger, eagerly nodded in agreement. Yet Lu Linger, standing aside, sensed something amiss. Everyone had been unable to procure supplies for several days. Where, then, had Biao acquired the meat? A sense of foreboding began to stir within her heart. Lu Lingo did not follow the others into Biao's camp. However, the few survivors at the forefront merely cast a glance and suddenly turned pale as a ghost. As they staggered backward, they began to retch, their stomachs empty for days, expelling only bile. Abio, are you even human? You are nothing but a beast. Someone gazed at Abio with terror etched in their eyes. Their reaction confirmed Lu Linger's suspicions. Although she did not witness it firsthand, she felt an immediate churn in her stomach, nearly succumbing to nausea. What is this? Weren't you clamoring to feast? Now that I offer you a meal, you refuse to eat? Is this how you repay my generosity? Abio crossed his arms over his chest, a cold smile playing upon his lips. In the dim glow of the night, he resembled a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Chapter 44. Your presence is her blessing. Most individuals were not yet driven to the point of desperation where they would eat anything out of hunger. Upon witnessing such a brutal scene, they chose to leave. However, some could no longer withstand their hunger, irresistibly lured by the aroma of meat. They found themselves inexplicably drawn inside. A cluster of people gathered around a large pot, greedily consuming the contents. Beneath the flickering shadows, the underground parking lot appeared as terrifying as the depths of hell. Lu Lingo stepped back, leaning against the wall, her breaths coming in quick gasps, her petite face pale with fear. Having witnessed Biao slaughter so many, she had already deemed him exceedingly cruel. Yet, the scene she encountered today was even more inhumane. As no one else dared to enter, Biao let out a cold laugh and turned to re-enter the camp. Lu Linger, suppressing her terror, stumbled towards the stairwell. She retrieved her walkie-talkie and recounted the events to Su Chen in detail. Ah Chen, are you ready over there? I can't bear to stay here any longer. Her voice was tinged with a sob. Although she was unaware of who was in the pot, she was certain that if this continued, she, as a vulnerable woman, would undoubtedly become a target for Biao. She would rather starve than become food for him and his ilk. When one finds themselves at the end of their wits with no resources, the emergence of cannibalism is not surprising. In his previous life, Su Chen had frequently encountered such situations and was not particularly shocked. Do not worry, I am prepared. If the opportunity arises in the next few days, you may act, Su Chen reassured her. Biao's instinct to survive by consuming others was, in essence, a human trait, one that Su Chen had little interest in meddling with. However, if Biao sought to harm Su Chen by contacting others, that was something he could not tolerate. Having committed the act once, Biao would undoubtedly attempt it again. To preemptively address this threat, Su Chen was resolute in his decision to eliminate him. All right, I will follow your lead. Lu Linger felt a rush of relief and nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, within the camp, a satiated Biao reclined in the car's seat, one arm draped around Xiaomei as he closed his eyes to rest. Brother Biao, the deceased individuals possess little flesh. Why have you summoned others? Xiaomei inquired sweetly. Nestled against Biao, unlike the kind-hearted Lu Linger, Xiaomei, who had always been a scheming seductress, had completely abandoned her self-respect after aligning herself with Biao. In the face of hunger, she felt no revulsion and chose to follow him. Though not as beautiful as Lu Linger, Xiaomei was still considered attractive. Yet at this moment, her skin was ghastly pale, her eyes glimmering with an unsettling light. Her excessive thinness made her smile not only unappealing but rather eerie, resembling a ghostly figure from a film. What do you understand? Those few who have died will not sustain us for long, Biao scoffed. If no one else dies of hunger soon, what shall we do? With such prowess, it is only natural for Brother Biao to take a few lives. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaomei responded. If we were to actively pursue murder, it is likely that others would rise up in resistance. Let us unite them first, targeting the weaker ones who are unwilling to join us. Furthermore, keeping them alive serves future considerations. Brother Biao's tone was chillingly ruthless, as if taking lives and devouring flesh were mere trifles to him. Indeed, Brother Biao is astute. Xiaomei could not help but chuckle in admiration. Yet, she failed to contemplate whether, on the day when all others met their demise, Brother Biao might turn her into sustenance. Just then, a subordinate approached and tapped on the car window. Brother Biao, the woman named Lu Linger is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback before sneering. It seems this little wench can no longer endure and is ready to bow to you, Brother Biao. Alas, it is too late. Brother Biao snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Perhaps we should first indulge her before. That would be splendid. Brother Biao, she is my dear close friend. You must reserve the finest parts for me. Although she referred to Lu Lingo as her best friend, Xiaomei's tone was rife with a ravenous desire for her. Haha, having a close friend like you is indeed her good fortune. Brother Biao laughed heartily and nodded at his subordinate. Before long, Lu Lingo was brought before Brother Biao. Although the scene had been tidied up, The remnants of bones in the pot made Lu Linger feel an overwhelming urge to retch. Observing her expression, Xiaomei could not help but curl her lip, eager to eliminate her. Despite their past friendship, Xiaomei had always harbored jealousy toward Lu Linger. During their university days, Lu Linger, with her pure and sweet demeanor, was the campus goddess coveted by numerous boys. While Su Chen was not from a wealthy family, their love was still the envy of many. In contrast, Xiaomei had a turbulent romantic history, falling for delinquents in middle school, teachers in high school, and trainers during military training and driving lessons. Her life was marked by chaos. The stark contrast between the two was undeniable. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaomei sought to drag Lu Linger down with her. Now, Xiaomei resorted to selling her charms to survive alongside Brother Biao, employing any means necessary. Observing Lu Linger's desire to maintain her purity was intolerable for her. Linger, what brings you to Brother Biao? Are you perhaps unable to bear the hunger? Xiaomei inquired with a smile. Lu Linger glanced at her without responding, instead addressing Brother Biao. Brother Biao, I have something important to discuss with you. Brother Biao, slightly taken aback, pondered. What is it? This matter is rather significant, and I wish to speak to you in private, Lu Linger stated calmly. Brother Biao, she is surely just trying to create a scene. Do not listen to her. Xiaomei interjected, feeling a surge of anxiety as Lu Linger ignored her and engaged with Brother Biao. She was apprehensive that Lu Linger intended to ingratiate herself with a Biao and usurp her position, so she hurriedly interjected, It's fine. I shall simply listen and see what she has to convey. A Biao slightly nodded at Xiaomei and then coldly remarked, Lu Linger, should you dare to play tricks on me, I will ensure you learn the consequences. Hearing this, although Xiaomei felt a surge of resentment, she could only disembark from the vehicle in defeat. Once the others had distanced themselves, a Biao expressed his impatience, saying, Speak, what is it? Last night, while I was out searching for supplies, I discovered a warehouse containing a significant amount of resources, sufficient for at least a dozen people for half a month. What? A Biao instinctively pushed open the car door and stepped out. Chapter 45, not Hannibal. Lu Linger reiterated her previous words. How could this be possible? A Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. Recently, the survivors had thoroughly scoured the area around the Green Forest Hotel. They had found nothing, not even a single strand of hair. A Biao had personally led several searches, yet all had yielded no results. He was not Hannibal. If it weren't for a lack of options, he would never resort to cannibalism. I would never dare to deceive you, Biao Go, Lu Linger assured him earnestly. With a skeptical yet intrigued demeanor, a Biao inquired, Why would you come to me with such good news? I seek your protection, Biao Go, Lu Linger explained with a gentle smile. Although the warehouse is secluded, if others discover it, the supplies will no longer belong to me. Even if no one finds out, hoarding everything alone for too long will inevitably raise suspicions. Her words seemed to resonate with a Biao, who nodded slightly, beginning to believe her. As time passed, the other survivors were becoming gaunt and desperate, their eyes shining with hunger. In stark contrast, Lu Linger appeared completely composed, making it evident to all that she was concealing food. Should her secret be uncovered, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. All right, I agree. A Biao pondered briefly before nodding in acquiescence. Securing supplies was of utmost importance. Moreover, he had grown somewhat weary of Xiaomei lately. If he could entertain himself with Lu Linger, that would be splendid. I'll take you there tonight, he declared. Lu Linger exhaled with relief, smiling brightly. After her departure, Xiaomei eagerly approached, her face alight with curiosity. Biao Go, what is it that Lu Linger is so mysteriously involved in? A Biao had no intention of concealing anything from her, sharing the information Lu Linger had provided. Upon hearing it, Xiaomei was momentarily stunned before hastily advising that little vixen speaks not but lies. Do not trust her. It would be wiser to capture her and interrogate her thoroughly. Her reaction stemmed solely from a fear that Lu Linger might usurp her position beside a Biao. A Biao understood her concern, chuckling softly as he playfully squeezed Xiaomei's curvaceous form. A mere girl like Lu Linger cannot stir up any trouble. Just heed my words, and I shall ensure you are well taken care of. With Yi Wang's removal, the remaining survivors had splintered, posing no threat to a Biao and his group. In the entire Phoenix Mountain, the only individual he had to watch out for was Su Chen, who possessed a firearm. However, Su Chen remained hidden within his vehicle, never revealing himself, thus presenting no real danger to a Biao. As Xiaomei attempted to voice further concerns, a Biao's expression darkened, his smile vanishing in an instant. What? Are you questioning me? No. How could I ever dare to question Biao Go? I am entirely at your command. Xiaomei stammered, startled. Her survival thus far depended entirely on a Biao. Should he turn against her, she would likely find herself as little more than food in a pot. That's more like it. A Biao let out a cold snort, pushing aside Xiaomei, and made his way towards the others. In no time, a throng of subordinates had gathered. Upon hearing a Biao mention supplies, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, when faced with real choices, no one desired to resort to cannibalism. A Biao's group had made preparations in advance, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall, to be on the safe side. He instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on the other survivors. As dusk approached, he pondered for a moment before locating Wang Yi among the survivors. Dr. Wang, I have a favor to ask of you. Wang Yi initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing a Biao's insincere smile, he reluctantly replied, As you command, Brother Biao. Go knock on Su Chen's car door and ask him for food, a Biao instructed. Wang Yi was taken aback, his face falling as he replied, Brother Biao? Isn't this sending me to my death? Previously, the group of survivors had attacked Normadisen. They were met with gunfire, followed by pepper spray, electric shocks, sulfuric acid, and various other assaults, resulting in severe casualties among the survivors. Wang Yi was truly unwilling to approach Su Chen again. Rest assured, if you go alone and simply ask for food, he won't harm you, a Biao reassured him. Seeing Wang Yi still hesitant, his expression darkened as he coldly warned. If you refuse to go, don't blame me for being unkind. A tremor ran through Wang Yi at the thought of becoming food for a Biao and his crew, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement. He slowly rose to his feet and trudged towards Normadisen. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Yi's heart raced as he tapped on the car door. Fortunately, no pepper spray or sulfuric acid was unleashed. Instead, the steel panel gradually lowered, revealing Su Chen's figure. What is it? Su Chen asked. Brother Su, I'm truly starving. Could you possibly? Wang Yi's request was abruptly interrupted by Su Chen's coarse voice. Why should I care? Following this, the steel panel slowly ascended again, obscuring the interior of the car. Wang Yi stood momentarily stunned before reluctantly making his way back. Brother Biao, it's truly not my fault. He cautiously relayed Su Chen's attitude to a Biao. Are you certain Su Chen is inside the car? A Biao asked solemnly. I am absolutely certain. Very well, that will be all. You may leave. A Biao waved his hand dismissively. Wang Yi, momentarily dazed, hurriedly took off running. With Su Chen still in the car, he felt there was nothing to fear. A Biao thought this as he nodded to his subordinates. Since Manager Dang's demise, the original hotel staff had been entirely absorbed by a Biao. Now, he commanded nearly 20 individuals. According to Lu Linger's descriptions, the supplies were considerable, prompting a Biao to mobilize his entire crew. As for Xiaomei, she was left behind in the camp, defenseless against potential thieves. A Biao led his group directly to Lu Linger. Lu Linger was also well prepared and promptly rose to guide a Biao and his entourage out of the underground parking lot. Through the lens of a night vision camera, Su Chen meticulously recorded the entire process. As he watched Ah Biao and his companions depart, a chilling smile graced his lips as he reclined in the massage chair. All he needed to do was patiently await the outcome. Ahead, Lu Linger led the group, guiding Ah Biao and his entourage. In a short while, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. This area remained undeveloped and somewhat remote, with only a few scattered buildings. Ah Biao felt no sense of unease. After all, if the warehouse were not situated far from the resort, it would likely have been discovered long ago. Brother Biao, the supplies are inside that warehouse, Lu Linger indicated, pointing towards a nearby structure. Ah Biao did not rush forward, but rather took a moment to observe cautiously, then replied. All right, you lead us inside. Chapter 46. The trap. Lu Linger did not hesitate. She led Ah Biao and his companions to the rear of the warehouse. There stood a rusted iron door, which yielded easily to a slight push. Lu Linger moved to the front of the group, circling around twice before arriving at a spacious storeroom. In the center of the room lay a considerable pile of items, shrouded beneath a tarpaulin, obscuring their true nature. The supplies are right there, Lu Linger indicated towards the covering. Ah Biao signaled one of his subordinates, who stepped forward to unveil the tarp. With the aid of a flashlight, everyone could clearly see that the concealed items consisted of bottled water, instant noodles, and other provisions. After days of hunger, Ah Biao and his crew were taken aback by the sheer volume of supplies before them. This bounty was more than enough to sustain them for at least a fortnight. Now, you can trust me, right, Biao? Lu Linger asked with a gentle smile. Of course. Rest assured, I will protect you from now on. No one dares to touch you in Feng Wang Mountain. They will face my wrath. A delighted Ah Biao promised, thumping his chest. Very well, Biao. Take your time to transport everything. I shall take my leave, Lu Linger responded. Upon witnessing the abundance of supplies, Ah Biao's suspicions about Lu Linger dissipated entirely. He waved his hand with a grin. All right, you go back and rest. Lu Linger cast a glance at the center of the room, where Ah Biao's men had already torn open a box of instant noodles and were indulging themselves. Without uttering another word, she turned swiftly to depart. Once outside the warehouse, Lu Linger finally exhaled a long breath, a weight lifted from her heart. Everything she had done was in accordance with Su Chen's instructions. Fortunately, her performance had been convincing enough to deceive Biao. However, Chen had merely instructed her to lure Biao and his group to the warehouse and leave promptly. Without providing further guidance on what to do next, Lu Ling'o scanned her surroundings, finding no one in sight. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure suddenly appeared before her. As the stranger approached, Lu Ling'o recognized him with astonishment. He Wang. Indeed, the unexpected figure was none other than He Wang, who had been missing for quite some time. Miss Lu, He Wang greeted, carrying 2 large barrels. I thought you were dead. Lu Ling'o stammered, her voice laden with disbelief. After being ambushed by Biao, everyone assumed He Wang had perished. Yet, Lu Ling'o could hardly fathom his presence here tonight. It's a long story. It was Chen who saved me, He Wang explained as he placed the barrels down. He relocked the warehouse door, then gathered a pile of debris to completely blockade the exit. Next, He Wang raised one of the barrels, pouring its contents around the warehouse. Lu Ling'o caught a whiff of a pungent odor. Was that gasoline? Was He Wang planning to incinerate Biao and his men within the warehouse? Miss Lu, you must leave at once. Chen is waiting for you in the car. After He Wang completed his tasks, he addressed Lu Ling'o with a nonchalant tone. Lu Ling'o was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with elation. Without pausing to greet He Wang, she hastily departed from the warehouse. He Wang lit a cigarette, savoring a deep inhale. As he surveyed the warehouse before him, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes, causing him to flick the cigarette away gently. It traced a graceful arc through the air before landing on the ground. In an instant, the gasoline was ignited, engulfing the surrounding wild grass and debris in a roaring blaze. Big tiger, little tiger, I have avenged you, He Wang muttered to himself. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, after the initial excitement faded, Biao regained his composure and immediately directed his subordinates to begin inventorying the supplies for transport. Just then, one of his men suddenly exclaimed, Brother Biao, something is amiss. What is it? Biao furrowed his brow and approached. It seems this box doesn't contain instant noodles. The subordinate raised a box of noodles and shook it in the air. The sound emanating from within did not resemble that of noodles. Open it, Biao commanded in a low voice. With a rip, the box of noodles was violently torn open. Indeed, it contained not noodles, but an assortment of miscellaneous items. A sense of foreboding crept into Biao's mind, prompting him to instruct, check again. The subordinates hurriedly began inspecting the other boxes. After a thorough examination, it became apparent that aside from a few cases of bottled water and some genuine instant noodles on top, most of the boxes were filled with trash and debris. Biao's heart sank, and he became acutely aware. The arrangement of these supplies indicated that someone had orchestrated this deception. However, before he could take action, a pungent smell of smoke suddenly wafted in. Brother Biao, it's bad. There's a fire, a subordinate shouted, pointing outside. Thick, black smoke was billowing in from all directions into the warehouse. This is a trap. Even Biao, not known for his intellect, realized he had been outmaneuvered by Lu Ling'o. Yet, he could not fathom how Chen remained inside the vehicle, nor did the other survivors exhibit any unusual behavior. Who could Lu Ling'o have colluded with to dare plot against him? Damn it, when we return to the parking lot, I will make that vile witch pay. Biao cursed angrily, leading his men toward the exit. Upon reaching the exit, they discovered that the warehouse door had been locked from the outside. No amount of kicking or punching could pry it open. Let us search for another exit, Biao decisively commanded, leading his men to explore other areas of the warehouse. However, it appeared that this warehouse had been meticulously chosen. Apart from the iron door they had entered through, there were no other exits. Brother Biao, what should we do now? One asked. Yes, you must come up with a plan. As the flames spread, the entire warehouse became enveloped in thick smoke, and the temperature within soared, surpassing even that of the outside air. Biao's heart sank to the depths of despair. Never before had he felt such hopelessness. Even while being besieged by overwhelming enemy forces on the battlefield, the inferno intensified, gradually consuming the entire structure. A few unfortunate souls were caught unawares, struck by collapsing debris, and perished in the flames. Although Biao escaped physical harm, he was left in a state of utter distress from the smoke. Just when He Wang outside the warehouse and Biao within the blazing inferno believed they were destined to perish, a resounding roar echoed through the night sky. Chapter 47. The maid outfit. The sound was overwhelmingly loud. Not only was He Wang outside the inferno aware of it, but even those engulfed by the flames, such as Biao and his companions, clearly heard it. Could it be that rain was imminent? Biao and the others raised their heads, peering through the fragmented roof of the warehouse towards the night sky. Sure enough, moments later, large raindrops began to pour down. In the blink of an eye, the downpour intensified into a torrential rain that seemed poised to engulf the very earth itself. The fierce blaze within the warehouse was subdued by the rain, and even the sweltering heat began to dissipate, returning to a more tolerable temperature. Seizing the opportunity, Biao and his companions hurried to the warehouse entrance. After being scorched by the flames and then drenched by the rain, the door, already fragile, was shattered into pieces under Biao's vigorous kicks. They swiftly escaped the inferno, emerging into the open air. At last, the heavens have opened their eyes. This sweltering apocalypse has finally come to an end. Brother Biao, we have been saved. A chorus of his subordinates fell to their knees, exclaiming in exuberance. Even Biao, usually composed, was visibly elated. He tilted his head towards the night sky, mouth agape, greedily savoring the rainwater. After enduring such an oppressive heat for so long, they were on the brink of madness. Although the flames had failed to consume Biao, the sudden downpour and drop in temperature left Huang equally exhilarated. After a considerable time, his emotions began to settle. Observing Biao and his group still reveling in the open space, Huang tightened his grip on the compound bow in his hand. A gift from Chen for self-defense. After a moment of hesitation, he abandoned the idea of shooting Biao and the others. Given the distance, he was uncertain of his aim. Even if he managed to hit his target, he could only take down one or two. Should Biao's group surround him, it would spell certain doom. It would be wiser to first report this incident to Chen and seek his counsel. Casting one last lingering glance at Biao and his entourage, Huang turned and vanished into the night. After departing the warehouse, Lu Linger hurried back to the underground parking lot. Upon reaching the entrance of the RV, she took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She adjusted her appearance in the vehicle's rearview mirror. Chen, I have arrived. Lu Linger knocked on the door, speaking in a gentle tone. A low hum of machinery resonated, and the side door, previously entered by Xiaomei, slowly opened. Come in, Chen's voice emanated through the speaker. Without a second thought, Lu Linger hurried into the RV. Much like Xiaomei before her, upon discovering she was in the bathroom, she paused in surprise. Just then, the door behind her suddenly closed. Chen pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside slowly. Chen, Lu Linger quickly forced a smile, attempting to please him. Yet, Chen chose to ignore her. As before, he roughly shoved Lu Lingo aside, his hands indiscriminately exploring her form. Exercise caution. For the waters of human nature are fraught with peril. Although Lu Lingo presented herself with utmost docility, Chen had witnessed the treachery that lurked within hearts and opted for prudence. Having endured a prior experience, Lu Linger felt minimal resistance, albeit a lingering sense of embarrassment. After thoroughly inspecting her from head to toe, Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. Take a shower, and afterwards, change into these clothes, he commanded, tossing her a bag. Upon opening it, Lu Lingo's cheeks flushed crimson as she beheld the garments within, far too audacious for her taste. She had never donned anything so bold, and even glimpsing such attire online in the past had rendered her flustered. The thought of wearing them was mortifying. Chen, I have never, Lu Linger began, but was promptly interrupted by Chen. If you wish to remain in the RV, you must comply with my wishes. Lu Linger opened her mouth, hesitated, and then obediently nodded in acquiescence. Chen then turned away, shutting the bathroom door behind him. He reclined comfortably in the massage chair. His attention divided between the television drama and the bathroom door. The door had been modified. He had specifically instructed Zhang Qi to use semi-transparent material. Through this door, the activities within the bathroom were faintly discernible, shrouded in a veil of ambiguity. Observing Lu Linger's silhouette, a subtle smile graced Chen's lips as he mused that his brother would not suffer in the future. Inside the bathroom, Lu Lingo was keenly aware of the door's peculiar design. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand, shedding her soiled garments, and commenced her shower. The moment the warm water cascaded over her, she nearly gasped in delight. No girl can resist the allure of cleanliness. Before the apocalypse, Lu Linger had bathed nearly every day, but since the onset of high temperatures and the scarcity of drinking water, she had not washed herself. After such a long interval, the opportunity to bathe brought her to the brink of tears. Once she had washed away the grime, Lu Linger reached for the shampoo and body wash, cleansing herself thoroughly. Satisfied with her newfound freshness and fragrance, she reluctantly turned off the shower. Drying herself, her gaze fell upon the bag nearby. Biting her lip, she ultimately obeyed Chen's directive, donning the garments within. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linger pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out. Compared to the sweltering heat outside, the RV was refreshingly cool and comfortable. This was Lu Lingo's first opportunity to closely observe the interior of the RV. It was equipped with all the necessary amenities and featured a staircase leading to the second floor, although it felt somewhat cramped compared to a typical house. In the realm of recreational vehicles, it was undeniably spacious and bright. After all, the price tag of several million was not to be taken lightly. As Lu Lingo observed the interior of Normadisen, Chen was admiring her in return. In university, Lu Lingo earned the title of campus beauty, undoubtedly due to her captivating charm. although the hardships of hunger and suffering had left her somewhat haggard after a careful grooming. She appeared as radiant as a lotus emerging from the water. Su Chen had prepared for her a maid outfit, which, compared to ordinary maid attire, was decidedly more alluring and imbued with an air of seduction. Against the backdrop of black and white fabric, Lu Lingo appeared both innocent and enchanting. Under Su Chen's fiery gaze, she felt a blend of shyness and joy, realizing that she still held some allure for him. Just as her thoughts wandered, Su Chen spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 48. I am the master. You must be well aware that those survivors outside yearn to reside here, do you not? Although Su Chen's words were somewhat trivial, Lu Linger nodded in agreement. The reason I have allowed you to enter is neither due to our prior relationship nor because you assisted me in dealing with a Biao and his companions. Su Chen stated matter-of-factly. Lu Lingo was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with uncertainty. What, then, was the reason for Su Chen's decision to grant her residence? It is because I believe you still possess some utility for me. Su Chen's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Lu Linger as he chuckled softly. First, I require your assistance in preparing meals and managing household chores. Second, I need you to fulfill my desires. Upon hearing the first statement, Lu Linger felt indifferent. However, the latter part made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could Su Chen be so straightforward? Noticing Lu Lingo's silence, Su Chen's expression hardened, and he stated coolly, Do you decline my request? I dislike coercing others. If you wish, I can allow you to leave. At these words, Lu Lingo grew anxious, hastily waving her hands. No. Chun, you have misunderstood me. I am more than willing. What a jest. The comfort of the Normadisen is undeniable. And from Su Chen's demeanor, it was apparent that the resources within the vehicle were plentiful. To survive, one must remain here. Furthermore, the conditions Su Chen proposed were not exceedingly harsh. Had it been Xiaomei or any other woman, they would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. Excellent. Su Chen nodded. His tone earnest. From this day forth, I am your master. My words are akin to imperial edicts. Should you dare to defy me, I shall cast you out. Do you comprehend? Although his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. Lu Lingo felt a slight tremor in her heart. She could firmly ascertain that Su Chen was no longer the person he once was. Understood. That is good. Allow me to show you your quarters. Su Chen beckoned Lu Linger. She assumed they would reside together on the first floor, as Su Chen had previously stated that she would be fulfilling a duty to assist him. However, to her surprise, Su Chen led her directly up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor, originally an open terrace, had been transformed into several sealed rooms through Zhang Qi's modifications. The room was cluttered with various items, but with a little tidying up, a bed was revealed. Although it appeared rather shabby compared to Su Chen's own sleeping quarters, it was decidedly luxurious compared to Lu Lingo's previous lodgings. This shall be your dwelling. Unless I summon you, you will remain here, Su Chen instructed. Even after allowing Lu Linger into the vehicle, he did not fully relinquish his concerns for her. There was a door connecting the staircase between the first and second floors. Su Chen intended to lock it while he slept, ensuring Lu Linger remained on the second floor, thus minimizing any risk to himself. The two returned to the first floor, and Su Chen settled back onto the sofa, instructing, just in time, I am quite hungry. Please prepare some food. All right, Lu Linger replied, donning an apron and positioning herself in the cooking area. Upon opening the refrigerator, she was momentarily taken aback by the abundance of fresh ingredients within. To her surprise, even after so long, there remained such a wealth of fresh produce. Before long, Lu Lingo had prepared 2 or 3 dishes and presented them before Su Chen. Chen, do taste them and see if my culinary skills have declined. Su Chen casually picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled a few bites, feeling a wave of nostalgia. After their separation, Lu Lingo's cooking remained exceptional. What a pity. Had she not been swayed by Xiaomei, Lu Linger truly would have been the ideal candidate for a devoted wife and mother. Is it not to your taste? Noticing Su Chen's silence, Lu Linger cautiously inquired. No, it's quite delicious. Please continue to cook like this, Su Chen affirmed with a slight nod, offering praise. Let us eat together, and afterward, we shall retire to bed. Is it time for that? Lu Linger's heart skipped a beat, and she dared not say more, obediently taking her seat. Just then, the surveillance system emitted a sudden, urgent sound. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned to the monitor. The screen revealed several survivors hastily approaching, but they were not heading towards the RV. Instead, they circumvented it and ran directly toward the parking lot. What is happening? Su Chen felt a stir of apprehension, momentarily forgetting the meal Lu Linger had prepared. He quickly rose and moved to the control panel. In the upper right corner of the screen, which previously displayed the internal and external temperatures, it now clearly indicated that the outside temperature was dropping. Chen, what is going on? Lu Linger also sensed something amiss. Before Su Chen could respond, The intercom suddenly crackled to life. "Su, are you there?" He Wang's gruff voice resonated within the RV. "Yes, brother He, how are things on your end?" Su Chen replied, grasping the intercom. "We couldn't succeed. A sudden downpour extinguished the fire." He Wang grumbled in frustration. According to Su Chen's plan, Lu Linger was to lead a Biao and his group into the warehouse. While they were occupied with transporting supplies, He Wang would block the warehouse door and ignite it with the gasoline Su Chen had provided, incinerating a Biao and his companions inside. The plan, though not infallible, was quite thorough. Yet, no one had anticipated that after such prolonged heat, the heavens would suddenly unleash rain. Do not worry. A Biao and his men are merely like grasshoppers in autumn. They cannot last much longer. However, brother He, you must be cautious not to be discovered by them. After offering a few words of caution to He Wang, Su Chen ended the communication. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lu Linger was instantly flooded with thoughts. It was indeed raining outside? This suggested that the prolonged heat wave might finally be coming to an end. If that were the case, it would not be long before rescue would arrive. Is it still necessary for me to remain by Su Chen's side? If you regret it now, it is not too late. Su Chen seemed to perceive Lu Linger's thoughts and spoke calmly. No, how could I bear to leave you, Chen? Lu Linger shook her head quickly, eager to express her feelings. Even if the scorching heat is indeed about to subside, by the time help arrives, it will be a long while. Without Su Chen's assistance, how would Lu Linger endure this period? Moreover, she had previously deceived a Biao. What if he harbored vengeful intentions? Most importantly, since their reunion, Su Chen had transformed entirely, exuding an unprecedented aura of strength and confidence. Lu Linger's affections for Su Chen secretly rekindled within her heart. That is good to hear. Let me be frank with you. Even if the temperatures drop again, this apocalypse will not come to an end. Chapter 49. Conspiring to kill. Were these words to emerge from another's lips, Lu Linger might have harbored doubts. However, given that they were spoken by Su Chen, she found herself inclined to believe them. After all, Su Chen had anticipated the advent of the apocalypse, procuring a Normadisen and stockpiling a considerable amount of supplies. The sudden downpour had indeed plunged the survivors into a state of ecstatic jubilation. Oblivious to the underlying truth, they perceived the torrential rain as a herald of relief, believing that the oppressive heat of the apocalypse was nearing its end. Among the most elated was Zhang Mingyuan. He dashed into the rain, rolling on the ground like a madman. Once societal order was restored, he would reclaim his previous status as a privileged scion. At that time, A Biao and Su Chen would surely meet their demise at his hands. Beside him, Xiao Mei felt a tumult of emotions, elation mingled with sorrow. She rejoiced at the prospect of the apocalypse drawing to a close, restoring normalcy. Yet, she mourned the unspeakable deeds she had committed during this tumultuous period, such as aiding A Biao in the plot against He Wang, De Hu, and Xiao Hu, and even resorting to cannibalism to survive. Should the time come for reckoning, she would face dire consequences. As the crowd contemplated their fates, A Biao and his entourage returned to the underground parking lot, drenched by the rain. Their disheveled appearance startled the onlookers. What calamity had befallen them? Ignoring Zhang Mingyuan and Xiao Mei, A Biao guided his subordinates directly back inside the parking area. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mei hurriedly followed suit. Brother Biao, what transpired? Did you not go to retrieve supplies? A Biao collapsed onto a seat, gasping for breath. His face contorted with rage. That wretched Lu Linger dared to scheme against me. Upon hearing the details, Xiao Mei was taken aback. Although she had previously slandered Lu Linger, claiming she harbored ill intentions, that was merely a ploy to secure her standing beside A Biao. She never anticipated Lu Linger would have the audacity to conspire against them. What shall we do now? With the rain pouring so heavily, it seems the heat wave is about to conclude. Xiao Mei steadied herself and asked in a hushed tone. A Biao, his brow furrowed, remained silent. Like Xiao Mei, he was consumed with anxiety after the initial excitement had faded. Xiao Mei's transgressions might result in a mere reprieve, but A Biao was in a far graver predicament. He had taken many lives and engaged in numerous heinous acts. Not only would he face immediate execution, but it was likely he would endure repeated sentences. What could be done? At that moment, the remaining survivors, having calmed from their earlier excitement, returned to the underground parking lot. Noticing the jubilant Zhang Mingyuan amidst the crowd, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in A Biao's eyes. Setting aside other considerations, he realized that once the world returned to normalcy, Zhang Mingyuan's character would undoubtedly seek retribution against him, if he wished to ensure his own safety. There remained but one course of action, to eliminate all survivors not among his own. However, the recent inferno not only claimed the lives of 3 subordinates, but also left nearly everyone, including A Biao, severely burned. Given their current combat capabilities, It seems implausible for them to eliminate the remaining survivors, numbering around 180, unless they could persuade Su Chen. Biao narrowed his eyes, gazing at Normadisen in the distance. If they could somehow borrow the shotgun from Su Chen's vehicle, annihilating the survivors would undoubtedly be feasible. What do you all think of my idea? Biao summoned Xiao Mei and the other subordinates to share his plan. It's not entirely unfeasible. But how do we convince Su Chen? One subordinate hesitated. Indeed, Biao, that fellow is impervious to persuasion. Xiao Mei scowled. If it weren't for Su Chen, she wouldn't have been trapped on Phoenix Mountain, nor would she have had to cling to Biao in a desperate bid for survival, reducing herself to a mere shadow of her former self. Had it been before, he would undoubtedly have refused. Biao smirked coldly. But now that the heat is drawing to a close, how could he possibly refuse? The group fell momentarily silent. Biao, what do you mean by that? Xiao Mei inquired, puzzled. I ask you, how did Zhang Heng meet his demise? Biao inquired leisurely. Naturally, he was shot and injured by Su Chen, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mei responded. Precisely. Now tell me, does that not imply he is guilty of intentional homicide? Biao countered. Biao, are you suggesting? Xiao Mei paused, seemingly grasping the implication. Although we have taken many lives and committed numerous crimes, Su Chen's hands are not clean either. Biao said with a sinister tone. Zhang Heng effectively died at his hands, did he not? And the other survivors, were they not also victims of his acid attacks, leading to their untimely deaths? When all these matters are considered, even if he is not sentenced to death, a life sentence seems inevitable, does it not? Therefore, if Su Chen wishes to avoid imprisonment, he must unite with us to eradicate the remaining survivors. Upon hearing his words, the others were immediately struck silent. However, upon further reflection, they found Biao's assertions to be quite reasonable. Once the official rescue arrives at Phoenix Mountain and discovers the grim situation, everyone, including Biao and Su Chen, would certainly face dire consequences. If Su Chen possesses any wisdom, he ought to be ruthless and collaborate with Biao in this murderous endeavor. Xiao Mei, you shall contact Su Chen. Biao directed his gaze towards Xiao Mei, issuing the command. Huh? Me? Xiao Mei was taken aback. Who else then? Biao replied coldly. His grievances with Su Chen run deep. Should he approach him directly, it is likely that Su Chen would shoot him before he could utter a word. Hence, sending Xiao Mei as an initial scout is the most prudent course of action. Very well, I shall go. Xiao Mei reluctantly agreed. Rising to her feet, she hesitated before making her way towards Normadisen. Once she neared the car door, she timidly knocked on it. Su Chen, are you there? However, the voice that emanated from within the vehicle was not that of Su Chen, but rather a melodious female voice. What brings you to seek Chen? Xiao Mei found this voice rather familiar. After a moment of recollection, her eyes widened in astonishment. Lingo. As the steel panel of the vehicle gradually descended, the figure of Lu Lingo appeared within the caravan, with a victorious smile gracing her face. She looked at Xiao Mei outside. Indeed, it is I. You, how are you inside the car? Xiao Mei stammered in surprise. Why do you ask such a question? What prohibits me from being inside the vehicle? Are you not aware of my relationship with Chen? Lu Linger's tone brimmed with pride. Chapter 50. Fear not for sisters in hardship, but for those who drive a Range Rover as the sweltering heat settled in. Former close friends transformed into mere plastic sisters. Though they had not completely severed ties and animosity, each harbored disdain for the other. For instance, Lu Lingo perceived Xiao Mei as someone devoid of dignity, willing to barter her body for favors from Biao. Conversely, Xiao Mei regarded Lu Lingo as a phony, masquerading as a pure lotus while being nothing more than a little vixen. Yet, in that moment, their circumstances differed vastly. Lu Linger remained comfortably ensconced within her caravan, meticulously adorned and radiating beauty, albeit in an eccentric maid outfit. Outside, Xiao Mei appeared disheveled and ragged, hardly better than a beggar. There is a saying, it is not the struggles of a sister that incite jealousy, but rather the sight of one driving a Range Rover. Watching Lu Lingo thrive in such luxury, Xiao Mei felt a surge of resentment, wishing she could drag Lu Lingo out and claim her spot. Linger, we are good sisters. Could you perhaps speak to Su Chen and let me stay in with you? Xiao Mei implored, her voice dripping with desperation. If we were truly good friends, why didn't you think to share some resources with me when you received them from Biao? Lu Linga retorted with a cold smile. Well, Xiao Mei faltered momentarily, then defended herself. Did I not later invite you to join me in seeking refuge with Biao? Then I must thank you for the thought of dragging me along to be with Biao. Lu Lingo shot back sarcastically. Do you think I am as shameless as you? Fuming with anger yet suppressing her rage for the sake of entering the caravan, Xiao Mei replied, Linger. It is my fault. I was merely desperate to survive. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, allow me to come in. The decision to let Xiao Mei inside rested not with Lu Linger, but with Su Chen. No matter how bold Lu Linger might be, She dared not make that call on his behalf. Even if she could, she would not grant Xiao Mei entry. The rationale was simple. The caravan was currently inhabited solely by her and Su Chen, and her priority was to please him. It would be folly to invite Xiao Mei in to compete for his affections. I'm sorry, but Chen has made it clear that you are not a virtuous woman, and he has advised me to avoid you. Please do not disturb us anymore. I fear Chen may misunderstand, Lu Linger declared, preparing to raise the barrier once more. At that moment, Su Chen's figure unexpectedly appeared within the caravan. He had just returned from the restroom and was unaware of the unfolding drama. Upon glancing at Xiao Mei outside, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening?" Chen, it has nothing to do with me. She is insisting on entering the caravan, and I was about to refuse her, Lu Lingo quickly interjected, wrapping her arm around Su Chen's. Su Chen gently patted her head and turned to face Xiao Mei, stating plainly, "You heard what Linger said. Do not disturb us again." Witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, Xiao Mei felt her teeth nearly grind to dust. Displaying affection leads to a swift demise, she thought bitterly. As we await the arrival of official rescue, let us see how you will manage. I almost forgot to convey the instructions from Brother Biao. Xiao Mei hurriedly spoke. Su Chen, wait a moment, it was Brother Biao who sent me. Brother Biao sent her? Su Chen squinted his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Speak. What does he want?" It is like this. Xiao Mei recounted in detail Brother Biao's intention to join forces with Su Chen. Su Chen stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the proposal. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Mei seized the moment and urged, "Su Chen, you must consider carefully, once the authorities arrive. None of us can escape. It would be better to ally with Brother Biao, eliminate the others, and eradicate all evidence. This way, we would ensure our safety." Su Chen nodded slightly and remarked, "His suggestion is indeed not without merit." A glimmer of joy appeared on Xiao Mei's face. Yet her smile froze at Su Chen's subsequent words. "However, I must decline. Why do you refuse?" Xiao Mei could not help but inquire. "Are you from Dunhuang? Why are there so many murals?" Su Chen furrowed his brow and instructed Lu Linger, "Raise the wall." Understood. Lu Linger, equally displeased with Xiao Mei, promptly complied with Su Chen's command, lifting the steel plates once more. Gazing at the sturdy vehicle before her, Xiao Mei was dumbfounded. This Su Chen truly seemed impervious to persuasion. With a frustrated stomp, she turned back to Brother Biao and conveyed Su Chen's attitude to him. Brother Biao, taken aback, coldly questioned, "Did you fail to express my intentions clearly?" "Brother Biao, I absolutely conveyed everything. It was that Su Chen who outright rejected it." Xiao Mei hastily defended herself, her anxiety palpable. Brother Biao, assessing her demeanor, sensed she was not deceiving him but chose to ignore her, sinking into contemplation. He had clearly laid out the pros and cons, yet why did Su Chen refuse so decisively? Was he truly unafraid of being apprehended by the authorities? Or did he possess some means of evading their retribution? Perhaps this apocalypse would never come to an end? A chill ran through Brother Biao as he was startled by his last thought. However, upon regaining his composure, he found it quite plausible. Earlier, Su Chen had mentioned the arrival of the apocalypse. At that time, all survivors dismissed his words as mere ramblings. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that Su Chen was privy to some underlying truths. If he had not foreseen the impending heat wave, how could he hoard such an abundance of supplies? This cataclysmic event, it seemed, would not conclude. Thus, Su Chen's outright refusal made perfect sense. Brother Biao grew increasingly convinced of his assessment. Just then, a few individuals approached, led by none other than Zhang Mingyuan. He had shed his earlier submissive demeanor, now wearing a smug expression as he greeted Brother Biao. Brother Biao, Brother Biao, unsure of his intentions, offered a mere nod. "Young Master Zhang, what brings you here? The sweltering apocalypse is soon to come to an end. Given the gravity of your transgressions, one could surmise that 10 executions would not suffice." Zhang Mingyuan, with an air of arrogance, declared, however, "You are well aware that my father possesses significant influence. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to extricate you from your predicament. As for the prior incidents, I shall not hold them against you. As long as you resume your position as the Zhang family's subordinate from this day forth, I shall consider advocating on your behalf to my father." Almost all survivors believed that once the heat subsided, societal order would be reinstated. Many sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Mingyuan once again, which allowed his true nature to resurface. He approached Abayo not only to seize the opportunity to humiliate him but also to procure some supplies. After all, the timeline for official rescue efforts remained uncertain. Abayo squinted his eyes but refrained from expressing anger. Instead, he smiled and replied, "What you say, young Master Zhang, is indeed true. I shall rely on you for assistance. By the way, I happen to have a small amount of food and water here. I would appreciate it if you could come and collect them." Chapter 51. Men adore black stockings. Be understanding, Abiao. Once we step outside, I shall not forget you. Zhang Mingyuan chuckled heartily, accompanied by a few followers. As they entered Ah Biao's camp, the group surrounding Ah Biao, driven by hunger, had resorted to consuming other survivors. For there was no provision to be found in the camp. His words were merely a ruse to lure Zhang Mingyuan and his companions into a trap. As soon as Zhang Mingyuan and his entourage crossed the threshold, a malevolent glint flickered in Ah Biao's eyes, and he growled, "Eliminate them." Without a moment's hesitation, his subordinates brandished their weapons and charged towards Zhang Mingyuan and his group. Zhang Mingyuan had never anticipated such treachery from Ah Biao. Before they could grasp the gravity of the situation, a flurry of lethal implements descended upon them. Accompanied by anguished cries, Zhang Mingyuan and his companions fell to the ground, blood spilling profusely around them. Beside them, Xiaomei stood in stunned silence, genuinely believing that Ah Biao had invited Zhang Mingyuan in hopes of endearing himself to him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she witnessed the brutal demise of Zhang Mingyuan before her very eyes, despite having previously witnessed Ah Biao's capacity for violence. The sight of Zhang Mingyuan's death left her pallid with terror. "Yaoge, why? Why did we have to kill young Master Zhang?" she stammered. "Is there a problem with wanting him dead?" Ah Biao grinned, revealing his menacing teeth. Xiaomei's scalp tingled with fear as she hastily waved her hands, forcing a smile. "And no problem. Dispose of their bodies." Ah Biao commanded his subordinates, who set about the grim task. Retreating to his vehicle, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The feral savagery within him had been stirred during this sweltering apocalypse. Zhang Mingyuan's audacious provocation was nothing short of courting death. Moreover, he had been deceived by Lu Linger and failed to procure supplies. The remains of previous survivors had been nearly exhausted. To survive, he needed to locate more survivors and eliminate them. Zhang Mingyuan's arrival, a fortuitous opportunity, was not one Ah Biao would squander. As for whether the apocalypse would eventually come to a close, Ah Biao had reached his own conclusions. If Su Chen was unafraid, why should he cower? Should the apocalypse truly end, restoring societal order, he would face death alongside Su Chen. Conversely, if the apocalypse persisted, he had nothing left to fear. With these thoughts in mind, Ah Biao lowered his gaze to examine his wounds. Though he had narrowly escaped from the burning warehouse, he bore several severe burns that were most distressing. Hiss. Ah Biao washed his wounds with water, the intense pain causing him to inhale sharply. Fortunately, a torrential downpour had begun outside. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to waste drinking water for cleansing his injuries. Nonetheless, without further treatment, should his wounds become infected, death would be his only fate. Originally, Ah Biao had intended to join forces with Su Chen to eliminate the other survivors. Then he pondered borrowing some food and medicine from Su Chen. Yet, that obstinate fellow Su Chen was utterly unyielding, which was truly vexing. To make matters worse, he found himself unable to penetrate Su Chen's defenses. What a predicament. At that moment, a tremendous roar of an engine suddenly reverberated through the underground parking lot. Ah Biao paused briefly, lifting his gaze. He noticed the Normadisen park nearby suddenly springing to life. Ah Biao dismissed it, assuming Su Chen had merely gone out to deal with the black water tank. However, as dawn broke, and after Zhang Mingyuan's body and those of his companions had been drained and dealt with, the Normadisen had yet to return. Ah Biao's heart tightened, prompting him to summon two uninjured subordinates to investigate. He was not particularly worried about Su Chen fleeing. Rather, he feared that Su Chen might be plotting an ambush against him. Before long, the two subordinates returned breathlessly. "Yaoge, that kid hasn't gone far. His RV is parked right at the entrance of the hotel." Ah Biao felt even more perplexed. What on earth did that rascal intend to do? He pondered for quite some time but could not decipher the motive. He shook his head and refocused on the bowl before him. Despite enduring in this apocalypse for so long, the pampered Zhang Mingyuan remained tender and delectable. "Chen, why are we leaving the underground parking lot? Aren't you afraid of the high temperatures returning?" Seeing Su Chen park the Normadisen at the entrance of the Green Forest Hotel, Lu Lingo could not help but inquire. Su Chen did not respond, but merely cast a faint glance her way. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out." The sharpness in Su Chen's gaze made Lu Lingo's heart skip a beat, prompting her to lower her head and admit her fault to him. Women, aside from lamenting their misguided marriages, seldom acknowledge their mistakes, and Lu Lingo was no exception. Since their acquaintance, she had only admitted to one error, her ill-fated romance with Su Chen. For her to proactively concede fault today was indeed a rarity. Let the family law take its course. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Linger's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. She dared not resist, obediently accepting Su Chen's punishment. Although he had previously warned Lu Linger, a complete ideological shift would require further education. Thus, Su Chen had established numerous rules to enforce discipline whenever Lu Linger erred. "Stand up." After the punishment was administered, Su Chen instructed calmly, "The high temperatures have passed. What follows will be days of continuous rain. The parking lot is situated too low. If we remain there, it will be submerged. Ah, I see, Lu Linga realized, though a hint of skepticism lingered in her mind. The original terrain of Phoenix Mountain was elevated. No matter how heavy the rain, how severe could it possibly be? However, after the earlier punishment, she dared not voice any further objections. Prepare yourself, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and softly asked. He had invited Lu Linga into the RV primarily for the sake of his brothers. Tonight, he intended to take her directly, although Su Chen did not explicitly state it. Lu Linga instantly comprehended his meaning. She bit her lip and obediently entered the bathroom. When she emerged once more, in addition to her original maid outfit, she had donned a pair of black stockings. Men are invariably fond of black silk, and Su Chen was no exception. Upon witnessing such a scene, he could not help but reveal a wicked smile. Chapter 52. A fiery temper. As the ancient verse goes, what is acquired from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding must come from personal experience. Growing up in the 21st century, Lu Linga had certainly watched her fair share of films. However, those films were merely that, films. Lacking in experience, her delicate form trembled slightly as she awaited Su Chen's affection. A desire to conquer stirred within Su Chen. He approached gently, leaned down, and lifted Lu Linga's chin, whispering with a soft chuckle, "Fear not, simply leave everything to me." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Linga's trepidation vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a flicker of anticipation. Knowing you may not wish to linger on this, I shall omit a multitude of words here. As the torrential rain began to fall, all survivors were filled with exhilaration, caught in a fervor of celebration. In their eyes, with the temperature dropping, the world would soon return to normalcy. Some even began to discuss how to establish contact with the outside world for a swift rescue. However, merely 2 days later, a sense of unease began to permeate the air. The rain was simply too relentless. It was as if the sky had torn open, an unending deluge pouring down. Not only was the rain excessively heavy, but it showed no signs of abating. For 2 full days and nights, it persisted without rest. Although Phoenix Mountain boasted a high altitude, lower-lying areas, such as the underground parking lot of the Green Forest Hotel, were already submerged. The survivors hastily evacuated the parking lot and sought refuge in the hotel rooms. The hotel staff, including manager Dang, had suffered losses of their own, and no one was there to hinder the survivors. Yet, gazing at the torrential downpour, a weight of dread settled upon the survivors' hearts. Would this rain persist like the previous bout of scorching heat, leaving them to starve? In stark contrast to the anxious survivors, Su Chen, ensconced within the confines of the Normadisen, enjoyed a remarkably pleasant time. He elevated the steel plates of his car, reclined in a massage chair, and admired the rain-soaked beauty of Phoenix Mountain. After enduring the ravages of heat for so long, the mountain appeared rejuvenated, lush and vibrant once more under the cascade of rain. At that moment, Lu Linga, clad in a bunny girl outfit, approached. She placed a coffee pot on the table and softly said, "Chen, this is a hand-brewed coffee I made just for you. Do try it." Perhaps due to the abundance of food, the comfortable living conditions, or the indulgence she had experienced with Su Chen, Lu Linga appeared significantly more radiant than in the previous days. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with life, and her skin was so tender it seemed almost capable of yielding droplets of water. Coupled with her newfound allure, having blossomed from a girl into a woman, she was utterly enchanting. Su Chen lifted the teacup, took a sip, and smiled. Not bad, quite delightful. Upon hearing his praise, Lu Linga felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'm glad you enjoy it." It must be said, allowing Lu Linga to stay was indeed a wise decision. Firstly, Su Chen no longer felt such profound loneliness. In the confines of his bed, there was little need for elaboration. Outside of it, the two could engage in delightful games such as It Takes Two. Their daily lives could be described as exceedingly carefree and pleasant. "Brother Su, are you there?" The voice of Huang emanated from the intercom once more. Lu Linga, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, swiftly retrieved the intercom and presented it to Su Chen. "Please go ahead." "Brother He, you were indeed right. Judging by the current circumstances, this rain shows no signs of abating anytime soon," Huang remarked with a hint of resignation. In the past, after being ambushed by a Biao, Huang found himself in a perilous situation, only to fortuitously encounter Su Chen, who was out tending to the black water tank. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he reached out to Su Chen for assistance. To Huang's astonishment, Su Chen did not refuse. He provided Huang with ample supplies and medicine, aiding him through the tumultuous crisis. Furthermore, Su Chen reassured Huang that the scorching heat would soon pass, only to be followed by relentless downpours. Initially skeptical, Huang was ultimately convinced upon witnessing the unending rain. "During this period, Brother He, it would be prudent for you to find a safe place to hide," Su Chen advised. "Should I be cautious of a Biao and his men?" Huang inquired. "Not solely. For once the rainy season concludes, an extreme chill will ensue. You must prepare yourself with adequate supplies to withstand the cold. Understood. I shall remember your words. He-Wang committed Su Chen's advice to memory. After their communication was severed, Su Chen placed the intercom down and noticed Lu Linger beside him, appearing as if she had something to say but hesitated. He smiled gently. Is there something you wish to ask? After a few days of admonition, Lu Lingo had learned her lesson. Without Su Chen's consent, she refrained from taking liberties with her inquiries. Once granted permission, she spoke. Ah Chun, brother, he is a good man. We should draw him closer and extend our support to him so that he may join us in confronting a Biao. You are correct. He is indeed a good person. Or I would not have rescued him, Su Chen replied. The rationale behind Su Chen's decision to save He-Wang was straightforward. Firstly, like He-Wang, he shared a common adversary in a Biao. He required He-Wang's assistance to confront this foe. Had Su Chen not miscalculated the day of the impending storm, a Biao would have already met his demise. Secondly, Su Chen did not intend to linger on Phoenix Mountain for an extended period, as he had matters to attend to in the distant mainland. Following the extreme cold would be the outbreak of a virulent zombie virus. Surviving in this apocalyptic world alone would prove to be quite challenging. Thus, Su Chen was inclined to assemble a team. However, to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life, he understood the necessity of meticulously selecting team members to prevent betrayal. He-Wang was the first candidate identified by Su Chen, aside from Lu Linger. Yet at this moment, he still harbored reservations about fully trusting He-Wang. I have already provided him with sufficient resources. Isn't that assistance considerable? Su Chen chuckled lightly and retorted. Are we to allow him to move in and share our lives? Wouldn't that disrupt the harmony between us? Lu Linger pondered over this notion and found it to be quite valid. Many had sought sustenance from Su Chen, only to be met with unyielding rejection. The supplies Su Chen had offered to He-Wang were already a significant act of kindness. Let him survive the impending crisis first, and then we shall see. A mischievous smile crept across Su Chen's face as he remarked, My temper is rather formidable at the moment. Lu Linger felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. She said little, yet comprehended Su Chen's intentions perfectly. Chapter 53. Mobile rations in stark contrast to the relieved Su Chen, who vented his frustrations with Mei Mei. The survivors within the hotel were far from sharing his buoyant spirit. The relentless downpour that had persisted for several days relieved the oppressive heat and water scarcity. Yet it did nothing to alleviate the dire shortage of food. Apart from Ah Biao and his companions, who managed to sate their hunger through cannibalism, the other survivors were reduced to a state of desperation, their eyes glimmering with hunger. On the 6th floor of the hotel, room 606 housed a group of survivors, united by familial and friendly bonds. Among them were several elderly and infirm individuals. Their endurance thus far had been nothing short of remarkable. Daddy, I'm hungry, darling. I can't bear this any longer. Please think of something. The pleas of wives and children weighed heavily on the strong men of the group, who wore expressions of helplessness. They had exhausted every effort to scavenge for supplies, but the area around Phoenix Mountain had been thoroughly pillaged by fellow survivors. There was not a morsel of food left, even the roots and grasses had been consumed. If given the opportunity, they would not hesitate to venture into the mountains to hunt. They were undeterred even by the prospect of facing lions or tigers. However, the reality was that, after enduring such prolonged heat, the wildlife had all but vanished. If it comes to that, perhaps we should seek out Ah Biao, one voice murmured. The leader of the group, Sun Yuan, resolutely shook his head in rejection. No, even if it means starving to death, we cannot resort to cannibalism. Despite their disappointment, the group remained silent. All right, if it becomes absolutely necessary, I will take a few of you out shortly to see if we can find something to eat. Sun Yuan reassured them. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a heavy knocking echoed from the door. Hey, people inside, open the door. The occupants of the room immediately sprang to attention, their hearts racing as they fixated on the entrance. Sun Yuan stealthily approached and peered through the peephole. But to his dismay, the visitors had anticipated his actions and blocked the view. He nodded to the others, signaling them to prepare, and then spoke in a measured tone. Who are you? What do you want? I'm sent by Brother Biao. He said he has something to discuss with you, came the loud reply from outside. Sorry, we're not interested. Sun Yuan bluntly rejected the request. Given the current circumstances, trust was a rare commodity. Opening the door to an unknown party could spell danger, especially if they were affiliated with Ah Biao. It was entirely plausible that Ah Biao and his group lay in wait outside, ready to storm in and eliminate them to serve as sustenance. I advise you not to be foolish. A menacing threat resonated from the door. Sun Yuan chose not to respond further, gripping his baseball bat tightly. Moments later, the individuals outside began to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door was violently battered, echoing through the room, where the elderly, women, and children trembled in fear. Although the hotel door was constructed from robust materials, it could not withstand such brutal assaults. Before long, the door was kicked open. Just as Sun Yuan had anticipated, Abi and his entourage stood outside, fully armed. Their intentions far from benevolent. Since you refused to open the door, do not blame me for being impolite. Abi grinned broadly, commanding his men to storm inside. Logically, given the narrow entrance of the room, Sun Yuan and his companions needed only to prevent Abi's men from breaching it. However, the Green Forest Hotel, in preparation for emergencies, had procured some anti-explosion equipment, including a bomb shield. With this shield in hand, Abi and his associates charged in, engaging Sun Yuan and his group in hand-to-hand combat. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers and equipped with superior weaponry, Abi's men were fueled by sustenance, while Sun Yuan's group was famished and weak. From the outset of the clash, Sun Yuan's side found themselves at a disadvantage, with two of their members swiftly falling in a pool of blood. "We must escape." Recognizing the dire situation, Sun Yuan shouted. Brandishing his baseball bat, drawing upon his formidable strength, he forced Abi's men back, carving a bloody path to safety. The other companions hurriedly followed Sun Yuan, fleeing the room. Due to injuries, Abi's combat effectiveness had diminished significantly. Watching Sun Yuan and his companions slip away from his grasp, he was consumed with fury. They are not merely escaping. They are fleeing provisions. He roared, "Pursue them. Eliminate them all." His bloodthirsty followers obeyed his command, relentlessly chasing Sun Yuan and his group to the hotel entrance. Having gone without a proper meal for far too long, Sun Yuan and his companions found themselves weakened and unsteady as they fled. Abi's men soon caught up with them. Realizing escape was becoming increasingly futile, despair washed over Sun Yuan. Just then, he spotted the Normadisen through the pouring rain, and a plan formed in his mind. "Let us go that way," he urged, and the group, supporting one another, made their way toward the Normadisen. "Chen, please, we beg you, help us," Sun Yuan pleaded, banging on the car door for assistance. Yet, there was no response from within, as if the car were empty. Noticing the silence from the Normadisen, Abi exhaled in relief. Gesturing for his men to encircle Sun Yuan's group, demanding a swift resolution without alarming that scoundrel Chen. Just as Abi's men closed in on Sun Yuan's group, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! One of the underlings collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the rain-soaked pavement crimson. The sound of the gun startled Abi's men, causing them to momentarily freeze before retreating back to the hotel. Observing his fallen comrade in the rain, Abi felt an immense sense of relief. He was fortunate he had not recklessly advanced, otherwise he might have been the one lying there. Though reluctant, the thought of the several corpses upstairs, sufficient for sustenance for a few days, compelled Ah Biao to reluctantly command, "Withdraw." As Ah Biao and his group departed, Sun Yuan finally exhaled in relief, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Su." Indeed, it was Chen who had fired the shot moments earlier. When Sun Yuan knocked on the door, Chen had been deep in slumber. Fortunately, the systems built-in sentinel mode roused him from his dreams. Faced with the menacing approach of Ah Biao's group, Chen did not hesitate to draw his weapon. "You need not thank me. I merely have past grievances with Ah Biao and his ilk," Chen replied nonchalantly. Beyond this reason, he had also heard from Yi Wang and Lu Lingo that Sun Yuan possessed commendable character. Earlier, when Ah Biao incited the survivors to assault Normadisen, Sun Yuan's team refrained from participating. Gazing upon the cold and unyielding Normadisen, Sun Yuan hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Chen, could you possibly assist us?" Chapter 54 Departure from Phoenix Mountain. Although Sun Yuan did not participate in the siege against Chen, he had heard from others that Chen was a man of ruthless demeanor and an ironclad heart. Anyone who sought his assistance would be met with merciless rejection. Thus, Sun Yuan found it somewhat surprising that Chen was willing to extend a helping hand to them. However, he felt compelled to muster his courage and approach Chen for aid. They were already lacking in supplies, and now, the other members of their group had been slaughtered by a Biao for food. Only Sun Yuan and 3 relatively strong men remained, all of whom were grievously injured. Without treatment and sustenance, they would perish within 2 or 3 days at most. "Helping you is not out of the question," Chen replied leisurely. Outside the vehicle, Sun Yuan momentarily froze, his face transforming with unbridled joy. Thank you, Brother Su. Don't be too hasty in your gratitude. My supplies are not to be taken without cost. Rest assured, whatever you require, we shall comply." Sun Yuan understood well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chen's willingness to provide supplies indicated that he had his own demands. "Smart lad," Chen nodded with satisfaction, instructing, "Are you aware of the Yuer Dun Hotel to the north?" "Yes. Go there. I will arrange for Brother Yi Wang to meet you." "What? Brother he is not dead?" Sun Yuan was taken aback. You'll find out when you arrive. Oh, understood. Standing in the relentless downpour, it was easy to catch a cold, especially for the weakened Sun Yuan and his companions, who bore injuries. Watching as they vanished into the torrential rain, Su Chen picked up the intercom. Hello, brother He. A moment later, He Wang's voice came through. Su Chen relayed the events to He Wang. Ensure they are well taken care of, but be cautious. If they exhibit any signs of treachery, do not hesitate to eliminate them, Su Chen commanded. Rest assured, I have faith in Sun Yuan, He Wang replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded their communication. Su Chen toyed with the intercom, a contemplative expression gracing his face. His decision to spare Sun Yuan and his companions was not born of benevolence. Rather, he recognized that, whether in dealing with a Biao or expanding his survival team in the future, manpower was essential. Sun Yuan and his men had a respectable reputation. By providing them with supplies in exchange for their loyalty, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, Su Chen did not intend to exert direct control over them, but would entrust their management to He Wang. This way, he could rest easy, knowing they posed no threat of betrayal. Chen, dinner is ready, called Lu Linger, adorned in an apron, embodying the guise of a chef. Su Chen set aside the intercom and rose to his feet. Approaching the dining table, he beheld an array of exquisite dishes laid out before him. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of culinary techniques. Lu Lingo expertly utilized the kitchen facilities within the RV to prepare an exquisite array of dishes, all bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. The mere sight and scent of the culinary creation stirred one's appetite. Aiken, you must try my cooking, Lu Lingo exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with pride as she gazed at Su Chen. In her quest to impress him, she had devoted her leisure time over the past few days to watching an abundance of culinary videos downloaded on Su Chen's computer. As Su Chen picked up a piece of spicy kuntan and savored it for a moment, he nodded with a smile. Indeed, quite delicious. Hearing Su Chen's praise filled Lu Linger with joy. Shouldn't you give me a proper compliment then? She teased. Of course, Su Chen replied with a mischievous grin, tonight. I shall reward you well. After these few days, Lu Linger was no longer the Navi girl she once was. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, her cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. All right. So why are we delaying dinner? The two of them enjoyed a delightful feast, wrapped in affection for one another. Meanwhile, within the Green Forest Hotel, a Biao subordinates had nearly disposed of the bodies belonging to Sun Yuan's team. Brother Biao, why are we short one person? Xiaomei furrowed her brow, puzzled. Don't mention it. That bastard Su Chen spoiled my plans. Biao seethed with anger at the thought. If it weren't for Su Chen, he could have wiped out Sun Yuan's entire team without losing a single brother. Moreover, he had heard from Xiaomei that Lu Linger was in Su Chen's vehicle. It seemed evident that Su Chen was the mastermind behind their previous ambush. Brother Biao, is there truly no way for us to eliminate Su Chen? Xiaomei expressed her unwillingness to accept defeat. If I had a solution, would we be in this predicament? Biao lamented. Miraculously, thanks to his robust physical condition, he had survived the burns, but his two subordinates were not as fortunate. Originally a team of 20 to 30, now, only 13 remained, with Biao's brothers dwindling to just 3. He attributed all of this misfortune to Su Chen. At that moment, a subordinate entered through the door. Brother Biao, I'm back. What news? We searched everywhere in the hotel's back kitchen. The only available means of transportation are 2 pedal tricycles and a few bicycles. Biao visibly frowned in dissatisfaction, but could only nod in acknowledgement. Very well. Where have you stored the items? They are all locked away in a warehouse. That's good. You may leave now. Biao waved his hand dismissively. Once the subordinate exited, Xiaomei could not contain her curiosity. Brother Biao, what are you planning to do? Of course, to leave this place. Do you expect us to remain here for a lifetime? Biao replied irritably. Days had passed since the scorching heat was replaced by torrential rain. Not only was there no official rescue, but even the makeshift radio constructed by a Biao failed to receive any signals. All of this attests to a singular truth, the complete collapse of societal order. The resources on Phoenix Mountain have dwindled to nothing. Even if a Biao were to continue hunting survivors and consuming them as sustenance, how long could he possibly endure? Thus, he resolved to leave Phoenix Mountain and venture into the surrounding cities. After all, compared to scenic areas, the city still possessed relatively abundant resources. However, the nearest city to Phoenix Mountain lay several dozen kilometers away. Relying solely on his own 2 legs, the journey would take an eternity. Consequently, Biao instructed his companions to search around the hotel for any means of transportation, particularly a vehicle that still contained fuel. Regrettably, the nearby parked cars had been completely drained of gasoline by other survivors. Chapter 55, Survivor Base. Biao felt a twinge of regret. If only he had conserved fuel when the apocalypse first began, rather than indulging in the comforts of air conditioning in his vehicle. Wouldn't it be easier to depart from Phoenix Mountain now? Brother Biao, You must take me with you when the time comes, Xiao Mei exclaimed, clinging to his arm with a charming smile. Of course, how could I bear to leave you behind? Biao replied, patting her cheek with a grin. Yet, deep within, he harbored a cold smirk. Was he merely indulging in desire by keeping Xiao Mei around? No. Beyond that, he viewed her as a reserve supply. Biao, inherently selfish, had become increasingly ruthless following the trials of the apocalypse. Now, his singular thought was survival. He would do anything to ensure his continued existence. After deciding to leave Phoenix Mountain, Biao immediately set his plan into motion. In the following days, he hastened the hunt for survivors. Having spent considerable time at Phoenix Mountain, he was unaware of the external circumstances. If he ventured out and could not find resources or fellow survivors, it would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved to hunt more survivors to serve as sustenance. Within just a few days, Biao and his crew had decimated over half of the remaining individuals at the Green Forest Hotel. The few survivors, sensing impending doom, fled the premises. Biao, disinterested in further pursuit, deemed the remaining food sufficient for 4 or 5 days. It was time to leave Phoenix Mountain. That morning, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, as if intent on flooding the world. Biao, accompanied by Xiao Mei and his gang, made their way to the hotel's kitchen. The bicycles and tricycles they had previously found were parked there. Although they lacked food and drinking water, other supplies were still ample at Phoenix Mountain. Biao scavenged materials to modify the tricycle, adding a canopy for both transport and storage. He also discovered several canvas raincoats. Once everything was prepared, Biao and his group donned the raincoats and mounted their bicycles and tricycles. Amidst the torrential downpour, they departed from the Green Forest Hotel. Biao glanced back at the hotel and then at Normadisen, silently vowing, Su Chen, wait for me. Before long, I will return to show you the true meaning of cruelty. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Su Chen and Lu Linger noticed Biao and his crew leaving. Hey, Chen, why are they leaving? Lu Linger inquired, puzzled. It's simple. He wants to survive, Su Chen replied coolly. Unlike Su Chen, who possessed a vehicle with nearly limitless storage, others were not so fortunate. The resources at Phoenix Mountain had been exhausted, and few survivors remained. Staying there any longer would inevitably lead to starvation. For Biao to survive, he must lead his people away. What a pity. In order to deal with Biao, I instructed He Wang and Sun Yuan to gather together the remaining survivors who had escaped. However, to my surprise, before I could take action, that scoundrel fled. Nevertheless, his departure was fortuitous. At the very least, I no longer had to be wary of him. But what should I do with the remaining survivors? Should I abandon them to fend for themselves? After contemplating for a moment, I dismissed that notion and resolved to assist these individuals. It was not out of a sense of overzealous altruism. Although there were ample resources sufficient for both myself and Lu Linger, the television shows, films, and games within the vehicle would eventually be exhausted, leading to tedium. Would we truly want to live in isolation within the RV for the entirety of our lives? It was likely that even Lu Linger would grow weary, and I too would be driven to madness. Thus, I devised a plan to establish a survivors base on Phoenix Mountain. Survivors like Yu Wang and Sun Yuan could serve as the inaugural group. Of course, all of this hinged upon ensuring my own safety first. The immediate priority was to solidify my position of authority among the survivors. With that in mind, I picked up the walkie-talkie. Hello, Brother He. Are you there? Yes, I am here, Brother Su. Please proceed. He Wang responded promptly. I conveyed my intentions to him. Brother Su, it is truly wonderful that you are considering this. He Wang exclaimed, visibly excited. He had initially harbored the same intention to unite the survivors for mutual aid. But his efforts had been thwarted by limited capabilities and the discord among the survivors, not to mention the ever-watchful Abio lurking outside. Thus, He Wang's endeavors had ultimately failed. The fact that I was contemplating such a plan naturally thrilled him. Brother He, do not become overly excited just yet. I must express a word of caution. If any of the survivors harbor ill intentions and refuse to heed my commands, they should not blame me for being ruthless. I stated coldly. Rest assured, as far as Sun Yuan and I are concerned, we will follow your lead, He Wang assured with a pat on his chest. After enduring the perils of extreme heat, torrential rain, and Abio's relentless pursuit, the number of survivors had dwindled to fewer than 50. The following morning, He Wang gathered the assembled survivors at the hotel entrance, awaiting my arrival. Why did Su Chen summon us so early? Is he even coming? Wang Yi grumbled, yawning in discontent. Mind your tone, Dr. Wang, Sun Yuan admonished sharply. The food you have consumed these past few days has been provided by Su Chen. If you dare show him disrespect again, I won't hesitate to confront you. Startled by the imposing figure of Sun Yuan, Wang Yi fell silent, refraining from further complaints. Before long, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the engine, the Normadisen emerged from the rain, coming to a halt at the hotel entrance. The steel panels of the vehicle slowly ascended, revealing the figures of myself and Lu Linger before the crowd. Linger. Observing the delicate figure of Lu Lingo nestled against Su Chen, Wang Ye's face contorted with jealousy. Yet, Lu Linger's gaze was entirely fixated on Su Chen, completely disregarding him. Today, I have summoned you all for 2 announcements, Su Chen stated, surveying the gathered survivors with nonchalance. The first matter is that a Biao has departed from Phoenix Mountain with his men. Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily paused in shock, before erupting into cheers. The sentiment of the masses towards a Biao could be aptly encapsulated by the phrase, "The world has suffered under Chen for far too long." Since the onset of the scorching apocalypse, a Biao had relentlessly seized supplies and exploited the survivors. During times of food scarcity, he even resorted to murder to sustain himself. The collective animosity towards him was profound. However, he and his subordinates were all robust and merciless. Now that a Biao has left, how could the people not rejoice? Chapter 56. Wagging tails. All right. Everyone, quiet down and let Su Chen continue. He Wang, standing to the side, promptly stepped forward to signal for silence. Once the crowd's excitement gradually subsided, Su Chen resumed. Now that we are left with so few, survival in this apocalypse necessitates our unity. To achieve that, we must have a leader among us. Therefore, the second matter is this. From today onward, I shall be the leader, and all of you must heed my commands. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak immediately. After their experience under the management of a person like a Biao, they regarded Su Chen with a degree of skepticism. After all, he had previously resorted to using chili water and sulfuric acid against them. What, do you refuse to comply? Sun Yuan sneered, his voice low and firm. Do not forget that the food you consume daily is provided by Su Chen. Without his provisions, you would all starve. And what of it? He possesses so many resources, isn't it only natural that he shares them with us? Wang Yu shamelessly retorted. His words garnered agreement from others. Dr. Wang is right. Just because he provides food, does that mean we must obey him? What do we take ourselves for? I say, let us lean towards democracy. Observing Wang Yi and the other's audacity, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It was his fault for ensuring these people were well fed, only for them to turn against him. Noticing support from others, Wang Yi felt a surge of satisfaction, yet maintained a serious facade as he addressed Su Chen. If you wish for us to follow you, that is acceptable. However, you must agree to one condition. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling ambiguously. Do tell. Distribute the supplies from the vehicle, to be stored collectively and allocated uniformly. Upon Wang Ye's demand, the others' eyes brightened, and they echoed, yes, exactly. As long as the supplies are managed and distributed equally, we will heed your commands. Though they had been receiving food from He Wang over the past few days, the portions were minimal, barely enough to stave off starvation. Having grown weary of hunger, they were reluctant to be led around by Su Chen like puppets. After articulating his demand, Wang Yi looked at Su Chen with anticipation, thinking to himself that once Su Chen relinquished the supplies, he could rally a group to seize them outright. After all, what right did a mere youth like Su Chen have to monopolize such resources alongside Lu Lingo? Why should everyone listen to him? However, upon hearing this, Su Chen burst into laughter. Dr. Wang, are you dreaming? Do you honestly believe you can take supplies from me? Have these past few days of indulgence gone to your head? It truly feels like a waste to feed you. I might as well have a dog. At least a dog knows to wag its tail at me. Su Chen's tirade left Wang Ye's face flushed with embarrassment. He glared at Su Chen, rallying the other survivors. Brothers, this scoundrel Su Chen must be running low on supplies. He likely intends to treat us as mere rations, just like that scoundrel A Biao. Upon hearing these words, the gaze of the crowd shifted ominously towards Su Chen. Indeed, while the Normadisen RV was spacious, how much could it truly hold? Su Chen had been living within it for over a month. Surely, his resources had long since been depleted. Sensing the doubt in their eyes, Su Chen, uninterested in further discourse, directly addressed He Wang. Brother He, from today onward, cease providing them with food. He Wang cast a disappointed glance at the crowd, reluctantly nodding. Very well, I shall heed Su's wishes. Su Chen acknowledged He Wang and Sun Yuan with a nod before raising the steel plate and driving the Normadisen away. How ungrateful these people are. If it weren't for you, a Chen, they would have surely fallen victim to a Biao by now. A Chen. Do not take it to heart, Lu Lingo consoled him while gently massaging his shoulders. How could I be angry? I am rather pleased. Su Chen shrugged, dismissing their behavior. From the attitude of Wang Yi and the others today, he could discern that many among the survivors were indeed treacherous. If he were to take them in directly, it was possible they might stab him in the back later. He resolved to let them suffer a bit longer. By the way, what about that Wang Yu? He was pursuing you the other day, wasn't he? Su Chen suddenly recalled. Lu Lingo tensed at his words, hurriedly clarifying, I have no interest in him. He's merely a sycophant who won't leave me alone. We share nothing. Do not worry. I trust you. Seeing her flustered, Su Chen gently held her delicate hand and smiled slightly. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. It seemed he would use Wang Yi as an example to instill fear in others. All right, Chen, do not overthink it. Perhaps today you could receive some recompense. They would comply with your every wish. Lu Linger nestled into Su Chen's embrace, playfully pouting. Is it to compensate me, or for your own sake? Su Chen teased with a smile. Lu Linger blushed, resting her head against his chest, too shy to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Wang complied with Su Chen's directive and ceased distributing food to the survivors. By midday, their stomachs rumbled in protest. Under Wang Yi's leadership, they approached Wang once more. Brother He, please, have mercy and give us some food. Yes, we can no longer bear this hunger. The group of survivors donned pitiable expressions as they gazed up at Wang. However, he shook his head resolutely. No, unless Su Chen gives the word. I cannot do this. Having learned of their ambush by a Biao, the survivors had not sought vengeance. Instead, they had fractured into two factions, embroiled in infighting. Wang felt a profound disappointment towards these survivors. Moreover, without Su Chen's directive, he was reluctant to distribute food independently. He feared that from this point forward, Su Chen would no longer place his trust in him. Observing Wang's resolute demeanor, Wang Yi and the other survivors felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon glancing at Wang, armed with a crossbow, alongside several burly men like Sun Yuan, they ultimately abandoned their rebellious thoughts. Dejected, the group returned to their quarters. Someone murmured softly, perhaps we should just yield to Su Chen. As long as we can fill our stomachs, it should suffice. Another chimed in, indeed. Look at how well Brother He and his group are faring. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi became increasingly agitated. My friends, we must take charge of our own destinies. Why should we heed that scoundrel Su Chen? Let us not forget, that rascal has blood on his hands. Chapter 57, The Allure of Survival. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, the group exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. After a brief pause, one of them murmured, what can we do? Should we simply wait to starve? Another chimed in. Perhaps Su Chen isn't the person we fear him to be. Encouraged by this, another suggested, let us go find Brother He and discuss this. Surely we can all agree to listen to Su Chen. With this proposal, the others rose in unison, making their way outside. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yi found himself alone in the now desolate room, staring in disbelief at the emptiness surrounding him. How could these survivors possess such wavering resolve? Wang Yi's persistent agitation against Su Chen stemmed from a place of jealousy. He envied Su Chen not only for his luxurious RV, but also for the enchanting company of Lu Linger. Beyond envy, he harbored ambitions of becoming the leader of the survivors. Damn it, I'd rather starve or leap from this place than bow to Su Chen, he thought fiercely. Yet, the persistent gnawing hunger in his stomach made his resolve falter. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly stood and followed the others outside. In the hotel lobby, Wang Yi observed the throng of survivors gathered around Wang, eagerly receiving instant noodles, sausages, and other provisions. Listen carefully, everyone. Now that you've received food, you must heed Su Chen's commands moving forward, Sun Yuan announced loudly while helping Wang maintain order. The survivors nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed on the bounty in Wang's hands. Wang Yi swallowed hard, ultimately unable to resist the temptation, and joined the line. Before long, he received a tub of pickled vegetable noodles and several sausages. As he prepared the meal with hot water, he eagerly began to eat. Delicious, he exclaimed, savoring every bite, even drinking the broth clean before discarding the container into the trash. As these survivors chose to submit, Su Chen began to contemplate the next course of action. Establishing a survivor base necessitated a steady supply of resources. While his RV was stocked with ample provisions, relying solely on Su Chen for sustenance was impractical. It would be far better to cultivate land and achieve self-sufficiency. This notion had long been on Su Chen's mind. His storage space contained a variety of seeds and farming tools. Moreover, securing the base was paramount. After all, following intense storms and extreme cold, there would inevitably be a terrifying wave of biohazards. Although Phoenix Mountain is a scenic area, sparsely populated and vast, one must remember that zombies can form hordes and wander about. Without robust defenses, any so-called survivor base would be as vulnerable as a sandcastle before the tide. Yet, the relentless downpour made it impossible to cultivate land or construct defenses. Thus, Su Chen issued his first task, to send the survivors out into the rain to search for supplies. Naturally, the term supplies excluded food and drinking water. After all, these supplies had long been thoroughly scavenged. Su Chen instructed the survivors to search primarily for warm clothing and bedding. He relayed this command to Wang, who would oversee the task alongside Sun Yuan. Upon receiving the order, the survivors were quite perplexed. Although the scorching end of the world had passed and the weather had turned rainy, it was still summer, and wearing long sleeves felt uncomfortable. Why did Su Chen require them to search for cotton garments? Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to comply with Su Chen's directives. As he controlled the distribution of supplies, they ventured out into the rain, scouring the surroundings for the necessary materials. Damn it, who wants to go searching? Let someone else do it. I'm not interested. Wang Yi grumbled as he stepped into a building, shaking off his raincoat and taking a seat on the sofa with an irritated huff. Following him were a few fellow survivors who were on friendly terms with him. Upon hearing Wang Yi's remarks, they exchanged glances, and a young man named Zhang Ying could not help but speak up. Dr. Wang, if we don't search, will Su Chen cause us trouble? Let him come. We'll just say we searched and found nothing, Wang Yi retorted disgruntledly. In this refreshing weather, Su Chen has the audacity to make us hunt for cotton clothes. Don't you think he has lost his mind? I believe he is doing this on purpose because we previously attacked him. Zhang Ying was equally displeased. He really thinks he is the boss now. I say it's more fitting for Dr. Wang to take the lead. The others nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt quite pleased and chuckled. Rest assured, if I truly become the leader, I will not treat you unfairly. However, for now, we must exercise patience. We need to lure Su Chen out of the RV and take control of it. Only then can we rise to power. These survivors, hiding within the building, idly fantasized about usurping Su Chen and becoming the leaders of the group. As mealtime approached, they leisurely stood up and made their way back to the hotel. Most of the survivors had returned and were queuing to receive instant noodles, just as Wang Yi and his companions prepared to join the line. They were intercepted by Sun Yuan and his team. What is going on, Captain Sun? Wang Yi quickly donned a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself. Compared to the other survivors, Su Chen had more faith in He Wang and Sun Yuan. Thus, he assigned Yuan to manage most affairs while entrusting Sun Yuan with maintaining order in a capacity akin to a security chief. Where are the supplies you gathered? Sun Yuan assessed Wang Yi and his group before asking coolly. Apologies, we searched everywhere but found nothing, Wang Yi explained. I see. In that case, you cannot receive supplies. Sun Yuan replied, raising his hand and adopting a stern expression. Why is that? Wang Yi was taken aback. Because Su Chen said that we do not support idlers. Anyone who slacks off is prohibited from eating, Sun Yuan stated coldly. That bastard Su Chen. Wang Yi inwardly cursed Su Chen, yet outwardly defended himself, saying, we are not being lazy. We genuinely could not find it. Indeed, Captain Sun, do you not believe us? We speak nothing but the truth. The others in Zhang Ying's group quickly chimed in to support Wang Yi. At that moment, a leisurely voice emerged from behind them. Is that truly the case? Everyone was taken aback and turned to see Su Chen strolling in with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Linga followed closely, like a devoted maid, holding an umbrella for him. Chapter 58. Breaking one of his legs, the gathered crowd was taken aback. Ever since the onset of the scorching apocalypse, Su Chen had remained inside the RV, never stepping outside. Only Xiaomei and Lu Lingo had ever interacted with him face to face. The others could only communicate with him through the glass of the vehicle. However, today, Su Chen unexpectedly emerged from the RV, astonishing everyone present. Did you speak the truth just now? Su Chen's piercing gaze locked onto Wang Yi, as if he could see through him and discern his innermost thoughts. Of course it was the truth. Wang Yi, feeling guilty, dared not meet Su Chen's eyes and turned his head away. Is that so? Su Chen sneered, gesturing towards the other survivors. Look at the downpour outside. See how the others, despite being clad in raincoats, have their clothes and shoes soaked through. Now observe you few, completely dry, not a hint of having braved the rain for supplies. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Wang Yi and his companions. Indeed, they appeared pristine while the other survivors were drenched. Wang Yi, what do you have to say now? Sun Yuan scoffed. Wang Yi's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. In such dire circumstances, everyone was toiling hard, yet these few were skirting their responsibilities. My supplies may be sufficient, but I will not support idlers. Since you wish to shirk your duties, from today forth, brother He, cease all food distribution to them, Su Chen declared coldly. At this pronouncement, panic washed over Wang Yi and his group. If they were denied food, would they not starve? Zhang Ying gritted his teeth and addressed Su Chen. Boss Su, this has nothing to do with us. It's all Wang Yi's fault. He incited us to rebel against you. Indeed, we were merely swayed by him. He even claimed he would take control of you, seize your RV, and bed your women. Other members chimed in, betraying Wang Yi without hesitation. Wang Yi nearly exploded with rage. How could these scoundrels be so untrustworthy? Very well, Dr. Wang. I did not expect you to be so audacious, Su Chen remarked with a sardonic smile, his eyes icy. I took you in and provided you with sustenance. And this is how you repay my kindness? Captain Sun, break one of his legs. Su Chen commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yuan waved his hand, signaling a few men to advance towards Wang Yi. As he found himself encircled, Wang Yi's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at Su Chen, shouting, you bastard. I'll fight you. Little did Wang Yu know, having dared to leave the safety of the RV, Su Chen was fully prepared. As Wang Yu charged forward, Su Chen swiftly raised his hand from behind his back, revealing a dark muzzle pointed directly at Wang Yi. Before Wang Yi could react, a loud bang echoed as Su Chen pulled the trigger. Wang Yi was instantly struck and collapsed to the ground. The short shotgun blast was filled with iron pellets, and as the shot rang out, Wang Yi's body was soon covered with a multitude of iron shrapnel. Su Chen had intended to spare his life, thus he had aimed at Wang Yi's lower body. Consequently, Wang Yi did not perish but instead lay on the ground, howling in agony. Without casting a glance at Wang Yi, Su Chen surveyed the crowd, his voice icy as he declared, I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. As long as you heed my commands, filling your bellies will not be an issue. Should you choose not to work, you are free to leave at your discretion. I shall not make things difficult for you. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions, Wang Yi's fate shall be your own. Observing Wang Yi's miserable state, the onlookers shuddered and nodded in understanding. A satisfied smile graced Su Chen's lips as he instructed Sun Yuan, dispose of Wang Yi. From this day forth, he is not to be given any food, nor allowed to return. Sun Yuan, accompanied by several subordinates, carried Wang Yi out. As they passed by Su Chen, Wang Yi, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to lift his head for a glimpse of Lu Ling. However, her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, never acknowledging him even once. At that moment, Wang Yi's heart sank into despair. After resolving the issue with Wang Yi, Su Chen engaged in idle conversation with Yu Wang and Sun Yuan before returning to the Normadisen. He carefully stored the short shotgun and reclined on the sofa. Lu Linger, ever attentive, stood behind him and began to massage his shoulders. Linger, do you think I may have been a bit excessive? Su Chen inquired with a smile. Not at all. Lu Lingo quickly shook her head, pouting slightly. You showed kindness by taking Wang Yi in, yet he was so ungrateful. In my opinion, he should have been dealt with more severely. Having been guided by Su Chen for so long, her heart was now firmly tethered to him. When contemplating matters, she naturally viewed them from Su Chen's perspective and deemed Wang Yi deserving of his fate. Very well, I shall reward you once more tonight. Su Chen chuckled heartily, reaching out to caress Lu Linger's cheek. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Lu Linger felt a warmth spread through her, and her legs grew weak with anticipation. Initially, Su Chen had intended to keep Wang Yi around, for he was a doctor, an invaluable asset in this apocalyptic world. However, given Wang Yi's treachery and his attempt to defy Su Chen, it was clear that he could not be spared. Now gravely injured and devoid of food and medicine, with the relentless downpour outside, it would not be long before Wang Yi met his demise. Amidst the torrential rain, Biao and his companions struggled to ride their bicycles and pedal their tricycles. According to their original plan, they would reach the foot of the mountain within half a day's time after leaving the hotel. However, Biao had underestimated the dangers posed by the heavy rain. Several sections of the winding mountain road had been blocked by landslides. It took them over a day to finally arrive at the base of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, adjacent to the highway, there lies a village. Biao had initially planned to scour this area, hoping to uncover supplies or perhaps encounter other survivors. Yet, the harsh reality proved to be unforgiving. Not only was he unable to locate any provisions, but the village itself had vanished entirely due to its low-lying terrain and the relentless downpour. Damn it! Biao cursed vehemently, commanding, let us proceed. However, the further they ventured, the graver the situation became. Days of incessant rain had submerged numerous roads, and some pathways had even succumbed to the force of the water, collapsing under its weight. Biao and his companions pedaled their bicycles and tricycles with great effort, sparks flying from the wheels. By the time dusk settled, they had scarcely distanced themselves from Phoenix Mountain. Gazing at the foreboding sky, Biao felt a growing sense of unease. Chapter 59 Farewell to Gao Qiqiang. The terrain around Phoenix Mountain is notably elevated, and the conditions are exceedingly harsh. One can only surmise that other locales are no better off. As Biao hesitated, contemplating whether to return to the Green Forest Hotel, two faint beams of light suddenly pierced through the torrential rain from the distance. In the midst of the downpour, these beams appeared remarkably tenuous, had the twilight not descended. Biao might have struggled to perceive them. Could it be a vehicle approaching? Biao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon their spirits were lifted. Since being stranded on Phoenix Mountain, they had lost all contact with the outside world and had not encountered another soul. The prospect of a vehicle drawing near was enough to stir their excitement. Moments later, a car emerged through the rain, followed by a second, a third, and eventually 4 or 5 vehicles in total. Most of these were off-road vehicles, or SUVs, with a small bus trailing behind. Here, Biao Xiaomei, and the others waved frantically, signaling for the convoy to halt. The leading off-road vehicle appeared to have spotted them and gradually came to a stop, followed by the others in succession. As the doors swung open, several figures emerged, umbrellas in hand, stepping down from the vehicles. As they approached, Abayo felt a twinge of unease. Each individual was tall and imposing, their waists conspicuously bulging, as if concealing weapons. "Brothers, is there something amiss?" inquired a middle-aged man with a smile. Despite the seemingly friendly demeanor, Abayo, seasoned in reading people, instinctively sensed that these were not ordinary individuals. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to proceed with caution. He discreetly signaled to his subordinates to remain vigilant and then steeled himself to greet the newcomers. "Sir, we are tourists from Phoenix Mountain, trapped here for quite some time. We have only just managed to escape. Can you enlighten us about the situation outside?" Upon hearing Abayo's words, the middle-aged man paused momentarily. "You come from Phoenix Mountain?" "Indeed." Abayo nodded, then inquired, "Sir, from where do you hail? What is the current state of affairs outside?" The man shook his head with a sigh. "I come from the Magic City, and the circumstances beyond are far from optimistic." In the wake of the oppressive heat, most people have sought refuge in sewers, basements, and bomb shelters. Only when night falls and temperatures drop do they emerge to scavenge for supplies. Initially, many believed the heat would soon relent. Although there was some chaos, social order managed to hold. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the relentless heat showed no signs of abating. Similar to the conditions in underground parking lots, society began to witness rampant looting, vandalism, and arson. The already incapacitated official institutions could do little to intervene. When the authorities finally resorted to radio broadcasts urging the populace to take measures for self-preservation, the already fragile social order collapsed entirely. People began to band together, forming small factions. The various gangs, in their fierce struggle for resources, engaged in violent confrontations. Ultimately, the more numerous and formidable factions seized control over vast quantities of supplies and territories. Meanwhile, the elderly, the weak, and the infirm who remained unaffiliated with any group were left to cower in the shadows, ultimately succumbing to their fate. The once thriving city was overtaken by one gang after another. However, unforeseen calamities arose. Just as everyone believed that the sweltering heat would persist indefinitely, the weather abruptly changed, unleashing torrential rains. Initially, when the rain began to fall, people felt a surge of excitement, believing that the apocalypse had passed and social order was being restored. Yet, the deluge continued unabated. Coastal cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou were inundated by rising tides, and many low-lying inland cities were also submerged. In a desperate bid for survival, people were compelled to flee these cities, seeking refuge in higher ground. Among them was a middle-aged man and his convoy. "Is it truly like this?" murmured Abayo, his expression somewhat dazed. He had initially thought the conditions outside would be more favorable than those on Phoenix Mountain. However, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, he realized that the situation beyond was seemingly worse than that on Phoenix Mountain. After all, Phoenix Mountain's elevation ensured safety from threats, aside from a scarcity of supplies. "May I inquire your name, sir?" Abayo tentatively asked. "I am Gao Qiqiang, the proprietor of a financial company. These individuals are my employees. Following the onset of the apocalypse, we have banded together to actively pursue self-preservation." Gao Qiqiang introduced himself with a smile. Upon hearing this, Abayo couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What a farce, a so-called financial mogul. Likely just a loan shark masquerading as a businessman. Employees of legitimate financial firms are typically distinguished by their suits and ties, exuding refinement. On the contrary, Gao Qiqiang's subordinates appeared menacing, as if they had criminal inscribed across their foreheads. Nonetheless, Abayo refrained from exposing the facade. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Mr. Gao, I wish to join your team. What do you think?" "You wish to join my team?" Gao Qiqiang paused, scrutinizing Abayo and his companions, his expression shifting slightly. Initially, he had dismissed Abayo's group, observing them on bicycles and tricycles. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed something amiss. Abayo and his companions bore fierce visages and sharp gazes, clearly not to be trifled with. They might even have blood on their hands. Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow slightly. His reluctance to accept Abayo and his group stemmed from a lack of knowledge about their backgrounds. Inviting a wolf into the fold could lead to dire consequences. Abayo seemed to perceive Gao Qiqiang's apprehension and offered a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Gao, as long as you can provide us with sustenance, we harbor no ulterior motives." After a moment of contemplation, Gao Qiqiang nodded in agreement. He laughed heartily and grasped Abayo's hand, exclaiming, "Very well, welcome to my team." In this apocalyptic era, Gao Qiqiang longs for subordinates as ruthless as a Biao. Although a Biao may not appear to be an ordinary individual, Gao Qiqiang, buoyed by the numbers on his side, wonders if he should truly fear his control over him. After exchanging pleasantries, Gao Qiqiang beckons a Biao and the others to board the vehicle. Once they have all settled inside, He approaches the tricycle and casts a glance at its contents. Though he can discern only that it contains meat, his instincts lead him to conclude that it is, in fact, human flesh. Despite his own merciless nature, a shiver runs through Gao Qiqiang's heart. He ponders in silence whether allowing a Biao and his group to join him is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 60. Repaying debts is only right in order to avert any unforeseen complications. Gao Qiqiang deliberately assigned a Biao and his companions to different vehicles. He himself took a Biao and Xiao Mei in the first off-road vehicle. As the convoy resumed its journey, Gao Qiqiang engaged a Biao in casual conversation. Feigning concern as he inquired, "A Biao, it appears that you have endured quite a bit while on the mountain?" The numerous alarming scars visible on a Biao's exposed skin told a story of hardship, having struggled through such tumultuous times. Gao Qiqiang surmised that Phoenix Mountain was hardly a bastion of peace. "You are absolutely right, Boss Gao. There is indeed a despicable character up there." The mere thought of Su Chen ignited a deep-seated resentment within a Biao. He briefly recounted the events that transpired on the mountain to Gao Qiqiang, omitting their grim act of hunting survivors for sustenance. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Is the young man running the Normadisen named Su Chen? How do you know? Do you know him?" A Biao was equally taken aback. "Of course I know him. That scoundrel owes me over 10 million. Gao Qiqiang seethed. After lending Su Chen a high-interest loan, the apocalyptic heatwave had struck before the agreed repayment date. He had attempted to contact Su Chen several times, but with no internet access on Phoenix Mountain, there was no response. Gao Qiqiang had been troubled by this for some time, but as societal order crumbled and currency became worthless, he found some solace. Just as he had nearly forgotten Su Chen, the name resurfaced through a Biao's lips. Moreover, from a Biao's remarks, it seemed Su Chen had anticipated the impending apocalypse. This realization darkened Gao Qiqiang's countenance. "Since we share a vendetta, this return trip presents the perfect opportunity to settle the score." "That would be splendid," a Biao exclaimed with delight. The two resumed their conversation, and Gao Qiqiang gained a clearer understanding of the circumstances on Phoenix Mountain. In truth, Gao Qiqiang's pursuit of Su Chen was not solely driven by revenge. More importantly, he sought to seize control of Normadisen and assert dominion over Phoenix Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained blissfully unaware of Gao Qiqiang and a Biao's machinations. He was diligently directing the survivors in their ongoing quest for supplies. Aside from collecting cotton clothing and bedding, any resources beneficial for the future establishment of their base were to be gathered back at the Hoarding Hotel. Nestled in the heart of a scenic area, the Green Forest Hotel lacked any significant geographical advantage. In contrast, the Hoarding Hotel, perched on the outskirts, boasted a lofty elevation and vast surroundings. By setting up checkpoints at the entrance, they could easily monitor anyone approaching. After considerable deliberation, Su Chen designated the Hoarding Hotel as their temporary encampment, with plans for future adjustments based on circumstances. Su Chen slowly awakened from his slumber, opening his eyes to find Lu Linger beside him. "Ah Chen, I've prepared breakfast. You should get up and eat." After such an extensive period of training, Lu Lingo had become quite obedient to Su Chen. Thus, Su Chen decided not to allow her to sleep alone on the second floor any longer, granting her the freedom to roam the first floor. This morning's breakfast consisted of soy milk and fried dough sticks, lovingly prepared by Lu Linger. Although seemingly simple, in the midst of the apocalypse, such a meal was indeed a rare delight. Just after Su Chen had satisfied his hunger, a panicked voice crackled through the intercom. "Su, something's gone wrong." "What has happened, brother he?" Su Chen inquired casually as he picked up the intercom. To him, it was likely just another incident involving the survivors. Someone just arrived unexpectedly, dropped off a radio, and said it was sent by a Biao. He Wang's words caused Su Chen to pause momentarily. Hadn't a Biao left Phoenix Mountain? Why would he suddenly send someone with a radio? Sensing something amiss, Su Chen instructed Lu Linger, "Stay in the car and wait for me." Noticing his unusual demeanor, Lu Linger nodded obediently without further question. After preparing himself, Su Chen contemplated briefly before deciding to strap on a short firearm. Over the past few days, he had come to trust He Wang, Sun Yuan, and a few others. However, he remained cautious regarding the other survivors. The Normadisen was parked behind the Hoarding Hotel, where there was an open courtyard. Upon exiting the vehicle, he opened an umbrella and made his way to the nearby office building. He Wang and Sun Yuan awaited him inside. "Su, this is the radio." Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, He Wang handed him the device. Rather than contacting someone immediately, Su Chen asked, "Have you seen the person who came?" "No." He Wang shook his head. "When a Biao arrived at Phoenix Mountain, there were only 7 or 8 of us. Even adding the hotel staff we absorbed from Manager Dang, we barely totaled 20 individuals." He was certain that the person who delivered the radio was not one of a Biao's subordinates. In that case, it seemed an outsider had come to Phoenix Mountain, Su Chen deduced. He Wang and Sun Yuan exchanged anxious glances, their expressions tense. They had initially thought that with the Biao's departure, Phoenix Mountain would become a place of peace. Yet, barely a few days had passed, and a Biao had returned with outsiders. Let us talk to them first and see what their intentions are, Su Chen decided. The intercom channel had been preset. Pressing the button, he spoke in a deep voice. Is it a Biao? What do you want with me? Haha, it's not a Biao looking for you, but rather me. A somewhat familiar voice resonated from the other end of the radio. Su Chen furrowed his brow for a moment before recalling the identity of the speaker. Changge? Indeed, it is I. Gao Qiqiang chuckled heartily, leisurely continuing, we've been apart for less than a month, and yet so much has changed. He then shifted the tone of the conversation, sneering, Brother Su, don't you think it's about time we settled that debt of yours? At this remark, Su Chen nearly burst into laughter. From the very beginning, he never intended to repay the loan. Otherwise, he must have lost his senses to resort to usury. Brother Chong, are you still not fully awake? What time is it now, and you are still preoccupied with that sum of money? In response to Su Chen's sarcasm, Gao Qiqiang remained unfazed and calmly remarked, regardless of the circumstances, repaying debts is a fundamental principle. If you are unable to repay the money, according to the contract, that Normadisen of yours will rightfully belong to me. Chapter 61. Out of respect, I call you brother. Is Gao Qiqiang truly out of his mind? Expecting me to surrender Normadisen to settle debts? Su Chen chuckled. What if I refuse to comply? If you choose not to comply, do not blame me for being ungracious. Gao Qiqiang's words dripped with menace. Yet, Su Chen paid him no heed, retorting with a cold laugh. Out of respect, I address you as brother. Should I choose not to, I could just as easily send you to the grave. Very well. Gao Qiqiang, enraged yet amused, replied, just wait. Su Chen. Without further ado, Su Chen severed their communication. Brother Su, what on earth is happening? Beside him, He Wang and Sun Yuan listened, bewildered, and could not restrain their curiosity. Su Chen, not wishing to conceal the matter, recounted the animosity between himself and Gao Qiqiang to the two. This is a personal affair between us. It does not concern you. I would understand if you prefer to remain uninvolved, he spoke softly. He Wang and Sun Yuan exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering. Brother Su, such words are ungrateful. You have saved our lives and provided us with ample resources. If we were to stand idly by, what kind of humans would we be? Sun Yuan nodded in agreement, adding, what brother he says is true. Your plight is our plight. Both were acutely aware that their survival to this point had been solely due to Su Chen's aid. If Su Chen were to be eliminated by Gao Qiqiang or a Biao, how would they continue to live? Would they then seek refuge with Gao Qiqiang? That was preposterous. They held deep-seated enmity against a Biao. Very well, then. Su Chen smiled slightly and instructed, gather everyone together so we may discuss how to confront a Biao. He Wang and Sun Yuan promptly took action, assembling all survivors in the hotel lobby. Observing the throng of people, Su Chen felt a surge of gratitude. It was fortunate that when a Biao departed, he had not dismissed these individuals as burdens, allowing them to fend for themselves. Otherwise, when Gao Qiqiang and his men came to attack, he would have had no choice but to flee in his vehicle. Su Chen nodded subtly at He Wang, signaling that they could commence. He Wang stood upon the makeshift platform and raised his hands to quiet the crowd. Everyone, please settle down. I have something important to announce. The assembly fell silent, all eyes fixed upon He Wang. We have just received news. A Biao has returned. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. Expressions of fear and rage etched upon their faces. The brutality and mercilessness of a Biao were well known. The survivors had witnessed his atrocities firsthand. Many among them had lost loved ones to his treachery. This time, a Biao returned with a host of outsiders, individuals with whom I share considerable grievances. Should any of you feel afraid, you are free to take your leave, Su Chen declared with an air of indifference. Doubt flickered across many faces. They were all too familiar with the Biao's ruthless tactics. If possible, they would never wish to confront a Bio again. Particularly upon hearing Su Chen mention that a Bio had brought along reinforcements, their trepidation intensified. Observing their expressions, Sun Yuan furrowed his brows and spoke in a grave tone. Hey, is the rain outside so torrential that it has muddled your brains? You must seriously consider, without Su Chen, how would you fill your bellies? If a Bio were to eliminate Su Chen, could you survive? At his words, the crowd regained their composure. Indeed, without Su Chen, how could they possibly endure? Given a Bio's ruthless nature, he would likely seize Su Chen's resources and, once depleted, treat these individuals as mere sustenance. With this realization, someone shouted, Boss Su, I will not abandon you. Absolutely, I stand with you through thick and thin. It was merely a minor character like a Bio. Handling him would be trivial. After the initial outcry, others eagerly expressed their solidarity. In no time, every survivor present pledged to unite under Su Chen's leadership to confront a Bio together. Very well. From this moment forth, we shall begin fortifying the hotel perimeter. Additionally, we must establish 3 shifts to keep a vigilant watch, day and night, to prevent any surprise attacks. Chen commanded. The cruelty of a bio was well understood. Gao Qiqiang, originally a notorious figure, had managed to survive the oppressive heat of the apocalypse in the bustling metropolis and had made his way to Feng Wang Mountain. It was evident he was a merciless individual. Without vigilant watchmen and enhanced hotel defenses, one might awaken to find themselves deprived of life. Having assigned all tasks, Chen returned to the RV. "Ah Chen, you're back." Lu Linger knelt on the floor, assisting Chen with his shoes, and then took his hand, leading him to the table. This afternoon, a sumptuous feast awaited them. As Chen dined, he discussed Abayo and Gao Qiqiang with Lu Linger. "What? Abayo has returned and brought help?" Lu Linger exclaimed, her delicate face betraying her anxiety and concern. "Chen, what? What shall we do?" "Do not worry. I do not regard Gao Qiqiang and Abayo as significant threats," Chen reassured her, holding her hand and smiling gently. While it is true that one must possess power and connections to thrive, Chen had the advantage of the RV, which provided nearly limitless storage space. He had stocked up on numerous valuable supplies to prepare for emergencies. Even if these survivors were not a match for Gao Qiqiang and Abayo, Chen could easily flee in his vehicle. Not just He Wang and Sun Yuan, but even Lu Lingo could be left behind if necessary. In this apocalyptic world, only through self-interest can one hope to endure longer. This bastard is truly audacious. Gao Qiqiang's face darkened, gripping the walkie-talkie with a tense hand, veins bulging. A Xing, rally the brothers, prepare to deal with Chen. The individual referred to as a Xing was a young man with a refined appearance. He is Gao Qixing, the younger brother of Gao Qiqiang, managing various affairs within the company. Upon hearing his elder brother's command, Gao Qixing immediately rose to summon their comrades. "Calm down, boss Gao." Abiao hurriedly restrained Gao Qixing, earnestly advising Chen that cunning sixth one is exceedingly treacherous. If we act rashly, we may fall into his trap. It was then that Gao Qiqiang recalled Abiao's previous misfortunes at the hands of Chen. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly inquired, "What do you propose?" "Let us not be hasty. First, we should observe the situation on Chen's side before taking action," Abiao suggested. "Very well, we shall proceed as you advise." Gao Qiqiang nodded in agreement. Chapter 62. The trap. Gao Qiqiang sent his brother Gao Qixing, accompanied by Abiao and several others, to stealthily arrive outside the Hoarding Hotel. They concealed themselves in a nearby building, equipped with binoculars, observing the situation within the hotel. As the scorching heat ravaged Blue Star, Gao Qiqiang, with his ruthless disposition and a band of loyal followers, swiftly seized control of a supermarket. With the abundant supplies within, they weathered the sweltering days unscathed. When torrential rains descended, flooding engulfed the city, Gao Qiqiang was quick to notice. He promptly led his men in a hasty retreat, with a bus laden with provisions that would suffice for several months. "Damn it, that cunning Chen is quite clever," Abiao exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration as he surveyed the geographical layout of the Hoarding Hotel. Having served in the military, he recognized that the hotel was easily defensible yet difficult to assault. "Do you know where Wang Yi and Chen's Normadisen are parked?" "Yes. It's in the courtyard behind the hotel," Wang Yi replied hastily. After being injured by Chen, Wang Yi was on the brink of death amidst the downpour. Fortunately, Abiao and Gao Qiqiang returned just in time. Initially, they had no intention of aiding Wang Yi, but considering his familiarity with the hotel from his time with Chen, it was decided that they would spare his life. They took him to his clinic, which ultimately saved him, though he was left with a permanent limp. Following this ordeal, Wang Yi became utterly devoted to Gao Qiqiang and Abiao, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chen. It was Wang Yi who disclosed the information about Chen and others residing in the Hoarding Hotel to Gao Qiqiang and Abiao. "All right, understood." After observing for a while longer, Abiao returned with Gao Qixing and the others to their temporary camp at the Lucin Hotel. "Boss Gao, based on my observations, we cannot launch a direct assault," Abiao stated gravely. Chen possesses a shotgun, and there may be other weapons in his vehicle. A rash attack could lead to significant losses. Moreover, if this fellow senses danger and makes an early escape, it would spell trouble for us. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow. "Then what do you suggest we do?" His motivation to confront Chen was not solely due to the debt owed, but also the desire to acquire the Normadisen. The vehicle was already suited for extreme weather conditions, and with Chen's modifications, possessing it would not only enhance his quality of life, but also ensure his safety. "We should strike under the cover of night," Abiao contemplated. "While visibility may be poor, it would allow us to conceal our presence and approach the hotel safely." Individuals like Abiao and Gao Qiqiang were formidable, both in stature and tenacity. As long as they could infiltrate the hotel, Yi Wang, Sun Yuan, and the other survivors were certainly no match for them. After much deliberation, Gao Qiqiang and Biao, along with their comrades, finally devised a plan. Time slipped away, and soon darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the already power-stripped area of Phoenix Mountain, an impenetrable blackness prevailed, only occasionally illuminated by fleeting flashes of lightning. Gao Qiqiang commanded nearly 50 subordinates, and with a Biao and others, their numbers swelled to approximately 60. He left a dozen behind to guard the camp while the rest followed Gao Qiqiang to launch an assault on Su Chen. The main force braved the rain. Arriving at the entrance of the Hoarding hotel, to avoid alerting the unsuspecting, they had prudently extinguished their flashlights beforehand. Fortunately, a dim light within the hotel guided them in discerning their path. Without uttering excessive words, they adhered to their prearranged plan. With Gao Qiqiang and Biao charging straight toward the hotel, under the cover of night and torrential rain, they felt no trepidation about being discovered by the survivors inside. As they approached the perimeter fence of the hotel, preparing to scale it, one of the foremost subordinates suddenly let out a harrowing scream and collapsed. Their SA trap, Brother Sheng. Before Gao Qiqiang and Biao could react, another subordinate fell, clutching his leg in agony. Without a moment to ponder the potential for detection, Gao Qiqiang swiftly activated his flashlight. As the beam illuminated the scene, they discovered that the two subordinates were ensnared by advanced and lethal traps designed for capturing medium-sized wild animals. The wounds on their legs were deep, exposing bone and gushing blood. Stunned by the sight, Gao Qiqiang and his men were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why were such traps present here? Nearby companions rushed forward in an attempt to release the captured men, but despite their utmost efforts, they were unsuccessful. Just then, the hotel suddenly blazed to life with two searchlights, casting harsh beams that enveloped Gao Qiqiang and his group. The stunned individuals could hardly comprehend the situation. Why were there searchlights in the hotel? And if there were, how could there be electricity? Before they could regain their composure, a sharp whoosh sliced through the rain, and an arrow shot forth. One of Gao Qiqiang's subordinates, caught off guard, was struck down. The force of the arrow was such that it pierced through his abdomen with terrifying ease. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Given its formidable power, it was likely a modern compound crossbow employed by Su Chen and his team. The lethality of such a weapon was astounding. Capable of penetrating multiple ballistic shields with little effort, a shot to the head would surely be fatal. As they stood in shock, another volley of arrows arced through the air, striking down 4 or 5 more subordinates. Retreat. Gao Qiqiang realized the perilous nature of the situation and shouted, leading the charge to flee. The remaining subordinates promptly followed suit, scattering in haste. Upon returning to the building where Gao Qiqiang resided, Gao Qiqiang gasped for breath as he recounted the recent events to his elder brother. Gao Qiqiang, upon hearing this, was left utterly astonished. He cast a glance at the traps and arrows still clinging to his subordinate, and with a fierce expression, demanded to know why there were searchlights operating normally within the hotel. How could Su Chen and his associates possess such traps and modern compound crossbows? Cold sweat mingled with rainwater trickled down Biao's forehead. He opened his mouth and, in a strained voice, confessed, I do not know. It would be plausible if Su Chen's vehicle were equipped with 1 or 2 compound crossbows for self-defense. However, judging by the earlier display, there were at least 10 or more compound crossbows involved, along with several traps. Biao could only wonder whose good-natured vehicle would be laden with such contraptions. Chapter 63. Roasting a whole lamb. Gao Qiqiang's face turned ashen with fury, his forehead pulsating ominously. He had brought fewer than 50 men with him, yet now 2 were ensnared by traps, gravely wounded, while 3 others had been struck in vital areas by crossbow bolts. These individuals were unlikely to survive, and several others had sustained serious injuries. How could this not incite his wrath? Nevertheless, Gao Qiqiang understood that he could not blame Biao for this predicament. No one had anticipated the bizarre array of contraptions in Su Chen's vehicle. Moreover, Biao and his men were ruthless, retaining their usefulness against Gao Qiqiang. Thus, he suppressed his rage and stated solemnly, "Enough, this cannot be held against you. Sheng, take the injured brothers back first. We've already suffered significant losses before even reaching the hotel. Who knows what other tricks Su Chen has up his sleeve. It would be prudent to retreat for now and devise a new plan." "A big brother, Biao, I have an idea," Wang Yu interjected hesitantly. "What idea could you possibly have?" Gao Qiqiang shot him a glance, his impatience evident. Were it not for Wang Yu's status as a physician, he would hardly concern himself with his fate. "I still have acquaintances on Su Chen's side. Perhaps I can persuade them to defect and ally with us." Upon uttering these words, both Gao Qiqiang and Biao's eyes brightened. As the saying goes, the most formidable fortresses are often breached from within. If Wang Yi could convince the survivors in the hotel to assist from within, capturing Su Chen would be a mere formality. This task is entrusted to you. If you succeed, you shall be duly rewarded, Gao Qiqiang said with a smile, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder. Wang Yi felt an immediate lightness in his bones, eagerly agreeing with a grin. Inside the Yuerdun Hotel, upon witnessing Gao Qiqiang's men retreat in disarray, the surviving individuals could not contain their jubilance. He Wang seized the walkie-talkie, excitedly relaying their success to Su Chen. Brother Su, the resources you provided are incredibly effective. But how did you manage to acquire such items? During our procurement of supplies, aside from food, drinking water, and fuel, your foremost consideration seemed to be personal safety. Due to stringent regulations on firearms, you resorted to cold weapons like crossbows and traps. Today, they have proven invaluable. The searchlights were also specially prepared, and as for the electricity, it's simple. I stockpiled numerous batteries. I even prepared several large solar chargers. Unfortunately, the incessant rain recently has hindered their deployment. As long as they are effective, that is what matters. The brothers have worked hard tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare a lavish feast to treat everyone. In response to He Wang's inquiry, Su Chen merely smiled and deftly shifted the topic. The moment the promise of a sumptuous feast was mentioned, He Wang promptly cast aside his questions. Early the next morning, a long table had been set up in the hotel lobby, adorned with a tantalizing roasted whole lamb. The sight of such a grand delicacy nearly caused the eyes of the survivors to bulge in disbelief. Since the onset of the apocalypse, their diet had largely consisted of instant noodles and canned goods. A roasted whole lamb was a luxury they could only dream of. The alluring aroma wafted through the air, eliciting tears of joy that flowed unabated from their eyes. After a night of fending off foes, everyone had certainly earned this reward. I have always been one to reward hard work and punish laziness. As long as you heed my commands and labor diligently, I shall not shortchange you. However, should any of you dare to slack off or entertain other thoughts, you will meet the same grim fate as Wang Yi, Su Chen declared from the platform with a grave tone. The memory of Wang Yi's tragic end sent a shiver down everyone's spine, and they responded in unison. We remember. Now let us feast before it cools, Su Chen said with a satisfied smile. At his command, the survivors surged forward, launching a fervent assault on the succulent lamb. Although the lamb was sizable, it was no match for the collective appetite of the group. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to nothing but bones. Though each person received but a meager portion of meat, they were immensely gratified. After such a long interval, the opportunity to savor roasted lamb was indeed a rare delight. Furthermore, Su Chen had also elevated the evening staple by replacing the usual instant noodles with self-heating rice from Haidaleo. Let us not forget, it is thanks to Su Chen that we can enjoy such comfort, Sun Yuan reminded the group. Thank you, Boss Su. Rest assured, when a Biao and his crew return, I shall not falter. The others expressed their gratitude towards Su Chen. After their hearty meal, a few remained on watch while the rest returned to their rooms to rest. The ones designated to stand guard were Zhang Ying and a few others. That roasted lamb was exquisite. It's a pity there were too many of us. And I didn't get my fill, one companion lamented while licking his fingers, still savoring the memory. Indeed, what a shame. But having the self-heating rice from Haidaleo is also quite splendid. What more could we ask for? The others chimed in agreement. Just then, someone noticed that Zhang Ying had been unusually silent and could not help but inquire. Zhang Ying, what are you pondering? I am contemplating just how many more treasures Su Chen has in store for us. Zhang Ying replied thoughtfully. Since the onset of the extreme heat and Su Chen's arrival at the Normadisen, nearly a month and a half had passed. During this time, he had already consumed some of the supplies. After a Biao's departure, Su Chen had provided the group with sustenance for a time. From last night until today, he had produced several animal traps, a dozen compound crossbows, searchlights, portable power sources, along with the roasted lamb and self-heating rice. Upon hearing Zhang Ying's words, everyone sensed that something was amiss. No matter how adept Normadis's son was at feigning, how much could he truly conceal? It appeared that Su Chen's supplies were inexhaustible. Zhang Ying, what is your perspective? Someone inquired. Zhang Ying glanced around to ensure there were no outsiders before quietly responding. Isn't it evident from Su Chen's earlier remarks that he anticipated the impending apocalypse? It is quite possible that he arrived at Phoenix Mountain ahead of time and stockpiled resources here. The notion of a storage space seemed rather fantastical to Zhang Ying. He merely believed that Su Chen had hoarded supplies in advance. You know, that actually seems plausible. If that is the case, Su Chen is utterly reckless. He must be indulging in lavish feast while we are left with instant noodles. Indeed, what a scoundrel. Chapter 64, Lifting the Bowl to Eat. Putting it down to curse just moments ago, those who were filled with gratitude towards Su Chen abruptly reversed their sentiments and began to vilify him instead. The phrase lifting the bowl to eat, putting it down to curse aptly describes these individuals. Yet, despite the circumstances, we find ourselves powerless. Zhang Ying sighed in frustration. On Su Chen's side, with Yi Wang, Sun Yuan, and others, there were about a dozen of them, armed with both firearms and composite crossbows. In stark contrast, their own group consisted of merely 3 or 4 individuals, lacking any substantial weaponry. In the event of a confrontation, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. Furthermore, the other survivors, eager to curry favor with Su Chen, might very well assist him against them. Acting recklessly would only lead to a fate akin to Wang Yi's. At that moment, a lookout among them suddenly shouted, You all look. Who is that? Zhang Ying and his companions were situated in a small pavilion outside the hotel, which had originally served as a security booth but was now repurposed as a guard post. Whenever someone approached, they were required to make noise with the tools at hand to alert those inside the hotel. Upon hearing his comrade's warning, Zhang Ying was taken aback. He instinctively thought it was Gao Qiqiang and a Biao leading a charge against them. However, as he leaned out for a closer look, he was astonished to see a familiar figure stealthily limping toward the guard post. It was none other than Wang Yi, who had been missing for quite some time. Should we inform the hotel? Someone suggested. Boss Su explicitly ordered that Wang Yi is not to return. Let us not notify them just yet. Zhang Ying contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. It might be worthwhile to see what Wang Yi wants. While they were conversing, Wang Yi had already approached. Upon seeing Zhang Ying and the others inside the guard post, he was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun. I never expected to find you here. Dr. Wang, how have you been lately? Upon encountering Wang Yi again, the expressions on Zhang Ying and the others' faces were decidedly awkward. Earlier, in their quest for sustenance, they had unhesitatingly betrayed Wang Yi to secure their own survival. Yet Wang Yi seemed unperturbed, greeting them warmly. I'm doing well, you know. It was Boss Gao and a Biao who took me in. Zhang Ying and the others were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Wang Yi would align himself with Gao Qiqiang and a Biao. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, in the current landscape of Phoenix Mountain, only Su Chen and Gao Qiqiang's factions remained. For Wang Yi to survive, he had no choice but to seek refuge with Gao Qiqiang. What brings you to find us today? If Su Chen were to find out, you might not have a pleasant outcome. Zhang Ying feigned concern. You don't understand. I'm here to save your lives. Wang Yi huffed, adopting an air of authority. Zhang Ying and his companions exchanged glances, puzzled by his intentions. Dr. Wang, what exactly do you intend to do? Just say it outright. All right, to be frank, I am now allied with Boss Gao, who is a formidable figure in MO. He commanded a substantial group of around 180 individuals, armed with several firearms. Despite suffering a setback last night, if he were to unleash his wrath, capturing you would undoubtedly be a trivial pursuit. Wang Yi boasted extravagantly, inflating Gao Qiqiang's capabilities. Zhang Ying and his companions were momentarily bewildered, caught in his web of intimidation. If you continue to assist Su Chen, once Boss Gao makes his move, none of you will escape. Conversely, should you choose to support Boss Gao after he deals with Su Chen, the credit will belong to you. Su Chen's solitary enjoyment had caused them to endure a monotonous diet of instant noodles. Zhang Ying and his companions were already somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen. Wang Yi's coercive persuasion ignited a spark of temptation within them. So, what do you propose we do? Zhang Ying inquired tentatively. It's quite simple. You just need to follow this plan. Wang Yi whispered a few words. A look of hesitation crossed Zhang Ying's face. Noticing this, Wang Yi scoffed. Zhang Ying, you must think this through. Previously, when you reported me to Su Chen, I chose not to hold it against you. Should you squander this opportunity, and if Boss Gao takes down Su Chen, do not expect me to intercede on your behalf. Zhang Ying hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, I will heed Brother Wang's advice. That is more like it. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. You all be cautious and ensure Su Chen remains unaware. Wang Yi then smiled satisfactorily, slipping out from the guard booth and stealthily making his way away. However, unbeknownst to both Wang Yi and Zhang Ying, their every move was being closely monitored by Su Chen and Yi Wang atop the hotel. Su Chen, ever prudent, had arranged for vigilant watchmen, with Yi Wang, a retired soldier, ensuring both overt and covert surveillance. The ordinary survivors were assigned to the overt watch, entirely oblivious to the covert one, which consisted of Su Chen's most trusted individuals, including Sun Yuan, taking turns on watch. Su Chen had even equipped them with night vision binoculars, positioned at the hotel rooftop. Upon noticing Wang Yi approaching the guard booth, the covert watch promptly alerted Su Chen and his group. What are your thoughts? Su Chen casually inquired. Wang Yi has likely survived by clinging to Gao Qiqiang and Abiao. His clandestine visit today is probably an attempt to persuade Zhang Ying and the others to betray you, Yi Wang deduced astutely, accurately guessing the content of Wang Yi and Zhang Ying's conversation. Indeed, I share your sentiments. It seems my earlier leniency was misplaced, Su Chen shrugged. A wise adage states, if the roots are not eradicated, the weeds will flourish anew. Had I eliminated Wang Yi directly, this predicament would not have arisen. It appears I must avoid such errors of allowing the villain to perish through excessive verbosity in the future. Fortunately, I have detected this in a timely manner. So, what should we do? Should we eliminate Zhang Ying and his companions? Sun Yuan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He held a deep-seated disdain for traitors like Zhang Ying. He Wang nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. Why must we eliminate them? Su Chen retorted. Huh? Sun Yuan and He Wang were taken aback. In their view, since Zhang Ying and his associates were colluding with Gao Qiqiang, it would be more prudent to dispose of them, thereby preventing future troubles. We could easily ensnare them in a trap. A fierce glint flickered across Su Chen's refined visage. As night gradually descended, torrential rain continued to pour outside. After finishing their instant noodles, most people opted to retreat to their respective rooms for rest. At that moment, several survivors preparing to take their watch were called over by Zhang Ying. Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, you two take the night off. I'll take your watch. Huh, such a generous offer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Chapter 65, Molotov Cocktail. Standing guard outside during the night shift is both exhausting and chilling. If given a choice, who would prefer to be out here when one could be comfortably asleep indoors? None of us could find rest, so we'll take over your watch. Zhang Ying remarked with a smile. Next time, if you come across any good fortune, do remember to spare some for me. Certainly, certainly. We leave it in your capable hands. Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and the others, fearing that Zhang Ying might change his mind, hurried back inside. Zhang Ying and his companions exchanged glances before departing the hall and heading towards the sentry box. Ah, what brings you all here? Didn't you serve your shift during the day? The guards at the sentry box looked puzzled upon seeing Zhang Ying and his group. Zhou Xinhong and the others were slacking off, so I'm covering for them. You all should head back and get some rest, Zhang Ying replied with a cheerful demeanor. The guards, without further thought, completed the handover and turned back towards the hotel. Once they left, only Zhang Ying and his three companions remained in the sentry box. Are we really going to betray Boss Su? One of them whispered. What? Are you afraid? Zhang Ying leaned against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at him. I must admit, I am a little apprehensive. We have all witnessed Boss Su's methods. What if Biao Ge fails? What are you worrying about? Zhang Ying replied impatiently. At this point, retreat is not an option, and from now on, do not refer to him as Boss Su, understood? The other three fell silent, settling into their spots to rest. Time passed slowly, and the night deepened. Apart from the relentless downpour, there seemed to be nothing else in the world. Just as Zhang Ying and his companions were succumbing to drowsiness, several calls of night owls echoed from outside, jolting them awake. They peered out, and, indeed, through the heavy rain, they could vaguely discern several figures approaching. Following their prior arrangement, Zhang Ying took out a flashlight and waved it a few times. The figures on the other side, having received the signal, swiftly made their way to the sentry box. As they drew near, Zhang Ying recognized the leader as a Biao. He hastily opened the door of the sentry box to welcome a Biao inside, bowing slightly as he greeted. Biao Ge, it's been a while. A Biao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. How are things inside the hotel? Rest assured, Boss Su and the others are completely oblivious. Once we infiltrate, we will undoubtedly seize him. Zhang Ying's words brought a satisfied smile to a Biao's face, who then turned to Gao Qixing beside him and inquired, Shang Gu, shall we proceed? Gao Qixing adjusted his glasses and nodded. All right. The group set off once more, braving the torrential rain as they made their way towards the hotel. Zhang Ying and his three companions, suppressing their excitement, followed closely behind. To capture Su Chen tonight, Gao Qiqiang had dispatched over 40 men. They swiftly approached the hotel lobby. Under Su Chen's orders, the survivors had made some rudimentary modifications to the hotel. The side doors and windows were barricaded. The only means of entering the hotel was through the main entrance. As the night deepened, most survivors had retreated to their respective rooms to rest, leaving only a few night lights aglow. Upon entering the lobby with such ease, Gao Qixing and a Biao could not help but smile. They had initially planned to split their forces, one group to confront the survivors while the other would head straight to the hotel's backyard to subdue Su Chen and Normadisen. With no one in the lobby, they found their task considerably simplified. Exchanging glances, Gao Qixing and a Biao nodded in unison. Under Zhang Ying's leadership, they hastened toward the hotel's rear. However, as they crossed the lobby, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Despite the torrential rain outside, the alarm's shrill sound cut through the dark night. Zhang Ying, what is going on? A Biao bellowed. This is the alarm system installed by Su Chen. It triggers upon detecting anomalies. But who set it off? Zhang Ying was equally perplexed. Logically, it should have been their outer perimeter that first reported any irregularities. Then, the personnel stationed within the hotel would have pressed the button to alert all survivors. Yet, Zhang Ying and his team had not triggered the alarm. and the lobby was devoid of anyone. Who could have set it off? Forget about that for now. Gao Qixing urged urgently. Capturing Su Chen is our priority. Indeed. Brother Sheng is correct. A Biao snapped back to focus. Regardless of who had raised the alarm, now that they were inside, their objective remained to seize Su Chen. Without further hesitation, they quickened their pace toward the back of the hotel. Simultaneously, numerous survivors were jolted awake by the alarm, rushing out of their rooms. Upon encountering the fierce group led by a Biao, they were taken aback. This does not concern you. If you wish to live, retreat. A Biao brandished his long knife. Threateningly, some, sensing danger, hurriedly retreated and slammed their doors shut. However, a few, including Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong, displayed considerable courage. Shouting loudly, they armed themselves, attempting to resist the attackers. Unfortunately for them, a Biao's numbers were overwhelming. Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong, outmatched, were forced to retreat to the stairwell. Ascending to the second floor, a Biao had no intention of pursuing. Reaching the hotel backyard to capture Su Chen and Normadisen was their pressing concern. Soon, Gao Qixing and a Biao led their group to a long corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a door. Once opened, they would gain access to the backyard where Normadisen was parked. Brothers, quicken your pace. Just as they neared the door, it was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A Biao, who was at the forefront, paused in surprise, instinctively halting his steps. Before they could react, Su Chen appeared before them, without giving them a chance to respond. Su Chen hurled several bottles. These bottles arced gracefully through the air, shattering among the crowd upon impact. The liquid dispersed in all directions, and with a whoosh, flames rapidly engulfed the surroundings. Damn it! That scoundrel Su Chen had thrown a Molotov cocktail. A Biao regained his senses, dodging the flames while charging forward. Su Chen sneered at him, promptly shutting the door once more. Retreat! Retreat back! A Biao shouted urgently. However, at that moment, the door behind them was also blocked. In an instant, a Biao and his companions found themselves trapped like fish in a barrel. The glass bottles contained highly flammable liquids akin to gasoline and alcohol. Once shattered, they spread swiftly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a fierce inferno enveloped the entire corridor. The corridor was not particularly spacious, and with nearly 50 people surging in, they were crammed together like sardines. Faced with the raging flames, Gao Qixing and the others desperately attempted to retreat. Yet, despite their efforts, the fire quickly closed in on them. The individuals at the forefront were ignited, rolling helplessly on the ground. Chapter 66. The strong man captures the male. Dense smoke and black mist enveloped the narrow corridor, filled with searing heat. Just as dozens of individuals were on the brink of being annihilated by Su Chen and his incendiary devices, a keen-eyed observer noticed a few windows on the nearby wall. Quick, there are windows. The crowd surged towards the windows as if grasping at a final lifeline. With a loud crash, the window yielded to their urgency. A group, led by a Biao, scrambled through the narrow opening. However, the first to escape let out a horrific scream and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. Not far away, Huang and Sun Yuan were poised with their compound crossbows, ready to strike. The subsequent escapees, witnessing the dreadful fate of their comrade, were taken aback. They hastily raised their hands and shouted at the top of their lungs, "We surrender, do not kill us." Yet, Su Chen had issued a firm order forbidding any acceptance of surrender. Huang and Sun Yuan merely held their crossbows aloft, relentlessly targeting those who emerged from the corridor. Hai Qiqiang's subordinates were utterly demoralized. They harbored no thoughts of resistance, fleeing like headless flies in the torrential downpour of the dark night. Fortunately, the hotel environment was not overly complex, and through a series of fortunate missteps, they managed to escape. As the battle gradually subsided, Huang and Sun Yuan began to survey the battlefield. After a thorough count, they found that 7 or 8 of the invading enemies had perished in the corridor, while several others were struck down by crossbow bolts as they attempted to flee. A few individuals, injured, were unable to escape. The preliminary estimate indicated that Hai Qiqiang's casualties were around 20. "Ha, Brother Su, we have achieved a resounding victory," Huang exclaimed over the intercom, his excitement palpable. "This is all thanks to your clever strategies, Brother Su, which led us to outsmart the opposition." Sun Yuan added with a grin, "By the way, we also captured those scoundrels, Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun." "Perfect. Let us bring them to the hall and gather everyone," Su Chen commanded, then set the intercom aside. Beside him, Lu Linger breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing their victory that night. She embraced Su Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. "Ah Chen, you are truly amazing." "I'm capable of much more than this," Su Chen replied, caressing her cheek with a gentle smile. "Now, let us deal with those traitors." The two departed from the Normadisen and arrived at the hotel lobby. The captured Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun, and several of Hai Qiqiang's subordinates were tightly bound and placed on the stage. The surviving onlookers, still shaken, straightened up in unison as Su Chen entered, addressing him collectively. Boss Su. However, Su Chen did not respond to them. He approached the stage with Lu Linger, his expression composed and his gaze sharp as a blade. Surveying the crowd below, most dared not meet his eyes, bowing their heads in deference. Su Chen nodded towards He Wang and Sun Yuan standing nearby. The two exchanged glances with their subordinates, who advanced behind Gao Qiqiang's men, raising their weapons and plunging them mercilessly into the targets' backs. Accompanied by agonized cries, the victims collapsed, struggling briefly before succumbing to their fate. It is said that cutting grass without uprooting it allows it to grow anew. Despite the ruthlessness and combat prowess of these men, they were ultimately still Gao Qiqiang's subordinates. Su Chen could not ascertain their loyalty, and it was prudent to eliminate them entirely. With Gao Qiqiang's men dealt with, the focus turned to the two traitors, Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun, witnessing the carnage before them. Both men quickly lost their composure. Boss Su, we beg you, spare our lives. We were momentarily blinded by folly. They pleaded, desperately bowing their heads in a frantic display of submission. Yet, Su Chen appeared indifferent. Addressing He Wang in a low voice, sever their limbs and display them as human puppets at the hotel entrance. For traitors like Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun, execution would be too lenient. Only through excruciating punishment could they instill fear in others. As predicted, the sight of Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun being publicly punished left even the most battle-hardened survivors pale and on the verge of retching. However, Su Chen's silence kept them rooted in place, forcing them to witness the gruesome spectacle as the traitors were strung up and taken to the hotel entrance. Once the grim task was completed, Su Chen turned his gaze toward the survivors gathered before him. Most of you have profoundly disappointed me. I provided you with supplies to keep you from starving, yet when the enemy approached, you all chose to flee. The survivors below grew increasingly ashamed. Only those who had fought fiercely, such as Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong, held their heads high. I hereby declare that those who fought valiantly against the enemy tonight shall receive improved treatment. As for those who cowered and evaded battle, all supplies will be halted. Su Chen's proclamation elicited an uproar among the survivors. Halting all supplies would mean condemning them to starvation. While they feared for their lives and hesitated to confront the enemy, they felt it unjust for Su Chen to deny them food. Despite their grievances, they dared not voice them, having just witnessed the brutal demise of Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun. Nevertheless, Su Chen reassured them, do not worry, I shall not leave you without a path forward. He continued, tomorrow morning, you will launch an assault against Gao Qiqiang and a Biao. If you are willing to fight bravely, I may consider restoring your previous provisions. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Forcing them to engage in combat with ruthless figures like Gao Qiqiang and a Biao felt like a suicidal mission. After delivering his message, Su Chen paid no heed to their reactions and departed with Lu Linger. In truth, this predicament could not be laid at Su Chen's feet. The blame lay squarely with themselves. He Wang shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that while Su Chen took care of their sustenance, they seemed only to think of preserving their own lives in the face of impending calamity. Now that Su Chen presented them with an opportunity, whether or not they seized it lay solely in their hands. After expressing his thoughts, He Wang chose to disregard them and instead directed his attention towards Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and a few others who had distinguished themselves, offering them rewards. Su Chen's so-called enhancement of their provisions merely involved replacing instant noodles with self-heating braised meat rice and small hot pots from Hadaleo. Additionally, they were granted a bottle of beer each day as a reward. In the midst of the apocalypse, this could be considered a culinary delight. Despite the bloodstains that still marred the ground nearby, Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong, undeterred, began to indulge in their meal without hesitation. Chapter 67. Meeting the great-grandmother. Observing the delight on Zhou Xinhong and his companions' faces, the onlookers could hardly suppress their envy, swallowing hard at the sight. Although Su Chen distributed instant noodles daily, the monotony of such fare inevitably grew tiresome. Furthermore, as adults, a single packet of instant noodles hardly sufficed to satiate hunger. It merely prevented starvation. Ultimately, someone could no longer contain themselves and declared loudly, Brother He, I am willing to join a Biao and the others in the fray tomorrow. Me too. And I. The others nodded in agreement, one after another. At the Green Forest Hotel, upon learning of a Biao's disastrous return, Gao Qiqiang's visage contorted with rage. Nearly choking on his fury, didn't you claim it was foolproof? He bellowed, gripping Wang Ye's collar in a fit of wrath. Spattered by Gao's spittle, Wang Ye dared not utter a word of dissent, stammering in fear, Boss Gao, I don't know what went wrong yet. Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Qiqiang seized a dagger and plunged it mercilessly into his chest. Blood gushed forth immediately. Wang Yi, taken aback by Gao's brutal decisiveness, widened his eyes, seemingly with more to say. Yet, in the end, the words failed to escape his lips, his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Even a Biao, who had taken many lives, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. Gao Qiqiang cast aside Wang Ye's lifeless body, seething. This matter we have unfinished business with Su Chen. Including a Biao, Gao Qiqiang had a total of 60 subordinates, and now a third of them lay dead. Even his own brother, Gao Qixing, had perished in the blaze of the corridor. The enmity between Gao Qiqiang and Su Chen had escalated to a point of no return. Yet Gao Qiqiang understood that Su Chen was cunning and might still possess hidden trump cards. If he acted rashly, he could very well be the next casualty. Thus, he reluctantly suppressed his fury, gesturing for everyone to disperse. Dejected, a Biao and his men returned to their rooms to rest. After a night devoid of sleep, they succumbed to slumber as deep as that of a dead pig. Even the sentinels leaned against the walls, drifting into a profound sleep. As dawn broke, Su Chen's men quietly approached the Green Forest Hotel. Familiar with the surroundings, they headed straight for the hotel lobby. The sentinels, still oblivious in their slumber, had their throats cut before they could react. After dispatching the guards, Su Chen's men proceeded deeper into the hotel, meticulously searching each room. If they found anyone inside, they would strike mercilessly, sending their victims to meet the great-grandmother in their dreams. However, not everything went according to plan. When these intruders attempted to pry open the lock of the third room, they inadvertently made a noise, startling the occupants awake to the disturbance. As Su Chen's men entered, the startled individuals immediately sprang to their feet, shouting and engaging in combat. Soon, a Biao and the others were also roused from their slumber. They hastily donned their clothes and armed themselves, bursting from their respective rooms. Due to the individuals associated with Gao Qiqiang, who were seasoned in the ways of the underworld and adept in combat, they swiftly regained their composure following the initial chaos and began to overpower Su Chen's men. Suddenly, a gunshot resonated through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as they turned to observe a grim-faced Gao Qiqiang emerging from the corridor, clutching a dark handgun from which wisps of white smoke were still emanating. Panic ensued as someone shouted, "He has a gun! Retreat!" The remaining individuals, no longer willing to engage, began to withdraw hurriedly. Once the adversaries had been driven away, Gao Qiqiang conducted a head count and discovered that 5 or 6 of his men had perished. Although he had managed to eliminate 3 or 4 of Su Chen's, his teeth were clenched in fury. That scoundrel Su Chen. Not only had he attempted a surprise attack that failed, but he also dared to strike back at him. This incident served as a wake-up call for Gao Qiqiang. He had previously believed he could easily manipulate Su Chen, but the events of last night and this morning revealed that Su Chen possessed a cunning and capability that rivaled his own. From this day forth, he vowed to enhance his defenses. Without his explicit orders, no one was to engage in further conflict with Su Chen's faction. With a thunderous expression, Gao Qiqiang uttered these words before turning to depart. Observing from a distance, a Biao's eyes glimmered with disdain. Indeed, as one ages in the underworld, their courage diminishes. Gao Qiqiang's subordinates, though numerous, resembled a disorganized mob. Had it been under his command, such a dismal defeat would have been inconceivable. Upon discovering the collusion between Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun, and Gao Qiqiang's men, Su Chen chose not to execute them, but rather allowed them to lead the enemy into the hotel. The rationale was simple. On one hand, it was an opportunity to ensnare them. On the other, he sought to assess the mettle of the survivors within the hotel while delivering a sharp lesson. The outcome proved exceedingly favorable. Within the hotel, as Su Chen observed the bloodied yet triumphant survivors returning from battle, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Well done. You have not disappointed me," he declared. "I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. Since you have distinguished yourselves, I shall overlook your past transgressions. Rest assured, provisions will continue to be distributed daily. However, your status will differ from that of Yi Daige, Sun Yuan, and Zhou Xinhong. Nevertheless, do not fret. If you excel in the future, you shall likewise be rewarded." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the crowd exhaled in relief and eagerly vowed their allegiance. "Rest assured, Su Lauda, we will follow your commands from now on. Yes, if you instruct us to slay our enemies, we shall do so. We will no longer succumb to fear." Under Su Chen's leadership, the survivors expressed their gratitude. Some even lamented their earlier cowardice in fleeing, pondering how splendid it would have been to enjoy the same privileges as Zhou Xinhong and his ilk. "You've truly mastered the art of commanding respect, Chen." Lu Lingao intertwined her arm with Su Chen's as they returned to the confines of Normadisen. Her sparkling, beautiful eyes brimmed with admiration for Su Chen. Women are inherently drawn to strength, especially in this brutal, survival of the fittest world. Su Chen, through a blend of softness and firmness, had managed to command the obedience of numerous survivors. How could this not inspire Lu Lingao's reverence? She had truly been blind to her own sentiments. Once dismissing Su Chen, fortunately, she had come to her senses in time, and Su Chen bore her no ill will. With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed even more splendidly on Lu Lingao's delicate face. "Master, I shall freshen up. I will accompany you well tonight. Very well, go ahead, Su Chen replied. As he watched Lu Lingo slip into the bathroom, her graceful silhouette outlined against the frosted glass door. He stretched contentedly and began to contemplate more pressing matters. Chapter 68. Searching for firearms. Although the ambush last night and the surprise attack today have severely wounded Gao Qiqiang, he still possesses at least 20 followers, leaving room for a resurgence. Particularly after this morning's assault, Su Chen is now convinced that Gao Qiqiang is armed. From the very beginning, he had this intuition, especially considering that the short shotgun he possesses was procured with Gao Qiqiang's assistance. As a prominent figure in the underworld, it is inconceivable that Gao Qiqiang would be without firearms. Su Chen dispatched the surviving members of his faction to proactively raid the Green Forest Hotel. This was not only to deplete their resources but also to confirm his suspicions. As expected, Gao Qiqiang indeed has firearms at his disposal. However, Su Chen deduced that the weaponry he wields is either limited in ammunition or consists of just a single firearm. After all, if he were fully equipped, why would Gao Qiqiang send Gao Qixing and a Biao to attack the Yulden Hotel unarmed? The answer is simple. He likely possesses only one firearm, and its ammunition is scarce. Yet, these are merely Su Chen's conjectures. While he is eager to eliminate both Gao Qiqiang and a Biao, he refrains from acting rashly until his hypotheses are validated. Previously, he might have considered employing his surviving subordinates to gradually erode Gao Qiqiang's strength. However, after his continuous efforts, the loyalty of these survivors has reached a level of initial trust. To squander their potential in such a manner would indeed be a waste. Thus, the question arises, how can he eliminate Gao Qiqiang while incurring minimal costs? At that moment, Lu Linger emerged from her bath. Su Chen chose not to dwell on his thoughts any longer. The previous night's escapades need not be elaborated upon. The following morning, Su Chen invited He Wang and Sun Yuan to the office in the backyard. This is breakfast prepared by Linger. It's best enjoyed while it's warm. Su Chen greeted with a smile. In an effort to please him, Lu Linger varied her culinary creations for every meal. For instance, this morning she had prepared soy milk and steamed a generous number of dumplings. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would have been the simplest of breakfasts. But in the current scarcity of resources, it is akin to a sumptuous feast. He Wang and Sun Yuan swallowed their saliva, not bothering with pleasantries as they began to eat. Unlike the survivors from Zhang Ying's faction, they were acutely aware that their survival hinged upon Su Chen's intervention. Even if Su Chen indulged in abalone and lobster within his RV daily, they would harbor no envy. Brother He, brother Sun, do you know where there might be a law enforcement station nearby? Su Chen casually inquired while peeling a tea egg. His short shotgun, when pitted against Gao Qiqiang's handgun, suffers significantly. Although it possesses power, its short range, lack of precision, and difficulty in reloading render it inadequate. It may be effective in a one-on-one confrontation, but when faced with multiple adversaries, the odds quickly turn unfavorable. If he could procure a firearm akin to Gao Qiqiang's, it would be ideal. Coincidentally, Su Chen had watched a gunfight film yesterday, which sparked inspiration within him. Given the stringent gun control measures in Huaxia, firearms are found solely within law enforcement agencies. Su Chen intends to search the law enforcement office. Law enforcement office. One would likely have to descend the mountain to find one. He Wang remarked with a hint of disbelief. Originally, there was a small security post on Phoenix Mountain, manned by a few enforcers responsible for daily order maintenance. However, in the event of a serious incident, personnel would need to be dispatched from the law enforcement office below. Unfortunately, with the onset of the extreme heat, the enforcers had either succumbed to the high temperatures or departed from Phoenix Mountain. The survivors had previously scoured the security post for supplies, but regrettably, it contained little more than stun batons and riot shields, no real weapons. Why are you asking this? Sun Yuan inquired curiously. Su Chen did not conceal his intentions and shared his plans with the two. I see, He Wang said, stroking his chin, your plan is sound, but it may prove more challenging than you anticipate. What do you mean? Su Chen asked. Typically, a security post would possess only 1 or 2 firearms. If the enforcers evacuated, they would surely take them along, He Wang elucidated. Su Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. When they had previously captured Gao Qiqiang's subordinates, He Wang had interrogated them, revealing to Su Chen the extent of the flooding outside. Even if there were firearms at the security post, they would likely have been submerged by now. However, I do know of a place that might still have guns. Where? He Wang replied, the barracks. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Brother He, please don't jest. Where would we find a barrack at this moment? I'm not joking. There is indeed a barrack nearby. He Wang whispered. Su Chen paused, remembering that He Wang was a retired soldier. It's not exactly a barrack, but rather a training ground, He Wang elaborated. You see, I used to serve in the military. The troops conducted mountain warfare exercises around Phoenix Mountain. There are weapon storage rooms near the training ground, which likely house firearms. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. If such a place indeed held guns, they would likely be rifles. If he could obtain a rifle, wouldn't that enable him to confront Gao Qicheng effectively? Nevertheless, he pondered the impact of the prolonged rain on the training ground's condition. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate. Brother He, could you provide me with detailed information about the situation there? Su, why don't I accompany you? It would be safer that way. He Wang offered. The hotel still requires your oversight, Brother He, Su Chen replied, shaking his head to decline He Wang's suggestion. Recognizing Su Chen's firm stance, He Wang ceased to press the matter. When do you plan to depart? Tonight, Su Chen declared. He Wang was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to set off so soon. Gao Qicheng suffered significant losses and is unlikely to cause trouble again in the near future, Su Chen explained. Very well. Do make sure to return promptly, He Wang advised. After parting ways with the two, Su Chen allocated a few days' worth of supplies to the survivors before commencing preparations for the evening's journey. Chapter 69. The Search. Beep beep. The alarm clock by the bedside rang. Su Chen slightly opened his eyes, and as he regained his senses, he rose from his bed. Chen, can we rest a little longer? Lu Linger murmured, her sleepy eyes barely open. You sleep, I'll go drive, Su Chen replied, leaving the room after donning his clothes and heading to the driver's seat. His earlier conversation with He Wang about departing at night was not meant to imply an actual late-night departure, given the relentless downpour and the treacherous mountain roads. Leaving under the cover of darkness would pose considerable danger. He planned to set off around 5 or 6 in the morning, when people are at their most drowsy, allowing for a discreet exit that would go unnoticed by Gao Qicheng. Brother He, please open the gate, Su Chen instructed through the intercom. Okay, it's open now. Safe travels. He Wang complied with Su Chen's request, swinging open the heavy iron gate of the backyard. With a flick of his hazard lights, Su Chen drove off, navigating through the torrential rain as he departed from the Hoarding hotel. Despite the dim skies and the torrential downpour, the headlights of the Normadisen shone like twin beams, illuminating the road ahead. Su Chen drove along the winding mountain road, heading northwest. Fortunately, the terrain in that direction was elevated enough to maintain the integrity of the road. By the time dawn broke, he had arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. After a quick breakfast, he resumed his journey. As noon approached, Su Chen finally reached a fork in the road. To the right, a sign had fallen to the ground due to the heavy rain. Stepping out with an umbrella, he took a glance at the sign, which bore the words, Military Restricted Area, Do Not Trespass. This must be the place. Without hesitation, Su Chen started his vehicle and ventured down the fork. One must admit, military infrastructure is built to last. Despite the incessant rainfall, the road showed no signs of damage. After driving for some time, just as Su Chen was estimating his arrival, an unexpected situation arose. Ahead lay a river that had swelled dangerously from consecutive days of rain. The surrounding area, including the bridge, was submerged, transforming the landscape into a vast sea. Chen, there's south no road left. Should we turn back? Lu Lingo urged. Unable to contain her concern. There is no road in this world. It becomes a road as more tread upon it. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Returning to the rear compartment. With a thought, he retrieved the inflatable boat from his storage space. He then donned a high-quality rain jacket worth nearly 10,000, gathered various equipment, and was about to open the car door when Lu Linger hurriedly exclaimed, Chen, what about me? Stay in the car and wait for me. Su Chen instructed. Lu Linger, being a delicate woman, would only add to the complications if she accompanied him. What? Lu Linger was taken aback. The dimming light and desolate surroundings made her feel uneasy about being left alone. However, seeing Su Chen's resolute demeanor, she could only acquiesce with a nod. Lu Linger, lacking a driver's license, found herself incapable of operating such a colossal vehicle. Most significantly, this Normadisen seemed to be bound to Su Chen, without his permission. No one could ignite its engine. This was precisely why Su Chen could depart with such assurance. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the water's edge, equipped with various devices. In preparing his supplies, he had anticipated extreme conditions such as high temperatures, flooding, and frigid climates. Items like the tactical jacket and inflatable boat were meticulously selected. He placed the folded inflatable boat into the water and subsequently activated the air pump. In no time, the boat began to float upon the surface. This particular inflatable vessel was compact, featuring a propulsion system at the rear. With exceptional safety measures in place, it could remain buoyant even if filled with water. And it would not easily capsize, even in turbulent conditions. Having completed his preparations, Su Chen boarded the inflatable boat and started the engine. The vessel roared to life, gliding swiftly across the water's surface. After a quarter of an hour, the sky began to darken. At that moment, aided by a head-mounted spotlight, he discerned several buildings ahead. His heart quickened. He slowed down to scrutinize these structures. Indeed, they bore a distinct barrack style, although their lower sections were submerged. It appeared he had reached the military camp that Wang had mentioned. The heavy rainfall must have caused an accumulation of water, leading to the river's overflow and inundating the entire camp. As for the soldiers stationed there, they likely had already retreated. If that were the case, they might have taken their firearms with them, rendering his journey fruitless. Contemplating this, Chen felt a twinge of discouragement. Yet, having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. He resolved to conduct a thorough search. After all, one might still uncover something of value. Maneuvering the speedboat, he circled all the visible buildings. After dismissing structures such as dormitories and offices, he set his sights on a building that appeared to house weapons. Approaching it cautiously, he kicked in a glass panel and secured the boat's tether to a window. With agility, he climbed through the window and entered the structure. This building stood approximately 5 stories tall, and Chen found himself on the 3rd floor. Given that the first 2 levels had already been submerged, he commenced his search from the 3rd floor upwards. In the pitch darkness of the building, he cautiously explored each room, guided by the beam of his spotlight. To his dismay, upon completing his search of the upper floors, he found no firearms, indeed, not even any related equipment. Had he erred in his choice? Gazing at the vast expanse of water before him, Chen pondered briefly before deciding to dive into the depths below. He shed his tactical jacket, donned a pre-prepared wetsuit, and equipped himself with goggles, a respirator, and a small oxygen tank. Once everything was in readiness, Chen took a deep breath and submerged himself beneath the water. Unlike the clear waters of a swimming pool or the ocean, this was the murky floodwaters of a river, exceedingly opaque. The visibility underwater was woefully poor. Even with a searchlight, he could barely discern objects half a meter ahead. Drawing upon his earlier experience searching the upper floor, Chen proceeded cautiously to explore the 2nd floor. Much like the level above, he found nothing of interest. With no other options, he descended to the 1st floor. Perseverance bore fruit. As Chen searched, he came upon a door marked with the words Armory. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he eagerly pushed against the door. To his surprise, it was not locked and opened effortlessly. Chapter 70, QBZ and QBU. However, upon entering the room and conducting a thorough search, Chen was met with profound disappointment. The cabinets and boxes, once brimming with weaponry, now lay desolate and empty. A wave of disillusionment washed over him. After scouring the building for so long, he found no trace of any bodies. It seemed likely that during the torrential mountain floods, the soldiers stationed in the camp had perceived the imminent danger and evacuated hastily. In their flight, they must have taken all the weapons with them, for the regulation of arms in Huaxia is exceedingly stringent. Thus, Chen faced the prospect of returning empty-handed. Yet, unwilling to succumb to despair, he resolved to meticulously search the remaining rooms. To his surprise, his persistence yielded an unexpected discovery. On the door of the last room hung a sign indicating it was a weapons repair room. Intrigued, Chen swiftly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Unlike the previous storage room, this one appeared somewhat chaotic, with various parts of firearms and ammunition strewn across the tables and floor. After an extensive search, he indeed uncovered 2 firearms. One was a rifle, and the other, a sniper rifle equipped with a scope. Though it was his first encounter with these weapons in reality, Chen recognized them immediately, the QBZ-95 and the QBU. After all, he had wielded these models countless times in both mobile and PC gaming. It appeared the soldiers had been in such a hurry during their retreat that they had overlooked the few firearms left in the repair room, despite having evacuated the storage facility entirely. However, given their placement in the repair room, it was reasonable to assume they might be defective. After a moment of contemplation, Chen collected all the components in a bag. He then hoisted the heavy sack and made his way back to the surface. Once he had removed his diving suit, he inhaled the fresh air deeply. Once he had regained his composure, he donned his windbreaker and placed all his belongings onto the inflatable boat. The quality of this brand-name inflatable boat was commendable. Despite the relentless downpour that had filled it with water, it remained steadfast and did not capsize. With everything prepared, Chen climbed into the inflatable boat and navigated back in the direction from which he had come. Upon reaching the shore, just as he stepped onto land and had not yet begun to gather his things, he saw Lu Linga rush out from the RV. Chen, I was so worried about you, she exclaimed, diving into his embrace, her voice tinged with emotion. Chen had been gone for 2 to 3 hours, and as a delicate woman left alone in the wilderness amidst the torrential rain, it was only natural for her to feel fear. Seeing him return, she could not contain her emotions. Well, I'm back now, aren't I? Chen replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. You should head back to the car while I tidy up these items. No, I want to help you with the cleanup. Lu Linga's resolute stance left no room for argument, and Chen, seeing her determination, did not refuse her. The 2 individuals collaborated to fold the inflatable boat back up. gathering all their equipment before returning to the RV. "Ah Chen, did you find the guns?" Lu Linger inquired with genuine concern as her emotions settled. "Of course," Su Chen replied, opening his backpack to reveal the QBZ and QBU within. "That's wonderful." Lu Linger couldn't help but smile. Yet a hint of worry crossed her face as she recalled, "But these two firearms have been submerged in water. Will they still function?" "I'm not sure," Su Chen admitted, shaking his head. As a citizen, he had little experience with firearms, leaving him uncertain about their operability. Furthermore, in addition to the two guns, he had also discovered a considerable amount of ammunition, albeit similarly waterlogged. However, since they had ventured this far, it would be unwise to return empty-handed. It was this very thought that compelled Su Chen to gather everything. After a brief rest, he consumed some instant food. Once his strength was replenished, he activated the Normadisen and prepared to head back to Phoenix Mountain. After all, Gao Qiqiang remained a looming threat, and lingering too long could invite unforeseen complications. Yet, with nightfall approaching, Su Chen refrained from setting out recklessly. Upon returning to the roadway, he decided to pause at the roadside to rest, intending to resume his journey early the next morning. "Ah Chen, please wake up." Lu Linger gently nudged Su Chen, who was lost in slumber. He opened his eyes and yawned. "What's wrong? You need to look outside," Lu Linger urged, her voice tinged with anxiety. Had something gone amiss? Instantly alert, Su Chen rose and approached the central console. Through the surveillance monitor, he observed a crowd surrounding the Normadisen, pointing and murmuring. "Where did all these people come from?" Su Chen turned to Lu Linger. "I checked the footage. They've fled from a distance," she explained. Su Chen glanced back at the monitor, realization dawning upon him. The individuals were laden with bags, and several vehicles were parked nearby, resembling a scene of evacuation. This was hardly surprising, as the intense rainfall had persisted for so long that low-lying areas had transformed into vast expanses of water. Within a 100-mile radius, Phoenix Mountain stood as the highest terrain. To survive, it was only natural for people to seek refuge there. Su Chen, uninterested in engaging with the crowd, started the RV and honked the horn. The resounding roar of the engine and the blaring horns startled those outside, prompting them to retreat and clear a path for the Normadisen. With a firm foot on the accelerator, Su Chen drove away swiftly. The remainder of the journey proved uneventful, yet along the way, Su Chen encountered numerous survivors, either driving or walking, all making their way towards Phoenix Mountain. With so many individuals heading to the mountain, it seemed the situation there was bound to change dramatically. Contemplating this, Su Chen pressed the accelerator, propelling the RV towards Phoenix Mountain with all his might. In a nearby bus, a striking figure caught sight of the departing Normadisen, her fair complexion betraying a look of astonishment. Simultaneously, within another moving sedan, a middle-aged man widened his eyes in greedy anticipation upon seeing Su Chen. When Su Chen returned to the Yulden Hotel, it was already afternoon. Using the intercom, he informed He Wang of his arrival, requesting him to open the iron gate. After parking his car, he carried a bag containing firearms and ammunition to the office. However, before Su Chen could utter a word, He Wang, with a grave expression, remarked, "Brother Su, the situation on the mountain seems somewhat amiss." Chapter 71. The Marksman. Indeed, there have been numerous outsiders appearing on the mountain, have there not? Su Chen inquired softly. He Wang initially expressed surprise, but soon comprehended the situation. Su Chen had returned from the outside, naturally encountering a considerable number of survivors along the way. Indeed, there are at least 100 or so of these outsiders. They have occupied the nearby hotels. Forming various groups, He Wang summarized the current situation atop the mountain for Su Chen. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had been away for less than 2 days. And yet the circumstances on the mountain had already shifted. Is there any conflict between these individuals and us, or with Gao Qiqiang's faction? Su Chen asked. Not at all. He Wang shook his head. Since there is no conflict, we need not take the initiative to confront them. We should merely remain vigilant. He had initially thought that eliminating Gao Qiqiang would restore peace on Phoenix Mountain, yet unexpected variables had arisen. With the increasing number of survivors, the consumption of resources would escalate rapidly. In due time, Su Chen and his group would inevitably become prime targets for others. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it too much. We shall take it one step at a time, Su Chen remarked with a shake of his head, dismissing the troubling thoughts. By the way, my dear brother Su, did you acquire anything during your visit to the military camp? Only then did He Wang remember the purpose of Su Chen's departure from Phoenix Mountain and hurriedly inquired. I did acquire something, but it is a long story. Su Chen sighed, placing the bag from behind onto the table. As he extracted the weapons and parts contained within, he briefly recounted his experience to He Wang. Upon hearing Su Chen's account, He Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Su, you still underestimate our nation's military manufacturing capabilities. The firearms produced here in China are subject to stringent standards. Take the Type 95, for instance. It underwent rigorous water immersion shooting tests. This means that after being submerged, the firearm can still be fired promptly. Such demonstrations have been featured in military programs on Zixit, showcasing the Type 95 being submerged in muddy water and fired immediately afterwards without any malfunctions. Ah, I see. Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took the Type 95 from Su Chen's hands and caressed it as one would a cherished lover, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. It has been many years since I last held one of these. I used to be a marksman in the army, Huang reminisced, skillfully disassembling the firearm. After inspecting all the components, he selected the damaged parts and chose replacements from those Su Chen had brought back. Once he dried the moisture off the weapon, he reassembled it. Following the repair of the Type 95, he picked up the QBU sniper rifle. Compared to the assault rifle, the maintenance of a sniper rifle was somewhat more intricate. After a while, both weapons were successfully repaired and reassembled by Huang. He glanced at Su Chen and inquired, "Do you have any bullets?" "Yes, just these bullets, which have also been soaked in water." Upon hearing this, Huang couldn't help but erupt into hearty laughter, patiently explaining to Su Chen, "In the past, bullets that had been submerged would likely be rendered useless. However, we are now in the 21st century. Firearm experts have developed weapons and ammunition with the foresight that warfare may occur in extreme environments and weather conditions. Consequently, both firearms and bullets undergo rigorous testing. Modern ammunition is treated to be moisture and water resistant. A layer of waterproof paint coats the junction between the bullet head and casing, ensuring functionality even after being submerged." Su Chen had procured 300 to 400 rounds of ammunition from the weapons maintenance room. These bullets were of 5.8mm caliber, compatible with both the QBZ and QBU rifles. Huang adeptly picked up the bullets, meticulously loading them into the magazine. Together, he and Su Chen proceeded to the courtyard, where they set up 10 or so glass bottles a short distance away. "Aim well." Huang smiled slightly, raising his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 successive shots, the glass bottles by the wall shattered. "Brother what excellent marksmanship." Su Chen couldn't help but praise. "Of course. Do you think the title of sharpshooter I earned in the army was given lightly?" Huang puffed at the smoke from the gun's muzzle, a hint of modesty in his tone. "Here, Su brother, give it a try." Su Chen took the QBZ, raising the barrel in the same manner as Huang. Strangely, in that moment, he felt as though time and space had become viscous. The raindrops falling from above seemed to descend in slow motion. In this extraordinary sensation, he felt as if he had fused with the weapon. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a resounding bang echoed as a bottle at the corner exploded. Huang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished, realizing that Su Chen possessed a modicum of shooting talent. However, the next moment left him utterly dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out, reminiscent of firecrackers, as every bottle set up nearby detonated. Huang stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Standing in the downpour, he shot at the glass bottles in the corner, hitting every target flawlessly. Such performance was not particularly difficult. Both Huang and the elite soldiers from his unit could achieve it effortlessly. The crux of the matter lay in the countless hours of practice that Huang and the elite soldiers had endured, their skill honed through countless rounds of ammunition. Yet, for Su Chen to reach Huang's level on his very first attempt with a firearm was something Huang found hard to accept. "Have you used a gun before?" Huang's gaze fixed intently on Su Chen as he questioned. "No." Su Chen shook his head, but then, as if recalling something, added, "In games like PUBG and Peacekeeper Elite, I am proficient with various firearms. Does that count?" "That does not count." Huang felt somewhat speechless. Yet he continued to gaze intently at Su Chen, as if attempting to discern the truthfulness of his words. After a prolonged moment, he finally let out a sigh. "I have heard that some individuals are born sharpshooters. Perhaps you are one of them." Su Chen chuckled heartily and picked up the QBU nearby. "If I can hit the mark every time with the QBZ, it is even more effortless with the QBU equipped with a scope." Su Chen fired several rounds, and without exception, each shot struck its target. Only then did he contentedly put away both firearms. As for why he could achieve such precision, Su Chen did not feel inclined to delve into the matter. After all, in this apocalyptic world, having acquired the boundless storage space of the Normadisen, it seemed hardly surprising to possess other exceptional attributes. Chapter 72. Farewell to Lin Yingying. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not burden a person. With the newly acquired sharpshooter skill, Su Chen, equipped with both the QBZ and QB rifles, found himself in a position where self-defense was no longer his only concern. Should he desire, he could easily annihilate Gao Qiqiang's forces. To conserve ammunition, Su Chen ceased further practice and stored the 2 rifles back in the RV's storage space. Despite possessing 2 long guns, he still carefully safeguarded his previous short shotgun, unwilling to share it with anyone else. Although individuals like Yu Wang and Sun Yuan had earned his trust, caution was paramount in these apocalyptic times. In the ensuing days, neither Su Chen nor Gao Qiqiang's factions made any moves. Instead, a steady influx of external survivors began to converge upon Phoenix Mountain. A rough estimate suggested that at least several hundred were present, much like the situation at the underground parking lot of the Green Forest Hotel. These survivors formed teams of varying sizes, each occupying different hotels on Phoenix Mountain, creating a standoff among them. According to reports from scouts, many had entered the Green Forest Hotel, seemingly to communicate with Gao Qiqiang and his associates. Su Chen was not surprised. After all, many believed that unity was essential for survival in the apocalypse. Numerous individuals attempted to approach Su Chen, but they were ruthlessly turned away by his fellow survivors. Upon seeing the bodies of Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun hanging at the hotel entrance, those individuals wisely refrained from further harassment. During these days, Su Chen remained industrious, ensuring that his fellow survivors were also kept occupied. Allowing them to be well-fed yet idle would only invite trouble. He instructed Yu Wang and Sun Yuan to organize the survivors for training. Compared to Gao Qiqiang's subordinates, the combat prowess of these survivors was rather lacking, necessitating training to ensure they could hold their ground in future encounters. On this particular day, Su Chen was engaged in a co-op game with Lu Linger, nearing the completion of a level, but due to Lu Linger's clumsiness, their progress was thwarted. "I'm so sorry, Chen. It's all my fault for being so clumsy." She pouted, visibly disheartened. "It's just a game, meant for relaxation and enjoyment. Don't take it to heart," Su Chen replied dismissively, waving his hand. Had it been League of Legends, he might have criticized Lu Linger, but in this single-player game, there was no need for such gravity. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. "Brother Su, are you there?" "Yes, Brother He, what is the matter?" Su Chen set down the controller and walked over to the intercom. "A few people have come by claiming they need to see you," Yu Wang informed him. Su Chen's brow furrowed. "Didn't we agree not to meet with them?" The survivors seeking an audience with Su Chen were likely to present the same old discussions, either proposing an alliance or requesting supplies. Su Chen found this matter exceedingly bothersome and had directly informed Yu Wang to cease any further contact with those individuals. However, it was mentioned that among them was a woman who claimed to know him. At this revelation, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. A woman professing acquaintance with him? His first thought was of Xiao Mei, yet he swiftly dismissed the notion. Yu Wang had met Xiao Mei, and if it were indeed her, he would have conveyed that information directly to him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen spoke. "Very well, Brother He. Please make the necessary arrangements for them to meet me in the conference room." "Understood." Yu Wang nodded in agreement. Su Chen set down the intercom and prepared to leave. Just then, Lu Linger, who had been eavesdropping for quite some time, hurriedly interjected. "Chen, I haven't stepped out of the car for several days. Allow me to accompany you. It will be a good opportunity to get some fresh air." Without much thought, Su Chen nodded in acquiescence. The two departed from the Normadisen, wielding umbrellas, and made their way to the hotel. Through the efforts of numerous survivors, the original hotel lobby had been refurbished. In addition to constructing a platform for gathering everyone to discuss matters, various other facilities had been established for communal activities. On the second floor of the hotel, a room had been specifically designated as a conference area. In the event of significant matters arising, Su Chen, Yu Wang, Sun Yuan, and other trusted mid-level personnel would convene there. As for the accommodations of each survivor, they were generally free to select their rooms. However, to ensure prompt response in the face of crises, most opted for rooms on the first to third floors as their residences. Su Chen and Lu Linger arrived at the conference room on the second floor. Inside, besides Yu Wang, Sun Yuan, and several mid-level personnel, there were a few men whom Su Chen did not recognize. Among them, one appeared rather ordinary, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp, suggesting he was the leader. Behind him stood several others, one of whom was notably youthful and handsome. However, what truly captured Su Chen's attention was the girl standing beside him. She possessed striking beauty and a tall, graceful figure. In an instant, Su Chen recognized her as Lin Yingying, the pharmaceutical representative with whom he had previously interacted. "Miss Lin. Long time no see," Su Chen expressed with mild surprise, yet greeted her warmly. Indeed, it had been quite a while. Upon seeing Su Chen, a complex expression flickered in Lin Yingying's beautiful eyes. A woman seldom forgets her first love, although they had been apart for some time. Lin Yingying certainly had not forgotten Su Chen, especially considering how unique he was. After their separation, Lin Yingying did not leave the Magic City. Following Su Chen's instructions, she had prepared ample supplies in advance. When the high-temperature apocalypse struck, it was these provisions that enabled her to survive. She could not help but feel grateful that she had heeded Su Chen's advice. As the relentless rain poured and water levels surged, Lin Yingying, along with other survivors, left the Magic City. Their initial intention was to head inland, but due to the riverbank's collapse, they were compelled to change course towards Phoenix Mountain. Earlier on the road, Lin Yingying caught sight of Su Chen's Normadisen. However, before she could signal the car to stop and greet him, Su Chen sped away with a roar. Upon arriving at Phoenix Mountain with others and after some inquiries, Lin Yingying learned that Su Chen was at the Hoarding hotel, prompting her to pay him a personal visit. After a thorough check, it was confirmed that no weapons were present. He Wang approached Su Chen and whispered. Su Chen nodded slightly, taking a seat casually, and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Yingying gestured towards the middle-aged man and introduced him. "This is our captain, Song Linfei. He has some matters he would like to discuss with you." "Mr. Su, greetings. I am Song Linfei," he said with a smile. "Currently, I have organized nearly 100 individuals responsible for their survival." Chapter 73. In the face of doom, human hearts are unfathomable. Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Song? Su Chen inquired with a hint of indifference. "Indeed, I have come to propose an alliance," Mr. Song replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Su Chen remained unperturbed by Song Linfei's words. Most who sought him out did so under the guise of forming alliances or seeking assistance, with the ulterior motive of requisitioning supplies. "What manner of alliance do you propose? There are barely 50 of you, are there not?" Su Chen probed, with a self-assured smile. Song Linfei began to elaborate. "But are you aware of the number of followers Gao Qiqiang possesses? In recent days, he has amassed a considerable number of survivors. While he may not have 100, he certainly has around 80. Su Chen's expression did not falter as he countered. "And what of it? Not only would I not be daunted by 100, but even 200 would not instill fear in me, armed with 2 firearms and an ample supply of ammunition." Su Chen's confidence was at an unprecedented high. Given time and space, he was convinced he could single-handedly obliterate Gao Qiqiang's forces. "I have heard of your prowess, Mr. Su," Song Linfei remarked with a smile. "But what if there are several hundred individuals?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Does Gao Qiqiang possess such capability?" In recent days, the influx of survivors into Phoenix Mountain had surged, with preliminary estimates suggesting at least 400 to 500 newcomers. "But does Gao Qiqiang truly have the ability to sway them against me?" "No, Mr. Su, you are mistaken. He indeed possesses such capability," Song Linfei replied, casting a subtle nod towards Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying stepped forward, her gaze laden with complexity as she spoke softly. "Mr. Su, do you recall your driver, old Su?" Su Chen furrowed his brow momentarily before recollecting that, due to his lack of a suitable driving license, he had engaged a driver named Old Su when he first acquired the Normadisen. "Why do you ask?" "He has also arrived at Phoenix Mountain and has allied himself with Gao Qiqiang," Lin Yingying recounted succinctly. In preparation for the apocalypse, Su Chen had procured vast quantities of supplies. Though he had not disclosed this to Old Su, the latter had driven him daily between various locations, including Walmart and pharmaceutical companies. Even someone of limited intellect could deduce the situation. When the apocalypse struck, Old Su, like Lin Yingying and other survivors, had fled from the metropolis to Phoenix Mountain. Along the way, he had encountered Su Chen's Normadisen. In a bid for survival, Old Su chose to align himself with Gao Qiqiang. Upon learning of the animosity between Gao Qiqiang and Su Chen, he disclosed Su Chen's stockpiling of supplies to Gao Qiqiang. Initially, Gao Qiqiang and Biao had speculated that Su Chen could only possess 1 RV, questioning the source of his abundant provisions. However, upon hearing Old Su's account, Gao Qiqiang and Biao experienced a moment of clarity, arriving at a conclusion akin to that of Zhang Ying. They deduced that Su Chen had stored his supplies at the Hoarding hotel. Otherwise, he would not have taken measures to reinforce the area surrounding the hotel. Presently, Gao Qiqiang may lack the capability, but what of the future, when all resources have been depleted? Song Linfei's gaze sharpened, imbued with a confident smile. If Gao Qiqiang were to inform them of the substantial resources he was hoarding at the hotel, they would undoubtedly unite to confront him. Su Chen felt a stir of realization. He had not anticipated the emergence of Old Su as an unforeseen variable. If what Song Linfei and Lin Yingying had claimed were true, it was highly probable that Gao Qiqiang could incite hundreds of survivors to launch an assault against him. Old Su, whom he had treated decently at first, had betrayed him so completely. Indeed, in the apocalypse, the human heart is inscrutable. Even those who appear honest and simple, like Old Su, can turn treacherous. Su Chen regarded Song Linfei and, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "What exactly do you propose in terms of an alliance?" Seeing Su Chen swayed by his words, a flicker of delight passed through Song Linfei's eyes. He quickly responded, "It is quite simple. As long as Mr. Su consistently supplies us with resources, we will refrain from allying with Gao Qiqiang. Furthermore, we will persuade other survivors not to side with him against you. If necessary, we can also extend a helping hand." At first glance, the conditions proposed by Song Linfei seemed earnest. However, upon closer examination, they were merely empty promises. Even if Su Chen refrained from providing resources, Song Linfei would not ally with Gao Qiqiang in the short term, as their own supplies had yet to be exhausted. They would only consider joining forces with Gao Qiqiang out of desperation. Moreover, the suggestion of persuading other survivors not to align with Gao Qiqiang was ludicrous. What authority did Song Linfei possess to sway others? The notion of offering assistance sounded even more like a mere illusion. Ultimately, it boiled down to one thing. Song Linfei was asking Su Chen for resources while offering nothing of substance in return. Your schemes are audaciously transparent. However, Su Chen did not outright refuse, but pondered, let me think it over. Although Song Linfei had been spinning fantasies, his demeanor was relatively amicable. There was no need for a direct rebuff that would sour their relationship. Very well, I shall await Mr. Su's favorable response, Song Linfei replied with a chuckle, nodding at Lin Yingying and a few others before exiting the room. As Lin Yingying followed behind Song Linfei, she instinctively turned her head to glance at Su Chen just before leaving the conference room. Their eyes met briefly, and Su Chen merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. While Lin Yingying was lost in thought, a handsome young man beside her spoke up. Yingying, what's wrong? And nothing. Lin Yingying feigned nonchalance, turning away to follow Song Linfei and the others out. Once outside the Yulden Hotel, the handsome youth addressed Song Linfei, Brother Song. Do you think that Su Chen will agree to our proposal? If he possesses any wisdom, he should comply, Song Linfei replied with a confident smile. Indeed, unless he can withstand the assault of hundreds. The handsome young man chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards Lin Yingying. Yingying, what exactly is your relationship with that Su Chen? There's nothing between us. He was merely a client I collaborated with in the past, Lin Yingying replied, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that your demeanor towards each other is somewhat unusual, the handsome young man said, still somewhat skeptical. Even if it is unusual, what does it have to do with you? Zhou Shixian, please understand your place, Lin Yingying retorted sharply, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Taken aback by her irritation, Zhou Shixian quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Yingying, please don't be upset. It's simply that I care about you. Ignoring him completely, Lin Yingying strode purposefully towards the direction of the camp. Chapter 74. A dog. As she walked away, Zhou Shixian's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, that wretched woman, one day, I'll make you aware of my prowess. Hearing Zhou Shixian's words, Song Linfei furrowed his brow and replied coldly, you better not act recklessly. Zhou Shixian's expression stiffened, and he quickly nodded and bowed, rest assured, Brother Song. I won't act impulsively. You wish to pursue her. You must not be hasty, Song Linfei advised. Although Lin Yingying was exceptionally beautiful, in the face of an apocalypse, beauty held little value and could easily become a burden. Fortunately, Lin Yingying was a medical student and had worked as a doctor for a time. Due to certain circumstances, she opted to become a pharmaceutical representative. With her medical skills, she had healed many ailing survivors, thus earning considerable respect within Song Linfei's team. Given the good rapport between Song Linfei and Zhou Shixian, he took the time to caution him against any reckless actions. Otherwise, it could easily incite the ire of others. Even with Song Linfei as the captain, he might not be able to protect Zhou Shixian in such a scenario. In another part of the conference room, Brother Su, what do you think? Should we consider an alliance with them? He Wang asked quietly. Song Linfei seems like a decent fellow. It's worth considering, Sun Yuan suggested. There's no rush. The survivors have yet to unite. We can discuss it when that day comes, Su Chen replied, shaking his head. In He Wang and Sun Yuan's minds, Su Chen was the leader of their team. With the leader's perspective, they naturally had no objections. After a few casual exchanges, Su Chen stood up with Lu Lingo and prepared to leave. As they exited the conference room, Lu Lingo pouted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Chen. Who exactly was that woman? In other circumstances, Lu Lingo might not have sensed anything amiss, but her innate intuition as a woman allowed her to keenly perceive the underlying tension between Su Chen and Lin Yingying. It was merely a business interaction. Su Chen replied casually. This was not a lie, as he had indeed negotiated their collaboration in bed. Really? I can't shake the feeling that it's not that simple. Since entering the conference room, Lin Yingying had frequently cast complex glances in Su Chen's direction. How could this be an ordinary business interaction? And if it isn't? What of it? Su Chen halted, looking down at Lu Lingo with an air of authority, and said coolly, have you forgotten your place? Lu Lingo was taken aback, shivering slightly, and quickly forced a smile. Chen, I was merely curious, just asking. Su Chen chose to ignore her, striding purposefully toward the RV. An anxious Lu Lingo hurriedly followed in his wake. Once inside the Normadisen, Su Chen plopped down onto the sofa. Lu Lingo hurriedly positioned herself behind him. gently kneading his shoulders as she cautiously spoke. Chen, I truly was merely inquiring casually. Please do not take it to heart. Calm down. Under Lu Linger's plaintive entreaties, Su Chen finally nodded. Very well. It is getting late. You should prepare dinner. All right. Lu Linger exhaled in relief and promptly rose, making her way to the kitchen counter. Observing her enchanting silhouette, a cold smirk crept upon Su Chen's lips. It seemed that his recent display of kindness had inflated Lu Linger's ego, causing her to forget her rightful identity and status. It appeared he needed to administer a lesson to remind her that she was merely his loyal servant. As for Lin Yingying, Su Chen suddenly recalled the events of that night at the hotel. Should an opportunity arise and she be willing, he would not be averse to reliving past memories. If their relationship could advance to a point where Lin Yingying and Lu Linger could coexist peacefully, it would be all the more fitting. In the lobby of the Green Forest Hotel, Gao Qiqiang sat leisurely on a sofa, seemingly awaiting something. Just then, a Biao strode in from outside, whispering, Boss Gao. The leaders of the other teams have arrived. Understood. Gao Qiqiang nodded slightly, rising to head toward the entrance. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a throng of 200 to 300 individuals braving the torrential rain as they approached. This sight inevitably caused Gao Qiqiang to feel a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to grasp the weapon in his hand. Do not panic. We have invited them for negotiations, not for a fight. Gao Qiqiang cast a glance at a Biao and the others, speaking calmly. At his words, the group began to regain their composure. Boss, in such heavy rain, what could possibly warrant our gathering here? The first to enter was a burly man with a scar adorning his face, exuding an air of impatience as he removed his raincoat and shook off the droplets. This man, Zhao Xiong, like a Biao, had once been a figure in the underworld. Seeking refuge from the flood, he brought a group of brothers to Phoenix Mountain. Among the factions on Phoenix Mountain, Zhao Xiong's men, aside from Gao Qiqiang's, were the most formidable. Indeed, what could be so urgent that we all had to come here? A messenger could have sufficed, two others chimed in, unable to suppress their grievances. One, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and projecting an air of sophistication, possessed a glint of cunning in his eyes. His name was Gao Xiangjuan, a financial professional known for his sharp intellect. When the apocalypse descended, he had successfully rallied a group through his acumen. The other, Xiao Bowen, managed a chain of supermarkets. Similar to Gao Xiangjuan, after the temperature soared, he organized his company's security personnel and survived by leveraging the supermarket's resources. Song Linfei, accompanied by Zhou Shixian, remained silent at the back. Among the survivor teams on Phoenix Mountain, they wielded the greatest influence. In addition, several smaller teams were also invited to attend. In response to the skepticism surrounding him, Gao Qiqiang smiled gently, urging everyone to remain calm and suggesting they proceed inside for discussions. He gestured for the group to follow him into the hotel. The various leaders exchanged glances, yet ultimately decided to trail behind Gao Qiqiang into the establishment. However, their subordinates were halted by Gao Qiqiang's men. What do you mean by this, Boss Gao? Zhao Xiong inquired, his brow furrowed, one hand already resting on the hilt of his short blade. Having survived in this post-apocalyptic world until now, none of them were Navi. Although Gao Qiqiang had extended a courteous invitation, one could not dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives. They were reluctant to enter the hotel without their subordinates. The conference room has limited space and cannot accommodate all of you, Gao Qiqiang reassured them. If you have concerns, each of you may bring along 10 individuals. The conference room is located on the ground floor, so please rest assured. Chapter 75, A Common Man's Innocence, a Jewel's Burden. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leaders ultimately decided to bring 10 individuals each and followed Gao Qiqiang into the hotel. The originally spacious conference room appeared somewhat cramped with the influx of so many people. Without hesitation, Gao Qiqiang took the seat of honor. Once everyone was seated, he smiled warmly and began. The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss a piece of joyous news. What news? Song Linfei inquired nonchalantly. Rather than providing a direct answer, Gao Qiqiang countered, I presume that upon fleeing to Phoenix Mountain, the supplies you brought with you were rather limited? Silence enveloped the room. The quantity of supplies each team possessed was a closely guarded secret. None wished to disclose it to outsiders. After all, a common man bears no guilt. Yet a jewel can invite envy. Enough with the riddles, Boss Gao. What are you trying to say? Zhao Xiong exclaimed, growing increasingly impatient as he pounded the table. What if I were to tell you that there exists a warehouse on Phoenix Mountain, filled with an abundance of supplies? Gao Qiqiang's words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. An abundance of supplies? Surely, you jest. How could that be true? If it were as you say, would you really share such good fortune with us? Where is this warehouse? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of inquiries. Silence, everyone. Gao Qiqiang raised his hands to quell the noise, then continued. This warehouse is not far from us. It is located at the Yulden Hotel to the north. Upon hearing the name of the Yulden Hotel, Gao Xiangjuan couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Boss Gao, do you truly think we're fools? That rival of yours, if I recall correctly, is named Chen, isn't it? He and his team have taken over the Yulden Hotel. You claim there is a warehouse there, but isn't it merely a ploy to incite us to aid you in your revenge? Although the feud between Gao Qiqiang and Chen had occurred prior to Zhao Xiong and Gao Xiangjuan's arrival at Phoenix, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. The attendees had visited Gao Qiqiang several times, engaging in conversation, and soon learned of his conflict with Chen through his subordinates. Hearing Gao Xiangjuan's assertion, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they regarded Gao Qiqiang with newfound skepticism. However, Gao Qiqiang appeared to have anticipated their reaction, displaying no signs of alarm. With a chuckle, he acknowledged, "Indeed, I harbor a grudge against Chen. Yet, my intention in speaking is not driven by a desire for revenge." Old Su. At Gao Qiqiang's call, a seemingly honest middle-aged man stepped forward. This was Old Su, the driver who had previously assisted Chen. "Please share with them all that you know," Gao Qiqiang casually urged. "Of course, Boss Gao." Old Su nodded eagerly, and, under the puzzled gazes of Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaoboan, and others, recounted in detail everything he had witnessed during his time driving for Chen. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed contemplative expressions. If that were the case, could it be that Chen has hoarded all resources at the Yulden Hotel? Gao Xiangjuan pondered, stroking his chin. It is highly plausible. Otherwise, where else could he have stored them? Gao Qiqiang retorted. Within the realm of RVs, Normadisen is indeed a colossal entity. Even if the vehicle were filled to the brim with supplies, how long could they last? A Biao had witnessed firsthand that Chen had resided in the RV since the onset of the scorching apocalypse. Now, he was responsible for providing resources to Wei Wang, Sun Yuan, and other survivors. Logically speaking, the supplies within the vehicle should have been depleted long ago. The only possibility is that he had prepared resources in advance at the Yulden Hotel. Are you certain he has amassed a vast quantity of supplies? Speak candidly, or beware of my wrath. Zhao Xiong clenched his fists and inquired in a low voice. Old Su was taken aback and hastily waved his hands, fervently asserting, I am speaking the truth. I heard with my own ears him telling the manager of Walmart that he intended to order goods worth several million. Oh, and also, Captain Song, that Lin Yingying from your team knows too. Chen had previously approached her to procure a large batch of medical supplies. The crowd then turned their gazes in unison toward Song Linfei. Song Linfei nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, that is the case. Moreover, this fellow previously sought my assistance in purchasing 4,000 to 5,000 barrels of gasoline, and I have yet to hear where it has been sold. It is highly likely that it is also hidden in the Yulden Hotel, Gao Qiqiang added. Upon hearing the mention of gasoline, the eyes of all the leaders instantly gleamed with interest. In the apocalypse, food is of utmost importance, but second only to food is gasoline. Without gasoline, vehicles cannot function, making it impossible to venture further in search of additional supplies. Individuals like Zhao Xiong and Xiao Bowen were able to escape to Phoenix Mountain precisely because they had gasoline. Otherwise, they would have been engulfed by the raging flood, despite the relentless downpour outside, transforming the world into a vast ocean. Should the oppressive heat suddenly vanish as it did before, everyone would still need to leave Phoenix Mountain in search of supplies. At that time, gasoline would be incredibly precious. What do you say, esteemed leaders? Shall we join forces to seize Chen? We could then share the resources equally. Gao Qiqiang smiled broadly at everyone. Song Linfei remained silent, merely observing the crowd with a cold gaze. Zhao Xiong and Gao Xiangjuan appeared somewhat tempted, as their current resources seemed rather limited. However, ultimately, this is merely your speculation, Boss Gao. I have heard that Chen is quite cunning, and it seems you have suffered at his hands on numerous occasions. An assault on the Yulden Hotel may come at a significant cost, resulting in many casualties. What if you are mistaken, Boss Gao? This was voiced by Xiao Bowen. Having emerged from a background in chain supermarkets, he possesses a considerable abundance of resources, and the number of survivors under his command surpasses that of several major teams. Thus, he is not in a hurry to take action against Chen. Upon hearing Xiao Bowen's remarks, the others grew somewhat apprehensive. According to the information they had gathered, Chen was notoriously ruthless. Inside his vehicle, he had an arsenal that included chili water, sulfuric acid, and a compact shotgun. Moreover, he was equipped with traps, a compound crossbow, and Molotov cocktails. Despite their numerical superiority, outnumbering Chen by several folds, if he were to fortify himself within the Yulden Hotel, utilizing those resources, it would likely cost them numerous lives, perhaps 100 or more, before they could hope to seize the hotel. Lacking absolute confidence, I defer to your opinions on the matter. Gao Qiqiang shrugged, presenting the dilemma to Xiao Bowen and the others. Chapter 76. The Fisherman's Prophet Xiao Bowen, Gao Xiangjuan, and the others did not respond immediately, instead falling into a contemplative silence as they weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, it was Xia Bowen who first expressed his stance. I apologize, old Gao, but I have little interest in this matter. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he rose and departed with his subordinates, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Soon after, Song Linfei spoke in a calm tone. My thoughts align with his. Our team does not intend to participate in this affair. Following their departures, others gradually made their exit as well. After all, they still possessed supplies and were not yet at the point of engaging in a desperate confrontation with Su Chen. In the end, only Zhao Xiong, Gao Qiqiang, and a few small survivor teams remained. Observing this situation, Gao Qiqiang let out a sigh of relief. If everyone had left, he would have found himself in an awkward position. Old Gao, please speak. How shall we proceed? Zhao Xiong urged. Gao Qiqiang surveyed those present and replied solemnly. We have nearly 200 people combined. Capturing the Yulden Hotel should be a mere formality. Without Song Linfei and Xia Bowen, there will be fewer individuals to share the spoils. Tomorrow morning, we shall mobilize our forces and prepare to launch an assault on Su Chen. The reason Zhao Xiong and the others remained was straightforward. Their supplies were dwindling as well. Thus, upon hearing Gao Qiqiang's words, they nodded in agreement without hesitation. Brother Song, why do we not join forces with Gao Qiqiang to take down Su Chen together? After departing from Gao Qiqiang's territory, Zhou Shixian could no longer contain his eagerness. Though our supplies are limited, they are sufficient for the time being. Why should we ally with Gao Qiqiang? Song Linfei countered. But who would ever refuse more supplies? Although Zhou Shixian voiced this sentiment, deep down, he was eager to eliminate Su Chen outright. The reasoning was simple. Despite his sycophantic demeanor, he discerned a subtle connection between Su Chen and Lin Yingying. Initially, under his intense flattery, Lin Yingying had softened her attitude towards him. However, upon encountering Su Chen, she reverted to her previous aloofness, which drove Zhou Shixian nearly to madness. Understand this, Su Chen is no ordinary individual, Song Linfei remarked meaningfully. During their negotiations, Su Chen had exhibited remarkable calm and confidence. Even upon hearing that Gao Qiqiang might gather hundreds to attack, Su Chen remained unperturbed. Such composure suggests only two possibilities. Either he is mad, or he has formidable backing. Given that Su Chen had foreseen the apocalypse and managed to survive thus far while organizing a team, he could not be the former. He must be the latter. Regardless of how formidable he may be, he commands only 40 or 50 individuals. Can they truly stand against Gao Qiqiang and his multitude? Zhou Shixian expressed skepticism, his concern evident. What shall we do if Gao Qiqiang succeeds in capturing him? Should they capture Su Chen, they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Song Linfei let out a cold laugh, stating that at that moment, we could reap the benefits of their conflict. Otherwise, do you think that the cunning Gao Xiangjuan would allow such a golden opportunity to slip by? If they fail to seize Su Chen, we could leverage the situation to negotiate with him. In short, we could secure an invulnerable position. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Shixian displayed a look of sudden enlightenment. Indeed, Brother Song is truly astute. After suffering significant losses, Gao Qiqiang was left with merely over 30 subordinates. However, through recent developments, his numbers swelled to nearly 80 or 90. Coupled with Zhao Xiong and his team, they amassed a formidable force of nearly 200. Filled with confidence, he chose to launch a straightforward assault on Su Chen instead of a nighttime raid. As dawn broke, Gao Qiqiang, along with Zhao Xiong and Gao Xiangjuan, gathered their respective subordinates outside the Yulden Hotel. A throng of people blocked the entire street. Gao Qiqiang halted at the intersection, casting a cold smile at the Yulden Hotel. Drenched in rain, you, go deliver a message for me. Just inform them that my intentions here are solely directed at Su Chen. As long as those inside the hotel are willing to surrender, I shall not make things difficult for them. The named subordinate felt a sense of helplessness but had no choice but to steel himself and approach the hotel. The original guard station stood vacant at this moment. The subordinate pressed on, yet just a few steps in, a sharp arrow whistled through the rain, pinning him to the ground. Witnessing his struggling subordinate succumb to silence, Gao Qiqiang erupted in fury. Damn it, they know not the peril they face. Brothers, charge. With Gao Qiqiang's command, the throng surged towards the hotel. Meanwhile, the leaders of the survivor teams on Phoenix Mountain, accompanied by their subordinates, observed the unfolding battle from nearby rooftops. Their intentions aligned with those of Song Linfei, each aiming to profit from the chaos. On the rooftop of the Lucian Hotel, clad in a tactical jacket, Su Chen surveyed the scene below, reminiscent of a zombie siege. His eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty intent. Brother Sun act. In the hotel lobby, Sun Yuan, upon receiving the message through the intercom, sprang into action. He directed his men to unleash a barrage of fire from their compound bows against the external foes. The survivors under Gao Qiqiang still advanced, brandishing iron plates and riot shields as they pressed toward the lobby. Despite the compound bows easily penetrating various forms of armor, their slow loading speed and the sheer number of enemies proved a daunting challenge. After successfully taking down 20 or 30 adversaries, the enemy still breached the hotel courtyard. As they approached within 10 meters of the lobby entrance, Sun Yuan brandished a torch and swiftly emerged. Su Chen had anticipated the possibility of an attack and had previously instructed He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others to dig a shallow trench within the hotel. The trench was filled with various debris, typically covered with plastic tarps and wooden planks. In the event of any disturbance, gasoline was poured over it, igniting a great fire that created an insurmountable barrier. As Sun Yuan set the blaze, a deafening roar erupted, and the trench was instantly engulfed in roaring flames, along with the wooden planks and plastic tarps. Despite the torrential rain pouring down, the fire could not be extinguished for quite some time. The survivors at the forefront were suddenly obstructed by the inferno. Before they could retreat, a wall of flames emerged behind them. It turned out that the trench was circular, and once ignited, it ensnared the entire courtyard. These survivors had become trapped like fish in a barrel. Chapter 77. Precision strikes in adversity, overwhelming firepower, and prosperity indeed. This Su Chen is cunning. Observing the scene, Song Linfei, Gao Xiangjuan, and others could not help but feel a sense of relief, thankful that they had not rashly acted alongside Gao Qiqiang. Otherwise, their subordinates might have found themselves ensnared as well. However, Gao Qiqiang and Zhao Xiong were not in such a fortunate state of mind. Watching their men trapped by the raging inferno and mercilessly targeted by the composite crossbow, their anger reached a fever pitch. Su Chen, you scoundrel! Is this how you employ such a precious resource as gasoline? Boss Gao, do not be upset. The rain is so heavy, it won't be long before the flames diminish, Abaya hastily reassured. At this point, Gao Qiqiang found himself at a loss, gritting his teeth and waiting for the fire to subside. When that moment arrived, they would storm the hotel and deal with the scoundrel Su Chen. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Despite the distance and the torrential rain, Gao Qiqiang distinctly heard it. Following that, among the survivors ensnared by the fire, one individual was struck down instantly. In the past, television dramas depicted a small blood hole when a bullet struck the head. Yet, this portrayal was merely a cinematic embellishment. The reality of a bullet penetrating the skull, especially from a rifle or sniper, is utterly horrific. The victim's head exploded, and his body fell backward, blood, brain matter, and various organs spilling forth in a gruesome display amidst the rain. Witnessing such a terrifying sight, the surrounding survivors froze momentarily before erupting in panicked screams. With faces etched in fear, they hurriedly retreated. But then came the second shot, followed by a third. More victims succumbed to the same fate. How about it, Brother Su? Is my marksmanship commendable? He Wang grinned as he pulled the bolt, ejecting the spent shell. Indeed, it is commendable, yet the intimidation factor falls short. Su Chen replied with a smile, raising his QBZ to aim at the enemies below. With a rapid series of shots, flames erupted from the muzzle. Bullets whistled through the air, targeting the survivors in the hotel courtyard. In a single barrage, Su Chen managed to eliminate over 20 individuals. It is noteworthy that the QBZ's magazine holds merely 30 rounds. While the enemy was tightly clustered, such a deadly outcome was still exceedingly alarming. All of this was attributed to Su Chen's remarkable shooting prowess. Gao Qiqiang, Abayu, Zhao Xiong, and the others collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with astonishment. They were aware that Su Chen possessed a short shotgun, but they never imagined that, in addition to the shotgun, he also wielded a rifle and a sniper. It is well known that weapon control in Huaxia is exceedingly stringent. Even after years of navigating the underworld with extensive connections, Gao Qiqiang only had a makeshift pistol. The best he could procure for Su Chen was a shotgun. Where on earth did this rascal acquire a rifle and a sniper? Do not say that Gao Qiqiang was shocked. The nearby onlookers, other survivors, were equally dumbfounded. In their hands were crude weapons such as machetes and baseball bats. How could such rudimentary arms possibly contend with Su Chen's rifles and sniper guns? This Su Chen was exceedingly cunning. At this moment, Song Linfei and the others were not merely relieved. Rather, they felt a pang of fear. Brother Su, this is quite extravagant. Seeing Su Chen's lavish display, He Wang nearly cried out in anguish. To conserve ammunition, he had meticulously aimed with his sniper rifle, picking off only the strongest foes one by one. How could he match Su Chen's generosity? Though his accuracy was commendable, there was inevitably some waste. If a fight was to ensue, then they should unleash their full fury and instill terror in their enemies. Su Chen chuckled nonchalantly and picked up another magazine. When resources are scarce, precision strikes are essential. When abundant, overwhelming firepower prevails. He had brought back nearly 300 rounds of ammunition from the barracks. Even if he emptied 2 magazines, as long as it instilled fear in Gao Qiqiang and his ilk, it would be worth it. Rat-a-tat-tat. Another volley of gunfire erupted, and a fresh batch of trapped survivors fell beneath the onslaught. Fortunately, the raging inferno had nearly consumed itself. The remaining survivors, risking burns, leapt through the wall of flames. Once free, they scrambled away from the hotel compound, returning to the side of Gao Qiqiang, Zhao Xiong, and the others. Gazing at their disheveled subordinates, Gao Qiqiang and the others felt as though their hearts were bleeding. After a quick tally, their force, once close to 200, had dwindled to barely 100. Faced with such devastating losses, Gao Qiqiang, Zhao Xiong, and the other leaders felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. "Let us retreat," Gao Qiqiang said, casting a resentful glance at the towering Yulden Hotel amidst the downpour. With their diminished numbers, even if they managed to breach the stronghold and capture Suchun, they would not escape the wrath of the other survivor factions. It would be wiser to withdraw and strategize anew. The suddenness of the battle's onset and its swift conclusion left Gao Qiqiang and his men retreating, while Song Linfei, Gao Xiangjuan, and others dispersed. However, having witnessed the entire ordeal, they all shared a singular thought: under no circumstances should one provoke Su Chen. Upon returning to the Green Forest Hotel, the leaders of the surviving faction sat dejectedly in the conference room, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Observing this scene, Gao Qiqiang sighed and expressed his guilt. "Today's events are entirely my fault. Yet, it would be unfair to place all blame on him. Who could have anticipated that Su Chen possessed rifles and sniper guns?" Zhao Xiong did not chide Gao Qiqiang. Instead, he offered words of consolation. "Indeed, this is all Su Chen's fault. How could he be so ruthless, annihilating so many?" The others chimed in, their voices brimming with fury towards Su Chen. As the timing approached, Gao Qiqiang hastily remarked, "Today we have suffered significant losses. We must unite from now on, or the other teams will undoubtedly take advantage of us. What Boss Gao said holds true. I shall follow your lead." Zhao Xiong was the first to express his agreement. The remaining leaders exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before ultimately concurring. The battle of the day had severely depleted their strength. If the leaders of the other teams were ruthless, they could very well annihilate them and seize their supplies. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action was to align with Gao Qiqiang. Observing the consensus among the group, Gao Qiqiang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss Gao, although that scoundrel Su Chen possesses a firearm, we must devise a strategy to exact our revenge," Zhao Xiong declared angrily. "Indeed, we must find a way. Whether for our resources or retribution, we must deal with him." The others echoed, unable to swallow their indignation. Chapter 78. Adventuring into the unknown. I, too, yearn to eliminate that wretched scoundrel. Yet, given our current predicament, we find ourselves utterly unable to act. Gao Qiqiang sighed deeply. Today's assault on the Yulden Hotel had unveiled the true terror of Su Chen. Remarkably, he had managed to procure a rifle. Who knows what other weapons he might possess? Furthermore, the quantity of ammunition at Su Chen's disposal remained a mystery. If we were to launch another attack, we might very well lose our entire contingent without achieving anything. Are we to simply stand by and watch that scoundrel continue his rampant arrogance? Zhao Xiong seethed with frustration. Meanwhile, a Biao chuckled lightly, attempting to placate them. "Let us not be overly agitated, my esteemed leaders. No matter how brazen he is, how long can he maintain such arrogance?" Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow and regarded him. "What clever strategy do you propose? Though we have suffered significant losses today, it may not be entirely unfavorable. At the very least, our supplies shall last us a considerable time," a Biao asserted. Though his words seemed somewhat heartless, Gao Qiqiang could not deny the wisdom in his reasoning. They initially numbered 200. Now, with half remaining, their resources had effectively doubled. This could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. In this way, we can outlast other survivor groups. Once their supplies dwindle, Boss Gao can step in to rally them for a united assault on Su Chen. They will undoubtedly comply. Contemplating a Biao's words, Gao Qiqiang fell into silence for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, we shall proceed thus. Let that rascal bask in his arrogance for a few more days." Zhao Xiong pounded the table in frustration. Yulden Hotel. After successfully repelling Gao Qiqiang's assault, the crowd in the lobby erupted into exuberant cheers. Their elation stemmed not only from victory but also from the rewards that Su Chen was poised to bestow upon them. After retrieving 2 firearms into his RV, Su Chen, accompanied by He Wang and Sun Yuan, entered the hotel lobby. The crowd's gaze fixated upon Su Chen with eager anticipation. Understanding their thoughts, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, all who participated in today's battle will be rewarded." He nodded towards Sun Yuan, who, grasping the cue, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Boss Su has declared that tonight, I shall personally prepare a feast of stir-fried pork with rice for everyone. In recent days, the group had subsisted mainly on self-heating rice from Hadaleo or instant noodles. Even the finest delicacies could grow tiresome, let alone such fast food. Upon hearing that tonight's meal would be freshly cooked, their eyes widened in delight and mouths watered profusely. But that was not all. Chen leisurely added, furthermore, those who displayed exceptional valor in today's battle shall receive additional rewards. The crowd held their breath, ears perked up, eager to hear Chen's next announcement. You may choose a crate of beer or a pack of cigarettes. Expressions of disbelief spread across their faces, many thinking they had misheard. Aside from Lu Linger, there was not a single woman in Chen's team. Most individuals either indulge in smoking or drinking, and some partake in both. Even those who initially abstained have resorted to these vices after enduring the trials of a post-apocalyptic existence for so long. After all, these substances provide a means of relaxation and a respite from inner turmoil. However, as the oppressive heat began to rise, the survivors quickly depleted their stock of cigarettes and alcohol. They managed to scavenge some supplies from convenience stores, but with the passage of time, both cigarettes and liquor were long gone. The prolonged deprivation of these comforts had nearly driven them to madness. At the mere mention of tobacco and spirits, their eyes gleamed with longing. Zhou Xinhong, Chen called out. The portly youth Zhou Xinhong promptly stepped forward. What do you choose? I choose beer, Zhou Xinhong exclaimed eagerly. Chen retrieved a pack of 6 bottles of snowflake beer from a nearby backpack and tossed it to him. Zhou Xinhong felt the refreshing chill as he caught it, his eyes widening in delight. Wow, it's ice-cold beer. Amidst the envious gazes of the others, he trembled as he opened a bottle. With a hearty gulp, he downed the entire contents, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief wash over him. As if he could conquer the world. Next, Li Dong. I want cigarettes. Li Dong replied hastily. What brand do you prefer? Chen's question momentarily stunned the group. Wait, we can choose a cigarette brand? Only smoke Zuanheman, a lifetime devoted to one brand. Choose Zuanheman. Someone whispered in suggestion. Li Dong shook his head. I want Huazi. Other brands make me cough. Chen then produced a pack of Huazi cigarettes and tossed it to him. Li Dong tore open the packaging, lit one, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke with satisfaction. Generally speaking, cigarettes are more addictive than alcohol, particularly for those who have been smoking for decades. One pack a day hardly suffices. As Li Dong savored his smoke, the other survivors grew increasingly anxious, some shamelessly asking for a puff, while others could only hover nearby and inhale the secondhand smoke. The atmosphere became somewhat chaotic. After rewarding a few more individuals, Chen finally closed the backpack. Today's rewards conclude here. If you desire better food or wish to smoke and drink, you must work diligently and slay enemies. Just like Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong. Do you understand? The crowd responded in unison, understood. Thanks to Chen's unwavering leadership, the survivors had fully accepted him as their leader. Their collective mindset now revolved around performing well to earn better resources through the reward system, a notion that brought Chen immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, Lin Yingying, and others resided in a hotel not far from the Green Forest and Yurton Hotel. Like Chen's team, they had also undertaken renovations and upgrades to their accommodations. At that moment, within the once vibrant hotel lobby, 7 or 8 elderly individuals lay sprawled upon the floor. Lin Yingying moved incessantly among them, pausing occasionally to assess their conditions. Her delicate visage bore a hint of fatigue. Just then, Song Linfei entered the lobby accompanied by others. Yingying, he called out. Brother Song. After exchanging brief salutations, Song Linfei inquired, how are things? Not very optimistic. Lin Yingying sighed. If we cannot find the medicine soon, I'm afraid. Her words trailed off, yet Song Linfei grasped her meaning. These elderly individuals were relatives of other survivors within their group, most suffering from chronic ailments that necessitated long-term medication. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, relentless heat and floods wreaked havoc. People struggled to find food, let alone medicine. Chapter 79. Anything goes when fleeing to Phoenix Mountain from the outside world. The supplies of medicine within Song Linfei's team had dwindled significantly. After so many days, they were completely exhausted. In the absence of medication, the chronic conditions of the elderly, such as hypertension and diabetes, had gradually spiraled out of control. Although Lin Yingying possessed commendable medical skills, she found herself helpless without the necessary resources. I understand. Song Linfei nodded, his brow furrowed. He had long dispatched individuals to scour Phoenix Mountain in hopes of locating any available medicine. However, in this apocalyptic era, the significance of pharmaceuticals was second only to food and water. The survivors had occupied the majority of the buildings, and even if they stumbled upon medicines, they would hoard them for themselves and refuse to part with them. After several days of searching, Song Linfei and his companions had found nothing. In desperation, he decided to lead a team to search beyond the confines of Phoenix Mountain. Yet, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they were met with a shocking sight. The terrain had transformed into a vast ocean, and the path to the outside world had been completely submerged. Brother Song, you must think of a solution quickly, otherwise several of the elderly may not last much longer, Lin Yingying sighed. I truly cannot think of a way. Song Linfei replied with a bitter smile. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Lin Yingying hesitated, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Her expression caught Song Linfei's attention, stirring a thought within him. Tentatively, he asked, Yingying, do you happen to know where we can find medication? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yingying nodded. Yes, Brother Song. Have you forgotten about Chen? I certainly haven't forgotten. I know he possesses medication, but Song Linfei's face reflected his helplessness. He had previously heard Lin Yingying mention that Chen had purchased a substantial stock of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment from her. It was likely that Chen had the most extensive and varied supplies in all of Phoenix Mountain. Though Song Linfei had sent people to visit, they were all turned away at the door by Chen. Having witnessed Chen's ruthless actions a few days prior, Song Linfei was reluctant to press the matter further. Understanding Song Linfei's predicament, Lin Yingying bit her lip and sighed softly. If it comes to it, I shall make the trip myself. That would be splendid. Song Linfei exclaimed with a sense of relief. Unlike Zhou Shixian, who hailed from wealth and privilege, Song Linfei was astute and well-experienced. He had long perceived that the relationship between Chen and Lin Yingying was far more complex than Lin Yingying had suggested. If Lin Yingying were willing to approach Chen, the probability of success would be significantly higher. No, that simply cannot be. Zhou Shixian interjected, visibly displeased. He had harbored doubts regarding Lin Yingying and Chen's past interactions. Even if there had been none, Lin Yingying's initiative to approach him posed considerable risks. The last time Zhou Shixian and his companions encountered Chen, a stunning beauty by the name of Lu Lingo had been at his side, providing ample evidence that Chen was indeed a man driven by carnal desires. If you refuse to let Yingying go, then perhaps you should go instead? Song Linfei furrowed his brow, perceiving Zhou Shixian as somewhat lacking in intellect. This was a matter of life and death. How could Zhou still be entangled in the whims of romance? Ah well, Zhou Shixian stammered, at a loss for words. In his mind, Chen was not only a lecher but also a ruthless killer. Just days ago, he had mercilessly eliminated nearly 100 survivors without a second thought. Only someone desperate for life would consider meeting Chen. Enough, Zhou Shixian, you should say less. Lin Yingying's delicate brows knitted slightly, her impatience evident. After being consecutively chastised by Song Linfei and Lin Yingying, Zhou Shixian found himself at a loss for words, retreating into a corner with his tail between his legs. He dared not express his anger towards Song Linfei and Lin Yingying, turning instead his ire towards Chen. You bastard, Chen. How dare you compete with me for women? Just wait, I will kill you when the opportunity arises. Lin Yingying quickly tidied herself and left the campsite, holding an umbrella. She made her way to the entrance of the Yurton Hotel. Before she could reach the guard post, several sentinels among the survivors called out to her. Halt! What is your purpose here? Facing the pointed crossbows directed at her, Lin Yingying remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic. I am here to visit your leader. Our boss has stated that he will not meet anyone. I am a friend of his. You had best report this to him swiftly. Lin Yingying did not waver in her resolve. Upon hearing her words, the sentinels exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves before one of them reluctantly said, just wait here. One of them picked up a walkie-talkie and communicated with someone inside the hotel. After a brief exchange, he finally stated, come with me. Lin Yingying breathed a sigh of relief as she followed him into the hotel. Before long, she found herself in the familiar conference room, where Chen leaned casually against his chair, observing her with an indifferent expression. Is there something you need? You should have a considerable supply of these medications. If possible, could you provide some? Seeing him so forthright, Lin Yingying did not mince her words. She listed several names of medications used to treat hypertension, diabetes, and heart disease. Prior to the apocalypse, she had assisted Chen in compiling a list of essential medicines. Thus she was well aware of his stock. Indeed, I have medications, Chen nodded, then shifted the conversation with a nonchalant tone. But why should I give them to you? We could trade food. Lin Yingying began, but was promptly interrupted by Chen. He chuckled dismissively. Food? I have plenty of that. It won't be consumed anytime soon. Compared to food, these medications are undoubtedly far more precious, are they not? Why should I exchange valuable medicine for food that I do not currently require? Lin Yingying found herself momentarily speechless. Chen was correct. Most survivors who managed to escape from the city would not be lacking in provisions. However, the matter of medication is not something that everyone possesses. Even if one does have it, it may not be precisely what Lin Yingying urgently requires. If there are no further matters at hand, please take your leave. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. In consideration of their past relationship, he could afford to meet Lin Yingying, yet that did not imply he would offer her unconditional assistance. His stance towards women could be succinctly summarized in 9 words: neither proactive, nor dismissive, nor responsible. As Su Chen was about to usher her out, Lin Yingying grew anxious. There were several elderly individuals in the camp who awaited medicine to save their lives. If she returned empty-handed, well, what would become of those elders? Contemplating this, Lin Yingying bit her lip tightly and softly implored, "If you would only provide me with the medicine, I would be willing to do anything you ask." Chapter 80. Envious of her form, although Lin Yingying had previously shared a bed with Su Chen for the sake of performance, she ultimately harbored an intrinsic aversion to such actions. Since her encounter with Su Chen, she had not engaged with any other man. Regardless of how men like Zhou Shixian pursued her, she remained indifferent. However, today, in order to save the elderly members of her team, she found herself compelled to submit to Su Chen, once again proposing a trade of her body. Yet, precisely because it was Su Chen, her feelings were not entirely repulsive. After all, it was he who had taken her virginity. For a young woman of such exquisite beauty to offer her body in exchange would be irresistible to most men. Yet, Su Chen could not help but chuckle. "What do you mean?" Lin Yingying furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger igniting within her. "You saw for yourself last time. I currently have a woman by my side whose beauty is not in the least inferior to yours. Why would I still covet your allure?" Su Chen replied leisurely, "You." Lin Yingying felt both humiliated and a twinge of bitterness in her heart. She took a deep breath, her ample bosom quivering slightly. "If you're unwilling, then so be it." With a huff, she turned to leave. "Wait." Su Chen suddenly called out to her, a light laugh escaping his lips. "Why the haste? Allow me to finish my thoughts." Lin Yingying paused, casting a frosty glance at Su Chen. "I can provide you with medication, but you must agree to my terms." "What terms?" "I'm not quite sure yet." Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, I agree." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yingying decisively acquiesced. For someone with a medical background, nothing was more paramount than saving those elderly lives. She produced a list and handed it to Su Chen. Rising, he returned to his vehicle, rummaging through the storage space until he gathered everything needed, then re-entered the conference room. "Here, this is what you requested." Lin Yingying glanced over the items, ensuring they were sufficient, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Su Chen, thank you. You truly are a good person." Receiving such a good person card made Su Chen feel somewhat peculiar. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I am no good person. This is merely a transaction between us." Lin Yingying regarded him with a complex gaze but chose not to speak further, turning to exit. As she departed, the door slowly closed, and a faint smile curved Su Chen's lips. His assistance to Lin Yingying was not solely based on their past fleeting encounter. There were 3 primary reasons. First, he was indeed attracted to Lin Yingying's figure. Men, after all, are not devoid of desire. Although Lu Linger was a rare beauty, even the most exquisite delicacies can become monotonous over time. Especially after prolonged interaction, Su Chen had grown increasingly aware that Lu Linger was becoming somewhat conceited. One might take this opportunity to chastise Lu Linger. As for the question of morality, let us not be frivolous. In a society where order prevails, it is quite common for the affluent to have multiple wives. In a chaotic apocalypse, the pursuit of resources makes such arrangements seem trivial. One could easily find 100 women, should one so desire. Furthermore, Lin Yingying, having been trained in medicine, possesses commendable skills. After Wang Yi was incapacitated by Su Chen and expelled, the team found itself lacking a doctor. While the survivors may currently be healthy, it is prudent to consider that at any moment, someone, including Su Chen, could fall ill. Once that time arrives, it may be too late to seek a physician. However, Su Chen remained unhurried. Although he was aware of Lin Yingying's capabilities, and she of his, their interaction had been limited. He needed to evaluate her character, much like he did with Lu Linger, before determining his next steps. Moreover, Su Chen's provision of medicine was also motivated by the intent to cultivate a favorable relationship with Song Linfei's team. Despite their recent violent confrontation with Gao Qichang's forces, Su Chen understood that this respite was temporary. Once resources were depleted, he would inevitably become a target once more. Even with 2 rifles and several hundred rounds of ammunition, facing numerous survivors would prove challenging. During Gao Qichang's attack, Song Linfei had not participated, signaling a gesture of goodwill. For the sake of safety, it would be wise to foster a good rapport, thereby avoiding the fate of being besieged from all sides. Lin Yingying dared not linger. Clutching a bag filled with medicine, she hurried back to the hotel. Upon witnessing the vast quantity of medicine, Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, and others were left astounded. Having escaped from the city, they were acutely aware of the immense value of these supplies. While a person can survive for about a week without food, Certain ailments can lead to death within a day or two without proper medication. Ying, how did you manage to acquire so much from Su Chen? Song Linfei could not restrain his curiosity. Recalling her earlier negotiation with Su Chen, Lin Yingying's radiant face momentarily betrayed an awkwardness. Attempting to feign nonchalance, she replied, "Let us not dwell on that. Distribute the medicine quickly so that the elders may take it without delay." Understanding her reluctance to divulge details, Song Linfei wisely nodded and called upon the nearby survivors to distribute the medications among the elders. As the ailing elderly received the medicine, a wave of relief swept over Song Linfei, Lin Yingying, and the others. Only Zhou Shixian, standing in the shadows, wore an exceptionally dark expression. Though he was unaware of the nature of the transaction between Lin Yingying and Su Chen, he was not foolish. The subtle awkwardness on Lin Yingying's face was enough for him to infer that it was related to matters of intimacy. No wonder, despite his persistent admiration, she offered him not a shred of kindness. It is all that scoundrel Su Chen's fault. Zhou Shixian was nearly driven to the brink of explosion with fury. He longed to teach Su Chen a lesson, yet the mere thought of the firearm in Su Chen's possession made him hesitate. That wretched Su Chen, just wait. One day, I shall make you aware of my formidable prowess. And as for you, Lin Yingying, I will ensure that you beg for mercy beneath me. Zhou Shixian's gaze toward Lin Yingying was laced with a hint of lasciviousness. Zhou Shixian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and lend a hand. Song Linfei admonished Zhou Shixian, who was idly standing by. Huh? Oh, coming. Zhou Shixian quickly concealed his nefarious thoughts and began to bustle about energetically. In the ensuing days, Phoenix Mountain remained eerily tranquil. Aside from the torrential rain, no unusual occurrences transpired. However, one fateful morning, when He Wang awoke and went to the restroom, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 81. The rain ceases. He Wang sat upon the toilet, pondering the intricacies of life. An unsettling feeling lingered within him, yet he could not articulate its source. His gaze drifted to the unchanged bathroom, and instinctively, he glanced out the window. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. At long last, he discerned the anomaly. The world was astonishingly silent. After the oppressive heat subsided, a relentless downpour was expected, save for Su Chen, who resided in the soundproof sanctuary of the Normadisen. The others were accustomed to the incessant cacophony of rain enveloping them daily. Yet, upon awakening this morning, the clamor of rain had vanished entirely. The world had grown quiet, which naturally struck He Wang as peculiar. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily flung open the bathroom window. As anticipated, the torrential rain had ceased. Although the sky remained overcast and gloomy, the once drenching rainfall had disappeared. As other survivors began to rise, more individuals discovered the rain had stopped. Many dashed out of their abodes, exuberantly shouting in the open space. Surely, with the cessation of the rain, the floodwaters would gradually recede. In due time, not only would the survivors be able to venture forth in search of supplies, but the world's order might even return to normalcy. Leaders such as Gao Qiqiang, Song Linfei, and Xiao Bowen shared this sentiment, as did He Wang and Sun Yuan, whose thoughts mirrored theirs. What do you think, Brother Su? He Wang inquired, his expression brimming with anticipation. Su Chen could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. If I may be candid, it is merely the torrential rain that has concluded. The apocalypse is far from over. Ah, Brother Su, why do you say that? Sun Yuan interjected, unable to restrain his curiosity. Su Chen contemplated for a moment, deciding to divulge some insights regarding the end of days. The heat and deluge were merely preludes. Next would come an extreme chill, followed by the onset of a zombie virus. Only then would the true apocalypse commence. If the world faced a singular catastrophe, be it only heat or solely rain, normality might eventually be restored after its conclusion. However, when 4 calamities strike in succession, there would be no return to the world as it once was. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, He Wang and Sun Yuan gaped in astonishment. Had anyone else uttered such a declaration, they would have vehemently disbelieved it. Yet, coming from Su Chen, they found themselves compelled to accept it. His foresight, evidenced by his preparations at the Normadisen and his stockpiling of supplies, attested to his vision and acumen. How do you know this? He Wang asked instinctively. Before Su Chen could respond, He Wang quickly waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I was merely inquiring. You need not elaborate. After their prolonged acquaintance, He Wang understood Su Chen's nature well. If Su Chen wished to share the truth, he would have done so long ago. Since he chose silence, it indicated his reluctance to divulge, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Su Chen, in turn, appreciated He Wang's character, his unwavering loyalty, sense of propriety, and understanding of boundaries. He smiled gently. One day, I shall reveal the truth to you both. Su Chen was acutely aware of the curiosity that lingered in the minds of He Wang and Sun Yuan regarding the supplies he managed to procure daily. Yet, He restrained himself from divulging the truth, recognizing that the moment was not yet ripe for such revelations. He was not prepared to entrust his life to either of them, as his trust had not yet reached that profound depth. Though somewhat disheartened, the two did not voice their disappointment. Time was of the essence. As the onset of extreme cold was imminent, expected to arrive within 2 days. You must expedite the renovations of the hotel within this time frame, Chen instructed. When the frigid weather struck, temperatures would plummet drastically, transforming from the recent heat to a severe chill. Snow would dance through the air, and biting winds would rage, leaving anyone unprepared vulnerable to the lethal cold. Understood, we shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. The gravity of Chen's demeanor compelled He Wang and Sun Yuan to respond earnestly, nodding in agreement. After their discussion, the two rose and departed to summon their subordinates, gathering all survivors in the hotel lobby. From this day forward, within the next 2 days, you are to utilize the collected warming supplies to retrofit both the interior and exterior of the hotel. He Wang conveyed Chen's directive to the assembled survivors. Confusion swept through the crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances. The incessant rains had finally ceased, and summer was upon them. They presumed it would not be long before the temperatures soared again. Why would Chen instruct them to utilize warming supplies for renovations? Observing the perplexed expressions, He Wang and Sun Yuan refrained from elaborating further, insisting that everyone simply follow orders. Under Chen's guidance, the survivors had become obedient to his commands. Despite their confusion, they diligently set to work. They secured most windows with wooden boards, layered them with blankets, and affixed another layer of boards, thereby creating a rudimentary insulation barrier. Additionally, He Wang and Sun Yuan dispatched workers into the nearby woods to fell trees, intending to construct a fireplace within the rooms to combat the impending cold. Meanwhile, the Hoarding Hotel, where Chen resided, had become a focal point of interest for rival teams across Phoenix Mountain. When word reached the leaders that Chen's subordinates had left the hotel to gather timber in the back mountains, they were utterly perplexed. What is Chen up to now? Gao Qiqiang mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brother Chong, Chen's people have departed the hotel. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should we? Zhao Xiang gestured with a snapping motion. Let us not act rashly, my friends. Biao quickly advised. This could very well be a trap he has set. Biao's words resonated with truth. They could not afford to act impulsively. Following 2 previous setbacks, Gao Qiqiang was now filled with trepidation towards Chen. Even if Chen were to be presented before him, bound and helpless, he would remain skeptical, questioning whether there were ulterior motives at play. On the other side, Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and others were equally perplexed. Yingying, what is your perspective? In the conference room, Song Linfei turned to Lin Yingying, who was seated nearby. He had just received news concerning Chen and others, and had summoned his subordinates for a meeting. Among the many present, only Lin Yingying possessed an in-depth understanding of Chen, so Song Linfei could only inquire of her. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yingying softly remarked, in my opinion, everything Chen does is undoubtedly purposeful. Initially, when Chen stockpiled various resources and medications, many deemed him foolish. Yet, in hindsight, one can truly appreciate his foresight. Yingying, you might be overly flattering that fellow, Zhou Shixian retorted somewhat enviously. Chapter 82. The arrival of extreme cold. If it weren't for him, I would have perished from starvation in the Demon City, Lin Yingying remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Zhou Shixian. Zhou Shixian was about to voice his thoughts, but was promptly silenced by Song Linfei. I find Yingying's perspective quite insightful. Yingying, what do you believe we should do? Lin Yingying rested her chin on her hand, pondering aloud. Did Chen not send someone to search for winter clothing and bedding? Indeed, it seems so, Song Linfei replied, striving to recollect. Initially, Wang Yi had been dismissed from the team for his laziness, and the news of Chen's directive to gather warm supplies had circulated thereafter. They had begun by collecting warm clothing and subsequently moved on to cutting wood. Could it be that extreme cold is imminent? Lin Yingying swiftly concluded a bold hypothesis. Is that even possible? Song Linfei questioned, hesitant to accept the notion. Why wouldn't it be possible? Lin Yingying's demeanor turned grave. We have already faced scorching heat and torrential rain. The arrival of extreme cold is not beyond the realm of possibility. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. She hastily added, Brother Song, we must prepare in advance. We will follow Chen's lead. Even if it proves futile, it will only cost us a bit of effort. After a moment of contemplation, Song Linfei resolutely made a decision and issued the command. In the ensuing days, Song Linfei's team began to toil away at woodcutting, mirroring the efforts of Chen's group. A considerable amount of timber was transported back to the hotel by both teams. Additionally, Song Linfei dispatched individuals to gather warm supplies. The resources on Phoenix Mountain were scarce, having been mostly depleted by Su Chen's team. Consequently, Song Linfei proceeded discreetly, avoiding any ostentation. It appeared that Song Linfei was quite astute. Upon learning this news, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His initiative to send people into the mountains for timber would surely not escape the notice of other survivors. However, the fact that only Song Linfei chose to emulate him indicated a measure of cleverness on his part. On the morning of the third day after the rain ceased, the survivors on Phoenix Mountain awakened from their slumber to a palpable sense of unease. It was late August, typically regarded as the hottest time of the year. While the torrential rain had fallen, sleeping indoors without a blanket had not felt cold. Yet, that very morning, many found themselves jolted awake by the chill. Upon stepping outside, they were astonished to witness snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Indeed, you were right, Brother Su, He Wang exclaimed in awe, shivering as he donned the down jacket that Su Chun had given him. Having weathered the apocalypse, Su Chun had naturally made ample preparations for the impending extreme cold. He, along with He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others, were clad in the finest down jackets, complemented by thermal underwear, hats, gloves, and various other gear, sufficient to withstand temperatures plunging below freezing. After donning a series of equipment, He Wang and Sun Yuan instantly felt much warmer, their voices no longer trembling as they conversed. When did I miss this? Su Chen smiled slightly and instructed, from this moment forth, we must remain vigilant. It is essential to remember that others do not possess winter clothing. For the sake of survival, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize our supplies. He Wang and Sun Yuan felt a chill in their hearts and promptly nodded in agreement. After giving them a few more words of caution, Su Chen departed the meeting room and made his way toward the caravan in the backyard. By this time, it was nearing noon, and the delicate snowflakes that had been falling from the sky had transformed into large, fluffy snow. Upon pushing open the caravan door and stepping inside, Su Chen was immediately enveloped in warmth. The intelligent temperature control system within the caravan had automatically activated its heating function upon detecting the drastic drop in external temperatures. In stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside, the interior of the caravan was exceedingly comfortable, even in the absence of clothing. One would not perceive the slightest hint of cold. "Ah Chen, you're back." Hearing Su Chen's return, Lu Linger, who was busy in the kitchen, hurried over to greet him. "How is the preparation going?" Su Chen allowed her to assist him in removing his down jacket and casually remarked, "Everything is ready. We were just waiting for your return." Lu Lingo smiled sweetly, hung up Su Chen's clothing, and took his hand, guiding him to the table. With the sudden and sharp drop in temperature, there could hardly be a more fitting time to enjoy hot pot. Long before his departure, Su Chen had informed Lu Linger of his desire for hot pot at noon. In no time, Lu Linger brought over the ingredients she had prepared in advance. The selection included premium Wagyu beef, delectable Shilin Gol lamb, and various essential hot pot ingredients, ensuring an abundant feast. Once the water in the pot reached a boil, Su Chen added the ingredients. As the food cooked, he picked up a piece of meat, dipped it into a secret sauce, and savored it, experiencing immense satisfaction. At that moment, the caravan's steel plates had been elevated, and through the large bulletproof glass, Su Chen and Lu Linger could clearly see that the snow was falling even more heavily outside. The gently cascading snowflakes blanketed the world in a pristine white. In such bitterly cold weather and amid such a heavy snowfall, enjoying a hot pot meal was indeed a supreme indulgence. Meanwhile, at the Yuleton Hotel, He Wang and Sun Yuan, having been forewarned by Su Chen, gathered the survivors in a room equipped with adequate insulation. They lit a fire and placed it in the fireplace, transforming the originally cold space into a warm refuge. Although it was far from the comfort of the Normadisen, at least they no longer had to fear freezing to death. Sulauda truly has foresight, they exclaimed. We had previously criticized him, and now we realize how foolish we were. If he hadn't urged us to prepare supplies, it's likely we wouldn't survive more than a few days. The survivors, now clad in thick clothing and wrapped in blankets, gathered around the fireplace, warming themselves while sharing their thoughts. In that moment, their hearts were filled with nothing but gratitude for Su Chen. Meanwhile, within the Green Forest Hotel, in stark contrast to Su Chen's team, Gao Qiqiang, a Biao, and their companions trembled with trepidation. Lacking Su Chen's foresight, they were ill-prepared with supplies. As the temperature plummeted dramatically, Gao Qiqiang's group remained clad in flimsy attire. In a desperate bid for warmth, they huddled together in a single room, much like the survivors of Su Chen's team. However, their accommodation had not been refurbished and offered little insulation. This group of burly men crammed together still found themselves shivering uncontrollably. "Boss, there are no thick blankets in the hotel," the driver, Old Su, approached with a few thin quilts in hand. His face was flushed from the cold, and as he spoke, white mist escaped his lips. Chapter 83. Seeking refuge with Su Chen. How could this be possible? Gao Qiqiang abruptly snatched the blanket and questioned. How could a hotel not have thick blankets? As a popular tourist destination, Phoenix Mountain attracts visitors year-round. The Green Forest Hotel is a 5-star establishment. It is inconceivable that it lacks sufficient bedding. I do not know. I simply could not find any, old Su lamented, hastily wrapping himself in a thin blanket. Galauda. Could it be possible that Su Chun and his group have confiscated everything? Abayo, cradling Xiao Mei, tightly nestled under the blanket, suggested. With their combined warmth, they felt a bit more comfortable. Didn't Tiwangi mention that Su Chen had instructed them to search for warm supplies? Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow. Recalling Wang Ye's words from some time ago, could it be that Su Chen had foreseen the coming chill? If he truly possessed such foresight, he would be nothing short of a deity. Abayo scoffed. Gao Lauda. I believe that Su Chen must have some insider knowledge. Otherwise, how could he have prepared so many supplies in advance? With this reminder, Gao Qiqiang found the notion entirely plausible. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Su Chen had stockpiled various materials and retreated to Phoenix Mountain for safety. Even before the torrential rain subsided, he had ordered the collection of all warm supplies from the mountain. In hindsight, Su Chen's directive to gather firewood was likely intended for warmth. As Abayo had asserted, Su Chen's actions undeniably suggested he had insight into the impending catastrophe. Gao Qiqiang and Abayo's reasoning was indeed sound. Yet, they could scarcely imagine that Su Chen had traversed time and returned from the past. If that is the case, Gao Lauda, we absolutely cannot let him go. Abayo declared solemnly. You are right, but our immediate concern is to find a way to keep warm. Gao Qiqiang shivered. With the snow falling ever more heavily, the temperature plummeted. He felt as though he were on the brink of numbness, his mind growing foggy. Even in confronting Su Chen, preserving their lives must take precedence. Gao Lauda, we could start a fire for warmth. Old Su stammered. Indeed, Gao Qiqiang's eyes brightened. Although he had not prepared firewood like Su Chen, the hotel still housed numerous wooden furnishings suitable for burning. Everyone sprang into action, gathering wooden furniture and chopping it into firewood. Additionally, they constructed a makeshift fireplace. Once the wood ignited, the temperature within the room began to rise, and the group felt significantly more comfortable. Meanwhile, at Song Linfei and his group's camp, their situation was undeniably more favorable compared to Gao Qiqiang's group. Though not as well prepared as Su Chen's, it was still quite adequate. A group of individuals gathered around the fireplace, consuming food while discussing various matters. Ying, it was fortunate to heed your advice. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Song Linfei felt a sense of relief. Previously, when he commanded everyone to emulate the actions of Su Chen's team, many groups raised objections. Fortunately, he withstood the pressure. Otherwise, with the temperature dropping today, those elders in the team might have perished on the spot. Lin Yingying smiled softly, her face betraying a contemplative expression. What is on your mind, Yingying? Inquired Zhou Shixian, eager to please. I wonder how Su Chen knew the extreme cold was coming. Lin Yingying replied thoughtfully. Her words left Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, and the others momentarily stunned. He must have guessed. Zhou Shixian scoffed. Lin Yingying frowned slightly and retorted coldly. Once could be a guess, twice could be a guess, but surely it cannot always be mere luck. Zhou Shixian was rendered speechless by her rebuttal. Song Linfei quickly interjected, attempting to smooth things over. Yingying, what do you think he knows? I believe he must understand the truth behind it all. Lin Yingying concluded after some deliberation, arriving at the same notion as Gao Qiqiang. If that is the case, we might as well seek refuge with Su Chen. Song Linfei's suggestion left everyone present in shock. Brother Song, why would we ally ourselves with that scoundrel? Zhou Shixian promptly questioned. Survival in this apocalyptic environment is already so arduous. Who knows what further hardships await us after this extreme cold? With a sigh, Song Linfei replied wryly. If Su Chen knows the truth, seeking his protection would significantly enhance our chances of survival. But that's merely speculation. What if he knows nothing at all? Zhou Shixian sensed that Lin Yingying's relationship with Su Chen was far from ordinary. Furthermore, after meeting Su Chen, Lin Yingying's demeanor towards him had grown increasingly distant. If Song Linfei were to lead the group to seek refuge with Su Chen, Lin Yingying might very well fall into his grasp. Thus, Zhou Shixian endeavored to dissuade them. Even if he doesn't know, he possesses resources. Song Linfei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Zhou Shixian. Being astute in human affairs, he could discern that Zhou Shixian's resistance to Su Chen stemmed from his feelings for Lin Yingying. Yet, as the leader of the team, he had to prioritize their survival. Brother Song, it's easy to say, but Su Chen may not readily accept us. Lin Yingying shook her head. Before the apocalypse, Su Chen had been notoriously aloof towards others, let alone in this chaotic world. Without absolute certainty, recklessly accepting outsiders would only endanger his own team. I understand, but Yingying, your relationship with him is quite amicable. Why not act as a mediator? Song Linfei suggested with a hint of hope. Me? Lin Yingying responded with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. She had previously acquired a substantial supply of medicine from Chen and still owed him a favor. Now, to persuade him to allow so many individuals to join them felt akin to the trials faced by the character in Journey to the West, tasked by the nine-headed insect to eliminate Tang Xing and his disciples. I understand that this is a challenging situation, but there is no one else who can accomplish it except for you. For the sake of our team, I earnestly beseech you, Song Linfei implored. Well, all right. I shall do my utmost. Lin Yingying hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Outside, the biting cold demanded that one don heavy garments before venturing out. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Yingying changed her attire, Zhou Shixian hastily approached Song Linfei. Brother Song, we truly cannot seek refuge with Chen. Have you forgotten that he is a ruthless killer? He treats his subordinates as mere slaves. Before Zhou Shixian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Song Linfei. I have made my decision. Are you the captain, or am I? Zhou Shixian's expression grew somewhat awkward, compelling him to retreat. Once Lin Yingying donned a thick down jacket, complete with a hat and gloves, she was finally prepared to brave the cold and left the hotel. Watching her disappear into the swirling snow, Zhou Shixian's handsome features twisted with rage, his eyes burning with intense fury. Chapter 84. The Heart of the Virgin. After finishing a hot pot meal with Lu Linger, Chen left the mess for her to clean up. He retreated to the bathroom for a rejuvenating hot shower. Feeling invigorated, he returned to the sofa to admire the wintry landscape outside the window. The snowfall intensified, accompanied by a howling wind, seemingly ready to engulf the world in its white embrace. Through the glass, Chen could see that a thick layer of snow had already settled on the ground. If the conditions remained unchanged, this heavy snowfall would persist for 3 days and nights, and by the time it ceased, the accumulation would reach at least 2 to 3 meters. The temperature would plummet to a chilling low of -40 to 50 degrees. Turning his gaze towards the central control area beside him, Chen felt a spark of inspiration, and a white screen materialized before him. Displayed upon it was the status of the Normadisen. Just a couple of days prior, Chen had inadvertently discovered that even from a distance, he could summon the system's interface merely through thought. Furthermore, he found he could operate most functions of the vehicle remotely. As long as he wished, no one could enter or exit the RV, nor could they start it. This capability was remarkably practical for Chen, alleviating his concerns about Lu Lingo potentially sneaking off with the vehicle in his absence. Stifling a yawn, Chen intended to return to bed for a brief rest when the intercom crackled to life. Brother Su, that woman from Song Linfei's team is here again. Great. It seemed tranquility was not in the cards for him today. With a resigned shrug, he stood up, preparing to don his down jacket for the outside. Having tidied up the kitchenware, Lu Linger hurried over, helping him dress while expressing a hint of reproach. Chen, what does that woman want? Why does she disturb you every day? Don't ask what you shouldn't understand. Chen replied nonchalantly. Got it. She's waiting for you in the car. Lu Linger nodded eagerly and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Stepping outside, Chen re-entered the snow-blanketed world. The snow on the ground had risen to nearly calf height, making movement somewhat laborious. In no time, he arrived at the conference room, encountering Lin Yingying once more. Mr. Su. Lin Yingying greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Ignoring her greeting, Chen added a few logs to the fireplace, ensuring the flames roared to life and warmed the room before impatiently stating, while our previous relationship was amicable, I am quite busy. If you have nothing pressing, please refrain from disturbing me in the future. Although Lin Yingying felt a pang of disappointment at his dismissive demeanor, she steeled herself and declared, I am here today on behalf of Brother Song to discuss negotiations with you. Speak then, what do you wish to negotiate? Brother Song wishes to express our willingness to join your team and await your orders. Lin Yingying spoke slowly, yet we also have conditions. Before she could articulate her terms, Chen interrupted her with a sardonic smile. Why do you presume that I would willingly incorporate you into my ranks? We are amidst an apocalypse, and your numbers barely exceed 50. Not to mention, if Gao Qiqiang were to unite all survivors, I doubt you would stand a chance against him. If our forces were to merge, we could indeed stand against them. Lin Yingying attempted to outline the advantages to Chen, believing her reasoning was sound and that he would heed her words. However, Chen merely shook his head. I have successfully repelled Gao Qiqiang's attacks without your assistance before. Moreover, I perceive your addition to my team is nothing but a burden. The harshness of the word burden caused Lin Yingying's expression to falter. Initially eager to negotiate terms, she was taken aback by Chen's apparent disdain for their group. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, driven by the mission given to her by Song Linfei, she was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, As long as you permit our team to join you, we can discuss anything. I have no such need, and let us not forget, you still owe me a favor. Chen replied nonchalantly, Well, it's quite cold, and I must return to rest. As he stood to leave, Lin Yingying quickly stepped in his path. Determination etched on her face. Su Chen, consider this a plea. If you agree, I will be yours from this day forth. I'm afraid I lack much interest. Su Chen brusquely pushed her aside and continued on his way, despite having resources sufficient for a lifetime. There was no necessity to absorb Song Linfei's team. The survivors at the Yuleton Hotel, such as He Wang, Sun Yuan, and Zhou Xinhong, had proven their loyalty through trials and Su Chen's repeated assessments. Nonetheless, even among them, there had been traitors like Wang Yi and Zhang Ying. The complexity of Song Linfei's team, which numbered twice that of Su Chen's, posed a potential risk. Hastily incorporating them would only invite instability. As for Lin Yingying, Su Chen did admire her character and capabilities, yet her willingness to barter her own safety for the elderly and her team revealed a somewhat naive altruism. In the harsh reality of an apocalypse, such idealism could be perilous, not only for oneself, but also for others. If he truly wished to bring her into his fold, a thorough lesson would be necessary. After Su Chen's departure, a dejected Lin Yingying could only rise and leave. Upon returning to the camp, she was met eagerly by Song Linfei. Yingying, what happened? Su Chen's stance was resolute. He rejected my proposal. Lin Yingying replied with a bitter smile. This. Upon hearing her words, Song Linfei's expression fell, filled with disappointment. As the leader of the team, he was acutely aware of the immense challenges faced in surviving amidst the apocalypse. If only he could attach himself to Su Chen, life would undoubtedly be far easier. However, he did not anticipate that Su Chen would so resolutely decline. Brother Song, this is all my fault, Lin Yingying said, a hint of remorse in her voice. How could this possibly be your fault? Don't take it to heart, Song Linfei sighed. By the way, why haven't we seen Zhou Shixian and the others? Lin Yingying shifted the topic, glancing into the hotel and noticing several individuals were absent. I sent them off to gather firewood, Song Linfei explained. Although they had learned from Su Chen and prepared a considerable amount of firewood, no one could predict how long it would last in such frigid weather. The more firewood, the better. Lin Yingying nodded, hastily moving to the fireplace to warm herself. Meanwhile, at the Elsong Hotel, speak, what brings you to me? Gao Qiqiang squinted at Zhou Shixian before him, his voice low and measured. Chapter 85. The Ambush. Boss Gao, I genuinely wish to seek refuge with you. Zhou Shixian exclaimed with a sycophantic grin. Gao Qiqiang, wrapped in his blanket, chuckled dismissively. If I recall correctly, weren't you part of Song Linfei's faction? What brings you here to seek my allegiance? Boss Gao, you are unaware of the situation. Brother Song has been misguided, believing a woman's words, and intends to lead us to pledge our loyalty to Su Chen. Zhou's words stirred Gao's interest, prompting him to inquire further. What exactly happened? Zhou recounted the entire sequence of events to Gao Qiqiang. Upon hearing the details, Gao furrowed his brow. Su Chen's group consists of fewer than 50 individuals. Yet they possess formidable strength. If we were to incorporate all of Song Linfei's men, they would surely ascend to greater heights. At that point, laying a hand on Su Chen would be nearly impossible. With this thought, Gao narrowed his eyes. What do you propose I do to assist you? I hold a certain influence within our team and can rally a considerable number of people. Why not join forces and take down Song Linfei and his crew? What are your thoughts, Boss Gao? Zhou revealed his cunning plan with a sly smile. And what conditions do you have? Gao, well aware that in the realm of power, nothing comes without a price, queried. As long as you are willing to take us in and hand over that woman, Lin Yingying, to me, it will suffice. Zhou's terms were not unreasonable. For Gao Qiqiang, a woman held little significance. If he could dismantle Song Linfei's faction, not only would he acquire substantial resources, but it was crucial to prevent Song Linfei's men from aligning with Su Chen. All right, I agree. Shall we proceed tonight? Gao affirmed. Tonight would be perfect, as I am on night watch. You can simply make your move then, Zhou whispered with a cold smirk. Agreed. It's settled. After the two discussed the finer points of their plan, Zhou left with a sense of satisfaction. Boss Gao, do you think this fellow could be deceiving us? Old Su, who had been listening, interjected. After joining their ranks, Zhou had not only shared valuable information but had also endeavored to ingratiate himself. Gao Qiqiang, pleased with him, had kept him close. I doubt it. Abayo shook his head, speaking solemnly. This fool appears to lack the intellect to deceive us. I share your sentiments. However, it would be wise to exercise caution tonight, Gao advised. Understood. Abayo nodded earnestly. Though darkness had descended, the bright white snow outside prevented it from being particularly gloomy. Song Linfei, accompanied by two subordinates, completed a thorough inspection of the hotel premises before arriving at the lobby. Brother Song, why aren't you heading to bed? Zhou inquired with enthusiasm. It's nothing, just taking a stroll. You must not slack off tonight, Song Linfei replied, patting Zhou on the shoulder earnestly. Rest assured, I am not one to shirk my responsibilities, Zhou Shixian declared confidently, patting his chest. Very well, I shall retire for the night. Song Linfei waved farewell to Zhou Shixian, accompanied by two subordinates. Observing their departing figures, Zhou Shixian's lips curled into a cold smile. In a bid to conserve firewood, Song Linfei had the two adjacent suites merged. A rudimentary stove was constructed in the space between the two rooms. One side housed men, while the other was occupied by women. Upon returning to his bunk, Song Linfei found most of the occupants peacefully asleep. He too stretched and nestled into his blankets. However, it wasn't long before he drifted into slumber when a piercing scream shattered the silence. Who are you? Help! In the tranquil snow-laden night. This cry was particularly jarring. The slumbering occupants were abruptly awakened. By the flickering firelight, they discerned the presence of uninvited guests within the room, armed with gleaming blades. These intruders had cornered Song Linfei and his companions. I have no desire to take lives. It would be wise for you to surrender. The imposing leader, gripping an axe, displayed a sinister grin. Song Linfei immediately recognized him as a Biao, a henchman of Gao Qiqiang. A Biao, what is your intention? Nothing much. Merely aiming to apprehend your entire team tonight. A Biao replied coldly. A wave of dread washed over Song Linfei. How could Zhou Shixian, tasked with keeping watch, have so easily allowed a Biao and his crew to infiltrate? Had he fallen victim to an attack? However, there was no time to ponder. If he wished to avoid capture by a Biao and his men, he must rise in defiance. Resolving this, Song Linfei seized a nearby machete and shouted, "Brothers, let us fight with all our might. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurks at every corner." Thus, whether sleeping or dining, survivors kept weapons close at hand. Heeding Song Linfei's rallying cry, they too grasped their weapons and engaged in battle with Gao Qiqiang's men. It must be acknowledged that Song Linfei's ascendancy to leadership stemmed not only from his personal charisma but also from his considerable skills. He wielded the machete with vigor, toppling 2 or 3 foes in swift succession. Witnessing this, a Biao did not dare to be complacent and charged forth with a fire axe. Although Song Linfei's physical prowess and combat skills were commendable compared to the average person, facing someone like a Biao, a seasoned veteran, proved challenging. Their clash lasted but a few moments before a Biao began to gain the upper hand. Were it not for the throng surrounding them, providing cover for Song Linfei, he would likely have succumbed to a Biao's axe. Both men panted heavily, their fierce gazes locked upon one another. "Brother Song, how are you holding up?" At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the fray. Song Linfei looked up to see Zhou Shixian rushing towards him. "I am well. You must quickly organize the others." Before he could finish, a chilling sensation gripped his back. Looking down, he beheld a dagger protruding from his chest. "You." Song Linfei staggered and turned around, gazing at Zhou Shixian in disbelief. "Brother Song, you cannot hold me accountable for this. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with you for choosing to ally with Su Chen." Zhou Shixian retreated a few steps, speaking in a sinister tone. Song Linfei wished to utter a retort, but Ah Biao had already rushed forward. He delivered a kick that sent Song Linfei crashing to the ground, raising his axe high before bringing it down with tremendous force. With a sickening crack, blood spattered everywhere. Ah Biao seized Song Linfei's head, declaring menacingly, "Your leader is already dead. Do you wish to continue resisting?" Witnessing Song Linfei's unblinking gaze as he lay dying, the crowd erupted in chaos. "I will fight you all to the end." A handful of Song Linfei's staunch loyalists attempted to charge forward for vengeance. However, before they could reach Ah Biao, they were mercilessly cut down by Gao Qiqiang's men. Chapter 86. The traitor within the remaining individuals were instantly subdued, frozen in place, hesitant to advance any further. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Shixian called out, "Rest assured, as long as you comply and lay down your arms, Master Gao will not harm you." Witnessing the formidable leader Song Linfei already lying prostrate on the ground, the others dared not resist any longer. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to discard their weapons. Zhou Shixian was filled with overwhelming joy and instructed his loyal confidants, "Come, let us capture that foul woman Lin Yingying." He immediately dashed toward the adjacent room. However, the commotion from the earlier conflict had awakened the women in the neighboring suite. Although they refrained from resistance, they did not remain in their rooms, instead scattering throughout the hotel in a panic. Zhou Shixian and his men searched the establishment thoroughly, yet they could not uncover Lin Yingying's whereabouts. Frustrated, he returned to the original suite. At this moment, Song Linfei's former subordinates had already been apprehended, and the bloodstains and corpses had been cleared away. Gao Qiqiang, accompanied by Lao Su and his entourage, entered the room. Zhao Xiong and a Biao were reporting the recent skirmish to Gao Qiqiang. "Boss Gao, we have not located that wretched woman Lin Yingying." Zhou Shixian expressed his dissatisfaction. "Could you assist me by sending someone to search for her? In this cold weather, if she has truly escaped, her life may be in peril. Isn't she just a woman? With so many females in this room, you can simply choose another, Gao Qiqiang replied with a grin. That's not what we agreed upon. Zhou Shixian's words were cut short by a Biao. Zhou, did you not hear Boss Gao's words? A Biao's expression was icy, his gaze laced with a subtle threat. Zhou Shixian was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Gao Qiqiang, who remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to a Biao's remarks. Fearful of further protest, Zhou Shixian clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Gao Qiqiang sneered. A Biao, if he behaves, spare him. Should he dare to meddle further, eliminate him without hesitation. A Biao nodded in understanding, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Despite Zhou Shixian's significant contributions during the night's operations, no one held him in high regard, for a traitor who betrays his own will inevitably betray others. Lao Su, take your men and clear out Song Linfei's supplies. Tomorrow morning, we shall relocate our base here, Gao Qiqiang commanded. He intended to abandon the Green Forest Hotel, opting for this significantly more comfortable location, which had been fortified with ample warm supplies as per Lin Yingying's suggestions. Yes, Boss Gao. Lao Su responded respectfully. At that moment, a figure stumbled in, exclaiming, Boss Gao. It's bad. Gao Qiqiang was momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it was one of his subordinates stationed at the Green Forest Hotel. An ominous premonition washed over him as he quietly inquired, what happened? Our hotel has been attacked. What? Gao Qiqiang's face paled in shock as he hurried to the window. Although he could not see the situation at the Green Forest Hotel, he could discern the flickering flames piercing the night sky. His vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. The destruction of the hotel itself did not trouble him. Rather, it was the supplies stored within that weighed heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying was jolted awake from her slumber as Gao Qiqiang's men stormed into the room. Sensing the gravity of the situation, she immediately gathered the women around her and urged them to flee. After all, their presence would only hinder Song Linfei and the others. Prior to this, Zhou Shixian had discussed with Gao Qiqiang the necessity of controlling the women. Thus, as Lin Yingying and her companions exited the suite, they were confronted by 3 or 4 burly men approaching them. Halt! Lin Yingying, driven by desperation, refused to heed their commands. Everyone, run! Amidst the screams, the group of women scattered throughout the hotel. Fortunately, the assailants did not recognize Lin Yingying, allowing her to escape unscathed. Gasping for breath, Lin Yingying leaned against the door. What do we do now? Asked a woman named Sunli, her voice trembling with fear. Lin Yingying's mind raced. Regardless of the reasons behind Gao Qiqiang's actions tonight, it was evident that he had meticulously planned this assault. The fate of Song Linfei and his group was likely grim. Returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. It would be wiser to seek refuge with Su Chen, even if they had to stay there for the night. They could reassess the situation in the morning. With this thought, Lin Yingying addressed her companions, let's leave the hotel. The other women, lacking direction, quickly acquiesced to her command. They made their way to the back of the hotel, where a rear exit awaited them. Ensuring no ambush lay in wait, they hastily pushed open the door and fled. Lin Yingying, unwilling to delay, trudged through the heavy snowfall toward the Yulden Hotel. Just as they approached the guard booth, the sentinel within called out, Halt! I am Lin Yingying, a friend of your boss Su. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Lin Yingying shouted urgently. The guard inside picked up a flashlight and directed it at Lin Yingying and her companions. Confirming that only 6 women stood before him, he instructed, Wait here. After a short while, the vigilant survivor solemnly commanded, Approach slowly and do not attempt any tricks. Lin Yingying and her companions raised their hands and cautiously advanced. After ensuring there was no danger, a survivor led the others into the hotel. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Yingying paused momentarily. In the corner, several stoves crackled with lively flames, filling the room with a comforting warmth. The events of the night had unfolded abruptly, and Lin Yingying and her companions had not had the opportunity to don all their garments before escaping. Having just fled from the frigid wilderness, they shivered uncontrollably. However, upon entering the cozy interior, they gradually began to relax. Additionally, the room was brightly illuminated. Su Chen, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others were neatly dressed and engaged in discussion. Noticing the disheveled appearance of Lin Yingying and her group, Su Chen smiled faintly, if I am not mistaken. You have been attacked by Gao Qiqiang, haven't you? Yes, Su Chen, you must help us. Lin Yingying steadied herself and quickly implored. Chapter 87, Su Chen. Old 6 Su Chen did not acquiesce to Lin Yingying. Instead, he spoke coolly, I can allow you to stay for one night, and you may decide what to do in the morning. Upon finishing his statement, he did not wait for Lin Yingying to respond. As Zhou Xinhong gestured for them to enter, although she had anticipated this outcome, Lin Yingying's heart still sank. Without external assistance, could Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, and their companions truly contend with Gao Qiqiang? Yet, being but a fragile woman, she felt powerless to alter the course of events. With a resigned sigh, she departed the conference room accompanied by her female companions. After Lin Yingying and her group exited, Su Chen turned to the individuals present. What are your thoughts regarding tonight's events? The residence of Song Linfei's team was not far from the Yulden Hotel. When Abayo and Zhao Xiang set off to ambush Song Linfei, they were discovered by the hidden sentinels Su Chun had stationed upstairs. The ensuing clash between the two factions was indeed jarring during the night. To mitigate any potential fallout, Su Chen summoned everyone to discuss the matter collectively. In my opinion, we should lend a hand to Song Linfei. He seems to be a decent fellow. He Wang, known for his strong sense of justice, could not suppress his thoughts. While he may indeed be a good person, there is no need for him to engage in a confrontation with Gao Qiqiang, Su Chen replied, shaking his head in disapproval of Yi Wang's suggestion. Given the opportunity, he would naturally seek to eliminate Gao Qiqiang and Abayo. However, charging in recklessly to confront them head-on would be utterly foolish. Su Chen preferred to employ wit and leverage overwhelming force to secure an effortless victory. Moreover, he had no personal ties to Song Linfei that warranted such a risk. Since Brother Su disagrees, let us leave it be. We shall return and rest. Heightened vigilance is all that is needed for tonight. As the leader of the team, Su Chen's word was final, and Yi Wang ceased to press the issue. Why should we return to rest? Su Chen suddenly spoke leisurely. Yi Wang, Sun Yuan, and others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of his meaning. To capture Song Linfei, Gao Qiqiang would likely need to deploy a significant portion of his elite forces, correct? Could we not seize this opportunity to head directly to the Green Forest Hotel? A cunning smile spread across Su Chen's face. Upon hearing his words, the other's eyes brightened. Indeed. Although Gao Qiqiang did not adhere to honorable tactics and intended to ambush Song Linfei, the number of survivors in both their teams was roughly equivalent. To truly eliminate Song Linfei, he would need to mobilize his entire force. Brother He, you shall hold the fort at the hotel, while Brother Sun and I investigate the situation at Green Forest Hotel. If it is relatively unguarded, we shall raid his stronghold. Su Chen declared firmly. Very well, I shall heed Brother Su's counsel. Yi Wang readily agreed. Time was of the essence. Who knew when the conflict between Gao Qiqiang and Song Linfei would conclude? Su Chen, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and the others immediately sprang into action. During their earlier visit to the military camp, they had not only procured 2 rifles and several rounds of ammunition, but had also discovered a few steel helmets and sets of body armor. For the sake of safety, he donned the bulletproof vest beneath his clothing, draping a white camouflage cold-weather outfit over it. Compared to the usual down jacket he wore, this white gear offered no less warmth, while being remarkably lightweight and conducive to concealment in the snow. Su Chen retrieved several sets for himself and Sun Yuan, equipping them all. With preparations complete, they promptly departed from the hotel, charging towards the Green Forest Hotel under the vast night sky. Sun Yuan and his companions, armed with composite crossbows, military hand axes, daggers, and machetes, took the lead, while Su Chen brought up the rear. The reason was simple. Despite his relative trust in Sun Yuan and the others, he preferred not to expose his back to them. After all, a single crossbow bolt could spell his demise. Before long, the group approached the Green Forest Hotel, just as Gao Qiqiang received word that Song Linfei and his associates had been apprehended. Overjoyed, he swiftly departed the hotel with his men. Watching their retreating figures, Su Chen smirked coldly and nodded to Sun Yuan. Without hesitation, Sun Yuan led his team towards the hotel. Although each survivor group occupied different buildings, their renovation strategies were strikingly similar. For instance, Gao Qiqiang had emulated Su Chen, leaving only the main entrance of the hotel accessible while barricading all other exits. Upon nearing the lobby entrance and observing only 2 or 3 survivors huddled together, shivering inside, Sun Yuan charged forward without a second thought. With a resounding crash, he kicked the glass door open. Gao Qiqiang's subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Before they could react, Sun Yuan and his team raised their crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The assailants fell dead on the spot. Sun Yuan pushed aside the debris that blocked the door, and the group surged inside, commencing their search of the hotel. They soon discovered several survivors gathered in a room for warmth and, without mercy, eliminated them as well. Brother Su, it appears there are few left. Sun Yuan reported back to Su Chen in the hotel lobby. Their supplies are piled up in the rooms. I took a quick look, and there is still quite a bit. Take everything that can be carried. Burn the rest, Su Chen instructed. Regrettably, Normadisen was absent. Otherwise, Su Chen had intended to load all of Gao Qiqiang's supplies into their RV. After all, one can never have too many resources. Once they had gathered a sufficient amount of supplies, following Su Chen's orders, Sun Yuan used the gasoline barrels they had brought to douse the area, especially the wooden furniture that had been split and repurposed as firewood. Su Chen lit a cigarette and took a puff. discarding the butt amidst the concerned gazes of Sun Yuan and the others. With a thunderous roar, the Green Forest Hotel erupted into flames. "Let us go," Su Chen called to the group, and they swiftly retreated. The hotel was already laden with flammable materials and under the influence of gasoline and firewood. It quickly ignited a chain reaction. The entire hotel was engulfed in flames, standing out vividly against the night sky. The survivors from other teams were roused by the towering inferno, and as they beheld the burning edifice, confusion swept over them, leading to a flurry of discussions about the unfolding calamity. At that moment, as Su Chen and his companions made their incursion, a single survivor emerged to relieve himself. Sensing something amiss, he promptly concealed himself. Once Su Chen and his group departed, he seized the opportunity to escape the hotel before the fire consumed all, and promptly relayed the incident to Gao Qiqiang. "Su Chen, you scoundrel! How outrageous!" Gao Qiqiang erupted in fury, his composure shattered as he vented his rage. He could hardly fathom that while he successfully ambushed Song Linfei, Su Chen had brazenly plundered his home. Chapter 88. Old by Deng. Su Chen set fire to the Green Forest Hotel, yet Gao Qiqiang remained unfazed. He had just seized the hotel belonging to Song Linfei's team. If necessary, he could simply find another. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Gao Qiqiang had a substantial stockpile of supplies stored at the Green Forest Hotel. Whether those supplies were taken by Su Chen or consumed by flames, it represented a colossal loss for Gao Qiqiang. "Calm yourself, Boss Gao. There are still plenty of resources with Song Linfei," Zhao Xiang interjected hastily to offer comfort. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang's expression softened considerably. Fortunately, they had absorbed Song Linfei's team and acquired a significant amount of provisions. Otherwise, if their base were raided and their supplies depleted, they would struggle to endure the impending bitter cold. "Boss Gao, we have completed the count of personnel and supplies," Old Su announced, bustling over with a notebook, eager to report the details to Gao Qiqiang. Setting aside the warm clothing, Gao Qiqiang's primary concern was food. Song Linfei's team had over 90 members, with enough food stockpiled to last nearly 2 months. Yet Gao Qiqiang's own group numbered close to 100. With the merging of the two factions, their total strength swelled to nearly 200, reducing their food supply to barely a month's worth for all. This was indeed troubling. Gazing out at the frigid landscape, Gao Qiqiang's demeanor darkened, as if he were on the verge of tears. If it weren't for that scoundrel Su Chen, after absorbing Song Linfei's team, he would at least not have to worry about supplies for the immediate future. "Boss Gao, I have a suggestion." A Biao, sensing Gao Qiqiang's distress, approached and whispered. "Within Song Linfei's team, there are quite a few old by Deng. Keeping them around would only waste food. Why not?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he mounted a slicing gesture. "Isn't that a bit excessive? Many of these old by Deng are family members of our people." Gao Qiqiang hesitated. "Then we should deal with them all together." A Biao responded coldly. "Boss Gao, you have just absorbed their team. To ensure they do not dare to defy you, you must employ ruthless measures." "Fine, let us proceed as you suggest." After a moment's contemplation, Gao Qiqiang ultimately nodded. Eliminating the elderly along with their relatives would not only conserve a significant amount of food but also instill fear in the others. We could strip them of their clothing and leave them in the snow. Before long, they would freeze to death. A Biao's words dripped with cruelty. "Isn't that a bit harsh? Why not simply kill them outright?" Gao Qiqiang looked at him with confusion. Although the previous heat and rain had not lasted long, who could say when this heavy snow and bitter cold would cease? The food they had left could not last much longer. What would they do once it was gone? A Biao countered. His heart leaped with a sudden realization. It seemed he comprehended a Biao's intentions. Outside, the biting cold transformed the world into a natural freezer. Should those individuals perish in the snow, their corpses would remain unspoiled and intact. Thus, when food supplies dwindled, they could serve as sustenance. A chill ran down Gao Qiqiang's spine, and he could not help but swallow hard. Although he had taken many lives, he had never considered cannibalism in such a manner as a Biao did. This Biao was truly deranged, even while their food was not yet exhausted. He was already contemplating the consumption of human flesh. It appeared that when he first encountered a Biao, the contents of that three-wheeled cart were indeed human flesh. A Biao seemed to perceive Gao Qiqiang's thoughts and hastily remarked, "Boss Gao, I am merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. We must consider our future. After all, in this apocalyptic world, survival is of utmost importance." This final statement jolted Gao Qiqiang into awareness. Indeed, if survival was not attainable, what value did notions of morality and honor hold? Throughout the annals of Chinese history, instances of cannibalism abound. "You may proceed as you see fit." Gao Qiqiang ultimately conceded with a nod. Silence enveloped the night. The following morning, Zhou Shixian was summoned before Gao Qiqiang. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened due to his failure to locate Lin Yingying, He maintained a posture of utmost respect in Gao Qiqiang's presence. After all, his very life was now entirely at the mercy of Gao Qiqiang. "Boss Gao, I called you here to assign you a task," Gao Qiqiang casually remarked while slurping noodles. "Those old biddens in your team are nothing but a drain on resources. I plan to strip them of their clothing and cast them into the snow." The smile on Zhou Shixian's face instantly froze. "No, boss, what do you mean by that? We had agreed to treat our team members well." Gao Qiqiang set down his noodles and glared at him impatiently. "The past is the past. The present is the present. If you need someone to blame, direct your ire toward that bastard Su Chen for burning down the Green Forest Hotel." Zhou Shixian was about to protest further when a Biao, placing a hand on his shoulder, calmly interjected, "Zhou, do not invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself." Zhou Shixian immediately wilted, feeling an overwhelming bitterness within. "Fine. I will heed Boss Gao's command. That's the spirit." Gao Qiqiang's demeanor softened as he smiled. "The remaining able-bodied men in your team must undertake these tasks if they wish to survive." Zhou Shixian understood that Gao Qiqiang's intention was to compel those individuals to pledge their loyalty. With no choice but to comply, he accepted the order and departed. Upon learning of Gao Qiqiang's decree, the survivors in Song Linfei's team erupted in disbelief. They had never anticipated that their capitulation would lead to such dire consequences. Had they known, they would have preferred to fight to the death alongside Song Linfei. Yet, no amount of regret could alter their fate at this juncture. They were unarmed and bound by the henchmen of Gao Qiqiang, utterly powerless to resist. Under the looming threat of death, a considerable number ultimately chose to submit. From a team of over 90 individuals, aside from more than 20 elderly members who were undoubtedly destined for elimination, half of the remaining individuals resolved to stand firm in their defiance. Zhou Shixian, accompanied by the survivors who surrendered, stripped the elderly and their families of their garments and cast them into the snow outside. "Zhou Shixian, you scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end. Captain Song treated you with such kindness, and yet you betrayed him. I shall haunt you even in death." In temperatures plunging below -30 degrees, they stood bereft of clothing in the snow. Before long, the cacophony of their curses diminished to whispers. In less than 20 minutes, they all succumbed to the brutal cold, perishing from frostbite. Chapter 89. Women. The scene of Zhou Shixian executing his companion was witnessed in its entirety by Su Chen and He Wang, who were situated atop the Yulden building. This Zhou Shixian truly is despicable. Not only did he betray his own kind by aligning himself with Gao Qiqiang, but he also aided in the demise of his fellow comrades. He Wang, wrapping his down jacket tighter around himself, could not help but curse vehemently. "Never mind. There's nothing more to see. Let us head downstairs." Su Chen beckoned to He Wang. The two of them stowed away their binoculars and made their way down. "Brother Su, I have a rather awkward request," He Wang suddenly spoke, his expression somewhat sheepish. Su Chen noticed this and couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Brother He, if I am not mistaken, you seem to have taken a liking to Wu Li. Am I right?" "What?" He Wang was taken aback, his face flushing crimson in an instant. "No, Brother Su, how did you know? Is it not obvious? You might as well have had your thoughts inscribed upon your face." Su Chen burst into laughter. The Wu Li he mentioned was one of the 5 women who had escaped alongside Lin Yingying. Ever since Lin Yingying and Wu Li entered the conference room last night, He Wang's gaze had been fixated on Wu Li, never wavering. Today, his bashfulness only further suggested that it was indeed related to her. "So, Brother Su, what do you think?" He Wang looked at Su Chen with eager anticipation. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they begin to contemplate romance. Previously, when survival was uncertain, He Wang had no inclination to entertain thoughts of women. However, now, with Su Chen's assistance, he was able to live without worry in this apocalyptic world, inevitably allowing his mind to wander. During his visit to Phoenix Mountain, He Wang had come with his wife and child, but tragically, they perished shortly after the onset of the heat wave. The woman named Wu Li, although not as stunning as Lu Linger or Lin Yingying, possessed a captivating figure, curvaceous and mature, exuding an undeniable charm. It was entirely reasonable for He Wang to develop an interest in her. Yet, he was acutely aware that the fate of the team rested in Su Chen's hands. To keep Wu Li, he would need Su Chen's approval. "I believe it is feasible." After pondering for a moment, Su Chen ultimately acquiesced. His initial reluctance to accept the allegiance of Song Linfei, Lin Yingying, and others stemmed from the fact that their group was excessively large. While the burden of additional members was a minor concern, the discord that often accompanied a larger group was far more significant. Indeed, it was due to Zhou Shixian's betrayal that Song Linfei met his end, leaving the once unified team in disarray. However, with only Lin Yingying and 6 other women remaining, taking them in was certainly manageable. In Su Chen's team, all members were confirmed bachelors. A balance of genders would alleviate the burden of labor. "Splendid. Thank you, Brother Su." He Wang's face lit up with joy. As their conversation unfolded, they had already departed the top floor and arrived at the conference room on the second floor. Go. Bring those women over, Su Chen commanded. Yes, boss. Zhou Xinhong scampered off eagerly. In no time, he returned with Lin Yingying and the other women. Back to the conference room. According to the intelligence gathered, it was Zhou Shirstin who betrayed you, colluding with Gao Qiqiang to launch a surprise attack on your residence. Upon seeing them, Su Chen immediately divulged the information he had. What? That scoundrel Zhou Shirstin. Upon learning the truth. Especially after discovering that Zhou had harmed the elders of the team, Lin Yingying clenched her teeth, her fair complexion suffused with rage. The situation is as follows. I present you with two options. The first option is for you to leave on your own. I will not make things difficult for you. The second option is to stay, but everything must be at my command. Su Chen laid out his choices plainly. I am willing to stay. I am willing to. Me as well. Wu Li and several other women, without a moment's hesitation, immediately opted for the second route. In this frigid apocalypse, without adequate food and warm supplies, survival was hardly feasible. Joining other survivor groups would either lead to being treated as playthings or burdens, often rejected. Given Su Chen's demeanor, he did not appear to be a villain. It was better to remain. Zhou Xinhong, assist them in settling down. Wu Li, from today onward, you will follow Brother He. He Wang was among the first to accompany Su Chen and remained fiercely loyal to him. Therefore, Su Chen not only kept Wu Li but also directly entrusted her to He Wang. Wu Li glanced at the tall and robust He Wang, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Yet, she said nothing, simply standing obediently beside him. He Wang, beaming with joy, gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Once the women were taken away by Zhou Xinhong and He Wang, only Su Chen and Lin Yingying remained in the conference room. To Su Chen, Wu Li and the others seemed like ordinary people, lacking any particular skills. They offered little utility to the team. His greater concern was Lin Yingying, as she was a doctor and her contributions would be more significant to the group. What are your plans? Lin Yingying took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she replied, I intend to stay. Very well, I will have someone prepare for you. No, I wish to remain by your side. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Why would I want to keep you by my side? Because I am of use to you. I am skilled in medicine and can fulfill all your needs. Lin Yingying articulated each word with purpose. After enduring the harshness of this world for so long, she had matured greatly, fully aware of the treachery of human nature. Previously, her stay with Song Linfei's group was largely due to his courteous treatment. But with Song Linfei now deceased, if she wished to survive and live comfortably, the wisest course was to cling to Su Chen's side. All right, I agree, but I must reiterate, everything must be at my command. Anyone who dares to defy my orders will be expelled. Su Chen was no paragon of virtue. Since Lin Yingying proved to be useful and was willing to stay, he saw no reason to decline. Very well. However, I have one request. Do tell. I yearn for your assistance in exacting vengeance, to eliminate Zhou Shirstin. Upon the mere mention of his name, Lin Yingying's beautiful eyes seemed to blaze with fury. She shares a profound bond with Song Linfei and the esteemed members of their team. Yet, Zhou Shirstin's treachery has led to their demise. Lin Yingying wishes nothing less than to see Zhou Shirstin utterly obliterated. I cannot assure you of anything. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, however, I harbor a personal vendetta against Gao Qiqiang. I can only promise to do my utmost. Following Gao Qiqiang's usurpation of Song Linfei's team, his power has grown considerably. Su Chen is unwilling to jeopardize himself for the sake of Lin Yingying. Chapter 90. The competition among women, that's good. Lin Yingying nodded in agreement. She was well aware that given Su Chen's temperament, his willingness to comply was already commendable. All right, it's about time. Let's return together. Su Chen glanced at his watch before rising to his feet. Without hesitation, Lin Yingying obediently followed behind him. The two traversed the long corridor of the hotel, eventually arriving at the backyard. The snow continued to cascade down, blanketing the once vibrant flower beds in a thick layer. Even the formidable tires of the RV were obscured by the snow. After inputting his fingerprint beside the vehicle door, it slowly creaked open and an electric step descended. Su Chen entered the vehicle first. Upon hearing the door, Lu Linger, who had been lounging on the sofa engrossed in a drama, hastily sprang to her feet. Chen, you're back. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Lin Yingying trailing behind Su Chen, and her smile abruptly froze. Chen, she is. She will be living with us from now on. Please go upstairs and help her tidy up the bed. Su Chen stated calmly as he walked past her and seated himself on the sofa. Noticing Lu Linger still standing there, bewildered, he furrowed his brow. What? Do my words not resonate with you? And no. I will go right away. Lu Linger snapped back to reality and hurried upstairs. As she assisted Lin Yingying in arranging the bed, a sense of grievance washed over her. Despite her usual obedience to Su Chen, after living together for so long, Lu Linger had come to regard herself as the mistress of the household. Even in the apocalyptic world they inhabited, she had entertained thoughts of Su Chen seeking companionship with another woman. Yet, when that day finally arrived, she found herself unable to accept it. However, she was acutely aware that any hint of dissatisfaction would lead to her expulsion, given Su Chen's current disposition. With a deep sigh, Lu Linger resolved to silently acquiesce. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying, situated below, was equally astonished by the interior of the RV. Although she had previously shared intimate moments with Su Chen and was aware of his possession of a Normadisen, she had never set foot inside. The RV was a haven of warmth and brightness, standing in stark contrast to the frigid world outside. The television flickered with an episode of Empresses in the Palace, Lu Linger's favorite series, which she had watched countless times. The soft music reverberated throughout the vehicle, and a humidifier in the corner mitigated the dryness of the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yingying almost believed that everything she had endured was merely a nightmare. What are you still dawdling for? Su Chen gestured towards the nearby bathroom. Go wash up. There are some clothes here for you to change into later. Finally snapping back to reality, Lin Yingying picked up the garments Su Chen had offered her. Unsurprisingly, they were similar to the ones he had previously given Lu Linger, emphasizing a theme of sensuality and exposure. Lin Yingying's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained silent and obediently made her way to the bathroom. Upon her emergence after a refreshing bath, Lu Linger had already tidied the bed. Su Chen was engrossed in a game, prompting Lu Linger to take Lin Yingying on a tour of her living quarters. You must be Lu Linger. I'm Lin Yingying. I have heard much about you from Su Chen, Lin Yingying said with a gentle smile, extending her hand in a friendly gesture. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Linger had only resided on Phoenix Mountain. Though she had encountered nefarious individuals like a Biao, her experiences were still limited. In contrast, Lin Yingying had spent a considerable time in the chaotic metropolis during the apocalypse, accustomed to the myriad of people. To survive, she had resorted to the trade of her own body. Serving the same man as other women had become exceedingly commonplace, with some even dragging their own kin into such circumstances. Thus, she felt no aversion to the idea of serving Su Chen alongside Lu Linger. She understood well that establishing a good rapport with Lu Linger was essential. However, Lu Linger did not share this sentiment. In response to Lin Yingying's amicable gesture, she refrained from extending her hand and coldly declared, "A Chen is mine." Lin Yingying couldn't help but chuckle softly. You must understand that in this world, men like Su Chen cannot be possessed by a single person alone. Observing the lingering hostility on Lu Linger's face, Lin Yingying merely smiled knowingly and chose not to say more, turning to descend the staircase. As the two women appeared before him, Su Chen felt a subtle surge of conquest within him. It was worth noting that prior to the apocalypse, merely winning the affection of one of them would have been a remarkable feat, yet now, both had become part of his life in the RV. Master, what would you like to eat for lunch? Lin Yingying asked with a sweet smile. Lu Linger, overhearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. Was Lin Yingying not being overly brazen by directly addressing Su Chen as master? Although Su Chen had informed Lu Linger from the beginning that he was her master, she had never truly taken it to heart nor referred to him as such. Noticing the astonishment etched on Lu Linger's face, Lin Yingying's lips curled into a subtle smirk, feeling a sense of pride within. Her intentions were quite straightforward. She aimed to employ every possible means to remain by Su Chen's side. Only then could she navigate the apocalypse with a semblance of comfort and vitality. Having thrived in the sales industry for so long, she had learned the intricacies of appealing to a man's psyche, even if she had never sold herself to anyone other than Su Chen. Can you cook? Su Chen inquired with some surprise. Home-cooked meals are no problem. If the master desires a grand feast, I can certainly learn, Lin Yingying replied in a sweet voice. There's no need for you to learn. A Chen, oh no, the master's daily meals are my responsibility. Lu Linger finally reacted, hastily interjecting. Never mind, Linger. You can take a break. I'll handle it. Lin Yingying feigned concern for Lu Linger, all the while intending to take her place. However, how could Lu Linger allow him to have his way? She resolutely replied, how could you possibly know what the master enjoys? What if it does not suit his palate? Witnessing the scene of the two women in contention, Su Chen could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. In this situation, the term female rivalry seemed most appropriate. He had no intention of intervening. Only in this manner could he maintain his superiority over both of them. Very well, Linger, you shall prepare the meal, and Yingying, you will assist her, Su Chen ultimately decreed. Although somewhat reluctant, Lu Linger dared not defy Su Chen and thus led Lin Yingying to the kitchen area. As she prepared the meal, she began to introduce the kitchen utensils within the caravan to Lin Yingying. Chapter 91, Essential Oil Back Massage Before Long. Under the harmonious collaboration of Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, a sumptuous feast was prepared. With the company of these two enchanting ladies, Su Chen partook in the meal with great delight. After dining, he instructed the two women to rest within the vehicle while he proceeded to the hotel ahead. For there were numerous matters awaiting his attention. Having successfully raided the previous night, Su Chen and his companions returned with a considerable bounty. Although he lacked for resources, he still took half of the spoils, leaving the remainder as rewards for Sun Yuan and his group. Upon receiving their share, they were filled with joy. While the other survivors could only watch with envy, their hearts filled with longing. Those who accompanied Su Chen were either longtime followers or had made notable contributions, sharing the common trait of earning his trust. Those who joined later had no right to partake in his endeavors. Others silently vowed to improve their performance to gain Su Chen's trust, believing that such efforts would lead to greater responsibilities. After rewarding those who had contributed the night before, Su Chen began to organize tasks for Wu Li and her companions. Although they were women, Su Chen had established a principle: his team would not harbor idlers. After discussions with Sun Yuan and He Wang, Wu Li and several others were assigned to tasks such as cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Boss, we just discovered that Gao Qiqiang has dispatched several underlings to the hotels where other survivors reside. It seems they are trying to make contact with them. Reportedly Dong, who was overseeing the situation from the rooftop via walkie-talkie. Understood. Keep a close watch on them. Su Chen was not surprised by Li Dong's report. It would indeed be unusual for Gao Qiqiang, having suffered such a significant setback, not to devise a countermeasure. After addressing all matters, Su Chen reminded He Wang and Sun Yuan to remain vigilant before returning to the RV. Inside, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying sat on the sofa, separated by a table. One appeared to be engrossed in watching empresses in the palace, while the other was playing with an iPad. Yet, both were attentively listening to the sounds outside. As soon as they heard the sound of Su Chen opening the door, they sprang to their feet and rushed to the entrance. "Master, you have returned." "Master, are you weary?" they clamored, vying to assist him in removing his outerwear. Su Chen comfortably enjoyed their attentions, casually inquiring, "Has dinner been prepared?" "Of course. Today, I made several of your favorite dishes," Lu Linger eagerly replied. "I even learned a new recipe just for you, Master," Lin Yingying chimed in, equally determined to impress. With one on each arm, they guided Su Chen to the dining table. As anticipated, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each a feast for the senses. In the eager gaze of the two women, Su Chen sampled their culinary creations in turn, offering his approval with satisfaction. Lu Linger exhaled in relief, instinctively glancing towards Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying merely smiled softly, whispering like the gentle breath of orchids in Su Chen's ear, "Master, please enjoy your meal. Tonight, let us spend some quality time together." "But he is clearly supposed to accompany me tonight." Lu Linger huffed, visibly annoyed. "Yingying has just arrived. You must give her some leeway," Su Chen replied calmly. Although Lu Linger felt a twinge of reluctance upon hearing his words, she dared not voice her discontent and chose instead to bury her grievances within herself. Before long, the three finished their dinner. After Lu Linger washed the dishes, she dawdled her way upstairs. As she walked, she turned her head back towards Su Chen, seemingly hoping he would call her to stay. However, Su Chen remained absorbed in the television, showing no inclination to speak. Lu Linger, burdened with unexpressed grievances, had no choice but to ascend the stairs. Once she departed, only Su Chen and Lin Yingying remained. Lin Yingying, holding a tray adorned with various bottles and jars, beamed like a blooming flower and said, "Master, I learned a new spa massage today. Would you like me to help you relax? You possess such skills?" Su Chen inquired, intrigued, and naturally, he would not refuse. He shed his shirt and reclined on the sofa. Lin Yingying applied essential oil to her delicate hands and began the massage. It must be acknowledged that despite her recent training, her techniques were exceedingly pleasant, causing Su Chen to squint his eyes in delight. "How's my technique, Master?" "Quite remarkable. Keep up the good work," Su Chen praised with satisfaction. Hearing his compliment, Lin Yingying felt a surge of joy within her. Nothing was more important to her than being cherished by Su Chen. In stark contrast to Su Chen, who was enjoying a tranquil evening in the RV, Gao Qiqiang sat in his room, his expression grave. Opposing him were Xia Bowen, Gao Xiangjuan, and other leaders of the surviving members, their demeanor confrontational. "Boss Gao, if you have no further matters, we shall take our leave," Xia Bowen said impatiently. Gao Xiangjuan and the others remained silent, their expressions wary. The reason was clear. Gao Qiqiang's recent acquisition of Song Linfei had instilled a palpable sense of threat among them. None could predict whether Gao Qiqiang might turn his attention toward them next. Had it not been for his insistence and the strong demand for them to convene today, they would have been disinclined to attend. Chapter 92. The Truth of the Apocalypse. Even though they gathered for the meeting, Xia Bowen and Gao Xiangjuan had already conspired in advance. They were united in their resolve, which emboldened them to attend the gathering that night. The purpose of inviting several leaders was to deliberate on the matter of attacking Su Chen, Gao Qiqiang stated slowly. Upon hearing this, the leaders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with unease. Previously, Zhao Xiong and a few others had joined Gao Qiqiang in an assault on the Yuerdun Hotel, resulting in significant losses. And they had since become subordinates to Gao Qiqiang. Song Linfei, who hadn't brought anyone along, had been ambushed by Gao Qiqiang, leading to his demise and the subsequent absorption of his team by Gao Qiqiang. Now, these leaders were keen to avoid Gao Qiqiang rather than join forces with him. Well, Gao, we have no grievances with Su Chen. I believe this endeavor is unnecessary, Xia Bowen replied awkwardly, declining Gao Qiqiang's request. What? Are you, Xia? Refusing to show respect to our leader? A nearby figure, a Biao, furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. It's not about disrespecting Gao. It's simply that we fear for our lives. Gao Xiangjuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone laced with sarcasm. Song Linfei's death was truly tragic. Upon hearing Song Linfei's name, Gao Qiqiang did not express anger but instead chuckled lightly. You all misunderstand. There are deeper circumstances at play here. He then proceeded to recount the events, albeit with considerable embellishment. According to Gao Qiqiang, Song Linfei had intended to defect to Su Chen, which was met with opposition from Zhou Shixian, leading to a fierce conflict between their factions. In an attempt to prevent further bloodshed, Gao Qiqiang claimed he had to intervene. But this resulted in Song Linfei mistakenly attacking his men. Left with no choice, Gao Qiqiang asserted he had to eliminate Song Linfei. On the surface, his narrative seemed flawless. Yet those present understood the truth. The frigid temperature outside coupled with the heavy snowfall belied Gao Qiqiang's purported benevolence. He was not a man of compassion who would intervene without reason. We have barely survived. We should aid one another rather than engage in mutual destruction. Xia Bowen maintained his resolute stance. Xia, you are correct. Yet Su Chen is truly malevolent. He not only disregards the notion of mutual support, but also frequently resorts to murder. Gao Qiqiang unleashed a torrent of slander against Su Chen. Seeing that the others remained unmoved, he decided to unveil his trump card. While it may seem trivial, the most crucial point is, this fellow knows the truth of the apocalypse. As soon as the words left his lips, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Gao, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Isn't the apocalypse a natural disaster? How could Su Chen possibly know? Faced with a sea of skeptical faces, Gao Qiqiang smiled calmly and replied, do not rush. Let me explain in detail. You all should be aware that I knew that scoundrel Su Chen long before the apocalypse. Everyone nodded in unison. The matter concerning Gao Chang's previous lending of high-interest loans and Su Chen's substantial borrowing from him had not gone unnoticed by them. A month before the impending doom, Su Chen acquired a Normadisen RV, lavishing considerable sums to modify it. Essentially, regardless of the harsh conditions outside, as long as one remained within the confines of the RV, safety was assured. Gao Chang spoke slowly. Yet, does this evidence truly substantiate anything? Gao Xiangjuan furrowed his brow. Do not rush. Let me finish. Gao Chang paused and continued. Driver Lao Su has previously informed you that Su Chen procured supplies worth tens of millions at Walmart. If this does not suffice as proof, then the subsequent events will undoubtedly validate my assertions. A Biao can attest that when the torrential rains began, Su Chen instructed his subordinates to gather warming supplies. Furthermore, you all recall that shortly after the rain ceased, Su Chen dispatched individuals to the back mountains to collect firewood, correct? With Gao Chang as reminder. Everyone recalled this indeed occurred. Taken together, these myriad events can only affirm one conclusion. Su Chen undoubtedly possesses knowledge of something significant. Gao Chang articulated emphatically thus. I propose we collectively confront him, not solely to seize the vast supplies he has hoarded, but also to extract the truth from him. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a stir of interest. All the survivors present yearned for the restoration of societal order. Regardless of their past circumstances, they at least wished to avoid starvation. In this apocalyptic era, death loomed from the heat, the cold, or hunger at every turn. They had long since grown weary of such existence. Moreover, even if the world could not be restored to normalcy, acquiring insights from Su Chen would enable them to better navigate the days ahead. Not to mention, his abundant resources could alleviate their concerns over sustenance. I find great merit in what Boss Gao asserts, Xia Bowen mused before nodding in agreement. I concur as well. Gao Xiangjuan promptly added. His own supplies were dwindling, barely sufficient to last a month. Were it not for Gao Chang's extreme methods, he would have readily agreed much earlier. With the two titans in accord, the remaining leaders hesitated momentarily before also expressing their consent. Witnessing this development, Gao Chang was in high spirits. However, Boss Gao, we must lay down the ground rules. Should you dare to deceive us, do not blame us for turning against you, Xia Bowen stated sternly. his eyes filled with caution towards Gao Chang. "Rest assured, I only target Su Chen," Gao Chang declared, thumping his chest. His words were spoken with genuine intent. This time, his aim was not to scheme against the other survivor factions. Rather, it was to eliminate Su Chen and exact his vengeance. "Boss Gao, I have a suggestion," Gao Xiangjuan said slowly. "Perhaps we should first send someone to negotiate with Su Chen. As long as he is willing to reveal the truth of the apocalypse and provide us with supplies in a timely manner, there is no need for conflict." "Do you not agree with this reasoning?" The others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is the best course of action. In this world of survival amidst the apocalypse, the ultimate goal is to endure." Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed. Given Su Chen's character, he would undoubtedly refuse such a request. It would be better to agree to it for now. Once Su Chen declines, everyone will naturally lose hope. "Very well. I shall send someone to meet Su Chen first thing in the morning and have a thorough discussion with him." Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the enchanting visage of Lin Yingying graced his sight. Chapter 93. Life in a motorhome. As Lin Yingying slept soundly, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, indicating her discomfort. Su Chen cautiously withdrew his arm and rose from the bed, stepping outside after pushing the door open. Lu Linger, donned in a maid's attire, busied herself in the kitchen area, where the enticing aroma of food wafted through the motorhome. Hearing the commotion, she turned around and, upon seeing Su Chen, her face instantly lit up with delight. "Master, you're up," she exclaimed, hurrying over to embrace his arm and shaking it playfully. "I've been following you for so long, and now you suddenly send me upstairs to sleep alone. How could you be so heartless?" During their time together, Lu Linger had come to regard Su Chen as her own. The sudden appearance of Lin Yingying had taken him away from her, naturally leaving her feeling unsettled. Thus, upon seeing Su Chen, she immediately resorted to her charming antics. It must be said that when a woman, particularly a beauty like Lu Linger, plays coy, it is nearly impossible to resist. Regaining his composure, Su Chen gently stroked her hair and chuckled. "If you're not accustomed to sleeping alone, you might as well come down tonight." Lu Linger's face brightened at his words. She had thought Su Chen intended to send Lin Yingying upstairs, allowing her to stay down. However, his next statement extinguished her smile. "We can sleep together to prevent you from feeling scared." Perhaps not." Lu Linger reluctantly conceded, not wanting Lin Yingying to monopolize Su Chen, but ultimately retreating. Noticing her hesitation, Su Chen decided against pressuring her. After all, a forced affection is seldom sweet. Matters of the heart should be mutually desired. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life with a series of beeps. "Su Laoda, we have a situation. Gao Qiqiang has sent someone to see you," came the voice of Zhou Xinhong. Su Chen furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. That Gao Qiqiang is as persistent as a stubborn adhesive, always dropping by. "I'll meet with Gao Qiqiang. You two stay in the vehicle and don't wander off." "Understood, master," Lu Linger replied, picking up a warm jacket and helping Su Chen put it on. Once he was properly attired, she opened the door, and he stepped outside. Compared to the previous day, the snowfall had significantly diminished, yet the ground was increasingly blanketed in snow. If this trend continued, the snowfall would cease entirely by tomorrow. However, the motorhome was already becoming obscured by a considerable amount of snow. It seemed prudent to find someone to clear it away, otherwise, he would soon be unable to start the vehicle. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he made his way to the conference room. The young man sent by Gao Qiqiang awaited him, and upon seeing Su Chen, he quickly greeted. "Su Laoda, greetings. What business does Gao Qiqiang have with me?" "Well, my boss has formed an alliance with the leaders of other teams, and he specifically sent me to inform you. If you are willing to share the truth about the apocalypse with us and provide supplies regularly, our two groups can coexist peacefully." The youth's words caused Su Chen to pause momentarily. He was not surprised by Gao Qiqiang's unification of the other survivor teams. After all, with the frigid weather, there would inevitably come a day when their food supplies would dwindle. It was only a matter of time before others would set their sights on their ample resources. What astonished Su Chen, however, was Gao Qiqiang's belief that he possessed knowledge of the apocalypse's true nature. As he stroked his chin, the reasons quickly became clear to him. His previous actions indeed suggested that he was privy to some insider information, even prompting He Wang and Sun Yuan to inquire about it before. Casting a sidelong glance at the youth, Su Chen calmly replied, "What if I decline your offer? My boss said that if you refuse, we shall meet with blades drawn." "Are you threatening me?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, and an aura of palpable menace emanated from him. No. How could I dare threaten you, Su Laoda? These words are merely relayed from my leader," the youth stammered, visibly shaken. Su Chen snorted softly, his expression softening. "Su Laoda, why should we be polite with them?" He Wang interjected coldly. "If he seeks battle, we shall meet him in combat." Sun Yuan remained silent. Yet his hand instinctively rested on the dagger at his waist, ready to eliminate this envoy from Gao Qiqiang at a moment's notice. However, contrary to their expectations, Su Chen suddenly smiled. I find Gao Laoda's proposal rather agreeable. Not only He Wang and Sun Yuan, but even the youth was taken aback. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Su Chen had gained a reputation for his selfishness. Whether it was a Biao, Zhang Mingyuan, or others, anyone who sought his help had been met with ruthless rejection. Yet today, he had agreed? Of course, I have conditions. What conditions? The youth instinctively inquired. He must first hand over Zhou Shixian before I am willing to negotiate. Su Chen replied leisurely. I cannot make that decision. I must report back to my leader. Very well, you may return. Su Chen waved his hand, dismissing the youth. Once the envoy departed, He Wang, puzzled, asked, Su Laudi, we weren't afraid when Gao Qiqiang attacked us before. Why today? He de Gu. I have my own considerations, Su Chen replied, offering no further explanation. And He Wang chose not to press further. Did Su Chen truly say that? Gao Qiqiang found it hard to believe his ears upon hearing his subordinate's report. He had initially planned to launch an attack alongside Xia Bowen and Gao Xiangjuan immediately after Su Chen's refusal. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Chen had consented. If that were the case, there would be no need for violence. This is the best outcome. Both Xia Bowen and Gao Xiangjuan sighed in relief. Su Chen held a rifle in his hands. Should he take action, the casualties would be considerable. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Su Chen demanded the surrender of Zhou Shixian before any negotiations could commence. What were they to do? At that moment, a Biao interjected. The gaze of the crowd swiftly turned towards Gao Qiqiang, for Zhou Shixian was under his command. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gao Qiqiang finally nodded. Very well, bring him here. Having risen to the status of a formidable figure in the underworld, he was undeniably ruthless. The sacrifice of a treacherous subordinate like Zhou Shixian seemed inconsequential. A Biao received his orders and soon returned with Zhou Shixian in tow. As Zhou entered the room, he was met with the intense scrutiny of the assembled leaders, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I've met Boss Gao. Chapter 94. Revenge. How have you been these past few days, my dear brother Shixian? Gao Qiqiang greeted Zhou Shixian with a warm smile, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. Quite well. Brother Biao and the others have been very considerate of me. Since aligning with them, Gao Qiqiang had not troubled Zhou Shixian, yet his attitude remained rather aloof. Today, such unexpected warmth genuinely caught Zhou Shixian off guard. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. Please, command me, as long as it is within my capabilities. I shall not refuse. Zhou Shixian, believing Gao Qiqiang intended to rely on him, felt a surge of joy and patted his chest in assurance. That's wonderful. Gao Qiqiang nodded in satisfaction, casting a knowing glance at Ah Biao. Without hesitation, Ah Biao stepped forward with two subordinates, swiftly pinning Zhou Shixian to the ground. Brother Gao. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Shixian stammered, bewildered. Did you not say you would not refuse? Gao Qiqiang replied with a smile. I just had a conversation with Su Chen, and he indicated that as long as we hand you over, he is willing to negotiate with us. For the sake of our future, you must be sacrificed. Zhou Shixian was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that Gao Qiqiang's request bore such dire implications. Brother Gao, I have been loyal to you, even assisting in eliminating Song Linfei. You can't do this. I, too, wish it were not so, but there is no alternative. You must endure this. Gao Qiqiang shrugged, feigning a look of helplessness. Ah Biao signaled to a few subordinates, who proceeded to bind Zhou Shixian tightly. Gao Qiqiang, you scoundrel. You are utterly inhumane. After all I have done for you. Zhou Shixian, now immobilized, erupted in fury, unable to contain his vitriol. Since Lin Yingying's escape, Zhou Shixian had expended considerable effort searching for her whereabouts, yet to no avail. Among the nearby survivor groups, there was no trace of Lin Yingying. Thus, he was convinced that she had likely fled to the Hoarding hotel. Now, with Su Chen specifically summoning him, he feared that Lin Yingying sought vengeance against him. Gao Qiqiang frowned, but before he could respond, Ah Biao struck Zhou Shixian with a punch to the abdomen, causing him to curl up and silencing his outburst. Deliver him to Su Chen. Gao Qiqiang commanded with a wave of his hand. Ah Biao gathered several subordinates to escort Zhou Shixian out of the hotel. Trudging through the thick snow towards the Hoarding hotel. In the conference room, Lin Yingying sat beside Su Chen, feeling perplexed. She was unaware of the purpose behind Su Chen summoning her, but understood well that some questions were best left unasked, and thus refrained from speaking impulsively. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Amidst a gust of cold wind, Zhou Shixian was brought in by several men. Upon locking eyes with Lin Yingying, both were momentarily taken aback. Yingying, it has been a long time. Zhou Shixian, you scoundrel. Fury flickered in Lin Yingying's beautiful eyes. Indeed. Gao Qiqiang is ruthless. Zhou Shixian has rendered him a great service, sacrificing himself without hesitation. Su Chen chuckled coldly within, addressing Lin Yingying. Did you not desire revenge? He stands before you now, free for your reckoning. As he spoke, he picked up a fruit knife and handed it to her. Lin Yingying's delicate hand gripped the knife tightly as she slowly approached Zhou Shixian. Observing her determined stride, resembling a vengeful goddess, Zhou Shixian faltered. Yingying, I truly adored you. It's just, I lost my senses. He pleaded, considering how well I treated you in the past. Please, spare me. I will change, I promise. Lin Yingying paused momentarily, seemingly recalling Zhou Shixian's tender care when she first joined Song Linfei's team. However, at that instant, Su Chen leisurely interjected, Yingying, do not forget about Song Linfei and those elderly souls who met a tragic end. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shixian's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, the sharp dagger effortlessly pierced through fabric, striking straight at Zhou Shixian's heart. His eyes widened in shock. Words caught in his throat, and ultimately he could utter nothing as his head lolled to the side, lifeless. Su Chen stepped forward, gently releasing Lin Yingying's grip on the knife. He nodded at Yi Wang and others, signaling them to dispose of Zhou Shixian's corpse. Yi Wang and his companions, understanding the unspoken command, promptly carried Zhou Shixian's body away, leaving space for Su Chen and Lin Yingying. Master, thank you for granting me the chance for vengeance. Lin Yingying lifted her gaze, gratitude shimmering in her eyes. No need for thanks. This was our prior agreement. Su Chen replied with a faint smile, stroking her hair. Remember, from now on, you must heed my words. Yes, master. Lin Yingying obediently nodded, resting against Su Chen's embrace. All right, you may return now. I have matters to attend to. Yes, master. Watching Lin Yingying's retreating figure, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Allowing Lin Yingying to personally deal with Zhou Shixian was a test of her character, to see if she would soften and spare him. If she did, it would indicate an irredeemable compassion, rendering her unworthy of remaining by his side. However, as it stands, she is still worth keeping. Once Lin Yingying departed, Su Chen rested his chin on his hand, gently tapping the table. After a while, he picked up the intercom. Hello. Gao Qiqiang. Yes, Su Xiaodai, please proceed. Gao Qiqiang was unbothered by Su Chen addressing him so casually, instead responding with hearty laughter, as if their past grievances had vanished entirely. Since you have expressed your sincerity, we may commence negotiations, Su Chen said calmly. In truth, my understanding of the apocalypse is no greater than yours. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Gao Qiqiang, along with Xia Bowen, Gao Xiangjuan, Zhao Xiong, and a Biao, held their breath, listening intently. During my university days, I had a classmate from a prominent political family. He subtly informed me that an impending catastrophe was approaching, urging me to prepare provisions in advance. First came the sweltering heat, followed by torrential rains, and then an extreme chill. It was his words that prompted me to acquire Normadisen and stockpile such an abundance of supplies. Su Chen, perhaps feeling overly confident, chose to disclose the truth to Gao Qiqiang and the others. The information he shared was a blend of truth and falsehood, and in any case, Gao Qiqiang and his companions had no means to verify it. Is it truly like this? Came the astonished reaction from Gao Qiqiang and the others on the opposite end of the walkie-talkie. Chapter 95, Mutual Destruction. How could you so easily trust his words, even if he is the offspring of an official? Moreover, how could such a matter unfold without any indication? Gao Xiangjuan, the most astute among them, immediately began to interrogate. I share a bond of life and death with this classmate. Although I was initially skeptical, he later sent me a video, and I witnessed with my own eyes that he was indeed in the government's nuclear war shelter. As for why there was no commotion, please use your brain. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly, speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm. Would anyone dare to announce such a thing in advance? Upon reflection, the crowd found merit in his reasoning. Had such an announcement been made beforehand, it is likely that chaos would have erupted in society, with people clamoring to reach the shelters. At that point, the safety of those influential figures would be compromised. Just take Su Chen, an ordinary individual, as an example. He prepared a substantial amount of supplies for the apocalypse, and still drew the attention of others. The crowd was now largely convinced. What calamity awaits after the bitter cold? Gao Qiqiang inquired. I am uncertain about that. My friend said the state can only predict so much. However, it is certain that returning to the world as it was before the apocalypse is utterly impossible. Su Chen's words cast a heavy silence over the conference room where Gao Qiqiang and the others sat. Deep down, everyone harbored a flicker of hope, yearning to return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, Su Chen's pronouncement extinguished that flicker, snuffing out their hopes entirely. Gao Qiqiang inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. Very well. Let us now discuss your provision of supplies. How do you wish for me to assist? It's quite simple. We have nearly 600 individuals here. All you need to do is provide us with sufficient food. At this, Chen could not help but chuckle. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe I can supply food for 600 people? Old Su mentioned that you procured nearly tens of millions worth of supplies at Walmart. Gao Qiqiang retorted with a sneer. Let us not even mention 600. Surely, those supplies could sustain 1,000 individuals for a lifetime. That rascal Old Su. He truly is a scoundrel. I must find a way to deal with him. A surge of murderous intent flickered within Su Chen, though his exterior remained composed. Old Su was not entirely incorrect, but the issue lies in the fact that I have not transferred all those supplies here. What do you mean by that? Gao Qiqiang was momentarily taken aback. Think about it. How could tens of millions worth of supplies possibly be transported from Modu in such a short time? Su Chen countered. Gao Qiqiang and the others exchanged glances. And it dawned on them. According to Old Su's account, Su Chen had completed his procurement of all supplies nearly half a month before the apocalypse. In half a month, transporting tens of millions worth of supplies to Phoenix Mountain is not particularly difficult. However, the challenge lies in doing so without arousing suspicion. The party manager from Green Forest Hotel, along with others on Phoenix Mountain, had not detected any signs of disturbance. My old classmate did not provide me with a precise time. Thus, I could only manage to transport a portion of the supplies. If it were merely a handful of individuals, I could consider it. However, 600 people. I'm afraid I cannot assist. Gao Qiqiang did not take Su Chen's words seriously and sneered. I can't be bothered with that. If you refuse to give, we shall simply take it ourselves. Very well, come if you dare. At worst, we shall both suffer. Even if I perish, I will assuredly set those supplies ablaze. Su Chen retorted without hesitation. Seeing his unwavering stance, Gao Qiqiang and his companions displayed signs of hesitation. Could it be that this scoundrel speaks the truth? Brother Su, let us not act impulsively. We all cherish peace. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. Gao Xiangjuan interjected, stepping in as a peacemaker. How much food can you provide at most? Food for 100 people. That one tea do. It's far too little. We need at least 500. Gao Qiqiang flatly rejected. 200. 400. 300. Deal. Gao Qiqiang ultimately made his decision. Very well, I will supply enough provisions for 300 people for 3 days. Every 3 days. You may come to the hotel entrance in the morning to collect them. However, I cannot sustain this for long, so once the heavy snow melts, you must fend for yourselves. Su Chen spoke slowly. Agreed, it shall be as we have said. After concluding the conversation with Su Chen, Gao Qiqiang turned to the other leaders present. What do you think? Is that rascal lying? Gao Xiangjuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied. I believe he is not entirely truthful, but he is likely close to the mark. A clever lie is always a blend of truth and deception. From this perspective, it seems the apocalypse may indeed be unending. Xiaobo sighed, his expression quite complex, yet, Su Chen is only providing supplies for 300 people. How do we distribute this among our large number? After the torrential rain, survivors had gradually arrived. It was only when the temperature dropped and heavy snow blocked the roads that no one ventured up the mountain. Although many had perished, there remained a group of 600. Supplies for 300 would suffice for only half. What can we do? You heard Su Chen's stance. Zhao Xiong raked his fingers through his hair, vexed. At worst, we can rotate the rations, eating every other day. Fortunately, each team still possessed a fair amount of supplies. So immediate hunger was not a concern. Thus, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Su Chen's terms. Although 300 people's worth of supplies would not satiate everyone, it should suffice to sustain life for the time being. Gao Qiqiang and the others deliberated on how to evenly distribute the supplies before departing. Meanwhile, Su Chen, having concluded the negotiations, also rose to leave. This morning, he gathered several survivors to clear the snow around Normadisen. Subsequently, he procured some thick wooden planks to lay over the snow and drove Normadisen onto them. When Su Chen returned to the RV, the two women, vying for his affection, showered him with attention. Ying, aside from Gao Qiqiang, do you have any knowledge of the other leaders? I possess some understanding, as I have a good relationship with Song Linfei, and Ying had accompanied him. Encountering the other leaders, although not intimately acquainted, she could provide a general insight. Xiaobo has a rather prudent demeanor. He tends to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Gao Xiangjuan, on the other hand, is quite cunning and devious. One must tread carefully when dealing with him. Zhao Xiong is characterized as a brute. Ying shared her observations candidly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, confirming the course of action he intended to take next. Chapter 96, High Risk, High Reward. Delightful, apply a bit more pressure. Gao Xiangjuan reclined on a sofa, with two elegantly attractive women standing behind him, diligently kneading his shoulders. Upon their arrival at Phoenix Mountain, Their team found that nearly all the larger hotels had been claimed by other survivor groups. Left with no choice, Gao Xiaojuan opted for a modest guest house. Compared to the grand hotels, the decor of this guest house was undeniably simplistic, although Gao had ordered his subordinates to reinforce and insulate the premises. And a stove burned within the room, it still felt considerably colder than the hotel where Gao Qiqiang and his companions resided. Most of his subordinates huddled beneath their blankets. Trembling from the chill, Gao Xiaojuan turned his head to glance at the two women behind him, a wave of irritation swelling within him. Were it not for the frigid weather, he would have seriously considered punishing them on the spot. If only he could seize the hotel where Gao Qiqiang was staying. Before the onset of winter, at Lin Yingying's suggestion, Song Linfei had exerted considerable effort to fortify the warmth of the hotel inside and out. Yet, Gao Xiaojuan could only harbor such thoughts. Gao Qiqiang's team not only outnumbered his own, but also included fierce fighters like Biao and Zhao Xiong. Not to mention, Gao Qiqiang possessed a firearm. At that moment, a shivering sentry rushed in, stammering, "Boss. Boss, someone is outside," claiming, "They want to see you." "See me?" Gao Xiaojuan paused, then inquired, "Is it someone from Gao Qiqiang's camp?" "No, I don't know who they are." "Let him in." Gao Xiaojuan pondered. Before long, a man clad in a white winter coat entered slowly. He brushed the snowflakes from his attire and casually greeted Gao Xiaojuan, "Leader Gao. And who might you be?" Gao Xiaojuan scrutinized the newcomer, confirming he did not recognize him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Wang, a subordinate of Su Laoda." "You are He Wang?" Gao Xiaojuan was taken aback and instinctively reached for a nearby weapon, though he had never met He Wang. He was aware of the animosity between He Wang and Biao and knew that He Wang was Su Chen's most trusted subordinate. The unexpected visit from He Wang certainly set Gao Xiaojuan on edge. "Relax, Leader Gao. I come with no ill intent," He Wang chuckled, offering an explanation. "I am here on Su Laoda's orders to negotiate with you." "Negotiate?" Gao Xiaojuan felt even more perplexed. Hadn't they already reached an agreement with Su Chen earlier that morning? Why would Su Chen seek him out for further negotiations? Did he have ulterior motives? Gao Xiaojuan contemplated this inwardly while maintaining an impassive facade. What sort of negotiation does he propose? 300 units of supplies are somewhat burdensome for Su Laoda. He Wang replied slowly. Thus, he wishes to reduce that amount. That cannot be reduced, Gao Xiaojuan firmly rejected. What nonsense. This condition was collectively established by several leaders, and Gao Xiaojuan had no authority to reduce it. Moreover, the food provisions for 300 people were already insufficient for 600. Even if a reduction were possible, the others would likely be rendered immobile. What if we reduce the number of diners? He Wang said languidly. What exactly do you mean? A glint of insight flashed in Gao Xiaojuan's eyes. The feud between Su Laoda, Gao Qiqiang, and Biao was surely known to Leader Gao. Even if 300 portions of supplies were to be allocated, Su Laoda would not willingly offer them to Gao Qiqiang. Thus, he proposed, "Let us join forces to eliminate Gao Qiqiang." He Wang's words sent a shiver of alarm through Gao Xiaojuan. To eliminate Gao Qiqiang? Su Chen truly dared to think so. Yet, as he calmed down, he realized it was not entirely impossible. He commanded a group of around 100, while Su Chen had around 40 or 50. Additionally, Su Chen possessed rifles, sniper rifles, and various strategic supplies. If they truly collaborated, defeating Gao Qiqiang was within the realm of possibility. How shall we proceed? That is for you to devise, Leader Gao. Our Su Laoda will only provide support, He Wang shrugged. So you intend to do nothing and leave the forefront to me? If we succeed, Su Chen avenges his grudge. If we fail, it has nothing to do with him, right? Gao Xiaojuan felt both exasperated and amused. Utterly speechless at Su Chen. High risks yield high rewards, He Wang chuckled, tossing over a bag. Inside was a walkie-talkie for convenient communication with Su Laoda. Su Laoda has also sent you some supplies as a gesture of goodwill. Upon opening the bag, Gao Xiaojuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Alongside the walkie-talkie, there lay a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of matai. Goodness. After the apocalypse had raged on for so long, Gao Xiaojuan's stock of tobacco and alcohol had been completely depleted. As a long-time smoker and drinker, he had long been craving these indulgences, but had found no means to satisfy his desires. The arrival of the cigarettes and matai was akin to a timely gift from heaven. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Xiaojuan tore open a pack of cigarettes, ignited one, and took a deep drag. With the cigarette in his mouth, he uncorked the matai and took a swig. The rich and mellow liquor coursed through him, instantly warming his entire being. To indulge in cigarettes with one hand and liquor with the other amidst the apocalypse was a profound pleasure. His subordinates, catching the scent of smoke and alcohol, instinctively turned their gazes. Upon witnessing Gao Qiqiang smoking and drinking, their eyes turned green with envy. "Boss, let me have a sip." "Boss, I want to smoke just one puff, please." Seeing his subordinates gazing at him with longing, Gao Xiangjuan felt a pang of regret. He had forgotten that many among his men were seasoned smokers and drinkers. Had he known, he would have hidden away to enjoy these pleasures alone. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately could not bring himself to be stingy. He took out half a pack of cigarettes and poured out 2/3 of the mitai, distributing it among his eager subordinates. Hey, take it slow with the smoking and drinking. Observing his subordinates in a frenzy of looting, Gao Xiangjuan felt as though his heart were bleeding. Yet, he dared not intervene. Should his men rise in revolt, his position as leader would become precarious. Chief Gao, Boss Su has mentioned that should you agree to cooperate with him, every time supplies are distributed, you will receive an additional pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. He Wang said with a beaming smile. It was then that Gao Xiangjuan recalled that He Wang had not yet taken his leave. The proposition was indeed tempting. I shall take my leave now, to contemplate this matter, Chief Gao. If you decide to acquiesce, you may reach out to Boss Su, He Wang remarked, turning to depart. Leaving Gao Qiqiang with a grave expression, lost in contemplation. At the Yulden Hotel, upon his return, He Wang sought out Su Chen to relay the events that had transpired. Brother Su, I cannot shake the feeling that Gao Xiangjuan may not fall for this trick, Sun Yuan mused, stroking his chin in thought. Chapter 97. An increase in price. No, I must say, he will undoubtedly fall for it. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, sporting a knowing smile. He harbored a long-standing grudge against Gao Qiqiang, who had once again gathered hundreds of people to threaten him. Gao's repeated provocations had stirred a deep-seated desire for vengeance within Su Chen. The reason Su Chen acquiesced to the terms proposed by Gao Qiqiang and his associates was, in truth, a ploy to lull them into complacency. He intended to seize this opportunity to sow discord within the survivor team and eliminate Gao Qiqiang. After Lin Yingying had acquainted Su Chen with the various leaders of the survivors, he ultimately decided to approach Gao Xiangjuan. Gao Xiangjuan was cunning and shrewd, embodying a selfish persona. Yet, it was precisely such individuals who were susceptible to the allure of profit. As anticipated, Su Chen's predictions proved accurate. After a brief discussion with He Wang and Sun Yuan, the intercom on the table crackled to life. Hello, is this Boss Su? Gao Xiangjuan's voice emanated from the intercom. How about it? Has Chief Gao agreed to my request? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, alas, your demands are rather excessive. Chief Gao is a person I hold in the highest regard. That simply won't do. An increase in price is necessary. Upon hearing Gao Xiangjuan's words, a sardonic smile crept across Su Chen's face. What kind of increase are we talking about? My men are numerous. You must provide 10 packs of cigarettes and 10 bottles of liquor each time. Gao Xiangjuan boldly amplified his demands tenfold. Rather than displaying anger, Su Chen responded calmly. You must be dreaming. I cannot possibly afford such quantities. At most, I can offer you 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. If that is unacceptable, then we shall part ways, and I will seek others. His resolute stance momentarily stunned Gao Xiangjuan. Very well, let it be as you say. Now, let us discuss how to eliminate Gao Qiqiang. Gao Xiangjuan, ever the cunning strategist, had already devised a plan. Upon hearing it, Su Chen could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, it is true that great rewards bring forth courageous men. Let us proceed with your plan. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. After concluding his negotiations with Gao Xiangjuan, Su Chen stretched languidly. I will leave this in your hands. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Rising from his seat, he exited the conference room and returned to the Normadisen. Welcome back, master. Upon hearing his arrival, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying both stood to greet him. Observing the 2 women holding hands, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with curiosity. When did you 2 become so sisterly? Lu Linger glanced at Lin Yingying, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, Master, your words are quite amusing. Since we have both chosen to follow you, it is only natural that we regard each other as sisters. Indeed, that is our shared sentiment, Lin Yingying affirmed. Both Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo had received modern education and, prior to the apocalypse, had countless suitors. In their hearts, they found it difficult to accept sharing the same man with another woman. Yet they understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, given Su Chen's attributes, finding a few companions would be as effortless as pie. To avoid being cast aside by him, it was imperative not to provoke his ire. The first step for Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo was to accept each other as existence. Lin Yingying, having a background in sales, possessed a relatively extroverted disposition. While Su Chen was engaged in negotiations with Gao Xiangjuan, she took the initiative to approach Lu Linger and expressed her thoughts. Although Lu Lingo had not completely succumbed to the allure of Xiaomei, her mindset had undergone considerable transformation. Through mere communication, they resolved to coexist harmoniously, striving to remain close to Su Chen without inciting his displeasure. Upon learning the intricacies of the situation from Lin Yingying, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. He chuckled heartily as he ruffled the hair of the 2 women, reassuring them, rest assured, as long as you both behave, Regardless of how many women I may have in the future, there will always be a place for you by my side." The two beauties breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Glancing at the darkening sky outside, Su Chen grinned mischievously. "It's getting late. Let us hasten our meal." From Su Chen's smile, Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo sensed something amiss. They exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing slightly. The following morning, despite a night of exertion, Su Chen awoke early, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. After a hasty breakfast, he dressed and made his way to the conference room. No sooner had he taken his seat than he spotted He Wang, who entered with dark circles under his eyes, yawning profusely. "Good morning, brother He. What is wrong with you?" "Morning, Su, my friend." "Oh, don't get me started." He Wang appeared hesitant, pausing before continuing. "Su, can you handle having two women by your side?" "What a jest. How could I possibly not manage?" He Wang, with a serious expression, inquired. "I have a friend who wishes to know if there is any way to be as formidable as you." Su Chen scrutinized He Wang for a moment before grinning slyly. "Brother He, is this friend of yours? Perhaps you?" He Wang's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. He and Wu Li were of similar age, both nearing 40. It is often said that at 30, one is like a wolf, and at 40, like a tiger, after a prolonged drought of desire. When Wu Li encountered He Wang, it was akin to kindling meeting a roaring fire. Despite He Wang's robust physique and his background as a veteran, he found himself overwhelmed by the demands of daily encounters. "Brother He, remember, there are exhausted oxen but no worn-out fields. Take care of your health," Su Chen advised, patting He Wang on the shoulder with earnest concern. "I happen to have a few bottles of sildenafil. I'll get them for you later." "I can't thank you enough, Su." He Wang exhaled in relief. Just as their conversation concluded, Sun Yuan entered the room. After exchanging greetings, the intercom crackled to life with Zhou Xinhong's voice. "Boss Su, there has been a development on Gao Xiangjuan's side." The three men promptly donned thick winter clothing and ascended to the rooftop of the hotel. They held binoculars, gazing toward the inn where Gao Xiangjuan and his companions resided. Observing them clad in down jackets and warm coats, trudging through the snow with uneven steps, they made their way toward Gao Qiqiang's encampment. "Are you inviting me to dinner?" Gao Qiqiang asked, bewildered by Gao Xiangjuan's unexpected proposition. In the past, he would have thought little of it, but this was the apocalypse. Could Gao Xiangjuan genuinely extend such a courtesy? It seemed preposterous. "Indeed, I have prepared a hot pot, a bottle of Maotai, and a few packs of Huazi. Eagerly awaiting your arrival, Boss Gao." Gao Xiangjuan chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "In truth, I wish to discuss how we might allocate our resources." Chapter 98. The addiction to stealing homes. Upon hearing these words, Gao Qiqiang instantly comprehended Gao Xiangjuan's intentions. Despite the fact that everyone possessed comparable power, it was Gao Qiqiang's formidable subordinates who gave him an edge over the other leaders. In their midst, he subtly occupied a position of prominence. Moreover, it was he who had successfully negotiated with Su Chen this time. The distribution of supplies depended entirely on Gao Qiqiang's discretion. Thus, it appeared to him that Gao Xiangjuan sought to curry favor with him. "Oh, dear brother Xiangjuan, you are being overly courteous." Gao Qiqiang feigned modesty and then inquired. "Shall we set off now?" "Certainly, esteemed leader Gao, please." Gao Xiangjuan promptly rose and gestured for him to proceed. Although there was no suspicion towards Gao Xiangjuan, Gao Qiqiang was not inclined to let his guard down. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to leave Zhao Xiong behind to guard the home while he, accompanied by Zhao Xiong, Old Su, and several dozen loyal subordinates, ventured towards Gao Xiangjuan's encampment. This way, even if Gao Xiangjuan harbored ulterior motives, Gao Qiqiang could handle the situation with composure, without the fear of being outmaneuvered. Before long, Gao Qiqiang and his entourage arrived at the lodging where Gao Xiangjuan resided. In the center of the room stood a table adorned with a copper hot pot, surrounded by an array of dishes. Although primarily consisting of fast food, one could discern Gao Xiangjuan's sincere effort. However, the most alluring sight was a few packs of cigarettes and a bottle of Matai displayed upon the table. "In this year of calamity, this is quite excessive, dear brother Xiangjuan." Gao Qiqiang feigned a sigh of disapproval. As he took a seat at the table, he discreetly stashed the cigarette packs into his pocket. Observing this, Gao Xiangjuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It's all right. I'll have it back soon," he reassured himself, hastily sitting beside Gao Qiqiang and pouring Matai for both of them. Gao Qiqiang raised his glass and downed the contents in one go, a look of sheer satisfaction immediately washing over his face. Nothing compares to Matai. Before the apocalypse, Gao Qiqiang had been a formidable boss, and describing his fondness for Matai was no exaggeration. After such a long time, being able to indulge in it once more nearly brought him to tears. "Well done, dear brother Xiangjuan. I never anticipated you had such fine treasures hidden away." Gao Qiqiang set down his glass, chiding him lightly. "Forgive me, leader Gao. I only have this half bottle left." Gao Xiangjuan quickly refilled his glass, feigning a sense of grievance. I appreciate your intentions. After all, we share the same surname, Gao, and have been brothers for centuries. In the future, I can allocate an extra 5 portions of supplies from Su Chen to you. With Su Chen having sent a total of 300 portions, Gao Qiqiang's offer to grant Gao Xiangjuan an additional 5 was indeed quite generous. Leader Gao, you are truly my brother from another mother. Gao Xiangjuan feigned astonishment, swiftly raising his glass. Come, I toast to you. The two once again drank heartily. As Gao Xiangjuan filled Gao Qiqiang's glass anew, anxiety crept into his heart. Why had Su Chen not yet commenced action? If this delay continued, Gao Qiqiang might finish off the remaining half bottle of Matai. Fortunately, Gao Xiangjuan did not have to wait too long. Just as he and Gao Qiqiang picked up their chopsticks and took a couple of bites of their meal, a frantic individual rushed in, exclaiming, Boss Gao, trouble is brewing. Our camp is under siege by Su Chen. Biaogu sent me to inform you. We must hurry back for support. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang could no longer remain seated. He had only just stepped out for a brief moment, and already that scoundrel Su Chen had dared to invade his territory? Was he truly addicted to thievery? Furthermore, how could this rogue be so devoid of principles? They had only concluded negotiations yesterday, and today he had the audacity to turn against them? Xiangjuan, my apologies, but I must take my leave, Gao Qiqiang declared, rising to his feet, ready to return. Wait. Boss Gao, if you go back now, what if Su Chen has set an ambush? Gao Xiangjuan quickly restrained him, advising, let the younger brothers handle the fighting. Song Shuai, take your men and assist Boss Gao. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Qiqiang recognized the validity of this reasoning. If he returned now, he might very well encounter Su Chen's men head-on. One misstep could lead to disaster. With this in mind, he turned to Zhao Xiong and instructed, Brother Zhao, take your men back to support Biao. Just drive Su Chen's people away. Do not pursue them. Understood, Boss Gao. Zhao Xiong nodded earnestly, and along with Song Shuai and several dozen of their comrades, they departed from the guest house. Meanwhile, Biao, who was engaged in combat with Su Chen's forces, sensed something amiss. Previously, Su Chen had launched a surprise attack, but that had been under the cover of night. It was only after Gao Qiqiang's men had vacated the area that Su Chen had chosen to strike. Today, however, the situation was different. In broad daylight, Su Chen's men brazenly approached. This did not go unnoticed by the lookout, who promptly alerted Biao. Instead of close-quarter combat, both sides resorted to hurling projectiles from a distance. Although the exchange was vigorous, Biao's side suffered minimal losses. Only 2 unfortunate subordinates were caught off guard and ignited by a Molotov cocktail that landed nearby. Beyond that, there were hardly any casualties. Nevertheless, Biao remained vigilant, sending word to Gao Qiqiang, who was still visiting Gao Xiangjuan. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the opposite side. Biao soon witnessed Su Chen's men retreating swiftly. Within moments, they vanished from sight. What was happening? Biao was momentarily taken aback. Biao, hold your fire. There are people. A deep voice called out. Biao focused and saw Zhao Xiong and Song Shuai approaching with their men from a distance. It turned out that they had launched a flanking attack, forcing Su Chen's forces to withdraw. Biao, how are our losses? Zhao Xiong inquired with concern. Fortunately, we incurred no significant losses, Biao replied, shaking his head. That's a relief. Su Chen is truly a rogue, utterly devoid of honor. Thankfully, we reacted promptly today and thwarted his plans. Zhao Xiong let out a cold snort. Noticing the grave expression on Biao's face, he inquired with a hint of confusion. What is it? Is something amiss? I am unsure, Biao replied, a lingering sense of unease gnawing at him, though he could not articulate it. Brothers, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, spoke Song Shuai from the side. Very well, please convey to our leader that Su Chen's men have been repelled, and he may return without worry. Biao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Gao Xiangjuan's guest house, following Zhao Xiong's departure, less than 5 individuals remained by Gao Qiqiang's side, including Old Su. Now, Boss Gao, do not dwell on it too much. Let us drink. Gao Xiangjuan approached Gao Qiqiang, cheerfully pouring him a drink. Gao Qiqiang seemed somewhat distracted, gazing out of the window as if to ascertain the situation at their base. Observing this, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Gao Xiangjuan's eyes. Chapter 99. The demise of Gao Qiqiang. Gao Xiangjuan, with a swift motion, drew a dagger from his pocket and, seizing the moment when Gao Qiqiang was unguarded, viciously slashed across his throat. Gao Qiqiang barely had time to react, feeling a sudden chill in his throat, followed instantly by excruciating pain. Yet, Gao Xiangjuan had no intention of relenting. He raised the dagger again and plunged it into Gao Qiqiang's chest multiple times. Only then did Gao Qiqiang regain his senses. Driven by primal instincts for survival, he kicked Gao Xiangjuan away and staggered backward. Blood gushed from his throat, splattering everywhere in a chaotic torrent. The entire scene unfolded with alarming swiftness. Witnessing the carnage, Gao Qiqiang's subordinates, including Old Su, stood in stunned silence at the sight of the blood-soaked ground. However, Gao Xiangjuan's men had anticipated this turn of events. They surged forward, mercilessly slaughtering everyone except for Gao Qiqiang and Old Su. Gao Xiangjuan, brushing off the footprints on his clothing, approached Gao Qiqiang with a sinister smile. "How do you feel now, Boss Gao?" Once formidable, Gao Qiqiang now resembled a wounded animal, crawling painfully on the ground. At this moment, he comprehended the treachery orchestrated by Gao Xiangjuan. He longed to curse vehemently, but with his throat slit, he could only emit a hoarse growl. "Blame yourself for being too careless and for offending Su Chen." Gao Xiangjuan feigned a sigh of regret. Upon hearing Su Chen's name, Gao Qiqiang's eyes widened in shock. Yet, in the next instant, Gao Xiangjuan's dagger plunged mercilessly into his heart. Gao Qiqiang's vision blurred, and he could no longer move. With Gao Qiqiang dealt with, Gao Xiangjuan felt a sense of relief wash over him, his gaze shifting to Old Su, who trembled in fear. Boss Gao, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please spare my life. Rest assured, I shall not take your life, Gao Xiangjuan said with a smile, wiping the blood on his hands onto Old Su's clothes. Just as Old Su began to breathe easier, Gao Xiangjuan leisurely added, "I will deliver you to Su Chen for him to decide your fate." Old Su's legs nearly gave way beneath him, almost collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Biao and Zhao Xiong waited anxiously, yet Gao Qiqiang had not returned. A sense of dread washed over Biao. Could something have happened to Boss Gao? Not necessarily. Perhaps he is simply enjoying himself with Gao Xiangjuan. Zhao Xiong replied with a grin. "Are you out of your mind? With such a major incident, how could Boss Gao remain calm?" Biao retorted, wishing he could pry open Zhao Xiong's head to see what nonsense filled his mind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xiong too began to sense something amiss. "What should we do?" Biao's expression darkened as he summoned a subordinate, instructing, "Go immediately to Gao Xiangjuan and demand the return of our boss. Observe his reaction." Understood. The subordinate departed swiftly. "Brother Biao, I fear that something grave has befallen Gao Qiqiang," Xiaomei interjected softly. "If that is the case, it presents a golden opportunity for you." Although Xiaomei displayed some traits of a green tea bitch, she was not promiscuous. After aligning herself with a Biao and seeking refuge with Gao Qiqiang, she maintained a low profile, fearing the attention of men from other factions. Upon hearing Xiaomei's words, a Biao remained silent, yet his gaze grew fervent. Shortly thereafter, a wounded subordinate dispatched by a Biao returned in haste. "Brother Biao, Gao Xiangjuan's men wouldn't let me in. As soon as I approached, they threatened to kill me." Zhao Xiong's expression darkened as he demanded, "What about Boss Gao?" "They said Boss Gao has already been killed by him." This revelation caused an uproar among those present. "That despicable villain Gao Xiangjuan. I will slay him to avenge Boss Gao." Zhao Xiong was known for his loyalty. Upon hearing of Gao Qiqiang's demise, he was ready to charge out for revenge. "Hold on." A Biao called out to Zhao Xiong, his tone grave. "This is a significant matter. We must discuss it first." "Discuss what?" "Boss Gao treated you well, and you still consider yourself human?" Zhao Xiong retorted angrily. "Mind your words." "Zhao Xiong," a Biao replied coldly. "I'll speak as I please. What of it?" Zhao Xiong raised a long knife, his expression fierce. "Fine. If you wish to avenge Gao Qiqiang, I won't stop you." A Biao narrowed his eyes, arms crossed, seemingly unperturbed by Zhao Xiong's aggression. Zhao Xiong cast a suspicious glance at him and shouted to his loyal subordinates, "Come with me to avenge Boss Gao." However, to his surprise, apart from the few loyalists who had followed him, none of Gao Qiqiang's men responded. The atmosphere grew tense. "Your desire for revenge does not imply that others share the same sentiment," a Biao remarked with a cold smile. After the death of his younger brother Gao Qiqiang had grown indifferent to the affairs of the team. A Biao, with his quick wit and adept skills, had been entrusted with most responsibilities by Gao Qiqiang. Through his formidable capabilities, a Biao swiftly ascended to the position of second-in-command, promoting his own followers to leadership roles. With Gao Qiqiang's demise, others naturally regarded him as the new leader. "What do you truly want?" Zhao Xiong glared at a Biao, his expression grim. "It is not about what I want, but rather what you desire," a Biao replied with a smile. "From now on, if you heed my counsel, I will allow you to remain in the team. Should you refuse to listen, you may depart at once, and I shall not hinder you." Though Zhao Xiong was not particularly astute, he was physically formidable. His subordinates were equally capable fighters. If a clash were to ensue, a Biao would undoubtedly incur significant losses. Therefore, a Biao's strategy was to retain him if possible. If not, to expel him. After all, in the frigid conditions outside, Zhao Xiong and his men would not survive long without sustenance. Zhao Xiong's wide nostrils flared as he exhaled forcefully. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "All right, Biao Go. I shall heed your words from now on. Excellent. Henceforth, we shall be brothers. Abayo replied with a smile, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Having served as a subordinate to Gao Qiqiang for so long, he was finally poised to reclaim his position of authority. At the You Are Done Hotel, in accordance with your instructions. Boss, my leader has eliminated Gao Qiqiang and sent his subordinate, Old Su, over. Gao Shangjuan's subordinate, Song Shuai, reported respectfully. As he gazed at Gao Qiqiang, whose eyes remained open in death, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? How is it that I have turned the tables on you? His gaze shifted to Old Su, who trembled noticeably, stammering, Su Lauda. I. Eliminate him. Su Chen commanded without hesitation. Although Old Su had only driven for him for a few days, Su Chen had treated him with a degree of courtesy. However, Old Su had betrayed him, causing Su Chen to become the target of all the survivors. For such a traitor, Su Chen would show no mercy. Chapter 100. The jester turned out to be myself. With a swift motion, Sun Yuan plunged the knife into Old Su's heart. Old Su's eyes widened in shock as he struggled for a moment before ultimately succumbing to death. Observing the lifeless body of Old Su, the onlookers felt no pity, rather, they experienced a sense of vindication. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, showing weakness is the gravest error, particularly towards someone like Old Su. Had Su Chen refrained from eliminating Old Su today, the latter might have harbored resentment and betrayed him in the future, which would have been troublesome. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate him entirely. Boss Su, we have carried out your orders, one of the subordinates remarked. Our leader has asked me to inquire if we can settle the agreed-upon supplies. With a slight nod, Su Chen signaled to Sun Yuan, who understood and exited the conference room. Shortly thereafter, he returned, accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates. However, to Song Shuai's astonishment, they bore no supplies. Instead, they brandished composite crossbows. Boss Su, what does this mean? A sense of foreboding enveloped Song Shuai as he felt a chill settle in his bones. In response, a volley of sharp arrows flew forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a barrage of shots, Song Shuai and his companions were turned into a veritable porcupine. Dispose of their bodies in the backyard. Remember, bind them with nylon ropes, just like before, Su Chen instructed. The body of Zhou Shixian, who had been slain earlier, remained unprocessed. Su Chen ordered it to be tied up and discarded in a small courtyard behind. The onlookers were perplexed. Why bind the corpses of the deceased? Yet, in the absence of Su Chen's explanation, no one dared to inquire further. Following Su Chen's orders, the bodies of Old Su, Song Shuai, and others were bound and carried away. After the scene was cleared, He Wang smiled and remarked, Brother Su is indeed exceptionally clever, with minimal sacrifice. He has rid us of that Hai Chi Chong. However, even though Hai Chi Chong is dead, will the other survivor teams not unite against us? Sun Yuan expressed his concern. Rest assured, with Hai Chi Chong's demise, their alliance will undoubtedly crumble. Su Chen scoffed. Indeed, from the outset, Su Chen had no intention of providing supplies to Hai Chi Chong and his group. Compared to the vast resources within his storage space, 300 portions were negligible. However, Su Chen despised the feeling of being coerced. He feigned agreement with Hai Chi Chong, intent on sowing discord among the survivor teams. While Su Chen held no fondness for Hai Chi Chong, he acknowledged that among the survivor leaders, Hai Chi Chong possessed the most influence. With his assassination, the remaining survivor teams would inevitably be rife with suspicion and mistrust. This was precisely why Su Chen had the audacity to eliminate Song Shuai and sever ties with Gao Xiangjuan. You bastard, Su Chen. In the end, upon receiving the news of his younger brother Song Shuai's demise, Gao Xiangjuan was consumed with fury. He had taken immense risks to assist Su Chen in eliminating Gao Qiqiang, driven by the lure of resources. Yet, to his dismay, Su Chen turned out to be utterly untrustworthy. It was a shocking realization that he himself was the fool in this tragic play. Boss, we cannot let Su Chen go unpunished. Indeed, he has proven to be a scoundrel. The other subordinates were equally incensed. Like Gao Xiangjuan, they were still yearning for the promised Huazi and Maodai from Su Chen. Since he chooses to abandon his integrity, he should not blame us for our actions. Gao Xiangjuan took a deep breath and instructed his men, you few. Immediately contact Biao and Xiaoboan. Tell them I was misled by Su Chen. Now, I intend to wage war against him. If they are willing to assist me, I can provide them with resources. After taking the You Are Done Hotel, they can select from Su Chen's supplies, giving Gao Xiangjuan's character of exploiting every opportunity. Such an offer was already a considerable concession. This underscores the depth of his animosity towards Su Chen. Yes, boss. Several subordinates quickly donned their down jackets and made their way to the camps of other survivors. Before long, they returned, but with grim tidings. Gao Xiangjuan's plot to eliminate Gao Qiqiang had already been disclosed to Xiaoboan and others by Biao's men. Currently, Xiao Bowen and his group were doing their utmost to evade Gao Xiangjuan. How could they possibly ally with him for trivial gains to attack Su Chen? Who could say if Gao Xiangjuan was not scheming to betray them again? The subordinates sent by Gao Xiangjuan did not even get a chance to meet. As for Biao's side, they were even more ruthless. Two subordinates sent there were met with violence. One was slain outright while the other returned gravely injured, only to perish shortly after delivering the news to Gao Xiangjuan. Upon learning of the outcome, Gao Xiangjuan felt a chill deep within. Not only had he failed to secure resources, but he had also forged deadly enmities with the Biao and Zhao Xiong, alienating himself from Xiao Bowen and other survivor groups. Truly, he had attempted to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. Su Chen, just wait. Gao Xiangjuan ground his teeth in rage, his face a mask of bitterness. Achoo! Inside the confines of the Normadisen, Su Chen involuntarily sneezed. Is something wrong, master? Did you catch a chill while you were out? Lin Yingying inquired with genuine concern. Since Su Chen had eliminated Zhou Shixian for her admiration for him had only deepened. It's probably not a chill. I suspect Gao Xiangjuan is cursing me, Su Chen replied with a chuckle, brushing it off. However, he recognized that if the survivors on Phoenix Mountain did not unite, no team could pose a threat to him. Should Gao Xiangjuan persist in his foolishness, Su Chen would not hesitate to employ measures to eliminate him as well. That's good, master. How's my strength? Lin Yingying asked with a playful smile. Quite impressive. Su Chen reclined on the sofa, narrowing her eyes in bliss as she reveled in the massage. Master, it's time for some fruit, Lu Linger announced, bringing over a platter of freshly cut fruit. With the company of these two enchanting beauties, such a delightful experience could only be akin to that of a celestial being. The death of Gao Qiqiang, while it stirred a considerable reaction among the survivors, soon settled into a somber calm. After all, since the advent of the apocalypse, death had become a relentless companion. For the survivors, the paramount concern remained how to navigate the future and persist in living. Chapter 101. The new authority. Fortunately, each survivor group had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. For the time being, the atmosphere atop Phoenix Mountain was relatively tranquil. However, this tranquility was not destined to last. Approximately half a month later, one of the survivor teams depleted their resources and turned their attention toward other weaker factions. The survivor group stationed at the Zhenghao Hotel consisted of around 50 individuals, led by a man named Li Jiawei. Just last night, they launched a surprise attack on a neighboring team of merely a dozen members. Zhou Xinhong relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Su Chen, He Wang, and Sun Yuan. This marked the third such incident in succession. He Wang's expression grew solemn as he remarked quietly, as time progresses, more teams will exhaust their supplies and begin to plunder others. If it comes to that, we may once again witness the horrific spectacle of cannibalism. The recollections of events that transpired in the underground parking lot of the Green Forest Hotel caused Sun Yuan's countenance to shift slightly. Yet Su Chen remained remarkably composed. All of this fell well within his expectations. After all, Phoenix Mountain had been thoroughly scavenged, leaving not a morsel behind. While the bitter cold and heavy snowfall rendered any attempts to seek out resources virtually impossible, as the survivors languished in their plight, it was only natural for such circumstances to arise. We must remain vigilant during this period, Su Chen stated calmly. Without resources, they will undoubtedly band together and launch an assault against us. Su, my brother, He Wang called out to Su Chen, his demeanor suggesting he was hesitant to express his thoughts. Are you suggesting I distribute supplies to those survivors? Su Chen inquired with a light chuckle. Indeed. If you possess ample resources, it would be generous to assist them, He Wang replied, pausing momentarily before adding, of course, this is merely my personal opinion. Regardless of your decision, I will support you. Su Chen did not take offense at He Wang's suggestion. Instead, he smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother He, do you recall how benevolent you were to those survivors? Yet, after being ambushed by a bio, did anyone step forward to avenge you? After a moment of silence, He Wang shook his head. Precisely. I have amassed a significant stockpile of supplies, sufficient for our needs for an extended period. But why should I share it with others? Wang Yi, Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun. I provided them with resources. And what was my reward? When hunger strikes, one has but a singular worry. Once satiated, countless concerns arise, especially given that among these survivors are individuals like Abayo, Zhao Xiong, and Gao Xiangjuan. Su Chen's remarks resonated with He Wang and Sun Yuan, who nodded in agreement. You are right. It is better to mistakenly harm the innocent than to let the guilty go unpunished. Reflecting on Wu Li in the house, He Wang resolved to suppress his compassion. Rest assured, I shall consider the inclusion of certain survivors, provided they prove reliable, Su Chen remarked with a faint smile. Currently, he oversees nearly 50 survivors, all meticulously selected. However, despite this careful curation, he has yet to fully trust anyone beyond a select few. such as He Wang and Sun Yuan. Having endured betrayal in a past life, Su Chen places his faith solely in himself. Once the three concluded their discussions, they rose and departed from the conference room. In a designated common area, a roaring fire blazed in the fireplace. Lin Yingying sat at a table, attending to an ailing survivor, while a line of others awaited their turn behind him. The harsh cold and poor nutrition had led to various ailments among the survivors. Fortunately, Lin Yingying diligently provided medical care each day, preventing non-combat attrition within the group. The survivors held her in deep respect, which in turn fostered their growing reverence for Su Chen. Boss Su, brother He, brother Sun. Upon noticing the trio's approach, the survivors eagerly greeted them. Su Chen and his companions offered slight nods in acknowledgement. Lin Yingying looked up and couldn't help but smile at Su Chen. The morning consultation concludes here. If anyone feels unwell, please come earlier this afternoon, she announced. Although the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, they gradually dispersed. Ah Chen, you've arrived. Lin Yingying greeted Yi Wang and Sun Yuan before happily leaning against Su Chen, though their relationship was that of master and servant. Su Chen allowed Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo to address him by name in the presence of others. Well then, it's getting late. We should head back. Su Chen waved to He Wang and the others, leading Lin Yingying toward the camper. Besides Lin Yingying and Wu Li, several other women not only managed the team as chores, but had also formed bonds with other men in the group. The atmosphere within the entire team was exceedingly harmonious. Reflecting on the anxiety and uncertainty she felt when she first escaped the camp with Wu Li, Lin Yingying now marveled at their tranquil and peaceful existence. She felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen. Master, thank you. For what? Su Chen replied with a smile. Thank you for being so good to us, Lin Yingying sincerely expressed. Embracing his shoulder, Su Chen laughed heartily and said nothing more as he led her into the camper. Lu Linger had prepared a delightful array of dishes, and the three of them enjoyed a splendid meal together. Meanwhile, in a Biao's camp, he observed the gathered individuals, Gao Xiangjuan, Xiao Bowen, Li Jiawei, and others, with a serious expression. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a critical juncture. If we wish to survive, we must unite. Over the past month since Gao Qiqiang's demise, a Biao had remained industrious. On one hand, he reinforced his control over his subordinates, while on the other, he dispatched individuals to establish connections with other survivor groups. A Biao's objective was clear: to usurp Gao Qiqiang and emerge as the new spokesperson for the Survivor Alliance atop Phoenix Mountain. As he observed an increasing number of individuals deprived of resources, a Biao realized that his opportunity had arrived. Thus, he summoned all the leaders of the survivors. Brother Biao, you speak wisely, but what about that scoundrel Li Jiawei? He killed 2 of my men yesterday. How do you intend to address this? Xiao Bowen exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, glaring at Li Jiawei. What, are you not convinced? If not, come at me. Li Jiawei retorted, unyielding, with a cold smirk. Enough. A Biao bellowed, forcefully striking the table as he observed the escalating confrontation between the two. Today is not the day for your quarrels. We must discuss how to deal with Su Chen. Chapter 102. No supplies. Eliminate you all Biao Go. I advise you to refrain from exerting yourself unnecessarily. Li Jiawei reclined in his chair, languidly stating, wasn't it the same when Gao Qiqiang was here? He sought to rally us to attack Su Chen, but what transpired? A certain untrustworthy scoundrel allied with Su Chen and eliminated Gao Qiqiang. Upon his utterance, the gaze of the assembly collectively shifted towards Gao Xiangjuan. Gao Xiangjuan's expression instantly transformed into one of profound discontent. Li Jiawei, perhaps you should keep your comments to a minimum. A Biao glared at him, speaking in a low tone. Given the passage of time, it is likely that everyone's supplies have dwindled significantly. If this continues, we may all face starvation. Although the crowd remained silent, their expressions betrayed their thoughts. Even Xiaobowen, who possessed the most resources, could not sustain himself for long. Since survival was the shared desire, it was imperative to cast aside past grievances, unite, and subdue Su Chen. A Biao's piercing gaze swept over the assembly before finally resting on Gao Xiangjuan. Old Gao, to atone for past transgressions, your men must take the lead in this offensive against Su Chen. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Gao Xiangjuan understood well that due to the incident involving Gao Qiqiang, the other survivors harbored animosity towards him. Were it not for Su Chen's presence, his team would likely be the first to face the axe. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. Do any of the rest of you have objections? A Biao then turned his attention to the other leaders. They exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads. Although they held no fondness for Gao Xiangjuan, his willingness to lead the charge against Su Chen was the most suitable course of action. Then it is settled. We shall proceed to assault the Uridun Hotel. Should anyone dare to betray us again, we will not hesitate to deal with them. Understood? A Biao's expression turned cold. his tone laced with lethal intent. Understood. The assembly of survivor leaders involuntarily replied. Excellent. Everyone return and make preparations. Tomorrow morning, we shall confront Su Chen. A Biao waved his hand, issuing the command. Boss Su, we have a situation. Su Chen, in the midst of slumber, was roused by the crackling sound of the intercom. He yawned and glanced at the dim light filtering through the window. Gradually rising, he picked up the intercom beside him. Thanks to the vehicle's climate control system. Despite his robust physique being clad in nothing, he felt no chill whatsoever. What is it, Zhou Xinhong? Su Chen inquired in a grave tone. There is a sudden gathering of numerous individuals outside our hotel. Zhou Xinhong's voice carried a hint of tension. Understood. I will head out immediately. Su Chen glanced at the still peacefully sleeping Ermei. He chose not to disturb her, donning his cold weather gear and ensuring he was equipped with a shotgun, QBZ, and QBU before exiting the RV. Given the urgent situation outside the hotel, Zhou Xinhong had naturally also notified He Wang and Sun Yuan. Su Chen entered the conference room and, after meeting with the two individuals, promptly ascended to the hotel's top floor. Time had passed, and the blizzard had long ceased. Thick layers of snow had even engulfed the hotel's second floor. Due to the geographical location of Phoenix Mountain, the snowfall here was relatively manageable. In some inland areas, however, the snow piled up to heights of 7 or 8 stories. Through a high-powered telescope, Su Chen could clearly see numerous survivors gathering at the hotel's entrance. More survivors continued to arrive, resembling ants scurrying from all directions. In no time, the entrance was teeming with a dense throng of people. This was troublesome. He Wang's expression turned tense. With so many survivors congregating, it was improbable that they had gathered without reason. It was highly likely, as Su Chen had mentioned the previous day, that they were intent on raiding their supplies. Brother Sun, go down and direct the others. Be cautious of their potential attack. Su Chen instructed. Understood. Sun Yuan responded without hesitation and immediately descended the stairs. The other individuals within the hotel received the news and began to prepare for defense. As the survivors gathered, a Biao could not help but display a satisfied smile. Although he had been an executive in the Mingyuan group prior to the apocalypse, and had thus enjoyed a measure of success, he was ultimately just a pawn of Zhang Mingyuan. However, in this new world, he found himself capable of commanding hundreds of people. What a remarkable transformation. Let us move out. A Biao commanded with a wave of his hand. All eyes turned toward Gao Xiangjuan. With no other choice, Gao Xiangjuan reluctantly nodded to his subordinates. His 100 or so followers trudged toward the Yuerdun Hotel with great reluctance. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the ground in front of the foremost survivor, sending snow flying in all directions. The shot instantly sent all the survivors present into a panic. They hurriedly scattered, seeking refuge behind buildings to evade the cold gunfire coming from the hotel. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. A Biao, watching from the rear, was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. Brother Biao, don't be angry. Let us try diplomacy first. We should talk to Su Chen. Xiaomei quickly attempted to console him. A Biao seized the walkie-talkie that Su Chen had previously sent through Gao Xiangjuan and spoke in a deep voice. Su Chen, this is a Biao. Respond immediately. Upon hearing a Biao's voice, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implications. It appeared that after Gao Qiqiang's demise, a Biao had taken his place. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Brother Biao. Indeed, good men rarely last long, while the wicked endure through the ages. Su Chen's tone dripped with sarcasm. Enough of your banter. A Biao, unfazed, retorted with a cold smile. Our supplies are nearly depleted, leaving you with only 2 options. First, immediately surrender half of your resources so that we may coexist peacefully. Secondly, we shall invade the hotel, eliminate you, and seize the supplies. The path we take is for you to decide. In response to a Biao's proposition, Su Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps I possess a third option. Should you refuse to surrender the supplies, I shall eradicate all of you. Very well, let us see if you possess such capability. A Biao's countenance darkened as he ended the communication device and proclaimed loudly to the remaining survivors. Brothers, our food supplies are dwindling, and it won't be long before we all succumb to starvation. Rather than perish from hunger, we might as well confront Su Chen. If we can eliminate him, we shall secure our survival. The situation is still uncertain, and we are all mere pawns. Charge. Fueled by a Biao's incitement, the once timid survivors now gleamed with a fierce determination in their eyes. Chapter 103, Zombies. A frenzied survivor leaped from his hiding place. But before he could take more than a couple of steps, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, and his head burst open, sending him crashing to the ground. The others nearby had no time to feel anger or sorrow, as they rushed out in a panic. The deafening sounds of gunfire echoed as several more survivors fell lifeless to the ground. Some, undeterred by the carnage, cautiously peered out to assess the situation atop the hotel. However, their heads barely emerged for 3 seconds before they too met a similar fate, their skulls shattered in an instant. The remaining onlookers were left in stunned silence. What the hell? Just showing a head for a second, and you're dead? This is insane. He Wong, standing beside Su Chen, wore an expression of disbelief. Although he knew Su Chen possessed extraordinary marksmanship, this was beyond comprehension. In that brief moment, while he had not fired a single shot, Su Chen had wielded his sniper rifle with deadly precision, eliminating anyone who dared to reveal themselves. Such terrifying reflexes were enough to humble even He Wong, a shooting champion from the military. Outside the hotel, Abayo and the others were equally perplexed. If they had charged the hotel from the outset, there would have been little to fear. Yet, now that everyone was sheltering behind the building, the first to emerge would surely face death. In such circumstances, none were willing to risk exposing themselves. Gao Xiangjuan, where are your people? Command them to charge. Li Jiawei shouted at Gao Xiangjuan. It's not that I don't want to. I simply can't get them to follow orders right now. Gao Xiangjuan replied helplessly. Although he was the leader of the group, commanding respect within the team, no one was inclined to heed his call for a suicidal charge. Forget it. Rushing in will only lead to needless casualties. Abayo waved his hand, halting the squabbling. Let us wait until nightfall. It is broad daylight now, and Su Chen atop the building has a clear view of everything below. The survivors down there are akin to targets. An attack under the cover of darkness would yield better results. With this, the group ceased their arguments and retreated to rest briefly. Inside the hotel, upon witnessing the enemy's retreat, Sun Yuan and the others erupted into cheers. Having faced similar circumstances before, they understood that should the enemy breach the hotel, their fate would be nothing short of dire. Boss Sun, we have witnessed the greatness of the boss. Boss Sun truly is formidable, scaring them away with ease. As Su Chen and He Wong descended, the crowd gathered to greet them, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. We cannot let our guard down. If I am not mistaken, they will wait until nightfall to launch another assault. Unlike Sun Yuan and the others, Su Chen did not share their exuberance. His expression remained composed. Abayo had gathered so many survivors. They would not retreat simply because a few shots had been fired. Zhou Xinhong, take some men to the rooftop and observe the movements of the other survivors. Report back immediately if anything seems amiss. Without hesitation, Zhou Xinhong complied with Su Chen's orders, leading several of his subordinates directly to the rooftop. Everyone else, take advantage of the time to rest. I fear tonight we shall face a fierce battle, Su Chen instructed the others. Yes, boss. The group replied in unison. After such a tumultuous night, dawn had already broken. Su Chen pondered what culinary delights Lu Linger and Lin Yingying had prepared for them, as he rubbed his slightly hungry belly and made his way to the backyard. At that moment, the survivor Li Dong hurriedly approached, his complexion pale, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Su, boss Su, it's not good. Su Chen felt a stir in his heart and whispered, I understand. Take me to see. Li Dong hesitated for a moment, fear evident in his eyes, yet he led Su Chen towards the backyard. The hotel's backyard was divided into 2 sections, A and B. Area A served as the office space, which Su Chen had repurposed to park the Normadisen. Area B connected to the hotel's kitchen and freight elevator, previously used for transporting various items into the hotel. Li Dong took Su Chen to Area B, which had been sealed off after the blizzard set in, drastically dropping the temperature, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Though the other survivors were curious, they refrained from questioning, preferring instead to huddle in the common room by the fire, given the biting cold. Before long, the two arrived at a warehouse. Despite the iron gate, the growls from within were audible. Boss Su, the corpses inside, they have come back to life. Li Dong stammered, swallowing hard. The bodies of Zhou Shixin, Lao Su, Song Shuai, and others had not been carelessly discarded. Instead, they were stored in the warehouse of Area B. Su Chen had assigned Li Dong and a few other survivors to take turns guarding them, ready to inform him at the slightest disturbance. Just moments ago, Li Dong had heard a noise from within the warehouse. Driven by curiosity, he opened the door, only to find the long-dead Zhou Shixin and the others had indeed returned to life. Upon seeing Li Dong, they let out frantic roars, attempting to surge forward. Fortunately, Su Chen had previously ordered their bodies to be bound with nylon ropes, preventing them from moving. Terrified, Li Dong hurried back to inform Su Chen. I know. There is no need to fear. Just open the door, Su Chen replied calmly. Seeing his composed demeanor, Li Dong's panic began to subside. Listening to the growls emanating from within, he steeled himself and opened the door. Indeed, as Li Dong had said, Zhou Shixin and the others had reopened their eyes. Upon hearing the door creak, they instinctively turned their gaze, immediately growling lowly and struggling fiercely, had they not been bound by nylon ropes. they would have undoubtedly charged forward by now. Su Chen observed Zhou Shixian and the others intently, though they had been deceased for a considerable time. The bodies of Zhou Shixian and his companions remained remarkably preserved due to the frigid temperatures, showing no signs of decay. However, their pupils had all turned a ghastly shade of gray. What has happened to Su Laoda and the others? Li Dong inquired, unable to conceal the terror that gripped his heart. Can't you see? They have transformed into zombies, Su Chen replied softly. Zombies? Li Dong was taken aback. Despite having watched numerous films featuring such creatures, he had always considered them to be mere figments of imagination. How could they possibly manifest in reality? As for this question, Su Chen was equally perplexed. Following the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life, numerous scientists had conducted research, ultimately concluding that humanity's egregious destruction of the Earth's environment had provoked its wrath. Chapter 104. The Ancient Virus in Previous Incarnations. A widely circulated belief suggested that the Earth's magnetic field and gravitational forces had encountered significant disturbances. This turmoil precipitated the initial meteor shower and the ensuing extreme heat. The relentless high temperatures persisted for several days, not only evaporating vast amounts of seawater, but also melting the glaciers at the poles, which in turn unleashed a continuous deluge of rain. The rising sea levels submerged extensive tracts of land. Concurrently, as the polar ice caps melted, the ancient virus harbored within them began to proliferate throughout the globe via the water cycle. Almost the entirety of humanity became infected with this primordial virus. Initially, those affected exhibited no overt symptoms. It was only upon their demise that the ancient virus seized control of their corporeal forms, transforming them into the mindless monstrosities reminiscent of cinematic zombies. These creatures possessed no consciousness, driven solely by a bloodthirsty instinct to attack humans. Once bitten, an individual would succumb to the virus within a matter of hours or, at a slower pace, within a few days, ultimately becoming one of their kind. The reanimated corpses, while not possessing extraordinarily enhanced physical capabilities, were only marginally stronger than humans, by approximately 10 to 30%. Under normal circumstances, human forces, akin to elite special units, could easily vanquish these zombies. However, the aftermath of extreme heat, torrential rains, and frigid temperatures had obliterated societal order, resulting in a population decline of over 30%. This vast horde of zombies was far beyond the capacity of the remaining scattered humans to combat. In a bid for survival, the remaining individuals erected towering walls, establishing cities for survivors. During this tumultuous period, numerous scientists endeavored to uncover the truth behind the apocalypse, striving to restore the world to its former state. Alas, chaos reigned supreme, and the remaining leaders of survivors engaged in a web of deceit and rivalry over scarce resources, ultimately leading to fruitless outcomes. It was perplexing, logically. The reanimated corpses should not have awoken until the tail end of the extreme cold. Why, then, had they done so prematurely? Su Chen stroked his chin, observing Zhou Shixian and the others before an epiphany struck him as he slapped his forehead in realization. Typically, the corpses of the deceased survivors would either have been interred in graves or left to decay in the wilderness, but regardless, they were all blanketed by snow. In a world enveloped in ice and snow, it functioned akin to a colossal freezer. The bodies of the survivors, along with the ancient virus within them, had been preserved in a state of suspended animation. Only as the harsh cold began to wane and temperatures gradually rose would the zombies be activated. Su Chen disposed of Zhou Shixian's body into the storage facility, delegating Li Dong and others to maintain vigilance. He aimed to receive timely alerts when the zombies reawakened. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the temperature within the storage facility was considerably higher than that outside, which inadvertently facilitated the premature revival of the ancient virus. Boss Su, what shall we do about these zombies? Although Li Dong had watched numerous zombie films prior to the apocalypse, the distinction between cinematic portrayals and lived experiences was stark. As Li Dong gazed at the relentless horde of zombies, shrieking and attempting to claw their way towards him, terror gripped him, rendering his legs weak with the fear that the nylon rope might not hold. Had it not been for Su Chen's presence, he would have fled without a second thought. Go summon brother, he and the others, Su Chen instructed after a moment of contemplation. Understood. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Dong swiftly dashed away. Before long, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others arrived, alerted by the commotion. Upon witnessing the grotesque creatures that seemed to belong only to the realm of cinema, their expression shifted dramatically. Su Laoda, what is happening here? Are these truly zombies? They don't seem very formidable. Not formidable? Why not loosen the ropes and find out for yourself? Initially, the sight of the zombies had instilled a degree of fear in them. However, as they observed the creatures bound and unable to move, their apprehension gradually dissipated. Chen succinctly explained the situation regarding the zombies to the group. The reason I summoned you all is to remind you that from this day forth, you must be vigilant not only against other survivors, but also against these zombies. How do we deal with such zombies? Someone could not help but inquire. Brother Sun, lend me a hand. Chen gestured to Sun Yuan. Together, they pulled out the zombie form of Song Shui, having been parasitized by an ancient virus. Song Shui exhibited no semblance of personal consciousness. He struggled fiercely, shaking his head in desperate attempts to bite at Chen and Sun Yuan. These zombies were indeed reminiscent of those depicted in films. Their eyesight was mediocre, yet their hearing was remarkably acute, although they could not detect the scent of humans. They were extraordinarily sensitive to the smell of blood. Aside from this, they felt no pain, driven solely by an insatiable hunger for flesh. As Chen spoke, he raised his baseball bat and struck Song Shui squarely in the face. The force of the blow shattered his nasal bridge, yet Song Shui remained oblivious, continuing to reach for Chen with fervor. Chen then brandished a knife, swiftly severing one of Song Shui's arms. In the frigid temperatures, having been dead for so long, the blood within him had long since coagulated, yielding no fresh flow. He subsequently chopped off Song Shui's leg and pierced his heart. Still, there was no reaction. The creature remained intent on gnawing at Chen. To eliminate them, there was but one method: aim for the head and destroy it. As Chen articulated this, his knife descended upon Song Shui's skull. Crack! The head was cleaved in two, the brain matter obliterated. The creature froze as if under a spell, devoid of any further movement. With Song Shui completely dispatched, the collective anxiety of the group finally eased. They were not afraid of the zombies' resilience. Rather, their dread stemmed from the fear that these entities could not be killed, since the head is the zombie's weak point. Then that simplifies matters considerably. All right, everyone, you may return for now. Be wary of any ambushes from a Biao and his crew. After concluding his briefing, Chen waved his hand, signaling for them to return to the hotel. Brother Su, should we eliminate the remaining zombies? Wang inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Shixian and the others. Having watched a plethora of zombie films, he understood all too well that leaving these creatures behind was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. If, by chance, they were inadvertently released one day, it would spell disaster. Why not eliminate them outright? Chen replied with a cold smile. With the right application, they can be formidable weapons. Wang and Sun Yuan were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Chen's intention. After a brief exchange of hushed words, Wang and Sun Yuan hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement and departing first. In an instant, the warehouse was left with Chen alone. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of something peculiar. Chapter 105. Energy crystal within the severed head of Song Shui. A grayish-white object was revealed. Despite having been frozen for an extended period, the bodily tissue still exhibited a reddish hue, rendering the grayish-white fragment somewhat glaring. Chen approached, suppressing his revulsion, and examined it intently. This grayish-white object resembled a pebble, nestled precisely in the center of Song Shui's head. With careful deliberation, Chen extended his hand and gently extracted it, cradling it in his palm for closer inspection. Its surface was remarkably smooth, and it felt cool to the touch. Could it possibly be the relic known in Buddhism as a sarira? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen dismissed it. The formation of sarira is a topic of much debate among scholars, but it is universally acknowledged that such relics appear only after the cremation of a Buddhist. Given that Song Shui's body was intact and lying here, it was implausible for a sarira to exist. After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion about the object's nature, he decided to pocket it and move on. He closed the door to the storage room and then stood up, making his way towards the backyard. As Chen pushed open the door to the vehicle and stepped inside, his vision blurred momentarily. The screen of the Doomsday Fortress RV system illuminated automatically, displaying a new line of text. Energy crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it? Energy crystal? What could that possibly be? Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. Master, you have returned. At that moment, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger hurried over to greet Chen, their expressions filled with concern. How's the situation outside? We have successfully repelled a bio and his men. Everything is fine now. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll lie down for a while. Please do not disturb me. Chen offered a few perfunctory remarks to the two ladies before heading towards the bedroom. The two exchanged glances, hesitant to say more. Once in the bedroom, Chen lay on the bed and began to explore the RV system. After some contemplation, he selected yes, and immediately felt a warmth in his pocket. Startled, he quickly reached in and discovered that the gray stone he had extracted from Song Shui's head had vanished. Could it be that this object was the so-called energy crystal? A spark of realization ignited within Chen as he summoned the Doomsday Fortress RV system once more. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 1. Energy points required for upgrade. 10. Current energy points. 1. Vehicle durability. 99. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be rendered inoperable. Repairs can be made through energy points. Storage space. Energy shop. Everything remained unchanged, save for the energy points, which had increased from 0 to 1. At this revelation, Su-Chen was struck with enlightenment. It seemed that to upgrade the RV, one must procure the grayish-white energy crystals from the heads of zombies. If one energy crystal could be exchanged for one energy point, then acquiring 10 would facilitate the RV's upgrade. A level 1 RV would possess nearly limitless storage capacity. Should one ascend to the second level, the 10th, or perhaps even higher echelons, who can fathom the marvels of advanced technology that await? At that juncture, would one not stride confidently through the apocalypse? Su-Chen's heart raced with excitement, pounding fervently within his chest. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and made his way outside. Master, are you not going to eat? Upon witnessing Su-Chen donning his attire and preparing to leave, Lu Linger was momentarily taken aback. I have pressing matters to attend to. You both enjoy your meal, Su-Chen replied, dismissing any further conversation. As he pushed the door open and ventured forth, before long, he found himself back in the warehouse of Area B. The lifeless body of Song Shui lay undisturbed, while Zhou Shixian, Lao Su, and others, upon hearing the noise, immediately became agitated. Su-Chen seized an axe nearby and swung it towards Lao Su's head. Crack! With that blow, the previously restless Lao Su fell silent. However, this outcome was unexpected for Su-Chen. After rummaging for a considerable time, he found no trace of any energy crystals within Lao Su's skull. Pondering deeply, Su-Chen stroked his chin. Both Song Shui and Lao Su were ordinary individuals, with no discernible differences. This led him to contemplate whether the emergence of energy crystals was indeed a matter of randomness. His gaze shifted towards the remaining zombies. Originally, there were 5 zombies within the warehouse, but after eliminating Song Shui and Lao Su, only 3 remained. Even if each of these 3 zombies possessed an energy crystal, collectively they would yield a mere 4 points of ability, insufficient for upgrading the RV. It seemed more prudent, as per the original plan, to utilize them as weapons. With this thought, Su-Chen's expression grew increasingly cold-blooded. Meanwhile, at the Survivor Alliance, the leaders convened at Abayo's hotel, relishing the provisions offered by Gao Xiangjuan. Well done, Boss Gao. I never imagined you possessed such fine goods, Abayo remarked, puffing away on a luxurious cigarette. This is a treat I seldom indulge in. I brought it forth today especially for all the esteemed leaders. Gao Xiangjuan managed a strained smile. Earlier, when Su-Chen gifted him a cigarette, he had shared it with his subordinates, preserving the remaining half for himself. His decision to present it today was driven by the desire to foster goodwill among the other leaders. As they savored the precious cigarettes, the ambience shifted, and the leader's demeanor towards Gao Xiangjuan softened considerably. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. Esteemed leaders, a person bearing a white flag has emerged from the Yuer Dun Hotel. Brother Biao, it seems that Su-Chen, that scoundrel, cannot withstand the pressure any longer. Gao Xiangjuan exclaimed, filled with elation. The others, too, felt a surge of energy. Su-Chen's initiative to send someone out clearly indicated a desire for negotiation. However, caution was paramount. That crafty fellow was known for his cunning schemes. While others may have been unaware, Abayo, having dealt with Su-Chen on numerous occasions, understood him all too well. Su-Chen had never bowed to anyone. Once he did, it would signify that he was once again plotting something. However, let us first meet that individual and ascertain what Su-Chen intends. After a brief contemplation, Abayo commanded, "Bring him in." In a short while, Su-Chen's subordinate, Zhou Xinhong, was ushered into the room. Abayo scrutinized him from head to toe and sneered. "So it is you. Speak. What has Su-Chen sent you here for?" "Our boss, Su, has expressed a desire to coexist peacefully with all of you. Moreover, to alleviate any concerns you may harbor, he is willing to provide a box of supplies up front," Zhou Xinhong stated plainly, conveying his purpose. Upon hearing this, Abayo felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that Su-Chen, so earnest in his approach, was genuinely intimidated? This was quite contrary to his character. Meanwhile, Xiaomei, sensing Biao's hesitation, whispered, "Brother Biao, perhaps we should agree to this for the time being. If Su-Chen is indeed willing to offer us supplies, it would be most advantageous. Should he refuse, we stand to lose nothing and can simply continue our assault on him." Chapter 106. 100% suspicion upon reflection. Abayo found merit in Xiaomei's reasoning. If the supplies sent by Su-Chen were merely provisions, what danger could possibly arise? At worst, there could be poison hidden within the food. If that were the case, all he needed to do was exercise caution and allow the other survivors to partake in the food first. Once their safety was assured, he could then indulge in the supplies himself. With this line of thought, Abayo nodded slightly. "In that case, you may deliver the supplies first. and we shall discuss further matters afterward. Hearing Abayo's agreement, Zhou Xinhong exhaled in relief and remarked, "Our leader Su has already prepared the supplies. They will be placed at the hotel entrance shortly for your collection." After concluding their negotiations, Zhou Xinhong swaggered away. As Abayo watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of unease settled over him. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of having been deceived by Su Chen too many times. He sought to reassure himself. Contrary to Abayo's expectations, the proceedings unfolded remarkably smoothly. Shortly after Zhou Xinhong returned to the Yuridun Hotel, a few individuals emerged, pushing a sizable crate. The crate stood over a person as height and measured 2 to 3 meters in length and width. It appeared to be filled with a substantial quantity of items. And Zhou Xinhong's group struggled to maneuver it across the snowy ground. They rolled the crate to the intersection, greeted Abayo's men, and then retreated. After taking possession of the wooden crate, Abayo's subordinates pushed it back with equal effort. The leaders gathered before the crate, their expressions reflecting considerable satisfaction. Such a large container could hold a significant amount of supplies. Even if distributed evenly, it would provide each person with provisions for 2 or 3 days. Brother Biao, shall we not open it? Li Jiawei rubbed his hands eagerly, casting a hopeful glance at Abayo. Very well, you may open it. Abayo nodded in acquiescence. With his permission granted, Li Jiawei eagerly picked up a crowbar and stepped forward, as all eyes focused intently on him. Abayo exchanged a discreet glance with Xiaomei and his other subordinates, signaling them to step back unobtrusively. He was wary of Su Chen. Unbeknownst to him, this very action would ultimately save his life and those of Xiaomei and the others. Crack! Li Jiawei pried open a wooden panel, revealing the contents of the crate. To their astonishment, the interior was vacant, devoid of any supplies. Only in the farthest depths of the crate could a few figures be discerned. Whoever you are, come out at once. Enraged at feeling mocked by Su Chen, Li Jiawei bellowed, pointing an accusing finger at the shadows. Upon hearing his voice, the figures froze momentarily before slowly making their way toward the light. As they emerged, the crowd gasped in disbelief. They instantly recognized the individuals as Zhou Shixian and the 2 subordinates who had accompanied Song Shui to procure supplies from Su Chen. This was impossible. Were they not all supposedly killed by Su Chen? What were they doing here? What is the matter with you two? Gao Xiangjuan furrowed his brow as he questioned the 2 subordinates. However, the 2 seemed oblivious to his presence, their gazes fixated on Li Jiawei, their eyes betraying a bloodthirsty and brutal demeanor that sent shivers down one's spine. Are you playing the fool? Li Jiawei attempted to maintain his composure and swung a crowbar with force against one of the men's shoulders. Yet, the man merely shrugged it off, displaying no further reaction. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Zhou Shixian suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he lunged at Li Jiawei, who had no time to react before being tackled to the ground. Zhou opened his gaping maw and sank his teeth fiercely into Li Jiawei's neck. A large gaping wound appeared instantly, eliciting a series of agonizing screams from Li Jiawei. To the astonishment of all, Zhou then devoured the flesh he had torn from Li Jiawei's body. Sensing the scent of blood, the remaining 2 men pounced upon Li Jiawei, frantically tearing into him. In mere moments, Li Jiawei was left with a myriad of wounds, and the snow beneath him was stained crimson with blood. It was only at this juncture that the bystanders began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Li Jiawei's subordinates rushed forward in a desperate attempt to restrain Zhou and his accomplices. Yet, the 3 had become frenzied, exhibiting an extraordinary strength that rendered 2 or 3 men incapable of subduing even one of them. During this chaos, over a dozen others sustained bites and scratches at the hands of the 3. By the time the trio was finally subdued, Li Jiawei had succumbed to his injuries from excessive blood loss. The survivors who managed to restrain Zhou and his companions were also left with numerous wounds. Yao Ge, how should we deal with these 3 ruffians? Zhao Xiang fumed, having lost several subordinates to Zhou's vicious attacks. He harbored a deep desire to eliminate Zhou to assuage his anger. Once order was restored, a Biao slowly approached the group, scrutinizing Zhou and his companions with a furrowed brow. What do you think has happened to them? He inquired. I suspect they are afflicted with rabies. Xiaoboan spoke up cautiously. I have encountered rabies patients before. They become exceedingly aggressive and bloodthirsty, often attacking others in extreme cases. But the question remains, how could they have contracted rabies? There are no birds on the mountain. Even if it were rabies, what could Su Chen possibly gain by sending them here? A murmur of confusion spread among the crowd. Enough of this chatter, a Biao waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening. Regardless, Su Chen is not sincerely negotiating with us. He has caused Lao Da's demise, and if we do not show him our resolve, he will think us cowed. Lock Zhou and the others away for now. Prepare the others. As soon as night falls, we shall make our move. The crowd ceased their idle chatter and promptly acted upon his instructions. Abayo, accompanied by Xiaomei, stepped into the hotel ahead of the others. Brother Biao, I sense something is amiss. Most certainly 100% off, Xiao Mei whispered, linking her arm with Abayo's. What seems to be the issue? Abayo inquired, placing considerable trust in Xiao Mei's intuition. Even if Zhou Shixian and his companions have contracted rabies, what could be Su Chen's motive for bringing them here? Surely, it cannot merely be to disgust us, Xiao Mei reasoned. So, are you suggesting that, given Zhou Shixian's condition, is there a possibility that they have been infected with the zombie virus? Chapter 107. The zombie outbreak. The mere mention of the words zombie virus elicited a bemused reaction from Abayo. He had certainly encountered similar themes in various films. Yet those were purely fictional. How could a zombie virus possibly manifest in the real world? Xiao Mei, discerning Abayo's skepticism, pressed on. Look at the situation with Zhou Shixian and his companions. Isn't it akin to being infected by a zombie virus? Moreover, with the apocalypse upon us, what makes you think a zombie virus is impossible? Though her words seemed absurd at first, upon reflection, Abayo found some merit in her argument. With extreme weather phenomena having cycled through scorching heat, torrential rain, and biting cold, the emergence of a zombie virus could indeed appear plausible. So, what do you propose we do? Surely none of our people have been bitten? Xiao Mei replied, her voice soft yet resolute. In that case, we must remain vigilant and avoid contact with other teams. Let us observe for a while. If they show no signs of infection, it would indicate that our suspicions were unfounded. You truly are like my own Zhuge Liang. Abayo chuckled, planting a kiss on Xiao Mei's cheek. One must admit, the once naive Xiao Mei had evolved into a remarkably astute individual amidst the trials of the apocalypse, thanks in no small part to Abayo's mentorship. Feigning shyness, Xiao Mei nestled closer to Abayo. All right, then I expect you to further cultivate my skills tonight. Abayo deliberately emphasized the word cultivate, drawing the attention of their onlookers, who simmered with frustration. Yet, cowed by Abayo's formidable presence, they suppressed their irritation, their gazes toward Xiao Mei laden with unspoken implications. Boss, your demise is truly tragic. Rest assured, if we capture Su Chun, we shall avenge you. It is worth noting that Li Jiawei's loyal subordinates remained steadfast. They did not discard his body carelessly. Instead, they procured a blanket to wrap him in. A group of them knelt before his lifeless form, weeping fervently. As their lamentations reached a crescendo, just as they prepared to inter Li Jiawei, a sudden realization struck one of the subordinates. Look, the blanket. It seems to be moving. The others paused, following his gaze. Indeed, as he had pointed out, the covering over Li Jiawei trembled. Could it be that the boss is not dead? One devoted subordinate hastened forward and lifted the blanket, revealing Li Jiawei, bloodied and battered, yet astonishingly, his eyes fluttered open. He turned his head, locking eyes with the closest subordinate. Come here. The boss is alive. The subordinate called out to his comrades, and upon hearing this, they quickly gathered around, expressing their concern. Boss, how do you feel? Is there anyone skilled in medicine? Hurry, let us examine the boss. Despite the flurry of inquiries surrounding him, Li Jiawei appeared oblivious. His gaze fixated solely on the loyal subordinate nearest to him. Suddenly, he lunged forward, directly pouncing upon the younger subordinate, viciously sinking his teeth into him. A horrified scream escaped the subordinate's lips as he forcefully pushed Li Jiawei away. He staggered back a few steps, a substantial chunk of flesh torn from his cheek by Li Jiawei's ferocity. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, yet another subordinate found himself in Li Jiawei's sights. Li Jiawei clutched his leg, fervently gnawing at his ankle. Despite the cold weather and the layers worn by the survivors, they could not withstand Li Jiawei's relentless biting. In mere moments, the subordinate's ankle was so severely bitten that the bone was laid bare. It was only then that his companions regained their wits, rushing to restrain Li Jiawei. Yet, akin to the earlier ordeal with Zhou Shixian, Li Jiawei thrashed wildly, inflicting bites upon several subordinates. At that moment, the first subordinate bitten by Li Jiawei suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Hey, Xiao Chang, what is wrong with you? Someone inquired, turning at the sound. However, Xiao Chang paid him no heed, lying on the ground as he began to convulse violently. One worried companion hurried forward. Just then, Xiao Chang abruptly ceased his convulsions and opened his eyes, now a ghastly shade of gray. Before the companion could react, Xiao Chang leaped up, sinking his teeth into his neck. The remaining companions were left in stunned disbelief. Just as they had managed to subdue their leader, Xiao Chang too had succumbed to madness. Xiao Chang, your magic cloak. In desperation, they dispatched two individuals to restrain Xiao Chang. However, at that moment, the subordinate who had been bitten at the ankle by Li Jiawei also collapsed, beginning to convulse. Moments later, like Xiao Chang, he too rose again, charging at the others. In a frantic bid to evade his bites, two subordinates hastily released their grip on Li Jiawei, darting aside. Yet, this resulted in Li Jiawei slipping from their control. He, along with the two subordinates, launched a frenzied assault against the remaining untainted survivors. Before long, the dwelling of Li Jiawei's group fell into a disquieting silence. Save for a horde of zombies, their eyes transformed to a ghostly gray, emitting low, guttural growls, unbeknownst to the other survivors. The calamity within Li Jiawei's group echoed similar occurrences among other survivor factions. Gao Xiangjuan, Xiao Bowen, and their respective teams returned to their refuge to rest, preparing to rendezvous with a Biao under the cover of night and then mount an offensive against Su Chen. However, it was not long before those bitten by Zhou Shurskin began to exhibit the same symptoms as Li Jiawei. They first convulsed on the ground, and shortly thereafter, their eyes turned gray, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions as they began to viciously bite their fellow companions. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most horrifying revelation lay in the fact that the survivors bitten by these individuals would undergo rapid mutation, subsequently launching attacks on the remaining healthy individuals. As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, leaders like Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen realized that these individuals had transformed into zombies. Yet, it was already too late. Although they were aware that, akin to cinematic portrayals, targeting the zombies' heads was essential, the human skull is notoriously resilient. Achieving a precise and forceful headshot while besieged by the undead is no trivial feat soon. The group of survivors fell victim to the relentless onslaught of zombies. The remaining survivors, overwhelmed, could do little but scatter in a desperate bid for survival. Indeed, it was the zombie virus. Observing the dire situation from the upper floors of the hotel, Abayo felt a mix of relief and indignation. He was grateful to have heeded Xiao Mei's advice to temporarily part ways with Gao Xiangjuan and the others. Otherwise, he too might have met a grim fate. His anger, however, was directed at Su Chen, whose actions were utterly despicable. Under the guise of negotiation, he had unleashed several zombies, leading to the near annihilation of the survivors on Phoenix Mountain. Chapter 108. The Hunt for Zombies. Although the specifics remain unclear, it appears that the majority of survivors have succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. This predicament spells trouble. Previously, despite the scarcity of food and the biting cold outside, there was still some semblance of freedom to move. Now, however, we must contend with the peril of being pursued by the undead. This situation is entirely the fault of Su Chen. If given the chance, Biao would genuinely contemplate plunging a knife into Su Chen. Yet, ever since he became acquainted with Su Chen, he has consistently found himself at a disadvantage, never once gaining the upper hand. Observing the zombies wandering outside, Xiao Mei clutched Biao tightly, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Biao Gu, this might not be such a bad thing after all. How could this possibly be good?" Biao questioned, perplexed by Xiao Mei's perspective. "Consider it this way. Once the survivors on the mountain have turned into zombies, they will no longer consume food. Consequently, their provisions will become ours," Xiao Mei reassured him. While her reasoning held some merit, Biao remained skeptical. "But with so many zombies outside, how can we possibly venture out? If these zombies are akin to those depicted in films, their weakness likely lies in their heads," Xiao Mei analyzed. "The number of zombies on the mountain is finite. If we bide our time and eliminate the stragglers, we will eventually eradicate them all." Though her plan was somewhat rudimentary, it was currently the only viable option. Biao sighed, conceding, "I suppose we must proceed in this manner." Meanwhile, atop the Yulden building, witnesses to the near-total annihilation of the survivor team, now transformed into zombies, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others instinctively swallowed hard, their hearts racing with fear. On one hand, they were horrified by the terror of the zombies. On the other, they were frightened by Su Chen himself. While it was true that Su Chen had previously used a rifle to eliminate over 100 survivors, it was crucial to understand that killing with a rifle and turning these individuals into zombies were entirely different matters. They vowed silently never to betray Su Chen, otherwise their fate could be as grim as that of the unfortunate survivors outside the hotel. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen remained oblivious to their inner turmoil. He gazed at the zombies meandering through the snow, a smile unconsciously forming on his face. There were approximately 500 to 600 survivors on the mountain. After this round of infection, at least 300 would now be zombies. Even if 1 in 10 zombies possessed an energy crystal within their skulls, that amounted to 30 energy crystals. This would be more than sufficient to upgrade the mobile home's Doomsday Fortress system to level 2. However, Su Chen faced a dilemma: how to hunt these zombies. These undead creatures would not simply wait for him to strike, as the previous ones, Song Shui and Old Su, had done. If he employed the QBU or QBZ, the gunfire would be too loud, likely attracting all nearby zombies. Clearly, he could not afford to act hastily. He needed to devise a careful plan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen turned to He Wang and Sun Yuan, instructing, with zombies lurking outside, "Inform the team to remain vigilant throughout the night. It is imperative to refrain from venturing outside without necessity. Upon returning, one must strip off their garments for inspection. Those who defy this directive will be expelled from the hotel without exception. Su Chen's instructions were met with unanimous agreement from the two, as it was a matter of collective safety. Should anyone venture out clandestinely and contract the zombie virus while concealing their condition, the entire team could face dire consequences. For Su Chen's team, the fact that the survivors outside had succumbed to the infection and transformed into zombies was, in a twisted sense, a fortuitous development. At the very least, they need not fear an assault from other survivors banding together. For the sake of their safety, Su Chen resolved to remain within the confines of the RV whenever possible. It is better to be overly cautious than to risk vulnerability. Any breach in the hotel's defenses allowing zombies to infiltrate could threaten Su Chen's very existence. Thus, with the external situation being as it is, he advised Lu Linger and Lin Yingying to minimize their outings. Upon learning of the circumstances unfolding outside, both women turned pale with fright. They had previously believed that natural disasters such as extreme heat, torrential rain, and frigid temperatures were formidable enough. They were taken aback to discover the emergence of a zombie virus. Thankfully, they could rely on Su Chen, finding refuge within the Normadisen and enjoying a semblance of normalcy. Otherwise, they might have ended up like other survivors, destined to become food for the undead. Exchanging a glance, the two women resolved to heed Su Chen's counsel diligently to avoid expulsion. After relishing a sumptuous meal, Su Chen ascended to the second floor to gather his gear. Originally, the upper level was designated for Lin Yingying's accommodation. But now that all three resided on the first floor, it had become vacant. Thus, Su Chen appropriated the second floor as his makeshift workstation. Fortunately, the Normadisen was equipped with a large bed, spacious enough for 3 or 4 individuals. Otherwise, they would be rather cramped. Su Chen first donned a gray long-sleeve shirt over his inner garments. This piece was crafted from Kevlar fibers, designed to resist piercing attacks. While it would falter against bullets, it could easily withstand assaults from sharp weapons. Su Chen had invested nearly 100,000 yuan in this protective attire, aimed at safeguarding him against zombie bites. Once he was fully clad in the clothing, including cold weather gear, tactical gloves, and a tactical hat, he felt assured that there were no vulnerabilities in his defense. Indeed, Su Chen was fully equipped because he intended to venture out to hunt zombies, aiming to upgrade the RV. After imparting a few final words of caution to the two women, he departed from the Normadisen. On this expedition, Su Chen chose not to carry the QBZ and QB rifles, as their loud gunfire would inevitably attract zombies, and their considerable size made them cumbersome to transport. Instead, he equipped himself with a short shotgun for emergencies and armed himself with military hand axes, crossbows, and other melee weapons. The heavy snowfall had nearly concealed the hotel's perimeter walls. Fortunately, the surrounding walls, constructed primarily to deter the wild beasts from the mountains, are rather imposing in stature. Su Chen bent low, akin to a nimble feline, and leapt gracefully from the apex of the wall to a nearby edifice adjacent to the hotel. As dusk descended, the daylight gradually waned. In the absence of illumination and the moon's glow, the world around him was engulfed in darkness. Save for the ethereal white light reflected from the snow-covered ground, Su Chen retrieved the night vision goggles he had prepared in advance and donned them upon his head. Once activated, the realm transformed into a vibrant green expanse. Around the vicinity of the Yulton Hotel, there were no survivor teams to be found, and consequently, no zombies either. After a brief search, confirming that no undead had wandered nearby, he could only proceed cautiously towards the heart of the area. Chapter 109. Superpowers. Su Chen moved cautiously across the snow, making every effort to avoid any sound that might attract the attention of the zombies. Clad entirely in winter gear, he seemed to melt seamlessly into the snowy landscape under the cover of night. Soon, through his night vision goggles, he detected a group of zombies, at least 7 or 8 in number. They appeared to be aware of the challenges of traversing the snow, and the extreme cold seemed to affect them as well. Thus, the zombies lingered near a nearby building. After assessing the situation, Su Chen decided against engaging them. Without resorting to firearms, his skills and equipment would allow him to handle at most 2 or 3 zombies. Confronting a group of 7 or 8 would prove to be quite taxing. A misstep could lead to dire consequences, rendering any victory hollow. He circumvented the building occupied by the zombies and ventured in another direction. After searching the vicinity for a while, he found that most of the zombies were in clusters, typically numbering 5 or more. Reluctant to take unnecessary risks, he held back from making a move. Persistence bore fruit. At last, he spotted 2 solitary zombies, conveniently located at a convenience store previously looted by survivors. These 2, dragging their tattered bodies, shuffled at the entrance, seemingly attempting to lure Su Chen into a trap. Instead of rushing in, Su Chen circled the convenience store twice, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and ensuring that no other zombies lurked within a few hundred meters. Only then did he prepare to act. Crouched in the snow, he slowly raised his compound crossbow, using the night vision goggles to aim at one zombie's head. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt sliced through the night air, striking the zombie's head from over 100 meters away with unerring precision. It fell silently to the ground. The other zombie, hearing the commotion, turned its head in curiosity. Upon seeing its fallen companion, it paused momentarily before emitting a low growl and shuffling forward. At that moment, Chen had already locked onto it. Whoosh! Another bolt flew, accurately ending the life of the second zombie. After dispatching the two zombies, Chen did not act hastily. He remained quietly crouched in the snow for a full 10 minutes, ensuring that no other zombies had been alerted. Only then did he rise to his feet. Under the cloak of darkness, he swiftly traversed the open space and entered the convenience store. He kicked the fallen zombies to confirm their demise before feeling at ease. Drawing his military hand axe, he aimed at the forehead of one zombie and delivered a powerful strike. Crack! With a sharp sound, the zombie's skull split open, revealing its brain matter. Chen rummaged for a while, but found no energy crystals, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He then raised his axe and struck the second zombie. This time, Chen was not disappointed. Upon cleaving open its skull, he was pleasantly surprised to discover an energy crystal nestled within. After acquiring an energy crystal previously, he had not the opportunity to study it in detail before the system of the RV absorbed it. This time, however, he was in no rush. He scooped up a handful of snow to wash away the bloodstains and began to scrutinize the energy crystal. It was entirely opaque, exhibiting a grayish-white hue, with a faint glow seemingly pulsating within. It was peculiar. Why would an energy crystal, essential for upgrading the RV system, reside within a zombie's head? In his past life, Chen had never heard of such a phenomenon. Perhaps it was because he had taken refuge in a survivor city during the outbreak. At that time, he barely had the opportunity to evade danger, let alone contemplate what might lie within the zombies' craniums. However, he recalled hearing other survivors discuss that after the outbreak of the zombie virus, certain individuals suddenly manifested various extraordinary abilities. Back then, he had dismissed these claims as mere exaggerations, but upon reflection, they did not seem entirely implausible. After all, he had crossed over into this world and acquired an RV equipped with a system. It was not inconceivable that other survivors could possess superpowers. Moreover, Chen distinctly remembered that those managing the survivor city frequently recruited various mercenaries. These mercenaries would often leave the base to venture into the outside world, not only to scavenge for supplies, but also to hunt zombies. This led him to ponder whether there might be a special connection between the survivors with superpowers and the energy crystals found in the zombies' heads. Yet, all of this remained mere speculation, as Chen had no concrete evidence. At present, the most pressing matter for him was to secure the energy crystal and expedite the upgrade of the RV system. Just then, a sudden rush of wind swept past him, triggering alarm bells in his mind. Instinctively, he sidestepped, but it was too late. A tremendous force struck him, toppling him to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a zombie had appeared behind him. It pinned Chen down, its gaping maw gnashing hungrily at him. Fortunately, Chen reacted swiftly, pushing against the zombie with all his might to keep its teeth at bay. In the midst of their stalemate, Chen took a deep breath, summoning nearly all his strength to heave the zombie off him. Caught off guard, the creature toppled backward, crashing into a nearby shelf. Seizing the opportunity, Chen grasped his hand axe and swung it decisively at the zombie's head, finally ending its life. Once he ensured the zombie was indeed lifeless, Chen collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. After regaining a semblance of calm, he quickly examined his own body. Fortunately, thanks to his gear, he had escaped without any bites or scratches from the zombie. Otherwise, he would have had to await his own transformation into one of the undead. Based on the earlier encounter, it seemed that this zombie had been lurking within the convenience store all along. Chen was so preoccupied with searching for energy crystals that he neglected to inspect the convenience store. In his carelessness, he nearly fell victim to an ambush by a zombie. Feeling the cold sweat dampening his undergarments, Chen could not help but feel a pang of trepidation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the assailant was none other than Li Jiawei. This scoundrel nearly cost him his life. In a fit of anger, Chen kicked the corpse twice. Once he had vented his frustration, he gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a series of chilling roars echoed from outside. Chen's heart sank as he cautiously peeked out through his night vision goggles. He discerned at least 20 zombies converging towards his location. Chapter 110. Escape. It must have been during the struggle with Li Jiawei that the shelves were toppled, creating a disturbance that attracted the zombies. Surrounded by such a multitude of the undead, unless Chen managed to procure a rifle, his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Even if he possessed a rifle, he would dare not fire indiscriminately, lest he draw even more zombies towards him. Steady, steady. Su Chen inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. His gaze swept across the convenience store. In the entirety of the Phoenix Mountain Hotel district, this was the only convenience store, and thus it was relatively sizable, spanning 2 floors. Due to the heavy snowfall, the first floor was completely buried, leaving only the second floor exposed. Su Chen had entered through a shattered window on the second floor. In such a vast establishment, there must be a staff lounge and a restroom. He needed to ascertain if there was an escape route available. He was determined not to confront the zombies head-on unless absolutely necessary. He quickly made his way to the innermost part of the convenience store. Fortunately, apart from Li Jiawei, there were no other zombies lurking within. First, he approached the lounge, which was in disarray, featuring only a window secured with a burglar bar. Frowning, he hastily proceeded to the restroom. However, the situation there mirrored that of the lounge. Although there was a window, it too was fortified with protective bars. Su Chen felt a surge of frustration. If they were to install burglar bars in the lounge, why the restroom as well? Were they afraid someone might steal excrement? At that moment, the distant, haunting moans of zombies echoed from the rooftop, tightening his chest with urgency. He knew he had to act swiftly. Being discovered by the zombies and trapped inside the convenience store would spell disaster. Su Chen quickened his pace towards a door located in the corner. Upon opening it, he paused in surprise, then his face broke into a smile. Truly, there was a glimmer of hope. It turned out this room was a storage area for the convenience store, although the supplies within had long been scavenged by survivors. Fortune favored him as the door meant for unloading goods stood ajar. Su Chen pulled it open, revealing a thick blanket of snow. The first floor of the convenience store was entirely covered, and naturally, the area outside the storage door was too. Though the snow was quite deep, he could carve a path with his tools. Without hesitation, he retrieved his equipment and began digging fervently into the snow. Thankfully, the snowfall had not persisted for long, and the snow had not yet completely frozen. He effortlessly excavated a tunnel. As he squeezed into the opening, he also took care to close the storage door behind him. To avoid detection by the zombies, he dug a few meters outward. Only when the air within the snow became somewhat thin did he begin to burrow upwards. As he cleared a small opening, fresh air rushed in. Su Chen gasped for breath, cautiously poking his head out. At this moment, he was less than 10 meters from the convenience store. After ensuring that there were no zombies in the vicinity, Su Chen emerged from the snow like a groundhog. He carefully maneuvered himself while lying on the ground. Only after he had completely distanced himself from the convenience store did the tension in his heart begin to ease. He picked up his binoculars and gazed toward the convenience store. While he could not discern the internal situation, he noted that around the entrance he had entered, there were already 20 zombies gathered. Fortunately, he had escaped through the back door. Otherwise, he might have met his end there today. Su Chen silently expressed gratitude for his fortune. Once he regained his strength, the thought of continuing to hunt zombies and search for energy crystals faded away. He retraced his steps back to the Yulden Hotel. Upon his return to the Normadisen, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying sprang from the sofa and rushed to his side, expressing their concern. Master, how have you been? You've been gone for so long. Did something happen? For the 2 young women, Su Chen had become their pillar of support. If anything were to happen to him, they feared their own survival in this apocalypse would be in jeopardy. Thus, their anxiety was genuine. Although Su Chen viewed Lu Linger and Lin Yingying as tools to be utilized, their worry for him warmed his heart nonetheless. Everything is fine. Su Chen waved his hand, choosing not to disclose the events of earlier. After reassuring Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, he sent them back to rest while he settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes. End of Day's Fortress System. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the control panel once more, selecting the absorption option. The energy crystal in his palm began to radiate warmth before vanishing completely. At the same time, the energy points of the RV increased to 2. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since his rebirth, everything he had experienced had gone exceedingly smoothly, which had fostered a sense of pride and arrogance within him. Just like that night, he had dared to venture alone to hunt zombies. He had been ambushed by zombies and subsequently trapped inside the convenience store by a horde. Although he had ultimately returned safely to the RV, it served as a wake-up call for him. He could not afford to be so careless in the future. While upgrading the RV was important, preserving his own life was paramount. Yet, if he refrained from hunting zombies, how would he acquire energy crystals to upgrade the RV? After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he suddenly had a plan. The next morning, Su Chen rose from his bed, freshened up, donned his gear, and made his way to the communal lounge. At that moment, Sun Yuan was organizing his subordinates to distribute breakfast to the survivors. Typically, the food Su Chen provided consisted mainly of instant noodles, as they were convenient and easy to prepare. Only trusted individuals like Yu Wang, Sun Yuan, and Zhou Xinhong occasionally enjoyed a change of menu with bread or canned goods. Nevertheless, the survivors in the team were immensely grateful to Su Chen. Upon seeing him approach, they hurriedly greeted him, "Boss Su." "Good morning, big brother." Observing the survivors before him, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle quietly. If they knew that he had been on the verge of nausea from consuming so much meat lately, and that he was even considering instant noodles for a change of flavor, would they be infuriated? "Brother Sun, I have an announcement to make. Could you gather everyone here?" Su Chen said casually. "Oh, certainly." Sun Yuan replied without a second thought, quickly assembling all the survivors before Su Chen. "I trust everyone has grown weary of such fare?" Su Chen raised the instant noodles in his hand, smiling warmly. "Would you like to indulge in something more delightful?" Chapter 111. PY Trading. The crowd involuntarily nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation. Even the most exquisite delicacies can become tiresome when consumed daily, let alone the instant noodles that had become their staple. A single packet of noodles per meal barely sustained them, preventing starvation. If given the chance, who wouldn't desire a more sumptuous feast? "Now, I present you with this opportunity," Su Chen stated with a faint smile. "From this day forth, you may leave the hotel to hunt zombies. As long as you return with their corpses, you may come to me for rewards. Whether it be gourmet dishes, liquor, or other supplies, the choice is yours." Upon hearing this, the survivors fell into a contemplative silence. Although they were weary of instant noodles, the prospect of risking their lives against zombies for a morsel of food seemed an unworthy trade. "The opportunity is yours. Whether you indulge in a life of luxury is entirely up to you," Su Chen continued. He then turned to Sun Yuan, instructing, "Only 5 individuals may venture out each day, and upon their return, they must undress for inspection." His rationale for limiting the number of participants was twofold. First, to create a sense of urgency that would motivate the survivors to eagerly hunt zombies. Second, for the sake of the team's safety. With only 5 individuals allowed outside, even if one were to be infected, the threat would remain manageable. Indeed, upon hearing there were only 5 spots available, a few hesitant survivors immediately stepped forward. "Captain Su. Team leader Sun, I volunteer to hunt zombies." "Me too. I wish to go." With the first brave soul stepping forward, others quickly followed suit, anxious not to miss out on the opportunity. Within moments, the 5 spots for the day were filled, leaving those who had hesitated feeling regretful. Though they had yet to engage a zombie directly, they could easily surmise from their imaginations that confronting a zombie would be no simple task. Otherwise, the assailants who besieged the Yulden Hotel would not have met such a catastrophic end. Thus, those who volunteered were all robust and courageous, possessing both strength and cunning. Due to the rampant zombie threat, Su Chen had instructed He Wang and Sun Yuan to make further modifications to the hotel. Although the original entrances had been concealed beneath snow, the survivors took precautions by nailing boards shut and barricading them with debris. The sole access point to the hotel was through a rope ladder, allowing descent from above. While this arrangement was highly inconvenient, it ensured their safety. Should these survivors return pursued by a horde of zombies, re-entry would be impossible. Once the volunteers had assembled their gear, they descended the rope ladder to the ground below. After their departure, the ladder was hoisted back up. Su Chen stood by the window, watching the 5 survivors venture forth, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Delegating the task of zombie hunting to these individuals was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. It required the expenditure of minimal resources without exposing himself to danger. What could be more advantageous? Just as Su Chen prepared to retreat, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of Sun Yuan, "What is the situation with Biao?" Based on yesterday's observations, it appeared that only Biao and his group at the hotel were devoid of any activity. Su Chen exhibited a contemplative expression. According to Sun Yuan, the individuals under Biao's command either had no infected or very few, for otherwise, there would be some sign of commotion. Given this, it was entirely feasible for him to collaborate with Biao, as long as Biao could provide him with the corpses of zombies. Exchanging some supplies in return would not be an issue. With this thought in mind, Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. "Hello, Biao, are you there?" Meanwhile, within Biao's camp, Biao was engaged in serious matters with Xiao Mei when the sudden sound of the walkie-talkie nearly rendered him incapacitated with fright. He quickly leaped off the bed, seized the walkie-talkie, and lowered the volume. "Su Chen, you rascal, what do you want now?" Biao gritted his teeth and inquired. To avoid detection by the zombies, he had instructed his subordinates to remain utterly silent. Even during his intimate moments with Xiao Mei, he had insisted that she bite down on the bed covers. "I'm merely seeking to make a trade with you," Su Chen replied with a cheerful tone. "Trade my foot." Biao hissed under his breath, cursing vehemently. Having suffered losses at Su Chen's hands multiple times, he had no intention of entering into any dealings with him again. "Don't be so hasty to refuse. Just listen," Su Chen leisurely continued. "If you can hunt zombies and deliver their corpses to me, I can offer you various supplies in return. Upon hearing this, Abayo instinctively felt that Su Chen was plotting against him. After all, trading supplies for zombie corpses seemed utterly nonsensical. Noticing Abayo's silence, Su Chen sighed. Well, since you are unwilling to trade, I cannot force you. Let us end this conversation. Wait. Abayo quickly called out to Su Chen, asking, do you have any specific requirements? None, as long as it's a zombie corpse, Su Chen replied. Then, how can I trust you? Abayo hesitated. You could send one corpse first. If I provide supplies in exchange, we can continue our trade. If I deceive you, you would merely waste your efforts, Su Chen explained. Abayo fell silent, lost in thought. As Su Chen had stated, if he were deceived, he would simply have wasted his time. However, if it were genuine, he could exchange various supplies with Su Chen, not to mention, as a heavy smoker. Abayo had not had a cigarette since the last time he smoked the special brand given by Gao Xiangjuan, leaving him in a state of severe craving. Moreover, the food supplies for his team were dwindling. In just a few days, they would face starvation. Thus, despite his concerns about being deceived by Su Chen, Abayo decided to give it a try. All right, once I hunt a zombie, I will contact you. A pact was formed between Su Chen and Abayo. As dusk gradually descended, the 5 survivors who had ventured out to hunt zombies finally returned. Their progress has not been particularly smooth, as they encountered circumstances akin to those faced by Su Chen. The majority of the zombies tend to move in packs. Even when a few stragglers are found alone, the group refrains from acting hastily without absolute certainty, lest they alert the surrounding undead. Fortunately, they ultimately seized the opportunity and successfully dispatched 2 zombies. After ensuring that no zombies were trailing behind them, Sun Yuan first lowered the rope. The 5 survivors then bound the corpses of the zombies with the rope, signaling to Sun Yuan to pull them up. Subsequently, they climbed back into the hotel using the rope ladder. Observing the 2 zombies whose heads had been shattered by crossbow bolts, Su Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that he had toiled through the night, nearly risking his life, and had only managed to hunt 3 zombies. Chapter 112. Aftermath Smoke. The 5 survivors understood that confronting the zombies head-on was futile. They instinctively adopted Su Chen's tactics, playing it safe while lurking in the shadows. They patiently awaited the appearance of 2 isolated zombies, which they swiftly dispatched with crossbow bolts. To ensure their safety, the 5 survivors moved to a designated isolation area. Meanwhile, Su Chen instructed the others to transport the 2 corpses to the warehouse in Zone B. Once he was alone, Su Chen skillfully cleaved open the zombie skulls. To his delight, he discovered that both contained energy crystals. Absorb, Su Chen silently commanded. His palms warmed, and the 2 energy crystals transformed into fine powder, dissipating into the air. The energy points of the Doomsday Fortress system increased to 4. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his RV. A smile involuntarily spread across Su Chen's face. The following morning, after a night of isolation, the 5 survivors exhibited no signs of infection and were released. Upon entering the communal lounge, they found Su Chen and other survivors waiting for them. Thank you for your efforts, Su Chen said with a grin. Now, what reward would you like? The 5 exchanged glances, and one of the leaders stepped forward, respectfully stating, Boss Su, we would like to trade 1 zombie corpse for a pack of cigarettes and a case of beer. Would that be acceptable? Such a request was not unreasonable, especially considering the energy crystals within the zombies' brains. Certainly. And what about the other one? Su Chen inquired. We'd like to exchange it for some food. Do you have any suggestions, Boss Su? How about I offer you a ham? Su Chen proposed after a moment's contemplation. At the mention of ham, the survivors' eyes widened in astonishment. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had scarcely indulged in meat. The last time was when Su Chen prepared a whole roasted lamb. But with so many survivors, they barely had a taste. Deal, deal. They eagerly agreed, nodding vigorously. Su Chen then returned to his RV, retrieving a case of beer, a pack of cigarettes, and a fine Spanish ham. When these rewards were laid out in the room, the expressions of envy and desire were evident on the faces of the other survivors. Had they known the rewards would be so bountiful, they too would have ventured out to hunt zombies. Noticing their reactions, a subtle smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. His intention to reward the 5 in front of everyone was to inspire the others, conveying that those who slay zombies would be duly rewarded. Thank you, Boss Su. The 5 survivors expressed their gratitude before joyfully carrying their prizes away. Once they departed, the remaining survivors erupted into a flurry of excitement, surrounding Sun Yuan with fervor. Brother Sun, I want to go hunt zombies. Me too. I want in. Hold on, little brother, you might want to step back a bit. With your physique, you'd likely just end up as zombie bait. Mind your own business. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yuan hastily shouted, Everyone, please be quiet and listen to Su Lao's instructions. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Su Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Chen spoke. I understand your eagerness to venture out and hunt zombies for rewards. However, the risks involved are immense. Those among us who are frail or unwell should refrain from putting themselves in danger. Upon hearing this, the weaker survivors could not help but display expressions of disappointment. Chen continued, as for the rest of us, let us form an orderly line and take turns going out. The assembly had no objections to Chen's plan. They quickly organized themselves and registered with Sun Yuan. Phew. Biao, with his arm around Xiaomei, breathed heavily. While he felt a sense of satisfaction, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. If only he could enjoy a post-activity cigarette at that moment. Speaking of which, Biao suddenly recalled his agreement with Chen. He wondered if Chen was sincere. Why don't we give it a try? He thought. Xiaomei, nestled against Biao, sweetly replied, even if he isn't sincere, it will only take some effort on our part, and the losses won't be significant. All right, I'll take your advice. Biao finally resolved. Wait for me here. I'll gather some people to hunt zombies. He rose from the bed, donned a thick coat, and made his way to another room. Zhao Xiong and others were huddled together for warmth, and upon seeing Biao emerge, they greeted him enthusiastically. Biao Gu, greetings, boss. Biao nodded slightly in acknowledgement and spoke in a low voice. I plan to go out and hunt zombies to exchange for supplies with Chen. What are your thoughts? The group exchanged glances, remaining silent. They were acutely aware that supplies within their ranks were dwindling. Rather than waiting idly, it would be better to take the initiative and hunt zombies. What if Chen had not deceived them? All right, prepare your gear, and let us head out together. Yes. They responded in unison. Although Biao had inherited Gao Qicheng's influence, the latter possessed little in terms of effective weaponry. Aside from a handgun and a handful of bullets, the rest were mere knives and other cold weapons. Compared to the composite crossbows in Chen's team, their arsenal appeared quite meager. Fortunately, Biao and his men were robust individuals. After gathering their equipment, Biao led a dozen companions stealthily out of their hideout. Biao had considered launching his attack at night, but lacking night vision equipment made visibility poor and the risks too great. Ultimately, he opted for a daytime operation. After departing from the hotel and moving a short distance, Biao spotted 7 or 8 zombies wandering ahead. He thought to himself, with nearly 20 individuals at his disposal, facing one zombie with 2 people should pose little challenge. For safety's sake, Biao refrained from attacking in open spaces. Instead, he sought a narrow area to ambush the zombies and sent one of his subordinates to lure the horde. Before long, Biao and his companions heard the chilling roars of zombies. A young follower appeared before them, and behind him, a horde of the undead followed closely. Brothers, let us take action, Biao growled, brandishing his fire axe as he charged forward. He and Zhao Xiong operated in tandem, with Zhao Xiong drawing the zombies' attention from the front while Biao struck from the side. Thud! The fire axe in Biao's grasp crashed down upon a zombie's skull with tremendous force, sending the creature sprawling to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xiong stepped forward, wielding a small hammer that splattered the zombie's brains in every direction. Through their cooperation, they effortlessly dispatched one of the undead. However, in stark contrast to Biao and Zhao Xiong's nonchalance, the others found themselves in dire straits. Chapter 113, Mate 1 Takeout regardless of their physical condition prior to infection. Once individuals succumb to the zombie virus, their physical prowess surges dramatically. Moreover, these zombies are utterly oblivious to pain or fear. As long as they are not completely incapacitated, they will relentlessly pursue their prey. Soon, one individual, unable to evade in time, found himself overwhelmed by a zombie. His companions rushed to his aid. But it was too late. The zombie sank its teeth viciously into the man's neck. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The true dilemma arose when their formation was thrown into disarray in their attempt to rescue their comrade. The remaining zombies seized the opportunity, toppling 2 or 3 of Biao's subordinates in quick succession. Biao's expression darkened, and he hastily summoned Zhao Xiong to turn back and assist them. With their intervention, they managed to prevent further injuries from the zombies. After dispatching all the zombies, Biao was left panting heavily. Brother Biao, be careful. Suddenly, one of his subordinates urged him anxiously. Sensing a rush of wind behind him, Biao instinctively dodged. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that the subordinate who had previously been bitten on the neck had transformed into a zombie. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. Biao, still shaken, glanced at the oncoming zombie and felt a surge of determination. With a powerful swing of his axe, he struck the zombie's head, ending its life. After a thorough count, it was revealed that Biao and his group had successfully hunted down 9 zombies, including the infected subordinate. Fearing that other zombies might be drawn by the noise or the scent of blood, Biao neglected to rest and instructed his men to carry the zombies towards the hotel. However, just a few steps in, Zhao Xiong suddenly exclaimed, You all have been bitten by zombies? The group froze, following his gaze to find two individuals with evasive eyes and panicked expressions. It turned out that during the earlier skirmish with the zombies, they had been knocked down. Though their necks had remained unscathed, their hands bore the marks of zombie bites, blood seeping from the wounds. Brother Biao. Zhao Xiong turned to a Biao, his face grave. The moment a Biao spoke, he would take immediate action to eliminate these two. The other subordinates nearby were equally tense. Everyone understood that being bitten by a zombie inevitably led to infection. Yet, a Biao pondered for a moment before calmly responding. Let us return first. Brother Biao. Zhao Xiong was taken aback, growing increasingly anxious. These two were akin to ticking time bombs. Bringing them back only heightened the risk. A Biao ignored Zhao Xiong, addressing the two individuals instead. We are brothers, and I do not wish to harm you. However, for the safety of us all, I must bind you. He continued, if you do not transform, I will release you afterward. But should you turn into zombies, then I am afraid there will be no other option. A Biao's reasoning was flawless. The two bitten individuals hesitated for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. A Biao instructed his men to fetch ropes to bind the two. Subsequently, the group carried the corpses of the zombies back to their hideout. Biao Gu. Why are we bringing them back? Zhao Xiong leaned closer to a Biao and whispered, perplexed by a Biao's intentions. A Biao cast a glance at his subordinates, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Let me ask you, what benefit do we gain from killing them now? Benefit? None. Zhao Xiong shook his head. Then why not wait until they turn into zombies and then eliminate them? This way, we would have two more zombie corpses. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong was left speechless, realizing that a Biao's earlier display of brotherly affection was nothing more than a fade. His malevolent intent to wait for his brothers to transform into zombies for the purpose of trading with Chen was chilling. A wave of fear and apprehension washed over Zhao Xiong as he regarded a Biao with trepidation. After expending considerable effort, a Biao and the others finally moved all the zombies back into the hotel. At that moment, the two subordinates who had been bitten also transformed into zombies. Brothers, may your journey be smooth, a Biao lamented, raising a fire axe to end their lives. Had he not been privy to a Biao's plans, Zhao Xiong might have genuinely believed a Biao to be a loyal and affectionate brother. After a brief respite, a Biao returned to his room and picked up the intercom to contact Chen. Hello, Chen. What is up, Biaozi? I have hunted down some zombies. How shall we proceed with the trade? Simply deliver the zombies to my hotel entrance. What, do you expect me to provide door-to-door service? Do you think I'm a food delivery service or a freight company? A Biao chuckled in irritation. You could choose not to deliver, Chen shrugged. Unfazed by a Biao's response, he was confident that no one else would be interested in acquiring zombie corpses. Fine. A Biao pinched his nose and agreed. What will you offer in exchange? 1 zombie for 10 packs of instant noodles. Impossible. A Biao rejected the proposal without a second thought. To hunt down 8 zombies, he had sacrificed 3 of his subordinates. If he accepted Chen's terms, he would only receive over 100 packs of instant noodles. On average, each member of his team would receive just 1 pack. 1 zombie for a case of instant noodles? Are you out of your mind? Chen scoffed. Though his warehouse was stocked with instant noodles, he would not engage in unlimited transactions with a Biao. Despite their current cooperation for mutual gain at their core, they were still bitter rivals eager to eliminate one another. Half a case of instant noodles. If that works, we have a deal. If not, then so be it. A Biao proposed his own terms. After a moment of contemplation, Chen nodded. All right. A Biao summoned 2 subordinates and instructed, you two. Take these 2 zombie corpses to Chen. Naturally, he was reluctant to place complete trust in Chen, so he decided to send just 2 zombies as a trial. If Chen honored the agreement, he would consider further transactions. Yes, boss. 2 henchmen hurriedly departed from the hotel, bearing the lifeless body of a zombie. Before long, they returned with a box of instant noodles. Yaoge, that kid Chen has kept his word. Upon seeing the box of old jar sauerkraut beef noodles, Biao felt a sense of relief. He picked up the walkie-talkie and chuckled. You've proven to be trustworthy, so I shall send the remaining zombies your way. However, I have a request. Please exchange them for braised or spicy-flavored instant noodles. This old jar sauerkraut beef noodles has an unpleasant odor reminiscent of stinky feet. With the delivery of 11 zombie corpses to the Yurun Hotel, Biao received 5.5 boxes of instant noodles in return. Although this quantity might not sustain the entire team for long, it at least provided Biao and his companions with a glimmer of hope. As long as they continued to hunt zombies, they could procure necessary supplies. Chapter 114. Enhancement. Much like the ecstatic Biao and his companions at the Yurun Hotel, Chen's heart soared at the sight of the 11 zombie corpses that had been delivered. With a stroke of fortune, he might upgrade his system today. Without hesitation, He directed his subordinates to transport the 11 zombies into the warehouse. Once everyone had departed, Chen commenced his own blind box opening. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered energy crystals within the heads of the first 2 zombies. However, the subsequent 2 yielded nothing of value. Ultimately, after meticulously examining all the zombies, Chen successfully acquired 7 energy crystals. Together with the 4 he had previously obtained, he now possessed enough for the upgrade of his RV system. Suppressing his excitement, he returned to the vehicle with the energy crystals. After instructing the 2 women to remain in the bedroom and not to emerge, Chen settled onto the sofa and summoned the Apocalypse Fortress system. Absorb the energy crystals. With a mere thought, the 7 energy crystals were absorbed by the system. A prompt appeared. Energy points sufficient for upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Upgrade. Chen confirmed without hesitation. He had anticipated a grand reaction from the system upon upgrading. However, to his astonishment, just seconds after his confirmation, a chime echoed. System upgrade successful. Is that all? Chen was momentarily taken aback, and as he regained his composure, he eagerly examined the system. Apocalypse Fortress RV system. RV level 2. Energy points required for upgrade. 50. Current energy points. 1. Vehicle durability. 100. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be rendered inoperative. Can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. In comparison to its previous state, the system now boasted a level of 2. And durability had been restored to 100. It seemed he no longer needed to worry about the excessive use by Normadisen leading to repercussions. Chen mused as he continued to scrutinize the details. The storage space had also seen an enhancement, expanding from 9999 slots to an impressive 99999, an exponential increase by 10-fold. The former storage capacity could accommodate a vast quantity of supplies, and this upgrade had effectively rendered it akin to infinite space. A truly delightful boon. Chen then turned his attention to the energy store. Following the upgrade, in addition to the original gasoline and water, 2 new options had emerged: instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Notably, the instant noodles could be customized, allowing one to choose between braised or spicy flavors, which was rather user-friendly. Their exchange mechanism mirrored that of gasoline and water. 1 energy point could be traded for a box of instant noodles or a serving of compressed biscuits. Even if Chen's food supplies within the storage were entirely depleted, the energy store would ensure he could survive in this apocalypse. Simply by hunting zombies and obtaining energy crystals. With satisfaction, Chen nodded and let his gaze fall upon the final line of options. The preceding items were all previously available. Following the upgrade, there were merely some modifications. However, it was the reinforcement option that emerged unexpectedly after the upgrade. Chen focused his mind on the reinforcement option, and subsequently, 2 additional choices appeared. RV reinforcement, host reinforcement. Following the order, Chen initially selected RV reinforcement. Yet, the system coldly notified him that due to his insufficient level, RV reinforcement could not be executed at this time. Chen found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking, "Are you teasing me?" He begrudgingly opted for host reinforcement instead. He had anticipated a rejection akin to the first option, but to his astonishment, he was easily granted access, based on his physical attributes. His combat rating was assessed at G. Talent, mastery of shooting. Before him appeared a screen reminiscent of character attribute panels found in online games. Gazing at his attributes, Chen was momentarily bewildered. What was this? Sensing his confusion, the system automatically generated a dialog box that elaborated on host reinforcement. After reviewing the information, Chen experienced a profound realization. It turned out that as long as he possessed sufficient energy points, he could utilize the system to enhance his physical form. Following the enhancement, his physical attributes would be elevated. Concurrently, his combat rating would also improve. As for the so-called talent, it referred to the skills he had acquired. Just like when he first wielded a firearm, his shooting proficiency had surpassed that of the renowned sharpshooter he won. However, he was left pondering what level the G rating represented. Responding to Chen's thoughts, the system provided another notification. Based on the host's physical attributes, ratings could be classified from highest to lowest as SSS, SS, S, AF, G, encompassing 10 levels in total. Each level was further subdivided into 3 sublevels. For instance, G could be categorized into G, G, and G. Chen's expression darkened. He had initially believed his physical prowess to be commendable, only to discover it was merely at the lowest G level. However, viewed in this light, it seemed that ordinary individuals might also fall within the G range. He was curious about what the pinnacle SSS level entailed. After indulging in his thoughts for a moment, he shifted his gaze to the reinforcement option at the bottom. Reinforce, he silently intoned. Immediately, a warm current surged through his crown, cascading down his spine and radiating to his limbs. Su Chen felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Once this sensation subsided, he stood up and stretched his body. He could vaguely sense that his strength had increased, and his body felt lighter. Even his senses had sharpened significantly. He could faintly hear Lu Linger and Lin Yingying conversing within the bedroom. This initial enhancement had already yielded such remarkable effects. If he were to enhance further to S, SS, or even SSS levels, he would surely transform into an extraordinary being. A surge of elation coursed through Su Chen's heart. However, when he glanced back at the reinforcement options below, he couldn't help but find himself in a state of amused disbelief. Similar to upgrading a recreational vehicle, the initial energy points required are minimal. For the first host enhancement, merely a single point suffices. However, for the second enhancement, a staggering 100 points are demanded. This is far more arduous than upgrading a vehicle. Even if one were to obtain an energy crystal for every 2 zombies slain, it would necessitate the dispatch of 200 zombies to accumulate enough. If one aspires to reach the pinnacle of enhancement, it may very well take an eternity. Nevertheless, there exists an abundance of infected zombies throughout the world. With relentless hunting, one shall inevitably grow sufficiently powerful. Su Chen reassured himself. Yet, this predicament renders it impossible for him to remain long on Phoenix Mountain. Even if all the survivors atop the mountain succumbed to zombification, and each possessed an energy crystal within their minds, it is doubtful that it would suffice for his ascension to E-level, is it not? Chapter 115. Sparring despite the enhancement of his physical abilities. Su Chen refrained from recklessly venturing out to hunt zombies. During the subsequent days, he remained concealed within the confines of the RV, entrusting the task of zombie eradication to the survivors in his team, as well as to Biao's group. Within less than a week, both factions managed to procure 30 zombies for Su Chen. However, this achievement came at a considerable cost. For instance, Su Chen's team suffered the complete loss of 2 waves of survivors who did not return. After careful deliberation, Su Chen ultimately decreed a ban on his team members engaging in zombie hunting. These survivors had proven their reliability through trials, and sacrificing them in vain would be a grave waste. Furthermore, Biao was assisting Su Chen in the hunt for zombies. There was no rush to send his own men to hunt again, especially when Biao's cooperation might cease, or when his own personnel ran out. The 30 zombies already gathered had also yielded several energy crystals for Su Chen. Although progress was slow, it would not be long before he could upgrade the RV once again. On this day, Su Chen departed from Normadisen and entered the common lounge of the hotel. He found Wang seated at a table, engaged in a game of poker with several other survivors. Outside, not only was it frigid, but zombies were also rampant. To survive, it was undoubtedly safest to remain within the hotel. However, being cooped up day after day was unbearable for anyone. Thus, Su Chen retrieved a variety of playing cards, mahjong, and online novels from his storage space, providing the survivors with some leisure and entertainment. "Brother He," Su Chen called out. Wang looked up and, upon seeing him, immediately abandoned his cards, rising with a smile. "What's the matter, Boss Su? Do you have a moment?" "I'd like to spar with you," Su Chen grinned. After the group of survivors had settled into the Yulden Hotel, Wang and Sun Yuan had conducted training sessions for them. Su Chen had also sparred with Wang during that time. Although his combat experience and fighting skills paled in comparison to Wang's, the latter was older and not as physically fit. Thus, their previous encounters had resulted in a stalemate. Now that Su Chen's physical prowess had been enhanced, he had yet to engage in actual combat. Today, he sought out Wang to assess his current level of skill. "Sure, no problem," Wang readily agreed. Having been cooped up in the hotel for so long, he was eager for the opportunity to spar with Su Chen. The two made their way to a room designated for training. Upon hearing the news of their impending sparring match, other survivors, including Shou Xinhong and Li Dong, gathered around. "Hey, who do you think will win?" one inquired. "I think brother he will take it." "Nonsense. I believe Boss Su will win," another countered. "In my opinion, it'll be a draw. They previously fought to a tie." The crowd buzzed with speculation. The two opponents stood facing each other, bowing in mutual respect. "Boss Su, I'm coming," Wang announced, taking a deep breath before swiftly launching himself towards Su Chen. As a veteran soldier, he was ready to engage in this friendly contest. Wang employed the combat techniques taught within the military. In the past, faced with the imposing presence of Wang, Su Chen would have chosen to evade before counterattacking. However, today, as his nerves were finely tuned, he perceived that Wang's movements were significantly slower than before. Su Chen could distinctly sense the rush of wind generated by Wang's approaching fist. He extended his hand and effortlessly seized Wang's wrist. Wang was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events as Su Chen grasped his wrist. Before He Huawang could regain his composure, Su Chen unleashed a punch. This strike was far swifter than He Huawang's, leaving no room for reaction as Su Chen's fist connected with his chest. The impact was thunderous, causing He Huawang to stagger back several paces, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, he was equipped with protective gear. Nevertheless, he felt a profound heaviness in his chest, his blood surging with agitation. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Despite He Huawang's age, he was a seasoned veteran, renowned among the survivors for his combat prowess. Aside from Sun Yuan and Su Chen, few could rival him. Yet today, this formidable warrior was repelled by Su Chen's singular blow. "Goodness, Su, how have you become so formidable?" He Huawang exclaimed, rubbing his chest in disbelief as he gazed at Su Chen. Previously, their skills had seemed evenly matched. Yet in this encounter, Su Chen exhibited an overwhelming dominance, swiftly overpowering He Huawang. The secret lay in diligent practice and perseverance. Su Chen chuckled, feeling quite satisfied within. He had not anticipated that, after system enhancement, his strength would elevate to such heights. It dawned on him that, in a one-on-one confrontation, be it against a bio or the undead, he could emerge victorious with ease. "I shall give it a try." It was Sun Yuan, drawn by the commotion, who approached. Upon witnessing Su Chen's effortless victory over He Huawang, his fists itched with eagerness to engage. Although Sun Yuan had not served in the military like He Huawang, he was an avid fitness enthusiast and had practiced Sanda in his earlier years. However, his performance did not surpass that of He Huawang. After only 2 or 3 exchanges, Sun Yuan found himself compelled to concede. The reason was clear. Su Chen's strikes were exceptionally fierce, causing Sun Yuan to grimace even through his protective gear. Conversely, Sun Yuan had minimal opportunities to counterattack, and his few attempts were easily thwarted by Su Chen. In this harsh apocalypse, individuals naturally gravitate towards venerating the strong. The survivors had previously respected Su Chen merely for his firearms and ruthless nature. However, following the bout with He Huawang and Sun Yuan, their admiration for him was solidified. "Train diligently, and one day you shall reach my level. At that point, even the ordinary zombies will pose no threat to you." Su Chen cheerfully encouraged the group before turning to leave the hotel. Upon returning to his vehicle, he began to gather his equipment. "Master, are you about to leave again?" Lin Yingying, unable to contain her anxiety, spoke up upon witnessing the situation. After learning the full story of Su Chen's previous perilous outing, she had been deeply worried. If possible, she wished to spare Su Chen from further risks. "Do not fret. I am well aware of my course," Su Chen replied with a reassuring smile, gently patting the heads of Lin Yingying and Lu Linger. Although his recent sparring sessions with He Huang and Sun Yuan had demonstrated a marked improvement in his abilities, it was still merely practice. Su Chen yearned to gauge his performance in genuine life and death scenarios, particularly in the hunt for zombies. Should he succeed, he might choose to operate independently, no longer needing to collaborate with a Biao. After all, given their past grievances, why should he continue to support a Biao with resources? Chapter 116. Shannon City. The sound of a roaring engine filled the air as a snowmobile sped towards him from a distance. Riding atop the vehicle was none other than Su Chen. During his preparations for supplies, he had anticipated the extreme cold and blizzards, thus acquiring several snowmobiles to store in his inventory. Now, having retrieved one, he departed from Phoenix Mountain. His objectives were twofold: to hunt zombies and to gauge his true capabilities, while also seizing the opportunity to learn about the outside world. Su Chen raced down the slopes of Phoenix Mountain on the snowmobile. Along the way, he startled numerous zombies, but the snowmobile's speed was unparalleled, and the zombies, moving sluggishly through the deep snow, could not keep pace. Consequently, he successfully reached the base of the mountain. The snow at the foot of the mountain was even thicker. He halted the snowmobile, removed his goggles, and gazed into the distance. The landscape stretched out before him in a vast expanse of white. Apart from a few towering trees barely visible above the snow, nothing else could be discerned. It seemed likely that any zombies present were buried beneath the heavy snow. To find them, he would need to venture into the city. With this thought in mind, Su Chen took out his phone. Although he had no signal at the moment, it contained several useful apps. Referring to the map, he discovered that the nearest settlement was a small city named Shannon. After sharing the location with his GPS, he donned his goggles and sped off. Many of the survivors who had fled to Phoenix Mountain had escaped from Shannon City. It was the closest city to Phoenix Mountain, yet still a daunting 20 kilometers away. Fortunately, the entire landscape was blanketed in snow, allowing Su Chen to traverse the terrain with ease on his snowmobile. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of Shannon City. Compared to the wilderness, many structures in the city were not completely buried under the snow. He could still see several skyscrapers partially obscured by the white blanket, along with various billboards. For safety's sake, he refrained from driving the snowmobile into the city. Its noise could easily attract zombies or disturb other survivors. In this apocalyptic world, where blizzards and extreme cold reigned, the allure of a snowmobile was considerable. After parking the vehicle and removing the keys, Chen ventured into the city. Without the snowmobile, traversing the snow on foot proved to be quite laborious. However, thanks to his enhancements, he was full of vigor. He treaded carefully while observing his surroundings. The snow-covered ground was uneven, dotted with scattered footprints. This suggested that Shannon City still harbored several survivors. Although its geographical position was not as favorable as Phoenix Mountain, it was still a city, replete with ample resources and numerous high-rise buildings. At that moment, guided by the map and GPS, Chen arrived at Wanda Plaza within the city. Generally speaking, the location of Wanda Plaza is characterized by towering skyscrapers and bustling activity. Upon locating the main structure of Wanda, Chen entered through a broken window. Finding himself on the third floor of the plaza, the entrance was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, with various debris scattered across the ground. Chen retrieved a tactical flashlight and began to survey his surroundings. Most of the shops remained open, indicating that Wanda Plaza was operational even as the apocalypse unfolded. Strangely, however, he observed no corpses. Logically, even with an abundance of supplies, there should have been numerous survivors unable to withstand the calamity. Yet, Chen speculated that perhaps their bodies had been removed and buried by other survivors. Not dwelling on this thought, he commenced his search along the corridors of the mall, starting with the lower levels where several dining establishments and a supermarket were located. The majority of the shops were in disarray, clearly having been ransacked by survivors. Nevertheless, it appeared that they had not completely cleaned out the premises, as Chen managed to uncover a considerable stock of instant noodles, biscuits, and even a variety of frozen meats in the refrigerators of the kitchens. Although his storage was already filled with fresh meat, he decided to collect these items, intending to reward the survivors at the Yuleton Hotel. To them, these provisions would be a delicacy beyond compare. After securing a bag of food, Chen continued his search upward. Upon reaching the 5th floor and rounding a corner, he was suddenly confronted by a machete swung directly at him. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced reflexes, he sidestepped the blow. Just as he intended to communicate, his assailant relentlessly attacked again with the blade. Angered, Chen decided to retaliate. After dodging the machete once more, he delivered a swift kick, sending his opponent sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground. With a moment to assess the situation, Chen found that his attacker was a man, disheveled with matted hair and beard, though he appeared to be in his 40s. The impact of Chen's kick left the man gasping for breath. "Who are you?" Chen inquired coolly. The man remained silent, struggling to reach for the machete. Frowning, Chen approached, deftly kicking the weapon away and pinning the man's hand to the ground. As he applied pressure, the man cried out in pain, "It hurts. Let me go. I'll tell you everything." It seemed he would only confess under duress. With a disdainful snort, Chen lifted his foot. The man, now sensing the gravity of his predicament, glanced at Chen fearfully and divulged his story. His name was Li Chong, a security guard at Wanda Plaza, and his circumstances bore some resemblance to those of Manager Dang. When the apocalypse descended, he, along with a group of colleagues, united to seize control of the supplies in the square. As a result, compared to other survivors, Li Chong managed to lead a relatively decent existence. "And what of your colleagues?" Chen inquired. "Alas, they have either fallen victim to the Tiger Gang or have chosen to join their ranks," Li Chong sighed. "The Tiger Gang? Indeed, it is a faction that emerged post-apocalypse," Li Chong elucidated to Chen. "Their leader, Dai Hao, was once a figure of the underworld, commanding a considerable number of enforcers. His methods are notoriously ruthless. Once he sets his sights on you, there is no escape. After we rebuffed his demands for supplies, he has launched several assaults against us." Chapter 117. The Tiger Gang in the midst of the apocalypse. Resources hold paramount importance. Naturally, Li Chong and his companions, who occupy Wanda Plaza, find themselves in the crosshairs of the Tiger Gang. However, Li Chang and his group are resolute in not relinquishing their provisions without a fight. Consequently, the two factions engage in several fierce confrontations. Although Li Chong and his colleagues serve as security personnel, they lack the strength to rival the Tiger Gang. Ultimately, casualties mount among Li Chong's team. Some perish while others are injured, and several are coerced into joining the Tiger Gang. Fearing retribution for having injured the younger brother of Dai Hao, Li Chang refrains from aligning himself with the others. After plundering Wanda Plaza of its resources, the Tiger Gang abandons the site. Fortunately, they do not completely deplete the supplies, leaving behind a considerable amount. Additionally, Li Chong had previously amassed a significant stockpile. Consequently, he remains concealed within Wanda Plaza until his encounter with Chen today. After recounting his background, Li Chang ingratiatingly inquires, "Brother, where do you hail from?" What business is it of yours? Su Chen retorts coldly. Now, tell me more about the official situation. Li Chang, sensing the gravity of Su Chen's demeanor, complies and begins to delineate the circumstances in Shannan. When the apocalypse first struck, the officials in Shannan, much like those in the Magic City, endeavored to initiate self-rescue efforts. However, as relentless heat waves and torrential rains besieged them, the authorities found themselves utterly powerless. Troops had once been dispatched, but ultimately, they were compelled to retreat, unable to ensure their own survival amidst the dire conditions. Currently, the remaining survivors in the city are predominantly divided among three factions: the Tiger Gang, the Shield Alliance, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Although other survivor groups exist, they are incapable of contending with these dominant forces. It is indeed a scenario where the shallow waters teem with turtles, each claiming to be a leader. It is astonishing that a small city like Shannan harbors such numerous factions. Yet, this is to be expected, with the official governance in ruins. Survivors naturally band together to establish some semblance of order. Observing Su Chen lost in thought, Li Chang cautiously ventures, "Brother, could you perhaps take me with you?" Li Chang is no fool. From Su Chen's eloquence and prowess, particularly his impressive equipment, he recognizes that Su Chen is no ordinary individual. Aligning himself with Su Chen could prove immensely beneficial. Just you? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Su Chen scoffs, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chang. Despite Li Chang's seemingly innocent demeanor, Su Chen is certain that this individual harbors secrets. Upon their first encounter, Li Chang attempted to eliminate Su Chen without uttering a word. He cannot possibly be a good person. Furthermore, surviving in the apocalypse implies that Li Chang has likely taken lives. Bringing such a person back would only invite trouble. Li Chang's expression stiffens, and he offers a forced smile, choosing not to respond. One last thing, Su Chen inquires nonchalantly. Have you encountered zombies or anything of that nature? Zombies? Li Chang replies, utterly bewildered, shaking his head. No, I have not. Su Chen contemplates this, realizing it makes sense. Wanda Plaza, unlike residential areas, primarily consists of commercial establishments. Following the onset of the apocalypse, survivors instinctively sought refuge in their homes. Even though some of the deceased here would be dealt with by Li Chang and his companions, thereby preventing any zombies from lingering in the square, Su Chen, after grasping this fact, chose to disregard Li Chang altogether and turned to leave. As he walked away, Li Chang's face contorted with frustration. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a nearby machete and dashed off in the opposite direction, utilizing his familiarity with the terrain of the square. Li Chang swiftly maneuvered to position himself ahead of Su Chen, concealing himself behind a column as he awaited Su Chen's arrival. Before long, the sound of Su Chen's footsteps reached his ears. Taking a deep breath, Li Chang swung his blade with force just as Su Chen approached. Clang! Su Chen effortlessly deflected the strike with a baseball bat. Unaware of your impending doom, Su Chen scoffed, and with a swift motion, he brought the bat down onto Li Chang's head. Bang! The impact shattered Li Chang's skull, blood oozing down from the top of his head. His eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed to the ground. Even before reaching the column, Su Chen, possessing remarkable hearing, had detected Li Chang's heavy breathing, allowing him to be on guard. It seems my kindness has led me astray, Su Chen lamented, shaking his head. After questioning Li Chang, he should have eliminated him immediately to prevent any ambush. With Li Chang disposed of, Su Chen wasted no time, grabbing his bag and departing from Wanda Square. Outside, a biting wind howled, covering the footprints he had left behind with snow. Fortunately, with the aid of his GPS, he navigated step by step towards the location of his snowmobile. Yet, when he was still several hundred meters away, Su Chen suddenly sensed something. From the howling wind, he could faintly hear voices nearby. He dropped the supplies he had gathered and cautiously advanced, moving stealthily. As he drew closer, he discerned 5 or 6 figures clustered around his snowmobile. My snowmobile. I wonder where they acquired it. Enough talk. We must devise a plan to retrieve it. Without the key, it won't start. Seeing them eyeing his snowmobile, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He drew his compound crossbow and aimed at one of the individuals. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air, silently piercing the man's skull. He fell without a sound, collapsing into the snow. Upon witnessing the arrow embedded in their companion's head, the others froze momentarily before realizing they were under attack. Alert! You! Before another could finish his warning, he too was struck down. Su Chen unleashed 4 more arrows, eliminating the remaining 4 assailants. The last 2, sensing their dire predicament, quickly knelt and cried out, I surrender, I surrender. Noticing they had discarded their weapons, Su Chen finally stood up and approached them slowly. Clad in a white winter suit and donning snow goggles, Su Chen observed the 2 individuals before him, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Seizing this opportunity, he scrutinized them closely. Despite their thick garments, hats, and scarves, he could faintly discern that they were a man and a woman. Furthermore, the woman's tendency to hide behind the man suggested a deep bond between them. "Who are you two?" Chen inquired in a low voice. "Big brother. My name is Wan, and this is my wife, Qing. We are both members of the Tiger Gang." Wan promptly introduced himself. "What are you two doing surrounding my snowmobile?" Chen questioned further. Wan paused momentarily, realizing that the snowmobile belonged to Chen. However, as he reflected on the situation, it made sense. Chen was clad in impressive gear and possessed a striking snowmobile, which seemed entirely plausible. Chapter 118. Desperate choices. We beheld the snowmobile, and a sense of greed washed over us, Wan said cautiously. To survive, they ventured out daily, trudging through the thick snow in search of supplies. Acquiring such a snow vehicle would undoubtedly offer considerable convenience, allowing them to scour the entirety of Shannon City and even venture into neighboring towns. Noticing Chen's silence, Wan's trepidation intensified. He hurriedly pulled his wife, Qing, from behind him, pleading, "This brother, I offer my wife to you. Please spare my life." As he spoke, he yanked off Qing's scarf. Chen glanced over, bemused. Qing's complexion was notably dark, and her appearance was unremarkable. Even if he were single, he would not be desperate enough to find her appealing, especially with beauties like Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo by his side. "All right, answer me a few questions, and I shall not take your life," Chen beckoned, gesturing for them to rise. Upon hearing this, Wan stood up. Meanwhile, Qing quickly lowered her head, rewrapping her scarf. "You mentioned that you belong to the Tiger Gang?" Chen inquired. "Indeed. Our leader, Dai Hao, currently controls a third of Shannon City's territory." Wan candidly divulged information about the Tiger Gang. Chen nodded slightly, realizing it aligned with what Li Chong had told him. It appeared neither had deceived him. "What weapons does your gang possess? Do you have firearms?" Chen pressed. "Most members rely on melee weapons. Only our leader, Brother Hao, and a few trusted confidants carry guns," Wan explained. They had previously been involved in the underworld and possessed several hunting rifles. After all, Shannon was a small city. Its security was somewhat lacking compared to the bustling metropolis of Modu. It was not surprising for Dai Hao and his associates to have hunting rifles. Chen nodded again and asked, "Have you encountered any unusual occurrences of late?" "Unusual occurrences?" Wan paused, straining to recall. "Oh, there seems to be something. A few days ago, someone returned from searching for supplies and claimed to have seen corpses rising from the dead. At the time, everyone thought he was hallucinating, and no one believed him. If that were the case, it indicated the zombie virus had begun to spread in Shannon City. However, given the city's size, it would take at least 10 days to a fortnight for it to proliferate. It seemed he had arrived a bit too early, deciding it best to leave Shannon City for the time being and return in a couple of days." Chen declared, "You may go now." Wan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that Chen would so readily allow them to depart. His legs trembled as he stammered, "Brother, you want to shoot us in the back as we turn to leave, will you? Enough of the nonsense. If I say you can go, then go." Chen replied impatiently. Startled, Wan hurriedly grasped Qing's hand and made his way into the distance, frequently glancing back to furtively observe Chen, fearful that he might unleash a crossbow bolt upon them. As they ventured further away, Wan finally felt at ease when Chen remained silent. He quickened his pace alongside Qing. The few survivors with Wan were merely fixated on the snowmobile. Chen was not a ruthless killer, slaying a few as a warning sufficed. For insignificant figures like Wan and Qing, releasing them was of little consequence. It was unlikely they would cross paths again in their lifetimes. Chen placed the gathered supplies onto the snowmobile and then approached the bodies of the Tiger Gang members to scavenge further. Once everything was in order, he started the snowmobile, roaring away from Shannon City. Shortly after his departure, a dark mass of figures emerged from the distance. Leading the group was a fierce-looking man, Dai Hao, the leader of the Tiger Gang. Flanking him were none other than the recently departed Wan and Qing. The crowd behind them was armed and appeared quite formidable. Upon arriving at the spot where Chen had parked the snowmobile, Wan, trembling, pointed at the corpses on the ground and stammered, "Boss, it's right here." Dai Hao did not inspect the bodies of his subordinates, but rather scrutinized the impressions left by the snowmobile in the snow. "Brother, it seems this kid wants tea lying." A young man, resembling Dai Hao, stepped forward and whispered. He was Dai Rongliang, Dai Hao's brother. "Two older brothers, how could I possibly lie?" Wan quickly flattered. "How can you still speak? A whole group is dead, and you escape with your wife." Dai Rongliang glared at Wan menacingly. I was wrong. Gu. It was mainly because I was no match for him." Wan lamented, pulling Qing closer. "Boss, why not let my wife accompany you? Your wife is hardly a catch." My brother wouldn't even glance at her. Dai Rongliang scoffed, his gaze towards Yang Wan dripping with disdain. After the apocalypse, many ordinary people sought refuge within the Tiger Gang, yet none were as spineless as Yang Wan, so quick to offer up his wife. To make matters worse, Zhou Qing was not particularly attractive. Xiaoliang, Dai Hao called his brother to a halt, speaking in a grave tone. Yang Wan, you just said that kid ISNT from Shannon? Indeed, how go? Yang Wan nodded vigorously. He kept inquiring about the situation in Shannon. He dared not mention that Su Chun had been asking about the Tiger Gang, and he recounted everything in detail. If Dai Hao were to discover the truth, Yang Wan feared for his life. Understood, let us return for now. Dai Hao waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to gather the bodies on the ground. Brother, what do you think that kid's background is? Dai Rongliang leaned in and whispered. I doubt Yang Wan has deceived me. Dai Hao replied coolly. We are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Shield Alliance in the Tianxiang Pavilion. They could not possibly possess a snowmobile of such caliber. Moreover, it has been quite some time since we last engaged in conflict with them, and there is no necessity for them to slaughter so many of us. In my opinion, the assailants are undoubtedly outsiders. Furthermore, judging by the direction in which he departed, it appears to be towards Phoenix Mountain. I have heard that there are indeed numerous survivors on Phoenix Mountain. He may very well have originated from there. It is no wonder that Dai Hao, the leader of the Tiger Gang, could deduce Su Chin's origins from mere hints and traces. That young man possesses a snowmobile, and he likely has many other valuable items. It would be splendid if we could plunder him. Dai Rongliang expressed his regret. Unfortunately, it seems there will be no opportunity. We lack a snowmobile. So how could we possibly reach Phoenix Mountain? Dai Hao shook his head. All right, let us not dwell on such matters. We should return for now. Chapter 119. Truly impressive. Su Chen was unaware that Dai Hao and others were discussing him. At that moment, he revved up his engine and swiftly returned to Phoenix Mountain. However, he did not rush back to the Ware Dun Hotel. Instead, he parked his snowmobile at the periphery. After securing the vehicle, Su Chen grabbed his gear and stealthily made his way toward the central area. Although he had ventured to Shannon City and acquired a considerable amount of supplies, his true objective was not the provisions, but rather the energy crystals. No amount of supplies held any significance for him. Not long after setting off, Su Chen spotted 3 zombies wandering in the snow. They had likely been lured to this outer position by the sound of the previous motorcycle. With his enhanced physical abilities, Su Chen felt no apprehension upon encountering these zombies. He raised his compound crossbow and shot an arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! The foremost zombie was struck through the forehead and collapsed to the ground. The 2 companions beside it momentarily froze, then lifted their heads to scan their surroundings. Upon seeing Su Chen, they let out a howl and charged at him ferociously. Su Chen discarded the crossbow and seized the Nepalese military knife he had acquired before the apocalypse, fearlessly confronting the oncoming threat. The leading zombie outstretched its arms, attempting to tackle Su Chen to the ground. However, Su Chen's agility had vastly improved. He crouched low to evade the zombie's assault while simultaneously delivering a swift cut. The sharp Nepalese knife sliced effortlessly through the zombie's arms without a sound. Meanwhile, the second zombie lunged at Su Chen with fierce intent. Remaining calm, he deftly dodged its attack and delivered a decisive slash across its throat. Crack! The zombie's head soared into the air before tumbling down to the ground, its body crashing into the snow with a resounding thud. Turning to face the remaining armless zombie, Su Chen struck down upon its skull with a powerful blow. Crack! With its brain severely injured, the zombie collapsed as well. The entire encounter lasted less than 30 seconds. Su Chen had effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies. Observing the fallen creatures, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was worth noting that during his last confrontation with zombies, he could only rely on his crossbow to eliminate them from a distance. In a moment of carelessness, he had nearly lost his life when a zombie named Li Jiawei closed the gap. Yet today, he had successfully engaged them in direct combat, vanquishing 2 at once. The progress he had made was undeniably significant. This system, truly remarkable. As Su Chen marveled at his achievements, he skillfully opened the zombie's head and extracted an energy crystal. He then approached the severed head of the other zombie. Despite its lack of a body, the brain remained intact, and the zombie continued to snap its jaws in a futile attempt to bite him. Su Chen stepped on it, crushing its skull beneath his foot. In total, having dispatched 3 zombies, he had acquired 2 energy crystals, which he deemed a fruitful harvest. After a brief respite, Su Chen resumed his search for more zombies. Regrettably, the zombies he encountered next were in groups, at least 7 or 8 in number. As time was not on his side, Su Chen abandoned the thought of continuing his hunt and decided to return. Instead of heading directly back to the hotel, he took his snowmobile for a leisurely ride around the resort area. The throttle was pressed to the limit, and the engine roared with a piercing sound. In an instant, Most of the zombies were drawn to the noise of the snowmobile, frantically pursuing Su Chen. This commotion also caught the attention of several survivors. A Biao stood on the upper floors of the hotel, observing the situation outside, filled with envy. How could Su Chen possess such a splendid machine as a snowmobile? If only he had one, he could escape from Phoenix Mountain. After circling several times and seeing the zombies drawn away from him, Su Chen twisted the throttle and sped off into the distance. The deep snow made it exceedingly difficult for the zombies to follow, and they could not catch up with him. Once he had successfully diverted them, he rode the snowmobile back to the Yilden Hotel. How is the situation outside, Su Chen? He Wang inquired with concern upon seeing him. Not very optimistic, Su Chen replied, briefly recounting the circumstances in Shannan City. It seems the authorities have completely lost control of the situation. He Wang let out a deep sigh. Before Su Chen's return, he had held a glimmer of hope. If the outside world had returned to normal, even if the authorities were struggling to manage the chaos, it would have been good news. However, the reality was harsh. The small city of Shannan had been overtaken by several survivor factions, with no sign of official presence whatsoever. Enough of that. Don't dwell on it too much, Sun Yuan said, patting Yuang reassuringly. With Su Chen looking out for us, at least we won't starve. As the three conversed, Zhou Xinhong suddenly rushed over. Su Laoda, a Biao has sent more people with numerous zombie corpses. Su Chen's interest was piqued. Let us go, follow me. Together. They made their way to the balcony outside, where several of a Biao's men stood below, led by Zhao Xiong. In addition, there were about a dozen zombie corpses laid out on the ground. This was the only passage for entering and exiting the Yilden Hotel. The exchange of zombies and supplies between Su Chen's group and a Biao's was conducted through this balcony. Sun Yuan and the others first lowered a rope. Below, Zhao Xiong directed his subordinates to tie the rope around the zombie corpses. Then, Sun Yuan and the others pulled the rope to hoist the zombies up. Once all the corpses had been brought up, Zhou Xinhong counted them. 1, 2, 11, 12. Su Laoda, we have a total of 12 corpses. We should give them 6 boxes of instant noodles. Upon hearing this, Su Chen showed no intention of moving. He looked down at Zhao Xiong and coldly remarked, Go back and tell a Biao that I will accept the zombies, but I will not be providing anything in return. Given Su Chen's enhanced abilities, he was more than capable of hunting zombies on his own, rendering further cooperation with a Biao unnecessary. Without hesitation, he turned hostile, allowing these few zombies to be taken away for nothing. What? You? Su Chen, you scoundrel, just wait. Zhao Xiong's face turned ashen with fury. Yet he dared not utter more. The sky had already darkened. Lingering outside could very well lead to becoming fodder for the undead. He signaled to his subordinates and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the night. Su Chen let out a cold laugh and turned back towards the hotel. In the warehouse, he dispatched the zombies sent by a Biao, successfully extracting 6 energy crystals, along with the ones he had previously accumulated. Su Chen now possessed a total of 25 energy points. Although this was still insufficient for a further enhancement of his physique, he was not far from upgrading his mobile home to level 3. Chapter 120. A betrayal unmasked Su Chen. That scoundrel truly embodies the essence of treachery. Upon discovering Su Chen's deceit, Abayo was immediately incensed, his fury spilling forth in a torrent of curses. In previous encounters, when he had dispatched corpses to Su Chen, the latter had honored their agreement. Thus, this time, Abayo, without a second thought, sent over a dozen bodies. Little did he anticipate that Su Chen would so brazenly turn his back on their arrangement. By heavens, should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure his head is severed. Zhao Xiong was equally infuriated. These zombies were the result of arduous hunts he had led, during which he had narrowly escaped death himself and lost several comrades. The realization that his efforts were in vain was enough to ignite his wrath. Abayo remained silent, his expression dark. The supplies he had amassed from Gao Qiqiang were nearly depleted. This was why he had enlisted Zhao Xiong to hunt more zombies, hoping to exchange them for instant noodles with Su Chen. However, with Su Chen's sudden betrayal, their supply chain was now severed. It would not be long before their stock of noodles was consumed entirely. What would they do when the food ran out? Would they resort to cannibalism as they had before? Brother Biao, why don't we confront Su Chen head-on? Xiaomei suggested through clenched teeth. She understood that their resources would soon dwindle, leaving them with no choice but to resort to cannibalism once again. She was weary of such a life and yearned for an alternative. The question remained, how could they confront him? Abayo sighed, his demeanor one of profound resignation. Although he commanded 100 men, the Yuduan Hotel, now fortified by Su Chen, was a veritable fortress. Moreover, with Su Chen armed and the threat of zombies lurking outside, should a confrontation ensue, they might find themselves either devoured by the undead or gunned down before ever breaching the hotel's defenses. I do have an idea, Xiaomei said with a sly smile, leaning closer to Abayo to whisper a few words. Upon hearing her suggestion, Abayo's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. This could indeed be a viable plan. Mayor, you are truly clever. Brother Biao, I have another proposal. Xiaomei tossed her hair back, a hint of pride in her voice. What of Gao Xiangjuan and his group? Aren't they still alive? Let us summon them and collaborate. Though many survivors had suffered grievously during the zombie outbreak, individuals like Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen had sensed the impending danger and taken refuge in hiding. Recently, during their hunts, Abayo and Zhao Xiong had encountered members of their group. Your suggestion is sound. Abayo pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall send someone to invite them over, aiming to act by tonight. Currently, Phoenix Mountain lay under the dominion of zombies, and Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and their compatriots were like rats scurrying in the shadows of abandoned buildings. After considerable effort, Abayo finally located them. Upon understanding Abayo's intentions, Gao Xiangjuan and the others did not hesitate. They promptly agreed to join forces. Biao, is there anything to eat? Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and a group of other survivors weakly greeted Biao. When the zombie apocalypse erupted, the survivors remained in their respective abodes, preoccupied with survival, leaving them no time to gather supplies. Consequently, they endured prolonged hunger during this period. Bring out the instant noodles, and make sure there's plenty. Biao generously waved his hand. Before long, steaming bowls of noodles were served. The starved individuals eagerly grabbed their chopsticks and began slurping the noodles. Having gone without food for so long, they even drank the broth clean. Although they were not yet fully satiated, their spirits visibly lifted. Gao Xiangjuan set down his chopsticks and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Biao. No need for thanks. In this apocalyptic world, we must support one another. Biao replied with a smile. Biao, did you summon us to continue dealing with Su Chen? Xia Bowen inquired after finishing his noodles. Indeed. My food supply is dwindling. If we do not devise a plan soon, we may all starve, Biao said solemnly. But we are so few now. How can we confront Su Chen? Gao Xiangjuan's face fell as he spoke. Unlike Biao, they lacked foresight. Their team suffered heavy losses during the outbreak, and now they numbered barely 50. Previously, when they were 100 strong, they could not defeat Su Chen. How could they hope to challenge him now? Fear not. I have a plan. Biao replied confidently. I gathered you here to unite our efforts. Had this been before, the group might have hesitated. But with hunger gnawing at them, they readily agreed. Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Biao, whatever you say, we will follow. Yes, Biao, please lead the way. With their encouragement, the remaining survivors nodded in agreement. Biao nodded in satisfaction and lowered his voice. My plan is. Crack. Su Chen swung the Nepalese army knife in his hand, decapitating a zombie. Scattered around him lay several more corpses of the undead. Ever since his fallout with Biao a few days prior, Su Chen had not been idle. Each day, he ventured out to hunt zombies. Thanks to his enhanced physical abilities, a mere 1 or 2 zombies posed no challenge. Over the past few days, not only had his agility improved and combat skill sharpened, but he had also acquired over 20 energy crystals. Bang! Su Chen stomped down hard, crushing a zombie's head beneath his foot, and rummaged around. Upon discovering a grayish-white energy crystal, a satisfied smile spread across his face. With this energy crystal, he had amassed 50 points of energy, enough to upgrade his RV. With a sense of satisfaction, Su Chen sheathed his weapon and made his way towards the hotel. As he passed by the establishment where Biao and his associates were located, he took a moment to observe. However, the hotel was eerily quiet, devoid of any activity. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating that Biao was known for his vengeful nature and was not one to easily accept defeat. Given the magnitude of his loss, the lack of response was rather suspicious. He might be concocting a significant counterattack. Upon returning to the Yu Air Dun Hotel, Su Chen summoned He Wang and Sun Yuan to share his concerns. Rest assured, my brother, He Wang reassured him, this place is easily defensible and difficult to assault. Even if Biao were to bring double the manpower, it would not be an easy feat to breach our defenses. Sun Yuan chimed in confidently, indeed. You need not worry. I have set up 4 lookout posts, both overt and covert. Should he approach, we will certainly detect him in advance. Chapter 121. Leveling up once more, Su Chen felt a slight sense of relief, yet he still cautioned. That being said, we must not let our guard down. Rest assured. Brother Su, we will handle things, so you need not worry. The two smiled and nodded in agreement. After engaging in a brief conversation with them, Su Chen took his leave from the hotel and returned to the RV. He advised the 2 women not to disturb him before entering the bedroom, where he summoned the system. Absorb energy crystals. The few energy crystals in Su Chen's pocket began to warm slightly. Subsequently, the energy points in the system increased to 50. Upgrade the system. The white screen quivered slightly, as the RV's level ascended from 2 to 3. Chen promptly examined the updated RV system. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV level 3. Energy points required for upgrade 100. Current energy points 0. Vehicle durability 100. When durability reaches 0, the RV will become inoperable. Repairs can be made using energy points. Storage space. Energy shop. Enhancement options. Compared to before, the upgraded system seemed to bear little difference. Chen first clicked on the storage space, discovering that its capacity had increased tenfold. However, whether it was 99, 999, or 999, 999, it made little difference to Chen, as the items in the warehouse could be stacked without limit. He then accessed the energy shop. No new exchange options. On the other hand, the RV option in the enhancement section was now clickable. Upon entering, he found only one option available: increase space. Consuming 10 energy points would expand the RV's internal space. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Is that all? Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had toiled for several days to gather 50 energy points, only to find the upgraded RV system lacking in practical features. At that moment, the system seemed to sense Chen's thoughts and prompted a notification. After the system upgrade, the portable storage function has been unlocked. Portable storage function? Chen was taken aback, then eagerly inquired about this feature. Upon understanding its capabilities, excitement surged within him once more. Previously, whenever Chen wished to store items in the storage space or retrieve them, he had to be in proximity to Normadisen. However, with the unlocking of the portable storage function, Chen could now freely store or retrieve items from the storage space, regardless of being 100,000 miles away from the RV. This feature was undeniably practical. For instance, if Chen were to venture to Shannon City, he could directly store his snowmobile in the storage space. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by other survivors. Moreover, he could stow away his firearms within the storage space, ready to catch any approaching enemies off guard. In summary, this function could be considered exceedingly useful. Finally, it was worthy of the considerable effort he had invested in accumulating those energy crystals. Chen's mood suddenly brightened considerably. He pushed open the door and stepped outside with a light-hearted gait. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger were busily tending to the stove, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Master, you're out," Lu Linger exclaimed with a smile. "Just wait a moment. We will have the meal ready shortly." Before long, the two women brought forth the prepared dishes. Chen took a few bites and remarked, "Your culinary skills have truly improved immensely. That is for certain. Our duty is to take good care of our master." Lin Yingying replied with a playful laugh. "Excellent." Chen nodded in satisfaction, a wicked smile gracing his lips. That night, Chen and his companion slept soundly in their mobile home, while the other survivors at the Hoarding hotel also drifted into their dreams. Only Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others assigned by Sun Yuan remained vigilant at their posts, cautiously observing their surroundings. Little did they know, outside the Hoarding hotel, beneath a thick layer of ice, a group of survivors was hard at work. In truth, the method suggested by Xiaomei to a Biao involved digging a tunnel beneath the snow, thereby infiltrating the Hoarding hotel. The extremely low temperatures combined with the heavy snowfall made the task arduous. The snow at the bottom was nearly as hard as ice, making excavation quite laborious. However, this approach was significantly safer than a frontal assault, as they did not have to worry about the threat of zombies or being shot at by Chen. "How's it going, Xiaobowen?" a Biao inquired as he saw Xiaobowen emerge from the tunnel. "We've reached the junction. It should be cleared by tonight." Xiaobowen replied, shaking off the snow from his clothes. "That's good," a Biao sighed in relief, then solemnly instructed, "Tell them to hasten their progress. We must reach the Hoarding hotel before dawn. Otherwise, time will run out." Xiaobowen nodded and returned to the tunnel. A Biao gestured to Zhao Xiong, directing, "Prepare the brothers. As soon as the tunnel is cleared, we will act immediately." "Understood." Zhao Xiong acknowledged and Winner relayed the orders. As time ticked away, just as dawn began to break, one survivor tasked with digging through the ice struck down with his pickaxe, only to find the surface exceptionally hard. He raised his dim flashlight for a closer look and was immediately filled with astonishment. Ahead of him was no longer snow, but a wall. From the decorative features on the wall, it was evident they had reached the main structure of the Hoarding hotel. This news invigorated a Biao and his companions, as they realized that after all this time, they could finally confront Chen face to face and seek revenge. A Biao quickly led his men into the tunnel, swiftly reaching its end. However, they soon encountered a new challenge. For Chen had already anticipated that someone would attempt to attack the Hoarding hotel by digging a tunnel beneath the ice. Within the subterranean chamber, ensconced beneath a thick blanket of snow, the windows had been sealed by Sun Yuan and his companions. Furthermore, Su Chen had instructed his men to procure various items to ensure the windows were firmly obstructed. Despite their persistent efforts, Biao and his associates found themselves unable to pry the windows open. "What shall we do, Biao-gu?" Gao Shanjuan exclaimed, his brow slick with anxiety. As the daylight gradually illuminated the outside world, the air within the passageway grew increasingly thin. Biao, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, resolutely turned to Zhao Xiong and commanded, "Bring forth the explosives." Gao Shanjuan exchanged bewildered glances with Xia Bowen, both taken aback by the revelation. Did Biao truly possess explosives? Moments later, Zhao Xiong returned with several beverage bottles. Ever since learning that Su Chen was armed with a rifle, Biao had not remained idle. He had directed his subordinates to scavenge for materials such as urea and bleach, concocting several makeshift bombs. Chapter 122. Homemade Bombs Ultimately. Biao is a former Special Forces soldier who has retired from the army. With his expertise, crafting a few rudimentary explosives is a task as effortless as breathing. Initially, he intended to employ these bombs against Su Chen, but given the current circumstances, it has become imperative to use them regardless of the consequences. Even if it alarms the remaining survivors within the hotel, it is a necessity. Biao first instructed everyone to retreat to the rear of the corridor. He then placed the makeshift bombs, fashioned from plastic bottles, into the window. These homemade explosives do not possess significant power. Relying on them to demolish the hotel walls is merely a fanciful notion. Biao's strategy was to detonate the clutter behind the window, thereby creating an escape route. After igniting the bombs, he swiftly withdrew. Boom. With a resounding blast, the corridor where Biao and the other survivors stood trembled. Large chunks of snow cascaded down. Once the chaos subsided, Biao was the first to rush forward. To his astonishment, the previously blocked window now revealed a newly formed passage. "Brothers, it worked," Biao called out, and the survivors behind him erupted into cheers as they surged into the Yildan Hotel. The explosion had indeed been quite loud. In the midst of slumber, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others were roused from their dreams. Sensing something amiss, they hurriedly donned their clothes and made their way to the communal lounge. The remaining survivors were also awakened by the explosion. "He De-gu, Sun De-gu, what happened? Was that an earthquake?" They all inquired, bewildered. He Wang shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Sun Yuan, however, seized the walkie-talkie and spoke in a grave tone. "What just transpired?" "Sun De-gu, there was an explosion from below the hotel." Zhou Xinhong reported urgently from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Explosion?" He Wang and Sun Yuan exchanged glances, both feeling an ominous premonition rise within them. "Prepare yourselves. I will notify Su Laoda." He Wang instructed solemnly, retrieving his dedicated walkie-talkie to contact Su Chen. "Hello, Su Laoda." Su Chen, nestled comfortably in bed with Ermei, was abruptly awakened by the shrill sound of the walkie-talkie. He blinked his sleepy eyes and grasped the device. "Who is it? Disturbing my peace?" Lu Linger murmured softly in annoyance. "Please, continue resting," Su Chen said, fully aware that He Wang's contact at this hour must pertain to a significant matter. Rising from his slumber, he moved towards the door while inquiring, "What is the situation, He De-gu?" "There has been an explosion." He Wang succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. The soundproofing of the Normadisen was so effective that Su Chen had been oblivious to the incident while asleep. "An explosion?" Su Chen's brow furrowed. Before he could utter another word, the walkie-talkie crackled with the sound of frantic shouts. It turned out that Biao and his group had already surged up the stairs from the lower levels. Fortunately, Sun Yuan had made ample preparations. As the fierce enemy charged forward, he bravely led his men to confront them head-on. "They breached our defenses, Boss Su." He Wang yelled into the intercom while wielding his machete, toppling an enemy in the process. A chill ran through Su Chen's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he donned his stab-resistant undershirt and cold weather gear, seized a weapon from the side, and pushed open the car door. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the hotel ahead. The battle between the two sides had escalated to a fever pitch. Not only did Biao's side boast superior numbers, but they were also exceptionally skilled, overwhelming He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others. Had it not been for their superior equipment and unwavering loyalty to Su Chen, they would have likely faced utter defeat by now. As soon as Su Chen reached the upper floor, several enemies surged toward him, seeking death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes as his Nepalese military knife sliced through the air with a cold gleam. The foremost assailant had his hand severed cleanly. Before the surviving foes could react, Su Chen raised his short shotgun. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and one of them was instantly riddled with bullets. In the blink of an eye, one man lay on the ground, howling in agony after losing his hand, while another was shot dead. Su Chen's ruthless strikes effectively stunned the others into silence. It's Su Chen." Someone suddenly recognized him and shouted in alarm. Upon realizing Su Chen's presence, The morale of He Wang and Sun Yuan's side surged. Meanwhile, the survivors on Biao's side grew tense, fully aware that Su Chen wielded a rifle. "Where's Su Chen?" Zhao Xiong bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The killing of Gao Qiqiang was inextricably linked to Su Chen. Though he couldn't avenge Gao Xiangjuan, Zhao Xiong harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Chen. Adding to this animosity was the prior incident when he had hunted zombies to trade with Su Chen, only to be outmaneuvered and left empty-handed. Zhao Xiong had longed to eliminate Su Chen to quell his resentment. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen fired several shots, taking down a few of the encroaching survivors. At that moment, Zhao Xing charged in. With no time to reload, Su Chen instinctively grasped his Nepalese military knife and faced Zhao Xiong head-on. Zhao Xiong was a towering figure, comparable to an iron tower. Although Su Chen was not short, he appeared diminutive in comparison. Without exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Xiong swung a fire axe at Su Chen. In the narrow hotel corridor, Su Chen found little room for evasion. Yet, with his enhanced physique, Zhao Xiong's movements seemed to unfold in slow motion before him. He slightly shifted his body to evade the axe, and countered with a swift slash aimed at Zhao Xiong's throat. In stark contrast to Su Chen's perception, Zhao Xiong experienced the attack as if it were a flash of lightning. Exceedingly rapid, he barely managed to evade the strike through sheer instinct. As he faced Su Chen, a cold sweat broke out on his back. This young man was truly terrifying. With gritted teeth, he raised the axe once more and lunged towards Su Chen. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. Before his axe could descend, Su Chen swiftly advanced. The sharp Nepali knife pierced effortlessly into Zhao Xiong's chest, akin to slicing through tofu. His eyes widened in shock, and his hands went limp, causing the fire axe to thud to the ground. He collapsed with a resounding thump. Witnessing the formidable Zhao Xiong being so easily dispatched by Su Chen left the others present in a state of disbelief. "If you wish to avoid death, lay down your weapons," Su Chen commanded, his voice grave, his piercing gaze directed at the remaining foes. The survivors who had followed Zhao Xiong into battle dared not meet his eyes, trembling with fear, instinctively preparing to abandon their arms. Yet, at that moment, a sense of alarm surged within Su Chen, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Chapter 123. Youth is an advantage suddenly. Su Chen executed a lazy roll and darted into a nearby room. At that moment, a sharp gunshot echoed in the distance. Bang! Indeed, it was Abayo who had fired the shot. The pistol he wielded was inherited from Gao Qiqiang. Seeing that Su Chen had evaded his bullet, Abayo momentarily fell into a daze. Was this man truly so quick to react? Regaining his composure, he barked, "We are many. There is no need to fear Su Chen. If we eliminate him, we can divide his resources." Under his command, the previously intimidated survivors regained their spirit. They once again brandished their weapons and clashed fiercely with He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others. "Su Chen, come out. Today marks your demise." Abayo sneered, brandishing his pistol. The moment Su Chen showed himself, he intended to shoot him down. Inside the room, a cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips. "All right. Since you want me to come out, I shall oblige." As soon as his words fell, he conjured a rifle from his storage space as if performing magic. Without exposing his head, he held the rifle aloft like an African uncle. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Su Chen pulled the trigger, flames erupted from the rifle, and Abayo's men fell like leaves in autumn. Fortunately, Abayo was situated at a distance. Sensing the impending danger, he dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding injury. Wait. How could Su Chen, that rascal, be unarmed? Where did he procure that rifle? After successfully suppressing the enemy, Su Chen swiftly rose and dashed towards another room. After their arrival at the Yuerdun Hotel, Su Chen had ordered renovations. Most of the rooms had been interconnected for ease of movement, having felled 5 or 6 enemies. He arrived at the common lounge. Upon seeing Su Chen, He Wang and the others erupted with joy and quickly welcomed him. "What is the situation?" Su Chen inquired solemnly. "Not optimistic. We've already lost 7 or 8 people." Sun Yuan expressed his anger as he spoke, including Lin Yingying, Wu Li, and others who joined later. Their total number barely exceeded 60. In contrast, Abayo's group boasted a formidable 150 to 160 men. Given such a vast disparity in numbers, even if Sun Yuan and his companions fought valiantly, their losses were grievous. Meanwhile, upon learning that Su Chen had joined forces with He Wang and Sun Yuan, Abayo did not rush in. He summoned Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen, growling, "Su Chen only has one gun. With so many of us, we can simply overwhelm him with sheer numbers. You decide, do you want to starve, or are you willing to take a gamble?" Without hesitation, Gao Xiangjuan and the others shouted, "Of course, we want to take a gamble." "Excellent." Abayo nodded firmly. As they regrouped and prepared to storm Su Chen's position in the common lounge, the door suddenly swung open, followed by the resounding crack of a gunshot. Bang! The foremost survivor was instantly shot in the head. It turned out that He Wang had laid an iron table on the ground to serve as a makeshift shield, armed with a Cube-U sniper rifle. He concealed himself behind this barrier, relentlessly firing at the enemies in the corridor. Under He Wang's suppressive fire, even the most fearless of survivors found themselves unable to charge forward. A Biao, clutching his weapon, repeatedly peered to assess the situation. However, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from firing, despite being a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier with exceptional marksmanship. The distance of 20 to 30 meters from He Wang rendered him unable to ensure a fatal shot. Moreover, Gao Qichang's pistol was not an official firearm but rather a makeshift one. While it possessed sufficient firepower, its accuracy was woefully inadequate. At a distance of several meters, it was largely a matter of chance. Helpless, a Biao could only continue to rally the other survivors, urging them to charge forward and deplete He Wang's ammunition. Yet, unbeknownst to a Biao, Gao Xiangjuan and Xiaoboan, Su Chen had already departed from the public lounge, long before the hotel was renovated. Su Chen and He Wang had considered the issue of safety, installing an additional door on the outer side of the lounge. This door provided access to a secure staircase leading outside the hotel. At that moment, Su Chen had already navigated the safety staircase to the floor above. As He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others remained in the lounge, the enemies merely ascended to search the area, confirming it was unoccupied before retreating. Leveraging his familiarity with the layout, Su Chen moved swiftly down the corridor. As he descended the stairs, he turned a corner and spotted a Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaoboan, and others peering cautiously from behind the wall. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. He raised his rifle and, in the next instant, pulled the trigger. Yet, perhaps it was not a Biao's fate to perish just yet. At that very moment, a subordinate unexpectedly stepped in, taking the bullet meant for a Biao. Bang! The sudden sound of gunfire startled a Biao and the others. Upon seeing Su Chen around the corner, a Biao instinctively ducked aside. Without hesitation, Su Chen continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A bullet struck a Biao, instantly splattering blood. The excruciating pain engulfed him, causing the gun in his hand to drop to the ground. However, driven by the instinct to survive, he gritted his teeth against the agony and staggered toward the stairs leading down. Su Chen had no intention of pursuing a Biao. His rifle was now aimed at Gao Xiangjuan and Xiaoboan. Da-da-da. Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaoboan, and several other leaders fell victim to the hail of bullets. In mere moments, the leaders of the survivors group had all been eliminated by Su Chen. The nearby subordinates, terrified, hastily abandoned their weapons, pleading for mercy from Su Chen. He stepped forward, retrieving the handgun dropped by a Biao, feeling a sense of relief. Your leaders are dead. If you wish to survive, surrender quickly. Su Chen called out to the subordinates in the corridor. Eliminate him. Avenge the leaders. A handful of loyal young men brandished their weapons and charged towards Su Chen, oblivious to the peril that lay ahead. With a disdainful snort, Su Chen raised his rifle and fired several shots, the sound echoing as they fell lifeless to the ground. Youth, it seems, is a double-edged sword. They succumb to slumber all too easily. Shaking his head, Su Chen turned to the remaining onlookers and called out, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Clang, clang, clang. The survivors hastily discarded their weapons. It was a foolish notion to engage him. In terms of combat prowess, Su Chen could effortlessly dispatch Zhao Xiong with a few swift strikes. When it came to armament, he wielded a rifle with a handgun holstered at his side. With the fates of a Biao and others uncertain, and the likes of Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen thoroughly defeated, one could only ponder their folly in refusing to surrender and daring to confront Su Chen head-on. Chapter 124, Levels in a Brief Moment. The weapons of the survivors were confiscated, and they themselves were bound with ropes by Sun Yuan and He Wang, confined in a nearby room. At that moment, on the rooftop, Zhou Xinheng reported via intercom, "Boss Su, trouble is brewing. A massive horde of zombies is charging towards us." The recent fierce battle had erupted with explosions, cries, and gunfire, creating such a cacophony that it was inevitable to attract the undead. Fortunately, the defenses of the Hoarding hotel had not completely collapsed. "Brother Sun, take some men to seal the broken windows on the first floor swiftly. We cannot allow the zombies to enter," Su Chen commanded in a stern tone. "Understood, Boss Su." Sun Yuan rallied a few of his subordinates to follow him to the lower floors. Su Chen then turned to Yi Wang, "Brother He, take a few people and clean up the battlefield." "Yes." Yi Wang nodded in agreement, instructing his partner Wu Li and a few others to begin tidying the room. Before long, the windows blown out on the first floor were resecured by Sun Yuan and his men. Yi Wang and Wu Li's group also managed to clear the battlefield upstairs. The next task was to deal with the captives. Originally, the attacking force comprised approximately 150 to 60 individuals. After a fierce melee, fewer than 100 remained. The majority of the deceased survivors had fallen to Su Chen's prowess alone. Nevertheless, the remaining survivors huddled in the corners, utterly filling the communal lounge. With a gaze that commanded respect, Su Chen slowly approached them. Li Dong, understanding the situation, brought over a chair for Su Chen to sit down. Among you, who is the leader? Su Chen lit a cigarette and took a drag, the nicotine invigorating his weary body. The group hungrily inhaled his secondhand smoke, their eyes collectively shifting towards several burly men in the crowd. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen commanded, "Bring them forward." Yes, Li Dong, along with a few others, lunged forward like wolves, dragging the men out. Are there any others besides them? Su Chen inquired once more. The crowd directed their gazes towards a few more individuals. Gradually, about 10 more were pulled out, all of whom were trusted confidants of leaders like Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, and Xiaoboan. After further questioning, Su Chen also identified other survivors who had close ties to these individuals. Whether they were the ones pulled out or the remaining survivors, all were filled with trepidation, uncertain of how Su Chen would handle their fate. Execute them all. Su Chen pointed at the captured men, his voice chillingly resolute. Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless. Over 20 lives? Just like that? Boss Su, please, grant us a chance. We were forced into this. Someone hastily pleaded for mercy. If today marks my failure, would you grant me a chance? The crowd fell momentarily silent. Given the relationship between Su Chen and the other survivors, had victory belonged to a Biao's faction today, Su Chen's fate would undoubtedly have been dire. Li Dong, what are you still hesitating for? Su Chen commanded in a low voice. Li Dong, too, dared not linger, and alongside his companions, raised their blades. Faced with the specter of violence, the loyalists of the leaders still contemplated resistance. However, they found themselves bound by ropes, utterly immobilized. Moments later, Li Dong and his companions dispatched these individuals. Over 20 bodies lay sprawled across the ground, the acrid scent of blood pervading the room. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, He Wang and Sun Yuan displayed expressions of discomfort, yet remained silent, fully aware that this was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. To survive, one must become more ruthless than others. Following Su Chen's instructions, Li Dong and the others targeted their hearts, leaving the heads intact. After dealing with the loyalists, Su Chen then turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals. A shiver ran through them, fear gripping their hearts as they pondered how Su Chen might choose to deal with them. Contrary to their expectations, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You need not fear. I will not kill you, and I shall permit you to join my team." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited signs of shock, struggling to believe their ears. In truth, most survivors did not wish to confront Su Chen head-on. They merely sought resources to ensure their survival. Reluctantly, they had followed the commands of a Biao and Gao Xiangjuan to assault the Yu-Er-Dun Hotel. Now that Su Chen had extended an invitation to join him, they need not starve, thus rendering further conflict unnecessary. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pay your respects to Boss Su. Li Dong interjected. The crowd then snapped to attention, quickly proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Boss Su." Observing this, a satisfied smile crept across Su Chen's lips. His earlier reluctance to absorb these survivors stemmed from the ambitions of leaders like a Biao and Gao Xiangjuan. Now that these leaders had met their demise or fled, and their loyalists had been executed, the remaining survivors could indeed be welcomed into the fold. After all, establishing a survivor base in the future would require ample manpower. As for the issue of sustenance, Su Chen possessed an almost limitless supply of instant noodles and compressed biscuits within his storage space. He himself had little appetite for them, thus readily providing for these survivors. The goal was simply to ensure they did not starve. Once the harsh winter passed, he would introduce farming tools and seeds, allowing them to sustain themselves. With the joint efforts of He Wang and Sun Yuan, the survivors completed their registration. Currently, there were 113 individuals within the Yu-Er-Dun Hotel. Su Chen also re-established rules, categorizing the survivors into 4 tiers. The newly joined survivors were assigned to the first tier, with their rations exceedingly scarce, sufficient only for basic survival. The second tier consists of those who had previously joined Su Chen's team. Their treatment is somewhat superior to that of the first tier. The third tier comprises individuals such as Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong, who have made significant contributions in the past. They are entitled to better food, warm clothing, and superior equipment such as composite crossbows. The fourth tier belongs to the leadership class, currently represented solely by He Wang and Sun Yuan. In comparison to the survivors in the first and second tiers, the privileges of the leadership class resemble those of paradise. As for Su Chen, being the architect of the rules, he naturally does not belong to any of these tiers. After attending to these matters, Sun Yuan approached, saying, "Boss Su, that rascal A Biao is still alive. Should we pursue him to his lair end?" A fierce expression crossed his face as he made a gesture reminiscent of a snapping sound. Chapter 125. Woof 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 indeed, Big Brother Su. A great figure once proclaimed that one should pursue the remnants of a defeated enemy with the valor they possess, rather than seek glory in mere names. Wang beside him echoed this sentiment. Whether it was he, Sun Yuan, or the seasoned survivors like Zhou Xi and Hong, they all harbored deep-seated enmity towards a Biao. Now that a Biao's forces had been utterly decimated and he himself gravely wounded, it was the perfect moment for vengeance. Very well, let us go together. The sooner we eliminate a Biao, the sooner we can find peace of mind. With a nod of agreement, Su Chen resolved to proceed. He left Wang behind to oversee the hotel while he, accompanied by Sun Yuan and a few others, gathered their equipment. Fortunately, after some time, the zombies outside gradually dispersed. Su Chen and his companions departed the hotel with ease, stealthily making their way towards a Biao's lair. Besides his own team, Su Chen also brought along one of a Biao's underlings. Guided by this informant, they effortlessly infiltrated a Biao's stronghold. Su Chen's shot struck a Biao squarely in the abdomen. Though it did not inflict life-threatening harm, it rendered him significantly weakened. Struggling to maintain his composure, a Biao hastily retreated to his camp. Upon seeing a Biao in such a pitiful state, Xiaomei was taken aback and quickly tended to his wounds. After extracting the bullet, she disinfected the wound with alcohol. Despite being a robust man, a Biao could not stifle a low growl as the alcohol made contact with his injury. Xiaomei, sensing his discomfort, refrained from speaking much and hurriedly bandaged him up. Once everything was properly attended to, Xiaomei cautiously inquired, "Brother Biao, what transpired?" "We have failed," a Biao sighed, recounting the details of the recent battle. Upon hearing this, Xiaomei's face turned ashen. She could scarcely believe how formidable Su Chen was. "What shall we do now?" "Gather your belongings. We must prepare to escape," a Biao urged, mustering his strength despite his wounds. Hai Xianjiwen, Xiao Bowen, and others had been slain on the spot, and no survivors had returned. They had either been killed by Su Chen or captured. Remaining here served no purpose. Understood. Xiaomei quickly rose to collect their things. Fortunately, a Biao had a keen sense of crisis and had secured useful supplies in advance, allowing Xiaomei to pack efficiently. Just then, a faint sound of something crashing to the ground echoed from outside. A Biao's instincts kicked in, sensing something was amiss. He glanced at the oblivious Xiaomei and calmly instructed, "Mayor, go to the front and summon my younger brothers." "Of course, Brother Biao." Without a second thought, Xiaomei stepped out through the door. Once she left, a Biao gritted his teeth against the pain, grabbed a nearby backpack, and swiftly made his way to another exit. To capture Su Chen, a Biao had mobilized all his resources. Aside from Xiaomei, there were only 5 or 6 survivors remaining in the camp. As Su Chen and his group entered the hotel, they immediately spotted the survivors huddled by the fire. Upon noticing the intrusion, the survivors momentarily froze, instinctively reaching for their nearby weapons. However, Sun Yuan and his companions were quicker, raising their compound crossbows. With a flurry of bolts, the survivors fell lifeless to the ground. "Assess the surroundings," Su Chen commanded. "Understood." Before Sun Yuan and the others could act, a sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. A slender figure soon entered the lobby. It was Xiaomei. She paused for a moment, then, in a state of panic, turned to flee. "Stop." Su Chen pressed down on Sun Yuan's crossbow with a cold smirk. "Capture her alive." "Yes." Sun Yuan called to his subordinates, hastily pursuing Xiaomei. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chen had already tracked her down. She sprinted back to her room. "Yaoge, this is bad," Xiaomei began, but her words froze in her throat. The room was empty. Not only was Biao nowhere to be found, but even her backpack, which she had just organized and filled with supplies, had vanished. At that moment, even Xiaomei, despite her naivety, realized that Biao had abandoned her to escape on his own. "Biao, you bastard," Xiaomei cursed, just as Sun Yuan and his men caught up and pinned her to the ground. "Xiaomei, long time no see." Su Chen entered the room with a leisurely gait, a smile playing on his lips. Su Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will do whatever you ask. I can be your dog, woof woof." Without Biao's protection, Xiaomei was instantly panicked, pleading for mercy on the ground. However, Su Chen had little interest in her pleas. In a low voice, he demanded, "Where is Biao?" I don't know. That scoundrel ran off by himself." Xiaomei retorted angrily when Biao was mentioned. Not trusting her words, Su Chen instructed Sun Yuan to search both inside and outside thoroughly. Only after confirming Biao's escape did he finally feel at ease. "Take her back for now. The rest of you, gather the remaining supplies." "Yes, Boss Su." By the time Su Chen returned to the Yulden Hotel, the 2 women from Normadisen had already come out. Lin Yingying was tending to the injured survivors. Upon seeing Su Chen return, Lu Lingo hesitated for a moment before approaching him. "Chen, I can handle it," Su Chen replied calmly. He understood Lu Lingo was concerned about Xiaomei. Hearing his response, Lu Lingo refrained from saying more. They entered the adjacent room, where Xiaomei was bound tightly, lying on the floor. Upon seeing Lu Lingo, her eyes brightened instantly. Linger, we are good sisters. Please help me plead with Su Chen. At these words, Lu Linger's expression turned sympathetic. Fortunately, she recalled Su Chen's training. She merely bit her lip, remaining silent. Su Chen was quite pleased with Lu Linger's demeanor. It appeared that his previous guidance had indeed borne fruit. Xiaomei, have you ever contemplated that you would find yourself in such a predicament? Reflecting on her past life, Xiaomei had nearly brought about her own demise in her desperate bid for survival. Now, considering this lifetime, she had conspired with a Biao multiple times in attempts to eliminate him. At this moment, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within Su Chen. Yet, Xiaomei found herself at a loss for words, her gaze drifting towards Lu Linger, who had originally arrived at Phoenix Mountain alongside her. However, in this very moment, their circumstances were worlds apart. Although a Biao had not treated Xiaomei poorly, what could her condition possibly be during the apocalypse? Her appearance was haggard, her skin coarse, and her clothing tattered. In contrast, Lu Linger, nourished by Su Chen's care, blossomed with increasing radiance. Chapter 126. Ingrained malice. As Xiaomei felt a deep sense of shame, a surge of resentment towards Su Chen and Lu Linger welled up within her. They had arrived together. Why was Lu Linger able to enjoy such tranquility while she could not? All of this was Su Chen's fault. Even after she had stripped herself bare and approached him, he still refused her. Yet, her very life was in Su Chen's hands, leaving her no choice but to suppress her dissatisfaction, presenting herself instead with a demeanor of humility and servitude. Su Chen, I was wrong. No, you do not truly understand your mistakes. You merely comprehend that your life hangs by a thread. Su Chen retrieved a dagger and placed it into Lu Linger's hands. Lu Linger was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of Su Chen's intentions, she has conspired multiple times with a Biao to bring about my demise. Now, you must eliminate her to prove your loyalty to me, Su Chen stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's eyes widened in shock. As a delicate woman, she could not even bear to harm a chicken, let alone take the life of her former close friend, Xiaomei. However, Su Chen's resolve was unyielding, leaving Lu Linger at a loss for what to do. With a cold chuckle, Su Chen embraced Lu Linger from behind, guiding her hand as they approached Xiaomei with the dagger. Realizing there was no escape from this grim fate, Xiaomei succumbed to despair. Su Chen, you vile man. And you, Lu Linger, you wretched harlot. Once reluctant to harm Xiaomei, Lu Linger was incensed by the insults hurled at her. Without further hesitation, she allowed Su Chen to guide her hand, plunging the dagger into Xiaomei's chest. The curses that once filled Xiaomei's mouth gradually diminished until they ceased altogether. As Lu Linger gazed upon her deceased friend, a sense of relief washed over her. It was fortunate that she had not grown too close to Xiaomei, allowing her to return to Su Chen's side. Otherwise, she feared that today, she too would have met her end. From now on, you must obediently heed my words. Do you understand? Su Chen whispered softly as he caressed Lu Linger's hair. Certainly. From this day forth, I am wholly devoted to you, Lu Linger exclaimed, embracing Su Chen tightly. Excellent. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he turned, leading Lu Linger out of the room. He instructed Li Dong to clean the space and temporarily store Xiaomei's body in the warehouse, awaiting further developments. Having achieved a resounding victory, it was only fitting to reward the surviving members, including the recently allied ones. Su Chen summoned everyone present. Li Dong, for your valiant efforts today, you are rewarded with a piece of frozen meat. Yu, for your outstanding performance, you receive a pack of cigarettes. Previously, during Su Chen's expedition to Shannan City, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies. Coupled with the recent haul from a Biao's lair, he distributed the resources as rewards based on the contributions of his subordinates. As Li Dong and the others reveled in their rewards, the remaining survivors below looked on with envious eyes, their expressions tinged with longing. After rewarding them, Su Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. The newcomers could rest assured, as long as they adhered to the rules and worked diligently, they would have the opportunity to earn not only rewards but also promotions in the future. This pronouncement stirred excitement among the newly joined survivors. Though their treatment could not compare to that of the veterans, and they harbored some grievances in their hearts, they dared not voice them. Now, with Su Chen presenting such favorable conditions, they were granted a chance for advancement. How could they not feel exhilarated? Long live Boss Su. Brother Su is brilliant. The crowd cheered. Seeing this, a flicker of pride glimmered in Su Chen's eyes. He understood all too well that if he failed to provide these newcomers with opportunities for promotion, resentment would inevitably brew over time. Eventually, discontent would grow, leading to potential rebellion. However, by establishing clear rules for advancement, no matter how stringent the conditions, these individuals would strive fervently to ascend. Such is the inherent nature of humanity. In stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere in the Yulden Hotel, a Biao found himself in a rather dire predicament. After escaping from the camp, He trudged through the snow, each step a struggle. With the situation on Phoenix Mountain having been settled, Chen had effectively unified all survivors. Remaining on the mountain posed not only the threat of Chen but also the peril of being devoured by zombies. Left with no choice, Biao contemplated leaving Phoenix Mountain. Although the supplies at hand could stave off death from freezing or starvation, the nearest city lay a daunting 20 kilometers away. The roads were laden with snow, and having sustained a gunshot wound, his chances of survival remained uncertain. Fortunately, the zombies on Phoenix Mountain had been drawn away by the morning's battle, and Biao did not encounter any as he descended. After a considerable time, breathless and fatigued, he was compelled to take a rest. Just then, a low growl echoed from around the corner ahead. Suddenly, a grotesque zombie emerged, advancing slowly towards him. Upon their unexpected encounter, Biao was momentarily stunned. How could he still encounter a zombie so close to leaving the resort area? Yet, zombies are devoid of thought. They do not ponder. With a fierce roar, it lunged at Biao. Startled, he quickly grabbed a nearby fire axe. Fortunately, the snow-covered ground was slippery. As the zombie charged, it lost its footing and fell. Witnessing this, Biao felt a surge of joy and raised the axe, delivering a heavy blow to the zombie's head. Crack! The zombie's skull shattered, brain matter spilling onto the ground. After dispatching the creature, Biao finally exhaled in relief. However, as he withdrew the axe, he noticed a grayish-white stone embedded within the zombie's skull. What could this be? Furrowing his brow, he extracted the stone. He scrutinized the situation for a while, yet could discern no conclusive outcome. Earlier, when Biao and Zhao Xiong assisted Chen in the extermination of zombies, Chen had specifically instructed them to preserve the integrity of the undead. Thus, while they dispatched the zombies by targeting their heads, they endeavored to avoid damaging the cerebral tissue. Despite the numerous zombies they had slain, Biao remained oblivious to the existence of energy crystals nestled within the skulls of the undead. Suddenly, he felt a wave of warmth emanating from his lower abdomen. As he reached to investigate, his hand was immediately drenched in blood. It turned out that the wound which Xiao Mei had stitched earlier had reopened during the confrontation with the zombie. This was a dire predicament for Biao, already weakened, who now struggled to catch his breath. He settled against a tree, contemplating that he might meet his end here today. In that moment, the blood from his hand inadvertently smeared onto the energy crystal. Chapter 127. Enhancement of Power. What transpired next astonished Biao. Upon contact with his blood, the energy crystal suddenly radiated a gentle warmth. Before Biao could comprehend the situation, it disintegrated into fine powder and permeated his being. Startled, Biao instinctively leaped up, lowering his gaze to inspect his body. However, after scrutinizing himself for quite some time, he found nothing amiss. Just then, he experienced an unsettling sensation. The wound that had previously throbbed with excruciating pain was now devoid of any feeling. In a flurry, Biao reached into his trousers to touch the injury. To his astonishment, the wound had completely vanished without a trace. What was happening? Ignoring the cold, Biao instinctively lifted his shirt. His abdomen, once injured, now appeared remarkably flat, as if it had never been struck by a bullet. Were it not for the splotches of blood staining his clothing, he might have thought he was dreaming. He moved his body and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Rather, he sensed a slight enhancement in both his strength and speed. Could it be due to that grayish-white stone? Biao fell into contemplation. Previously, he had been curious about why Chen required the corpses of the zombies. He had discussed this with Xiao Mei, Zhao Xiong, and others, and they speculated that Chen was conducting some clandestine biochemical experiments. However, it now seemed highly probable that Chen was actually after the grayish-white stones within the zombies' heads. That cunning old six, making us risk our lives while he reaps the benefits. Biao cursed inwardly. He tidied himself up, cast a glance back at Phoenix Mountain, and continued his descent. After Chen unified the remaining survivors, a rare tranquility settled upon Phoenix Mountain. Of course, during this period, Chen remained industrious. He instructed He Wang and Sun Yuan to continuously indoctrinate the newly joined survivors. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant eye on the warehouse in Area B. The corpses of individuals like Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen were still piled within. Chen was not only interested in the energy crystals within their heads, but was also conducting research on the transformation of corpses into zombies. Based on his observations during this time, he was certain that the claims made by scientists in his previous life were indeed accurate. As long as the survivors were alive before the torrential rain, they had essentially all contracted the zombie virus. During this period, the virus seemed to be suppressed by the human immune system and would not activate immediately. However, once a person succumbed to death, the zombie virus would seize control of the body. Typically, it would take approximately 12 to 24 hours for one to transform into a zombie. Under low-temperature conditions, this process would be significantly prolonged. Zombies that transformed from natural death appeared to carry a more potent strain of the virus. Individuals bitten by them would transition to zombies within 1 to 6 hours. As the zombie virus continues to spread, the rate of transformation accelerates. Eventually, a mere bite could lead to transformation into a zombie in less than 5 minutes. Chen carefully cataloged the recorded results, recognizing the invaluable nature of this data. After completing his observations, he showed no mercy, dispatching all the zombies without hesitation. Regrettably, from over 80 corpses, he only obtained 30 energy crystals, leaving a significant gap before he could upgrade his RV and strengthen his physique. During this process, Chen astutely noted that the likelihood of obtaining energy crystals was higher from corpses that had been robust in life. This realization prompted him to consider hunting more formidable zombies in the future. In the following days, Chen began to organize his subordinates to venture out and hunt zombies. Initially, he had deemed the task too perilous, fearing unnecessary sacrifices among his men. However, with the recent influx of survivors into the team, he felt no moral qualms about sending them into danger. Moreover, these individuals were eager to receive tasks from Chen, hoping to elevate their status. Thus, a vigorous campaign to eradicate zombies commenced on Phoenix Mountain. The zombies, who had previously held a numerical advantage, faced imminent disaster. Despite their fearless nature and superior physical capabilities compared to humans, they proved inadequate against humans who utilized tools and traps. Within a fortnight, the zombies on Phoenix Mountain were nearly eradicated. Of course, several survivors, due to their negligence, fell victim to zombie bites, inadvertently providing Chen with additional energy points. Finally, the day arrived when the survivors ventured out and could no longer find a single zombie, effectively declaring the complete annihilation of the undead on the mountain, including previous acquisitions. Chen had amassed a total of 136 energy crystals, equating to 136 points of energy. This time, he chose not to upgrade the RV, as such enhancements offered little benefit to his personal strength. In contrast, reinforcing his physique promised tangible improvement. Reinforced physique, Chen silently declared. After expending 100 energy points, he experienced that familiar sensation once more. A warm current flowed from the crown of his head down to his limbs, and unlike the previous occasion, this warmth lingered somewhat longer. Once the sensation dissipated, Chen moved his body. Although he had yet to test his abilities in actual combat, he was certain that his strength had significantly increased. Ding. After system assessment, the host's current physical quality and combat rating is evaluated as G. Remarkably, following 2 rounds of enhancement, he had ascended a tier. Given this progress, the prospect of reaching S rank no longer seemed so distant. However, Chen soon realized that his perspective was rather myopic. The energy points required for the next enhancement had skyrocketed to a staggering 300 points. Chen was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite having vanquished numerous zombies atop Phoenix Mountain, he had accumulated a mere fraction of that total, less than 300 energy points. Now, in order to pursue the next enhancement, he found himself in need of 300 points. How long would it take him to amass such a sum? With a sigh, Chen acknowledged the necessity of early preparations for his departure from Phoenix Mountain. After all, the zombies in this area had been nearly eradicated. It was only by venturing into the larger cities that he could encounter a greater number of zombies and thus acquire the coveted energy crystals. With this thought, Chen's gaze grew resolute. Chapter 128. Descending the mountain. As Chen slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Lin Yingying and Lu Linger peacefully slumbering beside him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It must be said that after the enhancement of his physical constitution, it was not merely his combat prowess that had been amplified. At his current level, he could engage in battles until dawn, remaining invigorated and devoid of fatigue. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Regrettably, this method could not be imparted to He Wang. Otherwise, he would surely owe himself a debt of gratitude. Rising from his slumber, Chen proceeded to wash up before gently pushing open the car door and stepping outside. Though the world beyond was still ensconced in a frigid, snowy expanse, a rare sun had emerged today. Judging by this, it seemed the temperature would gradually rise. Pondering this, Chen made his way to the hotel ahead. Since the torrential rains, the group of survivors had not witnessed the sun. Today, with the sun finally breaking through, although the air remained cold, everyone congregated by the windows, animatedly conversing. Upon noticing Chen's arrival, they promptly ceased their chatter and greeted him in unison. Boss. Good morning, Go. Chen nodded to each in acknowledgement and entered the conference room where He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and others were engaged in discussion. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen took his seat. With a smile, He Wang inquired, with the sun now shining, does that mean the extreme cold and blizzards are nearing their end? The others looked at Chen with eager anticipation. If the extreme cold were to pass, they could cultivate crops, and their living conditions would improve. Not to mention, they could finally leave Phoenix Mountain and glimpse the world outside. However, Su Chen's response doused their hopes. The end of the extreme cold is still a long way off. Among these apocalyptic weather patterns, the extreme cold has the longest duration. The high temperatures and torrential rains lasted barely 4 months, while the extreme cold has persisted for over 6 months. In fact, when I was murdered in my previous life, the extreme cold had not yet fully concluded. Moreover, I am uncertain what apocalyptic climate will follow the extreme cold. All right then, the group collectively displayed their disappointment upon hearing this. Wang, I plan to leave Phoenix Mountain today, Su Chen spoke softly. How long do you intend to be gone? Wang inquired, slightly taken aback. I'm not certain. At least over a month, I suppose. Su Chen himself was unsure of the duration, as he needed to hunt zombies to further upgrade his RV and enhance his combat strength. Upon hearing this, Wang and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. Their survival thus far had relied on the resources Su Chen provided. If he were to leave, what would become of them? Do not worry, Wang. Before I depart, I will ensure that you have sufficient supplies. Noticing their apprehension, Su Chen chuckled softly. In addition, I will leave you with some farming tools and seeds. Once the climate is suitable, you should organize efforts for cultivation to achieve self-sufficiency. Originally, Su Chen intended to establish a survivor base through Wang and others. However, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. Now, he must upgrade the system, and thus cannot remain on Phoenix Mountain any longer. He left sufficient supplies for Wang and the other survivors, fulfilling his moral obligation. As for the future of the survivors on Phoenix Mountain, their fate is solely in their own hands. Wang and Sun Yuan exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with concern. They had grown accustomed to Su Chen's leadership during this time. With Su Chen's departure, what would they do next? Yet, Su Chen remained indifferent to their thoughts. Although they shared a decent camaraderie, his foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. After giving a few more instructions, he nodded to Wang, signaling him to exit together. Brother Su, why the sudden decision? Wang sighed as he followed Su Chen out of the conference room. Su Chen did not respond, but instead smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Brother from now on, this place will be under your and Brother Sun's leadership. Do not let me down. He paused, lowering his voice. However, rest assured, I will leave you a short firearm for self-defense. In addition to the short firearm, Su Chen also possessed a rifle, a sniper rifle, and a handgun. In light of their friendship, he decided to leave the short firearm with Wang to ensure his leadership position within the group. Wang understood all too well how crucial a firearm could be in the apocalypse. He nodded earnestly, saying, All right, thank you, Brother Su. Rest assured, no matter when you return, you will always be our leader. Su Chen merely smiled in response. After parting ways with Wang, he found an empty warehouse and, with a thought, opened his storage space. Inside, he extracted an ample supply of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, self-heating hot pots, and other ready-to-eat foods. These provisions nearly filled the entire warehouse, sufficient for Wang and his group for half a year. Additionally, Su Chen left behind important supplies such as a solar power generator and walkie-talkies. Having done all this, Su Chen felt it was enough. Had it not been for the bond formed through their shared battles, he would have long since driven away. Once everything was prepared, Su Chen returned to the Normadisen. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying had been informed in advance about their departure from Phoenix Mountain that day. Therefore, they rose early and organized their belongings in the vehicle to prevent anything from sliding during the journey. Master, are we ready to set off? Lu Linger asked. Indeed. We are set to depart. Su Chen replied with a smile, opening the door that connected the cab to the body of the vehicle and entering the driver's seat. As he started the RV, the engine roared to life. In the hotel, the survivors, hearing the commotion, gathered at the windows. They bid farewell to the Normadisen as it disappeared into the distance. Before setting off, Su Chen had arranged for the tires of the Normadisen to be replaced with specialized tracks designed for traversing snowy terrain. Consequently, as they navigated through the snow, there was no indication of slipping whatsoever. The driver's cabin of the Normadisen was quite spacious. Su Chen occupied the driver's seat, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle while Lu Lingo sat behind him, continuously offering him fruits and snacks. Lin Yingying, positioned in the passenger seat, operated the drone. Her task was to survey the surroundings using the drone. Should any zombies be detected, Su Chen would halt the vehicle to eliminate them. However, all the zombies on Phoenix Mountain had been thoroughly eradicated. Throughout their journey, Lin Yingying had not spotted a single zombie. Due to the treacherous conditions of the snow, Su Chen was cautious and refrained from driving too fast. Thus, they proceeded at a leisurely pace until midday, when the Normadisen finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 129. A grand display of skill. After savoring a sumptuous lunch prepared by Lu Linger, Chen unfurled the map and began to delve into its details. According to the map, Shannon City was the closest urban area to Phoenix Mountain. However, the route to Shannon City was interspersed with several county towns and rural settlements. After a moment of contemplation, Chen resolved to explore these county towns first. He reignited the engine of his Normadisen and traversed the vast, snow-covered landscape. Due to the heavy snowfall, the original roads and signposts had vanished from sight. Fortunately, Chen had GPS to guide him, preventing him from losing his way. Before long, they arrived at a small county town named Tangxing. According to the data on his computer, Tangxing was a moderately sized county town with an approximate population of around 500,000. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a populous area. Yet at this moment, Tangxing appeared eerily quiet, reminiscent of a ghost town. The majority of the urban area was blanketed by a thick layer of snow, with only the newly constructed tall residential buildings peeking above the surface. Rather than rashly entering the town, Chen opted for a safer location on the outskirts. After securely parking the Normadisen, he retrieved his DJI drone. Prior to the apocalypse, Chen had acquired a substantial number of top-tier drones, which could be easily modified for battlefield use. He piloted the drone, sending it soaring over Tangxing. From the aerial perspective, Tangxing looked desolate and cold, devoid of any visible human activity. This was peculiar. The town boasted a population of several 100,000. Even if a significant portion of the populace had perished in the apocalypse, surely there would be some survivors. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he maneuvered the drone to take another sweep of the area. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no sign of survivors or zombies. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Chen continued to pilot the drone on its return path when he suddenly spotted a cluster of around 20 zombies gathered within a residential complex. Against the pristine white snow, the grotesque figures of the zombies stood out starkly. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen. He quickly pressed a button, lowering the drone's altitude while activating a series of sounds. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies below reacted as if their nest had been disturbed, becoming agitated and frantically chasing after the drone. Fortunately, Chen maintained the drone at a height just out of their reach, leaving the zombies to ineffectually pursue it. Before long, Chen successfully lured the horde outside the county town. "Stay in the vehicle and do not leave without my signal," he instructed the two women, who nodded obediently. Equipped with his gear, Chen slowly opened the car door, stepping into the icy expanse outside. The drone circled above, continuously emitting sounds, while the zombies below leaped in frustration, attempting to seize the drone. Observing their focus drawn entirely to the drone, Chen raised his compound crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen swiftly released a flurry of arrows, toppling several zombies on the spot. Witnessing their comrades fall, some of the remaining zombies instinctively began to search the surroundings. Upon spotting Chen, they immediately emitted guttural roars and charged toward him with reckless abandon. Though there were merely over 20 zombies, their momentum was akin to that of an army of thousands. Even though Chen had previously dispatched numerous zombies, he couldn't help but feel a surge of tension at the sight before him. As the zombies drew nearer, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Nepalese military knife. The adrenaline coursed through his veins. The first zombie lunged at Chen with outstretched arms. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch, allowing Chen to observe the zombie's tattered visage and catch a whiff of the foul odor emanating from its mouth. He instinctively evaded the attack, and his knife effortlessly swept across the zombie's neck. With a sickening crunch, the zombie's head tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Without pausing to process this, Chen prepared for the second zombie's advance. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature hurtling several meters away. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies surged forward. Surrounded by such a multitude, Chen's fear dissipated, replaced by a fervent rush of blood and an ignited fighting spirit. It felt as though he could perceive every detail of the surroundings, even the movements of the zombies behind him. In that moment, aided by his extraordinary agility, Chen navigated the confined space like a slippery eel. The instinctual attacks of the zombies failed to land a blow, while each swing of his knife resulted in another head rolling to the ground. The entire confrontation lasted less than 10 minutes, and Chen had dispatched the 20-odd zombies as if they were mere vegetables. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue, though his breathing had grown heavier. Gazing at the scattered remains, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of surprise. Was this the power bestowed by his enhancements? Truly formidable. Once his excitement subsided, Chen stored his knife in his spatial compartment and retrieved a fire axe. He approached the fallen zombies, methodically decapitating them one by one. Ultimately, this group of zombies yielded 11 energy crystals, bringing his total to 49 points. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before he could further enhance his physique, the system's upgrade was nearly complete. Disinterested in cleaning up the battlefield, he turned and returned to the RV, seeing him unharmed. The two women sighed in relief and hurried to serve tea, inquiring after his well-being. Chen decided to rest for a moment before resuming his hunt for zombies, assigning Lin Yingying the task of remotely controlling the drone to locate more zombies while he reclined on the sofa, indulging in a moment of relaxation. At that moment, Chen suddenly recalled that after the last system upgrade, there was an option to expand the space of the RV. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he summoned the system. He expended 10 energy points to enlarge the RV's space. However, after the energy was consumed, Chen did not feel any change in the interior dimensions of the vehicle. What was going on? He frowned slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind, and proceeded to the second floor. As expected, the space on the second floor had indeed expanded by nearly half compared to before. With such a significant increase in space, he wondered how it appeared from the outside. Chen hurriedly exited the Normadisen. From an external perspective, the Normadisen did not seem out of place despite the newfound space. Chapter 130. The mutated zombie. In light of this, it seems feasible to expand the space in the future, perhaps even acquiring a grand estate. Chen chuckled softly, not taking the matter too seriously. After all, the current space of Normadisen was already sufficient for himself and Lin Yingying. The notion of transforming it into a lavish mansion held little significance for him. Was he to continuously gather women, creating an extensive harem? Upon returning to the RV, Chen heard Lin Yingying calling out to him, "Master, come quickly. There are several zombies over here." Taking the drone controller from Lin Yingying, Chen observed the screen displaying a neighborhood with a dozen zombies staggering about. Following his previous method, he employed the drone to emit noise, which drew the zombies beneath it, eliciting low growls as they pursued. Just as Chen anticipated a smooth operation akin to the last time, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out from a nearby building's window. This particular zombie exhibited characteristics markedly different from the others. Its physique was more robust, and its skin bore a grayish-white hue, unlike the decayed appearance of the typical zombies. Initially, Chen did not perceive anything unusual, but the subsequent events left him agape in astonishment. This zombie surged forward, its speed surpassing that of the others by more than double. Remarkably, it utilized a nearby tree to propel itself, leaping into the air where it struck the drone, sending it crashing down. The last image Chen witnessed was the zombie tearing the drone into shreds. Was this truly a zombie? Lin Yingying, who had witnessed the entire encounter, stammered in disbelief. Chen remained silent, lost in contemplation. That creature was undeniably a zombie, yet its display was indeed terrifying. The drone had been flying at an altitude of approximately 3 meters, although it had leveraged the tree. The zombie's ability to bring it down was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Given this, Chen deemed it unnecessary to confront this formidable zombie directly. He had purchased over 100 drones. Losing one was inconsequential. The zombie's ferocity posed a potential danger, and Chen's objective was merely to obtain energy crystals, risking that was unwarranted. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Since only zombies with robust physiques prior to death possessed energy crystals in their brains, could it be possible that a zombie as powerful as this one harbored a higher-grade energy crystal capable of yielding greater energy points? Yet, this was merely Chen's speculation. He did not intend to test it immediately. Instead, he wished to observe the zombie further. Consequently, he dispatched another drone to scout the situation. This time, Chen had learned from experience and sent the drone to a height far beyond the reach of the zombie, intending to use a high-powered camera to study the peculiar creature. Before long, Chen skillfully maneuvered the drone back to the previous location. The horde of zombies had not dispersed immediately. Instead, they circled around the site where the drone had fallen. In their midst, a peculiar zombie was rummaging through the drone's components. At that moment, it seemed to have heard something and abruptly lifted its head. Its cold, unfeeling gaze fixated on Chen's drone, and it emitted a deafening roar. Despite the considerable distance between them, Chen felt a jolt from its stare. This was undoubtedly no ordinary zombie. Chen reaffirmed his suspicions. The zombie in the frame appeared to sense the impossibility of reaching the second drone. It growled a few times, discarded the drone parts in its grasp, and staggered toward the building from which Chen had emerged. Along its path, the other zombies seemed to cower before it, parting ways to let it pass. Witnessing the scene nearly dropped Chen's jaw in astonishment. It is well known that zombies lack consciousness or thought. Their sole instinct is to attack humans, feast on flesh, and spread the virus. Yet, the ordinary zombies exhibited a sense of hierarchy in the presence of that extraordinary zombie. This utterly overturned Chen's understanding. By the time he regained his composure, the peculiar zombie had already re-entered the building, leaving the ordinary zombies to wander aimlessly outside. Chen referred to the other zombies as ordinary, while he designated the unique one as a mutated zombie. Based on his earlier observations, Chen summarized the characteristics of the mutated zombie. First, its physical capabilities were significantly superior to those of ordinary zombies, evident not only in speed and agility but also in sensory perception. Second, it appeared to possess a degree of intelligence. Third, ordinary zombies seemed to be intimidated in its presence. This raised the possibility that the mutated zombie could command or direct the ordinary ones. Regardless, Chen was certain that this mutated zombie would not be easily dealt with. As he pondered whether to abandon the pursuit of the mutated zombie, Lin Yingying, who was operating the drone on its return flight, suddenly spoke up. "Master, you must come and see." Chen paused momentarily before moving to her side. The screen of the remote control displayed several figures in a residential building, waving red cloths in an apparent attempt to attract the drone's attention. Even amidst the overwhelming disasters and rampant zombies, how could a city like Tang City, with a population of hundreds of thousands, lack survivors? Chen initially dismissed the sight, intending to instruct Lin Yingying to continue piloting the drone back when a thought struck him. He noted their location. The residential building housing these survivors was not far from the mutated zombie. Perhaps he could glean some information about it from them. After memorizing the survivor's position, Chen donned his gear once more and departed from Normadisen. Unbeknownst to him, within the bustling Tang City, home to hundreds of thousands, countless zombies lurked. Thus, he opted not to ride a snowmobile, but instead chose to walk. After all, Chen possessed a storage space, should circumstances turn dire. He could swiftly retrieve the snowmobile and make his escape. Before long, Chen arrived at the residential building. The windows of the floor where survivors had previously been spotted had been sealed once more. It seemed that upon witnessing the drone's departure, hope had dissipated. Chen mused to himself. He circled the building and discovered a window with a hole in the outer security grate, presumably pried open by someone. He successfully slipped inside. The room he entered was a bedroom, in utter disarray, devoid of both zombies and survivors. Just as he prepared to push the door open and step out, he realized, to his dismay, that the door had been locked from the outside. Chapter 131. Special Evolution. Chen furrowed his brow and exerted a slight force. The sturdy lock was effortlessly destroyed by him. Only then did he push open the door and step from the bedroom into the living room. In stark contrast to the bedroom, this space was considerably tidier. The food packaging scattered across the table suggested signs of human activity. At that moment, the bathroom door at the entrance unexpectedly swung open. A young man with a face full of acne emerged, humming a tune. Upon seeing the uninvited guest, he was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly drew a dagger from behind, trembling as he asked, Who are you? Do not be alarmed. I am merely a passerby." Chen raised his hands in a gesture of peace, explaining, "I noticed you signaling from the drone, so I came to take a look." "That drone is yours?" The acne-ridden youth's face lit up with surprise. "Indeed, it is mine." Chen nodded and inquired, "How many people reside in your building?" "There are more than 30 of us." The young man hesitated momentarily before cautiously stating, "Wait here, I will go fetch the others." "Very well, take your time." Chen casually took a seat on the sofa. Observing his nonchalance, the youth felt a sense of relief and turned to exit. However, he did not fully lower his guard. Before leaving, he locked the door from the inside and barricaded it with some clutter from outside. Chen merely smiled at his actions. Not long after the acne-ridden youth departed, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from outside. Although the noise was subtle, Chen's keen hearing discerned that several individuals were approaching. When the door opened, a burly man with a dark complexion entered, followed by the previous youth and other survivors. The once spacious room suddenly felt quite cramped, compelling the survivors to remain in the hallway. Chen observed that most of these survivors were young adults, with no elderly or infirm individuals in sight. While he scrutinized them, they, too, were appraising him. Upon noticing Chen's cold weather gear and goggles, their eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. "I am Wang Xiangbin. What shall I call you, young brother?" inquired the dark-faced man tentatively. "I am Chen." He introduced himself in return. "So, you are the younger brother Su," Wang Xiangbin nodded, gesturing towards the acne-ridden youth. "Tang Juanqi mentioned that drone was yours?" "Indeed. It is mine. Are you a rescue worker sent by the authorities?" Wang Xiangbin gazed at Chen with hopeful eyes. A similar expectation mirrored in the faces of the other survivors. "I am not. I am merely passing through," Chen replied, shaking his head. His response undoubtedly doused the hopes of everyone present with a cold reality. Wang Xiangbin could not conceal the disappointment etched upon his face. With a sigh, he inquired, "Have you come from outside? Are you aware of the situation beyond our borders?" Tang City is but a modest county, unable to compare with the prosperous metropolis. Following the onset of the extreme heat, the inhabitants of the city severed all ties with the outside world. With so much time elapsed, Their knowledge of external circumstances is virtually non-existent. The state of affairs outside is rather bleak. Su Chen recounted, in detail, the information he had gathered to Wang Xiangbin and the others. Upon hearing this, despair became increasingly apparent on their faces. The authorities had taken no action, and the metropolis had been submerged by the sea. This was a definitive signal that the apocalypse had arrived. Wang Xiangbin inhaled deeply, suppressing the despair within him, and continued, "It is frigid and icy outside. How did you manage to arrive in Tang City, and what are your plans henceforth?" As he spoke, he subtly gestured behind his back to Tang Yuanqi and the others. Although Su Chen could not see Wang Xiangbin's movements, he noticed the actions of Tang Yuanqi and the others. They maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet they were surreptitiously closing in around Su Chen, feigning ignorance. Su Chen responded to Wang Xiangbin's inquiry. "I journeyed from the direction of Phoenix Mountain, fortunate to possess a vehicle capable of traversing snowy terrain. The reason for my stop here is the limited supplies in my vehicle. I hope to chance upon some food or provisions." Upon hearing Su Chen mention his snow-ready vehicle, the eyes of the survivors gleamed with renewed hope. "Is that so?" Wang Xiangbin nodded, then asked, "Did you encounter any zombies?" "I did see some, but I took care to remain discreet, avoiding their attention," Su Chen replied. No, you misunderstand. I am referring to a particular, unique zombie." As Wang Xiangbin spoke, a deep-seated fear flickered across his countenance. Su Chen's heart raced. Wang Xiangbin must be alluding to that mutated zombie. "What do you mean, Brother Wang?" He feigned confusion. "That zombie has devoured at least dozens of people." Wang Xiangbin sighed heavily, lost in terrifying memories. Due to the inadequacy of urban infrastructure, shortly after the heat wave struck, Tang City suffered grievous losses. Subsequent torrential rains, flooding, and extreme cold led to over half the population succumbing. Although the extreme cold could suppress the zombie virus, the sheer number of casualties resulted in many corpses transforming into zombies. Most ordinary individuals never anticipated encountering zombies in reality. Caught off guard, numerous survivors fell victim to infection. Faced with swarms of zombies, the remaining survivors, though outmatched, managed to hold their ground. They seized the opportunity to eliminate isolated zombies. Little did they expect that one particular zombie, after feasting on several humans, would undergo evolution. Its physical capabilities far surpass those of both humans and ordinary zombies. The ordinary survivors are utterly no match for it. Once, a dozen robust men attempted to join forces to eliminate it, only to find themselves decimated in the process. The most alarming aspect is that it does not wander aimlessly like other zombies. Instead, it periodically invades residential buildings in search of prey. Once it spots its target, it devours them without mercy. To date, it has consumed no fewer than 30 or 40 individuals. Upon hearing Wang Xiangbin's words, Su Chen was immediately intrigued. It turns out that the mutated zombie only evolves after feasting on humans? In this light, its evolution bears a striking resemblance to his own system. After all, it thrives on human flesh, just as he acquires energy crystals from the brains of slain zombies. Chapter 132. I am easily nervous at that moment. Tang Yuanqi and the other survivors had quietly encircled Su Chen. "Brother Su, the outside world is so chaotic, you might as well stay with us." Wang Xiangbin feigned concern as he advised. "That is unnecessary. It's getting late, so I shall not disturb you any further," Su Chen replied, preparing to turn away. Seeing this, Wang Xiangbin dropped his pretense, waving his hand to signal Tang Yuanqi and the others to block Su Chen's path. Su Chen, unperturbed, turned to Wang Xiangbin and asked calmly, "What is the meaning of this?" "Nothing much. We simply wish to invite you as our guest," Wang Xiangbin sneered coldly. "If you're sensible, hand over your supplies and that snowmobile of yours." Tang Yuanqi brandished the dagger in his hand, threateningly declaring, "Otherwise, you will taste the consequences." How amusing. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Ever since encountering Wang Xiangbin and his group, he sensed something amiss. Among these survivors, there were no elderly, weak, or ill. They were all robust individuals. It was highly likely that the frail had been devoured by them. Should you possess the capability, do come and take it. Wang Xiangbin's expression darkened as he barked. "Seize him." "Yes, boss." Tang Yuanqi and the others raised their weapons, charging towards Su Chen with an aggressive demeanor. In their narrow space, they believed there was no way Su Chen could escape. Little did they know, Su Chen was a formidable force capable of annihilating 20 zombies at once. Faced with the oncoming attackers, Su Chen showed no mercy. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The foremost assailant was sent flying, colliding with several companions behind him. At the same time, another attacker lunged at Su Chen from behind. He sidestepped just in time, evading capture while drawing a Nepali knife from his waist. With a swift motion, he severed both hands of the survivor at the wrists, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. Even Wang Xiangbin and his companions, who had resorted to cannibalism to survive, were momentarily stunned by such a gruesome scene. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen drew his pistol and pressed it against Wang Xiangbin's head. Don't do anything reckless. Everyone, stand down. Wang Xiangbin nearly lost control, terrified by the dark muzzle pointed at him. He lacked the courage to ascertain whether the weapon in Su Chen's hand was genuine or fake. Why aren't you coming up? Su Chen taunted, glancing at Tang Yuanqi. And no, I won. Tang Yuanqi, pale and trembling, quickly waved his hands and retreated. Su Chen's prowess and the firearm in his possession suggested he might be a retired urban warrior. It dawned on him that he had been foolish. How could someone like Su Chen, who could navigate the apocalypse with such ease, be an ordinary individual? Brother Su, take it easy. Don't be tense. Wang Xiangbin hastily sought to reassure Su Chen, fearful that the gun in his hand might discharge and cost him his life. Please, allow your men to leave. With so many standing here, it's quite easy for me to become anxious. If I do become tense and inadvertently pull the trigger, your life will be forfeit. Su Chen replied languidly. Why are you all still standing there? Did you not hear what Brother Su said? Wang Xiangbin's face turned a ghastly shade of green as he urgently shouted at his subordinates. Tang Yuanqi and the others exchanged apprehensive glances before ultimately vacating the room. Before departing, they even picked up the severed hands and closed the door behind them. Brother Su, may we now sit down and discuss this matter properly? Wang Xiangbin asked with utmost caution. Only then did Su Chen holster his firearm, crossing his legs as he took a seat. Wang Xiangbin let out a sigh of relief and quickly added, We were in the wrong earlier. We should not have entertained such greed. Please, show us mercy. You may leave at your leisure. No one will hinder your departure. However, upon hearing his words, Su Chen merely smiled and said, I'm afraid I have no intention of leaving. Wang Xiangbin couldn't help but feel a pang of despair. Indeed, inviting a deity is far easier than sending one away. Might I inquire if Brother Su has any further requests? Whatever you ask, we will surely fulfill. Actually, I do have a matter on which I would like your assistance, Su Chen replied with a grin. Wang Xiangbin was momentarily taken aback, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. What could it possibly be, Brother Su? I intend to hunt down that mutated zombie and would like your support in this endeavor. The mere mention of the mutated zombie drained the color from Wang Xiangbin's face. He quickly waved his hands, saying, It's not that I am unwilling to help, but that mutated zombie is simply too formidable. Previously, there were those armed with firearms who failed to slay it. That is merely because they were incompetent. Su Chen interjected without hesitation. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to assist me, you shall not go unrewarded. I have ample supplies to share, and if necessary, I can also facilitate your escape. Wang Xiangbin's eyes brightened at this prospect. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Su Chen affirmed with a sincere nod, though a subtle smirk played at the corner of his mouth. May I ask, Brother Su, why you wish to eliminate that mutated zombie? Wang Xiangbin inquired tentatively. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. It would serve you well to heed this, Su Chen remarked, casting him a dispassionate glance. You speak wisely. Brother Su. Wang Xiangbin felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly nodded in agreement. I will inform them at once. He exited the room, summoning Tang Yuanqi and the others to relay the conversation he had with Su Chen. Upon learning that Su Chen sought their help in hunting the mutated zombie, their faces were all etched with fear. They were undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of the mutated zombie. However, upon hearing that Su Chen would provide them with supplies and take them away, a palpable sense of intrigue swept through the crowd. Trapped within the confines of the building due to the zombies outside, they found themselves unable to venture forth in search of provisions. The mutated zombie would occasionally invade the residential complex, mercilessly slaughtering survivors. Remaining here would inevitably lead to their demise at its hands. It was far more prudent to join Su Chen in a desperate bid to vanquish the creature. I am willing. So am I. We shall heed Brother Wang and Brother Su. In a matter of moments, a chorus of agreement arose among the group. Witnessing this, Wang Xiangbin chuckled and said, Brother Su, we shall follow your lead in all matters. Su Chen, without hesitation, accepted the mantle of command. He led Wang Xiangbin and the others to the rooftop of the residential building, where they began to survey the situation of the community. Chapter 133. You are quite devious. The residential community where Wang Xiangbin and others resided was reasonably sized, comprising around 20 to 30 apartment buildings. However, according to his account, several outer buildings had been ravaged by mutated zombies, leaving no survivors in their wake. Only the thick blanket of snow obscured the ground-level structures, with only the upper floors of the residential buildings still visible. Su Chen meticulously surveyed the area but found no suitable terrain. The snow-covered community appeared overly desolate. He then led Wang Xiangbin and his companions back to their room. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Wang Xiangbin cautiously inquired, Brother Su, do you have any plans? Not at the moment. Let's discuss it tomorrow, Chen replied, shaking his head. The daylight had gradually faded, and confronting such formidable mutated zombies at night was unwise. He intended to return early the next morning to deal with the situation. As Chen prepared to leave, Wang Xiangbin and the others hesitated, fearing he might depart without a second thought. However, given Chen's formidable capabilities and his possession of a firearm, they dared not impede him, instead watching him depart with a mixture of anxiety and trepidation. Though unafraid of Wang Xiangbin and his companions, caution was still paramount. Chen deliberately took a circuitous route to ensure he was not being followed before returning to the RV. Why have you been gone so long? Did something happen? Lin Yingying and Lu Linga rushed to greet him with concern upon his return. Chen did not conceal the encounter with Wang Xiangbin and briefly recounted the events. Master, those people, like a Biao, are not to be trusted. Why do you wish to cooperate with them? Lu Linger expressed her irritation upon hearing of Wang Xiangbin's intentions towards Chen. Linger, you misunderstand. The master is cleverly scheming against them, Lin Yingying, with a knowing smile, interjected. Yingying is correct. Chen nodded slightly. From the performance of that mutated zombie, it was evident that its combat prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary zombie, not to mention the multitude of regular zombies surrounding it. Even if Chen could defeat it, it would likely come at a grievous cost. His rationale for seeking Wang Xiangbin's assistance was straightforward. He intended for them to serve as cannon fodder. He would allow Wang Xiangbin and his group to engage first, testing the mutated zombie's strength. Should it prove too overwhelming, Chen would make a swift retreat. If, however, the zombie's power was within his capacity to handle, he would let Wang Xiangbin's group expend their resources before he himself struck. As for the compensation Chen had offered Wang Xiangbin, it was a mere jest. Even if he were to renege, would they dare to voice their discontent? Master, you are quite devious. Lu Linger giggled, clinging to Chen's arm. But I rather enjoy it, and there is more to make you enjoy it even further. Chen replied with a mischievous smile. The following morning, once Chen was prepared, he returned to the residential building where Wang Xiangbin and the others were gathered. Upon seeing Chen, Wang Xiangbin and the others exhaled in relief. Brother Su, how shall we proceed? Chen initially intended to leverage the terrain, but unfortunately, the community was too flat, offering no geographical advantages. Thus, they had no choice but to confront the zombies head-on. Wang Xiangbin and his companions would first launch an attack on the ordinary zombies. Once they had attracted the attention of the mutated zombies, they would quickly retreat, luring them into the community. Meanwhile, Chen would set up his sniper rifle and target the mutated zombies from above. After hearing his plan, a grimace that was more sorrowful than a smile appeared on Wang Xiangbin's face. Brother Su, sending us to assault the horde of zombies. Isn't that putting us in a difficult position? With their current strength, they could manage isolated zombies. But the mutated zombies were surrounded by a crowd of over a dozen ordinary ones. Not to mention, the mutated zombies were far more terrifying and beyond their capacity to withstand. If you are unwilling to undertake this task, I will not force you. However, do not expect any supplies or my assistance in your escape, Chen shrugged nonchalantly. With this declaration, Wang Xiangbin and the others found themselves in a dilemma. If they followed Chen's orders, their lives would be at risk. Yet, refusing would mean losing access to supplies and the chance to leave with him. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Brother Wang, if we wish for Chen to lead us away, this is our only option. Tang Juanqi murmured in counsel. Have you been watching too many action films? Wang Xiangbin shot Tang Juanqi an exasperated glare, yet he fell into contemplation. He had to admit that what Tang Juanqi said had merit. Even in a normal society, one must offer something in return to gain benefits from others, let alone in this distorted, apocalyptic world. Very well, even if it were not for the sake of gaining anything from Chen. Simply to ensure a better chance for himself and the others, they must eliminate that zombie. Having reached this conclusion, Wang Xiangbin nodded decisively. All right. We shall proceed as Brother Su suggests. Of course, Wang Xiangbin and his group were not mindlessly charging into the horde. First, he led them to dig a deep pit in the central open area of the community. They then covered it with a layer of waterproof cloth and scattered snow on top, creating a makeshift trap. In this manner, any ordinary zombies pursuing them would fall into the pit. Wang Xiangbin and his companions would not have to fight the zombies directly. However, this strategy would only be effective against ordinary zombies and would be of no use against the mutated ones. Once everything was prepared, Wang Xiangbin organized the surviving members. They wielded various weapons, including machetes, baseball bats, and even a kitchen knife in some hands. This clearly indicated that Wang Xiangbin's group was ready to engage in combat with the zombies. When they saw Chen draw out a sniper rifle from behind him, their anxiety subsided considerably. With such a sniper rifle in hand, is it not a mere trifle to blow the head off that mutated zombie dog? Chen pondered for a moment, then retrieved 2 plastic bottles from his pocket and handed them to Wang Xiangbin. These are makeshift bombs I crafted. You may use them to deal with that mutated zombie. The skill of creating rudimentary explosives was one he had acquired from a bio. Although he regarded Wang Xiangbin and the others as expendable, his ultimate goal remained the extermination of the mutated zombie. Providing Wang Xiangbin with the makeshift bombs was merely a means to ensure they could further deplete the creature's strength. Cradling the plastic bottles, Wang Xiangbin was instantly elated. Thank you, Brother Su. All right, it's getting late. You should hasten your actions, Chen casually advised, cradling the QBU sniper rifle as he ascended to the rooftop. Chapter 134. Outrunning one's own companions. After Chen set up the sniper rifle, Wang Xiangbin and the others gritted their teeth and commenced their operation. The mutated zombies typically lurked in a supermarket located just outside the community, not far from the residential building where the survivors resided. The plan devised by Chen and Wang Xiangbin involved luring the horde of zombies into the community before taking them down. This strategy had its advantages. Firstly, it allowed for traps set by Wang Xiangbin, and secondly, it minimized the risk of disturbing more distant zombies. However, the dilemma arose as to who would serve as the bait to entice the zombies. The speed of ordinary zombies was already alarming, let alone the mutated ones, whose velocity was truly astonishing. Everyone understood that this was an exceedingly perilous task. If possible, Wang Xiangbin wished to refrain from participating directly. Yet he was acutely aware that without his involvement, the others might not follow him. Reluctantly, he decided to take along Tang Juanqi and 2 other swift survivors. The 4 of them cautiously traversed the open area and reached the outskirts of the community, taking cover behind a residential building. Wang Xiangbin peered out and distinctly observed a group of over a dozen zombies gathering beneath a nearby structure. He nodded at Tang Juanqi and the others, signaling it was time to act. Taking a deep breath, Tang Juanqi fashioned a snowball and hurled it at the nearby cluster of corpses. What would have been a playful act in better times was now fraught with peril. As the snowball exploded beside the horde, the zombies momentarily paused, all turning to gaze at Tang Juanqi. Being the focus of so many undead eyes made Tang Juanqi's legs tremble. Without hesitation, he bolted away. The zombies emitted a low growl in unison and pursued him. Seeing the horde distracted, Wang Xiangbin and his companions couldn't help but feel a flicker of relief. If they managed to draw the group without alerting the mutated zombies, the risk would certainly be diminished. However, their relief was short-lived. From the shattered window of the supermarket, a deep, resonant roar suddenly erupted. Following that, a grayish figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. What else could it be but a mutated zombie? Upon seeing it again, Wang Xiangbin and the others were reminded of the terror it once instilled in them. Without uttering a word, they turned and ran. At that moment, the singular thought occupying their minds was clear. It was acceptable not to outrun the mutated zombie, but they must at least outpace their companions. Thus, Wang Xiangbin and the others sprinted ahead, the horde of zombies in hot pursuit behind them. Although the mutated zombie trailed at the back, its speed was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it surged past the horde, closing in on the 4 survivors. Such terrifying speed could rival even that of Usain Bolt. When Wang Xiangbin turned to see the mutated zombie gaining on him, sheer terror coursed through him, prompting him to accelerate. Yet no matter how fast he ran, how could he possibly outrun a transformed zombie? At this critical juncture, Wang Xiangbin devised a cunning plan. He abruptly extended his hand and seized the nearest survivor. Before the latter could comprehend the situation, Wang Xiangbin delivered a swift punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiangbin continued his frantic flight. You scoundrel, Wang Xiangbin. The survivor had not finished his curse before he was caught by a mutated zombie, followed by a piercing scream. On the rooftop, Chen, through his binoculars, witnessed the entire ordeal unfold. A cold smirk escaped his lips. In his desperate bid for survival, Wang Xiangbin had unhesitatingly sacrificed his companion. Amidst the apocalypse, the inherent selfishness and ugliness of human nature were laid bare for all to see. From the corner of his eye, Wang Xiangbin caught sight of the mutated zombie sinking its teeth into the neck of that unfortunate soul, a cloud of blood mist rising in its wake. The horde that followed surged forward, ravenously tearing at the corpse. After dispatching the man, the mutated zombie was not satiated. It pressed on, pursuing the remaining 3 survivors. Tang Juanqi, the swiftest among them, was closely followed by another survivor, while Wang Xiangbin lagged behind, the slowest of the trio. As the mutated zombie closed in, Wang Xiangbin found himself unable to reach the others. Just as despair began to consume him, fate seemed to intervene. The survivor ahead of him unexpectedly slipped on the icy ground and fell. A surge of joy filled Wang Xiangbin's heart as he leaped over the fallen figure and continued to run forward. Brother Wang, save me. A chilling scream echoed as the man had his neck snapped by the mutated zombie. After the loss of 2 lives, Wang Xiangbin and Tang Juanqi finally managed to escape back to the base of the residential building. Joining forces with other survivors, they gripped their weapons, anxiously awaiting the impending arrival of the mutated zombie and its horde. Against the pristine white snow, the grayish-white mutated zombie approached step by step, its hands and mouth stained with blood, each drop falling onto the snow and forming ghastly plum blossoms. Upon seeing the group of survivors huddled against the building, a slight smirk curled at the corners of its mouth, seemingly displaying a contemptuous grin. Wang Xiangbin and the others swallowed hard, their fear intensifying. Meanwhile, the horde was closing in. With a howl, the mutated zombie charged directly at the survivors. Just then, it stepped onto the concealed pit they had previously dug, causing it to plunge into the abyss. Witnessing the mutated zombie fall into the trap, Wang Xiangbin's heart soared with elation. Seizing the opportunity, he and Tang Juanqi retrieved the makeshift explosives Su Chen had given them. After igniting them, they tossed the bombs into the pit. Boom, boom. 2 successive explosions erupted, sending plumes of smoke and fire into the air. Would the mutated zombie be obliterated? Wang Xiangbin and the others gripped their weapons tightly, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Just then, to their astonishment, the mutated zombie leaped from the depths of the pit, landing before Wang Xiangbin and his companions. However, compared to its earlier appearance, it now bore a much more wretched visage. Though it cannot be compared to a true explosive device, the power of a makeshift bomb should not be underestimated. The skin on the surface of the mutated zombie's body, having been subjected to the fury of 2 bombs, has burst open, rendering it even more grotesque. With a low growl, it emanates an aura of rage, seemingly provoked by Wang Xiangbin and his companions. In the next moment, it lunges swiftly towards the group of survivors. Fortunately, Wang Xiangbin senses the impending danger and instinctively retreats a couple of steps. The mutated zombie fails to seize him, instead capturing a nearby survivor. With a sickening crack, the creature wrenches the individual in half, internal organs and blood splattering across the ground in an instant. Such a brutal scene nearly induces retching among the others. Chapter 135, Slaying the Mutated Zombie. However, the mutated zombie showed no mercy to the survivors, seizing one of them with ease and twisting violently, snapping the unfortunate one's neck like a pretzel. "Brothers, we must fight back, or we shall all perish," Wang Xiangbin shouted, his voice trembling with fear. Indeed, even if they chose to flee, where could they escape to? Inspired by Wang Xiangbin's words, the other survivors summoned their last vestiges of courage, brandishing their weapons and charging at the mutated zombie. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Although the mutated zombie's punches and kicks could send a survivor flying or even kill them instantly, surrounded by so many brave souls, it was inevitably struck by their weapons. Fortunately, it diligently protected its head, preventing the survivors from reaching its vital points. At that moment, the horde of ordinary zombies behind them surged forward. Confronting a single mutated zombie was already a daunting challenge for Wang Xiangbin and his companions, but now they faced a dozen more ordinary zombies, nearly bringing the survivors to tears. In a matter of moments, nearly half of their number had been slaughtered. Panic gripped Wang Xiangbin as he frantically looked up towards the rooftop. Where is that coward Su Chen? Why hasn't he made a move yet? On the rooftop, Su Chen took his last drag of a cigarette before flicking the butt aside and picking up his sniper rifle. He could have intervened much earlier, but he had chosen to wait, curious to gauge the true combat prowess of the mutated zombie. After careful observation, Su Chen concluded that its strength was at least on par with a Grade G entity. Without further hesitation, he aimed for the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. To his astonishment, just as the bullet was about to find its mark, the mutated zombie, which had been grasping a survivor's neck, seemed to sense something amiss and shifted slightly. The shot that was meant for its head struck its shoulder instead. While the Cube's power was not as formidable as that of a Barrett, it was nonetheless a genuine sniper rifle. The bullet tore into the mutated zombie's shoulder, bursting forth a spray of flesh and blood. Yet, it merely staggered for a moment, refusing to fall. It abruptly lifted its head and locked eyes with Su Chen on the rooftop, emitting a low growl. Then, abandoning the survivor, it dashed into the building with alarming speed. Su Chen realized he had underestimated the mutated zombie's ferocity. A flicker of surprise coursed through him as he readjusted his sniper rifle, aiming at the corridor behind him. The heavy thuds of footsteps grew louder and closer, signaling the approach of the mutated zombie. When it finally appeared before Su Chen, he wasted no time and squeezed the trigger. Drawing upon his shooting talent, he aimed at the creature's head. However, the mutated zombie was prepared, and its incredible speed rendered Su Chen's shot ineffective, merely striking its chest. Although the bullet pierced through its flesh, tearing away a significant chunk of meat, it only caused the zombie to sway momentarily, eliciting little reaction. With a furious roar, the mutated zombie lunged at Su Chen. With no time to fire again, Su Chen swiftly seized a nearby Nepalese army knife and advanced towards the fray. In his current state, when engaged in battle, the movements of ordinary individuals and zombies appeared almost as if in slow motion. However, the mutated zombies exhibited speed comparable to that of a normal human. It raised its arms high and brought them crashing down towards Su Chen. Fortunately, Su Chen was quick enough to evade the attack. Thud! The mutated zombie's hands struck the ground, sending numerous fragments of stone flying. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen delivered a powerful blow with the knife, striking fiercely at the zombie's shoulder. Having already been shot there, the shoulder was now struck again, with a resounding crack. Both the shoulder and right arm were severed by Su Chen's strike. Though devoid of sensation and blood, the loss of a limb markedly slowed the mutated zombie's movements. As the staggering creature lunged at him once more, Su Chen capitalized on the moment, drawing his sidearm and aiming for its head. Bang! The zombie's skull exploded instantaneously. Its body swayed before crashing to the ground. Su Chen quickly approached, ensuring the creature was thoroughly dead by smashing its head, thus alleviating his concerns. Using the Nepalese knife, he rummaged inside and discovered an energy crystal. Unlike previous ones, this crystal was not the usual grayish-white but rather a hazy pale blue. A surge of joy coursed through Su Chen as he pocketed it, only to be interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. He looked up to see Wang Xiangbin, Tang Juanqi, and several other survivors rushing in, visibly flustered. Despite the absence of the mutated zombie, the remaining ordinary zombies posed a formidable threat that the already battered survivors could hardly withstand, especially with many of their own having transformed into zombies after death. Driven by desperation, Wang Xiangbin and his group had fled to the top floor. Upon spotting the corpse of the mutated zombie on the ground, their faces brightened. "Brother Su, you are truly remarkable. You managed to slay such a formidable mutated zombie," they exclaimed in admiration. Just then, another wave of footsteps approached, mingled with the low growls of zombies. The horde had caught up. Wang Xiangbin's expression shifted, and he quickly urged, "Brother Su, let us join forces and eliminate these zombies." Before Su Chen could respond, throngs of zombies charged forward. Wang Xiangbin and the others grasped their weapons and began to fight against the horde. But the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed them, rendering them unable to contend. They could only place their hopes on Su Chen. However, to their astonishment, Su Chen showed no intention of intervening, instead standing leisurely with his arms crossed. He would not act unless a zombie came directly at him. "Brother Su, what? What does this mean?" Wang Xiangbin fought valiantly against the horde of zombies, anxiously shouting, "Did you not promise that if we helped you eliminate the mutated zombies, you would provide us with supplies and take us away?" "Indeed, I did make such a promise," Su Chen nodded slowly. "But I never stated that I would rescue you from the swarm. As long as you eradicate these zombies, I shall lead you to safety." Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiangbin and his companions felt a chill of despair wash over them. Given their abilities, how could they possibly contend with such a multitude of zombies? "Brother Su, have mercy. We were wrong before. You are truly fickle. May you meet a fitting end." Despite Wang Xiangbin's pleas and curses, Su Chen remained unmoved. Before long, the remaining survivors fell victim to the zombies, their lives snuffed out. Chapter 136, Primary Energy Crystals. After dispatching Wang Xiangbin and his companions, the horde of corpses turned their attention to Su Chen, lunging towards him in unison. However, Su Chen was far from the weaklings that Wang Xiangbin represented. Unperturbed by the oncoming masses, he drew forth his Nepalese dagger, gracefully weaving through the throng of zombies like a butterfly in a blooming garden. With every strike, a zombie's head met its demise, either cleaved or shattered. In just a few fleeting minutes, 20 zombies lay vanquished at his feet. As he eradicated these undead foes, the previously bitten Wang Xiangbin, Tang Juanqi, and others had transformed into zombies themselves, their gaping maws now ravenous for Su Chen. Naturally, he would not let the opportunity to harvest energy crystals slip through his fingers, effortlessly dispatching them as well. Upon tallying his spoils, he discovered he had acquired nearly 30 energy crystals, not to mention the unique energy crystals gleaned from the mutated zombies' craniums. After a brief respite, Su Chen, disinterested in clearing the battlefield, descended the stairs. Although the residential building likely harbored a plethora of resources belonging to Wang Xiangbin and his associates, Su Chen was indifferent to them. In no time, he returned to the confines of Normadisen. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying were well aware of Su Chen's venture to hunt mutated zombies that day, and their concern for his safety had been palpable. Upon seeing him return unscathed, their worries were finally alleviated. As per their usual arrangement, Su Chen instructed the two women not to disturb him before retreating to his bedroom. He began by converting the ordinary energy crystals into energy. With his prior accumulation, he now possessed 75 points of energy, bringing him ever closer to upgrading his RV. His gaze then fell upon the pale blue energy crystal. At that moment, the system unexpectedly prompted him. Would you like to absorb the primary energy crystal? Primary energy crystal? It appeared that the energy crystals obtained from the mutated zombies were indeed distinct from the ordinary ones. Contemplating this revelation, Chen concentrated and chose to absorb it. Upon successfully absorbing the primary energy crystal, he gained 56 points of energy. Initially taken aback, he subsequently felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that a single primary energy crystal would be equivalent to over 50 ordinary ones. Earlier, he had fretted over the excessive energy requirements for system upgrades and enhancements. However, it now seemed that with a few more hunts of mutated zombies, such upgrades and enhancements would be a breeze. Nevertheless, Chen was acutely aware that his success in hunting the mutated zombies today was largely due to Wang Xiangbin and his companions acting as fodder. With their distraction drawing the mutated zombie's attention, Chen had managed to injure it from a distance with his sniper rifle, making the subsequent encounter far easier. Had he faced the mutated zombie head-on, even if victorious, he would have undoubtedly paid a considerable price. After all, the skills of mutated zombies far surpass those of their ordinary counterparts, and they seem to possess a modicum of self-awareness, capable of discerning greater threats. After being injured by Chen's gun, it unexpectedly abandoned Wang Xiangbin and charged straight at Chen down the corridor. Such formidable prowess from a mutated zombie. If several more appeared, Chen would have no choice but to flee. Moreover, the creature's brain contained merely a basic energy crystal. Who knows if there exist even more powerful zombies beyond these mutations? A chill ran through Chen's heart as he silently cautioned himself to exercise greater vigilance in the future and not to be overly complacent. He glanced at the system displaying 132 points of energy and, after some contemplation, decided against upgrading the RV. After all, for him, no enhancement of the RV could compare to the direct benefits of strengthening his physical abilities. With true power, he could navigate the apocalypse with greater ease and grace. With these thoughts in mind, Chen stretched leisurely before stepping out of the bedroom. Upon seeing him emerge, the two women engaged in conversation hurriedly approached. How is it? Is dinner ready? Chen asked with a cheerful smile. It will be ready soon. What has you in such high spirits today, master? Lu Lingo inquired with a playful laugh. I managed to take down that mutated zombie, he replied. The two women were immediately taken aback. Just yesterday, they had witnessed that mutated zombie leap several meters high, swatting down a drone with a single blow. How could such a formidable creature be vanquished by Chen? Master, you are amazing, Lin Yingying praised, then curiously added, but defeating just one zombie doesn't seem to benefit you much, does it? Chen had never disclosed to Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo the possibility of upgrading the RV. Now that the two women were utterly loyal to him, he decided to share a fragment of his secret. Actually, I possess a unique ability. Chen did not reveal everything but merely stated that he had gained superpowers. Not only did he have an infinite storage space, but he could also obtain energy crystals by hunting zombies, which would facilitate his evolution. The two women were rendered speechless upon hearing this. Previously, Chen had frequently produced various supplies, including the likes of 1982 Lafite, ribeye steaks, and Boston lobsters, exceedingly luxurious foods, even before the apocalypse. They had been both puzzled and curious at the time, but out of respect for Chen's stern demeanor, they had refrained from questioning him. Now, learning from Chen himself that he possessed superpowers only deepened their astonishment. So that's it. No wonder Master is so formidable, they thought, feeling a profound sense of relief. Amidst the apocalypse, with harsh climates, a collapse of social order, and terrifying creatures such as zombies roaming freely, how fortunate they were to live comfortably in the RV alongside someone with superpowers. In the following days, Chen remained in Tang City, utilizing drones to thoroughly scout the area. Whenever he discovered zombies, he acted decisively to eliminate them. By the end of several days, the number of zombies he had dispatched totaled no less than 300, if not 500. However, Chen had not encountered any similar mutated zombies again, which left him somewhat regretful. Through his relentless efforts, he finally amassed 300 points of energy. Without hesitation, he proceeded to enhance his physical prowess. The familiar warmth enveloped him once more. Compared to the previous two occasions, this time the process lasted a tad longer. Once everything concluded, Chen flexed his fist and stretched his body. He could distinctly sense that his strength had increased by another third compared to before. If he were to face that mutated zombie again, even without the likes of Wang Xiangbin and others as fodder, Chen felt confident that he could defeat it without sustaining any injuries. Chapter 137 Farewell to Yongwan. Regrettably, Chen's combat strength rating remained at G, showing no signs of improvement. One wonders how significant the disparity is between the F and G levels of combat prowess. Although Chen felt a tinge of impatience, A glance at the 500 energy points required for his next physical enhancement quelled any thoughts of upgrading for the time being. What a jest. During his stay in Tang City, he had hunted several hundred zombies, including a mutated one, accumulating only 300 energy points. Would he have to wait an eternity for the remaining 500 points? Despite Tang City boasting a population of hundreds of thousands, the frigid temperatures meant that most corpses had yet to activate the zombie virus. Those that had transformed were nearly all eradicated by Chen. Over the past 2 days, he had utilized a drone to thoroughly search Tang City, but found no trace of zombies. It became evident that he must depart for Shannon City, as only in more densely populated areas would there be a greater abundance of zombies. With a glance at the towering, ice-covered Tang City, he activated the Normadisen. If all went according to plan, he would likely never return to such a place in his lifetime. As the engine roared to life, the Normadisen surged forth. Shannon City was still quite a distance away, with various counties and townships along the route. However, drawing from his experiences in Tang City, Chen had little interest in lingering. In less than half a day, the Normadisen arrived at Shannon City. As before, Chen took his time before entering the urban area, allowing Lin Yingying to operate the drone to assess the surrounding conditions. After a considerable flight, the drone found no sign of zombies but did discover a group of survivors. Chen projected the footage captured by the drone onto the car's television. Upon seeing that group of survivors, he couldn't help but be taken aback, for he recognized 2 familiar figures among them. Why in this freezing weather are we out here searching for supplies, knowing there could still be zombies? A young man complained with dissatisfaction. It's the boss's orders. Do you dare to speak to him about it? Retorted a burly man, seemingly the leader of the group, coldly. At the mention of the Tiger Gang leader Dai Hao, the young man shivered, silenced by fear. Come on, Xiao Chang, enough of the complaints. We should focus on our work, another companion consoled him. Although intimidated by the leader, the young man Xiao Chang appeared to dismiss the speaker. He shot a glare and scoffed. Yang Wan, what are you even worth? If it weren't for your wife's unfortunate looks, I'd have no qualms about making a move right in front of you. To this insult, Yang Wan did not react with anger. Instead, he forced a smile and replied, if you fancy her, feel free to take her. Nearby, Zhou Qing instinctively tugged at her scarf, retreating behind Yang Wan. Huh, only a hideous creature like you could consider her a treasure. Xiao Chang disdainfully curled his lips and contemptuously remarked, you are truly a pitiful coward. Within the ranks of the Tiger Gang, everyone held Yang Wan in utter disdain. His timidity and propensity to offer his partner, Zhou Qing, to others only fueled their contempt. This disdain intensified after the last expedition, where a team of survivors from the Tiger Gang ventured out to scavenge for supplies, only for Yang Wan and Zhou Qing to return. While the others met a gruesome fate, the gang members scorned Yang Wan even more, yet were restrained by the gang's rules against infighting, leaving him largely ignored. As the group conversed, they passed by an apartment building when a figure clad in a white winter coat suddenly appeared before them. The captain was startled, swiftly drawing his weapon and eyeing the stranger warily. Brother, what brings you here? In this post-apocalyptic world, trust was a rare commodity, especially in the power-stricken city of Shannan. The Tiger Gang, alongside rival factions such as the Shield Alliance and the Fragrant Pavilion, harbored significant grudges against one another, often clashing over territory and resources. Should they encounter a solitary foe, they would show no mercy. Is it you? Before Chen could respond, Yang Wan recognized him through the white winter coat and snow goggles. Do you know him? The captain inquired, raising an eyebrow at Yang Wan. Yes, the one who rode the snowmobile last time. Yang Wan quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in the captain's eyes. So it's you. What is it you want? I am here to propose a trade with the Tiger Gang, Chen replied leisurely. The scale of Shannan far surpassed that of Tang City, and relying solely on his own strength to hunt for prey and acquire energy crystals would prove exceedingly arduous. His intention was simple, to engage the Tiger Gang for a transaction, exchanging zombies for supplies. Engaging in trade requires one to prove their worth. The captain regarded Chen, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Without even mentioning anything else, the mere sight of Chen's winter attire was enough to pique his interest. With such a coat, there was no need to fear the cold. Even offering it to their leader, Dai Hao, would yield considerable rewards. Not to mention, Chen possessed a snowmobile as well. Realizing that Chen was alone only fueled the captain's greed further. He gestured to his underlings, and a group of over 10 slowly spread out, encircling Chen. Only Yang Wan, sensing the impending danger, took Zhou Qing and retreated to the sidelines. Truly unaware of your own peril, Chen shrugged, dismissing these survivors entirely. Witnessing this scenario, the captain felt a surge of anger. He decided against further conversation and lunged forward with a machete aimed at Chen. Several of his lackeys followed suit. With a cold smirk, Su Chen preemptively launched an attack before being fully encircled. Before the captain could react, Su Chen stood before him. So swift, the captain thought instinctively. In the next moment, Su Chen delivered a powerful kick to the captain's chest. The captain's vision darkened, and he was sent flying through the air. Upon landing, he astonishingly breathed his last. The other henchmen, oblivious to their leader's demise, continued to launch frenzied attacks on Su Chen. Unfazed, Su Chen refrained from using any weapons, relying solely on his fists and feet. He dispatched them with remarkable ease. It is noteworthy that a single mutated zombie had previously been capable of decimating over 30 individuals, yet Su Chen's prowess surpassed that of the mutated zombie. Within a mere 5 minutes, he had single-handedly brought down a dozen survivors without any weaponry, dusting off the non-existent debris from his attire. Su Chen turned his gaze towards Yang Wan and Zhou Qing. Yang Wan trembled in fear, hastily pulling Zhou Qing in front of him for protection. Chapter 138. Meeting with Dai Hao. Brother, please don't kill me. I will give you my wife. Upon hearing Yang Wan's desperate plea, Su Chen could not help but chuckle in amusement. Rest assured, I have no interest in your wife, nor do I intend to take your life. Seeing that Su Chen truly had no intention of harming him, Yang Wan sighed in relief and cautiously remarked, they truly are blind to the situation. They deserve their fate. Enough with the flattery, Su Chen interjected, halting Yang Wan. Upon your return, convey my message to your leader. If he is willing to engage in a transaction with me, let us meet tomorrow morning at the location where I last parked my snowmobile. Yang Wan nodded eagerly. Of course, I will faithfully relay your words to our leader. Very well, be gone. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. With a sense of liberation, Yang Wan took Zhou Qing's hand and hurriedly departed. After their exit, Su Chen also rose and returned to his RV. The Tiger Gang did not appear to be easily provoked. Their leader, Dai Hao, would he truly agree to negotiate after the deaths of so many of his men at the hands of his master? Beside him, Lin Yingying pondered, stroking her chin in contemplation. Indeed, what if he seeks revenge against our master? Lu Lingo expressed her concerns. Dai Hao must possess some intelligence to have risen to power in this apocalyptic world. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. If he intends to retaliate against me, I could easily eradicate him and the Tiger Gang. Though his tone was remarkably calm, it exuded an air of majestic dominance. This confidence stemmed from the enhancements he received from the RV system. His physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Take a bio, a former Special Forces soldier. For instance, even 10 of him would be defeated by Su Chen in no more than 5 minutes. If Dai Hao were wise, Su Chen would not hesitate to engage in a transaction with him. If he were foolish, Su Chen would ensure he learned his place within the lair of the Tiger Gang. What? That brat is back, and he has killed over a dozen of our men? Upon hearing Yang Wan's report, Dai Hao remained silent as his younger brother, Dai Rongliang, exploded in fury. Brother, we cannot tolerate this insult. Tomorrow morning, I will lead a group to eliminate that bastard. Dai Hao furrowed his brow and responded in a solemn tone, do not act impulsively. Since this boy wishes to negotiate with us, we should investigate what he truly desires. Brother, he has already killed so many of our men. What reason do we have to treat him with courtesy? Dai Rongliang could not comprehend his brother's reasoning. What do you understand? Dai Hao shot him a glare. This boy possesses a snowmobile and has single-handedly taken down so many of our men. All of this signifies that he is no ordinary individual. If we wish to confront him, we must first ascertain his true capabilities, mustn't we? After listening, Dai Rongliang suddenly realized, giving Dai Hao a thumbs up, brother, you are indeed cunning. Is there anyone who speaks of their brother like this? Dai Hao replied with irritation. All right, hurry up and prepare your men. Tomorrow morning, we will confront that kid together. With no further conversation that night, the following morning, the two brothers, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, set off from their stronghold with nearly 100 individuals, including Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, heading to the agreed meeting place with Su Chen. In terms of manpower, the Tiger Gang firmly held the top position in Shannon City. However, most of its members were ordinary individuals who sought refuge. Only a little over 100 were considered elite fighters. To negotiate with Su Chen, Dai Hao was determined to mobilize his best men. Before reaching the negotiation site, Dai Hao halted his steps. What's wrong, brother? Dai Rongliang inquired with concern. Dai Hao surveyed the surrounding terrain and quietly instructed. Take half the men and hide behind those buildings. If a fight breaks out on our side, you can lead them out. And you few. Take 2 teams and flank around to cut off that kid's escape route. To avoid alarming their target, Dai Hao did not intend to reveal his strength immediately. I'll take the men over now, brother. Yes, boss. Dai Rongliang and several other subordinates followed Dai Hao's orders and departed. After estimating that they had taken their positions, Dai Hao proceeded with Yang Wan and the remaining dozen men to the agreed location. Originally a highway, the area was elevated. Despite the deep snow, the road and nearby signposts were still visible. While waiting, Dai Hao grew increasingly impatient until the distant roar of engines caught his attention. His spirits lifted as he looked up to see a snowmobile speeding toward them. As it drew near, a figure clad in snow goggles and white winter gear dismounted from the vehicle. Yang Wan had indeed spoken the truth. Observing Su Chen's entire ensemble and mode of transportation, Dai Hao nearly drooled. Regaining his composure, he calmly introduced himself. I am Dai Hao, the leader of the Tiger Gang. Are you the person Yang Wan mentioned? May I know your name? Removing his helmet, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, You can call me Su Chen. Ah, so it is Brother Su. Noticing the youthful appearance of Su Chen, Dai Hao nodded and continued, Yang Wan mentioned you wish to make a deal with me? What kind of transaction do you have in mind? There must be many zombies in Shannon City by now, right? Su Chen countered, Indeed. Hearing Su Chen mention the zombies, a flicker of dread crossed Dai Hao's face. He was uncertain why, but suddenly, Shannon City had been plagued by an alarming number of zombies. Creatures typically found only in films. These zombies possessed physical abilities far superior to those of ordinary humans. They are devoid of consciousness and pain, driven solely by the primal instinct to attack humanity and devour flesh and blood. Previously, Dai Hao had been assaulted by a zombie, narrowly escaping death. If you assist me in hunting down zombies and bring back their heads, I can offer you supplies in exchange, proposed Su Chen, laying out his terms. A sudden jolt raced through Dai Hao's heart. Before the emergence of zombies, in a desperate bid for survival, he had dispatched numerous individuals to scavenge for various resources. However, despite the vastness of Shannon City, the aftermath of scorching heat, torrential rains, and extreme cold had left scant usable supplies. Furthermore, within the city, there were other factions such as the Shield Alliance and Tianqiang Pavilion. The Tiger Gang had engaged in fierce confrontations with these entities over resource acquisition. With the advent of zombies, the quest for supplies had become exceedingly arduous. This urgency elucidated why Dai Hao was willing to risk it all and personally negotiate with Su Chen. Chapter 139, The Deadly Imagination. Su Chen's willingness to barter supplies for the heads of zombies astonished Dai Hao. What do you need the zombie heads for? He inquired. That is of no concern to you. Su Chen shrugged. You only need to answer whether you are willing or not. Dai Hao, irritated by Su Chen's indifferent demeanor, retorted coldly. You have already killed nearly 20 of my men. Why do I not simply apprehend you instead of engaging in trade? In the face of Dai Hao's threat, Su Chen not only remained unperturbed, but broke into a smile. You wish to capture me? With just these people around you, and those in the nearby buildings, as well as the little minions lurking behind? Hearing his arrangements laid bare by Su Chen, Dai Hao was taken aback. How could this newcomer, who had only just arrived, discern his plans? Taking a deep breath, he feigned composure and sneered. I know you are formidable, but my numbers are more than sufficient to handle you. Who told you? I am alone, Su Chen replied languidly. As his words hung in the air, a distant gunshot rang out. One of Dai Hao's subordinates fell lifeless into the snow, blood staining the white ground. Dai Hao's pupils constricted in shock. Su Chen had indeed prepared a backup. More alarmingly, he possessed firearms. Though Dai Hao could not identify the type, the ability to kill one of his men from such a distance likely indicated a sniper rifle. With snowmobiles, winter gear, and such weaponry at his disposal, Su Chen might very well be affiliated with the military. His request for zombie heads in exchange for supplies likely indicated a desire to conduct biochemical experiments. With this realization, Dai Hao's wariness towards Su Chen intensified. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, Dai Hao had conjured a highly exaggerated notion of him. Otherwise, he would have found the misinterpretation amusing, simply remarking that the deadliest imagination is indeed the most perilous. So, Dai Hao, are you willing to cooperate, or would you prefer to let me go? Or perhaps you wish to engage in a confrontation? Fine, I will cooperate. But how exactly shall we trade? After much deliberation, Dai Hao ultimately decided to partner with Su Chen. It's straightforward. 1 zombie head for 1 pound of rice. If you manage to hunt a mutated zombie or provide intelligence, the rewards will be even greater. Su Chen articulated his terms. His storage space contained an abundance of rice. At least several hundred tons, aside from instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Mutated zombies? Dai Hao pondered, bewildered, having sheltered in his stronghold for survival. He had encountered scarcely any ordinary zombies, let alone mutated ones. You will understand when you see one, Su Chen replied, uninterested in providing further explanation. That 1 pound of rice is far too meager. Hunting zombies carries significant risks. Dai Hao attempted to negotiate with Su Chen. However, Su Chen, lacking the inclination for lengthy discussions, spoke straightforwardly, stating that he would accept no more than 2 kilograms of rice. Beyond that, one could exchange for an equivalent value in compressed biscuits, instant noodles, or other supplies. If that was unacceptable, then so be it. Dai Hao's eyes brightened. Fearing that Su Chen might refuse, he hurriedly agreed, saying, All right, let us settle on that. By the way, Considering you've lost so many of your men at my hands, let this be a form of compensation for you. Chen was acutely aware that one could not expect to have the horse run while simultaneously denying it grass. Thus, he tossed a backpack towards Dai Hao. Upon picking it up and opening it, Dai Hao nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. The contents were quite simple, only 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Although they were the cheapest brands, Hongshuangshi and Erguotu, in the pre-apocalyptic world, Dai Hao, as a brother in the underworld, would not have even glanced at them. Yet, in this desolate era, such items were more precious than gold. Thank you, Brother Su, Dai Hao exclaimed, quickly tearing open a pack of cigarettes, expertly extracting one, and lighting it. As the familiar sensation coursed through his lungs, he nearly shed tears. At that moment, the matter of Su Chen having killed his younger brothers had completely evaporated from his mind. He found himself wishing that Su Chen would eliminate a few more of his subordinates, so he could acquire more cigarettes and liquor. How shall we conduct our transactions from now on? Dai Hao inquired eagerly. Su Chen pondered for a moment and pointed to Yangwan beside him, saying, every 3 days. Send him with the heads of the zombies for trade. Me? Yangwan exclaimed, surprised that Su Chen would choose him as the intermediary. Dai Hao glanced at Yangwan, thinking that the timid lad would be suitably fitting for such a role. Very well, we shall proceed as Brother Su suggests. After the agreement was reached, Su Chen donned his helmet, mounted the snowmobile, and sped away with a roar. Watching his retreating figure, Dai Hao narrowed his eyes but said nothing, leading Yangwan and the others to turn and leave. In a short while, Dai Rongliang and several of his subordinates arrived to join Dai Hao. Brother, what is going on? Why didn't you keep that fellow here? I thought I heard gunfire just now. Dai Rongliang couldn't help but ask. He was stationed some distance away from the negotiation site, thus unaware of the conversation between Su Chen and Dai Hao. He merely noticed that they had spoken for a while before parting ways. That fellow is no ordinary person. He might be connected to the military. Dai Hao shared his suspicions with Dai Rongliang. Even if we are unwilling to trade with him, we cannot provoke him. Otherwise, if we offend the military, we may not survive. Dai Rongliang gasped upon hearing this. Although he had acted impulsively, he understood well that one should never challenge the military, especially in this apocalyptic world. The military possessed weapons and personnel. Crossing them could spell disaster for the entire Minghu gang. Brother, you truly are wise. Dai Rongliang hastily flattered Dai Hao, suggesting that by engaging in trade with Su Chen, they might secure the favor of the military in the future. At such a time, they could potentially sweep away the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, thereby monopolizing the entire southern region of the mountain city. Enough of those daydreams. Dai Hao doused Dai Rongliang with a dose of reality, earnestly advising him to return immediately and organize a team to commence the hunt for zombies. Understood. Dai Rongliang nodded solemnly. Unbeknownst to Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, Su Chen remained oblivious to their speculations. As soon as he returned to the vehicle, he summoned Lin Yingying. Did I not instruct you to fire a warning shot to intimidate them? How is it that you ended up shooting someone dead? Chapter 140, Taixiang Pavilion. I apologize, Master. This is my first experience with firearms, and I lack precision. Lin Yingying felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had intended to follow Su Chen's instructions and fire a shot to intimidate Dai Hao's men. However, she soon realized that her practice with a toy gun was starkly different from handling a real weapon. In a moment of carelessness, she ended up fatally wounding one of Dai Hao's subordinates. If that unfortunate soul were aware in the afterlife, he would surely rest uneasily. Fortunately, the one struck was merely a lackey of Dai Hao, rather than Su Chen or the man himself. Su Chen felt a headache brewing. At present, his personal combat prowess was indeed formidable. Yet there were instances when individual strength alone could not achieve the desired outcome. Take today's negotiation with Dai Hao, for example. Su Chen had no intention of killing him. He merely wished to instill fear. However, Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo could only serve as auxiliary support and were not equipped to accomplish the task at hand. Furthermore, his mobile home strictly prohibited the presence of other males. It seemed he would need to take the opportunity to cultivate their skills. Su Chen mused. As the days passed, Su Chen patiently awaited the moment when the Tiger Gang would hunt zombies on his behalf while he remained industrious. Together with Lin Yingying, he utilized drones to survey the surrounding area. Although they managed to discover and eliminate a fair number of zombies, they did not encounter any mutated ones. Additionally, Su Chen observed other survivor factions. In their quest for resources, these survivors often engaged in fierce confrontations. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and soon the day arrived as per Su Chen's arrangement with the Tiger Gang. Similar to their previous meeting, he set off in advance, deploying his drone as he neared the rendezvous point. He meticulously scouted the area to ensure the Tiger Gang had not laid any ambushes before proceeding with confidence. Greetings, Brother Su. Upon seeing Su Chen approaching on a snowmobile, Yang Wan hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and showing deference. Following Yang Wan were his wife, Zhou Qing, and several other members of the Tiger Gang. They accompanied Yang Wan not out of fear that Su Chen might harm him, but rather due to the unpredictable nature of encountering other survivor factions along the way. "How many zombies did you eliminate?" Su Chen inquired calmly. "A total of 10. Yang Wan replied, nodding towards his companions. Two individuals promptly stepped forward, dumping the contents of their bags onto the ground. Several severed zombie heads rolled out. Although zombies were indeed terrifying, humanity's intellect and tool usage rendered hunting them far less troublesome than it appeared. The risks were significant, and the rewards scant. Thus, both the Tiger Gang and other survivors typically avoided zombies. However, under Su Chen's generous terms, the Tiger Gang naturally sprang into action. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang specifically selected members to form a zombie hunting squad, which, in a mere 3 days, managed to dispatch 10 zombies. Su Chen conducted an examination and discovered that the majority of the zombie heads were in pristine condition. However, one of them had been brutally smashed, exposing its cerebral tissue. Even if an energy crystal were embedded within, it was likely already uncovered by someone. This particular head was accepted today, but in the future, the integrity of the heads must be ensured. Otherwise, I will refuse to accept them, Su Chen stated calmly. The existence of energy crystals within the zombie heads could never be kept a secret indefinitely. While Su Chen was uncertain of the utility for ordinary individuals, his objective was to delay time and prevent Dai Hao and others from discovering this matter. All right. Yang Wan nodded vigorously, not daring to show any negligence. Su Chen returned to the side of the snowmobile, feigning to retrieve something from his backpack. In reality, he was accessing his storage space to retrieve the pre-prepared rice, pulling out 10 bags, each weighing 2 pounds. As they beheld the gleaming white rice, the survivors, including Yang Wan, displayed expressions of greed. Yet, they dared not make any rash movements. Not to mention Su Chen's formidable skills that could easily dispatch a dozen men. Even if they managed to eliminate him and seize the rice, Dai Hao would not spare them upon their return. All right, today's transaction ends here. We shall meet again in 3 days. Su Chen did not linger unnecessarily with Yang Wan and the others, hoisting the bag containing the zombie head and starting the snowmobile. After his departure, Yang Wan and the others, carrying their bags of rice, returned to the Tiger Gang's camp. Yang Wan relayed Su Chen's instructions to Dai Hao. Why does this kid demand so much? Dai Rongliang complained discontentedly. Dai Hao shared his irritation. Hunting zombies was fraught with peril. The fact that they could kill zombies was commendable enough, yet being asked to ensure the head's integrity was an unreasonable burden. However, the brothers' dissatisfaction was swiftly dispelled by the sight of the abundant white rice before them. Overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the bags of rice, Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and the others quickly ignited a fire and set up a pot. In no time, they had cooked a pot of congee. Sipping the fragrant white rice porridge, devoid of any accompanying dishes, was sufficient to bring tears of joy to their eyes. Brother, this Su Chen is quite a decent fellow, Dai Rongliang remarked. Slurping up his porridge, Dai Hao nodded in agreement, smiling. Did he not mention that we could exchange it for other supplies? It seems we must hunt more zombies. As a prominent figure in the underworld, Dai Hao's reputation stemmed not only from his ruthlessness but also from his adherence to principles. His approach was akin to that of the former A Biao. To receive his protection, one had to submit 30% of the spoils after scouring for resources. This time, Dai Hao retained 6 pounds of the rice obtained from Su Chen, distributing the remainder evenly among the members who participated in the zombie hunt. Following the reward of rice, the morale of the Tiger Gang's enforcers soared even higher. In the ensuing days, Dai Hao dispatched several squads to launch a comprehensive offensive. By the time of the second transaction with Su Chen, they had astonishingly eliminated over 20 zombies. Although they incurred significant losses, it was of little consequence to the overall strength of the Tiger Gang. However, such a conspicuous campaign against the undead inevitably attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. To the west of Shannan City stands an imposing structure adorned with the grand characters of Tianxiangge, though partially buried beneath a blanket of snow. The opulent exterior reveals that, prior to the apocalypse, this establishment was a lavish entertainment venue. At the pinnacle of Tianxiangge, a strikingly beautiful and alluring woman sat beside a hearth, seeking warmth. A burly man stood beside her, diligently reporting the recent developments, noting that the Tiger Gang had been relentlessly pursuing zombies in recent days. Chapter 141. The Enchantress Outside. The world lay shrouded in a blanket of snow and bitter cold. Yet within this opulent office, adorned with luxurious decor and warmed by a roaring fireplace, the atmosphere was akin to a spring day. The woman, clad in a remarkably sheer long gown complemented by black stockings and high heels, appeared strikingly out of place amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. As the burly man reported the situation, His gaze remained fixated on the woman before him, his eyes betraying a mixture of greed and admiration. Curiously, despite her apparent vulnerability, he hesitated to make any move against her. How intriguing that Dai Hao would suddenly order the hunting of zombies, the woman mused aloud. Perhaps the zombie threat has encroached upon their survival, the man replied dismissively. What do you know? The woman retorted with a charming yet disdainful glance, her demeanor exuding allure as she coldly remarked, unless faced with a life-and-death situation, Dai Hao, by nature, would be too self-satisfied to provoke the undead. Indeed, the woman was Sun Yan, the leader of the Tianxiang Pavilion, one of the three major powers in Shannon City. Once merely a hostess, her cunning and resourcefulness enabled her to rise swiftly to prominence, aligning herself with a powerful figure in the underworld. Following his demise due to vendetta, she adeptly consolidated his influence, establishing herself as a renowned matriarch in the criminal realm. The Tianxiang Pavilion, under her stewardship, had become the most illustrious entertainment venue in Shannon City prior to the apocalypse. In the aftermath, she further amplified her power, transforming the pavilion into a force capable of rivaling the Tiger Gang. The burly man beside her was named Yu Shoujing, once the foremost henchman of Sun Yan's former lover. Known for his strength and loyalty, enamored by Sun Yan, he willingly assumed the role of her devoted follower. It was with Yu Shoujing's assistance that Sun Yan secured her position as the leader of the Tianxiang Pavilion. What is your take on this, boss? Yu Shoujing inquired respectfully. If you ask me, he must have realized the benefits of hunting zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager, Sun Yan replied, her alluring phoenix eyes narrowing as a smile graced her captivating red lips. Shoujing, please carry out my orders. Take a few men with you and see if you can capture some members of the Tiger Gang for clarification. If there are indeed benefits to be had, we cannot allow the Tiger Gang to monopolize them. Understood, boss. Yu Shoujing nodded firmly. Days slipped by, and it was once again time for the Tiger Gang to engage in trade with Su Chen, Yang Wan, Zhou Qing, and several members of the Tiger Gang, armed with prepared zombie heads, made their way to the designated meeting place for the transaction. However, as they passed by a residential building, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of burly men wielding weapons suddenly emerged from the shadows, encircling Yang Wan and his companions. The captain responsible for Yang Wan's protection was immediately alarmed, recognizing that they were surrounded by members of the Tianxiang Pavilion, led by none other than Yu Shoujing himself. What do you mean by this, Yu Shoujing? Yang Wan demanded. Nothing much, came the terse reply. Please have a conversation with everyone, directed Yu Shoujing with a smile that concealed his true intentions. The enmity between the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion was not insignificant. If they followed Yu Shoujing back, who could predict whether they would return alive? Contemplating this, the captain exchanged a glance with Yang Wan and shouted, "Flee!" Instantly, a team of individuals turned and dashed back in the direction they had come from. However, Yu Shoujing had anticipated their escape. With a wave of his hand, the members of Tianxiang Pavilion surged forward. The leading captain, intent on fighting to the end, was swiftly cut down by a flurry of blades. The others met a similar fate. Only Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, sensing the impending doom, knelt and raised their hands in surrender, thus evading death. Take them away, commanded Yu Shoujing, and Yang Wan and Zhou Qing were seized. Shortly thereafter, they were brought to the office on the top floor of Tianxiang Pavilion. What is your name? Sun Yan inquired, lighting a lady's cigarette and crossing her legs as she regarded Yang Wan with a cool demeanor. I am Yang Wan, and this is my wife, Zhou Qing. Despite the allure of Sun Yan's captivating presence, Yang Wan felt only an increasing dread. Although it was their first meeting, he had long heard of her formidable reputation. To him, Sun Yan was akin to a beautiful serpent, capable of seduction, yet those ensnared by her charm faced inevitable doom. You should know who I am, so I shall not waste words. Sun Yan exhaled a puff of smoke, her smile enigmatic. Can you tell me why your leader, Dai Hao, has been hunting zombies of late? And what is your intention with that bag of zombie heads you brought today? If you answer truthfully, I shall not make things difficult for you. Yang Wan hesitated, contemplating whether to speak. Yu Shoujing approached, positioning his blade against Yang Wan's throat. Speak. Terrified, Yang Wan shivered and, unable to conceal the truth any longer, divulged the details of Su Chen's dealings with the Tiger Gang. Interesting. Sun Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a flicker of intrigue illuminating her gaze. Even with her astuteness, she had not anticipated Dai Hao would trade zombie heads for supplies. Boss, shall we? Yu Shoujing's face darkened as he made a cutting gesture with his hand. Seeing this, Yang Wan nearly lost control of himself in fear. Sun Yan stretched lazily and replied, I have already promised him that if he answers truthfully, I will not cause him any trouble. Moreover, do we not require him to lead us to that fellow named Su Chen? Just as Yang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yan's latter remark left him momentarily speechless. On the outskirts of Shannon City, Beside the highway, Su Chen glanced at his watch and frowned. The time agreed upon with the Tiger Gang was 10 o'clock in the morning. Generally speaking, Yang Wan tends to arrive at the designated meeting point an hour in advance. Awaiting Su Chen's arrival. It was nearing midnight, yet Su Chen had yet to catch a glimpse of Yang Wan. He did not believe that Dai Hao had misremembered the time. Rather, he suspected that Yang Wan might have encountered some mishap on the way. With this thought in mind, Su Chen decided not to linger any longer. Just as he was about to return to his snowmobile and retreat to the camper, he suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps approaching. Following multiple enhancements from the system, not only had Su Chen's strength and speed been amplified, but his senses had also become remarkably acute. He slightly raised his head and observed a group making their way toward him, led by an exquisite woman, with Yang Wan and Zhou Qing following closely behind her. Chapter 142, A Fiery Confrontation. Mr. Su Chen, greetings. I am Sun Yin, the proprietor of Tianxiang Pavilion. Sun Yin flashed a seductive smile and introduced herself to Su Chen. Observing Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, who were restrained by Sun Yin and her associates, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, having surmised the unfolding scenario. So are you intending to act on behalf of the Tiger Gang to engage in a transaction with me? Indeed. Mr. Su is astute. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Sun Yin's crimson lips curled slightly, her gaze towards Su Chen imbued with admiration. Here are the heads of 23 zombies, in accordance with the transaction between you and the Tiger Gang. What say you, Mr. Su? No problem. Su Chen nodded. He was indifferent to the source of the zombie heads, as long as the exchange was conducted honestly. Once Yang Wan brought over the bag, Su Chen briefly counted and confirmed the presence of 23 zombie heads. He then readily tossed over a bag filled with white rice. Upon seeing the pristine rice, a flicker of surprise crossed Sun Yin's beautiful eyes. Yang Wan had indeed not deceived her. Su Chen proved to be remarkably generous. After a moment's thought, she tentatively suggested, if it is not too much trouble, our Tianxiang Pavilion could also provide zombie heads in the future. What do you think? Certainly. For Su Chen, the more zombie heads, the better. This would facilitate his rapid advancement. Very well, let us conduct the transaction here in 3 days. Sun Yin promptly replied. After both parties reached an agreement, Su Chen mounted his snowmobile and swiftly departed. Boss, since that fellow can offer such a substantial quantity of rice for our transaction, he must possess considerable resources. Why not seize him and interrogate him thoroughly? Yu Shoujing inquired gruffly. What do you know? Sun Yin cast a glance at him, her beautiful eyes rolling in disdain. Yang Wan has stated that Su Chen is remarkably skilled. 5 or 6 robust men would not stand a chance against him. Furthermore, if he were that easy to capture, the Tiger Gang would not let such a lucrative prize slip away. She was no fool. From her understanding of Dai Hao, he had refrained from taking action against Su Chen, indicating that he likely harbored some trepidation, most likely concerning Su Chen's background. To possess luxurious equipment such as a sniper rifle, snowmobile, thermal clothing, and goggles amidst the apocalypse, and to nonchalantly offer white rice for trade, while moving freely, was a testament that Su Chen was no ordinary individual. With this in mind, Sun Yin found herself deeply intrigued by Su Chen. If she could bring him to kneel before her, her chances of survival in this apocalypse would be significantly enhanced. Boss, how should we handle these two? Yu Shoujing pointed at Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, seeking Sun Yin's guidance. Sun Yin glanced over and waved her hand. Let them go. In the end, Yang Wan and Zhou Qing are merely ordinary people. Whether they live or die is inconsequential to me. Thank you, Boss Sun. After breaking free from their constraints, Yang Wan and Zhou Qing felt an immense sense of relief and hastily fled the scene. How infuriating is that wretched Sun Yin? In the camp of the Tiger Gang, Dai Hao could not contain his rage and bellowed. He had known Sun Yin long before the apocalypse. Their relationship had been fraught with conflict. However, in a bid to avoid drawing the attention of the enforcers, they maintained a semblance of peace. With the collapse of societal order following the apocalypse, numerous clashes erupted between the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion over resources, resulting in considerable loss of life. It was only when the Shield Alliance emerged that Dai Hao and Sun Yin ceased their hostilities, unwilling to allow the Shield Alliance to take advantage of their discord. Yet, Dai Hao never anticipated that, after all this time, Sun Yin would ambush his men and then trade the heads of the zombies they had hunted to Su Chen. His fury was palpable. Should Sun Yin stand before him, he would certainly mete out punishment before delivering the final blow. Brother, we cannot let this insult go unpunished. Dai Rongliang exclaimed angrily. In my opinion, we must demand an explanation from Sun Yin. All right, rally the men. Let us prepare to leave. Dai Hao responded resolutely. Allowing Sun Yin to continue her oppression would tarnish his reputation. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Dai Rongliang's suggestion. Before long, the members of the Tiger Gang had assembled. Under Dai Hao's leadership, they marched triumphantly toward the Tianxiang Pavilion. Fortunately, the frigid temperatures had yet to allow the zombie virus to fully proliferate. The zombies that had transformed earlier had mostly been eradicated by the Tiger Gang. Along the way, they encountered few zombies. Those they did come across were swiftly dealt with, their heads severed with ease. In no time, the Tiger Gang arrived at the foot of the Tianxiang Pavilion. Sun Yan, having received word of their approach, stood at the third-floor window, observing the dark mass of Tiger Gang members below, her expression shifting slightly. "Brother Hao, it has been quite some time since we last met. What brings you here with so many men today?" "Sun Yan, spare me your feigned innocence," Dai Hao retorted coldly. "You killed my men and took the heads of the zombies we hunted to trade with Su Chen. How do you intend to rectify this?" Sun Yan's gaze flickered, but she maintained a facade of contrition. With a sigh, she responded, "This is all a misunderstanding. I merely wished to invite them as guests. They resisted fiercely, and thus, this tragedy ensued. I thought since you had already obtained the zombie heads, I might as well facilitate the trade on your behalf." Her nonchalant tone caused Dai Hao's blood pressure to surge. "If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall ensure you receive one." Sun Yan propped her chin in her hand, her mind racing. She could see that Dai Hao was genuinely furious. In this precarious situation, if she did not relent, a violent confrontation was inevitable. "This incident was the fault of my subordinates. They acted rashly. How about this? I will share half of the supplies I obtained from Su Chen with you. In addition, I shall procure a few bottles of fine spirits as a gesture of recompense." Sun Yan offered a faint smile, yet her exquisite countenance soon turned serious as she remarked, "If you agree, it would be most favorable. Should you refuse, we may as well perish together, allowing the Shield Alliance to reap the benefits." Dai Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He could discern that Sun Yan's stance was exceedingly resolute. If he did not acquiesce, it appeared an altercation was inevitable. At that juncture, the Shield Alliance would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. It would be wiser to concede. After all, Sun Yan had already shown a willingness to compromise and offered compensation. This way, he would maintain both his dignity and reputation. Very well, Dai Hao agreed. Chapter 143. Leaving her behind, Dai Hao took away half of the white rice and received several bottles of foreign liquor as compensation. Although he was not entirely satisfied, it was, at the very least, somewhat acceptable. On the other hand, Sun Yan, representing an entertainment establishment, had no shortage of foreign liquor. She had obtained half of the white rice for free and even established a connection with Su Chen, which could be deemed a considerable gain. On their way back, Dai Rongliang pointed at Yang Wan and spoke in a gruff voice, "Brother, what should we do with this guy?" Yang Wan trembled in fear, nearly wetting himself. "He's useless. Let him be." Dai Hao cast a disdainful glance at Yang Wan, filled with contempt. Although he did not expect Yang Wan to keep his mouth shut, it was infuriating that Yang Wan had divulged everything to Sun Yan. Were it not for the necessity of having Yang Wan facilitate a transaction with Su Chen, Dai Hao would have eliminated him without hesitation. As for the clandestine dealings between the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion, Su Chen remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. For him, the paramount priority was the energy crystals. Everything else was of little consequence. After acquiring 23 zombie heads, Su Chen had amassed over 100 points of energy. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before enhancing his physical capabilities, it was sufficient for him to consider upgrading the system. Should he upgrade the system? Su Chen pondered. If the upgrade could provide additional functionalities, he would undoubtedly proceed without hesitation. However, if the upgrade yielded little practical benefit, it would be unnecessary. It might be wiser to conserve the energy for his next enhancement. At that moment, Lin Yingying suddenly called out, "Master, come quickly and take a look." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback but soon rose and approached Lin Yingying. Over the past few days, Lin Yingying's task had been to utilize drones to survey the nearby zombies. Through the screen of the controller, Su Chen understood why Lin Yingying had summoned him. She had discovered another mutated zombie. Similar to the previous mutated zombie, this one was significantly larger than the ordinary ones. Its skin was entirely decayed, revealing the grayish-white muscle tissue beneath. Though they had yet to engage in combat, just by observation, Su Chen could conclude that this mutated zombie's combat prowess far surpassed that of the earlier one. This implied that the energy harvested from its defeat would also be greater. Su Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Unlike the cannon fodder that Wang Xiangbin and Tang Juanxi had been, he realized that confronting this mutated zombie alone could pose considerable risks. Given this, he decided not to rush. It would be more prudent to bolster his combat strength by dealing with ordinary zombies first. If he could break through to G rank and attain F rank combat capabilities, he would likely have no trouble dealing with the mutated zombie. He noted the location of the mutated zombie and instructed Lin Yingying to observe it daily, then set the matter aside for the time being. A few days passed. Su Chen rode his snowmobile to the prearranged location. In addition to Dai Hao and his tiger gang, there was a group of individuals led by Sun Yan from the Tianxiang Pavilion. These notable survivors from the South Mountain City greeted Su Chen with extraordinary enthusiasm. "Brother Su, Mr. Su has arrived." Su Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "You brought the goods, I presume?" "Indeed, Brother Su. Rest assured you will be satisfied." Dai Hao cast a challenging glance at Sun Yin and nodded towards Yang Wan. Yang Wan approached Su Chen, carrying a heavy bag. When the contents spilled out, a thorough count revealed that Dai Hao had brought 30 heads, which genuinely surprised Su Chen. To meet Brother Su's demands, I mobilized several hundred men, Dai Hao said with a hint of pride in his voice. "I see," Su Chen replied. "How do you wish to exchange? Still rice?" "Half for rice, and half for some canned goods, preferably some vegetables." Dai Hao gazed at Su Chen eagerly. Only rice over time can lead to nutritional deficiencies. Protein can be supplemented through cured meats and canned goods, but vitamins and minerals are harder to come by. Just like Dai Hao himself, though he hasn't gone hungry. Over time, he suffers from swollen gums and constipation. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then replied, "I can provide that. But the quantity of canned goods and vegetables will only be half that of the rice." Only half. Dai Hao felt a pang of regret, but, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately agreed. Returning to his snowmobile, Su Chen pretended to rummage through his backpack, but actually retrieved an equivalent amount of supplies from his storage space. When Yang Wan placed the exchanged goods in front of Dai Hao, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected Su Chen to provide some easily preserved dehydrated vegetables. But to his surprise, each vegetable appeared remarkably fresh, as if the small ice crystals on them had only just formed. His respect for Su Chen deepened. What a joke. To produce such fresh vegetables in these circumstances, Su Chen's resources and background must be profoundly substantial. Sun Yan, observing the entire transaction, held similar thoughts as Dai Hao. This only strengthened her resolve to pursue Su Chen. After Dai Hao concluded the exchange, Sun Yin swayed her alluring figure and approached. "Mr. Su." Her tone was soft, her expression enchanting, with her beautiful eyes glistening as if to captivate his very soul. However, Su Chen merely glanced at her and coldly commanded, "Stay right there. We will conduct the transaction from that spot." Sun Yan's smile faltered, her expression becoming quite awkward. In the past, a mere hint of her charm would have drawn men to her like moths to a flame. How is it that Su Chen possesses such remarkable composure? She steadied herself, cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, and instructed, "Shou Jing, bring the items forth." "Yes, boss." Shou Jing approached, carrying a large bag, and tossed it to Su Chen from a distance. Su Chen opened the bag and conducted an inspection. Inside lay a collection of zombie heads. Though not as numerous as those from the Tiger Gang, there were still 20. "Very well. How would you like to exchange?" Su Chen inquired. "The same as him." Sun Yin indicated towards Dai Hao, half rice, half vegetables, and canned goods. Without hesitation, Su Chen produced an equal measure of supplies. Just as the transaction was nearing completion, Dai Hao greeted Su Chen and prepared to depart when Su Chen suddenly interjected, "Hold on." All eyes turned to Su Chen, uncertain of his intentions. "Keep her here." Chapter 144. Not picky with food. As Su Chen pointed towards Zhou Qing, who was beside Yang Wan, all present exhibited expressions of astonishment. The connection between Su Chen and Zhou Qing was tenuous at best. It was utterly perplexing that he would suddenly request her to remain. Could it be that he was attracted to her physique? That seemed unlikely, for Zhou Qing's appearance was decidedly unremarkable, her complexion rather dark. Surely, even in a state of desperation, Su Chen would not lower his standards to such an extent. Moreover, considering the overt attentiveness displayed by Sun Yan moments earlier, why did he not opt for her instead? Beside them, Sun Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had witnessed Zhou Qing when she was captured and brought to the Tianxiang Pavilion, and found her to be rather plain, with a complexion that even the village girls would surpass. How could he choose Zhou Qing over her, especially when she had practically offered herself? Sun Yan gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Brother, what on earth has prompted you to suddenly take an interest in my wife?" Yang Wan was equally taken aback, stammering, "Didn't you just say you would offer your wife to me?" Su Chen cast him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, "I genuinely have taken a liking to her." "Why are you still reluctant?" That S nodded. "I'm not unwilling." Yang Wan fumbled with his hands, clearly hesitant to relinquish Zhou Qing. "Why are you dawdling? Did you not hear what Su Laodi said?" "Hurry up," boomed Dai Hao, his voice laced with annoyance. To him, gaining Su Chen's favor was paramount. If possible, he would have willingly offered his own sisters to him. Reluctantly, Yang Wan stepped aside, allowing Zhou Qing to approach. As she passed by him, he hissed menacingly, "Watch your mouth and say nothing, or else." A flicker of fear crossed Zhou Qing's eyes. Yet she nodded gently in compliance. "All right, you all may leave now." Su Chen gestured dismissively towards Yang Wan, instructing, Return to fetch your wife afternoon. With the disdainful gazes of the crowd upon him, Yang Wan lowered his head and followed Dai Hao out. Sun Yin cast Su Chen a resentful glance before departing with her entourage, but he paid her no mind. Su Chen recalled the words of Zhang Wuji's mother, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she could be. Sun Yin, having ascended to the position of leader at Tianxiang Pavilion despite being a woman, was certainly not an ordinary weakling. Her advances towards Su Chen were undoubtedly not well-intentioned, and he was resolute in not falling for her ploys. Once everyone had exited, Su Chen gestured towards the snowmobile, saying coolly, "You may board first." After Zhou Qing climbed onto the vehicle, he took his place behind her. From the rear, it appeared as though he was embracing her. Though separated by layers of thick clothing, a blush crept onto Zhou Qing's cheeks. Fortunately, her darker complexion masked it well, and with few people around, she felt somewhat at ease. As Su Chen twisted the throttle, the snowmobile roared to life, speeding away through the winter landscape. Unlike Su Chen, Zhou Qing was without protective goggles, and the howling cold wind and swirling snow rendered her unable to lift her head. Before long, Su Chen arrived at his motorhome with Zhou Qing. Upon gazing at the imposing and robust Normadisen, reminiscent of a colossal steel beast, Zhou Qing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "What are you dawdling for? Come on up." Su Chen beckoned her, encouraging Zhou Qing to follow him into the motorhome. Once inside, Zhou Qing was rendered utterly astonished. The interior was exquisitely lavish, radiating warmth, with a television screen playing a drama. Two elegantly dressed young women were indulging in snacks while engrossed in the show. Everything appeared so idyllic, akin to a serene paradise. "Welcome back, master." Upon Su Chen's return, Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo quickly rose to greet him. However, their expressions faltered slightly upon noticing Zhou Qing behind him. After being educated by Su Chen for quite some time, the two women had anticipated the addition of another sister. Yet, upon observing Zhou Qing, whose appearance was rather ordinary and skin somewhat dark, they found it difficult to comprehend. "Pour her a cup of milk tea." "I shall have hot water," Su Chen instructed. He then casually gestured to Zhou Qing. "Please, have a seat." Zhou Qing cautiously sat down on the sofa, fearful of soiling the pristine interior of the motorhome. When the fragrant milk tea was brought to her, she inhaled deeply, as if resolutely making a decision. "This note is from you, isn't it?" Su Chen pulled a slip of paper from his pocket, which bore a line stating, "I have important matters to report to Zhou Qing." "Indeed, I wrote it," Zhou Qing replied. Having met Yang Wan and Zhou Qing only a handful of times and never having conversed with her, Su Chen was surprised to find her voice smooth and melodious, in stark contrast to her appearance. "Speak, what is it that you wish to convey?" Su Chen inquired. "Before I do, I have a request," Zhou Qing declared earnestly. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, regarding her with a smile. "How intriguing. Do share your request first. The matter I wish to discuss pertains to your safety. You must take me away from Shannan," Zhou Qing stated solemnly. Su Chen chuckled non-committally. "You need to reveal your information first, allowing me to consider it." Zhou Qing hesitated, biting her red lip, seemingly concerned that Su Chen might retract his words. After a brief moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "Young One has been secretly contacting the Shield Alliance, intending to move against you. From Li Chang, a survivor of Wanda Plaza." Su Chen had gleaned information regarding the survivor factions in Shannan City. Despite the Shield Alliance being grouped with the Tiger Gang and the Fragrant Pavilion as one of the three major powers in Shannan, its origins were distinct from the others. The Shield Alliance was initially a security company, with its owner, Lu Zhaoshan, a military veteran, utilizing his extensive connections. The Shield Alliance secured numerous official contracts. Following the apocalypse, Lu Zhaoshan further consolidated various security forces, establishing the Shield Alliance as one of the three major factions. While it may not match the Tiger Gang or the Fragrant Pavilion in sheer numbers, its combat prowess was unparalleled among the three. There is no other reason, but rather because the Shield Alliance, as a security firm, possesses legally acquired firearms. Furthermore, the enforcers recruited by Lu Zhaoshan are also armed. It is precisely due to their apprehension of the Shield Alliance's menace that Dai Hao has chosen to endure in silence and cease hostilities with the Tianxiang Pavilion. A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he solemnly urged, "Elaborate further." It turns out that the commotion caused by the Tiger Gang's hunt for zombies is indeed considerable. Not only have the members of the Tianxiang Pavilion taken notice, but the Shield Alliance is also aware of this matter. Through their infiltrators embedded within both the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion, they have learned of the possibility of trading supplies with Su Chen via the zombies' heads. However, they do not intend to engage in a trade with Su Chen. Rather, they have set their sights on him. Lu Zhaoshan, the leader of the Shield Alliance, has specifically instructed someone to get in touch with Yang Wan. Chapter 145. Intriguing. Lu Zhaoshan offered a generous reward to Yang Wan, compelling him to seek information regarding Su Chen. Yang Wan readily agreed. How amusing. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze glinting with a perilous light. Previously, he had spared Yang Wan's life and had explicitly assigned him the responsibility of overseeing his dealings with the Tiger Gang. To his astonishment, Yang Wan sought to betray him. Indeed, in the apocalypse, the most unpredictable element remains the human heart. Then you are his wife. Why betray him? Su Chen inquired softly. He is a devil. I have long wished to free myself from him. The mention of Yang Wan ignited a fierce hatred in Zhou Qing's eyes. From her words, Su Chen gleaned the tale of an unsatisfactory marriage. Yang Wan hailed from a wealthy family, and Zhou Qing's parents, eager to align themselves with the Yang clan, married her off to him. However, their life together was far from blissful. Yang Wan indulged in vices, excelling in drinking, gambling, and debauchery. After each bout of drinking, he would take pleasure in physically abusing Zhou Qing, daily suffering under domestic violence. Zhou Qing had contemplated leaving Yang Wan, yet ultimately, fear of the Yang family's influence compelled her to endure. When the apocalypse descended, the once lofty young master Yang Wan plummeted into despair, and Zhou Qing's circumstances improved slightly. Yet she grew weary of Yang Wan's repeated attempts to offer her to others and resolved to sever ties with him entirely. It was then that Su Chen arrived in Shannon City. Although her interactions with Su Chen were limited, Zhou Qing, like Dai Hao and others, sensed the formidable power behind him. She contemplated departing Shannon City to seek refuge with Su Chen's formidable backing. Upon learning of Yang Wan's plot with the Shield Alliance, she devised a plan. While assisting Yang Wan by delivering a bag containing a zombie's head to Su Chen, Zhou Qing discreetly slipped a pre-prepared note into the bag. Oh, it all makes sense now. Su Chen's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a peculiar smile. Forgive my candor, Miss Zhou, but you do not seem particularly striking. Given Yang Wan's family's affluence, what could possibly attract him to you? Instead of taking offense at Su Chen's remarks, Zhou Qing merely smiled gently. Mr. Su, may I borrow the restroom? Of course, Su Chen replied, gesturing with his hand. Zhou Qing rose, removing her hat and scarf before entering the restroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and when she emerged once more, even Lin Yingying and Lu Linga were taken aback, not to mention Su Chen himself. At that moment, Zhou Qing appeared exquisitely beautiful. With elegantly arched brows, profound eyes, a straight nose, and fair skin, she radiated the allure of a mature woman. Though devoid of makeup, she exuded a captivating charm. My previous appearance was merely the result of makeup, Zhou Qing explained. It was then that Su Chen and the others understood, their expressions shifting to one of enlightenment. Indeed, with Zhou Qing's exquisite beauty, if left unadorned, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of other men in this post-apocalyptic world. Her previous attempts to disguise her appearance were a means of self-preservation. Su Chen couldn't help but lament the fact that makeup has earned its notorious reputation as one of the 4 great dark arts of East Asia. Given Zhou Qing's current allure, who could possibly associate her with the unsightly woman she once was? In this light, Yang Wan's persistent desire to present Zhou Qing to others seems to have a counterproductive effect. My words are spoken. I wonder if Mr. Su might acquiesce to my request? Zhou Qing gazed silently at Su Chen, awaiting his decision. Su Chen extended his hand, gently tapping the table as he contemplated. I can take you away from Shannon City, that poses no issue. However, I must apologize, for I possess no formidable backing. This statement was a candid reflection of his reality. His accomplishments thus far have been solely attributed to his own abilities and the fortuitous advantages of his system. Although there exists a stronghold atop Phoenix Mountain, he had not long departed from there and had no intention of returning immediately. Zhou Qing's expression shifted to one of profound disappointment upon hearing this. If what Su Chen asserted were true, as a frail woman, how long could she truly survive outside the confines of Shannon City? Then, may I stay in your RV? Zhou Qing glanced at the nearby Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, then resolutely declared, as long as you allow me to remain, I am willing to do anything. Su Chen felt a stir within him as he scrutinized Zhou Qing from head to toe. Despite the thick layers of clothing, her remarkable figure was evident. Moreover, the allure she possessed as a mature woman was something Lu Linger and Lin Yingying lacked. Keeping her around could prove advantageous. Contemplating this, Su Chen replied leisurely. I do not accommodate idlers in my vehicle. What skills do you possess? I am a computer science major, proficient in most software design and operations. Zhou Qing's response took Su Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated her to be an academic high achiever. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Wealthy families like the Yangs would naturally seek not only beauty but also intelligence. Very well, I consent to your request. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen ultimately decided to keep Zhou Qing with him. Although her skills might not be immediately useful, the future remained uncertain. Furthermore, her prior warning about the schemes of the Shield Alliance and Yang Wan had, in a way, aided him. Should she prove to be treacherous, he could simply expel her later. Upon hearing Su Chen's affirmative response, Zhou Qing felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Had he rejected her, she truly would have been at a loss for what to do next. It is getting late. Why don't you stay for a meal? I will then escort you back, Su Chen suggested. Ah? You still intend to return me? Zhou Qing was taken aback. If given the chance, she would rather face death than return to Yang Wan's side. I have some plans that require your cooperation, Su Chen remarked with a knowing smile. After a sumptuous lunch, Su Chen left Zhou Qing in the vehicle and rode back to the trading location on a snowmobile, where a visibly anxious Yang Wan awaited their return. Upon seeing Su Chen and Zhou Qing approach, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Greetings, brother." Noticing Yang Wan's gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing, Su Chen feigned a lewd grin and remarked, "Rest assured, I haven't toyed with your wife too much. However, I must admit, Yang Wan, you have quite the discerning eye. Your wife is truly enchanting." Despite Zhou Qing's maturity as a woman, she couldn't help but lower her head at his words. Witnessing this, Yang Wan seethed with suppressed frustration, yet he dared not voice his displeasure, instead forcing a smile and responding, "You speak the truth, brother. Well then, enjoy your time with your wife. I shall take my leave." With a casual wave, Su Chen revved the snowmobile and departed with a flourish. Chapter 146. Did you give it to him? After Su Chen departed, Yang Wan stood before Zhou Qing, glaring at her with palpable fury. What else could it be? He certainly didn't drag me back just for a chat, Zhou Qing replied nonchalantly. You shameless wretch. Yang Wan, shedding his usual timidity, spat vehemently. He raised his hand, intending to strike Zhou Qing. However, she did not flinch today. Instead, she defiantly extended her face towards him. Go ahead, hit me. The next time I encounter Mr. Su, I shall inform him of your actions today. At the mention of Su Chen, Yang Wan's hand froze midair. Su Chen was a man whom both the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion sought to curry favor with. Zhou Qing's association with him made Yang Wan think twice about offending her. His expression turned awkward, and after a moment, he begrudgingly retracted his hand. You only spent the night with him, right? Nothing more was said? What else could it be? He certainly sought my company for that purpose, Zhou Qing stated with a casualness that infuriated Yang Wan, who felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. You harlot. A harlot? With Su Chen backing me. I find myself rather fearless, Zhou Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Weren't you the one who constantly boasted about offering me to others? I only said that for our mutual safety, Yang Wan insisted weakly. Is that so? Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with disdain. Was it also for safety when you wanted me to entertain your business partner before the apocalypse? Yang Wan fell silent, unable to respond. Prior to the apocalypse, he had befriended a powerful figure, hoping to elevate the Yang family's status and wealth. However, that individual had taken an interest in Zhou Qing, subtly suggesting that Yang Wan should offer her to him. To secure the future of the Yang family, Yang Wan had relentlessly persuaded Zhou Qing, even resorting to physical coercion. Ultimately, Zhou Qing, left with no choice, had acquiesced. Yet, before Yang Wan could contact the influential individual, the apocalypse had abruptly descended upon them. It was then that Yang Wan seemed to recall something, fixing his gaze on Zhou Qing. Where did you spend the night with him? Why are you so interested in that? Are you planning to watch from the sidelines, like a voyeur? Zhou Qing mocked. Enough of your nonsense. Yang Wan exploded, drawing a knife and wielding it menacingly towards Zhou Qing. Don't think I won to act against you just because you've lashed on a Su Chen. You'd best confess to me. Faced with Yang Wan's threat, Zhou Qing appeared somewhat intimidated. She bit her lip before responding. It was at his base. What kind of base? Where is it? What does it contain? Are there others? Yang Wan bombarded her with questions. The so-called base was essentially an empty residential building, not far from here, located in the southern outskirts. While she had not encountered anyone else there, the stockpiled supplies were piled high like a mountain. Zhou Qing feigned a nostalgic expression, responding to Yang Wan's inquiries according to Su Chen's prior arrangements. Upon hearing her words, Yang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, almost drooling at the thought. My goodness, a base brimming with supplies, yet occupied by just a single individual. What an exquisite opportunity. Come with me, he urged Zhou Qing, swiftly departing the scene. After extensive searching, Yang Wan had become quite familiar with the routes of Shandan City. He skillfully navigated around the territories of the Tiger Gang and Tianxiang Pavilion, as well as areas likely to harbor zombies, and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Jiandun Security Company, the stronghold of the Jiandun Alliance. After stating his purpose, he was promptly ushered to meet Lu Zhaoshan, the leader of the Jiandun Alliance. Yang Wan, your eagerness to see me must indicate you bear good news? Lu Zhaoshan, not the burly figure one might expect from a leader, was instead somewhat lean. His unremarkable appearance belied a sharp, piercing gaze akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. Indeed, Boss Lu, I bring forth good tidings, Yang Wan replied, beaming as he recounted Zhou Qing's earlier statements. Yet, Lu Zhaoshan remained unfazed, merely retrieving a cigar, lighting it, and taking a leisurely puff before speaking. That kid Su Chen, who wouldn't he even look at Sun Yan? Would he be interested in your wife? Faced with Lu Zhaoshan's skepticism, Yang Wan hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, Boss Lu, you may not be aware, but my wife has undergone a transformation. Darling, why don't you go remove your makeup? Zhou Qing stiffened, reluctant to comply. However, in the lair of the Jiandun alliance, she dared not defy him. So she reluctantly made her way to the bathroom. Before long, Zhou Qing emerged, her makeup removed. Even Lu Zhaoshan, a man of considerable experience with women, was taken aback by her beauty. Yang Wan, you fortunate fellow, to have wed such a stunning wife. He exclaimed, Heh, if Boss Lu fancies her. After this matter is settled, she can accompany you. Yang Wan replied with a grin. In his mind, since Zhou Qing had already shared a bed with Su Chen, she was, without a doubt, tarnished. If she was to be with someone, why not Lu Zhaoshan, in exchange for a better life? Zhou Qing stared at Yang Wan in disbelief, unable to fathom the shamelessness of her husband, with whom she had shared her life for over a decade. How could he be so bold? Perhaps this was a matter to address later. Lu Zhaoshan feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively. Although he harbored an urge to claim Zhou Qing for himself, the immediate priority remained to eliminate Su Chen. Everything hinges on Boss Lu's command. Yang Wan nodded eagerly. When does Boss Lu believe we should act against Su Chen? This matter cannot be rushed. We must deliberate carefully, Lu Zhaoshan mused, stroking his chin. After your next transaction with Su Chen, we shall assess the situation and make our move. Once that is accomplished, Yang Wan gazed at Lu Zhaoshan with eager anticipation. Rest assured, the conditions I previously promised you will only flourish, never diminish. My sincere gratitude to you, Boss Lu. Yang Wanchong nodded appreciatively, contentedly departing with Zhou Qing. Once they had left, Lu Zhaoshan pondered for a moment before calling out, Chen Hao Su Feng. Here, please instruct us, boss. Responded the two tall men as they entered from outside. They were Lu Zhaoshan's most trusted subordinates, frequently entrusted with significant tasks. Inform the brothers to prepare their weapons. In a couple of days, we shall take action against that fellow named Su Chen, Lu Zhaoshan commanded. Chen Hao hesitated slightly, expressing his doubts. Boss, are we not making a mountain out of a molehill? That guy named Su Chen is alone. Do we really need to mobilize the entire force and bring our weapons? What do you understand? Lu Zhaoshan scoffed. Su Chen is exchanging resources for zombie heads, clearly aiming for energy crystals. Chapter 147. Is this information reliable? Otherwise, will he use a zombie's head as a ball to kick? The implication from the boss was that Su Chen was akin to him. Before Su Feng could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Zhaoshan. Nodding solemnly, he remarked, if that is indeed the case, then we cannot afford to keep him any longer. Chen Hao exchanged a grave glance with Su Feng, both acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter. Hence, they dared not linger and promptly departed to fulfill their orders. In the ensuing days, the Shield Alliance remained inactive while the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion dispatched their subordinates to hunt zombies. On the surface, Shannon City appeared tranquil. Yet, only a select few could sense the undercurrents of turmoil beneath the calm exterior. Soon, the day of the transaction arrived. Dai Hao of the Tiger Gang and Sun Yan of the Tianxiang Pavilion arrived at the designated trading location, bearing the prepared zombie heads. After confirming the quantity, Su Chen provided the corresponding supplies. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Yan hastily called out to him, Mr. Su, is there something you need? Su Chen turned to glance at her, responding indifferently, if you have needs, perhaps you should consider me. Sun Yan smiled seductively, adding, not only am I far more attractive than that Yang Wan woman, but I also know how to please a man. Upon hearing her words, many present could not suppress their disdain for Sun Yan's shamelessness. However, they were compelled to acknowledge that, in her struggle for survival, she was willing to lower herself. Su Chen refrained from hasty replies, instead stating in a dispassionate tone, I'm sorry, but I have no interest in sharing a vehicle with others, nor in mixing business with pleasure. Indeed, Sun Yan possessed a degree of allure, yet the beauty of Lu Ling'er and Lin Yingying by his side far surpassed hers. Moreover, Sun Yan's ambitious attempts to provoke her would only lead to her ruin. Brother Su truly speaks with sharp wit. The survivors present could not help but chuckle softly. Sun Yan's complexion instantly paled. She was no fool and readily comprehended that Su Chen was subtly mocking her as a public vehicle. Previously, Sun Yan had entertained numerous men to ascend the ranks, and now she resorted to using her body to entrap the likes of Yu Shoujing to solidify her status. Such matters were widely known. Yet out of respect for her influence, few dared to discuss them openly. Little did they expect that Su Chen would openly expose Sun Yan's vulnerabilities in such a public setting. Sun Yan longed to issue an immediate order for Yu Shoujing to eliminate Su Chen. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself, fully aware that if she dared to act against Su Chen, Dai Hao and the Tiger Gang would undoubtedly intervene. Mr. Su certainly has a knack for jesting. Sun Yen forced a laugh. Su Chen ignored her, revving his snowmobile and departing with a flourish. Dai Hao, with a forced smile, cast a glance at Sun Yen before leading his subordinates away. Once they had departed, Sun Yen's expression turned a deep shade of fury. The boss. Yu Shoujing seemed to have more to say, but Sun Yen swiftly struck him across the face, silencing him. Strangely, despite being a towering figure at over 6 feet, Yu Shoujing did not respond with anger. Instead, he wore a look of blissful intoxication. If the boss is unhappy, feel free to whip me a few times tonight. He jested. Men are truly foolish. Sun Yen retorted, turning to leave. However, just then, a languid voice interrupted her thoughts. Sister Yen, why the fury? Sun Yen looked up, startled to see Lu Zhaoshan emerging with a throng of people from the Shield Alliance. Boss Lu, what are your intentions? She questioned, her demeanor guarded. Lu Zhaoshan chuckled. Sister Yen, do not be alarmed. I am not here to confront you. Hearing this, Sun Yen exhaled in relief. If Lu Zhaoshan had indeed come for her, it would have likely meant dire consequences for her and her subordinates. Yet, she remained vigilant and coldly inquired, then who do you intend to deal with? Certainly. It is Su Chen. Lu Zhaoshan's response took Sun Yen by surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. The recent activities of the Tiger Gang and the Fragrant Pavilion had been quite significant. If the Shield Alliance was genuinely investigating, discovering Su Chen's existence was only natural. Are you not concerned that I might inform Su Chen of this? Sun Yen narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lu Zhaoshan. Not in the slightest. Lu Zhaoshan replied with a smile. After all, Su Chen just insulted you, Sister Yen. Do you not wish to exact some revenge? Would you not like to trample him under your high heels? If given the chance, Sun Yen would certainly relish that opportunity. As a woman who had once ascended through her physical allure, now wielding power, she reveled in the thought of making seemingly formidable men submit to her whims, relishing their torment. What is it that you truly desire? Lu Zhaoshan candidly responded. I have gathered substantial information regarding Su Chen, including his whereabouts. He briefly recounted what he had learned. I plan to take action against him. Would you be interested in joining forces? Initially, he had intended to confront Su Chen alone, but overhearing the humiliation he inflicted upon Sun Yen prompted him to extend an invitation. Is your information reliable? Sun Yen asked, maintaining her composure. Absolutely. This comes from Zhou Qing, who is the only one among us to have accompanied Su Chen back. Lu Zhaoshan explained. Understanding dawned upon her. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yen nodded decisively. Very well, I will assist you in dealing with Su Chen. However, once successful, he must be handed over to me. Furthermore, I demand half of his resources. Lu Zhaoshan shook his head resolutely. Su Chen can be yours, but sharing his resources is out of the question. At most, a third. Fine, a third it is. In comparison to material resources, Sun Yen yearned for Su Chen to kneel before her, to caress her high heels, and plead for mercy. Without hesitation, the two swiftly agreed upon the details and departed. By afternoon, Sun Yen summoned all the enforcers from Tianxiang Pavilion. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiandan Alliance assembled their elite forces. Once both parties converged at the designated location, it wasn't too long before Yang Wan arrived with Zhou Qing. Upon seeing Sun Yen's entourage, Yang Wan was taken aback. Boss Lu, why have you summoned the people from Tianxiang Pavilion as well? The more hands we have, the greater our assurance, Lu Zhaoshan replied with a dismissive wave and a light laugh. Now, enough with the delay, take us there swiftly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Wan, not daring to defy Lu Zhaoshan, nodded towards Zhou Qing. Chapter 148. The Union of Spouses, the Alliance of the Jiandan League. Together with the survivors from the Tianxiang Pavilion, amassed a formidable crowd of several hundred individuals. With such a multitude gathered, it was inconceivable that a mere Su Chen could withstand them. Even 100 zombies would be trampled underfoot. A throng of people followed closely behind Yang Wan and Zhou Qing as they made their way to the southern outskirts of the mountains. Yang Wan cast a glance over his shoulder at the crowd, feeling a twinge of anxiety. My dear wife, you mustn't play games with me. Otherwise, these people will not spare us. Zhou Qing, her expression devoid of emotion, retorted, Is it too late for you to realize that I might be fooling you? Her disappointment in Yang Wan had reached its zenith, especially upon hearing his intention to offer her to Lu Zhaoshan, which extinguished any lingering hope she had for their relationship. Do you truly believe that by associating with Su Chen, you have gained strength? Yang Wan clenched his fists, coldly threatening, once Su Chen is eliminated, you will still have to rely on me. I advise you to be wise. After all, we are bound as husband and wife. And I would prefer not to create a scene. Zhou Qing remained silent, choosing to walk ahead without acknowledging him. Seeing her demeanor, Yang Wan assumed she was intimidated by him, which somewhat relieved his tension. Thus, he and Zhou Qing led the way, with the vast army of survivors trailing behind them. After more than an hour of travel, Zhou Qing suddenly halted. Zhou Qing, What's the matter? Have we arrived? Sun Yan, trailing behind, inquired with impatience. Having always been pampered, she had never traversed such distances even in the apocalypse. Had it not been for her eagerness to witness Su Chen kneeling before her in supplication, she would not have accompanied them at all. It should be just ahead. Zhou Qing pointed uncertainly into the distance. What do you mean by should? Lu Zhaoshan interjected, furrowing his brow and reprimanding her. Before the apocalypse, I scarcely visited this area, let alone after. Furthermore, I was riding a snowmobile at the time, not walking. Zhou Qing replied nonchalantly, her gaze sweeping around as if to assess their surroundings. Finally, she nodded affirmatively. It should indeed be right ahead. At that moment, several subordinates from the Jiandun League, tasked with vigilance, rushed over. Boss, we've spotted a snowmobile ahead. Lu Zhaoshan's eyes gleamed with intensity. The presence of the snowmobile indicated that Zhou Qing had not been deceitful. They found themselves situated amidst several residential complexes, the thick snow blanketing the ground floor and the streets. According to Zhou Qing, Su Chen's stronghold resided within the innermost building. Without hesitation, Lu Zhaoshan took command. He instructed the majority of his men to secure the perimeter of the residential building. Chen Hao, Su Feng, and Yu Shoujing led the elite forces directly towards Su Chen's residence. Once the details were finalized, Lu Zhaoshan waved his hand decisively. Let us move. The group immediately dispersed, stealthily advancing toward the target building, while Sun Yan, Yang Wan, Zhou Qing, and a few other survivors remained behind. After the battle on Lu Zhaoshan's side concluded, they would hasten to join. Not long after the survivor army set forth, Zhou Qing suddenly clutched her abdomen, her delicate brow furrowed. Sister Yan, I feel a bit unwell. May I step aside for a moment? Although she felt a twinge of jealousy that Zhou Qing had garnered Su Chen's attention, Sun Yan, being a woman herself, could not help but empathize with the unfortunate Zhou Qing. She nodded in agreement, saying, very well, go quickly and return swiftly. Thank you, Sister Yan, Zhou Qing replied, making her way towards a nearby snowbank. Once out of sight of the others, she immediately quickened her pace. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoshan and his subordinates stealthily approached the residential building that Zhou Qing had mentioned. Along the way, he spotted the snowmobile his subordinate had described, parked beside a residential building. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Lu Zhaoshan's heart as he planned to ride off on the snowmobile after dealing with Su Chen. Before long, they drew closer to their target. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Zhaoshan noticed something amiss. Surrounding the residential building were over 30 zombies. No matter how formidable Su Chen was, he couldn't possibly reside in such a place. Had he been duped by that scoundrel Yang Wan and the wretched Zhou Qing? Anger flared within Lu Zhaoshan as he barked. Su Feng, you and Yu Shoujing stay here. Chen Hao, come with me to interrogate that Yang Wan. Yu Shoujing, Chen Hao, and Su Feng nodded in agreement. Yet, before Lu Zhaoshan could set off, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The sound, though distant, resonated like thunder in the vast expanse of snow. The once tranquil horde of zombies erupted into chaos. The creatures lifted their heads, seeking the source of the noise. Although Lu Zhaoshan and his companions endeavored to conceal themselves, their numbers were simply too great, and the zombies swiftly detected their presence. A low growl emanated from the horde, akin to a pack of frenzied beasts. Driven by a ravenous thirst for flesh, they surged towards Lu Zhaoshan and his group. Do not use guns, eliminate them all, Lu Zhaoshan declared, no longer inclined to hide. With several hundred individuals at their disposal, why should they fear a mere handful of zombies? As the foremost zombie lunged forward, the survivors, armed with their weapons, easily felled it to the ground. They then advanced, delivering forceful strikes to its head. In a matter of moments, the once sizable horde had suffered significant losses. Just as the survivors believed they could dispatch the remaining zombies with little effort, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A fierce roar erupted from nowhere, sending a shiver down the spines of Lu Zhaoshan, Yu Shoujing, and the others, an ominous premonition taking hold. Instinctively, they raised their heads to gaze towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, from the building where Su Chen resided, a shadow darted forth with alarming speed. Before the group could discern the figure's form, it was already hurtling toward the survivors. In a mere span of 200 to 300 meters, merely a matter of seconds, the shadow approached the survivor. What in the world? Before the first survivor could utter another word, the shadow seized him with force. With a powerful tug, the survivor was astonishingly cleaved in two. Blood and entrails cascaded to the ground in an instant. Only then did Lu Zhaoshan and the others discern the true form of the shadow. It was a towering figure, standing at least 2 meters tall. Its skin was grotesquely decayed, revealing grayish-white muscle tissue beneath. As it stood there, every survivor could sense the stark difference between it and an ordinary zombie. This creature licked the human blood that splattered upon it, and a fierce glint ignited in its eyes. Chapter 149. The Great Battle. Eliminate him with firearms. Although Lu Xiaoshan was unaware of the origins of this mutated zombie, he was unequivocally certain that this creature was far from benign. He disregarded the need to conserve ammunition and the potential for attracting more zombies, immediately issuing the command to fire. However, the firearms possessed by the Shield Alliance were merely shotguns and small handguns. Before they could even aim at the mutated zombie, it swiftly plunged into the throng of people. Initially, the survivors held a decisive numerical advantage against the zombies. Yet, in this instance, their numerical superiority became a leverage for the mutated zombie. To avoid harming their comrades, the armed survivors hesitated to shoot recklessly. In contrast, the mutated zombie moved through the crowd with the grace of a dragon in the ocean. Every strike it executed resulted in a survivor collapsing, suffering from severed limbs, or, in the worst cases, instant demise, under its relentless assault. The formation of the survivors quickly disintegrated. The horde of zombies seized this opportunity to rush into the crowd, feasting with abandon. In a short span, the survivors suffered grievous losses, while the zombie horde grew even stronger. In such dire circumstances, some armed survivors could no longer afford to consider their companion's safety and resolutely squeezed the triggers. Bang, bang. Yet, amidst the chaos, even those with proficient marksmanship found it exceedingly difficult to aim for the zombies' heads and secure a fatal shot. Their gunfire only served to attract the attention of the mutated zombie. It seemed to sense the tremendous threat posed by the firearms to its safety. Consequently, it abandoned the ordinary survivors and bounded towards the armed ones. In mere moments, several marksmen fell victim to its assault. The situation grew increasingly uncontrollable. Unlike the panicked survivors, Chen remained perched atop a building, leisurely smoking a cigarette. A QBU sniper rifle lay beside him. Indeed, it was he who had fired that earlier shot. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Chen as a trap for Lu Xiaoshan and the Shield Alliance. Upon learning from Zhou Qing that the Shield Alliance intended to target him, Chen contemplated how best to retaliate against them. Engaging the Shield Alliance directly was fraught with peril due to their considerable firepower. At that moment, an idea struck him. He recalled the mutated zombie he had encountered earlier. He could entice the Shield Alliance to expend their energy against the mutated zombie, just as he had done before. Thus, a plan took shape. Chen instructed Zhou Qing to cooperate, feigning the revelation of his residence, while actually luring the Shield Alliance towards the location of the mutated zombie. The snowmobile he had deliberately parked there was a ruse to convince Lu Xiaoshan and his allies. When Lu Xiaoshan eventually sensed something amiss and sought to retreat, it would be Chen who fired his weapon, startling the zombies. From his elevated position, Chen surveyed the battlefield. He could not deny. The combat prowess of this mutated zombie is indeed significantly greater than that of its predecessor. Its speed while sprinting gives the impression that it could evade even bullets. One cannot help but wonder if the Shield Alliance stands a chance against this formidable foe. On the ground, Lu Xiaoshan, unlike Chen, does not possess such a calm demeanor. As he witnesses his subordinates being ruthlessly harvested by the mutated zombie, panic sets in. Fall back, brothers. He commands urgently. Yes, boss. Chen Hao and Su Feng, refusing to linger, immediately shout, retreat. However, the members of the Shield Alliance, having undergone systematic training, do not retreat blindly. Instead, Chen Hao and Su Feng lead a select group of elite fighters to the rear to reorganize their defensive line. The others, in their frantic escape, will circumvent this newly established barricade. The zombies trailing behind them, devoid of thought, charge forward relentlessly. Bang, bang. Accompanied by gunfire, the survivors swing their weapons, toppling the advancing zombies to the ground. Yet, the cacophony of gunfire attracts an increasing number of zombies. Simultaneously, the mutated zombie has also detected the survivors regrouping their defenses. With a low growl, akin to that of a primate, it swiftly crawls on all fours, charging once more. At that moment, Lu Xiaoshan takes action. He draws his handgun and aims it at the mutated zombie, pulling the trigger. Bang! The mutated zombie senses something amiss and tilts its head slightly. The bullet shatters its ear, whizzing past its head. Lu Xiaoshan, confident in his marksmanship, is taken aback by this miss. What alarms him even more is that the mutated zombie has now fixed its gaze upon him. Protecting its head with one hand and swatting away obstructive survivors with the other, it barrels toward Lu Xiaoshan. A surge of panic grips Lu Xiaoshan as he hastily pulls the trigger again and again. However, his bullets merely strike the mutated zombie's arm. Curiously, its defensive capabilities seem astonishing. The bullets do not splatter flesh, but rather embed themselves within its skin. Boss, be careful. Chen Hao and Su Feng, loyal to Lu Xiaoshan, rush to shield him as the mutated zombie approaches. Lu Xiaoshan, without hesitation, retreats while reloading his handgun. Just then, the mutated zombie reaches them. With a swipe of its hand, it strikes at Chen Hao and Su Feng, who stand in its way. Chen Hao, standing at nearly 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, is sent flying by the force of the blow. When he hits the ground, he feels as if his body has shattered, blood spills from his mouth, and he can no longer rise. How go? Su Feng, having a close bond with Chen Hao, is consumed by rage upon witnessing his friend's grievous injury. He raises a fire axe and brings it down heavily upon the mutated zombie. Yet, the massive creature remains unfazed, merely sustaining an additional wound. It turned its head, fixating on Su Feng, the corners of its mouth curving upwards in a semblance of mockery at Su Feng's audacity. A shiver ran through Su Feng's heart, just as he prepared to retreat. He was seized by the neck by the mutated zombie. With a sickening crack, Su Feng's neck was snapped, and he instantly drew his last breath. In the blink of an eye, the two most favored subordinates of Lu Zhaoshan were also dispatched by the mutated creature. Witnessing this dire situation, Lu Zhaoshan was engulfed by a blend of fear and fury. A surge of panic surged within him, causing the magazine in his hand to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. As he watched the mutated zombie advance towards him step by step, a heavy dread settled in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he relinquished his handgun and unsheathed the triangular military dagger from his waist, his weapon of choice for combat. The mutated zombie extended its palm, striking towards Lu Zhaoshan with alarming speed. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Zhaoshan lowered his body, evading the attack while simultaneously thrusting the dagger forcefully towards it. Oh. On the rooftop, Su Chen's expression grew grave. Chapter 150. Retreat. Though Su Chen had never met Lu Zhaoshan, it was evident from Lu's demeanor while conversing with Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing that he held a significant status. According to Li Chong and Yang Wan, Lu Zhaoshan was a retired soldier. Regardless of his physical prowess, it was implausible that he surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary individual. However, upon witnessing Lu Zhaoshan evade the mutated zombie, Su Chen was convinced that he was far from ordinary. Grasping his binoculars, he intently observed the clash between Lu Zhaoshan and the mutated creature. Lu wielded a trident dagger, thrusting it forcefully toward the zombie's head. Yet, the mutated zombie was no fool. It raised its arm, and the dagger penetrated deeply into its flesh, inflicting no real damage. In retaliation, it swung its arm down with brutal force, aiming for Lu's head. Lu Zhaoshan, refusing to underestimate the threat, executed a quick roll to evade the assault. However, the mutated zombie, now enraged, charged at him with alarming speed. Although Lu Zhaoshan possessed commendable agility, he was no match for the creature's velocity. In mere moments, the zombie closed the distance. This time, it struck with both hands simultaneously, leaving Lu little room to escape. He narrowly dodged the first blow, but the second was unavoidable. With a resounding thud, the zombie's hand crashed onto Lu Zhaoshan's back, sending him flying as if severed from a string. Upon landing, he felt an agonizing pain in his innards, as though they had been shattered. Blood poured from Lu's mouth, but he had no time to catch his breath, for the mutated zombie was rapidly advancing once more. Despair washed over Lu Zhaoshan. Why was it relentlessly pursuing him? Just then, a gunshot rang out. A bullet grazed the zombie's head, causing it to flinch. The shot was fired by Chen Hao, who, despite his injuries, had mustered the strength to raise his weapon upon witnessing his leader in peril. Unfortunately, his trembling hand caused him to miss the mark. The mutated zombie roared in fury, abandoning Lu Zhaoshan to leap toward Chen Hao. With a swift motion, it seized Chen's head, twisting it violently until it detached. Meanwhile, Lu's other subordinates had gathered around him, assisting in his retreat while firing their weapons with desperation. At such close range, even the zombie's remarkable speed could not evade the barrage from the survivor's shotguns. Although they failed to hit its head, the sheer power of the blasts inflicted severe wounds, ripping flesh and bone apart. This onslaught significantly slowed the zombie's advance. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhaoshan quickly retreated under the cover of his comrades. In the rear, Sun Yin, Yang Wan, and others awaited their return. The cacophony ahead was exceedingly lively, leaving my heart filled with bewilderment. How could Su Chen, a solitary individual, create such a tumult? At that moment, sensing the impending danger, Yu Shoujing had already retreated with the members of Tianxiang Pavilion. Yu Shoujing, what is the situation ahead? Sun Yin hastily grabbed him and inquired. Boss, it's bad. Yang Wan and Zhou Qing provided false intelligence. Yu Shoujing gasped, relaying the events that had transpired to Sun Yin. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's expression changed dramatically, and she swiftly turned her gaze towards Yang Wan. Yang Wan's heart raced as well. If Yu Shoujing was to be believed, they had walked into a trap. This has nothing to do with me, Sister Yin. It was all my wife's suggestion. Sun Yan's heart sank as she realized that Zhou Qing had been in the restroom for an unreasonably long time. Viewed in this light, it seemed that Zhou Qing had conspired with Su Chen to ensnare them in this predicament. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoshan, supported by his subordinates, had also managed to return in a pitiful state. Upon witnessing his dismal appearance, Sun Yin, Yang Wan, and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Quick, flee! Lu Zhaoxin disregarded settling scores with Yang Wan and called out to Sun Yin before continuing his escape. The originally sparse horde of corpses had become significantly larger due to the loss of so many survivors. Coupled with the onslaught of mutated zombies, the survivors' ranks had utterly collapsed. Including Lu Zhaoxin, all survivors were frantically retreating. Outrunning the horde was not the issue. As long as they could outrun their companions, survival was possible. As he observed the disarray below, Chen revealed a cold smile. Those who dared to scheme against him would face dire consequences. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the mutated zombie was not pursuing the survivors. Instead, it was carrying several corpses of the survivors, moving slowly back towards its lair. It appeared to be injured as well. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to eliminate it. A gleam of determination shone in Chen's eyes. After casting a glance at the retreating horde, he stowed his sniper rifle and other equipment into his storage space, then hastened downstairs. By the time Chen reached the ground level, the battle between humans and zombies had concluded. The horde pursued the fleeing survivors into the distance, leaving behind a scene of blood and severed limbs. Following the trail of the mutated zombie, Chen swiftly arrived at its hideout. Similar to the previous one, this mutated zombie's lair was also situated within a residential building. He leaped through a broken window and was immediately engulfed by a pungent stench. The ceiling and walls bore the marks of blood, while the floor was littered with human remains. The mutated zombie was hunched over a survivor's corpse, feasting voraciously. As it devoured the flesh and blood, the wounds on its body visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Chen's heart tightened. This type of mutated zombie was indeed far more formidable than ordinary ones. Upon hearing the sound of Chen's entrance, the mutated zombie abruptly raised its head. Its ashen eyes fixated intently on Chen. It licked the blood and flesh from the corners of its mouth, exhibiting no hesitation, and let out a low growl as it charged towards Chen. Fortunately, Chen had already drawn his rifle in anticipation. In such dire circumstances, he paid no heed to conserving ammunition and immediately squeezed the trigger. The gun erupted with a fiery tongue, unleashing a rapid succession of bullets aimed directly at the mutated zombie's head. However, the creature had anticipated this move, raising its arms to shield its skull. After expending an entire magazine, Chen cast aside the rifle and unsheathed the Nepalese dagger from his waist, lunging towards it. The mutated zombie responded with a ferocious roar, raising its hand to strike down upon Chen. Yet, Chen did not evade. With a single hand, he parried the zombie's assault. Chapter 151. Accepting Qing, the strength of this mutated zombie was evidently greater by twofold compared to the previous one. Yet, after undergoing systematic reinforcement, Chen's physical capabilities had also seen a significant enhancement. Consequently, when struck, he merely swayed slightly, feeling a bit of strain, but sustaining no other injuries. Although the mutated zombie lacked intellect, it possessed a rudimentary awareness. In its perception, no human could withstand its onslaught. However, Chen managed to endure its strike with relative ease, causing the creature to momentarily falter in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Chen retaliated with a swift stroke of his blade. The forceful strike landed with great impact upon the mutated zombie's arm, severing a section of flesh and bone with a decisive blow. The creature roared in fury, expressing its anger and dissatisfaction. With its remaining arm, it struck down heavily towards Chen. Yet, he deftly leapt aside, evading the attack while simultaneously delivering a lethal slash towards the zombie's head. The mutated zombie had no time to evade and was struck squarely on its forehead. Despite the formidable hardness of its skull, Chen's strength was now akin to that of a bull, coupled with the sharpness of his Nepalese knife. The result was a clean division of its head into two. Regardless of how powerful the zombie was, its head remained its Achilles heel. The colossal form of the mutated zombie swayed a few times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chen took a moment to catch his breath, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Though Lu Zhaoxin and others had contributed to weakening the mutated zombie beforehand, he could distinctly sense that this encounter had been considerably more effortless and gratifying than the last. He approached the fallen creature, prying open its skull to discover the energy crystal within. The azure hue of this energy crystal appeared significantly more vibrant. Absorb. Chen mentally commanded the system. As warmth coursed through his palm, the energy crystal vanished from sight. Absorption of the primary energy crystal successful, gaining 89 points of energy. The system's notification left Chen momentarily stunned. The previous primary energy crystal had granted him only 56 points, yet this one yielded a remarkable 89 points. It seemed that the more formidable the zombie, the greater the energy contained within its brain-esque crystal. A thought struck Chen moments ago. This mutated zombie had been gnawing on flesh to mend its form. Could this be a newfound ability acquired through its evolution? If so, to what extent could these mutated zombies ultimately evolve? While Su Chen pondered these revelations, the walkie-talkie hanging on him suddenly crackled to life. "Hello, Mr. Su?" Zhou Qing's soft voice emerged. "What is the situation on your end?" Su Chen inquired, snapping back to reality. "It's all wrapped up. Please wait for me by the snowmobile," she replied. Su Chen cast a glance at the lifeless form of the mutated zombie, wiped the blood from his Nepalese knife, and turned to depart. Before long, he arrived at the location where the snowmobile had been parked. Zhou Qing, concealed nearby, hurriedly approached upon spotting Su Chen's figure. After witnessing the recent tragedy, Zhou Qing's delicate face was etched with fear. "Mr. Su, I have followed your instructions. May I board your vehicle?" She gazed at Su Chen with eager anticipation in her enchanting eyes. Su Chen smiled, withholding a direct reply. "What do you call me?" Zhou Qing paused, a flush blooming on her otherwise darkened visage from her makeup. However, as someone with experience, she was not as bashful as Lin Yingying and Lu Linger. "Master." "Excellent," Su Chen replied with satisfaction. "Get in." He mounted the snowmobile, and Zhou Qing promptly followed suit, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. In no time, they returned to the snowmobile. Upon seeing Zhou Qing trailing behind Su Chen like a devoted follower, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying exchanged knowing glances. Though a hint of bitterness tinged their hearts, the two women approached Zhou Qing, eager to forge a bond. "Sister Qing, from now on, we are sisters." "Indeed. We must look out for one another and serve our master well." Zhou Qing, keen to establish a good rapport with them, nodded enthusiastically. "Go remove your makeup. From today onward, maintain your natural appearance," Su Chen instructed nonchalantly. "Yes, master." Zhou Qing complied and left. When she emerged again, she had reverted to her captivating and alluring self. Observing her exquisite beauty, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This young one is truly a fool. How could he neglect such a beautiful wife? "You three wait in the vehicle. I have matters to attend to," Su Chen instructed the trio before departing from Normadisen. In the recent skirmish, Lu Zhaoshan had sustained severe injuries, and the Shield Alliance had incurred substantial losses. However, this did not imply that Su Chen would relent. It is wise to pursue the remnants of a defeated foe. One should not seek to enhance their reputation by adopting a benevolent facade. Most importantly, after witnessing the battle between Lu Zhaoshan and the mutated zombies, Su Chen was certain that Lu Zhaoshan was no ordinary individual. While he may not have been enhanced by a system like Su Chen, his evolution likely paralleled that of the mutated zombies. Su Chen intended to capture him alive and extract the truth from him. Yet, despite the considerable losses sustained by the Shield Alliance, recklessly storming in would also pose significant risks. Hence, Su Chen resolved to first locate the Tiger Gang. Shortly thereafter, he arrived outside the Tiger Gang's base. Rather than entering, he informed the sentries that he wished to meet Dai Hao. It wasn't long before Dai Hao, having received the message, rushed out with Dai Rongliang and several other subordinates in tow. "Why the lack of courtesy towards my brother, Su? Do you possess no sense of awareness?" Dai Hao chastised his underlings before turning to Su Chen with a smile. "My subordinates lack understanding and have neglected you, brother Su. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries." Su Chen responded coolly, "I have come to you today with good news." "What good news?" Previously, Dai Hao had collaborated with Su Chen to secure resources through the extermination of zombies. Although they had lost a considerable number of men, they had also acquired a wealth of supplies. Upon hearing Su Chen speak of a promising opportunity, Dai Hao could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. "What do you think about eliminating the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to unify the southern mountain city?" Su Chen said with a sly smile. A jolt of surprise coursed through Dai Hao, but as realization dawned, he could not suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. "Brother Su, do not jest with me. With my limited capabilities, how could I possibly take them down? Perhaps you alone may struggle, but consider my involvement," Su Chen countered. "Well, even then, it may still be unfeasible," Dai Hao responded, shaking his head. He understood that without the intervention of Su Chen's powerful allies, conquering the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would remain an unattainable dream. "What if I told you that the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion have suffered significant losses and Lu Zhaoshan is on the brink of defeat?" Su Chen's words left Dai Hao momentarily speechless. Chapter 152, The Offensive on the Shield Alliance. What does Su Laudi mean by that? Dai Hao could not suppress his curiosity. Su Chen, opting for transparency, recounted the recent events. "What? Such a thing occurred?" Dai Hao was taken aback, his emotions a whirlwind of astonishment and elation. He was astonished that Yang Wan, that treacherous scoundrel, had conspired against him with the Shield Alliance to undermine Su Chen. Yet, he was elated that the Shield Alliance in the Tianxiang Pavilion had plotted against Su Chen, only to face a disastrous backlash. "So, are you willing?" Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Dai Hao, speaking with a cool detachment. "Of course I am. How could I refuse?" Dai Hao's heart surged with joy, his smile wider than that of a triumphant victor. Among the three factions, while the fierce Tiger Gang boasted a considerable number of members, it was the Shield Alliance that wielded the greatest strength, equipped with an arsenal of firearms. The fierce Tiger Gang had long been suppressed by the Shield Alliance and had recently suffered humiliation at the hands of the Tianqiang Pavilion. With the opportunity to eliminate the Shield Alliance in the Tianqiang Pavilion at hand, how could Dai Hao possibly hesitate? Then quickly gather our forces, Su Chen instructed calmly. Liang, why are you still standing there? Did you not hear Su Laoda's words? Dai Hao signaled to Dai Rongliang, who, without further ado, hurried back to assemble their troops. At the Shield Alliance's camp, Lu Zhaoshan slumped on the sofa, his complexion pale, his spirit utterly deflated. Though he had narrowly escaped death in the battle against the mutated zombies, he bore severe injuries. A single strike from a mutated zombie had shattered 2 of his bones and harmed his internal organs. Had it not been for his evolved physique, he might have perished on the spot. In addition to his personal injuries, the Shield Alliance had suffered significant losses. 2 enforcers, Chun Hao and Su Feng, had fallen in battle, while another 200 had succumbed to zombie bites. Most critically, they had lost 2/3 of their firearms. The Shield Alliance's dominance over the fierce Tiger Gang in the Tianqiang Pavilion was contingent upon their superior armament. Survivors could be recruited anew. But the loss of arms was irrevocable. The thought of it nearly brought Lu Zhaoshan to tears. Suppressing his pain, he bellowed outside. Come here. Boss, what is your command? 2 subordinates cautiously entered. Where is that scoundrel Yang Wan? Bring him to me. Lu Zhaoshan growled. In a short while, Yang Wan was dragged in by several lackeys. Upon seeing Lu Zhaoshan, he immediately fell to his knees. Boss Lu, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's all that wretched Shou Qing's fault. Glaring at Yang Wan, who was groveling like a dog before him, Lu Zhaoshan's expression darkened. Zhou Qing is your wife. And you assert that this has nothing to do with you? Are you trying to deceive me? If this truly were my affair, I would have fled long ago. How could I possibly remain here? Yang Wan's face was a mask of despair, mentally cursing his mother-in-law as he pleaded for mercy. Although the truth remains elusive, he could surmise that Zhou Qing had allied herself with Su Chen. He could scarcely fathom that Zhou Qing, with whom he had been wed for nearly a decade, could so easily turn her heart after merely accompanying Su Chen once, and subsequently conspire against him. Wretched woman, once I find you, I shall make you pay dearly. Yang Wan seethed with rage against Zhou Qing internally, while outwardly he feigned desperation and pleaded for mercy. However, Lu Zhaoshan remained unmoved by his supplications, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Even if this matter truly bore no relation to Yang Wan, the catastrophic losses endured by the Shield Alliance necessitated that he be eliminated. Otherwise, Lu Zhaoshan would find no solace, and the others in the Shield Alliance would remain dissatisfied. Drag Yang Wan away and execute him publicly. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan felt darkness envelop his vision, his legs quaking with fear. Yet before his subordinates could seize him, a commotion erupted outside, and the door was flung open as a young thug rushed in, panic evident on his face. Boss, it's bad. The members of the Tiger Gang have surrounded us. Lu Zhaoshan's heart sank, and he could not afford to deal with Yang Wan any longer. He strained to maintain his composure, supported by his subordinates, and made his way to the window. Indeed, outside the Shield Alliance's building, hundreds of survivors had gathered, with Su Chen and Dai Hao at the forefront. When foes meet, their enmity is palpable. Dai Hao yearned for a high-caliber sniper rifle to eliminate Su Chen with a single shot. Boss, what should we do now? One of the anxious subordinates inquired. In the past, the Shield Alliance would have dismissed not only the Tiger Gang, but even the Tianqiang Pavilion with disdain. However, the Shield Alliance had just suffered a grievous defeat, with manpower depleted and morale plummeting. What is there to fear? Lu Zhaoshan glared at his subordinate, snorting derisively. We still have several firearms, and the building's defenses are formidable. I refuse to believe they would dare launch an assault. At that moment, a member of the Tiger Gang raised a loudspeaker, addressing those inside. Today, we have come solely to deal with your boss, Lu Zhaoshan. If the rest of you lay down your weapons and exit peacefully, we shall not harm you. Damn it, what drivel! Lu Zhaoshan cursed, drawing his handgun and aiming it at the speaker. It must be said that Lu Zhaoshan was quite skilled with a firearm. A single shot rang out, and the man collapsed into a pool of blood. Witnessing the demise of his comrade, Dai Hao was consumed with fury. Su boss, shall we strike? Su Chen nodded slightly in agreement. With his consent, Dai Hao did not hesitate. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to launch a fierce assault on the Shield Alliance's building. In the days before the apocalypse, Lu Zhaoshan had been quite affluent, purchasing an entire building as the headquarters of the Shield Alliance. After the onset of the apocalypse, he had invested considerable effort into fortifying the building to withstand attacks from survivors and zombies alike. He was confident in his ability to keep the Tiger Gang at bay. Little did Lu Zhaoshan know that Su Chen had provided the Tiger Gang with ample resources. A dozen or so underlings brandished makeshift Molotov cocktails, hurling them with fervor into the building. Crash! Crash! As the glass bottles shattered, a fierce blaze erupted, instantly transforming the interior into a raging inferno. The members of the Shield Alliance, who were poised at the windows, were thrown into disarray in an instant, seizing the moment while they scrambled to extinguish the flames. Other members of the Tiger Gang surged towards the entrance. The original structure of the Shield Alliance was fortified with a bank vault door designed to resist fire, theft, and explosions, ensuring an exceptional level of security. Unfortunately, the thick blanket of snow had completely obscured it. What was once the third floor now served as an entrance and exit. For added safety, Lu Xiaoshan had installed a stainless steel door at the entrance. Although this door lacked the robustness of a vault door, it was still not easily breached by ordinary individuals. This was the very reason Lu Xiaoshan felt confident in resisting the Tiger Gang. Chapter 153. Evolution. Little did Lu Xiaoshan know that Su Chen had supplied the Tiger Gang with numerous makeshift explosives. Individually, these rudimentary bombs lacked significant power. However, what if dozens of them were ignited at the entrance? As the members of the Tiger Gang surged toward the entrance, a foreboding feeling arose within Lu Xiaoshan. Ignoring the need to conserve ammunition, he ordered a frenzied barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Although he managed to eliminate a dozen of the Tiger Gang members, the makeshift bombs had already been set and were successfully ignited. Moments later, a series of explosions resounded, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. A wave of dread washed over Lu Xiaoshan as he hurriedly inquired, "What is happening?" At that moment, a subordinate stumbled in, breathless, "Boss, the main entrance has been blown open." What? Lu Xiaoshan was rendered speechless. Where had the Tiger Gang procured explosives? Meanwhile, upon seeing the entrance obliterated, Dai Hao was elated. "Su boss, your bombs are remarkably effective." The gate of the Shield Alliance was, after all, not monolithically cast. Its structural integrity was somewhat lacking. After being struck by dozens of makeshift explosives, the surrounding walls were damaged, and the gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. "What are you still hesitating for?" Su Chen commanded nonchalantly. "Brothers, charge in. Whatever resources you seize inside belong to you." With Dai Hao raising his arm, the Tiger Gang members surged forth like a pack of descending tigers, howling as they stormed into the Shield Alliance's building. Any member of the Shield Alliance who did not kneel and beg for mercy was immediately cut down by their blades. Although the Shield Alliance possessed firearms, their numbers were woefully inadequate. As several comrades fell, the Tiger Gang members were not deterred. Rather, their ferocity was ignited. Braving the hail of bullets, they advanced closer, gunning down the shooters on the spot and seizing their weapons. Before long, the Tiger Gang had secured the ground floor and began their relentless ascent up the building. Their progress was swift, and their spirits soared. Conversely, the members of the Shield Alliance were gripped by terror. An increasing number of members, realizing the inevitable defeat, chose to surrender. Only a dozen of Lu Xiaoshan's loyal followers remained with him, stubbornly resisting from within the office. Upon learning of the situation above, Dai Hao turned to Su Chen with a grin. "Su boss, shall we ascend?" Su Chen nodded. He did not wish for Lu Xiaoshan to be slain by the Tiger Gang, as he still needed to extract vital information from him. Su Chen, along with Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, gradually made their way into the Shield Alliance's building. Wherever they went, chaos reigned supreme. The ground was strewn with blood, dismembered limbs, and various debris. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of the Shield Alliance, where Lu Xiaoshan's office was located. Given that Lu Xiaoshan was armed and Dai Hao had ordered him to be captured alive, the members of the Tiger Gang awaited outside the office. Refraining from recklessly charging in, "Lu Xiaoshan, cease your struggles and come out at once." Dai Hao's boisterous laughter resonated from beyond the office door. "If you possess any courage, then enter and witness whether I will not bring you to your end." Despite being cornered, Lu Xiaoshan remained defiant. Su Chen intervened, addressing the eager provocateur. "Lu Xiaoshan, were you not intent on confronting me? Well, here I am." "Su Chen? It's you, you scoundrel." Lu Xiaoshan seethed, his teeth clenched as he recognized Su Chen's identity. Had it not been for Su Chen, he would not have fallen to such depths. Yet he failed to reflect on his own actions. Had he not sought to undermine Su Chen, would Su Chen have orchestrated his downfall? "Enough, Lu Xiaoshan, I shall not waste further words. The current situation renders escape impossible. We need not force our way in. We can simply wait until you are starved, and then come to collect you. I offer you a promise. Should you lay down your arms and surrender, answering my inquiries truthfully, I shall spare your life." Su Chen spoke with a measured tone. Inside the office, Lu Xiaoshan fell into silence upon hearing this. He recognized that remaining hidden within the confines of the office was futile. "I can surrender and relinquish everything here to you, but you must guarantee that you will provide us with a portion of supplies and allow me and my comrades to depart," Lu Xiaoshan declared, his resolve hardening. "Very well, it is agreed," Su Chen replied readily. Though Dai Hao felt a pang of reluctance, he understood that Su Chen had exerted considerable effort to secure the Stronghold Alliance today, compelling him to remain silent. Lu Zhaoshan exhaled deeply and nodded to his subordinates. After they had disarmed themselves, he announced, "You may enter." Dai Hao first dispatched several of his men to confiscate Lu Zhaoshan and his followers' weapons, ensuring that no disturbances would arise before he and Su Chen proceeded inside. This marked the inaugural meeting between Lu Zhaoshan and Su Chen. Observing the excessively youthful Su Chen, Lu Zhaoshan lamented, "I once prided myself on my wisdom. Yet here I am, bested by a mere child. Speak, what questions do you wish to pose?" Rather than inquire directly, Su Chen instructed Dai Hao. "You may take your leave first." Understood. Dai Hao acknowledged, gathering his men and the captives before departing. Within the office, only Su Chen and Lu Zhaoshan remained. Su Chen then stated, "I observed your battle with that mutated zombie in its entirety. Your physical capabilities do not appear to align with those of an ordinary individual. Have you undergone any mutations or enhancements?" Lu Zhaoshan's motives for targeting Su Chen extended beyond mere covetousness of his supplies. He was also aware that Su Chen had been trading resources for zombies, likely necessitating energy crystals just as he did. Thus, when he heard Su Chen's question, he was not particularly astonished. "Indeed, if I am not mistaken, you, like me, have also become an evolved being, correct?" "Evolved being?" Su Chen felt a stir of intrigue but maintained a composed exterior. "How did you achieve your evolution?" Lu Zhaoshan cast a surprised glance at him and continued. "What a coincidence. Just recently, when the zombies first emerged, I encountered and eliminated one. From its head, I obtained a grayish-white stone, which I have dubbed an energy crystal or energy stone. Initially, I had no idea of its potential uses. However, as fate would have it, I sustained an injury, and my blood dripped onto the stone. To my astonishment, I discovered that I could absorb this stone. After assimilating it, I could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in my strength, speed, and cognitive abilities. Although I am uncertain of the exact reasons, I have come to refer to this phenomenon as evolution." Chapter 154. The Unprincipled. According to Lu Zhaoshan, he inadvertently absorbed the energy from the energy crystals, which resulted in an enhancement of his physical attributes and an evolution of his being. It has been previously mentioned that Lu Zhaoshan had intentions against Su Chen. His motives were twofold. He coveted the resources possessed by Su Chen and was threatened by Su Chen's dealings with the Tiger Gang and Tianxiang Pavilion, trading materials for zombie heads. Originally, Lu Zhaoshan planned to hunt zombies covertly and, upon reaching a certain level of evolution, unify the city of Shannon, thereby establishing himself as a local sovereign. However, Su Chen's actions posed a significant threat to his ambitions. Consequently, he sought out Yang to collaborate with Tianxiang Pavilion in their efforts against Su Chen. What Lu Zhaoshan failed to anticipate was that Zhou Qin would betray him in advance, revealing Su Chen's cunning nature. This ultimately led to his current predicament. Upon discovering the truth, Su Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to glean more information about evolution and the energy crystals from Lu Zhaoshan, only to realize that Lu Zhaoshan's knowledge was inferior to his own. For instance, Lu Zhaoshan encountered mutated zombies for the first time and was severely injured as a result. "I have fulfilled your requests. Can you now let me go?" Lu Zhaoshan spoke in a low, serious tone. "Certainly," Su Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders as he summoned Dai Hao and the others who had been waiting outside. "I had promised them that I would not kill them, so let them go." Upon hearing Su Chen's emphasis on his intention not to kill them, Dai Hao's heart stirred, and he turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Su Chen blinked, a smirk playing on his lips. Realization dawned on Dai Hao, and he laughed heartily. "Did you not hear Su's words? Release them all." The group of subordinates dispersed to the sides, granting Lu Zhaoshan and his 10 or so confidants a clear path. Observing this turn of events, Lu Zhaoshan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I did not expect you to be somewhat trustworthy." He nodded at Su Chen and, along with his confidants, began to exit. At that moment, Dai Hao suddenly drew his weapon and struck Lu Zhaoshan from behind. Lu Zhaoshan, overly trusting of Su Chen and still recovering from his injuries, was caught off guard and was slashed across the back by Dai Hao's blade. He stumbled forward and turned to Su Chen, disbelief etched on his face. You treacherous bastard. I said I would not kill you," Su Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders with an expression of feigned helplessness. "However, if the Tiger Gang wishes to kill you, I am powerless to intervene. Release me?" "Nonsense." Lu Zhaoshan, no fool, understood that Su Chen was playing a word game. But what could he do? With Dai Hao's attack, the other members of the Tiger Gang surged forward, engaging Lu Zhaoshan and his entourage in a fierce battle. The Tiger Gang, having superior numbers, easily overwhelmed Lu Zhaoshan's subordinates, who fell to the ground in a flurry of blades. Only Lu Zhaoshan, bolstered by his evolved physique, managed to hold his ground against the onslaught. The enhanced physique, when pitted against an ordinary individual, is utterly dominant. Even when severely injured and devoid of weapons, Lu Zhaoshan can still contend against a dozen adversaries. The moment he makes his move, members of the Tiger Gang find themselves felled to the ground. Despite being besieged, the Tiger Gang is momentarily unable to subdue him. Boom. After sending one of the gang members flying with a single punch, the others hesitate to advance recklessly. Clutching his chest and coughing violently, Lu Zhaoshan realizes he has underestimated his opponent. Su Chen smiles faintly and approaches slowly. Although he could easily eliminate Lu Zhaoshan with a gunshot, he chooses to toy with him instead. Lu Zhaoshan takes a deep breath, regaining his strength, fully aware that to escape this predicament, he must take down Su Chen. Without uttering a word, he roars and charges forward. Yet, Su Chen merely sidesteps, evading the attack effortlessly. He then reaches out, seizing Lu Zhaoshan's arm and twisting forcefully. Crack! A sharp sound reverberates as Lu Zhaoshan's arm bends at an unnatural 90-degree angle. He cries out in agony but does not relent, continuing his assault on Su Chen. With a cold smirk, Su Chen delivers a vicious kick directly to Lu Zhaoshan's knee. Lu Zhaoshan collapses, unable to rise again. In just 2 exchanges, the formidable Lu Zhaoshan, who could face a dozen opponents, has been incapacitated by Su Chen. I promised him I wouldn't kill him. How? Why are you still standing there? The roots of a problem must be eradicated, lest it spring back to life. The downfall of the Shield Alliance is intricately linked to Su Chen. He understands that Lu Zhaoshan harbors a deep-seated hatred for him. Lu Zhaoshan's ability to absorb energy crystals for evolution poses a threat, should he be allowed to leave. Who knows how powerful he might become? If he surpasses Su Chen, revenge would surely follow. Hence, from the very beginning, Su Chen had no intention of letting him go. Oh. Dai Hao finally regains his senses, brandishing a machete as he approaches Lu Zhaoshan. Observing the once proud leader of the Shield Alliance, now reduced to a pitiful state, Dai Hao cannot suppress his satisfaction. Crack! The blade plunges mercilessly into Lu Zhaoshan's chest. His eyes widen in regret as he realizes that provoking Su Chen was a grave mistake. But it is too late for remorse now. Moments later, Lu Zhaoshan's body goes limp, and he breathes his last. With his demise, the Shield Alliance, one of the 3 surviving factions in Shannon City, is irrevocably extinguished. Today's triumph over the Shield Alliance is solely attributable to Su Chen. From now on, whenever there are matters to address, Su Chen may simply issue commands. Following the annexation of the Shield Alliance, Dai Hao is elated, expressing profound respect for Su Chen. This admiration arises not only from the arsenal of incendiary devices and explosives Su Chen provided, but also from the terrifying combat prowess he displayed in his confrontation with Lu Zhaoshan. Though he lacked a comprehensive understanding of evolution, he instinctively sensed that Su Chen and Lu Zhaoshan had undoubtedly transcended the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The building of the Shield Alliance was quite impressive. It could serve as a suitable base for their endeavors. Su Chen casually remarked that they should use this structure as the nucleus for constructing an isolation zone and rebuilding their homeland. Upon hearing this, Dai Hao's eyes brightened, and he promptly nodded in agreement, affirming that Su Chen's words held merit. At that moment, several members of the Tiger Gang, tasked with clearing the battlefield, lifted Lu Zhaoshan's lifeless body, intending to carry it outside. Su Chen felt a sudden impulse and called out to them, "Hold on, leave his body here." The men paused, slightly puzzled, yet complied with his directive, leaving Lu Zhaoshan's remains behind. "Brother Hao, you may attend to your matters. I wish to rest for a moment." Su Chen dismissed Dai Hao and the others, remaining alone. He then drew his knife and, with a swift motion, cleaved open Lu Zhaoshan's skull. Chapter 155. Liberation. After Su Chen rummaged through Lu Zhaoshan's mind for a while, he indeed discovered an energy crystal. However, the energy crystal within Lu Zhaoshan's brain was starkly different from that of the zombies. The energy crystals contained within the zombies took on an irregular, grayish-white, stone-like form, while Lu Zhaoshan's was a smooth, small orb exhibiting a faint pink hue. It was perplexing. Why such a disparity? Su Chen wiped the blood from the pink orb and toyed with it for a moment. Could this be the distinction between zombies and evolved beings? He did not dwell on it for long. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the system. System absorb. A warmth surged through Su Chen's palm as the energy crystal, or perhaps it ought to be termed an energy sphere, vanished into nothingness. Successfully absorbed a primary energy crystal. Gaining 39 points of energy, the system notified him. It appeared that Lu Zhaoshan's strength was still considerably inferior to that of the first mutated zombie. After all, that mutated zombie had granted Su Chen 56 points of energy. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. 39 points of energy could only be obtained by hunting down over 60 zombies. Previously, Su Chen had speculated that there might be supernatural beings or extraordinary individuals in this world. Yet, that had merely been conjecture. However, the recent incident had awakened him to the reality. If Lu Zhaoshan existed, it was inevitable that there would be a second, a third. Their level of evolution could very well surpass that of Lu Xiaoshan. Moreover, aside from the evolved humans, there were also mutated zombies among the undead. As they devoured more and more humans, these mutated zombies might evolve to become even more formidable. Currently, Su Chen lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. His focus should be on further strengthening himself. Only in this manner could he confront the potential risks ahead. Su Chen glanced at the system. At present, he possessed nearly 300 points of energy. He needed an additional 200 points for the next physical enhancement. For a moment, he found himself reminiscing about the days in his previous life when zombies roamed freely. During that time, he could hunt zombies at will, swiftly accumulating energy. He wondered how long it would take to gather that 200 points now. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door, and Dai Hao's voice came through. "Boss Su, are you there?" "Come in," Su Chen replied calmly. Dai Hao pushed the door open and was startled to see Lu Xiaoshan's corpse on the floor. He struggled to comprehend why Su Chen had opened up the head of the deceased Lu Xiaoshan. However, Dai Hao understood that some questions were best left unasked. His gaze remained respectfully fixed on Su Chen. "As per your instructions, the deceased have all been bound," he reported. "Very well. Once they turn into zombies, have their heads severed and brought to me," Su Chen commanded. The fallen warriors would transform into zombies within a few hours. Naturally, Su Chen would not overlook the potential energy crystals they might possess. "Understood," Dai Hao replied, then inquired, "When shall we make our move against Tianxiang Pavilion?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced outside at the dimming sky. "Tomorrow it is." "All right." Dai Hao nodded, as if recalling something important. He hastily added, "By the way, Su Laoda, that brat young one is still alive. We VE captured him. How shall we deal with him?" "Leave him to me," Su Chen replied. For a traitor like him, it would be utterly unacceptable not to make him pay for his actions. Before long, Yang Wan, bound like a dumpling, was brought before Su Chen. Faced with Su Chen's impassive demeanor and Dai Hao's mocking grin, as well as the grim state of Lu Xiaoshan on the ground, Yang Wan felt his knees weaken in fear. "Mr. Su, oh no, Su Laoda, Su Grandpa. I was forced by Lu Xiaoshan. He insisted I go against you." Noticing Su Chen's silence, Yang Wan turned to plead with Dai Hao. "How go? I am your most loyal little brother." Before he could finish, Dai Hao kicked him in the mouth. "You talk too much nonsense. Su Laoda, shall I put him on your snowmobile?" "Go ahead." Su Chen nodded. Though Dai Hao displayed utmost loyalty, he had no intention of lingering. Thus, he departed from the Stronghold Alliance building, riding the snowmobile with Yang Wan in tow. Soon after, Su Chen returned beside the Normadisen. He kicked Yang Wan into the snow and called out the three women from the RV. Upon learning of Yang Wan's identity and his actions, Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo gazed at him with disdain. What a shameless man. To think only of betraying his own woman. "Indeed. Please spare me, Su Grandpa. I shall never dare again. From now on, let my wife—" "Oh no. Let Zhou Qing serve you well." Yang Wan sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Observing Yang Wan's lack of backbone, Zhou Qing's expression grew complex but ultimately returned to normal. Remaining silent. "Apologies, but she has already agreed to be with me." Su Chen chuckled slyly. He gestured for Zhou Qing, who bit her lip but did not hesitate, leaning against Su Chen's shoulder. In that moment, Su Chen felt a thrilling sense of satisfaction at the transgressions committed by others. No wonder everyone desires to be a scoundrel. The joy of being one is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. "Zhou Qing, given our years of camaraderie, please plead for me." Though Yang Wan seethed with resentment, he could only beg Zhou Qing for mercy to save his life. Zhou Qing ignored him and softly addressed Su Chen, "Master, whatever you decide to do with him, I shall have no complaints." Su Chen had brought Yang Wan back to gauge Zhou Qing's reaction, and her response pleased him greatly. "Very well, then may you walk your path with care. I will take good care of your wife." Su Chen stepped forward and whispered in Yang Wan's ear. With a swift motion, a sharp Nepalese knife pierced effortlessly through Yang Wan's chest. He widened his eyes and gradually collapsed to the ground. Gazing upon Yang Wan, who had shared his bed for over a decade, met his demise right before her. Although Zhou Qing felt a tinge of sorrow, a greater sense of liberation enveloped her heart. For she was acutely aware that only by following Su Chen could she escape the torment of the past and thrive amid the impending apocalypse. "Master, let us return," Zhou Qing said, entwining her arm with Su Chen's, casting one last glance at Yang Wan. With a soft voice, she added, "My dear sisters have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Indeed, tonight marks a significant occasion for both the master and sister Qing," remarked Lu Linger with a playful tone. Su Chen let out a hearty laugh, taking the three women back to the mobile home. After the evening meal, Lu Ling, and Lin Yingying, displaying great tact, ascended to the second floor, leaving the intimate space for Su Chen and Zhou Qing. Chapter 156. The goddess of longing in preparation for their evening together, Zhou Qing adorned herself with great care. Unlike Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, she did not deliberately choose provocative attire. Instead, she opted for clothing that was relatively modest. This choice, however, imparted to Su Chen an impression of alluring ambiguity, a tantalizing hint of desire. "Master, please enjoy some tea." Zhou Qing approached Su Chen, holding a cup of tea. One could not help but acknowledge that her every smile and gesture exuded the essence of a mature woman, an aura that neither the Navi Lin Yingying nor the flamboyant Lu Lingo could possess. There is a saying that every goddess you yearn for has a man behind her who knows her all too well. Yang Wan truly squandered a treasure. Such a stunning beauty, and yet he fails to cherish her, resorting instead to violence and even offering her to others. Very well, if you do not appreciate her, I shall cherish her in your stead. Su Chen accepted the tea with satisfaction and drank it in one gulp. Rising slowly, a wicked smile graced his face. "Shall we go? What are we waiting for?" A night of passion, naturally, needed no further elaboration. The following morning, Su Chen awoke slowly. He allowed the exhausted Zhou Qing to continue her slumber while he prepared to rise. After consuming a light meal, Su Chen donned his gear and mounted a snowmobile, heading towards the building that originally belonged to the Shield Alliance but had now fallen into the hands of the Tiger Gang. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had already organized the surviving members of their faction and awaited Su Chen's arrival. "Let us depart." With Su Chen's command, a formidable force surged forth from the building, advancing towards the Tianxiang Pavilion stronghold. Inside the Tianxiang Pavilion, Sun Yin was in a state of frantic agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Having returned safely under Yu Shoujing's protection the previous day, she was nonetheless acutely aware that both the Tianxiang Pavilion and the Shield Alliance had suffered significant losses. As she instructed Yu Shoujing to assess the returnees for any zombie bites, a subordinate rushed in with news that the Tiger Gang was engaged in fierce combat with the Shield Alliance. Sun Yin immediately grasped the situation. It was likely that Su Chen and the Tiger Gang were exacting their revenge upon the Shield Alliance. Should the Shield Alliance falter, the Tianxiang Pavilion would inevitably become the next target, just as she organized her forces to support the Shield Alliance. New information arrived that left her utterly astounded. The Shield Alliance had been breached in a remarkably short span of time. Upon receiving this news, she was momentarily speechless. When she regained her composure, a deep sense of regret welled up within her. She understood all too well that the Tiger Gang, with their capabilities, could not have defeated the Shield Alliance in such a short time. It had to be Su Chen. Throughout the night, Sun Yin had been unable to find rest, contemplating how she might plead for Su Chen's mercy. However, before she could dispatch invoice, the forces of the Tiger Gang came crashing in. "Boss, there's no need to be afraid. With so many of us, we can at least put up a fight against Su Chen and the Tiger Gang." Observing Sun Yan's anxious demeanor, Yu Shoujing offered words of comfort. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yin could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Even the formidable Shield Alliance stood no chance against Su Chen and the Tiger Gang. How could their Tianxiang Pavilion possibly withstand such an onslaught? Just as Sun Yin was about to speak, the sounds of battle erupted from outside. She and Yu Shoujing hurried to the window, overlooking the chaos below. The situation mirrored the assault on the Shield Alliance. Members of the Tiger Gang first hurled Molotov cocktails into the building, disrupting the defenses of Tianxiang Pavilion. Subsequently, a dozen makeshift bombs were placed at the entrance. The gate of Tianxiang Pavilion was far less fortified than that of the Shield Alliance. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of explosions, the members of the Tiger Gang successfully breached the premises. Aware of their disadvantage, the members of Tianxiang Pavilion retreated in haste. Soon, hundreds found themselves cornered on the top floor. "Boss, what should we do? Perhaps we should fight back. Our numbers are overwhelmingly insufficient. How can we possibly stand our ground?" The expressions of the members were filled with despair. Even though Sun Yin was typically resourceful, she found herself powerless in the face of such overwhelming force. "Go. Send someone to inform Su Chen. Let him ensure our safety." "I am willing to surrender," Sun Yin said weakly. Following her instructions, a Tianxiang Pavilion member, waving a white flag, approached Su Chen to relay her message. How amusing, on the brink of death, she still seeks to negotiate. Su Chen sneered coldly. "Return and tell Sun Yin that she is in no position to dictate terms. Surrender immediately, or I shall slaughter everyone in this building." Su Chen's threat was not mere bluster. He genuinely intended to eliminate the members of Tianxiang Pavilion, transforming them into zombies, thus acquiring the energy crystals he required. The negotiating member, feeling helpless, returned to report the grim news. "This Su Chen is insufferably arrogant." Yu Shoujing seethed, his face a stormy hue. "Even if he manages to take us down, we must ensure he pays a price." "Enough, let us surrender." Sun Yin, ever the pragmatist, contemplated deeply before ultimately choosing capitulation. If Su Chen unleashed Molotovs and bombs upon them, the members of Tianxiang Pavilion would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Before long, the members of Tianxiang Pavilion relinquished their resistance and surrendered en masse. Su Chen, accompanied by Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, entered Sun Yan's office, on the brink of annihilation. Do you have any final words? Su Chen glanced at Sun Yan, speaking in a detached tone. You dare. Yu Shoujing's eyes widened with fury, and he made to lunge at Su Chen. However, his comrades restrained him firmly. Do you not understand the futility of such bravado? Su Chen looked upon Yu Shoujing, brainwashed by Sun Yan, with a hint of pity. Very well, I shall grant you this wish. Let you both perish together. Upon hearing Su Chen's intent to kill her, Sun Yan's complexion paled, yet she was not reduced to the point of begging for mercy. Instead of feigning calm, I must admit that I was at fault earlier. However, I am willing to divulge a piece of intelligence in exchange for Mr. Su's leniency. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to find Sun Yan negotiating terms with him. He did not expect her to propose a condition. Please, do continue. First, have the others leave. Being a seemingly fragile woman, Su Chen felt no apprehension regarding her intentions. Thus, he instructed Dai Hao to escort everyone else out. You may speak now. I am aware of a military base near Shannon City, which houses numerous firearms and ammunition, as well as a considerable amount of heavy weaponry. Upon hearing this from Sun Yan, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The significance of firearms in a post-apocalyptic world is, of course, undeniable. Chapter 157, the military base initially on Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen was able to eradicate the influence of individuals such as Biao, Gao Xiangjiwen, and Xiao Bowen, not solely due to his combat prowess, but also because of the two firearms he possessed, which played a significant role. Why has the Shield Alliance ascended to the pinnacle of the three major factions? Is it not because Lu Zhaoshan wields a plethora of firearms? If Sun Yan speaks the truth, Su Chen indeed finds himself intrigued by the prospect of venturing to the military base to retrieve its contents. However, he remains cautious for a woman of her standing. Having navigated the treacherous paths of society to her current position cannot be underestimated. Such invaluable information, how did you come by it? Moreover, as a leader in your own right, why have you not dispatched your subordinates to reclaim the weapons? Su Chen inquired with a composed demeanor. Among our guests at Tianxiang Pavilion, there is one who specializes in supplying various necessities to the military base. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he sought my protection and confided this matter to me. However, shortly thereafter, he succumbed to a sudden illness and perished. At that time, with the extreme heat still prevailing, it was impossible for me to abandon Shannon City to search for a military base. By the time the idea crossed my mind, a severe cold set in, and blizzards obstructed any chance of travel. Sun Yan's explanation was indeed plausible. In the early days of the apocalypse, many still believed it would pass. Her hesitance to approach the military base was entirely understandable. By the later stages, when the authorities became ineffective and societal order collapsed, any opportunity to visit the military base had vanished. Is there anyone else privy to this information besides you? Su Chen inquired further. According to the individual's account, it is a clandestine military base, the existence of which is unknown to ordinary people, aside from him and his subordinates. It seems that only I and Yu Shoujing are aware of its existence, Sun Yan replied. Su Chen nodded but remained unconvinced. He then instructed someone to escort Yu Shoujing to a neighboring room to inquire about the military base. Yu Shoujing's responses aligned closely with Sun Yan's. From this perspective, it appears that Sun Yan speaks the truth. Su Chen returned to his office, pondering, where is the military base located? If I divulge that information, will I be allowed to live? Sun Yan responded coolly. I could spare your life, Su Chen asserted candidly. His motive for eliminating Lu Zhaoshan stemmed primarily from the fact that Lu was an evolved being. Should Lu Zhaoshan escape, he could potentially acquire sufficient energy crystals by hunting zombies, thus growing increasingly formidable. In such a scenario, if he sought vengeance against Su Chen, the latter would find himself in peril. Conversely, Sun Yan was merely an ordinary woman. Once Dai Hao absorbed her influence, she would pose no threat to Su Chen. No, I cannot believe that. Su Chen felt a surge of anger, but before he could react, Sun Yan hastily interjected, I can take you there. As Su Chen furrowed his brow, he initially prepared to reject Sun Yan. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he solemnly replied, very well. Let us consider this a deal. Sun Yan let out a sigh of relief. At least for the time being, her life was spared. Just as Su Chen was about to turn away, Sun Yan called out, Mr. Su, I have another request. Sun Yan, am I not showing you enough respect? Su Chen's expression darkened. No. Please, let me finish. Sun Yan hastily explained, Could you accompany me for a night? Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Sun Yan was no exception. Yet, in her past encounters with men, she had merely regarded them as tools for her own use, never holding them in esteem. However, Su Chen's presence stirred something within her. In merely a few days since his arrival in Shannan City, he had already brought the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion to ruin. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then he chuckled softly. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor a fool easily swayed. Although Sun Yin was a formidable leader, she was no different from a public bus. I am a man you cannot possess. Be grateful for the mercy I have shown you. Do not think too much. With that, Su Chen dismissed her with a wave and departed. Boss Su. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Dai Hao hurriedly approached, practically bouncing with excitement. After the downfall of the Shield Alliance in the Tianxiang Pavilion, he had acquired an abundance of resources. In his eyes, Su Chen was more precious than family. The two entered a nearby room. Su Chen took out a cigarette, and Dai Hao quickly produced a lighter to ignite it. Before long, this fierce blizzard will cease. Once it ends, those who have perished will rise as zombies. How will you defend against that? Su Chen inhaled deeply, speaking with a calm demeanor. Dai Hao's heart raced at this revelation. Shannan was not a large city. Its population was only slightly greater than that of the small county town of Tangcheng that Su Chen had previously passed through, by perhaps a mere 1 or 200,000. In the wake of the apocalypse, it was estimated that at least 200,000 to 300,000 lives had been lost. Despite the Tiger Gang having absorbed the Tianxiang Pavilion and the Shield Alliance, their numbers only swelled to a few thousand, even when including the loosely affiliated members. If faced with a horde of 100,000 zombies, the Tiger Gang would be utterly helpless. Swallowing hard, Dai Hao cautiously asked, Boss Su, could you please guide me on the right path? I previously instructed you to establish an isolation zone centered around the Shield Alliance's building, did I not? Indeed. I have made arrangements for that, Dai Hao confirmed. In addition, you must actively seek out scattered survivors and unite them, Su Chen continued, his tone unwavering. With only a few thousand members, the Tiger Gang was outnumbered by the tens of thousands residing in Shannan City. Aside from those who had succumbed in the apocalypse, most survivors were hiding away, living cautiously. If they could be organized to unite in their struggle for survival and collectively confront the zombies, the task of rebuilding their home would not be insurmountable. The matter was simply too cumbersome, and Su Chen, feeling disinclined to take action himself, entrusted the task to Dai Hao. Indeed, this was a viable solution. Dai Hao's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he eagerly nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall leave this in your capable hands. Besides the previous matter, do not forget to hunt down the zombies, Su Chen instructed. Understood, Dai Hao promptly affirmed. After departing from the Tianxiang Pavilion, Su Chen mounted his snowmobile and returned to the RV. Inside, the trio of Zhou Qing, Lu Linger, and Lin Yingying had already formed a close-knit bond, akin to that of sisters. Together, they had prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting Su Chen's return. Su Chen, unreservedly indulging in their culinary offerings, enjoyed a delightful meal surrounded by the three women. Following lunch, he reclined on the sofa, pondering the logistics of accessing the military base. Chapter 158. Preparation. Previously, Su Chen had scavenged 2 firearms and several hundred rounds of ammunition from the training grounds. After enduring considerable usage, the supply of bullets had dwindled to less than 4 magazines. Once these bullets were exhausted, the 2 guns would be no more useful than mere sticks. Within the military base, however, one could expect an abundance of ammunition and a diverse array of weaponry. Rifles such as the QBZ and QBU, as well as sniper rifles, were likely to be among the most common. Furthermore, grenades, tanks, and rocket launchers would surely be in ample supply. If he could acquire such equipment, he would have no reason to fear encountering mutated zombies. He could simply clear a path with rockets and grenades. Regardless of the number of mutated zombies, they would all have to submit to him as sources of energy. However, Su Chen did not intend to set off immediately. After all, the military base could harbor unforeseen dangers. At present, the Tiger Gang had unified Shannan City, posing no significant threats, and Dai Hao was obediently following his commands. It would be more prudent to remain here for the time being, allowing Dai Hao to assist him in hunting zombies. Once he had further strengthened his physique, he could embark on a journey to the military base. During the following period, Shannan City experienced a rare tranquility. Following Su Chen's instructions, Dai Hao constructed a quarantine zone to accommodate scattered survivors. Fortunately, both the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion possessed ample supplies, alleviating any concerns regarding food shortages. Additionally, he did not neglect to send out teams to continually hunt zombies, aiding Su Chen in collecting their heads. Absorb. With the final batch of energy crystals absorbed after a fortnight stay in Shannan City, Su Chen had finally amassed a sufficient quantity of energy crystals. Enhance the physique. With a mere thought, Su Chen expended energy points to bolster his physical capabilities. The familiar warm current enveloped his entire being once more. However, he was somewhat taken aback when he noticed that this time, the warmth did not linger for long. Upon concluding the process, Chen moved about to assess his physical condition. He could feel that his combat prowess had been augmented, but compared to the previous enhancement, the increase was not substantial. Moreover, there was no indication of a change in his combat power evaluation. Could it be that his strength had reached a certain plateau? Chen pondered silently. Yet, he had not heard of anyone else possessing a system. This was merely his conjecture. Never mind, one step at a time. Shaking his head, Chen's gaze fell upon the remaining energy points. After deducting the 500 points required for physical enhancement, over 100 points remained. Observing that the next enhancement required 1,000 points of energy, Chen's expression darkened, and he resolved to upgrade the system instead. Ding! The Apocalypse Fortress system has been successfully upgraded. Apocalypse Fortress RV system. RV level 4. Energy points required for upgrade 300. Current energy points 25. Vehicle durability 100. When durability reaches 0, the RV will become inoperative. Repairs can be made using energy points. Storage space. Energy shop. Enhancement options. As expected, there were no new options available. Chen meticulously examined the existing choices and discovered several new functionalities within the RV enhancements. In addition to the original option of increasing space, Chen could now modify the RV itself. For instance, a new painting feature had been added, allowing for the alteration of the RV's exterior design, enabling transitions among various colors suitable for jungles, deserts, and snowy terrains. If he opted for a snowy apocalypse theme, the entire vehicle would be cloaked in snow camouflage, rendering it less detectable in the snow. While this feature might not be deemed highly practical, it was certainly better than nothing. Furthermore, various accessories had been introduced. By installing radar, one could scan the surrounding environment, a capability that proved to be more useful compared to the painting feature. After studying the options for a while, Chen stretched, stood up, and made his way outside. Lin Yingying and Lu Lingo were engrossed in a drama on the sofa. Upon seeing Chen emerge, they hurried over, one on each side. "Where's Qing?" Chen inquired, noticing Zhou Qing's absence with a hint of curiosity. "Sister Qing is up front, learning to drive," Lu Lingo explained. Although they had only recently moved into the RV, Zhou Qing had already sensed a looming sense of urgency. Lu Lingo excelled in culinary skills and household chores, while Lin Yingying, a doctor, found her medical expertise unnecessary in everyday life. Yet she could not afford to be without it. In contrast, Zhou Qing's expertise in computer science and software programming felt entirely irrelevant. Even if her beauty could enchant Chen, how long could that last? Determined to secure her position, Zhou Qing focused her attention on mastering the art of driving the Normadisen. Chen felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Zhou Qing's initiative. Having someone to assist with driving was indeed the most fitting arrangement. He called Zhou Qing over and addressed the trio. "Prepare yourselves. I estimate we need to leave Shannon City for a while." Without further inquiry, they each set about their preparations. Chen pushed open the door, exited the RV, and swiftly rode his snowmobile to the headquarters of the Tiger Gang. Boss Su greeted Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and others as they approached him. Chen casually nodded. "Where is that woman, Sun Yan?" "She's being kept under watch, you can rest assured." Dai Hao chuckled, instructing his men to bring Sun Yan over. After several days of confinement, Sun Yan appeared noticeably haggard, but aside from that, she seemed to be in relatively good condition. Chen dismissed Dai Hao and the others, stating calmly, "The time has come. Take me to the military base, and I will grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's beautiful eyes regained a glimmer of hope. "All right, but you must also bring Yu Shoujing and a few of my other subordinates along." Chen initially intended to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he realized that if there were any dangers at the military base, he could easily send Sun Yan and her companions to face them. Thus, he readily agreed. Before long, Yu Shoujing and 4 or 5 of his subordinates were released. Although he was quite curious about Chen's intentions, Dai Hao understood that some questions were best left unasked. "All right. You may now speak of how we shall proceed to the military base," Chen said with a calm demeanor. "The military base lies 20 kilometers from here. We must procure a means of transportation to reach it," Sun Yan explained. Chen frowned slightly. If he were to go alone, he could simply ride a snowmobile. However, the presence of Sun Yan and the others complicated matters. He was reluctant to entrust them with the snowmobile or allow them to board the Normadisen. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. Dai Hao. Upon hearing his name called, Dai Hao quickly entered the room. "What are your instructions, Boss Su?" Chapter 159. Radar. Go find an intact vehicle and equip it with snow chains, Chen instructed. Although Dai Hao was curious about Chen's intentions, he understood that some matters were best left unasked. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement and departed to fulfill the command. Before long, Dai Hao returned with a Wuling Hongguang van. It must be said that the quality of the Wuling Hongguang was indeed commendable, despite the apocalypse having ravaged many vehicles to the brink of ruin. The survivors skilled in automotive repair within the Tiger Gang managed to revive the Wuling Hongguang with a little effort. The gasoline within had nearly run out after such a long time. Although Su Chen possessed ample fuel in his storage space and could exchange for more at the energy shop, he had no intention of refueling the Wuling Hongguang. What if Sun Yin and the others needed to make a hasty escape? After affixing the snow chains to the Wuling Hongguang, Su Chen instructed Dai how to send Sun Yin and her group to the previously agreed-upon meeting point. He then took the wheel of the Normadisen and appeared before Sun Yin and her companions. They were momentarily awestruck by the sight of the colossal RV. Akin to a steel behemoth. You will remain in the van while I tow you with the RV. You may direct the course, Su Chen said in a calm manner. Naturally, Sun Yin longed to enter the RV, but given Su Chen's indifferent demeanor, she reluctantly acquiesced. At the rear of the Normadisen, a massive winch and coupling mechanism awaited. After pulling out the winch's cable, Su Chen secured the Normadisen to the Wuling Hongguang. With all preparations complete, the two vehicles set forth, one leading and the other following. Officially en route to the military base. Recently, the weather had warmed considerably, yet the world remained enshrouded in ice and snow. Although seated inside the Wuling Hongguang, the cold wind that seeped through still left Sun Yin and her companions shivering. In stark contrast, the interior of the Normadisen was as warm as spring. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying sat in the back, engrossed in a television show, while Su Chen held Shou Qing in his arms, guiding her hands as she learned to drive. The contrast between the two groups was striking. Not long after departing from Shannon City, it was time for lunch. Su Chen was not particularly stingy. He had Lu Linger prepare several additional dishes and sent them to Sun Yin and the others. As they savored the delicious dishes and fragrant rice, Sun Yin and her companions nearly swallowed their tongues in delight. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. With the engine roaring to life, Su Chen managed to reach the location designated by Sun Yin just before darkness fell. According to her, the military base was situated in a mountainous area near Shannon City. However, upon their arrival, they found no trace of the so-called military base. The reason was simple. The military base was constructed underground, with only a bunker-like structure visible above the surface, although there was a road leading directly to it. The thick blanket of snow concealed both the ground and the building. What lay before Su Chen and his companions was merely a vast expanse of white, dotted with scattered trees. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly as he alighted from the vehicle. Addressing Sun Yin and the others, he commanded, "Spread out and search the area to see if you can locate the entrance to the military base." Yushijing and the others, unwilling to defy his orders, dispersed promptly. However, Sun Yin remained seated in the van, showing no intention of moving. "Did you not hear my words?" Su Chen stated coldly. "What? Am I also supposed to search?" Sun Yin replied incredulously, pointing to herself. "What makes you special compared to them? Move, or I shall toss you out." If it were any other man, perhaps they would have shown some concern for Sun Yin. Yet, Su Chen was no ordinary man. He was a Sigma male, one who would not indulge her whims. Gazing at Su Chen's icy countenance, Sun Yin had no doubt he would indeed throw her out. Cursing him inwardly, she reluctantly opened the car door and followed Yushijing and the others, beginning her search. Meanwhile, Su Chen was not idle. Upon returning to the vehicle, he joined forces with Lu Lingo, Lin Yingying, and Shou Qing to operate the drone, also searching amidst the mountains. He was not intentionally making things difficult for Sun Yin or the others. However, with the heavy snow blanketing the area, the drone's aerial perspective made ground traces easily overlooked. As time ticked by, when twilight descended and no discoveries were made, Su Chen retracted all the drones. Simultaneously, Sun Yin and Yushijing returned empty-handed. Famished. They had anticipated a warm meal, but instead, Su Chen tossed them a few packets of rock-hard bread and some icy bottles of mineral water. "What? After searching for so long, this is what you give us?" Sun Yin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Be grateful for what you have," Su Chen replied nonchalantly. "If we fail to locate the military base, you can expect to go hungry." His decision to spare Sun Yin was solely contingent on the pursuit of the military base. If it remained hidden beneath the snow, there would be no reason to keep her or the others alive. Noticing Su Chen's indifference, Yushijing quickly tugged at Sun Yin's arm. "Boss, we don't need to get angry with him. But how are we supposed to eat this?" Sun Yin grumbled as she squeezed the bread, which felt as hard as a stone. "I have a solution," Yushijing exclaimed, his mind racing. He retrieved a stick from nearby and, using his lighter, ignited a small bonfire. Before their departure, he had thoughtfully prepared some basic supplies. He placed a small iron pot over the flames, and once the water boiled, he tossed the bread into the pot. Finally, they savored a warm meal. Inside the RV, Lu Lingo had prepared an array of ingredients. while Su Chen and his companions enjoyed a hot pot. As he chewed on a piece of tripe coated in sesame sauce and chili oil, he pondered how to locate the military base. The snow in the city was deep enough to cover buildings by 3 or 4 stories. In such remote mountainous regions, the snow accumulation could reach a staggering 20 meters in thickness. Relying on drones, alongside Sun Yin and the others, to locate a military base concealed beneath this blanket of snow seems utterly implausible. What, then, shall be done? Should they return to await the thawing of the snow before resuming their search? Having journeyed such a great distance, Su Chen felt a pang of reluctance to abandon the endeavor. Just as despair began to settle in, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He suddenly recalled that within the options for enhancing the RV, there existed the possibility of equipping it with additional accessories. Among these accessories was a radar system, capable of scanning the surroundings and relaying nearby conditions onto a screen. Perhaps this could prove beneficial. Chapter 160. Discovery of the base. Su Chen hastily summoned the system within his mind. After locating the RV enhancement option, he unhesitatingly added a radar. The energy points required for functions such as changing paint jobs and adding accessories were quite minimal. The remaining energy points were just sufficient to incorporate the radar accessory. As he focused his thoughts, the radar upgrade was completed. Silently, a radar emerged atop the RV, the Normadisen. The radar's scanning capability could display the scanned imagery on the central control panel or directly within Su Chen's mind. Scanning. Once Su Chen activated the radar, it began to rotate slowly. Invisible electromagnetic waves emanated in all directions. Subsequently, the terrain within a kilometer radius of the Normadisen materialized in Su Chen's consciousness. This terrain encompassed not only the surface but also depicted the underground in a 3D representation. Su Chen noticed that there were no structures at his current location, evidently. The military base was not in this vicinity. With this thought in mind, Su Chen restarted the Normadisen and picked up the intercom to notify Sun Yin and the others trailing behind him. I am preparing to relocate. Please get ready. Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others had just finished their meal and were about to rest. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, they were momentarily bewildered. However, they had no choice but to hastily tidy up and return to the Wuling Hongguang. After traveling over a kilometer, Su Chen stopped the RV once again to continue his search. Yet this time, the search yielded no results. Nevertheless, Su Chen did not feel disheartened. After all, with the advent of the onboard radar, although it required more effort, he was confident they would eventually find it. Thus, he pressed on toward the next location. After repeating this process a dozen times, the sky grew increasingly dark. Without stars or moonlight, and in the desolate wilderness, the only illumination came from the Normadisen's lights. Perseverance bore fruit. During yet another radar scan, Su Chen finally uncovered the location of the military base. According to the radar's feedback, beneath the thick layer of snow lay a structure resembling a silo. Most of the building was buried deep underground, with only the top layer enveloped in snow. Upon confirming the military base's location, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. He halted the Normadisen and used the intercom to rouse Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others. After a long night of toil, Sun Yin and her companions had finally managed to catch a brief nap in the cold RV, only to be awakened again by Su Chen, causing a ripple of dissatisfaction among them. What irked them even more was Su Chen throwing them several shovels and picks. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? Sun Yin asked, furrowing her brows in irritation. The military base is right beneath our feet. You should start digging. Su Chen replied blandly. Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. Amidst the thick blanket of snow, devoid of any reference points, how could Su Chen ascertain that the military base lay directly beneath his feet? What if it were not there? Was all their effort for naught? One of the subordinates could not suppress his grievances. Bang! Su Chen drew his pistol and fired without hesitation. The subordinates had exploded on the spot. Hot blood and brain matter splattering across the ground in an instant. Am I being too lenient with you all? Su Chen's cold gaze fixated on Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others. Should there be any further nonsense, I shall commence with Sun Yin. Feeling the palpable murderous intent in Su Chen's tone and glancing at their fallen comrade, Sun Yin and the others shuddered involuntarily. They held no doubt that Su Chen would eliminate them without a second thought. This time, the group dared not voice any dissent, promptly picking up the tools at hand. Even the delicate Sun Yin began to excavate the snow. Observing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now that the location of the military base was known, Sun Yin and her companions had become utterly expendable. If they dared to complain any further, he could easily dispose of them and continue his excavation unimpeded. The surface layer of snow was relatively easy to dig through. However, the deeper layers had frozen solid for too long, resembling permafrost, making them exceedingly tough. The further they dug, the more challenging it became. A robust man like Yushojing was swinging his pickaxe with such force that sparks flew, yet he had barely made any progress. The group toiled through the night until dawn broke, their bodies weary and aching, having excavated only a third of the snow. At this rate, they would require at least another 2 days. Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Though his storage space contained numerous valuable items, none were suited for excavation. He lamented not having procured specialized digging machinery earlier. He had never anticipated a day dedicated to clearing snow. Just then, an idea struck him. If the snow was too solid to dig, why not simply melt it? He possessed ample gasoline and Molotov cocktails, perfect for melting snow. Without delay, Chen rose, opened the car door, and called out to Yushojing and the others, who were still digging. In response to their puzzled expressions, he tossed the gasoline and Molotov cocktails into the already excavated pit. As he ignited the fire, a fierce blaze erupted within the snow pit. Under such intense heat, the snow began to melt rapidly. The onlookers were filled with unexpected joy. This would make their digging far less laborious. Yet, amidst their elation, their dissatisfaction towards Chen grew. Why had he not revealed these resources sooner, forcing them to labor through the entire night? Meanwhile, the body of their fallen comrade lay silently on the ground. Regardless of their frustrations, Sun Yen, Yushojing, and the others could only harbor their complaints silently in their hearts. With the gasoline continuing to burn, the once impenetrable ice layer began to melt swiftly beneath the intense heat. In less than an hour, a patch of concrete emerged before the crowd. In this desolate wilderness, the appearance of concrete could only signify one possibility. They had stumbled upon a military base. Sun Yen and Yushojing were taken aback. How did Chen know that a military base lay beneath their feet? Chen fixed his gaze intently upon the snow pit. Although he had glimpsed the top of the military base, a sense of unease lingered within him. Such a heavily guarded military facility would undoubtedly be secured by imposing iron gates at its entrance. What if the personnel inside, upon sensing an anomaly in the outside world, promptly sealed off the base? What then? Furthermore, if the individuals within the military base were alive and well, what course of action should be taken? Prior to their arrival, he had certainly contemplated these matters. Yet, in light of the diverse and formidable weaponry housed within the military base, he resolved to venture forth regardless. Chapter 161. Entering the base after a while, the snow at the entrance of the military base had completely melted away. Chen had even taken the liberty to adjust the positioning of the incendiary bottles, deliberately creating a path. When the grand entrance of the military base came into view, an unexpected revelation astonished Chen. The gates stood ajar, and there lay several individuals clad in military uniforms on the ground. However, there was something amiss with their appearance. Judging by their lifeless forms and the scattered handguns and digging tools around them, it seemed they had attempted to escape through excavation. Yet, due to the overwhelming thickness of the ice, these desperate souls ultimately chose to end their lives by gunfire. How pitiful it was, alive yet trapped to death, lamented Sun Yen. The expressions of sympathy were mirrored on the faces of Yushojing and the others nearby. However, Chen felt no sympathy at all, for he sensed something was amiss. Logically, a military base constructed underground would be heavily fortified, maintaining a constant state of readiness while remaining isolated from the outside world. Its facilities should be adequately equipped to endure, even amidst an apocalyptic landscape. How could this base succumb so swiftly, enduring only a mere 3 months of extreme cold and blizzards? Most troubling was the terror and dread reflected in the faces of the deceased. Had some calamity befallen the military base, such as the emergence of mutated zombies or other horrifying entities? Had these individuals, in a bid for survival, resorted to digging towards the outside? Yet, upon discovering the insurmountable snow, they had resigned themselves to a tragic end? Chen silently speculated, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He relied on Yushojing and the others to forge ahead. If he expressed his concerns, it was likely they would refuse to enter altogether. Taking a step forward, Chen approached the bodies. He collected all the handguns and rummaged through the remains, finding no ammunition or any semblance of a diary. Let us proceed. He indicated towards the interior of the military base, signaling for Yushojing and the others to advance. Though reluctant, they complied with his command, cautiously entering the darkened military base. After communicating a few instructions to Lu Linger, Zhou Qing, and Lin Yingying via the intercom, Chen followed closely behind Yushojing and Sun Yen as they stepped through the entrance. It must be said, the facilities of the military base were impressive. Despite the passage of time, the emergency lighting remained operational. Bathed in the dim green glow, Chen and his companions discovered a watchtower before them. Adjacent to the watchtower stood a heavy steel door. The watchtower was, of course, devoid of any personnel, and Chen directed Sun Yen and Yushojing to enter through the steel door. Beyond the steel door lay a spacious room adorned with numerous monitors of varying sizes. Observing the arrangement and various slogans within, Chen realized they had entered a control room dedicated to monitoring external conditions. At that moment, all the screens were dark, revealing no information about the outside world. After discovering nothing new, Chen instructed Sun Yin and the others to proceed towards the watchtower. Ahead lay a long and wide downhill passage, spacious enough that even Chen's Normadisen, let alone 3 military trucks side by side, would not feel cramped. Following closely behind Sun Yin, Chen walked thoughtfully, contemplating the enormity of the project. For a nation reputed for its infrastructure prowess, such a vast undertaking was not particularly surprising. However, constructing such a grand facility deep within the mountains suggested it might be more than a mere military base. It could potentially be a site for advanced weapon research. The group traversed a considerable distance, passing several watchtowers along the way, indicative of the previous stringent security at this military base. Yet, like before, these posts remained eerily deserted. Fortunately, they did not wander far before reaching their destination. Here, another watchtower stood, beyond which lay a vast expanse of open space filled with numerous containers and several doors. Upon closer inspection, Chen realized these were elevator doors, likely used for unloading supplies. Once materials from the outside world arrived here, they would be transported to various lower levels via the adjacent elevators. At that moment, Sun Yin suddenly gasped. Chen and Yu Shoujing felt a chill run down their spines and hurried over to her. They soon discovered that although the watchtower was unoccupied, the ground was stained with dried blood. Scattered around were several rifles and numerous bullet marks. However, what puzzled Chen and the others was the absence of any personnel or corpses. Observing the scene, Chen became increasingly convinced that something significant had transpired within the military base. Just then, he noticed Yu Shoujing crouching, intending to stealthily pick up a rifle from the ground. "Stop," Chen called out, aiming his weapon at him. "Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand," Yu Shoujing exclaimed, startled. As he quickly raised his hands in defense, "I just sensed something was amiss and wanted to grab a weapon for protection." At this point, even the most oblivious individual could sense the unease permeating the military base. "You're overthinking it. What could possibly be wrong?" Chen replied coolly. "Everyone step back and do not touch the firearms on the ground." Fearing Chen might pull the trigger, Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing quickly retreated from the watchtower. Seizing the moment, Chen collected all the rifles into his storage space. Regardless of the veracity of Yu Shoujing's claims, Chen had no intention of allowing them to obtain weapons. Otherwise, controlling them would prove difficult. Subsequently, the group moved past the watchtower to the area where the containers were stored. Most of the containers had been opened, revealing them to be empty. Only a few remained sealed, and Chen instructed Yu Shoujing to pry one open with a tool. Inside, they found supplies for daily living, such as compressed biscuits, various standard uniforms, and bedding. Regarding the actions of Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and others who took some compressed biscuits and standard uniforms, Chen merely pretended not to notice. After all, to him, these items held little significance. He planned to utilize his storage space to collect them later upon leaving. After searching for a considerable time and confirming that there was nothing of value on this level, Chen proceeded to the elevator. The unfortunate news was that the elevator had ceased to function. The silver lining, however, was the presence of a staircase nearby. Chen glanced at Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing. The group exchanged glances and, with a sense of resignation, began their descent down the stairs. According to the radar scan, this military base extended nearly 100 meters underground, encompassing at least a dozen stories in height. Chapter 162, The Armory in the Subterranean Depths. Chen and his companions found themselves enveloped in an eerie silence. The echo of their solitary footsteps reverberated within the expansive stairwell, illuminated by the flickering green emergency lights, creating an unsettling illusion of venturing into the depths of the abyss. Fortunately, after a brief descent, they arrived at the second level. Upon pushing open a grand door, they were greeted by a vast open space. This area featured a small basketball court, a soccer field, and an array of recreational facilities including table tennis and billiards. Surrounding the space were various rooms labeled as computer room, screening room, and more. Chen quickly discerned that this level was designated for leisure activities. Given the remote location of the military base and the restrictions on personnel's movements, it was only natural to provide a variety of entertainment options. Chen instructed Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing to conduct a cursory search. After confirming that nothing seemed amiss, they continued their descent. The third level housed a dining area and kitchen, where rows of tables and chairs occupied the central space, encircled by serving windows. As Yu Shoujing and the others explored the kitchen, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the cold storage maintained a low temperature. The meat, eggs, vegetables, and various provisions within showed no signs of spoilage. "Oh, if only we could take all this food back," Yu Shoujing lamented. a blend of joy and disappointment evident in his voice. There is enough here to sustain a person for a decade. Alas, it was futile to think they could transport any of it. Suchen merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. Seizing a moment when Yushojing and the others were distracted, he discreetly summoned his storage space to absorb all the food from the cold storage. While he had ample supplies to last a lifetime, one could never have too much food. He envisioned trading the surplus with other survivors for the heads of zombies. As the group prepared to exit the kitchen, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Mr. Su, boss, brother you, look over there." Following the direction of the finger, Suchen directed his tactical flashlight towards the indicated spot. In a shadowy corner lay several corpses, eerily still. The sight of the bodies was not inherently terrifying. What was unsettling was their stark contrast to the corpses at the entrance. These were ragged and disfigured, their forms barely intact, with exposed bones in many areas. Could there be zombies here as well? Sun Yin gasped, instinctively clutching Yushojing for reassurance. The unexpected embrace filled Yushojing with newfound bravado as he thumped his chest, declaring, "Don't worry, boss. I will protect you." Turning to Suchen, he cautiously chose his words. "Mr. Su, as you can see, this military base may very well harbor zombies. Even if you don't provide us with firearms, surely you can equip us with some suitable weapons? Otherwise, should we encounter zombies, we might end up being a liability." Suchen fixed his gaze intently on the corpse lying on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Yushojing's words, just as Sun Yin and the others were growing somewhat irritated. Suchen suddenly lifted his head. "You speak truly," he remarked, reaching towards his backpack. In a pretense of retrieving items from the bag, he actually extracted several daggers and other cold weapons from his storage space, tossing them to Yushojing and his companions. With weapons in hand, they felt considerably more at ease. "All right, let us proceed to the next level," Suchen stated nonchalantly. Given his current prowess, he was confident that even if Yushojing and his companions were to be joined by tenfold more individuals, he could incapacitate them without sustaining a scratch himself. Moreover, his decision to arm Yushojing and the others stemmed from his unsettling discovery regarding the corpses. Typically, even after transforming into zombies, human mouths and teeth would undergo minimal change, resulting in only slight marks when they bite into flesh. However, the bite marks on these corpses were remarkably severe, resembling the handiwork of some ferocious beast. Suchen recalled having heard in his past life that many wild animals could also be infected by the zombie virus, transforming into zombie beasts. These creatures were far more perilous and savage than ordinary zombies. This was precisely why he had opted to distribute weapons to Yushojing and the others. Should they encounter a zombie beast, they could serve as expendable pawns. The group continued their descent into the depths of the underground base. The fourth level, designated as the residential area, was partitioned into numerous rooms of varying sizes. From the beds within, Suchen estimated that the entire military base could accommodate around 1,000 people, a staggering figure. Yet, upon descending from above, they had scarcely encountered any corpses, which was indeed surprising. The fifth level functioned as the logistics support area, where the military base's power supply, drinking water, and waste management were handled. In addition, Suchen and his companions stumbled upon an arms depot. Upon pushing open a heavy door, they were thrilled to discover an array of firearms neatly arranged behind it. However, mindful of Suchen's presence, Yushojing and the others, though tempted, refrained from recklessly reaching for the weapons. "You all may exit first," Suchen instructed calmly. Sun Yin and Yushojing exchanged glances and reluctantly stood to leave. Once they had exited, Suchen, without hesitation, collected all the firearms and ammunition into his storage space. However, he found it perplexing that, while there were numerous firearms, they consisted solely of rifles, machine guns, and grenades, common weaponry. There were no powerful armaments to be found. It was noteworthy that this was a military base. Having only these weapons seemed rather inadequate. Furthermore, on the uppermost level, they had only seen a few military trucks parked, with no tanks or armored vehicles in sight. All these signs pointed to a singular conclusion. This base does not appear to be solely intended for military purposes. It likely serves a different function. After Suchen collected all the firearms within, he emerged from the facility. Observing him close the armory door, Yushojing and his companions felt a sense of dissatisfaction. However, Suchen remained unfazed and led them to the power supply area. Logically, such military installations are typically equipped with backup generators, ensuring that even in the event of a power outage, the auxiliary power can sustain operations for an extended period. As expected, Suchen and his companions indeed discovered a backup generator. "Does anyone here understand how this device works?" Suchen inquired, glancing at Yushojing and the others. One individual timidly raised his hand, stating, "I was previously responsible for logistics and possess a modest understanding of electrical systems." His willingness to volunteer stemmed from the realization that within the dim confines of this underground base, the dangers were considerable. Restoring power would undoubtedly enhance their safety. Chapter 163. The zombie dogs. Very well. I shall entrust this to you, instructed Chen, under the man's diligent efforts. It was not long before he turned off the power switch, and the generator emitted a low hum. Subsequently, the white lights above flickered to life, illuminating the room one by one. The brilliance of the white light dazzled everyone, rendering them momentarily blind. The entire hall transformed into a veritable daybreak. With the restoration of power, the now brightly lit military base instilled an inexplicable sense of calm among the group. Yet, Chen was acutely aware that with the resumption of electricity, the entities lurking within the military base would likely sense the change. After a brief respite, he beckoned Hoarding and the others, urging them to descend further. They soon arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor housed another monitoring room, distinct from the one on the 1st floor, as it was responsible for overseeing the internal activities of the entire base. Chen had initially anticipated that with the power restored, he could access the monitoring system to ascertain the internal situation. However, to his dismay, he discovered that a password was required to unlock the system. He found himself in a state of bemusement. Recalling that Zhou Qing was adept in computer technology, he contemplated summoning her to attempt to hack. Nevertheless, he ultimately dismissed the idea. The dangers lurking within the military base had not yet been fully averted. Should Zhou Qing come down and encounter peril, she would only become a liability. Moreover, given that this was a military computer system, even her exceptional skills would be insufficient for a swift breach. After ensuring that the monitoring room was unoccupied, Chen led his companions onward to the 7th floor. According to the signs on the wall, this level was designated as the research area. As they traversed the corridor, they passed numerous laboratories, each filled with various documents and computers. He pushed open one door and stepped inside, casually flipping through several pages of material. It was undeniable that he recognized every character. Yet when strung together, they became utterly incomprehensible to him. However, he could surmise that the entire military base had been constructed for the purpose of conducting some form of experiment. If this were indeed the case, it would elucidate why the base was situated in such a remote location and lacked any formidable weaponry. Upon reflecting on this, Chen pondered whether it was prudent to depart. The military base likely housed several hundred individuals, yet thus far, only a handful of corpses had been discovered. The majority had probably met with a similar fate. Chen had come in search of weaponry within the base, and now, he had essentially scavenged most of it. Regardless of the experiments being conducted in the lower levels, they held little relevance to him. Rather than risking further exploration, it would be wiser to withdraw. Before Chen could solidify his thoughts, a panicked cry erupted from outside the room, emanating from Sun Yin and Hoarding. Mr. Su, you must come out now. A chill ran down Chen's spine as he hastily pushed the door open and stepped outside. To his astonishment, just down the corridor, several dogs had inexplicably materialized. Yet, these creatures were unlike any dogs he had ever encountered. They possess robust physiques, nearly comparable in size to tigers. Their bodies appear to be ensconced in a viscous, sanguine substance that incessantly drips downwards. Each one emits a malevolent red glare from its eyes, bearing gaping jaws that reveal razor-sharp fangs. Their appearance is strikingly reminiscent of the zombie hounds often depicted in films. Before Chen and his companions could mount a defense, they charged forward with alarming ferocity. Although Chen reacted swiftly, drawing his pistol to fire, two of the zombie hounds were dispatched mid-leap with precise shots to their heads. Yet, for more surged towards them within mere seconds. At the forefront was one of Sun Yan's subordinates. The four zombie hounds fixated on him, launching themselves to bring him down, followed by a frenzied assault. The man was torn apart like a rag doll, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome display. The horrific scene sent shivers down Sun Yan, the leader of the gang, prompting her to scream in terror. Bang! Bang! Chen, disregarding the potential for collateral damage, pulled the trigger once more. With two more gunshots, another pair of zombie hounds met their demise. The remaining two, sensing danger, leaped directly at Chen. Despite his enhanced abilities, the speed of the creatures took him by surprise. With no time to shoot again, he swiftly drew his Gurkha knife. As the zombie hounds lunged at him, Chen executed a sliding maneuver, evading their attack, while simultaneously disemboweling one of them. As they crossed paths, he quickly regained his footing, gripping his weapon tightly, eyes locked onto the two remaining zombie hounds. Failing to attain their target, the two turned back to assault Chen once more. Grabbing a fire extinguisher from the corridor, he swung it forcefully at one of the hounds. The resounding clang echoed as the extinguisher struck the creature's head, releasing a cloud of white carbon dioxide. While it inflicted no substantial harm, the blow sent the hound sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen charged at the other hound he had previously gutted. Similar to ordinary zombies, these hounds were impervious to severe injuries such as disembowelment or severed limbs. However, they were nonetheless affected, their movements becoming sluggish and cumbersome. The wounded hound's actions faltered slightly, allowing Su Chen to evade its bite and deliver a decisive strike to its neck. With a crisp snap, the hound's head was severed from its body. Yet the head that fell to the ground continued to snap its jaws in a futile attempt to bite him. Su Chen was tempted to pry open the hound's head in search of energy crystals. However, another zombie hound was already lunging at him again. Utilizing his agility, Su Chen engaged in a brief skirmish with the creature, successfully decapitating it. Exhaling deeply, he crushed the still snapping head beneath his boot. The stronger a human was in life, the more formidable they became upon transforming into a zombie. The same principle applied to the zombie hounds. These creatures had once been military dogs, their ferocity beyond question. After transforming into a zombie dog, their ferocity only intensified. Su Chen's combat prowess surpasses that of the zombie dogs. However, should these creatures swarm in numbers, Su Chen would find it exceedingly difficult to retreat unscathed. Witnessing the entirety of the battle, Sun Yan, Yu Shoujing, and the others were left utterly astounded. They stood as if petrified, gazing blankly at Su Chen. My goodness! The speed of those zombie dogs was astonishing, and their brutality is beyond description. Remarkably, Su Chen single-handedly defeated them all. His strength is truly terrifying, isn't it? Yu Shoujing felt a sense of relief in his heart. He had previously contemplated taking action against Su Chen, intending to subdue him and seize control for himself. Chapter 164. Rest in peace, however, at this moment. Even if Su Chen were unarmed, his prowess alone would suffice to handle a few individuals with ease. You lot, search the remaining rooms and see if you can uncover anything of value, Su Chen instructed. The group, without any reluctance, promptly obeyed his command, beginning their search in the rooms flanking the corridor. Once they had departed, Su Chen utilized the military knife in his hand to pry open the skull of a zombie dog. To his satisfaction, he discovered within it a substance resembling an energy crystal, unlike those found in zombies or evolved beings. The energy crystal nestled within the zombie dog's head was a dark gray hue. It appeared that the color of the energy crystals varied with the species. Regardless of color, it should still be absorbable. Holding it in his hand, Su Chen silently intoned, "Absorb." The dark gray energy crystal swiftly disintegrated into nothingness. The successful absorption of a primary energy crystal yielded 26 points of energy. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It was noteworthy that after eliminating Lu Xiaoshan, he had only received 39 points of energy. It seemed this zombie dog was nearly as formidable as Lu Xiaoshan. If he were to encounter another 20 or so, he might very well have to retreat in defeat. Without further hesitation, Su Chen advanced to pry open the skulls of the remaining zombie dogs. The 6 zombie dogs collectively provided him with 6 energy crystals, amassing over 150 points of energy. This outcome greatly pleased him. Just as he finished absorbing the energy crystals from the zombie dogs, Sun Yan and Yu Shoujing, along with the others, completed their search of the rooms. Although they had discovered a considerable amount of research data, much like Su Chen, they could not decipher it, rendering their findings nearly worthless. Mr. Su, I have a few words to share, Yu Shoujing said, hesitating slightly. Speak your mind, Su Chen replied coolly. In my opinion, this base is not an ordinary military installation, but rather a site for experiments. Aside from the armory on the 5th floor, there seems to be no other weaponry. Proceeding further down may expose us to greater dangers. Perhaps we should take the weapons above and leave, Yu Shoujing suggested. Having just conducted a search, Yu Shoujing reached a conclusion similar to Su Chen's. Originally, there were 7 individuals on Sun Yan's team. However, one was shot in the head for defying Su Chen, and another was devoured by a zombie dog. Including Sun Yan, only 5 remained. Continuing their search could very well lead to their demise, prompting Yu Shoujing to propose their departure. Initially, Su Chen had indeed contemplated abandoning their mission. However, after encountering the zombie dogs, he altered his perspective. The presence of zombie dogs indicated that zombies had also infiltrated this underground base. It was worth noting that the base had previously housed nearly 1,000 individuals. Despite the unfortunate fate of numerous individuals consumed by the undead, it is reasonable to surmise that at least half of them have been transformed into zombies. Compared to ordinary civilians, the likelihood that those within the base possess energy crystals in their minds after becoming zombies is significantly higher. Thus, Su Chen resolved to delve deeper in search of more zombies and zombie dogs, with the hope of acquiring additional energy crystals. Given his own formidable strength, coupled with the recently scavenged grenades, he felt confident that the ordinary zombies would pose no threat to him. No, let us continue our search, Su Chen asserted. Shaking his head, Sun Yan, Yu Shoujing, and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Su Chen's unwavering determination. "What are you all standing around for? Let us proceed," Su Chen stated with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Exchanging glances laden with concern, Sun Yin and her companions begrudgingly advanced. Upon thorough exploration, they confirmed that this level harbored not only a few zombie dogs, but also numerous scientists clad in white lab coats. However, their appearances were akin to those found on the third floor, having been grotesquely torn apart. It appeared they had met their demise at the jaws of the zombie dogs. Su Chen concluded. Without lingering further, he urged Sun Yin and the others to continue their descent. Upon reaching the 8th level, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The space was vast, filled with an array of large, unfamiliar machinery. As Su Chen and his companions pushed open the door, a series of low growls greeted them. To their dismay, they discovered a multitude of zombies wandering about. Although most had become ghastly in appearance, their green uniforms unmistakably revealed their identities. Upon hearing the door creak open, the zombies swiftly converged upon them. "Mr. Su, you must shoot," Sun Yin cried out in terror as the horde approached. "Fire? There must be hundreds of zombies here," Su Chen replied coldly. "If I shoot, we will only draw them all towards us. What are we to do then?" "Naturally, we engage in close combat." Su Chen sheathed his pistol and drew forth his Nepalese knife. With a powerful swing, he struck the first lunging zombie, cleaving its head in twain. "Rest in peace, brother," Su Chen murmured. For the sake of the official experiment, these individuals had concealed their identities, lurking in the depths of the mountains, only to meet such a tragic fate. Out of both empathy and reason, Su Chen felt compelled to grant them peace. Whether they truly heard his words or were rendered inactive due to brain damage, the once active zombies ceased their struggles. Withdrawing his knife, Su Chen charged at another zombie. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 zombies had found their release at his hands. Meanwhile, Yu Shoujing and the others could only stare in astonishment. This Su Chen is truly remarkable. Fortunately, they did not remain in a stupor for long, as more zombies began to encircle them. With Su Chen's fierce onslaught, complemented by the assistance of Yu Shoujing and his companions, nearly half an hour was spent, but at last, they succeeded in eradicating the zombies on this level entirely. "Check the heads of these zombies for any grayish-white stones," Su Chen commanded. While he could manage to scour 1 or 2 zombies himself, the sheer number, exceeding 100, proved to be quite taxing. Thus, he decided to solicit the help of Yu Shoujing and the others. After all, they were still unaware of the true purpose of the energy crystals. With a sense of reverence for Su Chen, Yu Shoujing and his companions hastened to comply. Meanwhile, Su Chen slowly advanced forward, and suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. Chapter 165. The truth revealed. Not far from the entrance of the 8th level stood a 3-story office. Through the shattered glass, Su Chen discerned that the interior lacked any experimental apparatus, resembling more of an observation point for monitoring experiments. Perhaps within, he could uncover something of value. With a quickened pace, Su Chen vaulted through the broken window. Inside the office, a few zombies clad in lab coats were aimlessly wandering. Upon noticing Su Chen, they lunged towards him with alarming speed. With minimal effort, he swiftly liberated them from their torment. Subsequently, he commenced a search throughout the room. Most of the computers in the office were severely damaged, and although piles of data and documents cluttered the desk, Su Chen found them indecipherable. He ascended the staircase, continuing his exploration. The second floor bore little difference to the first. Without lingering, he proceeded to the 3rd floor. The 3rd level, however, was remarkably desolate, dominated by a conference table at its center, surrounded by computers and various testing instruments. Standing by the window, he was afforded a panoramic view of the entire 8th level. At that moment, Su Chen's attention was drawn to a partially ajar door on the wall facing the window. He pushed it open and stepped inside. This office was surprisingly clean, devoid of any zombies, save for a solitary corpse resting quietly atop the desk. Su Chen approached cautiously to examine the body. Despite the passage of time, the low temperature had preserved it relatively well. The deceased was a middle-aged man, who had not transformed into a zombie due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Adjacent to the body lay a handgun, which Su Chen collected into his storage space. Suddenly, he noticed several sheets of paper lying beneath the man's hand, densely scrawled with words that appeared to be his last testament. A surge of curiosity compelled Su Chen to gently move the deceased's hand and retrieve the papers. His suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed the man's farewell letter. "When you read this letter, I fear I may already be dead. The zombies outside are battering the door. I cannot hold out much longer, so I will be brief. My name is Lu Qingyang, an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences." Su Chen perused Lu Qingyang's final words, finally grasping the purpose behind the establishment of this military base, as well as the calamitous events that had unfolded within its confines. Aligning with the conjectures of Su Chen and Yu Shoujing, it became evident that this facility was not primarily military in nature. Scientists like Lu Qingyang had been summoned here to investigate various supernatural phenomena. Shortly after the apocalypse commenced, the leader of the base perceived an alarming shift in circumstances. Thus, he promptly ordered the base to be sealed, severing all contact with the outside world. Although communication with the authorities was lost, the experiments within the base continued unabated. However, following an inadvertent experiment, astonishing occurrences ensued. That particular experiment was overseen by Lu Qingyang himself. He intended to activate dark matter to create a passage. Having faced numerous failures in the past, Lu Qingyang did not harbor much hope for success. He merely wished to see if dark matter could indeed be activated. However, the outcome surprised him. Not only did the dark matter passage succeed, but a person also emerged from its depths. This individual claimed to hail from a future world, where, following the apocalypse, there were first searing temperatures, followed by floods, extreme cold, and blizzards. After the blizzards, there came mist and monsters. As for how he traversed time, he admitted he did not understand. While battling zombies, he suddenly found himself in a military base, engulfed in darkness. Before Lu Qingyang could inquire further with his superiors, the man unexpectedly transformed into a zombie. At that moment, the people in the base were unaware of the zombie virus. They merely thought he had gone berserk and attempted to subdue him. During this chaos, over 20 individuals were bitten. Ultimately, the time traveler was subdued. Yet those who had been bitten, upon returning to the upper floors, unwittingly spread the zombie virus. Thus, the entire military base succumbed to chaos. During the downfall, Lu Qingyang and the base leaders managed to briefly control the situation. Subsequently, the biologists within the base embarked on research into the zombies' blood, aiming to develop a vaccine to combat the virus. The process was relatively successful, and they ultimately produced a vaccine. However, before anyone could ascertain its efficacy, several mutated zombies appeared within the base. At this point, the situation spiraled completely out of control. In his final moments, Lu Qingyang hid in his office and recorded everything that transpired. The last few lines of his writing were notably hasty. "They are coming in. I cannot allow them to devour me. Farewell." Chen could sense Lu Qingyang's despair at the brink of death, which weighed heavily on his heart. In truth, Lu Qingyang and his companions had once held hope for escape. However, in a bid to contain the situation and prevent the spread of the zombie virus, Lu Qingyang proposed sealing the military base, forbidding anyone from leaving. Gazing at Lu Qingyang's lifeless body, Chen raised his right hand and solemnly rendered a military salute. He resolved to ensure a proper burial for Lu Qingyang and the others upon his return. After gathering his thoughts, Chen began to contemplate. He had never imagined that this base was established to study supernatural phenomena. Although it sounded somewhat fantastical, upon reflection, it was not without merit. Supernatural occurrences manifest across the globe, such as the corpse transportation and witchcraft in China, or reports of UFOs and alien abductions in the beautiful nation. Many countries, including the beautiful nation and the United Kingdom, had long engaged in research on supernatural phenomena. If thoroughly understood, such studies could not only explore human potential but also advance scientific research. Thus, it was not implausible for the authorities to establish a base dedicated to the investigation of supernatural phenomena. What astonished Chen the most was that Lu Qingyang and others had actually opened a passage through which survivors from the future were summoned back. According to the words of that survivor, the era he lived in must have been even later than Chen's own. Initially, when the extreme cold and blizzards had yet to cease, Chen had perished at the hands of zombies. Yet, that survivor had endured subsequent mists and monsters. This revelation left Chen quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that beyond the extreme cold and blizzards, there existed other forms of peril. Given that the survivor could be called back, could it be that Chen's own journey through time was also a result of a similar experiment? Overwhelmed by this sudden influx of information, Chen found himself momentarily dazed. Just then, soft footsteps echoed from the staircase above. Chapter 166. The ninth level. Only then did Chen regain his senses, gripping the Nepalese military knife tightly in his hand. Fortunately, the arrival was not heralded by a horde of zombies, but by Shojing. The group had collected all the energy crystals, yet they had not noticed Chen's return. The Shojing was tempted to abandon Chen and hastily return to the surface. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If Chen did not return, the inhabitants of Normadisen would never allow them to leave. Reluctantly, Shojing had no choice but to seek out Chen. "Mr. Su, here is what you requested." Shojing handed over a bag. Chen tucked Lu Qingyang's farewell letter into his pocket, unwilling for Shojing and the others to learn of the events that had transpired within the base. Accepting the heavy bag from Shojing, Chen counted roughly. There were at least 100 energy crystals inside. This indicated that each of the zombies he had just dispatched had contributed one. With the military base housing no fewer than 800 members, should they eliminate all the transformed zombies, a substantial amount of energy points could be obtained. Consequently, the energy he required to enhance his physical form would not be far off. Mr. Su, shall we continue our descent? Yu Shoujing inquired cautiously. Of course. Su Chen replied with an air of finality. Yu Shoujing sighed internally, feeling helpless. The 7th level was home to zombie dogs. The 8th level teamed with hordes of the undead, who knew what monstrosities awaited them on the 9th level. Yet, with Su Chen having issued a firm directive, Yu Shoujing had no recourse but to acquiesce. The pair departed from the observation room, returning to the side of Sun Yin and the others. Upon learning that they were to press onward, reluctant expressions marred their faces. Su Chen understood their sentiments all too well, yet for him, it was imperative to descend and hunt those abominations. Prior to this, Su Chen had contemplated retreating with Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and Zhou Qing, seeking refuge. After all, the supplies within his storage space were sufficient for them to live comfortably for a lifetime. Moreover, given Su Chen's current prowess, even the ordinary zombies, and certainly the mutated ones, would pose no threat to him. If he could find a secluded spot akin to Phoenix Mountain, he could lead a blissful life with the 3 women. However, Lu Qingyang's farewell letter instilled a profound sense of urgency within Su Chen. According to the survivor's account, following the bitterly cold blizzard, mists and monstrous entities would emerge. These creatures were colossal, immensely powerful, and possessed a myriad of supernatural abilities. The defenses erected by humanity in their survivor bases were as fragile as parchment in the presence of such beasts. Furthermore, the survivor also mentioned that among humans, zombies, and zombie beasts, various individuals endowed with extraordinary strength had appeared. Should Su Chen choose to hide away, becoming complacent, once discovered by these monsters or other evolved beings, his fate would surely be dire. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, Su Chen was compelled to swiftly augment his strength. In the military base, there exists a horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, possessing energy crystals. Lu Qingyang also mentioned several mutated zombies among them. If Su Chen can eliminate them all, he should have no significant issues proceeding with his next enhancement. Thus, it is imperative for Su Chen to delve deeper into the base. Although Yu Shoujing, Sun Yin, and others lack combat prowess, Su Chen decides to take them along. In moments of necessity, they could serve as cannon fodder, buying time. Accordingly, Sun Yin and her companions lead the way, with Su Chen following behind. Seizing the opportunity while they are distracted, he absorbs the collected energy crystals into the system. Once all the energy crystals have been assimilated, Su Chen finds himself endowed with 273 points of energy. At this juncture, Yu Shoujing has already pushed open the door to the 9th level. The group follows him inside at a measured pace. According to Lu Qingyang, the base comprises a total of 9 levels. The 9th level is the most spacious, designated for experiments involving supernatural phenomena such as dark matter channels. Upon entering, Su Chen and his companions are taken aback by the scene before them. The towering space, nearly devoid of a visible ceiling, is filled with an array of massive, intricate instruments. At this moment, they come to understand why the personnel of the base have seemingly vanished. The majority of them lie silently on the 9th level. Their bodies stretch from the staircase, extending deep into the interior, almost beyond sight. Scattered across the floor are various firearms, with signs of gunfire and explosions evident everywhere. Despite the passage of time, most of the bloodstains on the ground have dried, yet the acrid scent of blood continues to assault Su Chen and the others' nostrils. This stark reality reveals the magnitude of sacrifice that has occurred here. Yu Shoujing and the others stand in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock at the hellish scene before them. Sun Yin can no longer contain herself and crouches in a corner to vomit. Although Su Chen's mental fortitude is somewhat stronger, he is not immune to the horror surrounding him. The sight of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood is indeed profoundly shocking. He forces himself to suppress his discomfort and begins to investigate. From the state of the fallen warriors, it is evident that they perished in combat against the zombies. However, with several hundred individuals armed with rifles, it seems implausible that they could have fallen to merely 4 or 5 mutated zombies. Why then did this happen? As Su Chen ponders this, a low growl suddenly echoes through the air. The group instinctively raises their heads to witness 3 zombies materializing atop a nearby stack of containers. They are positioned on all fours, their fierce and bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon Su Chen and his companions. Mutated zombies. Su Chen realizes this instantly. Moreover, compared to the 2 mutated zombies he encountered earlier, the 3 before him appear even more robust, with a far greater degree of decay and mutation. A chill runs down Su Chen's spine as he slowly draws his pistol. Yet, before he can pull the trigger, A horrific roar reverberates from a distance. Though far away, the sound seems to carry an overwhelming power. 3 mutated zombies trembled in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped forward, charging towards Su Chen and his companions. Their strength was truly formidable. In a mere 3 bounds, they closed the 20-meter gap, arriving before Su Chen and the others. Su Chen, disregarding the need to conceal his abilities, swiftly drew a rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a furious barrage of gunfire. The mutated zombie targeted by Su Chen, sensing impending doom, hurriedly raised its hands to shield its head. Yet, being carbon-based organisms, zombies could hardly withstand the force of bullets. In no time, the decaying flesh on its arm was shattered, leaving nothing but a stark, white skeletal frame. Chapter 167. A moment of madness seizing the opportunity, Su Chen, with his exceptional marksmanship, aimed for the head of the mutated zombie. Bang, bang. Despite landing several shots directly on its cranium, the creature stubbornly shielded its forehead with the bony structure of its arm. The bullets passed through its nostrils and mouth, disfiguring its visage, yet failing to inflict any critical damage to its most vulnerable area, the brain. Seizing the moment, it advanced slowly towards Su Chen, enduring the gunfire. After expending a magazine, Su Chen observed the mutated zombie had closed the distance to mere steps. Without hesitation, he stowed his rifle and drew a Nepalese kukri, charging forward to meet the creature head-on. The mutated zombie seemed taken aback by the audacity of a human willing to confront it so fearlessly. Before it could react, Su Chen had already closed the gap. With a swift motion, the kukri sliced through the air, delivering a decisive blow aimed at the zombie's head. The creature raised its skeletal arm in an attempt to block the attack. However, the force behind Su Chen's strike was formidable, and the kukri, razor-sharp, severed the arm at the elbow in an instant. For an ordinary person, such pain would be unbearable, but for the mutated zombie, it bore no consequence. Its other intact hand swung towards Su Chen in retaliation. Lowering his body, Su Chen dodged the assault and countered with another strike, this time targeting the creature's neck. Crack! The mutated zombie's body collapsed to the ground, its severed head rolling away, still attempting to gnash its teeth at Su Chen. He stomped down heavily, crushing it beneath his foot, before retrieving an energy crystal from the remains. The crystal's hue indicated it contained significantly more energy than the previous mutated zombie. Ding! Successfully absorbed a primary energy crystal, gaining 98 points of energy. Indeed, this mutated zombie was more formidable than the 2 encountered before. Nonetheless, even with such strength, it was still no match for Su Chen, who had already attained G-level prowess. Mr. Su, help me. Suddenly, a cry for help reached his ears. Su Chen recalled that there were 2 more mutated zombies still on the loose. He glanced up to see Yu Shoujing shielding Sun Yan. While one mutated zombie pursued them relentlessly, the other was in hot pursuit of the remaining 3 individuals. The might of the mutated zombies was far beyond what ordinary people like Yu Shoujing could withstand. In the blink of an eye, one among the trio had his neck snapped, while another was hurled away, spewing blood. Even if he survived, death was imminent. Yu Shoujing, displaying a degree of cunning, understood the futility of facing the mutated zombie head-on. He maneuvered strategically, protecting Sun Yan as he evaded the relentless chase. Noticing that Su Chen had dispatched one of the zombies, Yu Shoujing hastily called for assistance. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, unfazed, and retrieved his rifle, methodically reloading the magazine. On the other side, Yu Shoujing, having miscalculated his step, stumbled over a corpse on the ground. As he witnessed a mutated zombie lunging towards him, despair etched across his face. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The mutated zombie, in midair, was struck in the head, a gaping wound appearing, and it was sent flying. Yu Shoujing paused momentarily, then realized that it was Su Chen who had fired the shot to save him. "Thank you, Mr. Su," Yu Shoujing exclaimed, still shaken. Meanwhile, another mutated zombie had dispatched the last of Sun Yan's subordinates. However, to Su Chen's surprise, it did not immediately feast upon the corpse. Instead, it cast a glance at Su Chen and hurriedly retreated, dragging 3 bodies behind it. Su Chen refrained from recklessly pursuing the creature. Instead, he crushed the skull of the second mutated zombie and extracted an energy crystal from within. Ding! Successfully absorbed a primary energy crystal, gaining 89 points of energy. With the accumulated points, Su Chen now possessed a total of 460 points of energy. Although this was still more than half short of the 1,000 points needed for enhancement, it was no longer an unattainable goal. "Boss, how are you?" Once Yu Shoujing regained his footing, he hurried to Sun Yan's side, expressing concern. Though she had sustained no serious injuries, she had fallen onto the corpses, now smeared with blood and looking particularly disheveled. However, before either of them could collect their thoughts, Su Chen's next words astonished them once again. "Are you ready? If so, let us proceed further inside. But so many have perished. Do we still need to continue?" Yu Shoujing could not help but interject. What else is there to do? Su Chen shot them a glance before methodically reloading his rifle. I want to go. If you wish to proceed, do so on your own. Sun Yan, still rattled, had completely lost her composure. With her disheveled hair, she cried out, so many of us have died. Why must we continue? Su Chen did not respond, but simply finished reloading, disengaged the safety, and aimed the rifle at Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan. If you two refuse to come along, I will shoot you both and go alone. In the earlier encounter, had it not been for Yu Shoujing and his companions diverting the attention of the other two zombies, Su Chen might not have escaped unscathed from the onslaught of 3 mutated zombies. Judging by the behavior of the last one, there could very well be other monsters lurking within. Thus, Su Chen still required Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan to serve as expendable allies. Yu Shoujing's expression shifted, and he quickly pulled Sun Yan behind him, whispering, Boss, please don't act rashly. He then raised his head, forcing a smile. Mr. Su, we will accompany you. Yu Shoujing had not lost his wits. Remaining behind would surely result in Su Chen executing them, rather than face such a fate. It was better to follow Su Chen and continue their exploration, as there might still be a chance for survival. Under the calming presence of Yu Shoujing, Sun Yan gradually regained her composure, choosing to remain silent. The remaining trio then ventured deeper into the 8th level. However, the further they progressed, the more uneasy Su Chen felt. The corpses strewn across the ground had inexplicably turned to skeletal remains. This phenomenon was profoundly anomalous. It is known that whether ordinary zombies or mutated ones, they do not consume human flesh so thoroughly. Moreover, within the subterranean base, the temperature was relatively low and the air scarcely circulated. Thus, the bodies could not have decomposed so swiftly. This was indeed most perplexing. You too, exercise caution. Su Chen instructed calmly. Throughout their journey, he had never uttered such words before. Yu Shoujing felt a chill run down his spine, gripping Sun Yan with one hand while tightly clutching his dagger with the other. Chapter 168. Vaccine. Deep within the 9th layer lies a metallic platform. Flanking the platform are protruding colliders, which, according to Qingyang, are specifically designed for the experimentation of dark matter channels. As Su Chen, Sun Yan, and Yu Shoujing approached, they discovered the area surrounding the platform was littered with bleached bones. The previously vanished mutated zombie, along with Sun Yan's 3 subordinates, now graced the platform. However, 2 of the subordinates had been nearly devoured. A colossal figure, with its back turned to Su Chen and the others, was hunched over the last subordinate, feasting voraciously. The sound of its gnawing echoed ominously in the vicinity, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Upon hearing the footsteps of Su Chen and his companions, the massive figure momentarily paused, then ceased its feeding and slowly turned to face them. When it revealed its appearance, even the seasoned Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Its head was entirely bald, with pupils of a ghostly gray hue, devoid of a nose, and the corners of its mouth stained with flesh and blood. Its body was unclothed, with bulging muscles and exposed veins, presenting a grotesque sight. Beside him, Sun Yan felt her legs weaken and fell to the ground involuntarily. Su Chen tightened his grip on his rifle, his expression growing grave. He sensed that the strength of this zombie surpassed any mutated zombie he had encountered before. Yet, what astonished him even more was about to unfold. The bald zombie cast a glance at the trio, its gaze settling on Su Chen, and it slowly opened its mouth, uttering, "What do you call yourself?" Though speaking seemed to require immense effort, it managed to convey its message clearly. Su Chen, Sun Yan, and Yu Shoujing were left bewildered. What was happening? Could a zombie actually speak? As if perceiving their shock, the bald zombie continued, "Do not misunderstand. I am not actually a zombie." Regaining his composure, Su Chen replied solemnly, "I am Su Chen, an ordinary survivor. May I inquire about your identity? I am Dang Howren, the leader of this base." The bald zombie's self-introduction left Su Chen momentarily speechless, and he couldn't help but exclaim, You are not dead?" In Qingyang's letter, several high-ranking members of the base were mentioned, including Dang Howren. The base's members could be broadly categorized into 2 groups: researchers and security personnel. The security staff were under Dang Howren's management, overseeing matters outside scientific research. According to Qingyang, it was Dang Howren who maintained control of the situation. However, before they could conduct vaccine tests, the sudden emergence of mutated zombies led to utter chaos. Yet, judging by the current scenario, it seemed that the mutated zombies were responding to Dang Howren's commands. How had he transformed into this inhuman, ghostly figure? Indeed, I am not dead. In the depths of Dang Howren's gaze, a shadow of melancholy flickered. You have all witnessed these zombies and are familiar with their plight, correct? Upon seeing Su Chen nod, Dang Howren continued, "We have developed a vaccine, yet our defenses were breached by the zombies. I was scratched by one, and in a moment of desperation, I injected myself with the vaccine. The outcome, however, was brutal. I have transformed into this grotesque form. Under normal circumstances, the vaccine development process entails at least 4 stages: preclinical research, clinical application, clinical trial institution application, and clinical trials. The final stage alone requires a minimum of 3 to 8 years. Even after passing clinical trials, there is a plethora of approvals, sampling inspections, and other procedures. If any single step falters, the vaccine production must cease. The researchers in the underground base somehow managed to create a zombie virus vaccine in merely a couple of months, which is naturally improbable for success. After the injection, although Dong Howard retained his self-awareness, the side effects were immense. His appearance and physique became bizarre and colossal, reminiscent of a zombie, filled with an insatiable thirst for flesh. Yet, he also gained terrifying strength. Originally, there were 6 mutated zombies, 3 of which he vanquished single-handedly. The remaining 3 were subdued and became his minions, hunting the surviving individuals within the base. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, the 3 were astonished. They had not anticipated Dong Howard's encounter to be so extraordinary. Amidst their shock, a profound sense of impending danger welled up within Chen. Observing Dong Howard's ghastly form, it was evident that he could not escape the zombies' craving for flesh. Undoubtedly, he would set his sights on the 3 of them. What is the current state of affairs outside? Dong Howard inquired. Chen offered no reply, which left Dong Howard somewhat displeased. His gaze shifted to Hoarding, who, with a racing heart, steeled himself and divulged the circumstances of the outside world. Upon realizing that chaos had completely engulfed the outside realm, disappointment was palpable on Dong Howard's face. Well, Leader Dong, do not lose heart. Once we venture out, you can head to the capital or other major cities. They possess ample supplies and robust defenses. Perhaps they are still functioning normally. Once there, you could seek researchers to assist in finding a remedy for your condition. Hoarding reassured. Indeed, indeed. If all goes well, we shall take our leave now. Sun Yan exclaimed, tightly gripping Hoarding's arm, forcing a smile. Leave? A sinister grin crept across Dong Howard's face, his eyeless gaze fixated intently on Chen, Hoarding, and Sun Yan. Recently, all the living beings in the base have been consumed. It has been ages since I feasted on fresh blood and flesh. Your arrival is most opportune. You shall perfectly satisfy my appetite. Hoarding and Sun Yan's expressions shifted dramatically, causing them to involuntarily retreat a few steps. In your current state, do you truly honor the nurturing your homeland has bestowed upon you? Chen sighed softly and inquired. Tang Howard, momentarily taken aback, appeared to be filled with rage. It is not your place to question me. Before Chen could utter another word, Tang Howard let out a furious roar. The lone remaining mutated zombie, seemingly responding to an unspoken command, leaped forward, lunging at Hoarding. Meanwhile, Tang Howard had set his sights on Chen, charging towards him with alarming speed. His massive form, in full sprint, resembled a small mountain, creating an earth-shattering presence. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen grasped his rifle and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire towards Tang Howard. Chapter 169. The high-explosive grenade party Howard's massive physique shielded his face with his arms, resembling an enormous shield. Every bullet fired from the rifle struck his arms. Yet, astonishingly, his skin appeared remarkably resilient. Although the bullets were deeply embedded in his flesh, they could not penetrate his body. With a casual flick, Party Howard dislodged the bullets. And to everyone's amazement, his body began a remarkable self-healing process. Chen executed a swift roll to evade Party Howard's assault while rapidly reloading his rifle. His mind filled with astonishment. Although he had anticipated that Party Howard's strength would surpass that of the mutated zombies, he had not expected it to be so grotesquely formidable. Not only could the bullets not pierce his skin, but he also possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability. With mere rifles, do you think you can kill me? Party Howard grinned, his tone dripping with mockery directed at Chen. He picked up an object resembling a mechanical arm from the ground and hurled it viciously at Chen. Fortunately, Chen, agile and quick-witted, dodged the blow and retaliated with his rifle. Possessing a natural talent for shooting, every shot Chen fired was aimed at Party Howard's head. However, due to Party Howard's astonishing defense, he effortlessly blocked the bullets with one hand while wielding the mechanical arm with the other, swinging it with ferocious intent towards Chen. Driven to the brink, Chen found himself in a precarious position, desperately evading the onslaught. Cornered by Party Howard's relentless attacks, he felt the pressure mounting. Die! Party Howard roared as he brought the mechanical arm crashing down towards Chen. Chen intended to evade to the side, but Party Howard seemed to have anticipated his move. The mechanical arm, mid-air, abruptly altered its trajectory, sweeping horizontally towards him. Caught off guard, Chen had no time to dodge. He could only extend his arms in a futile attempt to brace against the impending strike. Despite having undergone multiple enhancements through the system, elevating his combat prowess to grade G, the sheer bulk of Party Howren was an insurmountable obstacle. The force of the blow was monumental. Su Chen exerted every ounce of strength, yet he was unable to withstand it. He was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. His body racked with pain, particularly in his hands, which felt as if they were shattered. Since his enhancements, Su Chen had never found himself in such a dire predicament. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Party Howren was already charging at him again, wielding the mechanical arm. At that moment, Su Chen had yet to recover from the previous impact. Struggling to rise, he barely managed to stand when Party Howren loomed before him, raising the mechanical arm high. "This is bad, I'm finished." Su Chen's heart sank. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets struck Party Howren's back, with several narrowly missing his head. Startled, Party Howren quickly withdrew the mechanical arm to shield his head. It was only when he regained his composure that he realized it was Yushojing who had fired the shots. Although his strength pales in comparison to that of the mutated zombies, Yushojing possesses a modicum of intelligence. While engaging with the mutated zombie, he discovered a rifle lying on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he picked it up and successfully dispatched the creature. Observing Su Chen falter, Yushojing decisively pulled the trigger and aimed at Dang Howren. Unfortunately, his marksmanship was rather mediocre. Yet, fortuitously, it startled Dang Howren, allowing Su Chen to escape unharmed. How reckless! Although Dang Howren was far superior to the mutated zombies, his head remained a vulnerable target. Even though he wasn't hit, he was still somewhat shaken. Enraged, he lunged towards Yushojing. Understanding that he was no match for Dang Howren, Yushojing quickly grabbed Sun Yan, and they fled around an experimental platform, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. With Yushojing stalling for time, Su Chen seized the moment to regain his composure. He was acutely aware that unless the gun was pressed against Dang Howren's head, merely shooting from a distance would not ensure a fatal blow. With this thought in mind, Su Chen swiftly reloaded the rifle and aimed at Dang Howren. The rapid succession of gunfire struck him, though it failed to inflict any damage, successfully diverting his attention from Yushojing and Sun Yan. "You truly have a death wish." Dang Howren ceased his pursuit of Yushojing and turned back towards Su Chen. However, rather than continuing to shoot, Su Chen drew his Nepalese knife. He swiftly dodged the descending mechanical arm. Before Dang Howren could raise it again, Su Chen leaped onto the arm, sprinting forward. Caught off guard, Dang Howren released the mechanical arm, but it was too late. Su Chen was upon him. He leaped high, plunging the Nepalese knife deep into Dang Howren's chest. Although Dang Howren attempted to strike Su Chen, the latter used his momentum to carve a deep gash across his chest with the knife. Su Chen then landed on the ground, deftly evading Dang Howren's grasp. With a sardonic smile, Dang Howren scoffed at the minor injury, but before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted from his chest, engulfing him in a cloud of crimson mist. Half of his torso vanished, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. What have you done?" Dang Howren gasped intermittently. Thanks to the vaccine, he had not completely transformed into a zombie, retaining both his consciousness and the sensation of pain. The severity of his injuries rendered him exceedingly weak. It was merely a high-explosive grenade. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, he had conceived the clever idea of utilizing the grenade's power against Dang Howren. Despite his massive size and incredible strength, Dang Howren's agility was no match for Su Chen's. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swiftly inflicted a wound upon Dang Howren, simultaneously inserting a grenade, procured from the armory, into the gaping gash. Ultimately, Dang Howren remained tethered to his carbon-based existence. Even if he could withstand bullets, he was utterly incapable of enduring the explosive force of the grenade detonating within him. Thus, he suffered a grievous injury. Yet, one must concede that Dang Howren's vitality was remarkably resilient. Despite having lost half of his body, there were no signs of him succumbing to death. Moreover, his horrific wound appeared to be healing at a visibly rapid pace. Naturally, Su Chen would not let such an opportunity slip away. He swiftly advanced, evading Dang Howren's feeble attempts to strike, and hurled 2 additional grenades into the wound. Chapter 170. Intermediate Energy Crystals. Boom. Boom. With the sound of 2 explosions, Dang Howren's body was utterly reduced to a mist of blood. Except for his head, which remained intact, the rest of his body had transformed into a mere skeleton. Dang Howren was, after all, not a true zombie. He could not survive without his heart like the undead. Once left with only his head, his grayish-white eyes gradually regained their normalcy. "Su Chen, thank you. I never wished for this fate, but after the vaccine injection, I lost control of myself. During this time, I have committed many wrongs against my country and my comrades. You, killing me, is also a form of liberation. Dang Howren spoke in broken sentences, tears trickling down from the corners of his eyes. As the bird approaches death, its song becomes sorrowful. As a person nears the end, their words turn gentle. Su Chen could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Dang Howren, who had harmed many and was now on the brink of death. Perhaps, as he said, he truly lost control after the vaccine. You may rest in peace. Su Chen murmured softly. Dang Howren cast him a grateful glance before closing his eyes. Exhausted, Su Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. In previous encounters with mutated zombies, he had relied on clever tactics and various methods to emerge unscathed. However, his battle with Dang Howren had pushed him to his limits. Had it not been for Yu Shoujing's assistance, he might have perished at Dang Howren's hands. Just as Su Chen recalled Yu Shoujing, he approached with Sun Yan, still gripping the rifle from earlier. Su Chen felt a surge of wariness at the sight. Fortunately, Yu Shoujing quickly handed over the rifle to Su Chen as a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Su, may I accompany you? Yu Shoujing spoke gently. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Sun Yan's eyes widened in shock. Yu Shoujing, have you lost your mind? Be quiet. Yu Shoujing shot her a glare, his tone icy. Su Chen was astonished. From the very beginning, Yu Shoujing had appeared as Sun Yan's devoted follower. Today, he had the audacity to retort at her. What was happening? As if sensing Su Chen's surprise, Yu Shoujing explained, previously, I was merely captivated by her beauty. However, after Mr. Su chastised me for being a sycophant, I reflected on my actions and realized it was unnecessary to continue in that role. Before the apocalypse, Sun Yan had maintained control over Yu Shoujing for two primary reasons. First, she had lured him with her allure. Second, she inherited a significant portion of her deceased husband's wealth, which allowed her to support numerous lackeys, including Yu Shoujing. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Sun Yan navigated her position among Yu Shoujing and the 5 subordinates who had previously sacrificed themselves. Through her formidable skills, she managed to secure her position as the leader of Tianxiang Pavilion. However, after being scolded by Su Chen, Yu Shoujing inexplicably came to a realization. The influence of Tianxiang Pavilion had now diminished. With his prowess in combat, Yu Shoujing could thrive in any faction he chose. Yet, Sun Yan could only rely on Yu Shoujing to survive in this apocalyptic world. If that were the case, why did Yu Shoujing elevate her to such heights? Upon hearing Yu Shoujing's words, Sun Yan's complexion instantly paled. Su Chen wore a satisfied smile, evidently pleased that his scolding had borne fruit. The devoted admirer had finally begun to awaken, no longer groveling before women. This Yu Shoujing had indeed transformed. A reformed rogue was worth more than gold. Aren't you resentful for the demise of those few individuals? They were, after all, my doing, Su Chen inquired with a light chuckle. Their deaths are of no consequence to me, Yu Shoujing replied dismissively. The deceased were merely Sun Yan's sycophants, and Yu Shoujing saw them as rivals. He would be glad to see them perish. After a brief contemplation, Su Chen nodded and said, very well, I can accept you. Thank you, Su Xian. Oh no, Su Boss. Yu Shoujing exclaimed with uncontainable joy. He had witnessed Su Chen vanquishing the zombie hounds and grappling with monstrous adversaries like Dang Howren. To ally with Su Chen meant a better chance of survival in this desolate world, just like Dai Hao, who had transformed into a leader among the survivors in Shannon City. All right, you take her away for now. I need to gather my thoughts, Su Chen gestured dismissively. Understood. Yu Shoujing beckoned Sun Yan to depart. When Sun Yan hesitated, his expression hardened, and he forcibly dragged her away, feeling Yu Shoujing's rough handling. Sun Yan could not help but lament internally. She realized that she could never regain her former status as a queen. After Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan left, Su Chen took a moment to rest before approaching Dang Howren's lifeless body. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy, he needed to inspect whether there was an energy crystal within his brain. With a swift motion, Su Chen sliced open Dang Howren's skull. As expected, he discovered an energy crystal inside. This crystal bore a similar hue to the one Lu Zhaoshan possessed, albeit slightly darker, exhibiting a deep pink shade. Had Dang Howren, after receiving the vaccine, also become an evolved being like Lu Zhaoshan? Could it be that, aside from absorbing the energy crystals of zombies, one could also become an evolved being through energy crystals? Without further contemplation, Su Chen absorbed the energy crystal contributed by Dang Howren. Successfully absorbing the intermediate energy crystal granted him 356 points of energy. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had anticipated that Dang Howren's formidable strength would yield a greater energy contribution than that of mutated zombies or Lu Zhaoshan. But he had not expected that it would be an intermediate energy crystal, one that provided a substantial 356 points. Yet, this was not the end. The system then continued to remind him, congratulating the host on acquiring the extraordinary talent of rapid regeneration. Su Chen was taken aback and quickly summoned the system panel. Previously, The talent section displayed only a solitary marksmanship talent. However, it now revealed the addition of a rapid regeneration ability. Rapid regeneration. This talent allows the host to heal at an astonishing speed after sustaining non-fatal injuries. At that moment, Chen felt a warm sensation coursing through his body. He could distinctly sense that the internal injuries he had incurred during the battle with Donghauern were mending swiftly. Within mere minutes, Chen was restored to his former self. Suddenly, he recalled how Donghauern had rapidly recovered after being shot. This rapid regeneration ability must be quite similar to Donghauern's condition. Chapter 171. The greater the tempest, the pricier the fish with the newfound ability for rapid self-healing. Chen found that even when injured, he could recover swiftly. Such a talent is undeniably precious. After vanquishing Donghauern, he not only acquired several hundred points of energy, but also this invaluable gift. This was indeed a profitable venture. As the saying goes, the greater the tempest, the pricier the fish. Although the confrontation with Donghauern was fraught with peril, the outcome was certainly worthwhile. Chen set off once more, locating the mutated zombie that Shojing had slain, extracting the energy crystal from its head. Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystal, he gained 73 points of energy. It appeared that this particular mutated zombie was the weakest of the lot. Otherwise, it would not have succumbed to Shojing. At that moment, he unexpectedly discovered 3 corpses of zombies nearby, their heads crushed. In the remnants of their skulls, Chen spotted grayish-white energy crystals. It seemed these 3 zombies had been dispatched by Donghauern. To his surprise, this turned out to be a boon for him. Chen skillfully excavated the 3 energy crystals, absorbing them one by one. Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystal, he gained 84 points of energy. Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystal, he gained 88 points of energy. Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystal, he gained 79 points of energy. After consecutively absorbing several energy crystals, Chen's total energy had surpassed 1,000, reaching 1140 points. This was sufficient for his next enhancement. Taking a deep breath, he opened the enhancement option. Enhance the physique. Once again, he felt the familiar warm current spreading through his limbs. However, much like the last time, this sensation did not last long. Once the warmth dissipated, Chen could sense that his body had indeed been reinforced, but the extent of improvement was far less than the initial enhancement. To his disappointment, his combat rating remained stagnant at G. Logically, after 2 consecutive enhancements and acquiring the rapid self-healing ability, he should have progressed to F. Why was there no change? Could it be that ascending from G to F required some additional catalyst? Chen pondered for a considerable time, but could not unravel the mystery. Just as he was about to summon Shojing and the others to depart, he suddenly noticed a silver-white briefcase resting on the original experimental platform. If memory served him correctly, this briefcase had been beside Donghauern when he first arrived. Chen approached and picked up the briefcase. It was not locked and opened easily. Inside, the contents were surprisingly simple: a syringe and a transparent glass vial. The ends of the vial were sealed with metal, containing 2 spiraled fine tubes, while the rest appeared to be in a vacuum. Within the tubes was a green liquid. The side of this glass vial reminded Chen of the virus-containing bottles from the film Resident Evil. Next to the vial, an empty slot remained. In this context, the glass vial contains the vaccine that has been produced. The empty compartment likely corresponds to the injection administered by Donghauern earlier. Chen closed the briefcase, intending to further investigate these matters later. He departed from the experimental table and made his way outside. At the entrance of the stairs on the 9th floor, Shojing was waiting with Sun Yin. Sulauda. Chen nodded slightly. Let us return to the ground to discuss further. With the restoration of electricity, they no longer needed to ascend the stairs. They took the elevator directly from the 9th floor to the ground level. Several hours had passed since Chen and his companions entered the underground base. Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and Zhou Qing inside the Normadisen had been anxiously awaiting their return. Concerned for Chen's safety, they had contemplated using the intercom to call out to him multiple times, but ultimately refrained from doing so, fearing it might disrupt him. Upon returning to the RV and finding him safe and sound, the 3 women rushed toward him with excitement. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger threw themselves into his embrace, holding him tightly. Although Zhou Qing did not approach, her beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. She certainly did not wish for any harm to befall the admirable man she had just found. Rest assured, I am quite well, Chen said with a smile, gently patting their heads. As humans, we are not devoid of emotions. The affection Lu Linger and the others held for Chen inevitably stirred feelings within him as well. Master, what is the situation below? Zhou Qing inquired curiously. Yes, Master, why did you take so long? Lu Linger also couldn't help but ask. Chen briefly recounted the events that had transpired underground, taking care to downplay the dangers to alleviate their worries. Who would have thought so much had occurred in the underground base? They exclaimed. Indeed, Lu Qingyang and the others were quite unfortunate. After learning the circumstances, the three women could not help but express their sympathies. By the way, if the base is unoccupied, can we not seize it for ourselves? Lin Yingying suddenly proposed. I was thinking the same, Su Chen nodded slightly. While the Normadisen was adequate for him and the women to reside in, this underground base seemed purpose-built for the apocalypse. Even if Su Chen did not intend to inhabit it, it would be advantageous to occupy it and leave its management to He Wang and Sun Yuan. Qinger, your expertise will be needed shortly, he added. Such a vast underground facility must be controlled through a computer system. However, with the personnel deceased, it would be virtually impossible to access without the necessary passwords. Zhou Qing, being a computer science student with proficiency in software programming, was well suited for the task. Do not worry, master. I will exert my utmost effort. Zhou Qing eagerly pledged, raising her hand in affirmation. Lu Linger excelled in culinary arts, and Lin Yingying was skilled in medicine. Zhou Qing, feeling a sense of inadequacy beyond her looks, had developed a profound sense of urgency, prompting her to learn to operate the Normadisen. Now that she had an opportunity to contribute, she felt a surge of excitement. It is nearly mealtime, and it seems we shall indulge in hot pot today. Su Chen glanced at the time and instructed, however, we shall dine outside the vehicle. Not to mention, Yu Shoujing saved Su Chen's life today, so it is only fitting that he be treated with utmost hospitality. The three ladies, Lu Linger and her companions, busied themselves arranging tables and dishes, making their way outside the car. As they emerged from the vehicle, the striking beauty of the trio caught the attention of Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin inside the Wuling Hongguang, leaving them momentarily transfixed. Fortunately, Yu Shoujing was wise enough to avert his gaze swiftly. Yet, Sun Yin felt a pang of jealousy, realizing that Su Chen's car harbored three enchanting beauties, which explained why he seemed disinterested in her. Brother Yu, Su Chen called out to Yu Shoujing, who appeared utterly bewildered, and with a smile, he declared, today, I shall treat you to hot pot. Chapter 172. Women must not be indulged. Yu Shoujing found himself momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lu Linger and her companions had already set the table. The induction cooker was connected to the external power supply of the Normadisen, causing the broth in the copper pot to reach a rolling boil. Su Chen invited Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin to gather around the round table. The meticulously prepared lamb and beef, tripe, beef balls, and an assortment of vegetables were placed into the pot. Once cooked, they were generously coated with sesame sauce and chili oil before being savored. In that instant, Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if every pore in their bodies was opening up. In the midst of the apocalypse, especially in the bone-chilling cold, to enjoy such a steaming hot pot could only be described as sheer bliss. However, Su Chen and the three women maintained their usual composure, as their daily fare was hardly inferior to hot pot. Observing this scene, Yu Shoujing couldn't help but marvel at the ease with which Su Chen lived. The esteemed leader was truly enjoying life, savoring delicious food and accompanied by three stunning beauties. Come on, brother Yu, let us have a toast. Su Chen raised his glass filled with flying mitai. After clinking their glasses, they both downed their drinks in one go. Just as they finished, Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and Zhou Qing eagerly rushed to refill their glasses. Yu Shoujing instinctively glanced at Sun Yin. The once formidable figure in the southern mountains was now preoccupied with devouring her meal. Angered by the sight, Yu Shoujing let out a cold snort and shot Sun Yin a glare. She paused, looking at him with feigned innocence. Do you not understand the etiquette of the dining table? Yu Shoujing reprimanded. Bringing you out to eat is truly a disgrace. Sun Yin was about to retort, but upon seeing Yu Shoujing raise his hand threateningly, she quickly complied. You're right, dear. It's my fault. She hurriedly picked up food and placed it into Yu Shoujing's bowl. Satisfied, he smiled and clasped his fist towards Su Chen. I apologize for the scene. Now I understand a principle. Women must not be indulged, for the more one indulges them, the more unruly they become. Su Chen laughed heartily. Brother Yu, it's never too late to understand this truth. They exchanged amused glances and drained their glasses once more. Thus, amidst the frigid winter, they dined on hot pot and engaged in lively conversation. Although Su Chen and Yu Shoujing had previously been adversaries, as the saying goes, nothing can't be resolved over a hot pot. If there is, then it requires two. Under the influence of alcohol, their conversation grew increasingly amicable. The feast continued until the late hours of the night, both men thoroughly intoxicated before finally dispersing. Su Chen returned to the RV with the three women to rest. Yet he did not neglect Yu Shoujing, providing him with a tent and ample winter gear, all of which were of the same quality used for climbing Mount Everest. Consequently, Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin enjoyed a remarkably comfortable night's sleep. enhanced after his transformation. Su Chen not only boasted heightened combat prowess, but also possessed an exceptionally superior physical condition. Though he had indulged in excessive drinking last night, upon waking, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he appeared invigorated. Glancing over at the peacefully slumbering Zhou Qing, Su Chen rose quietly and departed the bedroom. Lin Yingying was likely still asleep on the second floor, while Lu Linger was already engaged in preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Su Chen, she hurried over, greeting him with a bright smile. Su Chen affectionately patted her head in encouragement. Once Lu Linger returned to her tasks, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retrieve the virus vaccine from the system space. The day prior, Su Chen had pondered the implications. Although Dang Howren had transformed into a being neither human nor zombie through the injection, he undeniably gained formidable power. Would he experience a similar enhancement if he were to inject the vaccine himself? In the past, such thoughts would never have crossed his mind. Yet now, a profound sense of urgency to elevate his strength compelled him. If someone as trivial as Dang Howren posed such a challenge, how would he fare against the monsters described by the survivor who had traversed time? Nevertheless, despite his desire for power, Su Chen had no wish to resemble Dang Howren in appearance. Moreover, who could say what other side effects might exist? Never mind, he thought, shaking his head to dismiss the notion of vaccination. When Lin Yingying and Zhou Qing finally awoke, and Lu Linger had prepared breakfast, sending a portion to Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin as well, the group finished their meal. Su Chen then led everyone back to the military base, where the immediate priority was to gain control of the facility. Although the first and sixth floors each housed monitoring rooms, the authority on the sixth floor was evidently superior. The adjacent room to the monitoring area was filled with numerous computers. Aside from the instruments on the lower floors, most of the base's facilities could be controlled from here. Zhou Qing, clutching Su Chen's notebook, connected a data cable to one of the computers and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Observing her, Su Chen was suddenly reminded of her wild spirit. After a period of focused effort, Zhou Qing abruptly paused. "How is it going?" Su Chen inquired. "Rest assured, this is a trivial task for me," Zhou Qing replied, a playful smile gracing her lips, her tone tinged with pride. "I can breach the system within a day at most." "Really?" Su Chen questioned, somewhat incredulous. He understood that this was an official military base, and its network defenses would likely be formidable. Perceiving Su Chen's skepticism, Zhou Qing smiled slightly, offering an explanation. It would be nearly impossible to infiltrate and control the system from the outside unless one gathered the world's top hackers. However, since we are directly connected to the intranet, attacking from within makes it considerably easier. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, the most robust defenses are often dismantled from within. "Very well. I entrust this task to you," he concluded. With a smile, Su Chen gently patted her head and whispered, "If we succeed, I shall reward you splendidly tonight." Upon hearing the word reward, Zhou Qing felt her cheeks flush with warmth, her heart brimming with anticipation. "Rest assured, I will take care of everything." Su Chen entrusted the computer work to Zhou Qing while he descended to the lower levels, as he had other tasks to attend to. Gazing upon the skeletal remains, Su Chen sighed and said to Yu Shoujing beside him, "We must find a way to grant these warriors their peace." Yu Shoujing was taken aback by Su Chen's sentiment. He paused for a moment, feeling a newfound respect for Su Chen. What the boss says is true. However, given the magnitude of this undertaking, I fear our small number may be insufficient. Chapter 173. Excavator. "No, you misunderstood," Su Chen replied, shaking his head with a smile. "It's just the two of us." "Huh." Yu Shoujing was taken aback. The number of corpses within the base exceeded 1,000. Relying solely on himself and Su Chen to transport the bodies and dig graves would take an eternity. "Do you know how to operate an excavator?" Su Chen inquired. During their search of the base, they had discovered several construction vehicles, including excavators and forklifts. If Yu Shoujing could indeed operate an excavator, he would only need to dig enough graves. Su Chen could then place the remains of the soldiers into his storage space and transport them to the surface. This task should not present much difficulty. Yu Shoujing nodded. Driving an excavator was not particularly challenging. With a bit of practice, one could quickly master it. Excavating in the wild, without any other considerations, would indeed be relatively straightforward. "As long as you can dig the pits, leave the rest to me," Su Chen stated. "All right." Yu Shoujing readily agreed. The two of them first located the excavator, started it up, and proceeded along the massive freight elevator until they reached the surface. Su Chen found a suitable clearing near the military base. Based on the radar scan and the 3D model, this location, backed by mountains and fronted by a snow-covered stream that still flowed gently, was not breathtakingly beautiful, but it was undeniably picturesque, ideal for laying these soldiers to rest. "Let us settle here," Su Chen decided. Before they could commence the excavation, they needed to clear away the layer of snow. Once the approximate area was determined, Chen employed the same method he used earlier to clear the entrance of the military base, producing numerous Molotov cocktails and dousing the surface snow with gasoline. With a tossed cigarette butt, a massive blaze erupted. In the pre-apocalyptic days, such a fire could have landed Chen in serious trouble. However, with no regard for the cost of gasoline, within half a day, a vast expanse of cleared land lay before Chen and Yushojing. Yet, they were not in a rush, as it was mealtime. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying had prepared a meal, and Chen called for Zhou Qing to join them. The group enjoyed a delightful lunch and, after a brief rest, returned to their tasks. In the following hours, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying took charge of logistical support and meals while Chen and Yushojing were responsible for digging. Zhou Qing remained in the underground base, accompanied by Sun Yan, working on hacking the base's computer system. Due to limited resources, Chen could not craft coffins for each soldier. He and Yushojing aimed to excavate individual graves for as many as possible. Additionally, the graves needed to be dug deeper, otherwise, heavy rain could easily wash them away. Consequently, the workload was substantial. Chen and Yushojing toiled for an entire day and had only completed 1/10 of the task. As dusk descended, the two returned to the vicinity of their camper for a much-needed respite. Fortunately, good news arrived from Zhou Qing. After relentless efforts, she had successfully breached the defense system, gaining control over the entire base. Upon receiving this news, Chen was filled with immense joy. Having just finished dinner, he eagerly took Zhou Qing back to the control center. I have rebooted the computers in the monitoring room. Here is the password. From this point, we can remotely manage the opening and closing of the base's gates. This facility allows us to monitor the oxygen levels throughout the base and adjust the ventilation ducts accordingly. Additionally, it can regulate the temperature. Zhou Qing elaborated on the various functionalities of the control center. Upon grasping the specifics of the base, Chen couldn't help but marvel. The ingenuity of the individuals who designed and constructed such a facility in such a remote location was truly remarkable. Due to its isolated setting, electric power could not be sourced from the city, and relying solely on generators would lead to excessive fuel consumption. Fortunately, a subterranean river ran nearby, prompting the authorities to send personnel to create a path leading to it during the base's construction. Numerous generators were installed within the underground river, harnessing the flow of water to provide power to the base. Moreover, the base's water supply was drawn from the upstream of the subterranean river, while the wastewater was treated and discharged downstream. In fact, on the 5th level of the base, within the logistics support area, there was a substantial space dedicated to cultivating various crops. The facilities within the base were indeed comprehensive and well-equipped. It would not be an exaggeration to say that as long as they had an ample food supply, Chen and his companions could reside there for eternity. With Zhou Qing at the helm of the entire system, the base had effectively fallen under Chen's control. As long as he wished, no one could enter or exit at will. "Qinger, you truly are my cherished treasure," Chen exclaimed joyfully, embracing Zhou Qing and planting a kiss on her cheek. "As long as the master is happy, that is what matters," Zhou Qing replied with genuine laughter, a hint of shyness in her tone. "So tonight, rest assured. Tonight I shall ensure your complete satisfaction," Chen replied, smiling as he playfully pinched her cheek. After engaging in some practical operations and confirming his ability to oversee the entire base, Chen was elated to return to the Normadisen with Zhou Qing. He was a man of his word, and that very night, he generously rewarded Zhou Qing. The following morning, after rising, Chen continued to toil alongside Yushojing, diligently excavating graves. They worked tirelessly for 3 full days before unearthing sufficient burial sites. Although Chen had stated that Yushojing need not concern himself with anything else, Yushojing still felt compelled to assist Chen in transporting the remains of the soldiers. However, to his astonishment, the next day after finishing the graves, the remains of the soldiers from deep within the base appeared in each of the burial sites. Upon witnessing this scene, Yushojing was left utterly astounded. It is important to note that there were no fewer than 1,000 skeletal remains. Even with the aid of forklifts and elevators, it would be inconceivable for Chen to accomplish such a feat alone in a single night. It seems that Su Lauda possesses some extraordinary means. Within Yushojing's heart, a newfound respect for Chen began to blossom. Indeed, Chen had ingeniously harnessed the capabilities of his storage space. He merely needed to pass by the remains to seamlessly gather them all. Once he returned to the surface, he could, through mental command, place each skeletal body into individual graves. Remarkably, Chen completed this monumental task in just 2 to 3 hours, rather than an entire night. Chapter 174. Returned to Shannon in the ensuing days, Su Chen and Yu Shoujing busied themselves with the solemn task of filling each grave with earth. By the time their labor was complete, it had been 9 days since they departed from Shannon City. Su Chen procured a grand stone tablet and erected it before the graves, contemplating for a moment before inscribing a heartfelt phrase, in tribute to the most beloved souls. With a slow and reverent motion, Su Chen raised his right hand and bowed solemnly. This place is indeed picturesque. You may now rest in peace. Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, Zhou Qing, Yu Shoujing, and Sun Yin stood behind him, mirroring his gesture of respect. After ensuring the warriors were properly laid to rest, Su Chen resolved to temporarily vacate the base. Although the location was secure, it lacked the energy points provided by the zombies. Zhou Qing had successfully taken control of the base's computer system, and as the heavy iron gates began to close, it became evident that entry would be impossible without the correct password. The external defenses of the base were formidable. Barring a direct nuclear strike, it could withstand most threats. Let us depart, Su Chen declared, casting one last glance at the military base. Zhou Qing expertly activated the Normadisen. The coordinates of the military base had been meticulously recorded on the vehicle's GPS, ensuring that even under a blanket of snow upon their return, Su Chen would effortlessly find his way back. Compared to their journey to the base, their return was significantly more relaxed. They no longer needed to search. Guided by the GPS, they sped along in the Normadisen. In less than a day, they returned to Shannon City, which they had not seen for several days. After parking the Normadisen, Su Chen took a brief respite before driving the Wuling Hongguang with Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin towards the Tiger Gang's headquarters. During their journey, Su Chen noticed that the towering skyscrapers on either side had begun to reveal themselves from beneath the snow, indicating a rise in temperature. Before long, they arrived at the Tiger Gang's building. As the Wuling Hongguang came to a halt, several members of the gang approached, frowning at the trio. Hurry up and leave. This is Tiger Gang territory, one member coldly commanded. Before Su Chen could respond, Yu Shoujing interjected sternly, Have you lost your senses? Do you know who he is? I don't care who he is, one of the members retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. If you don't leave now, we'll confiscate your belongings. Have you lost your vision? This is Boss Su, Yu Shoujing exclaimed. Who do you think you're talking to? You're asking for trouble. Several of the younger gang members pointed at Su Chen and his companions, shouting angrily. One of them, brandishing a wooden stick, swung it towards Su Chen, seeking death. Yu Shoujing, ever loyal, stepped forward, swiftly snatching the stick and delivering a powerful kick. The assailant was sent sprawling to the ground. This action stirred a hornet's nest. Help? Someone has come knocking. The remaining individuals, while calling to their companions, brandished their weapons and lunged towards Su Chen and his two companions. Seeking death. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. He ceased to linger with these people and charged forward, barehanded. Yu Shoujing, although just an ordinary person with a bit more strength, stood no chance against Su Chen's tempestuous might. A single punch from him could either send an adversary flying, causing them to vomit blood, or leave them half dead. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. At that moment, a large number of members from the Tiger Gang surged out from the building. Where are the people? How dare they stir trouble with the Tiger Gang and seek death? However, upon seeing Su Chen, the leading burly man instinctively halted. Su boss, you know me? Su Chen cracked his knuckles and replied nonchalantly, Of course. I recognize you. How could I possibly forget your esteemed self? My name is Yu Yixiang, a subordinate of Brother Hao. During the siege against the Shield Alliance, I received Molotov cocktails and explosives from you. The burly man wore a sycophantic smile and shouted to the surrounding Tiger Gang members, Quickly get out of the way. Have your eyes gone blind, not even recognizing Su boss? Su Chen slightly furrowed his brows, recalling that he had indeed encountered Yu Yixiang before. Su boss, please. Allow me to lead you inside. Yu Yixiang promptly guided Su Chen further into the building. Ever since Brother Hao unified the southern part of the city, his influence has been remarkable. Even I have failed to recognize you. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Chen walked forward, speaking indifferently. Though his tone was light, Yu Yixiang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back upon hearing it. Yu Yixiang hurriedly clarified, Su boss, you've misunderstood. These younger brothers at the entrance were just recruited by Brother Hao. It's normal for them not to have seen you before. Su Chen merely smiled upon hearing this and chose not to comment further. Behind him, Yu Shoujing wore a mocking smile. Even if they had seen Su Chen, how could they not have heard of his name? This could only indicate one thing. Dai Hao had no intention of informing these younger brothers of Su Chen's existence. Having ascended a few floors, they heard hurried footsteps from above. Soon after, Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and several high-ranking members of the Tiger Gang appeared before Su Chen. Su boss, we've missed you dearly. Indeed, it's been a few days since we last saw you. and we've been quite concerned. As Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang spoke, they stepped forward, attempting to shake Su Chen's hand. However, Su Chen seemed oblivious, bypassing them and continuing his ascent. Their hands remained suspended in the air, expressions a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. Exchanging glances, a flicker of barely perceptible anger passed between them. Yet ultimately, they said nothing and hurriedly followed behind Su Chen. The top floor of the building, originally Lu Zhaoshan's office, had been occupied by Dai Hao as his own quarters. Su Chen settled into Dai Hao's executive chair, observing him with a half-smile. Brother Hao is doing quite well these days. Dai Hao chuckled awkwardly, quickly clarifying. It's all thanks to you, Boss Su. My subordinates are simply inexperienced. I apologize on their behalf. Please don't take it to heart. Su Chen remained silent, lightly tapping the table. Just as Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang felt a twinge of anxiety, Su Chen offered a faint smile. There's no need to be so tense. I am not one to hold grudges. My return to Shannon City this time is primarily for two matters. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang eagerly perked up, listening intently. The first matter concerns the heads of the zombies. Chapter 175. Is it okay? That's easy to say. Bring it here quickly. Dai Hao called to his underling, then smiled. During the time when Boss Su has been away, we have not forgotten your orders. We have been diligently hunting zombies. However, Dai Rongliang beside him suddenly sighed. For some reason, the number of zombies has been dwindling recently. Consequently, we haven't managed to hunt a significant amount. While they were conversing, a member of the Tiger Gang returned carrying a bag. Upon opening it, Su Chen frowned, a glint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The bag contained merely a handful of zombie heads. Nevertheless, Su Chen quickly composed himself. You have worked hard. Seeing he was not angry, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang breathed a sigh of relief. Do you know what the second matter is upon Boss Su's return? Dai Hao asked cautiously. Su Chen did not respond directly, but leisurely remarked. After the annexation of the Shield Alliance and the Fragrant Pavilion, the power of the Tiger Gang has expanded considerably. Hasn't it? Indeed, that's correct. Dai Hao replied, not grasping Su Chen's intent, but answering honestly. Managing the Tiger Gang must be quite taxing for both of you. Why not have Shojing assist you, to share the burden? Su Chen's suggestion caused a heaviness to settle in Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang's hearts. I believe that is unnecessary, Dai Hao replied with a forced chuckle. Though it's a bit tiring, we can manage. Oh, is that so? Su Chen's expression suddenly darkened. And he barked, if you two can manage, I wouldn't have nearly been killed by your men downstairs. His sudden outburst startled Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, leaving them at a loss for words. If I recall correctly, Brother Hao, you previously stated that you would follow my orders from now on. Now I command you to separate the members of the Shield Alliance and Fragrant Pavilion and hand them over to Shojing for management. Is that okay? Su Chen's sharp gaze fixed intently on Dai Hao. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became palpably tense. Shojing and Sun Yin both felt a bead of sweat trickling down their backs. They understood that a refusal from Dai Hao would lead to a brutal confrontation. Of course it's okay. Dai Hao suddenly broke into a smile, nodding eagerly. Without Boss Su, I wouldn't be where I am today. I will do as you command. Excellent. Su Chen finally smiled with satisfaction, slowly rising to his feet. All right, it's getting late. Shojing, let us visit Brother Hao again tomorrow. He led Shojing and Sun Yin out, with Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and Yue Xiang hastily following behind. Once they had seen Su Chen off, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang let out a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the office, Dai Rongliang slammed his hand heavily on the table in frustration. Brother, this insufferable Su Chen really thinks too highly of himself, doesn't he? He merely provided us with a few Molotov cocktails and explosives. To truly bring down the Shield Alliance and the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion, ISNT at our subordinates who will do the heavy lifting? Dai Hao did not respond to Dai Rongliang's words, instead stroking his chin, lost in thought. Brother, could you at least say something? Dai Rongliang urged. A hint of impatience in his tone. Dai Hao glanced at him, expressing his annoyance. So what do you propose? Shall we simply eliminate him? What else is there? Su Chen is an evolver, and so are we. Besides, we are acquainted with members of the Skywalker Alliance. We could easily join forces against Su Chen. Dai Rongliang retorted fiercely. Liang, you must remain calm and not act impulsively. Dai Hao admonished, his voice low and serious. Let us not forget how the Shield Alliance and the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion met their demise. We have no clear understanding of the forces that might be backing Su Chen, nor do we know the extent of his resources. Acting rashly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hearing this, Dai Rongliang resignedly sank into a chair, sighing. Then what do you suggest we do? I am pondering why Su Chen seeks to support Shojing in vying for power against us, Dai Hao mused. Logically, there should be a deep-seated animosity between Su Chen and Sun Yin, as well as Shojing. When Su Chen departed from Shannon City, I even assumed that neither Sun Yen nor Yu Shoujing would return alive. Yet, to my surprise, they returned unscathed, albeit with a few less of their subordinates from the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. Let us not rush. We will first take action against Yu Shoujing and see if we can uncover the true background of Su Chun, Dai Hao declared, his resolve firm. Meanwhile, Su Chun was driving back to Normadisen with Yu Shoujing and Sun Yen. Nearby, there was a residential building, and Yu Shoujing managed to arrange a room there, temporarily serving as their residence. Su Chen opened the car door and entered the RV. The master has returned. Zhou Qing was the first to greet Su Chun. Upon noticing his expression, her brows furrowed with concern. Has someone upset the master? Su Chen nodded slightly and briefly recounted the events that had transpired with the Tiger Gang. After listening, Zhou Qing analyzed, if what the slaves say is true, then it is evident that the Dai brothers have harbored ambitions and no longer wish to heed the master's commands. I share your thoughts. Yet I am perplexed as to what emboldens them. Su Chun toyed with a dagger, a contemplative expression gracing his features, setting aside the incident with the Tiger Gang's subordinates blocking them downstairs. The sheer number of zombies they had encountered indicated that Dai Hao and his companions did not regard them with any seriousness. With the rising temperatures, the number of zombies would only increase. There was no possibility of a decrease. In a span of 10 days, they had only managed to hunt down a mere dozen zombies. This was clearly an absurd charade. Yet, it had only been 10 days since he had left. What transpired to cause Dai Hao to turn against them so swiftly? What should the master do? Lin Yingying inquired softly. If a dog proves disobedient, the most effective solution is to eliminate it and acquire a new one. Su Chen's tone was indifferent, yet it concealed a chilling intent to kill. His original plan was to support Yu Shoujing in order to counterbalance Dai Hao, preventing the latter's family from monopolizing power. Dai Hao's recklessness had ignited within Su Chen the desire to eliminate him. However, Su Chen was not in haste. He wished to observe what cards Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang truly held. The following morning, Yu Shoujing returned to the headquarters of the Tiger Gang. Dai Hao had, as per Su Chen's instructions, selected a substantial number of members originally belonging to the Jiandun Alliance and Tianxiang Pavilion, and had prepared a significant amount of supplies. Both the personnel and provisions were handed over to Yu Shoujing. Chapter 176. Scheming against Su Chun in Yu Shoujing's perspective. The Dai brothers would find it challenging to regurgitate what they had consumed. Thus, their unexpected candor took him by surprise. Old Yu, wait a moment. Just as Yu Shoujing was about to depart, Dai Hao suddenly called out to him, a smile gracing his face. It has been quite some time since we last gathered. Why not seize this opportunity to share a few drinks? Before the apocalypse, whether it was Yu Shoujing, Dai Hao, or Sun Yen, they were all prominent figures in their respective realms. Although their fierce competition over business and territory often led to tumultuous confrontations, they frequently found themselves negotiating and dining together due to the interventions of other influential figures. Yu Shoujing paused momentarily, but without further contemplation, he nodded in agreement. All right. He instructed his subordinates to wait outside for the time being. Dai Hao appeared to have made prior arrangements. As soon as they settled down, several underlings brought forth platters of food. Although the offerings primarily consisted of canned goods and the beverage was merely erguo tu, in the context of the apocalypse, this was indeed a luxury. Come, old Yu, let us raise a glass. Dai Hao toasted enthusiastically. Naturally, Yu Shoujing did not decline. After several rounds of drinks, Dai Hao's complexion took on a rosy hue. He set down his glass and suddenly exhaled deeply. To be honest, the earlier assaults on the Jiandun Alliance and Tianxiang Pavilion were not my own intentions. Indeed, my brother was also acting under the directives of Boss Su. Dai Rongliang chimed in. Brother Yu, do not take it to heart. Yu Shoujing furrowed his brow, uncertain of the brother's true motives. He maintained a composed demeanor and replied, I certainly won't take it to heart. Nonetheless, after this ordeal, we three factions have united, which is not without its merits. Dai Hao chuckled. We have shared a long-standing camaraderie. Since that is the case, I shall speak candidly. Boss Su, oh no, Su Chun, is merely an outsider with little power at his disposal. Why should we heed his commands? Exactly. Why not join forces and eliminate him? Dai Rongliang echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yu Shoujing experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had intentionally invited him to dinner to win him over as an ally against Su Chun. Do you truly believe I would not inform Su Chun of your intentions? Of course not. Dai Hao filled his own glass and Yu Shoujing leisurely continuing. If you were to inform him, what benefits would he bestow upon you? Perhaps a mere allocation of supplies. Yu Shoujing chuckled. Such as eliminating the two of you and appointing me as the leader of the Tiger Gang. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. With Su Chen, he could never eliminate us. Dai Hao displayed a proud smile. picking up a fruit knife and twisting it into a helix. Seeing this, Yu Shoujing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The fruit knife, crafted from stainless steel, was exceedingly sturdy. Dai Hao's ability to twist it so effortlessly was a testament to his formidable strength. Upon witnessing the astonishment on Yu Shoujing's face, Dai Hao smiled with satisfaction. To speak frankly, that lad Su Chen, like us, is an evolver. Moreover, I can divulge another piece of information. There exists an organization behind us, composed entirely of evolvers. Do you still believe that Su Chen can defeat us? Yu Shoujing's expression wavered, as if grappling with this incredible revelation. Dai Rongliang chuckled, saying, "As long as you are willing to side with us, once we bring down Su Chen, we can split his resources 50-50. We can also assist you in becoming an evolver." The terms offered by the Dai brothers were undeniably generous. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Shoujing nodded emphatically, I stand with you. Excellent. Dai Hao clapped his hands in laughter and then raised his glass. The three drank heartily once more. After setting down their cups, Yu Shoujing eagerly inquired, "How do you wish for me to assist you?" "In truth, you need not lift a finger. You simply need to answer a few questions." With a confident smile, Dai Hao asked, "Where exactly did you go during your absence these past few days?" "We visited an experimental base." Yu Shoujing recounted the events leading up to their journey. Su Chen had initially believed that the facility housed an array of powerful weapons, only to discover it was merely an experimental base. Aside from some common rifles, there was nothing else. Furthermore, all the personnel inside had turned into zombies. "It took us several days to clear out the zombies." "I see," Dai Hao exclaimed, enlightened, and proceeded to inquire about the specifics of the base. Yu Shoujing did not withhold any information and shared everything. "After trailing him for so many days, did you sense any underlying forces behind him?" Dai Hao's gaze fixed intently on Yu Shoujing, posing the most pressing question. "I don't believe so." Yu Shoujing shook his head, asserting with certainty, if he had any backing, we wouldn't have been the only ones exploring the experimental base. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang pondered this and found it quite reasonable. "Thank you, old Yu." Dai Hao patted Yu Shoujing on the shoulder, saying, "Remain close to Su Chen. Report back to us with any developments. Once we take down Su Chen, we will not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, Brother Hao." Yu Shoujing raised his glass in a toast to the two. The trio continued their revelry for a while, and only then did Yu Shoujing depart with his men and supplies. After his departure, Dai Rongliang turned to his brother. "Brother, do you think Yu Shoujing was speaking the truth?" "Why would he not be?" Dai Hao replied, reclining comfortably with a cup of strong tea, a cold smile gracing his lips. "As long as he isn't a fool, he should recognize that choosing our side is his most advantageous option. When shall we take action?" The mere thought of that base made Dai Rongliang restless with anticipation. In recent times, the emergence of an ever-increasing number of zombies has become a pressing concern. Securing a stronghold would indeed provide a sense of security. However, we must exercise caution, as the true capabilities of Su Chen remain unknown to us. Acting impulsively could lead to unforeseen consequences. Dai Hao gently shook his head. "What if we reach out to the Skywalker Alliance?" suggested Dai Rongliang. "No way. Given their disposition, they would likely attempt to win Su Chen over. Moreover, if they were to learn of the existence of such a base, they might succumb to greed." After careful consideration, Dai Rongliang acknowledged the validity of Dai Hao's perspective. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a sense of discouragement. "Brother, what do you propose we do?" Dai Hao pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before looking up. "Do you remember that mutated zombie?" Chapter 177. The deviousness of Dai Rongliang paused for a moment, as if recalling something. "Brother, are you referring to that one from the wholesale market?" "Indeed." Dai Hao nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. "The strength of that mutated zombie is such that even the two of us combined would not dare to confront it. Originally, I intended to wait for the arrival of the Celestial Alliance before hunting it down. Now that Su Chen has returned, we might as well use it to set a trap and eliminate Su Chen." Dai Rongliang's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you are indeed cunning." "Enough of that. Is that how you refer to your elder brother?" Dai Hao rolled his eyes in response. Meanwhile, near Normadisen, Yu Shoujing respectfully recounted the conversation he had just had with Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. Su Chen was not particularly surprised by the brothers' intentions to eliminate him. After all, people can change. Both brothers were ambitious individuals, having evolved after devouring the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. In such circumstances, how could they continue to be at Su Chen's mercy? Su Chen was equally unfazed by their transformation into evolved beings. Given the abundance of zombies, it was only natural that some would unexpectedly evolve. What intrigued him most was the Celestial Alliance that the Dai brothers mentioned. The name carried a certain youthful exuberance. From what the brothers implied, it seemed that everyone in this alliance was an evolved being. This piqued his interest. whether in his past life or current existence. Su Chen had never delved deeply into the nature of evolved beings. His most significant exposure had been to Lu Zhaoshan. Brother Yu, why have you chosen to stand by my side rather than with the Dai brothers? Su Chen inquired with a light chuckle. Because I believe they are not as formidable as you, Su boss. Although Dai Hao had demonstrated considerable strength, Yu Shoujing had witnessed Su Chen's battle against the monster faction. However, in the underground base, he was entirely certain that Su Chen's abilities far surpassed those of the Dai brothers. Not to mention, Su Chen had acquired a cache of arms from the underground base. Yu Shoujing also harbored doubts about the integrity of Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. After mingling in this world for so many years, he was well aware of the true nature of the brothers. If they were to attempt to eliminate Su Chen, they would undoubtedly betray Yu Shoujing, even if they did not kill him. Most importantly, Yu Shoujing felt an inexplicable trust in Su Chen. Excellent, you have not disappointed me. Su Chen nodded slightly. He was a man who distinguished between enmity and gratitude. Since Yu Shoujing had been forthright, he would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Su boss, how shall we deal with these two traitors? Let us remain still for now. I am curious to see what schemes these two lackeys can concoct. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. Understood, Su boss. Oh, by the way, I do have something that requires your assistance. Su Chen leaned closer to Yu Shoujing and whispered a few words in his ear. Yu Shoujing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, responding, all right. I will take care of it promptly. In the following 2 days, Shannon City remained tranquil. After Yu Shoujing assumed control over personnel and supplies, he swiftly occupied a significant amount of territory. In response, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang exhibited no reaction, seemingly adhering to Su Chen's directives. Su Chen, too, was not idle. Following several upgrades to his system, his storage space had become nearly boundless. He took advantage of the RV's radar to scan the buildings hidden beneath the thick blanket of snow, while gathering the supplies concealed by the snow. He also hunted the reawakened zombies. Within a few days, Su Chen amassed a considerable quantity of resources, accumulating over 200 energy points. However, the energy required for the next enhancement of his physique had escalated to a staggering 2,000 points, which posed a dilemma for him. Unless he could hunt a substantial number of mutated zombies or evolved beings, he would have to wait for the snow to melt and the zombies to revive en masse before he could enhance himself again. Just as Su Chen was grappling with the energy deficit, Dai Hao initiated contact with him, calling Boss Su. Su Chen was driving the Normadisen, circling Shannon City in search of supplies when the intercom suddenly crackled to life, with Dai Hao's voice coming through. To facilitate communication, Su Chen had provided Dai Hao and Yu Shoujing with a walkie-talkie each. What is it? Su Chen replied, picking up the device with a nonchalant tone. Did you not instruct us to report immediately upon discovering any mutated zombies, Boss Su? A flicker of interest crossed Su Chen's mind. Have you found a mutated zombie? Indeed. If I am not mistaken, it should be the mutated zombie you mentioned, boss. Where is its location? At the wholesale market on the west side of the city. I am right here. All right, wait for me there. After ending the call, Su Chen pondered for a moment and instructed the 3 women. Stay in the car and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Understood, master. The 3 women nodded obediently. Su Chen had no intention of exposing the Normadisen to Dai Hao and the others. Instead, he retrieved a snowmobile and sped off towards the wholesale market. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the location indicated by Dai Hao. From a distance, he spotted Dai Hao and his group congregating in the corner of a building. Su Chen halted the snowmobile, removed the key, and as he did so, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang approached him. Boss Su. Su Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Where is the mutated zombie you mentioned? It is just beneath there. Dai Hao pointed to a nearby entrance leading underground. In the apocalyptic world, the place is frequented by survivors. Besides supermarkets and gas stations, often included farmers' markets and wholesale markets. After all, these locations boasted resources far surpassing those of supermarkets. Beneath the thick snow lay Shannon City's largest wholesale market, waiting to be uncovered. Within lay a vast accumulation of supplies, not only comprising instant food, snacks, and beverages, but also an assortment of essential goods, such as clothing and boots. Long ago, the Tiger Gang had set their sights on this treasure trove. Dai Hao had even attempted to organize a team to explore the wholesale market. However, both the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion coveted this lucrative prize, repeatedly thwarting his efforts. Consequently, the wholesale market remained shrouded in snow, having been scarcely searched. After vanquishing the other 2 formidable factions, Dai Hao promptly convened his team to commence the excavation of a snow tunnel, intending to plunder the resources within. Yet, as they broke through the tunnel, they encountered a multitude of zombies. Had they been mere ordinary zombies, it would have been manageable, as the Tiger Gang's numbers could easily dispatch them. However, The predicament lay in the fact that amongst the horde was a mutated zombie. Chapter 178. Crawling zombies as a result. The search team dispatched by the Tiger Gang became an unwitting delivery service. In their desperation, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang sought out Su Chen, hoping he would intervene. Their words, seemingly flawless, might have deceived others if not for Su Chen's prior knowledge from Yu Shoujing regarding their status as evolved beings. Boss Su, we are counting on you, Dai Hao said earnestly. I've heard that the mutated zombie is formidable. Would you like us to accompany you? Dai Rongliang's expression mirrored sincerity. No, your presence would only hinder me, Su Chen replied coolly. It was a jest. Having the Dai brothers accompany him would only divert his focus from the mutated zombie to their antics. The moment Su Chen labeled them as burdens, their expressions stiffened. Before they could retort, Su Chen had already begun his descent through the excavated passage toward the wholesale market beneath the snow. Watching his figure vanish into the tunnel, Dai Rongliang couldn't help but scoff. What is he so smug about? Soon enough, he'll meet his end here. Be quiet, say less, Dai Hao chided. Fearful that Su Chen would overhear, he turned to his subordinate, Yu Yixiang. Have the arrangements been made? Yes, everything is in place, Yu Yixiang nodded promptly. Good. When the time is right, we shall strike. A cruel smile crept across Dai Hao's face, rendering him increasingly sinister. Following the path carved by the Tiger Gang members, Su Chen soon entered the wholesale market. Before his entrance, he had examined the map presented by Dai Hao. The surrounding shops primarily offered clothing, hats, and shoes, while fast food, snacks, and beverages occupied the central area where the mutated zombie resided. The market's roof was composed of numerous large transparent glass panels, interconnected yet partially collapsed under the weight of heavy snow. Nevertheless, most of the panels remained intact, resulting in minimal snowfall within the market. This, however, rendered the interior exceedingly dark. Su Chen wrinkled his nose, detecting a pungent scent of blood mingling with the decaying air. He retrieved a flashlight he had prepared in advance to survey his surroundings. Currently, he found himself in a corridor flanked by disordered merchandise. Not far ahead, several corpses lay scattered across the ground, both zombies and the remnants of humans, their blood pooling around them. Su Chen keenly observed that the zombies' heads had been opened, indicating that Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had been secretly absorbing energy crystals. He felt no anger. After eliminating them, he could effortlessly extract the energy crystals from their skulls. Although the marketplace bore no signs, Su Chen needed only to follow the trail of corpses, which sufficed for his purpose. He strolled forward leisurely, trailing the lifeless bodies while collecting various goods from the shops on either side into his storage space. Be it garments, footwear, or even toothbrushes and toothpaste. He accepted everything without hesitation. After all, his storage space was virtually limitless. In this apocalyptic world, there remained a number of influential individuals. While ordinary survivors might find little use for toothbrushes and toothpaste, those in power certainly would. Who knows when an opportunity to trade with the elite might arise? Not long after Su Chen ventured out, he suddenly heard faint sounds nearby. A shiver ran down his spine as he raised his tactical flashlight to survey the surroundings. However, he found nothing amiss, only the goods standing silently in the shadows. As he turned to continue on his way, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from behind a pile of goods, launching an attack on Su Chen. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping the assault just in time. Yet before he could counterattack, 3 more figures sprang from the darkness. Ignoring his precarious situation, Su Chen rolled on the ground several times to evade them. Once he regained his footing, he immediately raised his tactical flashlight. The beam illuminated the figures, and as their appearances became clear, Su Chen frowned slightly. The attackers were merely ordinary zombies. Yet they bore subtle differences. Instead of walking upright, they crawled like reptiles, fixating their gaze on him with unnerving intensity. Moreover, their movements exhibited greater agility. When the flashlight beam fell upon them, they scattered in fright, seeking refuge behind the shelves. What was happening? Su Chen could not help but feel perplexed. The ordinary zombies he had encountered previously had attacked mindlessly upon sighting a human, but these creatures predominantly crawled and seemed to understand the concept of concealment. Intriguing. Nevertheless, Su Chen dismissed further contemplation. From his recent skirmish, he had gleaned the zombies' capabilities, merely a touch quicker and adept at launching surprise assaults. In other respects, they were not particularly formidable. With a brief thought, he pressed onward, intentionally exposing his back. Ultimately, these zombies were but ordinary beings. Though they possessed a modicum of intelligence, it was hardly substantial. Sensing Su Chen's vulnerability, they did not hesitate to launch another attack. This time, however, Su Chen was prepared. As he lunged forward to evade the zombie's assault, he simultaneously pivoted. His Nepalese knife plunged into one zombie's neck, slicing downward and eviscerating it with a single decisive stroke. Blood and entrails gushed forth, splattering across Su Chen. While he was not particularly fastidious, he nonetheless felt a twinge of revulsion, witnessing the tragic demise of his companions. The remaining zombies seemed to be roused into a frenzy, lunging towards Su Chen in unison. With a swift motion, Su Chen retrieved his rifle from his storage space and promptly squeezed the trigger. The sharp report of 3 gunshots echoed, and in an instant, 3 zombies met their demise, their heads exploding midair, their lifeless bodies crashing heavily to the ground. Generally, Su Chen refrained from employing firearms against ordinary zombies. Not out of a desire to conserve ammunition, after thoroughly scavenging the underground base, he possessed thousands of rounds, even though his rifle was equipped with a silencer. The noise was still considerably loud, capable of attracting other zombies, contrary to the exaggerated portrayals in cinematic productions. However, these particular zombies exhibited remarkable agility and adeptness at concealment. It was this very reason that compelled Su Chen to resort to his rifle, unwilling to squander precious time. Chapter 179. The weight of the orange cat. Su Chen stepped forward to examine the heads of several zombies. As expected, each of these undead beings contained a gray-white energy crystal within their craniums. He meticulously extracted them and held them in the palm of his hand. Absorb. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal, gaining 2 points of energy. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal, gaining 2 points of energy. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal, gaining 2 points of energy. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal, gaining 2 points of energy. Su Chen paused momentarily, surprised to find that these 4 energy crystals had bestowed upon him a total of 8 points of energy. It appeared that the strength of these crawling zombies surpassed that of ordinary ones. This raised a question: why had these individuals transformed into crawling zombies instead of regular ones? After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusions, he decided to set the matter aside. After a brief tidying up, he continued onward. Along the next stretch of his journey, Su Chen encountered several more of these crawling zombies. However, armed with his prior experience, he handled them with remarkable ease. After approximately half an hour, he finally reached the food zone. Before his eyes lay a myriad of snacks and beverages piled high around him. Su Chen noted numerous signs of transportation, with several corpses strewn across the ground. His vigilance heightened, as he suspected that the mutated zombies mentioned by the Dai brothers were likely nearby. Yet, after observing for a considerable time, he detected no signs of movement. Not only were there no mutated zombies, but even the crawling zombies that had previously attacked him were nowhere to be found. Could it be that they were not present here? Su Chen surmised this was indeed possible. After all, given the vast expanse of the wholesale market, it was not inconceivable for a mutated zombie to wander elsewhere. Gazing at the towering piles of supplies around him, Su Chen unabashedly continued to utilize his storage space to collect everything in sight. Just as he was engrossed in scavenging, he suddenly felt a menacing presence fixated upon him. Startled, Su Chen abruptly lifted his head, only to see a pair of glistening green eyes glaring at him from behind a dark shelf. A wave of intense fear surged through him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Whoosh! The pair of eyes suddenly lunged forward. Su Chen instinctively ducked, feeling a rush of wind whoosh past him. He quickly retreated a few steps, shining his flashlight at the assailant. Upon realizing the identity of the creature before him, Su Chen nearly dropped his tactical flashlight in astonishment. The being that had attacked him was not a zombie, but a cat. However, this was no ordinary feline. Among all domestic cats, the one that holds the most notoriety and countless memes is undoubtedly the orange tabby. As the saying goes, the weight of the orange cat is paramount. Out of 10 orange cats, 7 are plump, another is particularly stout, 1 collapses the bed, and the last one rivals an elephant in size. Before Su Chen stood an orange cat, yet this particular feline was astonishingly oversized. It moved on all fours, comparable in size to the common Alaskan pet dog. Its originally golden eyes had transformed into a pale gray hue. The orange fur, smeared with blood, stood on end like steel thorns. When illuminated by Su Chen's flashlight, the large orange cat seemed to be agitated. With a swift motion, it vanished among the cargo. Yet, Su Chen's taut nerves did not relax, for he could distinctly sense that the orange feline had not retreated. Instead, it regarded him as its prey, preparing for a patient hunt. Those wretched Dai brothers, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. Was this the mutated zombie you spoke of? Su Chen nearly choked on his frustration. After facing off against Party Howren, he believed that any ordinary mutated zombie could not possibly be his match. Little did he expect that the Dai brothers would be so deranged as to unleash a mutated orange cat upon him. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed by as the large orange cat lunged forward once more. While dodging, Su Chen swung his Nepalese knife toward the creature with all his might. The blade sliced through the orange fur. A furious roar erupted from the cat as it raised its massive paw and struck at Su Chen. If that claw landed, he would surely lose at least half his life. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen retreated swiftly, retrieving a rifle from his storage space. Rat-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted in flames. Even zombies like Party Howard could not withstand bullets, let alone such a large orange cat. Though the creature was agile and desperately evaded, its size ultimately betrayed it. After enduring at least a dozen shots, it finally vanished among the shelves. Seizing the moment, Su Chen hastily reloaded his rifle. However, the orange cat did not grant him a moment's respite. It swiftly circled around and launched an attack from behind. Fortunately, after their previous encounter, Su Chen had gained some insight. He understood that felines typically ambush their prey from behind. Without hesitation, he discarded the rifle and, as if performing a magic trick, produced another firearm from his storage space. As the imposing orange cat barreled toward him, he executed a swift slide to evade, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of fire at its abdomen. Rat-tat-tat. Regardless of whether it was a dog or a cat, the soft underbelly was always their most vulnerable area. Su Chen could not ascertain if he had struck the cat's heart, but he sensed that it had indeed sustained significant injury as the orange creature emitted a series of guttural growls. Its back fur fluffed up in alarm. Although Su Chen had never owned a cat, he had witnessed his neighbor's feline display this behavior when threatened and on the verge of fury. With a roar, the orange cat abandoned its evasion, charging at Su Chen like a frenzied vehicle. Despite his best efforts to dodge, his agility paled in comparison to that of the feline. In no time, the large orange cat cornered him, lunging directly at Su Chen. Faced with such dire circumstances, Su Chen did not succumb to panic. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. At a critical juncture, he leapt into the air, deftly evading the pounce of the massive orange creature. As he landed upon its back, he executed a swift maneuver, positioning himself atop the creature while unleashing a flurry of punches upon its head, each blow falling like torrential rain. After undergoing multiple enhancements, Su Chen's strength had reached an astonishing level, one that even the mutated orange could not withstand. It emitted a series of piercing shrieks, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to dislodge him. Although Su Chen clung tenaciously to its fur, he was ultimately flung away. With a resounding crash, he toppled several shelves before finally being halted by a wall. Before the dazed Su Chen could gather his wits, the great orange creature, with its maw gaping wide, lunged towards him. Chapter 180. The little orange cat. Su Chen could distinctly observe the glimmering, cold fangs of the large orange cat, as well as smell the foul, putrid odor emanating from its mouth. The creature was desperately trying to bite him, letting out growls of frustration. Su Chen firmly grasped the upper and lower jaws of the cat, preventing it from sinking its teeth into him. After a brief stalemate, the large orange cat grew increasingly agitated, relentlessly attempting to strike Su Chen with its paws. Despite his efforts to evade, he was struck by one of its powerful claws, feeling an overwhelming force that sent him flying. Fortunately, the cat's strength paled in comparison to that of the formidable Party Howard, and with Su Chen having undergone another enhancement, he sustained only minor injuries. Nonetheless, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy, and his steps grew unsteady. Thankfully, his innate ability for rapid healing kicked in, and in the blink of an eye, the discomfort dissipated swiftly. At that moment, the large orange cat charged at him once more, employing the same tactic of opening its massive maw in an attempt to tear into Su Chen. After he seized its jaws, it began to swipe at him with its claws again. "You really are testing my patience," Su Chen thought, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea to counter the beast. He abruptly released his grip on the cat's mouth and swiftly retreated. While distancing himself from the confrontation, he retrieved a high-explosive grenade from his storage space. With the pin pulled, Su Chen mentally counted down the seconds. As the large orange cat lunged for him for the third time, he aimed for its gaping mouth and hurled the grenade inside. To the cat, the grenade was hardly a formidable object. Yet Su Chen's precise throw ensured it went in effortlessly. Bang! A resounding explosion rang out, and in an instant, the cat's head was grotesquely deformed before bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. Observing the lifeless form of the cat, Su Chen finally exhaled in relief and sank to the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath. However, he soon felt an itch at his waist. Glancing down, a wave of dread washed over him. The large orange cat, being a mutated beast, had not only struck with great force, but also possessed exceptionally sharp claws. In the midst of their struggle, Su Chen's protective gear had been torn, leaving several gashes along his waist. He had been so focused on the battle that the adrenaline masked the pain. Now, in a moment of calm, he recognized his injuries. though they had already begun to scab over and were even starting to flake away due to his rapid healing. A sense of unease lingered within him. He was acutely aware that both the zombie dogs in the underground base and the large orange cat were carriers of the zombie virus. A scratch could very well lead to infection. He waited in silence for a considerable time, yet no unusual symptoms emerged. Could it be that his enhancements rendered him immune to the zombie virus? Could it be that the rapid self-healing is so potent that it can even cleanse the zombie virus? Or perhaps the claws of the great orange feline are devoid of the virus. After pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion, Chen chose to dismiss the thought. In any case, the fact that he had not contracted the zombie virus was indeed good news. Once his rapid self-healing had alleviated all his discomfort, Chen rose and approached the body of the great orange cat. Thank heavens! Despite the cat's head being utterly obliterated, Chen managed to locate its energy crystal nearby. Much like the energy crystals from the zombie hounds in the underground base, the one from the great orange cat was also a shade of dark gray, albeit slightly darker. It appeared that the energy crystals of zombie beasts predominantly featured this hue. With this thought in mind, Chen grasped the energy crystal, successfully absorbing the intermediate energy crystal. He gained 340 energy points. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this great orange cat would be on par with Dang Howren. No wonder he had found it so challenging to subdue. However, this also served to affirm the enhancement of his own strength. Although he had relied on high explosive grenades to achieve the kill, he had previously only managed to flee in disarray when faced with Dang Howren, unable to retaliate. During his confrontation with the great orange cat, he had already possessed the means to fight back. After dispatching the great orange cat and absorbing its energy crystal, Chen resumed his search for resources in the vicinity. At this point, he began to understand why the wholesale market was teeming with crawling zombies. It seemed likely that this great orange cat had once been kept by a certain shop, only to later succumb to the zombie virus and transform into its current state. Humans who were bitten by such a zombie beast would subsequently become crawling zombies themselves. Lost in these thoughts, Chen was suddenly startled by a faint mewing sound. Meow, meow, meow. His heart raced. Could it be another great orange cat? Heightening his vigilance, he followed the sound to its source. He discovered a collapsed shop that had been repurposed into a den, surrounded by numerous skeletal remains. At the very center of the den lay a soft mat. Chen noticed a small orange kitten lying upon it. When illuminated by his tactical flashlight, the kitten was startled and quickly sought refuge behind a nearby cabinet. Yet, it seemed unable to suppress its curiosity as it cautiously peeked out to observe Chen. Meow, meow, meow. Could it be the offspring of the great orange cat? Chen mused, retrieving a piece of meat from his storage space and tossing it from a distance. Upon witnessing the meat descend from above, the little orange kitten was taken aback and promptly retreated. However, after a moment of silence, it cautiously emerged again. Ultimately, unable to resist the temptation, it darted forward, seizing the meat and retreating once more. Chen waited for a while, noticing that the kitten did not venture out again, and decided to leave. After all, there were still the Dai brothers awaiting his assistance outside. However, just as Chen turned to depart, he heard the mewing once more. It turned out to be a small orange cat, which, after finishing the morsel of meat, emerged once more. It seemed to sense Chen's kindness. This time, unlike before, it was not timid or fearful. Instead, it boldly stood outside, within a mere 3 meters of Chen. Chen took out another piece of meat and tossed it to the little orange cat. In no time at all, it devoured the morsel with remarkable speed. It licked its lips, gazing at Chen with eyes full of yearning. Could it really consume so much with such a small frame? It appears that the saying a large orange carries weight is indeed true. Amused, Chen decided to toss several more pieces of meat to the little orange cat. Naturally, the cat did not hesitate and consumed them all. Once it had finished, it seemed quite satisfied, elegantly licking its paws before striding directly towards Chen. Chapter 181. Meow, meow, meow. Do not be deceived by its small size. The little orange cat made Chen feel a sense of caution. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, one could encounter all manner of peculiar creatures. Fortunately, this little feline exhibited no unusual behavior. It ambled over slowly, nuzzled against Chen's leg, and even sprawled on the ground, exposing its belly to him. Chen found himself both amused and perplexed. Was it not said that cats tend to be aloof? How could it become so affectionate after merely being offered a few morsels of meat? What was he to do? Should he eliminate it? The thought barely crossed his mind before Chen dismissed it. While he might be somewhat cold-blooded, he was not cruel or bloodthirsty. Having just dispatched its mother, the large orange cat, it would be utterly inhumane to slay the offspring as well. Perhaps he could simply abandon it to fend for itself? With this notion, Chen hastened his steps, retracing his path. However, Upon sensing his departure, the little orange cat appeared distressed. It emitted a series of mews and sprinted after him. Strangely enough, despite its diminutive size, it ran with surprising speed. No matter how swiftly Su Chen moved, he could not shake it off. It seemed the little orange cat was akin to a stubborn adhesive. Resigned, Su Chen halted, crouched down, and observed the creature. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was indeed different from ordinary cats. Its pupils resembled the yin-yang symbol, half golden and half grayish-white, with its irises at the center. How peculiar. Why was it so? If this little cat had been infected like its mother, it would not display such docility. Yet, if it were untainted, its pupils could not possibly appear in this fashion. After pondering for a while, drawing on his years of reading web novels, Su Chen arrived at a conclusion. Was it conceivable that the large orange cat was pregnant with the little one at the time of infection? This might explain the unusual appearance of the offspring. Contemplating this, Su Chen could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Since the little orange cat had managed to survive in its nest, it indicated that the large orange had not attacked it. Even after becoming a zombie beast, the power of maternal love remained formidable. Meow, meow, meow. Observing Su Chen's stillness, the little orange cat nudged its head closer, rubbing against him insistently, as if to say, "Do not abandon me." Even Su Chen, despite his rugged masculinity, found himself moved by the adorably affectionate little creature. "Very well, I shall take you with me. However, I must warn you, should you exhibit any strange behavior, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Meow, meow, meow. The little cat seemed to grasp his meaning and promptly responded with a few cries. Su Chen grasped it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. The little orange cat offered no resistance, obediently allowing Su Chen to place it into his pocket. With that, Su Chen continued his foray into the wholesale market, estimating that the supplies he had collected amounted to several tons. As the surroundings fell into emptiness, Su Chen finally ceased his actions. Just as he intended to leave with Xiaoju, he hesitated momentarily and approached the lifeless body of Daju. He gently took Xiaoju from his pocket and placed it on the ground. Upon seeing its mother, Xiaoju moved closer, circling around Daju's corpse. Meow, meow, meow. Noticing the lack of response from Daju, Xiaoju appeared somewhat bewildered. It turned to Su Chen, who let out a soft sigh, feeling a fleeting pang of guilt within. However, this feeling quickly dissipated. After all, Daju had initiated the attack, and he was merely acting in self-defense. "From now on, you shall regard me as your master, and I will care for you," he reassured, lifting Xiaoju once more and tucking it back into his pocket. Casting a final glance at Daju, he turned away and headed back in the direction he had come from. Outside the wholesale market, in the snowy expanse, Dai Rongliang paced anxiously back and forth. Although Dai Hao remained seated, his glances towards the cave entrance betrayed his own unease. "Brother, it has been several hours already. Hasn't he it? Do you think Su Chen could have been consumed by that cat?" Dai Rongliang suddenly halted, gazing intently at Dai Hao. "You might not be wrong. It is indeed a possibility." Dai Hao responded, uncertainty evident in his tone. After all, the mutated cat lurking below was exceptionally formidable. Even with their contingent of elite subordinates, they were no match for it. Had he not made the decisive choice to flee first with Dai Rongliang, leaving the others behind, it was likely that both brothers would have become mere sustenance for the mutated feline. What if he dies? How shall we locate that military base and its supplies? Dai Rongliang asked, his face etched with concern. "No worries. If he perishes, we still have you, Shoujing." Dai Hao replied dismissively with a faint smile. Their original plan was to utilize the mutated cat to gauge Su Chen's abilities. Should Su Chen triumph over the beast, it would indicate that his strength far surpassed that of the brothers. They would then have to reach out to the Skywalker Alliance to assess their stance. Conversely, if Su Chen were to fall, they could coerce Yu Shoujing into revealing the location of Su Chen's supplies and the military base. Yet, their greatest fear was that Yu Shoujing might also be in the dark. Thus, the most desirable outcome would be for both Su Chen and the mutated cat to incur mutual destruction. Dai Hao could seize the opportunity to extract the desired information from Su Chen before ultimately eliminating him, while also ridding the world of the formidable mutated cat. Such a powerful zombie beast surely possessed energy crystals of immense value. While the brothers deliberated, a subordinate suddenly called out, "Brother Hao, someone is coming out." The two men paused, swiftly rising to their feet and gazing towards the cave entrance. A figure staggered out, and it was none other than Su Chen. However, compared to when he had entered, he appeared considerably worse for wear, his complexion pale and his steps weak. The cold weather attire he wore was tattered and stained with copious amounts of blood. "Old Su, what has happened to you?" Upon witnessing Su Chen's woeful state, Dai Hao felt a surge of exhilaration within, though he maintained an outward appearance of concern, hastily approaching to support Su Chen. "Did you not say that below there are mutated zombies? How?" Could it possibly be a mutated beast? Su Chen spoke in fragmented sentences, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, as if he had sustained grave injuries. Did I not recall telling old Su that you were a zombie beast? Dai Hao feigned ignorance. Indeed, my brother spoke of a zombie beast. You must have misremembered, old Su, chimed in Dai Rongliang. Old Su, what has become of that zombie beast? Dai Hao inquired eagerly. Chapter 182. Life is a play. All dependent on performance. I was unable to vanquish it. We merely inflicted mutual harm upon each other. Su Chen gasped for breath and commanded, quickly assist me back and summon a physician to tend to my wounds. Yet, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang appeared oblivious to his words. Instead of supporting him, they released their grip and retreated a few steps. Su Chen, momentarily taken aback, collapsed heavily onto the ground. He let out a pained cry, his eyes wide with fury as he exclaimed, Are you two seeking death? Haha, boss Su. It seems you are somewhat unclear about the situation. Dai Hao crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his face. In your current state, you can't even preserve your own life, yet you wish to deal with us? Su Chen's expression turned icy as he struggled against his pain to rise to his feet. Do not underestimate me. Even in this wounded state, it would be effortless to handle both of you. TSK, truly remarkable, boss Su. Dai Rongliang sneered. But allow me to disclose a truth. My brother and I are also evolved beings. Furthermore, today's events were an elaborate trap set deliberately for you. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his features. Why? Why would you do this? Dai Rongliang laughed heartily. Naturally, it is because we cannot abide your lofty demeanor. You've merely exerted a bit of effort and yet aspire to be our leader? What a daydream. Dai Hao raised a hand to silence Dai Rongliang. Enough, Yagliang. Do not waste further words on him. Su Chen, escaping today is virtually impossible. Hand over your supplies, as well as the address and code to that military base, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Su Chen inhaled deeply and responded slowly. What if I refuse to comply? If you refuse, we shall incapacitate you first, and then we will interrogate you at our leisure. Dai Rongliang brandished a cleaver, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Heh. Su Chen emitted a low chuckle. Dai Hao furrowed his brow, his voice cold. Even when faced with death, you still feign bravado. I never anticipated my performance would prove so convincing, ensnaring both of you. Su Chen suddenly remarked. As he spoke, under the astonished gazes of the Dai brothers, his form gradually straightened. The weakness from his injuries vanished in an instant, restoring him to his former vigor. You were merely pretending? Dai Hao stared in astonishment, struggling to believe his own eyes. Life is but a play, all relying on performance, Su Chen scoffed. Had I not played my part, how could you two have revealed your true intentions? And what of that mutated feline lurking below? Dai Rongliang instinctively inquired, what about it? It has already been eradicated. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. Thanks to you both, I was able to acquire such abundant energy. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the brothers shifted dramatically. The terror of the mutated orange cat is well understood by the two of them. Yet, remarkably, Su Chen is capable of vanquishing the creature without sustaining significant injuries. The degree of his evolution is indeed formidable. Su Gu, we were foolish earlier. Please, show us mercy and spare us this once. As the situation took a turn, Dai Hao immediately lowered his stance, pleading for Su Chen's forgiveness. If I were truly gravely injured today, would you have spared me? Su Chen remained unmoved, his tone icy. You, do not take this too far. Dai Rongliang glared at Su Chen with fury. The absurdity of it all struck Su Chen as quite amusing. It was clearly the two of them who had conspired against him, yet they managed to twist the narrative as if he were the oppressor. Now, will you two choose to end it yourselves, or shall I take matters into my own hands? With gritted teeth, Dai Hao raised his arm and shouted, Brothers, let us take him down together. Despite being evolved beings, if Su Chen's claims were true, their strength was woefully inadequate to contend with him. The only means of escape would be to rally their subordinates and flee amidst the chaos, planning to return for revenge once they found the Celestial Traveler Alliance. However, to Dai Hao's astonishment, after his rallying cry, his followers remained utterly unresponsive. Yu Yixiang, what do you mean by this? A sense of foreboding washed over Dai Hao. Before Yu Yixiang could respond, Su Chen smiled and interjected, Brother Hao, if you can bribe Yu Shoujing, why should I not win over your subordinates? What? Both Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were taken aback, their eyes filled with rage as they turned to Yu Yixiang. I'm sorry, Brother Hao. The offer from Su Gu is simply too generous, Yu Yixiang apologized, shaking his head. He then raised his weapon, along with the surrounding subordinates, effectively blocking the path for Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. Brother, let's fight him. Faced with Su Chen's ruthless demeanor, Dai Rongliang ceased his words and charged at Su Chen with his knife drawn. Dai Hao, too, steeled himself, drawing a dagger and following closely behind his brother. Fools! Su Chen snorted coldly, showing no intention of evading their attack. He reached out, effortlessly grasping Dai Rongliang's wrist. Despite Dai Rongliang's desperate efforts, he could not inflict harm upon Su Chen. Simultaneously, Dai Hao lunged forward, but Su Chen merely lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Dai Hao. The latter had no time to react before feeling an immense force propel him through the air. Brother! Seeing Dai Hao sent flying, Dai Rongliang panicked. His grip on the knife faltered, causing it to slide down, but he quickly caught it with his other hand and thrust it towards Su Chen. Though this series of actions was executed with remarkable speed, to Su Chen, it appeared as if time had slowed to a crawl. However, before Su Chen could retaliate, a yellow blur shot out from his pocket. Dai Rongliang was momentarily blinded, followed by a rush of darkness and excruciating pain. He instinctively discarded the knife. Covering his eyes with his hands and letting out a mournful cry, the yellow shadow returned, landing upon Su Chen's shoulder. Only at that moment did Su Chen realize that the yellow shadow was, in fact, Little Orange. With a slight exertion, Su Chen snapped Dai Rongliang's arm and cast him aside, turning his attention to Little Orange. He observed its bloodied claws, which bore two of Dai Rongliang's eyeballs, a sight most unsettling. To his surprise, this little creature proved to be remarkably loyal, taking the initiative to strike back after witnessing Dai Rongliang's attack on Su Chen. Moreover, its offensive capabilities were evidently formidable. Dai Rongliang, a seasoned evolver, was utterly defenseless against the small feline. Su Chen felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Chapter 183. Be wiser in the next life. Quick, discard that thing. Su Chen commanded, his brow furrowing in concern. Xiaoju understood his intent and promptly waved her paw, casting aside the two eyeballs she had been holding. That's more like it, Su Chen remarked, reaching out to gently pat Xiaoju's head. At his touch, she emitted a purring sound, clearly relishing the moment. Meanwhile, upon witnessing his brother's grievous injuries, Dai Hao suppressed his pain and hurried to his side. Liang, brother, I can't see anything. Dai Rongliang sobbed, one of his arms grotesquely broken, exposing stark white bone, while the other hand clutched his eyes. Crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Seeing his brother in such a pitiful state filled Dai Hao with both shock and dread. After their transformation into evolved beings, they had previously engaged in sparring sessions where even 7 or 8 robust members of the Tiger Gang proved no match for them. Yet, in the face of Su Chen, the brothers found themselves utterly powerless. At that moment, Dai Hao finally grasped the extent of his naivety. Boss Su, he pleaded, adopting a humble demeanor, if you spare us, we can discuss anything. All the resources, gold, and beauties in my possession, they are yours. Su Chen chuckled, dismissively waving his hand. If I were to kill you, wouldn't everything still belong to me? And no, if you kill me, the Skywalker Alliance will not let you go. Dai Hao clung to his last thread of hope, invoking the name of the Skywalker Alliance. Enough with the nonsense. You two must die here today, Su Chen stated calmly. Despair washed over Dai Hao's face upon hearing Su Chen's unwavering resolve. But I have a few questions. If you cooperate, I can grant you both a swift end. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is excruciating. Su Chen's tone was eerily flat, sending shivers down Dai Hao's spine. He glanced at his brother, who was still crying out in agony, and muttered, ask away. Step back. Su Chen gestured, and once Yu Yixiang and the others had departed, he inquired, how did you two become evolved beings? This matter is actually due to you, Dai Hao replied slowly. It all began when Su Chen sought to trade supplies for zombie heads, sparking the brothers' curiosity. Shortly after he left Shannan with Yu Shoujing and the others. During a zombie hunting expedition, they stumbled upon energy crystals within the heads of the zombies. They surmised that Su Chen desired the zombie heads for these very crystals. After some experimentation, Dai Rongliang recalled a plot from a novel about blood recognizing its master and decided to try it. Thus, the brothers naturally evolved into beings of power. The energy crystals they were meant to offer Su Chen ended up being hoarded by them instead. I see. Su Chen nodded slightly and inquired further, what exactly is the Skywalker Alliance? Our understanding of the Skywalker Alliance was, to be honest, rather limited. According to Dai Hao, just a few days after Su Chen's return, while they were hunting zombies, they fortuitously encountered several other evolved beings. The leader among them claimed to be a member of the Skywalker Alliance and extended an invitation for Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang to join. The brothers, however, were disinterested and outright refused. To their surprise, the group turned hostile and attacked them. Having only recently become evolved beings and lacking the strength of their opponents, the brothers were swiftly defeated. To save their lives, they had no choice but to agree to join the organization. The members of the Skywalker Alliance arranged to meet the brothers again in half a month. At which time Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were to prepare 100 energy crystals as the price for their alliance. They would also be taken to meet the leader of the Skywalker Alliance. It was then that Su Chen understood. No wonder the brothers had not supplied him with energy crystals and were still so weak. They had been hoarding the crystals to present to the Skywalker Alliance. After inquiring about the location of the hidden energy crystals, Su Chen calmly stated, "All right, let us prepare to depart." Upon hearing this, fear of death filled Dai Hao's eyes. Yet, he also knew he could not escape his fate today. As a prominent figure, he tried to sit up straighter, hoping to meet his end with dignity, vowing to be wiser in his next life. As Su Chen's words echoed, he drew out his Nepalese knife. With a swift motion, Dai Hao's head soared into the air, while Su Chen's wrist flicked, sending the knife accurately into Dai Rongliang's heart. In the blink of an eye, both brothers had drawn their last breath. Su Chen withdrew the knife and wiped the blood on Dai Rongliang's clothes before summoning Yu Yixiang, observing the lifeless bodies of the Dai brothers. A flicker of fear crossed Yu Yixiang's eyes as he respectfully remarked, "Congratulations, Boss Su, for eliminating these two traitors." Su Chen responded with a faint smile. "And congratulations to you for being able to take their place." At these words, Yu Yixiang felt a surge of joy within him. Just a few days prior, when Su Chen had instructed Yu Shoujing to find him, he had been somewhat hesitant. After all, the Dai brothers were evolved beings with many followers. However, after witnessing Su Chen's display of true strength and the promise that he could inherit the Dai brothers' influence, Yu Yixiang swiftly chose to betray them. Unbeknownst to the Dai brothers, they had instructed Yu Yixiang to bring people to the wholesale market to ambush Su Chen, not realizing that he had brought only his most trusted allies. "All right, bring their heads with us. Let us return," Su Chen casually commanded as he mounted the snowmobile. Yu Yixiang, not daring to delay, quickly rallied his subordinates to action. Before long, the group had returned to the headquarters of the Tiger Gang, including Yu Shoujing. The leaders of the Tiger Gang were gathered in the office that originally belonged to Dai Hao. Observing Su Chen, who lounged in the boss's chair with an air of nonchalance, a sense of foreboding began to envelop the room. "Boss Su, where's our Hao?" someone inquired. "Indeed. What of Liang?" Yet, Su Chen offered no response, his fingers gently caressing the head of the small orange cat. At that moment, Yu Yixiang stepped forward, his voice icy and resolute. "In the past, our Tiger Gang was able to conquer the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, all thanks to Boss Su. However, those two scoundrels, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, have shown the utmost treachery, repaying kindness with malice, and are plotting against Boss Su. Their arrogance has led to their downfall, and they now lie dead beyond resurrection. If you wish to remain in good favor, from this day forth, heed Boss Su's commands. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he presented the severed heads of Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, placing them ominously upon the table. Chapter 184, Why the Silence? Upon witnessing the heads of their two leaders, the heads of the Tiger Gang could not help but exclaim in shock. "How dare you betray the boss, Yu Yixiang? Brothers, let us unite and avenge our leader." Among the gang leaders, there were still many loyal to Dai Hao. They immediately clamored to seek retribution for their fallen brother. Bang! Accompanied by the deafening sound of a gunshot, the loudest among them was instantly met with a gruesome fate as his head was blown apart. Brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Such a bloody scene left the others utterly stunned, plunging the office into an eerie silence. Why the silence? Su Chen blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, looking at the crowd with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. "Weren't you all eager to avenge Dai Hao? Step forward and let me see who dares." Not a single soul uttered a word. Though some harbored the desire to avenge Dai Hao, they were unwilling to follow in the footsteps of the lifeless body beside them. "Excellent." Su Chen smiled with satisfaction, turning to Yu Yixiang. "Identify those who are Dai Hao's staunch loyalists, and have them apprehended." At once, Yu Yixiang responded, calling in several subordinates. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu. Every leader mentioned by Yu Yixiang was swiftly apprehended by the subordinates. Before long, nearly a third of them found themselves pinned to the ground. Su Chen displayed no mercy, nodding coldly in approval. With a wave of his hand, Yu Yixiang commanded his subordinates to drive their weapons brutally into the bodies of those captured. "Ah! Oh!" The cries of agony echoed throughout the office. The sheer cruelty of the scene left others feeling a chill run down their spines, their faces pale with fear. Yet, Su Chen remained unmoved. After executing Dai Hao's loyal subordinates, Yu Yixiang ordered the removal of the bodies and a thorough cleaning of the room. Once everything was in order, the office appeared clean and tidy, yet the acrid scent of blood lingered in the hearts of all present. From this day forth, all matters within the gang would be entrusted to Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing. Their commands shall be my commands. Anyone who dares to defy or question this will meet the same fate as Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. Su Chen stated flatly. What? Did you not hear Boss Su's words? Yu Yixiang glared, his tone menacing. Understood, Boss Su. The crowd shuddered in unison, quickly responding in agreement. That is more like it. Su Chen revealed a satisfied smile. However, to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates, mere punishment would not suffice. They needed incentives as well. Beyond the benefits previously offered by Dai Hao, Su Chen enhanced their rewards significantly. For instance, salaries varied according to rank, and the provisions became more generous. Each month, they would also receive varying amounts of cigarettes and fine liquor. Such measures swiftly garnered the support of the leaders, as during Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang's reign. They had merely managed to keep their bellies full. How could one still indulge in smoking and drinking? Once the leaders had departed, Su Chen cast a meaningful glance at Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing, smiling knowingly. I place great trust in both of you. Do not let me down. Rest assured. Boss Su, my loyalty to you is unwavering. Yu Yixiang declared, thumping his chest. I feel the same. Yu Shoujing thought highly of Su Chen. Having witnessed the swift resolution of Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, the notorious leaders of the Tiger Gang. The thousands of members of the Tiger Gang were effortlessly brought under Su Chen's command. Such prowess and capability could only belong to Su Chen. Very well, you may withdraw for now, Su Chen gestured. The two men respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Once they had departed, Su Chen unsheathed a dagger and unceremoniously opened the heads of Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. Their energy crystals, like Lu Zhaoxin's, glimmered with a soft pink hue, though not as vibrant as Lu's. It seemed they contained less energy as well. Ding. Successfully absorbed a primary energy crystal, gaining 28 energy points. Ding. Successfully absorbed a primary energy crystal, gaining 26 energy points. Su Chen smirked. As anticipated, according to the brothers from the Dai family and Lu Zhaoxin, evolvers could not absorb energy crystals without limit. After reaching a certain threshold, they had to pause. Otherwise, they would feel an uncomfortable sensation. However, with the aid of the system, Su Chen could absorb without restriction, which granted him a distinct advantage. Given that Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had only recently become evolvers, they could not have absorbed many energy crystals. Moreover, they still needed to prepare 100 energy crystals as offerings to the Skywalker Alliance. As Dai Hao had mentioned in life, Su Chen discovered 100 energy crystals in his vault, alongside supplies such as cigarettes, liquor, and cold medicine. Not to mention a plethora of gleaming gold bracelets, rings, and bullion. Amused yet bemused, Su Chen pondered the absurdity of Dai Hao's continued fondness for gold in a post-apocalyptic world. While in the survivor base of his former life, gold was sometimes used as currency for trading supplies. Bartering remained the primary method. After all, in the apocalypse, gold served no purpose beyond being a mere ornament. Nevertheless, Su Chen decided to take the gold, as his storage space was virtually limitless. Just as he opened the bag to absorb the energy crystals within, his little orange cat suddenly leapt out and snatched one away. Little Orange, give that back, Su Chen called out. However, the cat showed no signs of compliance, instead opening its mouth and swallowing the energy crystal whole. This startled Su Chen, not out of concern for the energy crystal itself, but for the well-being of the little cat. Spit it out, he urged, grasping the cat and prying its mouth open, but the energy crystal had already been consumed. It licked its tongue and gazed longingly at the energy crystals within the bag. Observing the seemingly unremarkable little orange cat, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could it possibly absorb the energy crystals as well? Tentatively, he retrieved a few more and placed them before the little feline. Without any hesitation, the orange cat licked its tongue and devoured the crystals, consuming 7 or 8 in rapid succession before finally pausing. Leaning against Su Chen's embrace, it stretched contentedly, savoring the moment. If the little orange cat truly had the ability to absorb energy crystals and undergo evolution, it would indeed be a fortuitous development for Su Chen. During his encounters with Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, the agility of the little orange cat had left him quite astonished. Chapter 185, The Tiger Vanguard? Mungchi. The little orange cat acted with such swiftness that even Su Chen had no time to react before it plucked out the eyes of the evolver Dai Rongliang. This was merely in its juvenile phase. If it were to grow and attain strength akin to that of its mother, it would undoubtedly become a formidable ally for Su Chen. Contemplating this, Su Chen resolved firmly. As long as the little orange cat remained docile, he would keep it, occasionally nourishing it with energy crystals. With this thought, he tucked it back into his pocket. Stretching lazily, he noticed that the sky had dimmed, signaling it was time to return for dinner. Su Chen departed from the Tiger Gang, mounted his snowmobile, and returned to Normadisen. After such an extended absence with no news, the three women had begun to feel concerned. Upon seeing him return safely, Their worries dissipated, and they approached him with smiles. "Master, how did things go with the Dai brothers?" asked Zhou Qing as she took Su Chen's coat. "I've dealt with them," Su Chen replied, taking the warm water that Lu Linga handed him and drinking it down. The three women were not particularly surprised, in their eyes. The scheming Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had brought their fate upon themselves. "These are the jewels I retrieved from Dai Hao's vault. See if any catch your fancy." Su Chen smiled slightly as he revealed the golden treasures, laying them out on the table. The sight of the sparkling gold instantly captivated the three women, who eagerly began to admire them. One could not deny that women, much like dragons, possess an innate attraction to glittering objects, and even in a post-apocalyptic world. They were no exception. At that moment, a sudden meow 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 echoed from Su Chen's pocket. The three women, engrossed in examining the jewelry, paused and turned their gazes toward him. Su Chen slapped his forehead, remembering that the little orange cat was still nestled in his pocket. He carefully lifted it out, placing it in the palm of his hand. The sight of the adorably tiny orange cat nearly melted the hearts of the three women. They abandoned the gold and hurried to surround Su Chen. "Master, where did you find this little cat?" "Indeed, it's so cute. May I pet it?" Su Chen quickly shielded the little orange cat and shook his head at them. "Be cautious. This is no ordinary little cat." He then recounted the origins of the little orange cat to the three women. Upon hearing the tale, astonishment graced their delicate faces. No matter how hard they tried, they could not reconcile the notion that the charming and soft little orange cat was a descendant of a zombie beast. Even more incredulous was the fact that it could ruthlessly remove a person's eyes. Yet, it was simply too adorable. "Master, may I touch it?" Lu Linger was unable to resist the allure of the little orange cat, her large, pleading eyes shimmering with desire. With a sigh of resignation, Su Chen could only caution, "Be careful." He placed the little orange cat on the table, and the three women immediately gathered around it. Following Su Chen's instructions, they cautiously extended their hands to stroke the little orange cat. Fortunately, the feline did not seem to mind the attention from the three girls. Instead, it nestled against their palms, rubbing persistently. Observing this, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. It would have been quite troublesome had the little orange cat been averse to anyone else's approach besides his own. "By the way, master, have you given it a name?" Zhou Qing suddenly inquired. "A name?" "No," Su Chen replied, momentarily taken aback. After taking in the little orange cat, he had been too preoccupied with dealing with the Dai family brothers to consider this matter. "We must name such an adorable kitten. We can't keep calling it Mimi, can we?" Lin Yingying suggested. "Yingying is right. How about calling her Xiaohua?" Lu Linger chimed in. Su Chen immediately frowned. "Xiaohua, that sounds rather mundane. I don't think it's a good idea," Zhou Qing said, turning to Su Chen. "Do you have any better suggestions?" "If you ask me, let's just call it Huxian Feng." Su Chen shrugged. Recently, he had been playing a game featuring the character Huxian Feng, who was notoriously difficult to defeat. His dreams of victory were shattered in mere punches. "What a dreadful name." Lu Linger pouted. "Exactly. We cannot name it Huxian Feng." The other two girls unanimously rejected Su Chen's proposal. "How about calling it Xiaowang?" "But it's yellow, so Xiaowang would be more fitting." No. The names you propose are rather cliché. As the saying goes, three women make a play." The trio gathered together, chattering animatedly about what to name the little orange cat. The feline, however, remained indifferent, contentedly allowing them to pet it, even rolling onto its back and purring with delight. "All right, I'll take it up and settle it in properly," Su Chen said, beckoning the little orange cat to come. Yet, the creature was too engrossed in bonding with the three girls to pay him any heed. Such a flirtatious little thing at such a young age. "It must be a male," Su Chen remarked humorously as he lifted the cat. He had made up his mind that if it were indeed male, he would have it neutered. To his surprise, the little orange cat turned out to be female. "You're spared." Su Chen patted the cat's head and suddenly had a bright idea. "How about we name her Mengqi?" Mengqi is a character from a mobile game, resembling a cute dragon cat. However, Mengqi is male, and our little orange cat is female. Lin Yingying bit her finger, her eyes lighting up. "What if we name her Mengqi, with the Wang radical?" "That sounds great. I think it's lovely." With unanimous agreement from the four, the little orange cat was finally named Mengqi. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Su Chen decided to restrict the cat's freedom for the time being. Fortunately, among the supplies he had gathered, there was a sealed cat house. The cat shelter is spacious enough to accommodate litter boxes, scratching posts, and various other supplies. Su Chen placed the cat shelter on the upper level of the RV and gently set Mengqi inside. To his relief, she quickly adapted, finding her cozy nook, stretching languorously, and drifting into a deep slumber. Observing this, Su Chen felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He descended to the lower level to share dinner with the three women, following the elimination of the Dai brothers and their confidants. A wave of turmoil surged within the Tiger Gang, yet it dissipated swiftly. For the majority of the survivors, the one who provided them with resources and ensured their survival was the one they would follow. With Su Chen's assistance, Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing swiftly took control of the Tiger Gang. They were acutely aware of the fate that had befallen the Dai brothers and maintained a profound respect for Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued to scavenge for supplies and hunt zombies, never forgetting Dai Hao's final words. In just a few days, the members of the Skywalker Alliance would come knocking at their door. Chapter 186. The Skywalker Alliance in the vast expanse of the snowy terrain. Several dazed and tattered zombies were meandering slowly. Go for it, Mingqi. At the sound of a low command, a yellow figure darted forth with sudden vigor. Before the zombies could comprehend the situation, the yellow shadow swiftly maneuvered between their necks. Moments later, their heads tumbled to the ground. Well done, Mingqi. Observing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but praise. Meow, meow, meow. Mingqi trotted back to perch upon Su Chen's shoulder. He gently patted its head as a reward. Since adopting Mingqi, several days had passed. During this time, Mingqi had seamlessly integrated into the lives of Su Chen and the three women. After consuming 8 energy crystals previously, Mingqi had subsequently devoured 5 or 6 more. Following these feedings, it displayed remarkable changes. Not only had it grown slightly larger, but its agility had also increased significantly, and it seemed to possess a greater understanding of human nature. Mingqi could comprehend some simple phrases and commands from Su Chen and the three women. Thus, during the hunt for zombies, Su Chen deliberately brought Mingqi along, intending to test its abilities while also training it to become his assistant. Mingqi did not disappoint Su Chen. With its current prowess, it easily dominated the ordinary zombies. Su Chen approached and crushed each zombie head beneath his foot, collecting 3 energy crystals in total. Before he could prepare to absorb them, Mingqi began to meow excitedly beside him. Its large, expressive eyes seemed to implore, after all my hard work, shouldn't I receive a reward? Su Chen was both amused and exasperated, ultimately presenting the 3 energy crystals to Mingqi. Without hesitation, Mingqi flicked out its tongue and swallowed them all in one swift motion. Observing Mingqi's lingering dissatisfaction, Su Chen sighed. Life was not easy, he mused. After absorbing the energy crystals from Deju and the Dai brothers, along with hunting numerous zombies, Su Chen now possessed a total of 760 points of energy. At first glance, this seemed a small distance from the 2,000 points required for the next physical enhancement. However, without the acquisition of intermediate energy crystals, relying solely on hunting ordinary zombies and the occasionally encountered mutated ones would prolong the evolution process significantly. Now, with Mingqi, a creature that voraciously consumed resources, Su Chen's already strained situation had become even more precarious. Fortunately, the temperature was rising day by day, and the number of revived zombies was increasing as well. Each day, Su Chen ventured out with Mingqi to scavenge for supplies, occasionally striking luck and acquiring dozens of energy crystals. Glancing at the sky, he estimated that the time was drawing near. Su Chen decided to halt today's hunt and visit the Tiger Gang. It had been 2 days since his last visit, and he was curious about how Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing had managed the gang in his absence. As Su Chen arrived outside the towering edifice of the Tiger Gang on his snowmobile, several underlings hurriedly approached him. Boss Su, we have been awaiting your arrival. Su Chen offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Just a few steps into the building, he encountered Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing hastily descending the stairs. Boss Su, at last, you have come. The sight of Su Chen brought them relief akin to that of a savior. What troubles you? Su Chen inquired nonchalantly as he ascended the staircase, the crowd trailing behind him like celestial bodies orbiting a star. In recent days, the zombie horde has been swelling in numbers. Not only is hunting them becoming increasingly perilous, but our members cannot even venture out to scavenge for supplies. Just yesterday, a massive throng of zombies surged toward us. Fortunately, our sentinels detected them in advance and managed to create a diversion, leading the horde away, Yu Yixiang lamented. Though Shannon is not a major city, its population nears 1 million. Even if merely a third perished during the apocalyptic calamity, it would mean an overwhelming horde of 300,000 zombies. Despite the Tiger Gang's previous successes in slaying numerous undead, that was when their numbers were manageable. Should thousands of relentless zombies descend upon them, even elite military forces would struggle to withstand such an assault, unless they were equipped with limitless ammunition and heavy artillery. Upon hearing Yu Yixiang's words, Su Chen furrowed his brow. When he initially advised Dai how to seize the Stronghold Alliance building as the Tiger Gang's stronghold, he had not contemplated the ramifications. In hindsight, it seems gravely unwise. The Stronghold Alliance's building, situated within the city, is vulnerable to encirclement by the Horde. Even the sturdiest of structures cannot withstand starvation when besieged by thousands of zombies. Moreover, the presence of mutated zombies among the ranks could render an assault on the building quite feasible. Boss Su, perhaps. Yu Shoujing began, hesitating as he spoke. Yet Su Chen discerned his implication. He was subtly suggesting relocating the Tiger Gang members to a military base. However, Su Chen merely shook his head in response. Recognizing the unspoken understanding, Yu Shoujing wisely fell silent. The military base is exceptionally concealed and boasts a favorable geographic location. If necessary, it could accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 individuals without issue. Yet, Su Chen had no intention of allowing the Tiger Gang to take refuge there. The rationale was simple. The Tiger Gang is a motley crew, largely comprised of those seeking to benefit from a larger entity. Very few genuinely feel gratitude towards Su Chen. Should they be allowed to dwell in the base? What if they were to develop ambitions of usurpation? Though Su Chen possesses the capability to deal with them effortlessly, it would inevitably create a multitude of unnecessary complications. Furthermore, there is the risk of damaging the base's equipment in the process, leading to a situation where the losses would outweigh any potential gains. Su Chen planned to, once the current busy period had passed, procure several usable vehicles to bring He Wang and Sun Yuan over. After all, compared to the Menghu Gang, Su Chen held greater trust in the elders of Phoenix Mountain. How about this? During this time, have your people scout outside the city for suitable locations that could serve as a new base, Su Chen proposed thoughtfully. Yu Xiang let out a bitter laugh and nodded in acquiescence. Just as the group entered the office on the top floor, a knock echoed through the room. Come in, Su Chen commanded in a deep voice. A junior member cautiously pushed the door open, greeted Su Chen and the others, and then respectfully announced, Boss Su. 2 individuals are outside claiming to be members of the Traveler Alliance, requesting to meet our leader. Chapter 187. Hierarchical Division of the Skywalkers Alliance. A flicker of surprise coursed through Su Chen's mind as he realized they had arrived earlier than anticipated. He calmly instructed, allow them to enter. Yes, Boss Su. The younger members turned to leave. Beside him, Yu Xiang and Yu Shoujing exchanged nervous glances. They were aware of the Skywalkers Alliance from Dai Hao, understanding that its members were akin to Su Chen and Dai Hao, all being evolved beings. With the Skywalkers Alliance at their doorstep, a sense of apprehension washed over them. However, seeing Su Chen's composed demeanor eased their worries somewhat. Before long, a young man and woman, guided by the younger members, entered the office. They appeared strikingly youthful, perhaps around Su Chen's age. The man was handsome, while the woman possessed remarkable beauty. Upon seeing Su Chen, the young man paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he inquired, where are Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang? I am Su Chen, currently the leader of the Tiger Gang, Su Chen replied, interlocking his fingers on the desk, his gaze steady on the pair. May I know your names? You need not concern yourself with our names. Just summon Dai Hao and the others. The girl retorted, a hint of arrogance in her tone. Apologies, but they have been eliminated by me and are unlikely to return, Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. What? The young man reacted with surprise, scrutinizing Su Chen from head to toe. You managed to defeat both of them? It seems you are not an ordinary individual. You must be an evolved being as well. Su Chen offered a non-committal smile. Can you now reveal your names? Instead of answering directly, the young man pulled 2 chairs closer, gesturing for his companion to sit before settling himself. Crossing his legs, he grinned. I am Wang Xinyu, and this is Zhao Yu. We are members of the Skywalkers Alliance. We have come at the behest of our leader. Our purpose is twofold, to collect the energy crystals due and to escort Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang to the Alliance. Since they have been killed by you, we cannot return without them. Therefore, we propose that you assist in their induction into our Skywalkers Alliance and facilitate the submission of the energy crystals. What do you think? At this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. And what if I choose to decline? Zhao Yu's delicate brows knitted together as she coldly remarked. Though you have bested the Dai brothers, they are merely the lowest tier of evolved beings. The Skywalkers Alliance is vastly different. Within our ranks are dozens of evolved beings, all of whom surpass the Dai brothers in strength. I advise you not to court disaster. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had initially assumed the Skywalkers Alliance consisted of merely a handful of individuals, but it turned out to be a formidable group of dozens. If each member was indeed as powerful as the Dai brothers, then the strength of the Skywalkers Alliance was quite formidable indeed. After contemplating, Su Chen decided to engage Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu in conversation to ascertain the true nature of the Skywalkers Alliance. He calmly stated that he would be willing to join, but it would be prudent for you to first share with me the specifics of the organization. Surely, one cannot expect me to join without any prior knowledge. Wang Xinyu exchanged a glance with Zhao Yu, acknowledging the validity of Su Chen's words. First, let them all leave, and then we will inform you, Zhao Yu replied with an air of arrogance. Su Chen nodded towards Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing, signaling them to depart. Once the office was left with only the three of them, Wang Xinyu finally spoke. In truth, our organization's mission is to unite all evolvers. After Wang Xinyu's detailed introduction, Su Chen gained a preliminary understanding of the Skywalker Alliance. The founder of the Skywalker Alliance, Su Wenyue, became an evolver by chance. However, unlike Su Chen and Dai Hao, his mindset was rather unique. In Su Wenyue's eyes, this apocalyptic disaster was a test from the heavens for humanity. Only those who endure the trial can survive. Those who become evolvers are the elite among humankind, and they must unite to lead humanity through this ordeal. Wait a moment. Su Chen suddenly interrupted Wang Xinyu, inquiring, "How old is your leader Su? What is the matter?" Wang Xinyu looked at Su Chen with curiosity. He is only 20 this year, but his strength is the most formidable among us. Never mind, please continue. Upon hearing that Su Wenyue was merely 20, Su Chen found it unsurprising. At that age, one is often most idealistic. The sudden acquisition of extraordinary powers naturally leads to thoughts of justice and world-saving endeavors. Su Wenyue rallied many young individuals of a similar age, assisting them in becoming evolvers and establishing the Skywalker Alliance. They were not originally from Shannon City, but rather from the surrounding counties. However, due to the sparse population and few zombies in the counties, Su Wenyue decided to relocate to Shannon City to strengthen the Skywalker Alliance and enhance the members' abilities. It was there that he encountered Dai Hao and his group while they were hunting zombies, and he sought to recruit them. Upon being rejected, he resorted to forceful means, coercing Dai Hao and his companions to join. Having grasped the background of the Skywalker Alliance, Su Chen stroked his chin and asked, "You mentioned earlier that the Dai brothers are merely the lowest tier evolvers. What does that mean?" "We categorize the strength of evolvers and zombies to varying degrees." Wang Xinyu replied somewhat impatiently. The brothers are entry-level evolvers, classified as low-tier evolvers. Their strength is only slightly superior to that of ordinary zombies. After absorbing a sufficient amount of energy crystals, they can evolve to the next level, becoming primary evolvers. The mutated zombies are referred to as initial-stage zombies, which are the same tier as primary evolvers. As for the higher tiers, there exist intermediate evolved beings and mid-tier zombies. Beyond that, we remain in the dark, as we have yet to encounter them. However, following Su Laoda's nomenclature, they would likely be referred to as advanced evolved beings or high-tier zombies. Upon hearing this, Su Chen displayed a contemplative expression. It seems that the Skywalker Alliance's understanding of evolved beings and zombies is quite akin to his own. According to their classifications, Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and Lu Zhaoshan all fall under the category of low-tier evolved beings. Wang Xinyu's remarks subtly undermined Dai Hao, suggesting he is merely an initial-level evolved being. Dang Haoran and Daju can be classified as mid-tier zombies. The fact that he can eliminate both of them indicates that he possesses the strength of an intermediate evolved being. At that moment, Wang Xinyu interjected once more, stating that even within the same level, the disparity in strength can be considerable. For instance, initial-tier zombies possess a slight edge over initial-level evolved beings. Moreover, evolved beings with special abilities are evidently stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Chapter 188. Extraordinary Abilities. Extraordinary Abilities? Upon hearing this intriguing term, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. What exactly are extraordinary abilities? Wang Xinyu looked at Su Chen with a hint of surprise, patiently elaborating, there are two types of evolvers. One type possesses robust physical qualities, while the other is remarkable, endowed with a variety of extraordinary abilities. The categories of these abilities are numerous. Before Wang Xinyu could finish his sentence, Zhao Yu, sensing something amiss, promptly interrupted him. Frowning, she stated, "These matters are irrelevant to your potential membership in our Skywalker Alliance. After all this discussion, are you joining us or not?" Su Chen had initially intended to extract more information from Wang Xinyu, but Zhao Yu's vigilance caught him off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he leisurely replied, "Given the prowess of the Skywalker Alliance, I would certainly be inclined to join." "That's wonderful. Prepare 100 energy crystals, and we shall go meet Brother Su together," Wang Xinyu said, pleased with Su Chen's readiness. "Ah, no, you've misunderstood my intent." Su Chen chuckled, revealing a broad smile. "I am accustomed to being in a position of leadership rather than playing the subordinate role. If I were to join the Skywalker Alliance, I must be granted the status of leader. As long as your brother Su agrees, I shall join immediately." Wang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. Zhao Yu was the first to react, her brows furrowing as she scolded, "Su Chen, you are being excessively arrogant. Do you not regard our Skywalker Alliance with any respect? Do you not fear the consequences?" Wang Xinyu was also infuriated. Unfazed, Su Chen maintained his composure and replied coolly. I have only engaged with you for the sake of the Skywalk Alliance. Were it not for that, I would have dismissed you long ago. Go back and inform Su Wenyue that we shall keep our distance from each other, and I wish not to be disturbed. According to Wang Xinyu, Su Chen was required to pay the Skywalker Alliance 100 energy crystals each month as a form of protection fee. To Su Chen, 100 energy crystals were trivial, yet he saw no reason to hand them over freely to the Alliance. All right, you are truly beyond arrogant. Furious, Wang Xinyu sprang to his feet and lunged at Su Chen. It must be said, compared to the Dai brothers, Wang Xinyu's skills were evidently superior, likely placing him at the level of a novice evolver. Even if the Dai brothers joined forces, they would likely not stand a chance against him. However, regrettably for Wang Xinyu, he was up against Su Chen. Without any attempt to evade, Su Chen extended his hand and directly grasped Wang Xinyu's incoming fist. Wang Xinyu's expression shifted, and with his other hand, he transformed his palm into a fist, striking at Su Chen once more. Yet again, Su Chen reached out, capturing his fist once more. Moreover, with a slight exertion of force, Wang Xinyu felt the pressure from Su Chen's grip intensifying. His hands seemed as if they were on the verge of being crushed. There was something amiss with Su Chen. Observing his companion faltering, Zhao Yu could no longer remain seated. She swiftly rose to her feet, and with a delicate reprimand, she unleashed a palm strike towards Su Chen from a distance. What transpired next astonished Su Chen. A blade-like white energy wave surged towards him at an astonishing speed. Although they were separated by mere steps, Su Chen could still perceive the razor-sharpness of the energy blade. He dared not be careless, kicking Wang Xinyu back and quickly dodging to the side. The energy blade sliced past Su Chen, piercing directly through the desk behind him without emitting a sound, cleaving it in two as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. The blade continued its trajectory until it struck the wall, dissipating only upon impact, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Witnessing this, Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared that Zhao Yu was indeed an evolved being with extraordinary abilities. No wonder Wang Xinyu had remarked that evolved beings with special powers surpassed those who relied solely on brute strength. Had Zhao Yu's earlier strike connected, it could have resulted in severed limbs. Seeing her initial attack miss its target, Zhao Yu furrowed her delicate brows and waved her fair hand several more times. Again, multiple white energy blades surged swiftly towards Su Chen. He remained vigilant, evading the onslaught of energy blades and quickly lunging towards Zhao Yu. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the leader. The confines of the office were limited. If Zhao Yu continued her assault, he would inevitably be injured. Zhao Yu's fair complexion paled slightly as she retreated while attempting to summon more energy blades. However, Su Chen's agility far surpassed hers. Before she could retreat a few steps, Su Chen had already reached her side, delivering a precise strike to her shoulder that sent her flying. Zhao Yu landed on the ground, disoriented. Had Su Chen not shown restraint, that blow could have been fatal. Nonetheless, she cried out in pain. Su Chen then rushed forward, gripping her neck. Boss Su, show mercy. At that moment, Wang Xinyu, who had just recovered from Su Chen's kick, exclaimed urgently upon witnessing the scene. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward Wang Xinyu. The day was our fault. We shouldn't have laid hands on you. Wang Xinyu hurriedly explained. Su Chen's expression softened, and he loosened his grip. Zhao Yu, who had been held tightly, felt a significant relief. Zhao Yu quickly apologized to Boss Su. Wang Xinyu urged with a glance. Be Boss Su, I was wrong. In that fleeting moment when Su Chen had gripped her neck, Zhao Yu genuinely felt as though she might be crushed. Having escaped that near-death experience, her previous arrogance vanished, and she coughed as she offered her apology. Only then did Su Chen release her, gradually returning to his position. Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu obediently resumed their seats. We have no grievances. I do not wish to harm either of you. Before you two depart, I have two requests. Su Chen stated calmly. Please, Master Su, instruct us, they replied in unison. Individuals of strength command respect wherever they may be. Previously, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu regarded Su Chen with disdain, believing his abilities to be inferior to theirs. However, following their recent confrontation, they have come to recognize that Su Chen's prowess far exceeds their own. Even if he is not a mid-level evolver, he is certainly close. Consequently, their demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. My first request is that you convey my earlier words to Su Wenyue. No problem. Wang Xinyu promptly agreed. My second request is that you disclose all the information you possess regarding evolvers, without any concealment. Chapter 189. The Anomalous Crystal. The second request was not excessive. Wang Xinyu readily agreed and recounted all he knew about the evolvers in detail. According to his account, the extraordinary abilities possessed by evolvers could be categorized into various attributes. For instance, Zhao Yu's ability belonged to the wind element. She could manipulate air and condense it into blades of wind to launch attacks. Within the Skywalker Alliance, there were others capable of controlling ice and snow or summoning flames. In truth, even Su Laoda, with his physical enhancement, could be considered an evolver, albeit significantly inferior to the others. Furthermore, not everyone could become an evolver. Wang Xinyu explained that some individuals were entirely incapable of absorbing energy crystals. Those previously assisted by Su Laoda were among them. There were also those who could only absorb a minimal amount of energy crystals, after which they could no longer evolve. This is why he believed that evolvers were the elite among humanity, chosen by the heavens. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a moment of clarity. It made sense. If everyone could become an evolver, he would not have been entirely oblivious to this matter in his past life. What do you know about zombies and zombie beasts? He inquired. We don't have much knowledge in this area. Wang Xinyu shook his head. Along our journey, we encountered mainly ordinary mutated zombies, which are merely the initial tier zombies. Only once did we confront a pack of zombie dogs. Although we exterminated them, we suffered considerable casualties in the process. A shadow of sorrow flickered across Wang Xinyu's face as he recounted this. Among your Skywalker Alliance, who possesses the greatest strength, and what type of ability do they wield? Su Chen pondered for a moment before asking further. Well, Wang Xinyu's expression turned troubled. However, upon receiving a sharp glare from Su Chen, he hastily replied. It should be Su Laoda. He possesses fire element abilities. But Zhao Yu and I have only recently joined, so we are unaware of his exact level. Su Chen extended his finger and gently tapped the table. If Wang Xinyu was truthful, Su Wenwei must be an intermediate evolver. Otherwise, he would not limit the classification of evolvers to just that level. Viewed in this light, Su Chen's strength should be comparable to Su Wenyue's. However, with his rifle, high explosive grenades, and the assistance of Meng Qi, his overall combat power should exceed that of Su Wenyue. Observing Su Chen lost in thought, Wang Xinyu swallowed hard, apprehensive that Su Chen was contemplating whether to spare the two of them. He quickly added, Actually, I have 2 more pieces of intelligence. Oh, do tell. Su Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked toward Wang Xinyu. We discovered a type of metal. No, it should be classified as a material. It does not belong to any known elements and seems to have emerged only after the apocalypse. Its quantity is limited, all buried beneath thick layers of ice. It is remarkably lightweight, and if crafted into a weapon, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly sharp. If fashioned into armor, it would not only withstand ordinary bullets, but also absorb otherworldly attacks. We refer to it as the ethereal crystal. Wang Xinyu's words piqued Su Chen's interest. Following his fierce battle with Dang Haoran and Dezhu, he had realized that conventional firearms and weaponry were becoming insufficient against mid-tier zombies and zombie beasts. Had it not been for the high explosive grenades, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Dang Haoran and Dezhu. If the ethereal crystal is indeed as formidable as Wang Xinyu claims, then forging weapons and armor from it could significantly enhance his combat prowess. After noting the characteristics of the ethereal crystal, he inquired further, what about the second piece of information? Boss Su came from a county north of Shannon City. I've heard mention of him before. He originally intended to head towards the larger cities in the north. However, it appears he encountered other evolved beings there. And being no match for them, he was compelled to retreat to Shannon. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a stir of interest. The Skywalker Alliance comprises around 30 to 40 members, even though most of them were recruited by Su Wenwei after arriving in Shannon. He should have had 7 or 8 companions prior to that. Moreover, he is an evolved being with fire abilities. If he could not contend with his adversaries under such circumstances, how formidable must they be? Nevertheless, this matter bore little direct relevance to Su Chen, and he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it for the time being. After divulging all the information he possessed, Wang Xinyu gazed at Su Chen with hope. Boss Su, I have spoken the truth. Can you allow us to leave? I am a man of my word, and since I have promised to let you go, I shall certainly do so, Su Chen replied, waving his hand to signal their departure. Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu were instantly elated, hastily rising to bow respectfully to Su Chen before making their way outside. However, they did not let their guard down. As they exited, they cautiously observed Su Chen from the corner of their eyes, wary of any possible treachery on his part. Su Chen merely smiled faintly, remaining motionless in his seat. He would certainly consider the benefits of joining the Skywalker Alliance, yet according to Wang Xinyu, the only advantage would be the provision of protection, coupled with a monthly fee of 100 energy crystals. Thus, Su Chen felt no inclination toward that prospect. However, this did not imply that he harbored intentions of eliminating Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu. The two were merely novice evolved beings. Even if he were to kill them, he would only absorb a meager 1 or 200 points of energy, all while incurring a bitter enmity with the Skywalker Alliance. With dozens of members, including several powerful evolved beings, Su Wenyue's strength should not be underestimated. Forming an adversarial relationship with them would yield no benefits for Su Chen. Of course, this does not suggest that Su Chen feared the Skywalker Alliance. With a system at his disposal, his rate of evolution would undoubtedly far surpass that of the Alliance's members. Should Su Wenwei prove relentless, Su Chen could easily eliminate members of the Skywalker Alliance and then retreat. Once he grew sufficiently powerful, he could return to exact his vengeance. Boss Su. After Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu departed, Yu Yixiang entered alongside Yu Shoujing. After exchanging greetings, Yu Yixiang eagerly inquired, "How did your conversation with the Skywalker Alliance go, Su?" Although he was not fully acquainted with the particulars of the Skywalker Alliance, he had previously heard Dai Hao mention it. He understood that those affiliated with the Alliance were extraordinary evolvers. If possible, he sincerely hoped that Su Chen could join their ranks. Not very well, Su Chen shrugged, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Yu Yixiang was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Yu Shoujing exhibited little surprise, as Su Chen's character had long indicated that he would never bow to the Skywalker Alliance. Chapter 190. Towards Glory. What should we do now? Yu Yixiang asked with a pained expression. Simply prepare. If the Skywalker Alliance wishes to engage in battle, then we shall respond in kind, Su Chen replied calmly. His stance toward the Skywalker Alliance had been relatively amicable thus far. However, should they persist in their aggressive approach, he would not hesitate to retaliate. For the next few days, refrain from sending our members out to hunt zombies or scavenge for supplies. It is imperative that they quickly locate a suitable site outside the city to establish our base. That is our priority. Now you may go, Su Chen instructed. Understood. Yu Yixiang acknowledged the order and departed. Su Chen then turned to Yu Shoujing. Ensure that you assign personnel to maintain vigilance, preventing the Skywalker Alliance from launching a surprise attack. Additionally, be prepared, if feasible, take Sun Yin and leave with me from Shannon. Yu Shoujing was taken aback by Su Chen's words. What? We are leaving Shannon. Better safe than sorry, Su Chen replied with a smile. He was uncertain of the true strength of the Skywalker Alliance. If there existed an evolutionist more formidable than himself, fleeing would be his only option. As for whether the Skywalker Alliance would retaliate against the Tiger Gang, that was of no concern to him. The reason for bringing Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin along was simply that they were familiar with the location of the military base. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. Very well. Yu Shoujing nodded, feeling a weight in his heart. After departing from the Tiger Gang's headquarters, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu did not dare to linger. Hastening northward, they traversed the city until they reached an area nearing the suburbs. Here stood a building adorned with the sign Bihai Tian. Before the apocalypse, this establishment had been a bathing center, relatively well equipped for warmth. Thus, upon arriving in Shannon City, the Skywalker Alliance had claimed it as their base. Upon seeing the sign Bihai Tian, both Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced behind to ensure they were not being followed before quickly approaching the building. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was keenly observing their every move. After greeting the members stationed at the entrance, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu entered the building. They made their way to a vast room that had originally served as a lounge for guests to relax after bathing and massages. The Skywalker Alliance had cleared out the sofas, creating a spacious area. At that moment, two individuals were engaged in an intense battle in the center of the open space. The sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberated throughout the room. Surrounding them was a circle of onlookers, who cheered and supported the combatants. Like Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu, these individuals were relatively youthful. Among them was a slender yet handsome young man, who sat at the center of attention, with others subtly gravitating towards him. At a glance, one could discern that his status was far from ordinary. Indeed, this young man was Su Wenyue, the leader of the Traveler Alliance. Everyone halt. Upon seeing Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu return, Su Wenyue called for a cessation of the ongoing battle, a smile gracing his face. Xinyu, Xiaoya, you both have returned. How did it go? Was everything accomplished smoothly? Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Noticing that the Dai brothers were absent from behind them, Su Wenwei furrowed his brow. What exactly transpired? Brother Su, the situation is as follows. Zhao Yu recounted her encounter with Su Chen. When the others present heard Su Chen declare his intent to become the leader of the travelers, an uproar ensued. This Su Chen is utterly reckless. Brother Su, let's not waste time. We should confront him directly. Yet, Su Wenyue remained composed, chuckling. Remember, do not succumb to anger. It diminishes your intellect. Xiaoya, please continue. Zhao Yu cast an admiring glance at Su Wenyue before proceeding. Upon learning that Su Chen had effortlessly defeated Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu, Su Wenyue's expression turned intrigued. It seems that Su Chen possesses the strength of a mid-level evolver. Could it be? We hardly have any mid-levels in our alliance. Is it conceivable for him to be of such caliber? Some expressed skepticism. Even I would require considerable effort to defeat both Xinyu and Xiaoya simultaneously. How could Su Chen achieve it so effortlessly if he were not a mid-level evolver? Su Wenyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Such a formidable evolver must surely be favored by the heavens. If we could recruit him as our ally, we could unite to combat the apocalypse and lead humanity towards glory. As the crowd absorbed his words, expressions of yearning surfaced on their faces. However, dissenting voices emerged. Brother Su, that young man is far too arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Spoke Xinghui, a fellow mid-level evolver. Unlike Su Wenyue, his abilities were rooted in basic physical enhancement, rendering him significantly less formidable in combat. Nonetheless, his long-standing allegiance to Su Wenyue bestowed him with considerable prestige within the Traveler Alliance. Youth is often accompanied by impetuosity. Su Wenyue adopted a sage-like demeanor, smiling. Let us set aside the matter of Su Chen for now. We must investigate the recent decline in the zombie population. I have a nagging suspicion that there is a conspiracy at play. Zheng Hui dismissed the notion with a scoff. What conspiracy could there be? Zombies aren't cultivated like crops. Our alliance has slain so many that their numbers would naturally dwindle. Yet Su Wenyue remained resolute. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Faced with this determination, Zheng Hui fell silent, his eyes betraying a sense of dissatisfaction. After everyone had dispersed, Zheng Hui suddenly summoned a few companions. What is the matter? Brother Hui? One of them asked. What is your perspective on the issue concerning Su Chen? Zheng Hui inquired. The group exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, until one finally responded. Brother Hui, hasn't he, Brother Su, already stated his opinion? Zheng Hui shook his head, a cold smile creeping across his face. I believe Brother Su is mistaken. If Su Chen has such little regard for our Skywalker Alliance, how could he possibly consider joining us? Brother Su seems to have forgotten our initial motto. The flourishing of the Skywalker Alliance is in accordance with the heavens, while its demise is against them. So, Brother Hui, what do you propose? It's quite simple, Zheng Hui replied, a glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. We shall confront Su Chen directly. Either we eliminate him or compel him to join us. Chapter 191. Scanning detection. A moment of hesitation flickered across the faces of the few individuals present. They shared a good rapport with Zheng Hui, but were reluctant to defy Su Wenyue's orders, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Since I cannot rely on you, I shall go alone. Zheng Hui scoffed, turning on his heel to depart. Perceiving his apparent anger, the others hastily interjected. Brother Hui, don't be hasty. We will accompany you. Indeed, we shall go together. Upon hearing these words, a smile finally graced Zheng Hui's countenance. Let us deliberate on how to effortlessly subdue Su Chen. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, the members of the Skywalker Alliance were plotting against him. After Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu departed, he remained vigilant. On one hand, he urged the members of the Tiger Gang to heighten their guard, while on the other, he embarked on a relentless hunt for zombies. Whoosh! Ming Qi leaped from Su Chen's shoulder. The two zombies ahead were caught off guard, their heads rolling to the ground before they knew what hit them. Su Chen stepped forward, skillfully prying open their skulls. However, apart from neural tissue, the interiors were utterly vacant. Observing this, Ming Qi mewed several times, seemingly disappointed. Su Chen affectionately stroked its head, retrieving 2 energy crystals from his pocket. Meow! Ming Qi exclaimed joyfully, swiftly rolling its tongue to swallow the crystals whole. Su Chen glanced at the fallen zombies, then surveyed his surroundings. In the frigid expanse of ice and snow, an endless sea of white stretched before him. Besides the buildings cloaked in frost, there was naught else in sight. Something felt amiss. Over the past 2 days, Su Chen had distinctly noticed a drastic decline in the number of zombies. Yesterday, he had only managed to hunt a mere dozen. Today, after venturing out for 4 to 5 hours, he had encountered fewer than 10. Logically, the number of zombies should have been on the rise. While Su Chen pondered this anomaly, Ming Qi returned to his shoulder, its lingering appetite prompting it to nuzzle against his cheek, seemingly begging for more. Alas, there are not so many, you greedy little creature. Su Chen chuckled, chastising it gently. Recently, he had left little of the energy crystals for himself. Most had found their way into Ming Qi's belly. Altogether, Ming Qi had consumed nearly 50 crystals. However, it had transformed significantly compared to its previous state. First and foremost was its size. Ming Qi was no longer the diminutive creature it once was, but had grown considerably, nearing the size of an adult cat, while still maintaining a graceful and proportionate form. Moreover, its strength and speed had seen considerable enhancement. When it sprinted at full force, even Su Chen, who was often prepared, found himself unable to react in time. Its strength was astonishing, as evidenced by the way it had effortlessly dispatched the heads of the recent zombies. Lastly, there was its burgeoning intelligence. Meng Qi was becoming increasingly sentient, comprehending many of Su Chen's words and responding accordingly. Despite his heartache over the energy crystals, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Observing that dusk was approaching, he decided to abandon his search for zombies and return to Normadisen. The master has returned. Upon hearing the sound of the door, the three women promptly approached him. After assisting Su Chen in removing his coat, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger tenderly took Dream Qi into their arms, showering it with affection. Over the past few days, Dream Qi had fully integrated into their lives. Consequently, Su Chen allowed it the freedom to roam within the vehicle rather than confining it. Being caressed by the two women, Dream Qi purred contentedly. "Master, how was your day?" Zhou Qing inquired, bringing a cup of warm water to Su Chen with genuine concern. "The situation is not particularly optimistic," Su Chen replied as he accepted the tea, downing it in one gulp before settling onto the sofa. Today, the number of zombies encountered was even fewer than yesterday. Shouldn't the warming climate lead to an increase in the number of resurrected zombies? Lin Yingying, clutching Dream Qi, approached with a hint of confusion. Lu Linger followed closely behind, taking a seat beside Su Chen. Having spent considerable time together, Su Chen had grown to trust the three women almost entirely. He had not withheld much information from them, choosing instead to share the truth. "It seems as if these zombies have vanished into thin air. Something feels amiss." Su Chen furrowed his brow as he toyed with the cup in his hands. Currently, he possessed 780 energy points, still far from the threshold required to enhance his physical form. Without encountering mutated zombies, he would need to eliminate at least 2,000 ordinary zombies to amass sufficient energy crystals. Yet now, there were merely a scant few zombies each day. It was insufficient not only for Su Chen but also to sustain Dream Qi. "Shall we observe for a few more days?" Zhou Qing suggested. "Never mind, tidy up. We are preparing to return to Phoenix Mountain," Su Chen replied, shaking his head. A few days prior, he had informed the three women of his intention to journey back to Phoenix Mountain to retrieve He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others. Thus, they were not surprised and began to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat there, summoning the system. Upon viewing the requirement of 2,000 energy points for physical enhancement, he sighed and opted to upgrade the RV instead. "Since I lack sufficient energy for physical enhancement, I might as well see what new functions can be unlocked by upgrading the RV." Ding! The Doomsday Fortress System. Upgrade successful. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV level, 5. Energy points required for upgrade, 500. Current energy points, 480. Vehicle durability, 100. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. Repairs can be made using energy points. Storage space. Energy shop. Enhancement options. Scanning detection. Su Chen's interest was piqued as his gaze fell upon the scanning detection feature. System, what is this function? Upon receiving Su Chen's inquiry, the system promptly displayed a pop-up. Based on the host's combat power level, it can scan unknown entities to reveal specific information. It sounds rather promising. Su Chen's gaze fell upon Meng Qi, who was nearby. Initiate scanning detection. Meng Qi seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly springing up, her fur bristling in alarm. Su Chen, taken aback by her reaction, quickly extended his hand to soothe her. After surveying her surroundings and finding nothing unusual, Meng Qi obediently lay back down. It appeared that when scanning evolved beings, or zombie beasts, they could indeed perceive the detection. Su Chen pondered silently, his attention drawn to the information box that the system had generated. Target category, offspring of the zombie beast, a hybrid of cat and zombie. Combat rating, G. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that the scanning detection would yield an assessment of the target's combat capabilities. This feature proved to be exceptionally useful. Chapter 192. Return to Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen glanced over at Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, and Zhou Qing, who were busily organizing their belongings. Target type, ordinary human female. Combat rating, weak. Target type, ordinary human female. Combat rating, weak. Target type, ordinary human female. Combat rating, weak. The three women sensed something amiss, yet upon surveying their surroundings, found nothing out of the ordinary and resumed their tasks. After completing his scanning analysis, Su Chen began to explore other options. Within the enhancements for the RV, he discovered the addition of new components. Invisibility armor. Once this feature is installed, the Normadisen can enter a state of invisibility through light refraction, evading detection by the outside world. This capability, however, does not serve to defend against zombies. as they primarily rely on sound and smell to hunt their prey. Nevertheless, it proves quite useful against other humans. Once activated, unless one is very close to the Normadisen, it is nearly impossible to detect. This feature is indeed practical. Upgrading the RV system has thus granted him two valuable functionalities, and Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing and the other two women had finished tidying up the interior of the vehicle. Cradling Mingqi, Su Chen made his way to the driver's seat and started the Normadisen. The massive steel beast roared to life, hurtling towards the eastern outskirts of Shannon City. After exiting Shannon, they traversed several counties and towns. Su Chen deliberately veered into one, and indeed, he found something was amiss. The situation in these areas starkly contrasted with that of Shannon. The presence of zombies could only be described as rampant. It appeared that something catastrophic had occurred in Shannon. Su Chen pondered this quietly. He resolved to return to Shannon for an investigation once he reunited with He Wang and the others. After extensively hunting zombies in the counties they passed through, dusk fell. Su Chen decided to halt their journey in the wilderness for the night. After savoring a sumptuous dinner prepared by Lu Linger, he reclined on the mattress, the gentle sound of Zhou Qing's breathing beside him. Through the window, he could clearly see the myriad stars dotting the night sky. It must be said, despite the apocalyptic calamities that have altered the ecology of Blue Star, leading to the collapse of human societal order, there have been some positive effects. The air has become significantly fresher. Without light pollution, one can even behold the radiant moonlight and twinkling stars at night. As Su Chen admired the nocturnal scenery, he began to contemplate his next steps. Having just returned to life, his initial thought was simple: to utilize the RV's storage space to amass a vast amount of supplies and survive through the end of days. However, as time passed and events unfolded, his mindset began to shift. The zombies he encountered included formidable mutated ones and zombie beasts. Without enhancing his own strength, he would easily find himself in peril, risking his life. Furthermore, the survivor who had traversed through time had also shared some critical intelligence. After the relentless blizzard subsided, formidable monsters were bound to emerge. In such circumstances, it seemed improbable for Su Chen to survive alone. The most prudent course of action was to assemble a team, relying on their collective strength for survival. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is inscrutable. One can never be certain whether a person who greets you with a smile in one moment might betray you in the next. Compared to Yu Shoujing, He Wang and Sun Yuan were decidedly more trustworthy. This was precisely why Su Chen decided to return to Phoenix Mountain to bring them along. He resolved to establish his team with He Wang and Sun Yuan as the core members. As dawn broke the following day, Su Chen rose to wash and prepare himself. After partaking in breakfast, he resumed his journey in the Normadisen, steering towards Phoenix Mountain. By midday, the Normadisen finally reached its destination. Just as he approached the Air Dun Hotel, he was halted by a group of individuals. Boss Su. Boss Su. Peering through the window, Su Chen recognized that the ones obstructing his path were Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong, accompanied by several familiar faces among the survivors. Xinhong, Xiaodong. Su Chen rolled down the window and greeted them with a smile. Boss Su, what brings you back? Zhou Xinhong, visibly excited, exclaimed. Why, are you not welcoming me? Su Chen teased. No, that's not what I meant. Zhou Xinhong's cheeks flushed as he hastily clarified. I'm just overly thrilled. Haha, I was merely jesting. Let us head back. Su Chen chuckled. With Zhou Xinhong leading the way, Su Chen followed closely behind in his vehicle. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Air Dun Hotel. Returning to this familiar place, Su Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the fierce battles he had fought here alongside of Biao and Gao Qiqiang. Just then, He Wang and Sun Yuan, having learned of Su Chen's return, rushed out, followed by a throng of other survivors. Su Chen opened the car door and leaped out, greeting them with a smile. Brother Sun, Boss Su. He Wang grasped Su Chen's hand, equally exhilarated. Although they had been apart for only 2 or 3 months in this desolate world, it felt as though years had passed. After exchanging pleasantries, He Wang and Sun Yuan led Su Chen inside. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen inquired about the situation at Phoenix Mountain. Before his departure, he had instructed the survivors on the mountain to clear out the zombies. While a few stragglers had escaped, they posed little threat. The survivors, however, found themselves with ample idle time on their hands. Fortunately, Su Chen had left behind a considerable supply of cards and books, and with He Wang and Sun Yuan frequently organizing training sessions for the survivors. Although the days were monotonous, they were quite comfortable. Indeed, Brother He, your prowess remains undiminished. After settling into the communal lounge, Su Chen cast a glance at the expectant Wu Li, whose belly had noticeably rounded. He couldn't resist a playful remark. He Wang's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled. It's fortunate that you, Su, have returned. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to cope in a few months. Lin Yingying, linking arms with Wu Li, chattered animatedly about something. Su, what experiences have you encountered during your time away? Sun Yuan nudged Zhou Qing, who stood behind Su Chen, with a wink and a grin. This tale is rather lengthy, and I shall elaborate on it at another time, Su Chen responded with a smile, before shifting the conversation. In fact, I have come to propose that we leave Phoenix Mountain. At this proclamation, the group of survivors fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 193, Me Too Before Departing. Su Chen ensured that He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others had ample supplies. While not particularly abundant, the provisions were sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. This time marked the most comfortable days they had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. He Wang and Sun Yuan had initially planned to heed Su Chen's instructions and cultivate farmland on the mountain once the snow thawed. As long as they achieved self-sufficiency, Phoenix Mountain would be their paradise. However, they were taken aback to learn that Su Chen's return was to lead them away. Why is that? He Wang inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Su Chen glanced at the bewildered survivors before speaking slowly. The world outside is rather brutal. He recounted his encounters with various zombies and zombie beasts, though he refrained from mentioning the monsters they might face in the future. Despite the mountain being clear of zombies, he posed a question. What will you do if mutated zombies wander into this place one day? The expressions on the survivors' faces varied. Some dismissed his concerns, while others were visibly frightened. Those willing to leave with me, we shall depart this afternoon. For those who choose to remain, you may stay here, Su Chen said, shrugging. There's no rush for your decision. We can discuss it afternoon. The survivors exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves as they dispersed. Once the others had left, Su Chen instructed the three women, Zhou Qing, to return to the RV while he accompanied He Wang and Sun Yuan to the conference room. Why the rush, Su? Sun Yuan asked as he accepted a cigarette Su Chen offered, taking a puff before continuing. The situation on the southern side of the mountain is somewhat complicated. Su Chen lit a cigarette for himself, exhaling a cloud of smoke. If you choose to accompany me, the living conditions there will be considerably better than here. However, you will also face numerous dangers. So assess wisely. He did not elaborate too much, primarily to gauge how He Wang and Sun Yuan would decide. Rest assured, Su. Since you have invited me, I will undoubtedly follow, He Wang declared without hesitation. After all, he owed his survival to Su Chen. Moreover, his partner, Wu Li, was now pregnant. If they did not leave with Su Chen, the situation during her delivery would be dire. Who here possessed medical knowledge to assist Wu Li? I will go with you as well, Sun Yuan quickly added. Very well, Su Chen replied with a smile, patting their shoulders. Let us proceed to pack our belongings. The two extinguished their cigarettes and bid farewell to Su Chen before hastily departing. After a long separation, Su Chen had specifically asked Lu Linger to prepare a feast. He brought out Mao Tai to enjoy a delightful meal with He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others. Once afternoon arrived, the survivors were gathered once more. After expressing their intentions, a total of over 80 out of the 113 survivors on the mountain were willing to follow Su Chen. As for those who chose to remain, most belonged to the first tier as previously categorized by Su Chen. He did not force them to leave, after all. Taking them against their will would serve little purpose, and there was a risk they might betray him in the future. Before departing from Nanshan City, Su Chen had instructed Yu Shoujing to procure 2 operational buses, which he subsequently stored in his dimensional space. As they neared the resort area, Su Chen summoned the buses and positioned them by the roadside. He directed 2 survivors capable of driving to bring the vehicles forward. The buses were equipped with anti-slip chains, and their interiors had been modified to accommodate additional seating. Together, the 2 buses could comfortably hold over 100 individuals. The survivors carried little luggage and swiftly boarded the vehicles. With a command from Su Chen, Zhou Qing ignited the engine of the Normadisen, leading the way, while He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the other survivors followed closely in the 2 buses. Those who remained on Phoenix Mountain watched the convoy depart, secretly feeling a sense of satisfaction. Although Su Chen had left with the survivors, he had not taken the supplies that had been left behind. With these resources, those who stayed could live quite comfortably. Little did they know, however, that in the apocalypse, paradise was a mere illusion. The buses, lacking the superior performance of the Normadisen, struggled to gain speed due to the added anti-slip chains. By the time the 3 vehicles wobbled down to the foot of Phoenix Mountain, dusk had settled. Not wishing to travel at night and risk unforeseen incidents, Su Chen ordered a halt for rest. To honor those who had chosen to accompany him, he retrieved a variety of fine ingredients from his dimensional space and prepared a lavish dinner for everyone. As Su Chen sat by the campfire, sipping wine, he recounted the recent events in detail to He Wang and Sun Yuan. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of remarkable as they listened to tales of mutated zombies, zombie beasts, and viral vaccines. It felt as though they were immersed in a movie or a novel. To be honest, I hope you two can assist me, Su Chen said softly. Since you've asked, we certainly want refuse. He Wang declared, patting his chest. Indeed, Su, how can we help you? Sun Yuan inquired. First, I would like to select a few trustworthy individuals from among these survivors. I intend to settle them in a military base. The base is of utmost importance to me, and I do not wish to admit anyone unreliable. Su Chen clarified. That is no problem. Individuals like Li Dong and Zhou Xinhong are definitely dependable. Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. Additionally, I plan to help both of you become evolved beings. What do you think? Su Chen's proposition had been carefully considered. The notion that one can evolve into an advanced being through the energy crystals derived from zombie brains cannot remain concealed from everyone. After all, there will inevitably be individuals, such as Lu Xiaoxin and the Dai brothers, who, through unforeseen circumstances, have ascended to become evolved beings. Given this reality, why not take the initiative to assist those deemed trustworthy in their evolution? Ultimately, he only needs to guide the two into the initial stages. The subsequent evolution will depend on their own efforts. Is that true? I am willing. So am I. He Wang and Sun Yuan were momentarily taken aback, their hearts racing with excitement. If what Su Chen said is indeed accurate, they could hardly wait to become evolved beings. In this apocalyptic world, only by becoming stronger can one hope to survive more effectively. That's wonderful. Su Chen nodded, retrieving 2 energy crystals and extending his hand. Chapter 194. Uninvited guests Yi Wang and Sun Yuan, without the slightest hesitation, each extended a hand. Su Chen produced his Nepalese army knife and made a small incision on both of their palms. As the crimson blood began to seep forth, Su Chen placed the energy crystals atop the wounds. This marked Su Chen's inaugural experience of transforming ordinary individuals into evolved beings. He, along with Yi Wang and Sun Yuan, gazed intently at the energy crystals. Then, an astonishing event unfolded before the trio. First, the energy crystal in Sun Yuan's palm began to react. After coming into contact with his blood, the grayish-white crystal trembled slightly. Moments later, it crumbled into fine powder, dissolving entirely into Sun Yuan's wound. Remarkably, as the energy crystal vanished, the injury in Sun Yuan's palm healed completely. Brother Sun, how do you feel? Su Chen inquired softly. I feel rather good, it seems. Sun Yuan replied, moving his body and casually picking up an iron rod used for kindling. With a gentle exertion, he effortlessly bent the rod. Although Sun Yuan had previously been strong enough to bend such a rod, he had never done so with such ease. Is this the power of an evolved being? It feels exhilarating. The usually composed Sun Yuan could not suppress the joy that illuminated his face. However, beside them, Yi Wang wore a look of disappointment. Despite the passage of time, the energy crystal in his hand remained entirely unresponsive. Prior to the initiation of the evolution ceremony, Su Chen had warned them that not everyone could become an evolved being. From this perspective, it seemed he lacked the aptitude. Brother He, do not be too disheartened. Su Chen reassured, patting Yi Wang's shoulder. Even if you cannot become an evolved being, there will be plenty of opportunities for me to rely on you in the future. Indeed, Brother He, just wait to hold the baby. Leave the fighting to me. Sun Yuan chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yi Wang, in his 40s and several years older than Sun Yuan, had a partner, Wu Li, who was expecting a child. For him, not becoming an evolved being might actually be a blessing. This would allow Su Chen to appoint him as the leader. You speak the truth, Yi Wang sighed, masking his disappointment as he passed the energy crystal to Su Chen. After contemplation, Su Chen retrieved a total of 10 energy crystals, including Yi Wang's, and handed them to Sun Yuan. Brother Su, what is this? From now on, Brother Sun, you shall be responsible for the martial protection of our team. Su Chen stated earnestly. Given this, it is essential to enhance your strength, though he had just become an evolved being. Sun Yuan felt the immense value of the energy crystals. Not only had Su Chen facilitated his evolution, but he had also presented him with such a bounty of energy crystals. This gesture of friendship and trust deeply moved Sun Yuan. Brother Su, rest assured, if I ever betray you, I shall meet a most untimely demise, Sun Yuan declared, thumping his chest. Su Chen smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Betrayal is not determined by mere words, but rather by one's actions. Nevertheless, Su Chen harbored an unwavering trust in Sun Yuan. Moreover, given his current strength, even if Sun Yuan were to betray him, he could effortlessly handle the situation. All right, let us finish this drink and retire early. We have to continue our journey tomorrow, Su Chen remarked with a smile as he raised his glass. Shortly after Su Chen and his companions departed from Phoenix Mountain, an unexpected visitor appeared outside the Yuleton Hotel. A towering figure clad in a black trench coat, his face obscured by a hood, approached the entrance. He glanced up at the hotel building before stepping inside. Meanwhile, the survivors within the public lounge were celebrating. To them, having shed the presence of Chen and his group, coupled with their newfound supplies, meant they would not lack for food and drink. Once the extreme cold subsided, they could cultivate the seeds they had salvaged. In the midst of the apocalypse, such a life seemed almost divine. Though lacking in wine and meat, the survivors reveled in their self-heating hot pot, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and plain water. At that moment, the mysterious figure clad in black entered the room. The sudden appearance of this individual momentarily stunned the crowd, and the atmosphere fell silent. "Who are you?" Someone could not restrain themselves from asking. The newcomer did not respond, but instead scanned the room and coldly inquired, "Where are Chen and the others? Who the hell are you?" A burly man stood up, cursing as he approached the stranger. "How did the two guards let you in?" Before he could finish his sentence, the visitor unleashed a lightning-fast punch. The blow struck the man's chest with such force that he staggered like he had been struck by lightning, before collapsing backward. Those nearby were taken aback and rushed to assist him, only to discover that the man had been killed with a single blow. "This guy's looking for trouble. Let us take him down." The crowd erupted, all standing up and brandishing makeshift weapons, encircling the intruder. Though surrounded, the stranger exhibited no fear. He slowly extended his hand and removed his hood, revealing his true visage. Upon recognizing him, the gathered crowd gasped in astonishment. "A Biao? No, Brother Biao?" Indeed, the unexpected visitor was none other than the long-missing A Biao. Compared to before, he appeared more robust. His head was shaved clean, devoid of even eyebrows, and his cheeks bore several scars, lending him an exceedingly fierce appearance. A Biao cast a glance at them, his gaze settling on a former subordinate. "Tell me, where are Chen and the others?" I. The subordinate stammered, hesitating to respond. Observing this indecision, a Biao furrowed his brow and, with a speed that was almost blinding, lunged towards him. He grasped the man by the throat with a powerful hand. The young subordinate was unexpectedly met with a swift demise as his neck was brutally snapped in front of everyone. Witnesses gasped in shock at the horrifying spectacle. "Now, tell me, where is Chen?" A chilling gaze from a Biao fell upon another survivor. The terrified survivor shivered and hurriedly replied, "Boss Su has already left." "Left? Where to?" I don't know, Brother Biao." The survivor lamented, recounting how Chen had returned the previous day and taken most of the survivors away. However, during his return, Chen had been particularly cautious. Although he shared the events he encountered, he refrained from disclosing their location or revealing where he intended to lead them. Upon hearing this, disappointment unmistakably clouded a Biao's expression. Chapter 195. A fitting retribution. Biao, the survivor, attempted to utter more words, but Biao swiftly extended his hand, gripping the man's throat and twisting with brutal force. His eyes widened in shock as he succumbed instantly. Such a merciless act left those present both astonished and enraged. "Biao, you have gone too far. Brothers, let us confront him," they cried, raising their weapons and charging towards Biao. However, upon his return, Biao seemed a transformed man. Despite being besieged by dozens, he exhibited no sign of panic. Armed only with his fists and legs, he decimated the survivors with relentless ferocity. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the survivors lay dead or injured at his feet, while Biao remained unscathed. Before long, only one survivor was left standing. "Biao, we have no grievances, please show mercy," he pleaded, his composure faltering as Biao approached. Regret flooded his heart. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to leave alongside Chen. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. Biao stood before him, grasping his throat and delivering a decisive twist. With the man's demise, Biao single-handedly annihilated the remaining survivors. Nevertheless, he did not hasten his departure. Instead, he sought out a chair and sat down leisurely. Before long, the first survivor Biao had slain began to stir. After a brief struggle, the corpse abruptly sat upright. Its eyes transformed into a ghostly gray, an indication of its metamorphosis into a zombie. Upon rising, the creature surveyed its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Biao. With a low growl, the zombie lunged towards Biao, who remained unperturbed. Seizing a machete from the ground, he effortlessly cleaved the creature's skull. The unfortunate zombie collapsed lifelessly. Biao rummaged through its head until he uncovered a grayish energy crystal, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. He grasped the crystal and, moments later, absorbed it into his being. Following the resurrection of the first zombie, the survivors Biao had subsequently slain began to transform as well. Biao wielded his machete with no hesitation, dispatching these revived zombies and claiming the energy crystals nestled within their skulls. After thoroughly looting the hotel for a substantial cache of supplies, Biao finally exited the Yulden Hotel. Before leaving, He ignited a fire. As he watched the flames consume the establishment, a look of resentment crossed his features. Su Chen, you scoundrel. You have escaped me once more. But mark my words, I shall find you, and you will receive your due retribution. Biao muttered fiercely to himself before heading north towards Phoenix Mountain. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, events were unfolding atop Phoenix Mountain. After spending a night in the wilderness, he commanded his convoy to resume their journey at dawn the following day. Su Chen had no intention of taking He Wang and Sun Yuan to the southern mountains. Instead, he led them directly to the military base. After a morning of travel, the group finally arrived at the base. As the grand gates of the base slowly opened and the bus drove in, the survivors inside were left astonished, their mouths agape. My goodness, such an impressive military base. And you managed to find it, Boss Su? You truly are remarkable, exclaimed Zhou Xinhong as he and Li Dong disembarked, unable to contain their admiration for Su Chen. All right, enough flattery, Su Chen chuckled, playfully reprimanding them before addressing the group. As per our previous arrangements, let us commence our activities. The night prior, he had organized the survivors. Trustworthy young men like Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and Li Dong were assigned as guards for the base. Su Chen would equip them with rifles and provide training. The others would be designated as logistical personnel, primarily responsible for the base's daily operations. After familiarizing themselves with the base, the group dispersed. Sun Yuan and his companions found the training room to conduct shooting exercises, while the others began cleaning the underground base. Although Su Chen had properly handled the remains of those who had perished in the last battle, the traces left from prior confrontations had yet to be adequately addressed. This task alone would require considerable time. By noon, everyone gathered in the dining area to enjoy lunch. Su Chen was generous with the survivors who had accompanied him to the underground base, bringing forth supplies he had collected recently. Among them were frozen meat, vegetables, and fragrant rice, precious commodities in the apocalypse. Boss Su, with such a large base and only our small number, it may be challenging to operate efficiently, He Wang suggested while slurping noodles. Although the base had been constructed to accommodate 1,000 people, it could comfortably house 2,000 to 3,000. However, the current count of fewer than 100 was insufficient for the vast space. I understand, but for now, this is all we can manage. Su Chen replied with a shrug. He felt confident in the survivors from Phoenix Mountain, but remained wary of the members of the Tiger Gang. He could only wait and gradually select trustworthy individuals to bring over. I'm heading back to the southern mountains. I'll leave things in your capable hands, Su Chen instructed. Rest assured, Boss Su. He Wang and Sun Yuan affirmed earnestly. Without further ado, Su Chen called upon Zhou Qing and the other two women. Taking the elevator down to the ground floor, he drove the Normadisen straight out of the military base, which closed its gates resoundingly behind him. After several hours of driving, the Normadisen approached the city of Nanshan. Just then, the intercom crackled to life with Yu Shoujing's voice. Boss Su. Calling Boss Su. What is it? Su Chen grasped the intercom and responded. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Shoujing noticeably expressed a sense of surprise. The matter you asked me to keep an eye on has yielded results. A spark of interest ignited within Su Chen, prompting him to instruct. I shall return immediately. We will discuss it further upon my arrival. Understood. Su Chen increased the engine's power, and the Normadisen roared to life, accelerating even further. Brother Hui, why are we being so cautious? Questioned a young man named Luo Hangxing from the Skywalker Alliance, displaying a hint of confusion. Indeed, we could simply storm into the Tiger Gang, locate Su Chen, and eliminate him, echoed several others, nodding in agreement. Enough. Keep your voices down, Zheng Hui admonished in a hushed tone. Casting a glance at the Tiger Gang member leading the way ahead, he ensured that they remained unheard before finally exhaling in relief. Chapter 196. The Skywalker Squad. After deciding to confront Su Chen without Su Wenyue's knowledge, Zheng Hui commenced his meticulous planning. In addition to himself, he summoned 5 members from the Skywalker Alliance. Among them, Zheng Hui, Luo Hangxing, and another named Yang Chen were all intermediate evolvers, with Yang Chen possessing the formidable ice abilities. The remaining 3, though only at the initial evolution stage, were remarkably seasoned in combat experience. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this 6-member squad led by Zheng Hui would be capable of contending with 2 or 3 mid-tier zombies. Seizing the opportunity while Su Wenwei and his team investigated the mysterious disappearance of the zombies, Zheng Hui guided his group away from the Bihai Tian. However, rather than directly seeking out Su Chen, he opted to approach members of the Tiger Gang. They feigned being survivors struggling in the wilderness, expressing their desire to join the Tiger Gang. Despite the Tiger Gang boasting a formidable force of 2,000 to 3,000 members, this number paled in comparison to the vast expanse of Shannon City. Besides the Tiger Gang, there were at least tens of thousands of scattered survivors throughout the city. many of whom remained holed up in their rooms, fearful of zombie attacks or human confrontations. There were indeed survivor groups numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. But none possessed the organizational structure of previous entities like the Tianxiang Pavilion or the Jindun Alliance. Each day, various survivors sought refuge with the Tiger Gang, with numbers ranging from 1 or 2 individuals to as many as a dozen. Consequently, the Tiger Gang members paid little mind to Zheng Hui and his companions, leading them to the registration officer. This nonchalance perplexed Yang Chen and the others, as they believed their own strength rendered it unnecessary to lurk in the shadows. We can certainly overpower Su Chen, but what if he possesses a firearm? Yang Chen mused. Zheng Hui retorted with a low scoff. Even if he lacks a weapon, he still cannot match us. Would he not flee if he could? If he runs, our efforts would be in vain. After considering Zheng Hui's perspective, Yang Chen and the others refrained from further dissent. Before long, Zheng Hui and his companions were escorted by the Tiger Gang members to the gang's headquarters. The building was heavily fortified, surrounded by vigilant guards from the Tiger Gang. Observing this, Yang Chen and his team felt a sense of relief. Had they ignored Zheng Hui's advice and charged in, they likely would have found it difficult to encounter Su Chen. Following a thorough search, Zheng Hui and his compatriots entered the building. In a corner of the hall, several individuals were already queuing. All newcomers to the Tiger Gang were required to register here and surrender supplies based on their circumstances. Subsequently, the gang would assign them accommodations and future tasks in exchange for daily sustenance. As Zheng Hui and his group patiently awaited their turn, a large man descended the nearby staircase. The imposing aura he exuded, coupled with the entourage of subordinates trailing behind him, indicated that his status was far from ordinary. "Brother Yu, Brother Jing," shouted the members of the Tiger Gang in greeting to Yu Shoujing. Yu Shoujing nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze then settling upon Zheng Hui and the others. "Are these individuals here to join our Tiger Gang?" "Indeed, Brother Yu," the registrar promptly replied. "I see." Yu Shoujing nodded again, gesturing towards the group of about 10, including Zheng Hui. "Our leader, Su, has a task that requires attention. You shall accompany me." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Tiger Gang regarded Zheng Hui and his companions with envious eyes. Goodness, they hadn't even officially joined yet, and they were already assigned a mission by leader Su. Everyone knew how generous Su was. Who could predict what rewards awaited them upon completion? Perhaps they might even receive a rank elevation. Listening to the chatter around them, the genuine survivors could not suppress their delight. Yang Chen and the others felt a surge of excitement as well. They had initially thought it would take considerable effort to meet Su Chen. Who would have imagined it would be so effortless? Only Zheng Hui furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Wasn't this a tad too coincidental? They had just arrived and were already designated to work for Su Chen. However, after careful contemplation, Zheng Hui felt that they hadn't exhibited any signs of reluctance. It must be mere chance. He reassured himself, whispering to his companions, "Stay alert. Once I make my move, follow my lead." Yang Chen and the others nodded vigorously. The 12 of them followed Yu Shoujing as they made their way outside. Yu Shoujing led them directly to the rear of the building. "You are to carry away all the barrels inside," he instructed, pinching his nose. Due to the frigid temperatures and the absence of running water, the building's restrooms were often clogged and unusable. Later, Yu Yixiang had arranged for modifications, allowing continued usage, but it necessitated regular handling of accumulated waste. Indeed, behind the building lay several large plastic barrels. Although covered, a potent stench wafted through the air. Zheng Hui and the others nearly recoiled at the foul odor. Since becoming evolved beings, they had never performed such menial tasks. Yet, Yu Shoujing's next words compelled them to dutifully shoulder the burden. "Leader Su will come to inspect your work shortly. Make sure to do well." To avoid alarming any observers, Zheng Hui and the others had no choice but to comply. "Damn it, once we defeat Su Chen, I will make him kneel and sing conquered," Yang Chen remarked bitterly. After a flurry of activity, Zheng Hui and his companions finally managed to dispose of the waste. As they lined up, Yu Shoujing suddenly called out, "Leader Su has arrived. Stand at attention." Instantly, they formed a straight line. Zheng Hui glanced into the distance and saw a striking young man approaching slowly, flanked by several burly figures. This must be Su Chen. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Hui prepared himself to act as soon as Su Chen drew near. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Chen approached the first individual, offering a few words of encouragement, before receiving a package of supplies from someone behind and handing it to the person. This demeanor and posture resembled that of a leader visiting rural areas to comfort impoverished households. How ostentatious, Zheng Hui thought to himself, suppressing a torrent of disdain. As Su Chen gradually made his way closer, arriving beside Luo Hongxing, Zheng Hui resolved to depart the moment Su Chen stood before him. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Chen did not extend his usual words of consolation to Luo Hongxing. Instead, he suddenly smiled and remarked, "You must be one of the members of the Traveler Alliance, correct?" Upon hearing this, not only Luo Hongxing but even Zheng Hui and Yang Chun, who stood nearby, were momentarily taken aback. Before they could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Su Chen raise his hand, the ominous barrel of a gun aimed directly at Luo Hongxing. Chapter 197, Fierce Battle Bang. A gunshot rang out. As a mid-level evolved being, Luo Hongxing was silenced without uttering a word, his head blown apart, delivering him to his demise. The splatter of his brain matter and blood showered Zheng Hui and the others nearby. Simultaneously, a faint gunshot echoed from a distance. Within the ranks of the Skywalker Alliance, another junior evolved being fell victim to a single shot to the head. It was only at this moment that Zheng Hui, Yang Chun, and the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Why had Su Chen suddenly resorted to violence? However, Su Chen offered them no chance to react. He aimed his weapon squarely at Zheng Hui. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Zheng Hui unleashed the potential of a mid-level evolved being. He stomped his foot and swiftly darted aside, seeking refuge behind a fellow survivor. "Attack!" Zheng Hui bellowed. Yang Chun, now alert, clenched his hands in the air. The snow on the ground seemed to respond to an unseen force, swirling rapidly. Accompanied by the howling winds, the blizzard intensified, obscuring vision entirely. Even at a distance of mere meters, Su Chen could no longer discern the figures of Zheng Hui, Yang Chun, and their companions. Is this the power of ice manipulation? It appeared far superior to Zhao Yu's abilities. As the confrontation between Su Chen and Zheng Hui commenced, Yushojing and the ordinary survivors had already made their escape. The battlefield was left with only Su Chen, Zheng Hui, Yang Chun, and two other members of the Skywalker Alliance. "Master, I cannot see them," came Zhou Qing's voice through Su Chen's earpiece. Indeed, it was Zhou Qing who had just shot and killed a junior evolved being. In her pursuit to solidify her position beside Su Chen, she had not only mastered the operation of the Normadisen, but had also diligently honed her marksmanship in private. Prior to confronting Zheng Hui, Su Chen had instructed Zhou Qing to take up a sniper rifle and conceal herself atop a nearby building. "Do not rush. In this blizzard, they cannot see us either," Su Chen replied, gripping his pistol with one hand while the other clutched a dagger. He remained vigilant, focused entirely on the potential threats looming before him. Meanwhile, under the cover of the storm, Yang Chen gathered Zheng Hui and the two others closely. "Brother Hui, what is happening? How did Su Chen discover our presence?" he shouted, struggling against the roar of the wind. Zheng Hui furrowed his brow, equally perplexed as to how Su Chen had uncovered their identities. Yet, the current circumstances demanded immediate action. With two of their own fallen, it was imperative to eliminate Su Chen for vengeance. "Continue summoning the ice and snow to shield us. We must locate Su Chen and take him down," Zheng Hui declared fiercely. Despite the loss of Luo Hongxing, both he and Yang Chun were mid-level evolved beings, still enjoying an advantage against Su Chen. "Hurry then. I cannot maintain this storm for much longer," Yang Chen urged. Sustaining such a vast blizzard was proving to be quite taxing. In the frigid outdoor air, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, a testament to his exertion. Zheng Hui summoned his two companions and commenced the search for Su Chen's whereabouts. This open space was rather limited, and within moments, Zheng Hui spotted a shadowy figure lurking not far away. The other survivors had likely fled in haste. Who else could possibly remain here besides Su Chen? Zheng Hui gestured to his companions, indicating the indistinct silhouette ahead, urging them to follow him. The trio crouched low, cautiously advancing towards the figure. When they were within 3 meters, Zheng Hui acted without hesitation. Brandishing his dagger, he charged at the shadow. Although he had ascended to an intermediate evolution level, significantly enhancing his strength, he still preferred using weapons during zombie hunts to conserve energy. The other two companions similarly gripped their weapons closely, trailing behind Zheng Hui. With a swift motion, Zheng Hui's dagger pierced the shadow effortlessly. However, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that what he had struck was not a human. Peering closely, Zheng Hui discerned that it was merely a scarecrow fashioned from debris, draped in a tattered coat. Under normal circumstances, he would have recognized the ruse instantly, but amidst the swirling snow, he was utterly deceived. Panic gripped Zheng Hui. He instinctively dodged to the side. Almost immediately, gunfire erupted like firecrackers, echoing in rapid succession. Zheng Hui's companions were not as fortunate, falling victim to the onslaught and becoming riddled with bullets. With no time to mourn his fallen comrades, Zheng Hui hastily withdrew into the tempest of snow. Despite being an intermediate evolver, he was still a carbon-based organism and could not withstand the assault of rifle bullets. Meanwhile, Su Chen rose from the ground. shaking off the snow and revealing a cold smirk. It appeared that the members of the Skywalker Alliance were lacking in combat experience. A mere trap he set had ensnared them effortlessly. On the other side, after escaping, Zheng Hui rejoined Yang Chen. How did it go? Yang Chen's complexion had turned pale. That scoundrel Su Chen, our two brothers have been slain by him. Zheng Hui seethed with anger. What? Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. He had initially believed their formidable group would easily subdue Su Chen, but to their shock, they had not even laid a finger on him before losing an intermediate evolver and 3 junior evolvers. What are we even doing? Yang Chen felt a surge of trepidation, contemplating retreat. Brother Hui, should we withdraw? Zheng Hui hesitated, recognizing that remaining would serve no purpose. Su Chen wielded a rifle, and there was a sniper lurking in the distance. They were at a significant disadvantage. Very well, let us retreat. He agreed with a nod. Just as the two prepared to escape under the cover of the blizzard, a yellow figure suddenly darted from nearby, aiming directly for Yang Chen, who was unaware of the impending danger. Fortunately, Zheng Hui reacted swiftly, shouting, "Be careful." Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recoiling. The yellow shadow had originally aimed for his head, but with his evasive maneuver, it instead collided with his shoulder. A sharp pain surged through him, as if his scapula had shattered. In the turmoil of his mind, he could no longer sustain the raging blizzard. Within moments, the howling wind ceased, and the swirling snowflakes gently descended to the ground. It was only at this juncture that Zheng Hui and Yang Chen realized that the assailant was a yellow tabby cat. Yet, the creature's eyes bore an eerie grayish hue. It was a zombie beast. Zheng Hui's heart skipped a beat. However, he had forgotten that a sniper lurked in the distance, watching intently.